Chapter 1. H City, mid-August, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a worker's shack beside the construction site of San Juan Rose Garden, Wang Yuyang was sitting on the only plastic chair, looking at the young man leaning against a tin board smoking. He was very tall, wearing a set of shabby migrant workers' clothing. Both his yellow sneakers were worn out at the seams, and his gaunt face was dirty, barely revealing his rugged features. This was Death, former captain of France's largest mercenary group, real name Zhou Yi, 24 years old, the youngest captain in the history of the military unit. 3 months ago, he suddenly left the mercenary group and returned to his home country, wresting bread from the hands of migrant workers and laying bricks quite convincingly. Any trace of killing and cold-bloodedness was entirely hidden under layers of dust. Mixed into the construction site, he stood out as a hard-to-provoke and good-looking worker. Wang Yuyang coughed lightly, an air of authority naturally creeping into his voice. Extinguish your cigarette. A gaze pierced through the swirling smoke, like an extremely sharp blade coming straight for him, but Wang Yuyang met it unflinching. The gaze withdrew after a few seconds. Shen Baiyu was murdered last Saturday night in his own villa. It caused quite a stir in the news. Zhou Yi said indifferently, you came here to tell me that you're him, saying you didn't die but have been reborn inside a person named Wang Yuyang. Do you really think anyone would believe such nonsense? Wang Yuyang chuckled softly, fools and smart people. Wang Yuyang said, extinguish the cigarette, and I'll give you proof. Zhou Yi instinctively complied. By the time he realized it, his brow furrowed tightly. Wang Yuyang said leisurely, 5 years ago, you were almost dead, crouched beside a foul-smelling drainage ditch in Benghazi, looking like a rat taking its last breath. When I passed by, I gave you a bottle of water, and maybe even a chocolate bar. The cigarette in Zhou Yi's mouth trembled slightly. It's possible Shen Baiyu told this story to those close to him, and you just heard about it from someone else. Wang Yuyang gave a sarcastic twist of his pale lips. Trusted aide. That man died mysteriously in his study 5 days ago. Now all those supposed aides are either absconding with funds or seizing territories. Worthless confidants. He pinched between his eyebrows with force. Back then, I also said something. Zhou Yi clamped down hard on the cigarette tip, his facial expression becoming dark and indecipherable. Wang Yuyang beckoned him closer with his hand. Come over. Zhou Yi remained immovable. Wang Yuyang's face turned somber within an instant before smoothing out again. He shook his head helplessly, like an elder dealing with a difficult child. You're truly. If you won't come over, then I will. With that, Wang Yuyang got up from the plastic chair, walking lazily into the floating haze of smoke, muttering something near the youth's ear. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted sharply. The words Wang Yuyang had whispered were, if you looked a bit younger and innocent, I'd have taken you. Pity. A deep silence enveloped the shed. Wang Yuyang thought inwardly why he still remembered after 5 years, for 2 reasons. 1. This youth was different from those who usually surrounded him. He wasn't soft or pretty, he was only resilient and cold-blooded. 2. They'd met occasionally these past 5 years, each meeting refreshing his memory, making it impossible to forget. He wanted to see what the small rat could grow into. 2 years ago in Mexico, when you were injured during a mission, you hid in my car to get through. Wang Yuyang saw the youth look down at him, and he mocked lightly, what? You think I didn't notice at all back then? Zhou Yi's face was wrapped in the fog of cigarette smoke, blurred beyond recognition. Wang Yuyang remembered how he had just finished listening to a musical play that day, feeling rather pleased. Recognizing the somewhat grown-up small rat, he chose to act as if he hadn't seen anything. Last February, when I encountered an ambush in Y City, the sniper assisting me in secret was you. Zhou Yi remained silent, tossing the cigarette onto the ground and grinding it with his shoe sole. After a while, he spoke, what is your purpose? As if solid evidence stood directly in front of him, the absurd claim that one could be reborn in another form after death was already accepted. Wang Yuyang did not answer directly, instead saying, since I'm telling you all this, it means I've paid attention to you. I know where you are, and I know your previous mercenary unit worked for money. If the pay was high enough, you'd even trade lives. But for you, money comes second, first comes favors. It's not because you value relationships or righteousness, but because you don't want to owe anyone anything. Zhou Yi did not show much emotional change. Wang Yuyang turned around and sat back on the plastic chair, legs crossed as he continued, I don't exactly know why you've returned to China, whether it's for a particular mission or personal reasons. I won't pry. We've only met 3 times, so it might sound strange if I say I trust you, but that's how it is. Zhou Yi took a step back to put some distance between them, his eyes scrutinizing. Wang Yuyang rubbed his temples. That night at the villa, there was a party going on, and feeling tired, he went alone into the study to lie down and rest. In a daze, he felt someone had entered the study. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shadow, a man of great height, wearing a black baseball cap with the brim pulled low, hiding his face. At that moment, he sensed danger. He tried to open the drawer for his gun, but before he could, his throat was slashed. Reacting instinctively, Wang Yuyang pressed his fingers against the arteries in his neck as he came back from the memory. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his spine. The villa had bodyguards patrolling and police stationed all around, so it was impossible that the intruder broke in unnoticed. Someone must have brought him in. Also, the man's combat skills were bizarre. Wang Yuyang only remembered vaguely who brought that person in, unable to piece things together, meaning he still needed an opportunity to uncover it. There must be an inside traitor involved. Since he couldn't figure out who the traitor was, Wang Yuyang decided to find a new face, unfamiliar to enemies, to assist him. He carefully considered and ruled out one by one, concluding that the youth standing before him was the most qualified. In a way, this young man had grown up under Wang Yuyang's watchful eyes. Though not entirely understanding his character, Wang knew his abilities clearly. The most important point is that the young man didn't belong to any faction. Here's your chance to pay back the favor, help me find out who the traitor is, said Wang Yuyang after regaining his focus. Everyone can't be given a second life. Even if you have such a chance now, why do you want to investigate further? Zhou Yi sat on his bed, fiddling with the lighter absent-mindedly as he looked downward. Back then, the enemy was concealed while you were in plain sight. Now, you're also hidden, no one knows that the current Wang Yuyang is Shenbaiyu from S-City. A lazy smile crept onto Wang Yuyang's face, perhaps someone does know. Startled, Zhou Yi raised his head immediately. But Wang Yuyang did not elaborate further. He had an eerie feeling, as though someone else was watching them. Apart from himself and Zhou Yi, a third person seemed to know that this body had been taken over. Therefore, he needed an assistant. Moreover, there was something strange about the original owner of this body too. Zhou Yi remained expressionless. Even if you uncover the truth, you won't go back to being Shenbaiyu controlling everything in S-City. The dead cannot return. Wang Yuyang's facial muscles twitched slightly. Why was this kid being so talkative? If he couldn't become Shenbaiyu again, then so be it. At his age, he'd enjoyed immense power for a long time, tasted all sorts of pleasures, and switching identities might bring a completely different experience. Investigating the truth would make his future life more comfortable. In the iron shed, it was freezing in winter and stifling hot in summer. By mid-August, the heat from the sun turned the place into an oven, making the air suffocating. After just a little while, Wang Yuyang already had sweat trickling down his neck. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "Is there anything to tie my hair?" Zhou Yi looked surprised for a second. Wang Yuyang adjusted the sweat-soaked strands of hair at the nape of his neck. "It's gotten longer." Zhou Yi stood up and went out, quickly returning with a black elastic band found from somewhere. Upon receiving the band, Wang Yuyang suddenly said, "By the way, the thing you've been looking for has been in my possession." The breath above him became heavy, accompanied by an ominous killing intent. Wang Yuyang casually tied his hair at the back, patting the dust off the shoulder of the young man beside him. "Now it's settled. Here, take it. My death was merely the beginning. Once everything's uncovered and dealt with properly, that will mark the end." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his neck, causing Wang Yuyang's eyebrows to rise. The grip tightened around his neck as Zhou Yi's voice sounded low and icy. "Are you sure you have it?" Breathing heavily but showing no signs of panic, Wang Yuyang said, "You should know what kind of person I am." Staring directly at Wang Yuyang's smug cat-like eyes, Zhou Yi shook his head. "I don't." Wang Yuyang twitched the corner of his mouth. "Do you understand somewhat?" "I do have a slight idea." Standing tall, Zhou Yi eyed him from above. "They say Shenbaiyu in S-City is unpredictable in temperament, arrogant and ruthless, cruel and crafty, and swallows others without spitting out their bones." Wang Yuyang wasn't sure whether his aging or dying once caused his mindset to change, as he didn't get angry but found it amusing instead. He chuckled lightly. "My telling you that the item is in my hands isn't a show of my hand or adding bargaining chips, but purely a display of sincerity." Zhou Yi's gaze remained unfathomable. In a tone like soothing a child, Wang Yuyang continued, "Help me with this favor, pay off your debt, and claim the item. Win-win situation, isn't it wonderful?" Zhou Yi appeared to be evaluating his words, staying silent. Wang Yuyang concluded, "Trust me. If I tell you something, believe me." Wang Yuyang brushed off the rough hand gripping his neck. "It's getting late. Go wash your face, change clothes, tidy up, and then come with me." Zhou Yi's cold gaze locked onto him. "Are you not afraid I'll expose or even sell out your identity to your enemies? They'd rather make a mistake and kill someone." As if he hadn't heard, Wang Yuyang pointed at the youth's grayish hair. "And by the way, wash your hair while you're at it. There's lime dust in it, irritating to breathe." Zhou Yi stood still as though deep in thought. After a moment, he pulled down the towel hanging on the rope, took clean clothes, and left for a shower. Wang Yuyang exhaled deeply. Though he'd planned everything before coming here and had been confident, it wasn't 100% guarantee. Any variable would have caused trouble. Now that he'd smoothly achieved his goal, the tension in his mind loosened. Wang Yuyang paused in his search through the items around him, retrieving a small red-edged plastic mirror to check his neck. He found 2 red marks from the grip and felt a throb near his temples. Last month, when eating at Golden Fullness, he had run into Pinguxiang. The old man had introduced a promising protege, a retired Special Forces soldier. Thinking of Zhou Yi, Wang impulsively investigated the man's whereabouts and learned he was here. Had it not been for that whim, he wouldn't have had this current situation. If he were still the powerful head of the Shen family now, but instead just an ordinary vendor selling breakfast with no capable people or resources around, finding Zhou Yi would have been impossible. Leaving the workers' tent, Wang Yuyang saw the young man walking toward him, wiping his wet hair as he came. The shabby worker uniform was gone, replaced by a clean black t-shirt and camouflage pants. His broad shoulders and long legs accentuated a body full of muscular strength, with the latent explosiveness of an adult wild beast. There was a dangerous aura to him, one honed from years living on the edge, brutal and merciless. Wang Yuyang squinted as he sized up the youth drawing closer, noting how washing the dirt off revealed sharper facial features, much colder than his dusty appearance. The strong, invasive masculine vibe made Wang glance only briefly before losing interest. Around 5 o'clock, Wang Yuyang brought Zhou Yi back to his place in S-City. Zhou Yi only observed silently, as if it was a professional habit, taking in the surrounding environment and terrain as soon as they entered the neighborhood. Entering the stairwell, Wang Yuyang's voice carried some echoes. This residential area has 6-story buildings. I live on the top floor with a loft, you can sleep there. Zhou Yi followed him up the stairs. Reaching the 6th floor, just as Wang Yuyang was about to take out his keys, he noticed a petite spectacled man crouching by the security door. Hearing them approach, he stood up with widened eyes behind the glasses. Brother Wang, where have you been? Your phone wasn't reachable, and I was almost ready to report to the police station. If you didn't return soon, I would have definitely done so. Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering who this person was. Chapter 2. According to the random information Wang Yuyang gathered online, there are 2 standard features of rebirth. The first is that both parties die around the same time, and one party, by some twist of fate, is reborn in the other's body. The second feature is that the reborn individual retains the original owner's memories. Wang Yuyang was killed on Saturday night and woke up Sunday afternoon, but he had none of the original owner's memories. He assumed it would be like a computer rebooting and require some buffer time, but by Tuesday, all he had were his own memories. It was as if someone had hit delete on the original owner's 30-plus years of life, leaving it blank and completely thorough. When Wang Yuyang woke up, this body showed no external injuries. He could walk, move, and breathe, though he felt weak. He had a headache once, but otherwise, he was fine. He didn't know what had happened to the original owner. Neither of the so-called standard features applied to him. Wang Yuyang's knowledge about the original owner came from a folder he found. Inside were some invoices, ledgers, identification documents, and so on. Through those things, he learned basic information about the original owner and knew that the person rented a stall in the science park and made a living by selling breakfast from a mobile cart. Besides the folder, there was also a phone. Wang Yuyang discovered that the person who communicated most with the original owner was a man named He Changjin, who also sold breakfast. They lived in the same neighborhood and had a good relationship. Wang Yuyang's thoughts returned, and he looked at the bespectacled man who had approached. Xiao He. Are you okay? He Changjin was startled by his tone, grabbing his shoulder and shaking him. Brother Wang, don't scare me. Wang Yuyang's head spun from the shaking. Indeed, it was He Changjin. I'm fine, just surprised to see you. At least he didn't get the title wrong. Having no memory was more thrilling and nerve-wracking than playing Minesweeper. What's so surprising? I haven't changed my face. He Changjin noticed a tall figure standing at the stairwell, and paused mid-sentence, whispering, Brother Wang, does that person belong with you? Wang Yuyang took out the keys and opened the door. My brother. He Changjin said in surprise, aren't you an orphan? Wang Yuyang paused mid-motion with the key, recognized. He opened the door, turned back, and smiled. Xiao Yi, don't just stand there, come in. He Changjin saw that Brother Wang's newly recognized younger brother had no expression on his face, was quite tall and imposing, and swallowed nervously, lowering his voice even further. Wang bro, what does your younger brother do? Wang Yuyang tossed the key onto the shoe cabinet, works on construction sites. Relieved by what seemed to be a connection through shared experiences among grassroots individuals, He Changjin relaxed and greeted them, smiling. Hello, I'm He Changjin, a Changjin who makes little progress. Zhou Yi raised his head. Hello. As soon as the words were spoken, he walked past He Liang and went inside. He Changjin looked somewhat baffled. Actually, his name was pronounced Chang, as in length, and Jin, as in progress, which sounded different from the common interpretation, with or without progress, but every time he introduced himself that way, people usually chuckled. Until now, he'd never encountered someone with absolutely no reaction. Regaining his senses, he hurriedly picked up the bag at his feet, crossed the threshold, kicked the door shut, and said, Brother Wang, how could you go out without your phone? Wang Yuyang searched for the remote control to turn on the air conditioner, forgot. I'll say, Brother Wang, find yourself a wife, then someone will take care of all your big and small matters. He Changjin grinned, full of sincerity. Every time my dad goes out, my mom starts nagging from early morning asking whether he has this or that. Every time it's the same, my dad never forgets anything because it's all my mom's doing. Wang Yuyang wanted to hear something about the original owner from He Changjin while Zhou Yi went to smoke on the balcony without any intention to join in the conversation. After He Changjin chatted for a while, Brother Wang, will your younger brother stay here? Wang Yuyang hummed affirmatively. Then let's dine out together tonight. He Changjin said, tonight, the musical fountain at the square will be on, and we can stroll around after dinner. Wang Yuyang said, we won't go out tonight, let's eat tomorrow during the day. He Changjin was confused, why? Wang Yuyang glanced toward the direction of the balcony, still bright at this hour in summer, it's too dark at night. Huh? He Changjin looked completely dumbfounded, this isn't the countryside, where's dark at night when the streets are filled with streetlights? Wang Yuyang scrutinized He Changjin, still not clear enough, it's hard to walk. He Changjin wore an incredulous expression, not serious, brother Wang. Usually, you drag me out plenty at night. You often wander outside yourself. Besides, we've been here for several years, familiar with the surroundings. What's up with you today? Just joking around? Wang Yuyang, seeing He Changjin's reaction, concluded it didn't seem to be an act. Thus, the original owner's eyes had likely suffered no congenital issues but instead might have encountered some unforeseen accident. This phenomenon only began after Wang Yuyang replaced his soul. He closed his eyelids momentarily. The bizarre event of being reborn after death already defied logic, and if this condition was a price to pay, then it was something he could accept. The identity and physical state seemed random, there was no choice in the matter. Xiao He, let me be straightforward with you, Wang Yuyang sighed, I've been experiencing some issues with my eyes lately. They're fine during the day, but as soon as it gets dark, I can't see anything and can't go out. Startled, He Changjin gaped, night blindness. Wang Yuyang pretended not to hear clearly, My cousin and his 2 kids are completely blind at night, they all suffer from congenital night blindness inherited from their family. With worry etched on his face, He Changjin continued, Brother Wang, you've never experienced this before. It must be due to nutritional deficiencies or a lack of some vitamin. You should take more supplements. I'll go check up on that in a few days, Wang Yuyang said. Yeah, don't neglect your eyesight. He Changjin proceeded to the fridge like he was in his own home, pulling open the bottom drawer and reaching in for a popsicle. Brother Wang, I've told you many times, stop donating all your money to the orphanage. Keep some for yourself. Charity isn't about giving everything away, especially for us common folk. We need to live within our means. Wang Yuyang noticed that the account ledger of the original owner only recorded purchases of supplies, without any mention of donations or charitable activities. This suggested that He Changjin might know the original owner much better than Wang Yuyang anticipated. Wang Yuyang tapped the desktop idly. Was the original owner possibly poisoned? If so, the toxins might have affected his eyes, leading to these symptoms of night blindness. Also, his sense of smell wasn't normal either. Casually, Wang Yuyang asked, Xiao He, where did you come back from? Home village, He Changjin replied while crouching by the fridge choosing among the popsicles, my cousin got married. I mentioned it to you, brother Wang, but I guess your memory isn't what it used to be. He smacked his lips, I planned to return yesterday, but my mom made me stay another day. They drained the big pond in the village, and caught loads of mixed fish, especially a whole bunch of carp. As the family labor force, you understand, I had to help out. Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow, explaining why there was such a strong fishy odor on him. Oh yeah, brother Wang, He Changjin pointed at the bag on the table, these are the preserved vegetables I brought over from home, planted by my mom herself. You can cook them with meat, just remember to soak them first. He nodded towards the bag again, there's also one of the chickens my mom raised. Since live ones couldn't be brought along, we butchered and halved it. Use half for soup and the other half for braised chicken. Wang Yuyang had smelled both items earlier, thank you. He Changjin stared as though he'd seen a ghost, why thank me for such trivial things? What's up with you, brother Wang? You seem different since the last time I saw you. Wang Yuyang sighed again, maybe it's just age catching up with me. He Changjin didn't seem suspicious. With a roll of his eyes, he continued, I didn't bring any fish, but I asked my mom to pickle them and send them over later. Once they arrive, I'll give you some. When fried, the little fish dry really crispy, super tasty. And he kept chatting on. Wang Yuyang thought to himself, this kid was probably around 20 years old and full of energy. After much deliberation, He Changjin picked a red bean flavor ice pop, asking, which one do you want, brother Wang? Wang Yuyang shook his head, I'm not eating. He Changjin tilted his head toward the balcony, what about him? He doesn't eat either, Wang Yuyang replied. In that case, He Changjin shut the fridge door and started enjoying the popsicle himself, chattering incessantly. Brother Wang, your younger brother looks rather introverted. Shy around strangers. He really, looks strong. Must have great arm strength. Once we get closer, I want to try arm wrestling with him. How old is he? 24. That makes him 2 years older than me. In that case, I'll call him Igu. Eating the ice pop, He Changjin said, Brother Wang, these red beans are really good. Tastes much better than last time. Wang Yuyang hadn't realized the fridge even contained such items. Ever since he woke up in this apartment last Tuesday afternoon, he'd spent most of Wednesday lying down. On Thursday, he only inspected a few rooms of the original owner's apartment. And today, having left early for H City to find Zhou Yi, he didn't have the chance to explore the fridge. After He Changjin finished his ice pop, he soon left. Once he was gone, the room became quiet. Wang Yuyang called toward the smoky balcony, "Come upstairs with me." Zhou Yi stubbed out his cigarette and walked back into the house. There was only one chair on the balcony, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, nothing else. The emptiness made the whitewashed walls seem somewhat cold. Wang Yuyang didn't bother explaining that what he had seen was like this and it wasn't how he organized it. Zhou Yi didn't ask if it had been cleaned in advance either. It was obviously impossible. Wang Yuyang said, "Take a look yourself and decide what to buy." Zhou Yi exhaled a puff of smoke and suddenly opened his mouth, "I will only help you catch the person who killed you. The rest, I don't care about." Wang Yuyang said, "Give me a cigarette." Zhou Yi tossed him half a pack of cigarettes along with a lighter. Wang Yuyang caught them, lit one, took a puff, and held it in his mouth for a while before slowly exhaling. He was walking through the life of the original owner, so naturally he needed to understand what happened to him. It was within Wang Yuyang's expectations that Zhou Yi wouldn't interfere. If Zhou Yi were to interfere and revolve around him, something would definitely be wrong. "Can you live in a place like this?" The voice beside him interrupted Wang Yuyang's thoughts. He lazily laughed, "Why can't I?" Zhou Yi said, "With this weather, the humidity in S City is very heavy, there are centipedes." Wang Yuyang was notorious for being afraid of multi-legged little creatures, and upon hearing this, his whole body broke out in goosebumps, but he still managed to smile. "Centipedes, so what?" Zhou Yi glanced at the man pretending to be calm. He spat out the cigarette butt and stepped towards the wall. Wang Yuyang unconsciously turned around, seeing Zhou Yi pinching a centipede right before his eyes, scaring him to blur entirely. Chapter 3. Zhou Yi pinched lightly with 2 fingers, and the centipede that had been wriggling a moment ago became still. As soon as he loosened his hand, the centipede fell down. Wang Yuyang glanced at the dead centipede on the ground, then looked at the hand of the young man who had just handled it. His face turning pale, he stepped back twice and sucked on his cigarette hard. "Why don't you fry it in oil and eat it?" Zhou Yi ignored his teasing. Wang Yuyang continued, "I forgot, all of you just grab and eat them." The muscles in Zhou Yi's face twitched slightly. "There's more by the wall." Wang Yuyang's gaze shifted there, seeing one large and one small centipede. He swallowed laboriously, turned around and stampeded down the stairs, his figure hasty, like fleeing. As if he hadn't seen anything, Zhou Yi sat on the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing the sound of doors opening and closing downstairs, he closed his eyes for a light nap. Not long after, the sounds of doors opening and closing were heard again. Wang Yuyang came back with 2 bottles of Raid, spraying every corner. Collapsing on the bed, he stared at the room where he had spent 2 days yet still felt utterly unfamiliar everywhere. Before he knew it, he fell asleep, waking up only in the evening. The house was eerily quiet. Wang Yuyang didn't turn on the light immediately. He gazed out the window where everything within sight seemed to have been adjusted in brightness by some software, becoming very dim, presenting abnormal colors. Amidst a vast sea of black, there were a few faint glimmers, almost invisible. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes as various scents infiltrated his nose. The moldy smell from the lime-covered walls, the corroding odor of old furniture, insecticide, camphor balls from the wardrobe, rust from the iron railings. A hot night breeze blew in through the window, carrying with it a faint smell of paint, herbal aroma, and also garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat drenched in unknown quantities of chili. Wang Yuyang's stomach emitted a series of gurgling noises. He was hungry. Feeling his way along, he turned on the lamp behind the bedside table, noticing it was already past 8. Perhaps because he had brought Zhou Yi over, feeling secure in terms of safety, his guard had dropped, resulting in him sleeping soundly through day and night. He would likely be insomnia tonight. Wang Yuyang did not dare to walk in poorly lit places. He turned on lights as he went, climbing to the attic where he found Zhou Yi absent. Not knowing when he left. An extra single bed had appeared in the originally bare attic. Wang Yuyang cast a glance at the black backpack at the end of the bed, not intending to rummage through it, nor wanting to call Zhou Yi's phone to inquire about his whereabouts. You should not doubt people once you trust them, this was what he always believed. This incident wasn't related to any of his brothers. This was his inner judgment, reason and emotion equally important. Wang Yuyang went downstairs to find something to eat. Accustomed to being served, his life was usually taken care of by others. Now, switching identities without inheriting the original host skills, he was lost, unsure how to proceed. He couldn't eat hotel food every day, nor hire help for housework, neither matched the circumstances of the original host, making both impractical. Sitting on the sofa eating an apple, over these years, Wang Yuyang had accumulated a great deal of money, a huge amount enough to let him build a whole new power with his current identity or settle down somewhere comfortably, only unfortunately unable to touch it temporarily now. The previous owner gave all the money away for charity, having no savings. He would need a way to maintain basic living standards. How to sustain? Wang Yuyang calculated something silently. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Wang Yuyang reined in his thoughts. Who is it? An unreadable voice came from outside the door, me. Wang Yuyang went to open the door, facing a mix of several chaotic smells from Zhou Yi, causing him a brief bout of breathing difficulty. Retreating into the living room, he pointed with his finger towards the key cabinet by the shoe rack. Get it duplicated tomorrow. Zhou Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Stepping inside, he closed the door behind him, silently changing his shoes. Wang Yuyang opened the fridge and took out a beer. Come join me for a drink. Zhou Yi paused his steps heading upstairs, continuing after 2 seconds. Wang Yuyang placed a can of beer on the coffee table, returning to his seat on the sofa. He pulled the tab on the can in his hand, tossing it into the trash can before delivering a deeply significant line. Didn't expect you to be such an indiscriminate eater. Zhou Yi's steps halted again. Tilting his head sideways, he looked down from the stairs. Wang Yuyang leisurely crossed his legs, sipping his drink. With the tone of casual chat, he mentioned a startling fact. The place you visited is squeezed between a salon and a barbecue store, tiny storefront, terrible sanitary conditions, garbage bins filled with bags of boiled snacks, full of the scent of low-quality perfume. Average spending per person doesn't exceed 100 yuan, probably all around 40 years or older. Even bigger ones could be your mother's age. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Wang Yuyang suddenly felt a bit cold. He raised the temperature on the air conditioner by 2 degrees and said lazily, you had beef noodles for dinner, the cilantro and seasonings were added in excess. That noodle shop's flavor is quite strong, and its ventilation is pretty poor. Oh, that's right, you also went to a chemical plant that has been abandoned for a long time. By the time his words had faded, Zhou Yi was already standing before him at the bottom of the stairs. Zhou Yi stood facing the light, his eyebrows and eyes shrouded in deep shadow. After a long pause, he spoke cryptically, your sense of smell. Wang Yuyang breezily responded, is rather sensitive. Zhou Yi silently lowered his gaze and stared at him, lost in thought. Wang Yuyang sipped his beer with the elegance of someone drinking fine wine. Only after his sense of smell began malfunctioning did he realize how many different scents could reveal about a person. Wang Yuyang took on an elder's demeanor, speaking earnestly, Uncle keeps sharing secrets with you, showing how much he values you. I hope you won't betray Uncle's trust in you. The tone in Zhou Yi's voice turned cold, you're laying bait. Wang Yuyang chuckled, what nonsense, like you're some little fish. Zhou Yi pulled up a chair and sat down, leaning forward somewhat, his gaze cold as it locked onto the man opposite him. It's rumored that Second Master Shen has only 2 hobbies, making money and manipulating people's hearts. Wang Yuyang. He too leaned forward, his sickly pale face radiating arrogance and gloominess. Still planning to talk? Or shall I just go to sleep? As if it wasn't him who had proposed having a drink earlier. Zhou Yi guzzled down several big gulps of beer, gripping the can tightly. I want you to come with me to a place. Then he lifted his eyelids slightly, his expression caught between a smile and a frown, as though to say, see? I've taken your bait. Are you happy? Wang Yuyang ignored the chill emanating from the youth and only looked into his eyes, letting out a faint sound of approval, truly beautiful. Zhou Yi's stare sent a chill down one's spine. Don't be angry. It was merely pure admiration. I have no interest in your kind. Wang Yuyang glanced at the air conditioner hanging on the wall, never once imagining he'd ever worry about electricity bills. He pinched the bridge of his nose. You need my help with something, right? I can help you, but I have one condition. Zhou Yi showed no change in expression, fully expecting such a deal. A few seconds later, he heard the man propose, starting tomorrow, you'll help me run a breakfast stall. He lifted his head, his deadpan face breaking apart. What? The previous owner of this body used to rent a small warehouse with Xiao He and a couple in their middle ages, not far from here. The food cart is kept inside there. Wang Yuyang continued, we're all old acquaintances so we don't need to go shopping at wholesale markets. A call will get our supplies delivered, ready to serve breakfast items that only require reheating in your cart. We even have QR codes for payment. Zhou Yi placed the empty beer can on the coffee table, sneering as if hearing a joke. You expect me to sell street food? Wang Yuyang leaned back against the sofa, answering carelessly, haven't you moved bricks already? Just as the oppressive atmosphere around Zhou Yi was sinking to rock bottom, Wang Yuyang quickly intervened, all right. Revenge requires eating, too. I need to address basic survival issues, and running a breakfast stall is efficient, simple, safe, and discreet. No one would suspect a thing, and work hours are short, done by around 9 o'clock every day. You can do whatever else you want during the rest of the day. The tech park stalls are expensive, but the original owner already paid for a year's rent, so it'd be a waste not to use it. After finishing, Wang Yuyang grabbed another can of beer for the youth, personally pulling the tab open and handing it over with utmost amiability. Zhou Yi appeared genuinely shocked by this gesture, hesitating for a long while before finally reaching out to take it. And what about you? Wang Yuyang replied, I'll sleep. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth as veins popped on his forehead. Following this, the two quietly drank without saying a word. If a veteran vendor suddenly starts messing up everything, it might seem odd. But if a laborer working at a construction site were to start selling breakfast, any level of incompetence would seem natural. Reasonable enough, since they've likely never done it before. There's bound to be some confusion, but no suspicion would arise. This logic seemed obvious, and Wang Yuyang trusted Zhou Yi to understand it. Once he finished the beer, Zhou Yi stood up and said, "Let's go." Wang Yuyang caught on, furrowing his brows slightly. "Now? Really?" Zhou Yi confirmed with a nod. "Yes." "I can't," Wang Yuyang shook his head sitting on the sofa, "I wouldn't be able to see clearly where I'm going." "Tomorrow, I'll go with you during the day. As long as it's light out, any time is fine." Zhou Yi said, "It's more convenient to move at night." "That can't be helped," Wang Yuyang replied. "You should have heard what I told Xiaohe about my eyes, it wasn't exaggerated at all. If the light is even a bit dim, I can't see. If you insist on taking me out, I'll just be a burden." Zhou Yi looked at him and said, "There's not much difference in the daytime either." Wang Yuyang felt a lump of old grievances rise to his throat. Was it that the intelligence he'd gathered over these past years was incorrect, or had the boy hidden his true nature so deeply, being mischievous all along and needing some discipline? Seeing the man had no intention of getting up, Zhou Yi spoke in a deep voice, "We'll take a taxi once we're out of the neighborhood." Wang Yuyang chuckled, "I won't even be able to walk down the stairs once I step out of this door." Zhou Yi stared at him as if trying to determine the truth, then quickly went upstairs and came back down moments later, holding a military flashlight. Chapter 4. The neighborhood consisted of 6-story low-rise buildings with no elevators, requiring residents to climb the stairs. The motion-activated lights were not very reliable, sometimes, stomping your feet caused unbearable pain, but the light wouldn't even flicker. Even when they did flicker, the light seemed dim and yellowish. It was August, and there was no wind in the evening, making the heat unbearable. Wang Yuyang gripped the handrail, dragging his feet along the edges of the steps as he slowly descended. His vision had narrowed, making walking difficult. Even though Zhou Yi's flashlight was stronger and wider-ranging than a phone's flashlight, for him, this stairwell didn't feel like the one he walked through during the day. It felt entirely different, strange, as if it existed in two separate spaces. One was bright, the other blurry. While slowly descending, Wang Yuyang thought that his condition was severe and that he should quickly make an appointment at the hospital. Then he thought, probably it wouldn't help much anyway. The handrail was made of zinc steel, cold and cool to the touch, and Wang Yuyang's sweaty palms left damp handprints wherever he grasped. Zhou Yi walked beside him, shining the flashlight down the steps below. Neither spoke. When Wang Yuyang reached the first floor, just before he could sigh in relief, a cat's meow suddenly came from the dark areas not lit by the flashlight beam, causing him to lose his footing. He lost balance and began to fall downward. A hand pulled him back up with ease. Leaning against the handrail, Wang Yuyang was still shaken, muttering, "Damn, almost scared to death." Zhou Yi released the hand gripping Wang Yuyang and continued down the stairs, standing on the first floor while shining the flashlight upward to illuminate several levels of stairs beneath him. Wang Yuyang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Give me the flashlight." Zhou Yi was about to toss it to him. Wang Yuyang quickly stopped him. "I can't see clearly, I won't be able to catch it." Zhou Yi paused. Wang Yuyang exhaled. "Pass it to me. Don't throw it." Standing in place, Zhou Yi looked at the man on the stairs and said quietly, "It's just a few floors, keep going." Wang Yuyang. After a minute or two of standoff, Wang Yuyang slowly descended the steps with a sullen expression. As if not noticing his bad mood, Zhou Yi handed over the flashlight and said, "Take it. I'll go call a cab." With that, he walked away quickly. Wang Yuyang rubbed his temples which throbbed painfully, calming himself after being irritated by the young man, and shone the flashlight toward the entrance of the neighborhood. Around 9:30, Wang Yuyang was led by Zhou Yi to Xining Street, a notorious gathering place for people from all walks of life in S City, a place where various desires are openly indulged in, known far and wide as Decadent Street. The street at night was bathed in neon lights, its glow hazy, with an air of disorder everywhere. It seemed like all the idle people of S City had gathered here, creating various odors. Wang Yuyang had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, which made this place tough for him to endure. His brows furrowed tightly, and he carefully moved forward under strange glances from passers-by, constantly shining the flashlight, wary of bumping into something. Not long after, Zhou Yi guided Wang Yuyang to the back of Decadent Street and stopped in front of a residential building similar to a tube house. Wang Yuyang held the flashlight upward and noticed that the building looked rather old. Pat-a-tat. Zhou Yi clicked his lighter and lit a cigarette, looking down and saying, "Don't look around." "I'm not here for a spring outing," Wang Yuyang replied as he turned off the flashlight. Instantly losing the light, his vision turned into dark blobs. He turned the flashlight back on. "Is it okay to leave it on?" Zhou Yi said it was fine and took a puff of his cigarette. "Follow me." Saying nothing more, he went inside. Wang Yuyang followed Zhou Yi into the building and climbed higher floor by floor until reaching the 4th level. The corridor was long and cramped, with rooms on both sides resembling dormitories. As Wang Yuyang proceeded further inside, he noticed increasing varieties of smells, public toilets, makeshift kitchens along the hallway with pans and utensils haphazardly arranged, walls cluttered with bags full of grease. There were no cameras, no motion-activated lights, only large areas of darkness. The air was thick and stifling, saturated with the bitterness of struggle and exhaustion. Zhou Yi, ahead, came to a halt. Wang Yuyang bumped into his back, his flashlight beam striking it. Without flinching, Zhou Yi worked on the door lock for a bit, then opened it. Wang Yuyang entered immediately. He shone the flashlight around. The room was about 10 square meters, and the female owner appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, flamboyant, and hadn't returned home for at least 3 months. Zhou Yi closed the curtains and turned on the light, leaning against the wall and smoking. Wang Yuyang said, "Extinguish that cigarette, don't interfere with me." This time, Zhou Yi complied promptly and extinguished the cigarette. Although the room was lit, there were still quite dim corners. Wang Yuyang shone the flashlight around, commenting, "This flashlight works pretty well." Zhou Yi said, "It's yours from now on." Wang Yuyang glanced at the young man and chuckled, "You've got a sharp mind, good job." Zhou Yi remained expressionless. Wang Yuyang walked around the room for a bit, then turned off both the light and the flashlight, closed his eyes, and after a moment reopened them and turned both back on. He stated matter-of-factly, "You've been here today." Zhou Yi gave no response. Wang Yuyang continued, "There's a frivolous perfume scent in the room. While you carried many smells on your body when you left, this particular one wasn't among them, which means someone came in after you left and stayed for a while. Moreover, she probably left just recently, most likely went down the other staircase. The side we came up had no such scent of perfume." Zhou Yi suddenly looked up. Wang Yuyang pointed toward several simple small wardrobes in the corner, "The smell is strongest there." Following his gaze, Zhou Yi's deep, inscrutable eyes moved to the wardrobe but he made no move, lost in thought about something. Using only the sense as his guide, Wang Yuyang provided information without delving into reasoning or investigation, the latter of which he wasn't particularly skilled at. Walking around the room a few times, based on the strength of the smells, he judged, the person paused for a while in front of the wardrobes and then came to the bed. Not far from the bed, Zhou Yi squatted down and looked under it. Underneath was a bright red suitcase, a few pairs of high heels, and a cardboard box. Staying in that position, Zhou Yi continued looking under the bed, either not seeing anything specific or lost in thought. If Wang Yuyang hadn't confirmed earlier that he hadn't smelled any signs of corpse or blood, he might have thought there was a body hidden beneath. Sucking in his nose, Wang Yuyang said, "That's all." After a pause, Zhou Yi pulled his gaze away from under the bed, straightened up, and said, "Let's go." Wang Yuyang didn't ask anything unnecessary, not even about the relationship between the homeowner and Zhou Yi. Indifferent, he stopped near the door, turning his head to glance at a certain spot, moving the flashlight beam in that direction. Following his lead, Zhou Yi glanced in the same direction and saw a table filled with cosmetics. "What is it?" Wang Yuyang retracted his gaze, "We'll talk outside." When they came, they didn't encounter anyone, but leaving wasn't as lucky. On the third-floor corridor, a young couple clung against the wall playing around. The young girl breathlessly called out to the middle-aged man as "brother," who emitted a slick laugh as if on cloud nine. Before Wang Yuyang could react, Zhou Yi had already turned off the flashlight that he was holding, plunging Wang Yuyang's world into complete darkness. In a low voice, Zhou Yi said, "Wait until they're done before we leave." Feeling somewhat agitated, Wang Yuyang quietly peeled and ate some chocolate in the dark. Zhou Yi pretended not to hear the sounds. Before Wang Yuyang finished his piece of chocolate, the two people in the hallway had embraced into a room, accompanied by the sound of opening and closing the door, followed by earth-shaking movements inside. With chocolate swirling in his mouth, Wang Yuyang remarked, "The soundproofing in this building is truly terrible." Zhou Yi maintained an unperturbed demeanor, breathing steadily. Spurred by a sudden urge to tease him, Wang Yuyang asked, "What do you guys do during missions if a beauty tries to seduce you?" Caught off guard, Zhou Yi frowned, "During missions, we get injections." Wang Yuyang whistled softly, "I've never heard of that before." He toyed with a few buttons on the flashlight, rubbing with his fingertips some marks that seemed left over from intense fighting. Being a captain depends on respect and power. You've probably completed countless missions, gotten endless injections. Have you ever experienced any side effects? Zhou Yi's face darkened. "Why do you ask so many questions?" Curiosity, Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly. "So, are there any side effects?" Zhou Yi coldly retorted, "Even if there are, it's none of your business." "It's unrelated, indeed." The next second, Wang Yuyang asked, "Does getting that injection make you lose interest in women? Or men too?" Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched. Wang Yuyang's tone was casual. "If I'm not mistaken, in your group, there are only 2 Chinese, you, the leader, and a computer genius teenager. The rest are capable individuals from various countries, all male, brimming with youthful vigor. There are bound to be accidents, right? A lot of gay folks, I imagine." Finally, Zhou Yi's breathing wasn't steady anymore. Without a word, he began descending the stairs, his steps a bit disordered. Wang Yuyang laughed and shook his head. "How innocent." Downstairs, Zhou Yi smoked. When the man descended, he asked, "What did you want to say while you were in the room?" Wang Yuyang didn't answer directly but instead countered, "Don't you want to know how much I've looked into about you?" Zhou Yi's tone was cold and firm. "No, I don't. It's not much, just found out about your glorious war exploits and your tenacious vitality." Wang Yuyang patted the lime dust off his t-shirt and sighed regretfully, in the past 5 years, I've paid attention to you a few times. Each time, I was surprised by your growth. You were born to do that job, but you quietly left the army and returned to the country. Zhou Yi's voice was icy, do you take me for your pet? Wang Yuyang gave him a quick once-over, who would keep a vicious wolf as a pet? Waiting until it grows up and eats you. Zhou Yi was speechless. Wang Yuyang looked at the youth's changing expression, laughing heartily while shaking his shoulders. The veins on Zhou Yi's forehead popped up, are you done laughing? Wang Yuyang wiped the tears from laughing out of the corners of his eyes, looking at him with wet eyes, pitifully saying, Uncle hasn't laughed so happily in a long time. What's wrong with letting Uncle laugh a little more? Zhou Yi's expression was terrifying. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Wang Yuyang caught his breath a few times, the woman who went into that room after you was inexperienced, clumsy, had dirty hands and feet, and took 2 bottles of cosmetics when she left, probably the most expensive ones. Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang knew he had noticed the missing 2 bottles too. The homeowner had compulsively arranged the cosmetics so neatly, leaving the 2 empty spots obvious. The thief didn't even know to move the other items towards the center, it was very foolish. Zhou Yi smoked silently, his brows knitted together. Wang Yuyang played with the flashlight and said suddenly, the massage place you visited is nearby, right? Zhou Yi's hand holding the cigarette trembled, dropping a clump of ash on the ground. Wang Yuyang said, take me there. Chapter 5. The situation at the massage shop was largely similar to what Wang Yuyang had deduced through smell analysis. It was tiny, squeezed between a hair salon and a barbecue restaurant. The hygiene was an absolute mess, the trash can still held boiled plastic bags, and the screen on the wall displayed service fees from 50 to 100. A heavily made-up middle-aged woman sat on the sofa playing with her phone, and the place was permeated with the pungent smell of cheap perfume. Wang Yuyang stood by the curtain at the entrance, hesitant to step in. You asked me to bring you here, Zhou Yi said in a low voice. Now that I've brought you, you're just standing there like a door god. Wang Yuyang shot back in an even lower tone, from the smells on your body, I already know the quality level of this place. Asking you to bring me here was because I thought maybe you could provide some clues. You should be more sincere. You really are a heartless little thing. His words were barely finished when the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa came over with delight. She approached Zhou Yi and said, young man, is that you? Zhou Yi's expression remained emotionless. The middle-aged woman's enthusiasm was undiminished. You left last time without ordering a service. Why are you back now? And with someone else, your friend? Seeing the middle-aged woman looking at him, Wang Yuyang felt a cold sweat break out on his back. She smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling with fine lines. Young man, why are your cheeks so pale? There's no blood color in them at all. Are you cheat efficient? How about a medicinal bath? I'll give you a few massages. Wang Yuyang's mouth twitched helplessly. Old sister, I'm just over 30. She gave him a light punch on the chest and said teasingly, do you even understand romance? Wang Yuyang's scalp tingled. The middle-aged woman probably decided he didn't seem as scary as Zhou Yi, looked more refined and gentle, and started pulling him inside. But Zhou Yi grabbed the collar of Wang Yuyang's t-shirt and pulled him back close. Wang Yuyang took a deep breath, smiling at the middle-aged woman and said, old sister, don't grab so much. Let's check it out first. She threw a seductive glance at him. Don't call me old sister every time. Just call me when sister. Wang Yuyang involuntarily shivered, whispering to Zhou Yi, I've lived in S-City for almost 40 years, and this is the first time I knew there's such a corrupt street. It's my first time entering this kind of shop, and it's quite eye-opening. Zhou Yi glanced at him, his voice cold. Your life has never known poverty. Wang Yuyang hesitated for a moment, then laughed lightly, that's true. The itching sensation around Zhou Yi's ear made his whole side stiffen for a second before stepping away to create distance between himself and the man. The sooner the better, preferably within these 2 days. If not, I can't wait anymore. A middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam entered, walking while talking on the phone. Her other hand held a cigarette. She retained some elegance, reaching to take out a lighter from the small bag on her wrist, but stopped abruptly, turning her head toward Zhou Yi. Her eyes showed confusion, then turned to terror as if she'd seen a ghost. Sister, when picked up the lighter the woman had dropped and called out, a man. A man's face was ashen white, trembling, trying to speak but unable to produce any sound. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, realizing that this sister wasn't present when Zhou Yi had visited before. Her reaction implied a lot, consistent with his own deduction. But he didn't plan to ask Zhou Yi unless the latter offered the information voluntarily. Wang Yuyang whispered softly where only Zhou Yi could hear, she carries the same perfume scent. Women who have been to that house had contact with her that evening. Zhou Yi's peripheral vision swept over the man. Are you wondering why I think it isn't the same person? Wang Yuyang moved his lips slightly. As soon as she came in, I caught a strong bitter smell, quite unpleasant to me. She must be an old chain smoker, sticking to one brand, and that smell seeped into her skin. If she had been to that house, it would have left traces of cigarette smoke behind. And she doesn't seem unfamiliar with high society. While I'm not familiar with Chong Sam's, I've played with jade for many years. The jade bracelet on her wrist might not be top grade, but it's still valuable enough to buy several storefronts on this street. Zhou Yi massaged his fingers, showing no change in expression. Wang Yuyang said, I'll go home first. Seeing Zhou Yi look at him, he waved the flashlight, indicating he was fine. After the man left, Zhou Yi closed and locked the door. Wang Yuyang smirked faintly at the noise. This time, Zhou Yi would surely find out whatever he needed. He could temporarily rest assured knowing Zhou Yi was checking for internal spies. Finding live people was harder than finding corpses, they couldn't rush it. Wang Yuyang walked forward under the eaves of shop fronts, using the lamplight to make the dark area in his sight slightly smaller. He thought to himself that his sense of smell wasn't just sensitive, it was abnormal. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket started vibrating. Wang Yuyang fished it out and saw it was He Changjin. He stepped to the bottom of a streetlight and answered. He Changjin's unclear voice came through, Brother Wang, I just talked to old Lu and asked him to deliver me a batch of goods tomorrow morning. He said he hadn't received your call, aren't you going to set up your stall tomorrow? I am, Wang Yuyang replied, I'll let my younger brother contact old Lu later. He Changjin stopped munching on his radish, let him be in charge. Wang Yuyang gave a confirming hum, the stall is also managed by him. He Changjin sighed, Brother Wang, there's something I want to say, but you might not like hearing it. Wang Yuyang said, then don't say it. Still, I want to say it, I can't help myself, He Changjin said, younger brother Yi is only your adopted younger brother, not your real one. You brought him back, gave him a place to stay, and handed over the stall to him. Wang Yuyang smiled and said, lately, I've been feeling that my body isn't as strong as before, so I want him to give me a hand. So it is. Having someone help is good, He Changjin said, but I mean, no matter what, you need to keep an eye on things. Brother Wang, you're too kind-hearted, and it makes you vulnerable. Well, never mind, I won't say any more. He Changjin exclaimed, then I'll take better care of things tomorrow morning since Brother Yi is setting up the stall for the first time, he probably has a lot he doesn't understand. Wang Yuyang said, all right. After hanging up, Wang Yuyang scanned around. Faces passed in front of his eyes, all blurred. He was about to go up ahead to catch a taxi when, not walking far, a young and unfamiliar body suddenly loomed behind him and rudely pulled him into an alleyway. Everything happened so suddenly. It was pitch black in Wang Yuyang's line of vision, equivalent to closing his eyes. In the struggle, the military flashlight given to him by Zhou Yi was lost, so he quickly found his phone and turned its flashlight on. What came into view was a youthful face, with traces of naivety still left. The boy squatted on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his hair dyed purple, several ear studs gleaming in the darkness, looking both unruly and unrestrained. Uncle, are you gay? He teased after catching the scent of Wang Yuyang. Wang Yuyang smelled the strong alcohol aroma from him and asked, how old are you? The boy licked his lips, 19. Wang Yuyang illuminated the surroundings with his phone but didn't see the flashlight. Annoyed, he said, kid, when Uncle played, you weren't even born yet. The boy's eyes lit up brighter, then I really guessed right, you're an old gay man. Wang Yuyang. The boy moved closer, Uncle, I went to the bar tonight to have some fun but couldn't find any. Wang Yuyang said, then go home and do your homework. The boy laughed aloud, Uncle, you're so funny. Wang Yuyang leaned against the wall to get up, intending to look for the flashlight. That thing was practical and durable, and its brightness satisfied him greatly. It wasn't easy to find one like that. The boy tilted his head and said teasingly, Uncle, I've got plenty of strength and energy. Since you've got experience, how about we collaborate tonight? Recalling the way he'd been dragged in here, Wang Yuyang pointed his phone's light at the boy, asking, do you always act recklessly like this? Holy crap, stop shining it. It's so blinding. The boy pounced to grab the phone and switch off the flashlight. Wang Yuyang returned to total darkness, his brows furrowing, as he commanded, give me my phone. A hand appeared at the back of his neck, moving along his sweat-drenched nape and earlobe. In his ear was the breath filled with alcohol. Uncle, can't you see well? Wang Yuyang felt physically weak in this body with little strength. Leaning against the wall, he chuckled lightly, yes, kid, beware lest Uncle swindles you. Swindle away, the youth said excitedly, I've got loads of money. Swindle as much as you want. The boy mumbled, I don't usually pick people up on the streets, it's just that you, Uncle, look too tempting. Wang Yuyang rolled his eyes, kid, uncles only sleep with people. The boy paused for a moment, then laughed as if hearing the greatest joke in the world, mocking, Uncle, you're so entertaining. Haven't you looked in a mirror? With your frail figure and looks, who would even let you sleep with them? At most, you can talk big. Wang Yuyang remained silent in the impenetrable darkness, his face somber. The boy, reeking of alcohol, pressed closer, kissing and groping. Before Wang Yuyang could do anything, a series of footsteps echoed through the alley. As they drew near, he caught the familiar crisp scent. The youth, lost in lust, had no guard and was directly thrown against the wall with great force, losing consciousness. Wang Yuyang couldn't see, only hearing the commotion. He felt his whole body reacting instinctively with a bit of pain. Swallowing, he said, "My phone is in that kid's hands." Zhou Yi found it and turned on the flashlight, handing it over and saying, "Let's go." Wang Yuyang walked a few steps then turned back, shining the flashlight towards the unconscious youth on the ground. "What?" Zhou Yi smirked coldly, taken a fancy to him. Wang Yuyang didn't respond, squatting halfway to look at the youth's face. The flashlight illuminated inch by inch, giving Wang Yuyang a feeling of familiarity, as if he had seen this somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. After being reborn, his memory had deteriorated significantly. Out of the alley, Wang Yuyang asked, "How did you find me?" Zhou Yi reverted to his usual aloofness. "If you were dead, who would I get that thing from?" "That's true," Wang Yuyang recalled something. "I lost the flashlight." Zhou Yi said, "If it's lost, let it be." Wang Yuyang stopped his steps. "No, help me look for it." Zhou Yi tilted his head. "Just a flashlight, what has Shen ever not seen that he now treasures so much?" "Right," Wang Yuyang squinted at the surroundings. "Now I treasure it." Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment. "Where did you lose it?" Wang Yuyang pointed with the flashlight on his phone towards a direction. "Over there probably, I'm not sure, look around." Zhou Yi walked toward the direction Wang Yuyang pointed out. It wasn't long before Wang Yuyang could no longer see the young man's figure. He looked left and right and entered the nearby small supermarket. When Zhou Yi found him again, he was watching TV with the shopkeeper. Wang Yuyang didn't move his gaze from the screen. "I haven't watched TV for a long time." Zhou Yi didn't respond. Wang Yuyang glanced at the handed-over flashlight without asking how it was found, just taking it in hand and saying, "That lead actor inside, when he first started out, he followed me around and was really good at mimicking cat meows, quite cute." Zhou Yi went straight out without further comment. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly and leisurely followed behind. "I remember last year during the Y-City incident, you used a sniper rifle, 1 shot per target, all headshots. Do you always use that for missions?" Zhou Yi replied without turning around, "Depends on the situation." Wang Yuyang casually asked, "What do you use for close combat?" "Just bare hands." Zhou Yi paused, turning to glare down at the man. "Why are you asking these things?" Wang Yuyang wore a gentle expression. "Why be so guarded? Uncle has told you countless secrets already." Zhou Yi hesitated a moment, raising a hand and pointing to a black circle on his wrist. "This." Once spoken, he somehow managed to expose a glint of cold light within the black circle. Wang Yuyang stared at the exposed blade edge, dumbfounded for a long while, then cursed pale-faced, "I thought it was just a piece of jewelry." Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang squinted at Zhou Yi's black band, subconsciously touching the artery in his neck. "Did you see the news? My arteries were cut open and bled dry, lying on the sofa some distance from the door, resting. That assassin came in and killed me so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to do it. The gun was right beside my hand in the drawer, yet I didn't have time to grab it, nor could I clearly see his face or recognize what weapon he used." Zhou Yi frowned, staying silent. Wang Yuyang didn't shine the flashlight. The blade emitted a cold brilliance in the darkness. Every hair on his neck stood on end. "Is this thing more effective than a gun? More portable?" Seeing the man's hand reach out as if to touch, Zhou Yi warned quietly, "Very sharp, even brushing against it could sever your finger." Wang Yuyang's hand trembled. The aftermath of having his throat slashed was quite severe, reliving it nightly in his dreams. Rubbing his face, tomorrow was his funeral. Not just Nan and Yuer, the entire Shen family and those in the business circle would attend. There'd be media coverage, perhaps among their faces something suspicious might be found. Zhou Yi moved his fingers, retracting the blade back into the black bracelet. "This thing is very common in the assassin world, it can't serve as a clue. However, not many people possess the level of skill you described. I will investigate." Wang Yuyang glanced at Zhou Yi's bracelet, estimating it must operate via a fingerprint switch. Zhou Yi said, "Let's send you home first." Wang Yuyang snapped back to reality. "Will that sister at the massage parlor leave?" Zhou Yi walked toward the roadside. "She won't." Wang Yuyang stopped asking further questions. Zhou Yi pointed out, "That is the biggest gay bar on this street, inside it's chaotic." Wang Yuyang shone the flashlight to realize it was where the boy had dragged him away from, not far from the same bar. "Your body is weak in every aspect now, you're only fit to be dominated," Zhou Yi said bluntly. "Don't come around here in the future, preferably don't even get close, stay far away. There are plenty of people who want to dominate me, but none will succeed." Wang Yuyang faintly saw red neon letters flashing above the bar entrance, G-Bar. What an extraordinary name indeed. Chapter 6. The next day, around noon, Wang Yu was woken up by a knock on the door. He opened the door with a gloomy expression on his face. "Wow, Brother Wang, are you still sleeping?" He Changjin shouted as he walked in. "The sun has already dried our butts." Wang Yu lay down on the sofa. "I'm really convinced today." He Changjin put 2 bottles of Plum Garden from the bag into the fridge, and then walked to the sofa shouting, "Brother Wang, did you hear what I said? I said I'm really convinced." Wang Yu slowly raised his head from the crook of his arm, looking gloomy. He Changjin swallowed hard. Sir, just sleep your way. Wang Yu just lay back down and immediately sat back up. He beckoned him over. Changjin, come closer. He Changjin nervously backed away laughing. Brother Wang. What is this for? I won't hit you. Wang Yu said, come over. You promised, said he Changjin, men should be men, we must keep our promises. Oh damn, brother Wang. He Changjin braced his hands against the sofa and leaned back cautiously. We're both men. Isn't it inappropriate to get this close? Wang Yu let go of the collar of the t-shirt he had been holding. You smell bad. It smelled like fish. How could his clothes not have been washed? What? He Changjin buried his head under his armpit and sniffed. I don't smell anything. He sniffed again after checking both sides. Where's the smell? I didn't sweat much in the morning. Wang Yu got up, combed his messy hair, stuck his fingers into it, casually smoothed it out a few times, and then tied it up with a rubber band before going to brush his teeth in the bathroom lazily. He Changjin edged closer and laughed. Brother Wang, you mean manliness? Wang Yu squeezed toothpaste. You haven't even grown hair fully yet, do you dream of having manliness? He Changjin pulled at a small clump of hair Wang Yu had tied at the back of his head. Brother Wang, I've found that since I came back from my hometown, you've changed a lot. Wang Yu continued brushing his teeth unfazed, speaking indistinctly. What? He Changjin pushed up the glasses sliding down his nose. Exactly, you've changed. Before, everything you did was very rigid. I told you multiple times not to be so uptight. There's nothing much at home and you spend all day tidying, organizing, how tiring. Now you never tidy up, tossing food, clothes, things around without putting them away, exactly like a high-ranking official. You've gone from one extreme to another. He said bewilderedly. Brother Wang, have you suffered some sort of blow? Wang Yu bent down to wash his face. Towel. He Changjin unconsciously handed it to him. Wang Yu wiped his face with it. Last Saturday night, I had a dream. Curious, He Changjin asked, what did you dream about? Wang Yu said, I dreamed about dying. Blinking, He Changjin asked, so what? Wang Yu threw the towel back onto the rack and sighed. After waking up, I suddenly saw things clearly and decided to live differently in the second half of my life. Now, I'm trying to change my old habits and start anew. He Changjin twisted his mind not only slightly but significantly, to have an epiphany simply because of dreaming about your own death. How have I never understood it? Wang Yu raised his eyelids slightly and looked through the mirror at the slender youth behind him. Have you dreamed about dying? He Changjin said, yes, all kinds of ways to die. Wang Yu responded with an oh, and cryptically said, then maybe your opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Mouthing quietly, He Changjin mumbled, sounds real enough. The sun was blazing hot. After switching off the air conditioning, they felt like a drowned dog. Wang Yu gathered the clothes in the living room and bedroom and shoved them into the washing machine. His brain stalled for several seconds, forgetting where he was, who he was, or what he needed to do. It wasn't until He Changjin called out from the balcony that his brain resumed working. He opened the cabinet next to it to find detergent, fumbling to operate the washing machine. One day, he actually had to personally use this thing. Life truly is strange. Brother Wang, shall we go eat? He Changjin, munching on an ice cream stick, said nonsensically, ah yes, previously when I said I was really convinced, do you know why? It's your younger brother, Elder E. He's truly impressive. First time operating a stand, and he managed all by himself, looking very relaxed, not even needing me to watch over him. Wang Yu went back into the room and found the accounts book he had handed over to Zhou Yi last night lying on the table. He wondered when that child had returned it, furrowing his brows. How deeply had he slept? A slurping sound echoed from the doorway, pulling Wang Yu's wandering thoughts back. He tossed the account book into the drawer. Let's go out to eat. Finished speaking, he said, you go to the kitchen and find a bag, take all the popsicles in the fridge and bring them back first. I'll wait for you at the gate of the community. He Changjin shouted loudly, not likely, Brother Wang, are you trying to kill me? Wang Yu looked at his reaction and had a bad premonition. My rented place doesn't have a fridge, otherwise why would I buy them and put them here? He Changjin pouted resentfully, you suddenly asking me to bring them back is like letting me watch them melt. Brother Wang, we don't do things this way. Wang Yu massaged his temples, feeling lost without the original owner's memories, every step seemed fraught with pitfalls. He Changjin was about to complain further but was interrupted by Wang Yu, let's go eat. Wang Yu called Zhou Yi and asked where he was. Zhou Yi said he was in City L. Wang Yu paused as he descended the stairs, he went out of town, huh? He said, now I'm going to eat out with Changjin. Since you can't come back, we'll go next time as 3 of us. Eating out? Zhou Yi asked on the phone, I suggest you just cook some noodles at home. You're gonna regret it so much after you leave that you'll want to slap yourself. Wang Yu thought to himself, cooking noodles. As if I know how. It seemed Zhou Yi could read his thoughts, can't cook noodles. Can you at least make instant noodles? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, instant noodles. Zhou Yi's voice became low, don't tell me you can't even make instant noodles. I've never eaten them, Wang Yu said lazily with a smile. How do you cook them? Just throw them in water. Zhou Yi. Wang Yu slowly went down the stairs. What flavor is it? Is it good? Or maybe you can recommend one to me. On the other side came the beep sound of a disconnected call. Wang Yu shoved his phone into his pocket and found He Changjin looking at him strangely. He made a questioning sound from his nose. Huh. He Changjin took off his glasses, wiped the lenses casually with his t-shirt. Brother Wang, you buy instant noodles by the box, yet you can't cook them? Are you teasing Brother Yi? Wang Yu chuckled lightly. Yeah, teasing him, though not exactly. When he was young, his body wasn't well, sensitive to cold or heat, his digestive system very fragile with lots of people around taking care of him. Over time, his intestines and stomach became delicate, and he was very cautious about his diet. Instant noodles were something he'd only heard about, not tasted. Now that his body had changed, it was time to try something new. At the restaurant, Wang Yu fully grasped the meaning of Zhou Yi's words. He really did regret coming here and wished he'd stayed home eating chocolate and fruit instead. He Changjin handed over a menu covered in oil stains. Brother Wang, you order. Wang Yu unconsciously reached into his pocket. There definitely wouldn't be a handkerchief, so he kept his hands in his pockets. You order. He Changjin said, you order. Wang Yu wiped the dirt off the table in front of him with several tissues. If I ask you to order, then order. My treat. He Changjin grinned widely. Then I won't hesitate. Wang Yu sat in the messy restaurant, feeling slightly suffocated. Next to them, a group of 5 or 6 men and women were talking and eating. Snatches of their conversation floated into Wang Yu's ears, making him momentarily pause while pouring tea. The big boss of the Shen family is being buried today. We don't know how many celebrities from the entertainment industry will attend. There haven't been any reports yet, everyone's waiting for the paparazzi to leak news. They wouldn't dare to show up, right? If someone does, that means they've had connections with him. So what? Who dares to offend the Shen family? Besides, the artists under Xingting must attend, the boss has passed away, how could they not show up? With that big boss gone, now the collateral branches of the Shen family are creating chaos, tearing each other apart, wanting to become the head of the family. Definitely internal strife, they might fall soon. Falling or not falling doesn't matter to us. I just want some drama. Let's see in the afternoon. I'm afraid my favorite idol appears at the funeral. Your idol is hardcore tough type, he wouldn't care about attending, might hurt his teeth chomping on something bad. That makes sense. Sister Xin, your godlike idol is a cute fresh meat, which could be dangerous. Oh please, my idol relies on actual talent. Even with talent, one needs opportunities. The actor crowned Best Actor last year, how many awards has he won since entering the business? Dare you say he has no talent? Yet, in the end, didn't he still end up crawling under that big boss? Don't mention that. Ruined the friendship. A few men noticed the 2 girls about to quarrel and quickly jumped in to calm them down, switching topics. Heard the neck of that big boss was almost cut through, blood splattered all over the study. What a terrible death. Death in his own villa, clearly enemies spent heavy money hiring top-tier assassins and also had inside help from traitors within. It's possible there wasn't just one insider. The men watching saw the 2 girls about to start arguing and quickly tried to calm them down with chatter, turning to a different topic. That big shot was only 37 years old, and so handsome. What a pity. What's there to pity? He enjoyed himself for 37 years, indulging in all kinds of pleasures that life could offer. You'd be miserable if you lived to be 100. Feel sorry for yourself, not him. Shut up. Tisk, when he was alive, he ruled with an iron fist, one stamp of his foot and the entire city trembled. Now even his death has caused such a commotion. That's why he's called a big shot. Isn't Gay allowed to have surrogate children? Why didn't he leave any heirs? Now that he's dead, everything he built is going to someone else. Who knows? We're just ordinary people, we can't comprehend the world of big shots. There's this singer who seems to be part of the big shots inner circle. Recently on Weibo, he's been ranting like a madman, saying he's about to expose some big secrets. I bet many in the entertainment industry are worried sick. Have you been following it? Wang Yu continued pouring tea, filling the cup but not drinking from it, just absently caressing the glass. He Changjin had overheard all of that, and said quietly, Brother Wang, do you know about the second master? Wang Yu replied, I've seen news about him. He's the most beautiful of all the big shots, with tons of scandals on Weibo. He Changjin scratched his head. By the way, scandal means. Wang Yu cut him off, I know. Wow, Brother Wang, I thought you wouldn't understand this kind of slang. He Changjin sighed wistfully. Thank goodness the second master is gay, or I'd be worried my goddess might get dragged into some dirty gossip. Both the business world and the entertainment industry are in chaos now, all because of him. Wang Yu chuckled softly, it's just business management. He Changjin didn't quite catch it, what? Wang Yu asked instead, do you want some tea? No thanks, I'm saving room for food. He Changjin went on chatting about the assassination for a bit, then clicked his tongue and said, Brother Wang, isn't it strange? Isn't Shin the only child? So why does everyone call him the second master? He has an elder brother, Wang Yu said, leaning his head on one hand. They were kidnapped as kids. The family managed to rescue the older brother first, but halfway through their escape, there was an accident and everyone on the vehicle died. He Changjin shivered at the story. A few seconds later, he came back to reality and asked curiously, Brother Wang, how did you know this? I read insider accounts. Wang Yu got up, saying, I'm going outside for a cigarette. He Changjin called out, come back soon, the dishes will get cold and won't taste good anymore. Wang Yu waved lazily in response. Chapter 7. City S was large. Wang Yuyang had spent his previous decades only in high society, and this life he came to the underclass, where everything had changed. Habits and personalities are deeply rooted things. Just because of being reborn and changing an identity doesn't mean that those two aspects will follow suit and change as well. It's not that simple. Whether it be the disorganized little restaurant at the back or those people laughing and talking freely, all were challenging Wang Yuyang's patience and self-restraint, evoking nothing but negative emotions. Before losing control, running out to smoke was the only reasonable action he could take with his current identity. Wang Yuyang stood by the roadside puffing away at a cigarette. Not long after, the top of his head felt extremely hot, and his pale, thin face had turned red from the sun. He flicked a bit of ash onto the ground before turning back toward the restaurant. The dishes on the table had too much chicken essence and other seasonings, all tasting alike. After eating one bite of each dish, Wang Yuyang stopped eating altogether. He Changjin, with his mouth full of food, said indistinctly, Big Brother Wang, do you think you're the emperor? Leaning against the chair back, Wang Yuyang replied, my stomach feels a little off. Why didn't you say so earlier? The store has non-spicy options. He Changjin swallowed his food, pushed up his glasses and said, then eat the steamed egg, it's very light. Using a spoon, Wang Yuyang scooped some steamed egg into his bowl and tasted a bit. The texture of the egg was smooth and tender, but the shrimp inside wasn't good. Wang Yuyang observed the opposing He Changjin. Up until now, he was the only one actively circling around the life of the original host. They were quite close, making it very convenient for him to act if necessary. If it were He Changjin who killed the original host, upon seeing the deceased person come back to life, there would certainly be shock and even fear. There's no way it would be flawless. Apparently, it wasn't him. If not him, then who? In recent days, no other individuals had appeared. A flash of deep contemplation crossed Wang Yuyang's eyes. It seemed that when Zhou Yi started his stall, he'd need to find a time to go along and observe the reactions of the other vendors. On the premise that he could wake up early, getting up at 4 or 5 o'clock was truly killing him. After having eaten, He Changjin went downtown to shop while Wang Yuyang returned home and closed the door to look at his own funeral report. All media and entertainment circle people were throwing out misleading information to ride the wave of his death without any substantial material, which was both unexpected and expected for him. Who suppressed the truth? And Nan. Wang Yuyang collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep unintentionally. In a hazy state, he felt someone watching him. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, meeting a dark gaze. When did you get back? The icy demeanor in Wang Yuyang's eyes dissipated. Zhou Yi looked down on the man from above, half an hour ago. Wang Yuyang yawned, then why didn't you wake me up? I was seeing when you'd realize my presence. Zhou Yi remarked calmly, your alertness is too poor. Wang Yuyang massaged his temples, it's not about poor alertness. Either I can't sleep, or once I do fall asleep, I'll sleep soundly. How to put it, it feels like something is pressing down on my consciousness. Waking up requires struggle, or a certain opportunity, hard to explain. He glanced at the youth and found that he listened as though he hadn't heard anything, his eyes flashing momentarily, you don't seem surprised at all. Zhou Yi responded, you're someone who's died once, any situation happening to you is normal. Even if you suddenly told me you've turned into a woman, I wouldn't think there's any problem. Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi pulled out something from his pocket and threw it at him, take it. Wang Yuyang saw that it was a USB drive, is there video from the funeral inside? Zhou Yi, yes. Wang Yuyang sat up, how did you manage to get it? That's none of your business. Zhou Yi walked towards the kitchen. Wang Yuyang shouted to him, are you going to cook? Give me some. Zhou Yi paid no attention. Wang Yuyang grabbed the USB drive and slipped it into his pocket, heading to the kitchen entrance to watch Zhou Yi boil water, are you cooking noodles? Zhou Yi opened the second cabinet and took out a package of angel hair pasta. Wang Yuyang leaned against the doorframe, when did you buy it? I didn't know. Zhou Yi made no response, standing before the counter peeling garlic cloves and crushing them into the soup bowl, continuing to prepare the seasoning with practiced efficiency. Wang Yuyang stepped in, leaning his back against the sink and facing the youth, smiling and saying, don't ignore your uncle. For mercenaries like you, what's the most basic skill, adaptability or survival capability? I see you excel at both. Whatever you do, you're good at it. Zhou Yi turned his head, hungry. Wang Yuyang, yeah. Zhou Yi smirked lightly, handle it yourself. How can your benefactor be treated so coldly? Wang Yuyang leaned his head closer as he watched Zhou Yi take the pot, saying lazily, if you had been a pampered young master for decades, used to living in luxury, your current state wouldn't be much better than mine either. Uncle is having a hard time adapting, help me out and I'll remember your kindness. Zhou Yi put noodles into the pot and spoke after a while, watch. Wang Yuyang, huh? What? Watch how I cook the noodles, Zhou Yi smirked coldly, you don't want to just eat without contributing, right? Do you expect me to support you forever? Smelling the aroma of the noodles, Wang Yuyang's mood improved, and there was no trace of anger on his face. He teased, your saliva is bouncing into the pot, let's boil it longer to kill the germs. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang observed Zhou Yi cooking noodles, standing beside him the whole time. His mind went blank, only aware of how fragrant the noodles were. When he came back to himself, Zhou Yi had already taken a bowl of noodles away. He set the remaining one down in the living room, pulled a chair over, and sat down. We'll watch the video together later. At the same moment, Zhou Yi also spoke, you wash the dishes later. Wang Yuyang replied, food should be enjoyed quietly, eat the noodles and stop talking. Zhou Yi took a sip of the soup, and you wash the pot. Wang Yuyang slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a pa sound, his face darkening. A minute or two later, he laughed, all right then. Zhou Yi glanced at him, his expression strange. Leaning forward slightly, Wang Yuyang smiled lightly, what? Not angry makes you disappointed. Want me to hit you? A vein popped on Zhou Yi's forehead, talking to you gives me liver pain. With that, he carried his bowl to the couch and began eating there. Wang Yuyang decided to eat the noodles first to fill his stomach, temporarily pushing aside thoughts of washing dishes. Scooping up some noodles, he blew on them before putting them in his mouth, the taste exceeded his expectations. Never would he have thought that the captain of a mercenary team could cook so well. Outwardly, a razor-sharp blade, an unerring sharpshooter. Inwardly, a model wife and mother. So capable. After finishing the last bite of noodles, feeling completely satisfied, all the shadows lifted from Wang Yuyang's face. He squatted down in front of the young man with a gentle smile, Xiao Yi, uncle wants to discuss something with you. Zhou Yi's eye twitched violently, no way. Wang Yuyang sighed, uncle hasn't even said what it is yet, and you're refusing, that's disappointing. Anyway, it's not happening, Zhou Yi's tone was cold and firm, don't even think about it. Pointing to this child who could cook him meals, Wang Yuyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, encouragingly, we should help each other. What can you do to help me? Zhou Yi mocked him, apart from making money and enjoying life, you know nothing else. You're an idiot when it comes to real life. Wang Yuyang chuckled instead of getting angry, patting the young man's hair, don't say that, making money and enjoying life is also a skill. Zhou Yi stiffened, his facial expression terrifying, do not touch me ever again. Wang Yuyang found his reaction adorable, not even patting your head. Zhou Yi frowned deeply, no. Okay, Wang Yuyang stood up, leaning close and blowing a breath into his ear, pure little virgin. Chapter 8. Wang Yuyang was rummaging through the drawers in the kitchen. Zhou Yi asked him what he was looking for. Gloves. Wang Yuyang closed a drawer and opened another one, there should be something like that, right? Have you ever seen them? Zhou Yi asked, what do you need gloves for? Wang Yuyang said, to wash dishes. Zhou Yi disdainfully said, are you really going to wear gloves just to wash 2 bowls as a man? Wang Yuyang leisurely replied, I've lived for several decades, but I have never washed dishes before. I don't want my hands directly touching greasy water. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Zhou Yi slightly curled his thin lips, have you forgotten who you are now? Wang Yuyang suddenly paused in his action of flipping through the drawers, I really did forget. He glanced at his hand gripping the drawer, pale skin, slender fingers evenly shaped, overall still not bad, yet far from meticulously maintained. These hands had done countless housework, washed countless dishes, no need for gloves. Zhou Yi frowned, are you being overly delicate? You're really. Wang Yuyang pushed the drawer back, stood up and turned his head, raising his hand to pat the young man's face. Before he touched it, his hand was grabbed. He patted the young man's arm with his other hand. Do you know you always look like, come and tame me, cutely? Zhou Yi's voice was icy cold, what did you say? I said you're cute, Wang Yuyang laughed, uncle has a lot on his plate now, no time to play around. If one day I go crazy, maybe I'll really have the intention to tame you, then you won't be a wolf anymore, you can only be a dog. As soon as these words were spoken, an intense pain surged through his wrist. Wang Yuyang hissed and helplessly shook his head, if you don't want to be a dog, don't be so mischievous. Zhou Yi's thumb and index finger pressed against 2 pressure points on the man's wrist as he looked down at his ashen face and mocked, do you still not understand your current situation? I'm clear. The hand held by Wang Yuyang couldn't muster any strength, making his whole body somewhat exhausted. He leaned on the youth and sighed while drawing out his voice, uncle has only you now. Zhou Yi shoved away the man as if scalded by hot oil and went out with a pale face. Wang Yuyang leaned against the counter, eyes downcast, massaging his numbing wrist. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes which slowly transformed into relief. Although the child was dangerous, he was unusually pure in one aspect, easy to provoke. Otherwise he would be hard to deal with. He glanced at the bowls and chopsticks in the sink, and the water floating with a layer of oil flowers. He pulled up the corners of his mouth and shouted towards the living room, "Xiao-yi-ah." The response was the sound of hurried footsteps climbing upstairs. Wang Yuyang supported his forehead, seemingly left with no choice but to wash the dishes himself. Zhou Yi lay in bed smoking. He carelessly took a puff and exhaled a cloud of smoke towards the ceiling, half closing his eyes, lost in thought. Not long after, a call came from downstairs, "Xiao Yi, come down." Zhou Yi clenched the cigarette but between his teeth and did not respond. The call rang out again from downstairs, "Shall uncle come up and get you?" Zhou Yi choked on the cigarette smoke and jumped off the bed, stomped downstairs while biting the cigarette, disdainfully saying, "Don't use the identity of an elder on me." Wang Yuyang had a piece of chocolate in his mouth, speaking vaguely, "I'm more than 10 years older than you." Zhou Yi reminded, "You're only 32 now." Wang Yuyang shrugged, "But still 8 years older than you." Zhou Yi scoffed, "Only 8 years older." Wang Yuyang acted very perfunctory, all right, I understand, if you don't want me to treat you as a kid, I'll try not to." Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang ignored the stormy expression on the young man's face, lightly said, "Let's go into my room and watch the video of my burial. If we can find a clue, we will have some work tonight." For a mercenary, the second requirement is survival ability, and the first is restraint, calmness, and cold-bloodedness anytime, anywhere, which came into play now but wasn't ideal. Zhou Yi coldly turned around, walking towards the door without looking back, "Watch it yourself." Wang Yuyang picked another piece of chocolate from the coffee table and put it into his mouth indifferently, "Do you still want that thing?" Zhou Yi's figure abruptly froze. Immediately afterwards, he strode over to the man and with one hand, seized his collar, lifting him up and pinning him against the wall. Wang Yuyang met the youth's bloodthirsty gaze and murderous intent, "What's wrong?" "Huh?" Zhou Yi pronounced each word clearly, "Shen. Bai. You." "The name is wrong." Wang Yuyang's face showed a smile, but there was none in his eyes, "Won't make that mistake again." Zhou Yi brought the cigarette wedged between his fingers to his mouth, taking a drag. He fixed his gaze on the man through the swirling haze of smoke. Wang Yuyang felt as if he had been targeted by a ferocious tiger, and the taste of being utterly unable to fight back was anything but pleasant. He pressed on the young man's hand that was gripping his collar, "Let me down first." Zhou Yi leaned closer, "I really can't figure out why you came after me." Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, "This question was answered long ago when I went to the construction site to find you." Zhou Yi looked straight into the man's eyes, "Did it?" Wang Yuyang smiled gently, "Yes, it did." Zhou Yi frowned, "Are you playing games with me?" Wang Yuyang said, "Feel free to think what you want." Zhou Yi's shadowy gaze lingered on the man's face. With his body suspended in the air and his neck hurting from the tight collar, Wang Yuyang coughed a few times, "Whatever we do, there is always a purpose behind it pushing us forward. If you help me, your purpose can be the thing you've been searching for, or paying back a favor, or even your curiosity about how I could have reincarnated so strangely. To me, as long as I carry something you want, anything goes." Zhou Yi showed no expression on his face, "Does anything go, huh?" "Yes, anything," Wang Yuyang softly coaxed, "Now would you please let uncle down? It hurts here and there." He pointed to his neck, then to his clavicle. Zhou Yi stared coldly at him, "What did you just say?" Wang Yuyang's face twitched, this kid was quite persistent. He pinched the bridge of his nose, "If I don't treat you like a child, I'll remember that. From now on, call me brother, like Chang Jin does." Zhou Yi glanced upward, "Why should I be the same as him?" Wang Yuyang. He adopted a patient manner, "Then what do you want?" Zhou Yi stated rigidly, "Not decided yet." Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi seemed belatedly aware of how childish his behavior was. His face alternated between pallor and anger, making it quite a show. In Wang Yuyang's room stood a computer, apparently fairly old. After waking up, Wang Yuyang hadn't turned it on once until this moment. When the screen lit up, it was pitch black. Zhou Yi crushed the cigarette butt and tossed it into the trash can, "Move aside." Wang Yuyang gave up his chair and stood by, saying, "You know how to fix computers too." Squatting down, Zhou Yi pulled the data cable off the back of the host unit, noticing that the man had bent down behind him, his breathing overhead. The corners of Zhou Yi's lips flattened slightly, "Stay away from me." Wang Yuyang chuckled as he massaged his temples, "Back in the day, with such a temper, I would have already whipped you." He lay down on the bed, "Call me when you're done." Turning around, Zhou Yi saw that the man had fallen asleep. He scowled, "Is he sleeping again? Like a pig?" Suddenly, the sleeping Wang Yuyang spoke, "Don't curse inside your head." Zhou Yi's face grew darker, "Who's cursing?" Wang Yuyang opened his eyes, "Stop trying to argue." Zhou Yi's temple began to throb. He thought to himself, "I'll just take the host out." Chapter 9. Wang Yuyang thought the computer would take some time to repair, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yi returned after moving out for only a couple of minutes. He yawned, "Is there anything you don't know how to do?" Zhou Yi faced away from him and typed on the keyboard, ignoring his words coldly, "Don't bother me." Wang Yuyang. Done. Zhou Yi stopped typing, turned around, and saw the man propping his head with one hand while the other reached into the hair that had loosened at an unknown time, absent-mindedly playing with it. His eyelids were half lowered, lazily like an aristocratic old cat. He gasped inwardly, "What are you doing?" Wang Yuyang let out a sound from his nose, "Just messing with my hair." Zhou Yi's jawline tightened, "Are you really just messing with your hair?" Wang Yuyang smirked slightly, "Yes." Zhou Yi looked away as if in pain, tapped twice on the desk, "Are you still watching?" "Isn't that nonsense?" Wang Yuyang stood up and walked to the bed, sitting cross-legged. "Start." Zhou Yi clicked on the video recording. The screen showed a solemn memorial hall mainly decorated with white flowers, walls covered with wreaths. The camera panned over all the flower stands arranged around the hall, and Wang Yuyang's gaze moved along with it. There were very few familiar ones, most were likely individuals or representatives of forces that he may have encountered before, or may not have. All the flower stands in the memorial hall were sent by big shots in politics and business, artists from Xingting Film Company, and other so-called drinking and party friends whose stands couldn't be placed inside and were left outside. The multitude of flower stands inside and out revealed the deceased person's prominent identity and status, shaping an atmosphere of sorrow. There was also a lesson: in this world, regardless of who you are, no one escapes life, aging, illness, death, or unexpected accidents. The camera kept scanning, and Wang Yuyang's eyes continued to wander until the portrait hanging above the morning table suddenly caught his vision. He looked calmly at that face, specifically the face of himself when he was around 20, before indulging in pleasures. Back then, he had just succeeded in taking over the family head position. Due to looking more feminine, his features tending toward delicate beauty, he avoided smiling to maintain authority. In the portrait, his face was stern, chin slightly raised, lips pursed tightly together. He was young, arrogant, and full of ambition. Wang Yuyang couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He heard Zhou Yi's voice behind him, "You, when you were young." Wang Yuyang turned around, "What?" "Nothing." Zhou Yi took out a pack of cigarettes, flicked one between his lips, leaned back against the chair, and closed his eyes slightly. 1 second passed, then 2 seconds, then 5. The lens remained focused on the portrait. Wang Yuyang asked, "Who shot this video?" Zhou Yi snapped his lighter open, lit the cigarette, took a puff, "A buddy." Wang Yuyang inquired further, "Your teammate?" Zhou Yi shook his head, silently smoking, revealing no more signs. Wang Yuyang asked the young man for a cigarette, "Male?" Zhou Yi glanced at him sidelong. Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes lightly as he lit the cigarette, "Still a gay, likes beauties." He bit the cigarette gently, laughing, "Speaking of which, if I were me, I'd like someone like me too. Sometimes, I look in the mirror and can entertain myself alone for quite a while." Zhou Yi's eye twitched. Wang Yuyang exhaled smoke towards his side face, "Since you're buddies, what about you?" The cigarette on the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth trembled slightly. Wang Yuyang noticed the ash falling onto his pants, reacting so strongly. Zhou Yi stood up, pretending to remove the USB drive. "Don't be such a kid." Wang Yuyang stretched out his hand to pull on his t-shirt, sighing, "Sit down, sit down." Zhou Yi mocked coldly, "Looking at your own funeral, yet you can joke around as if nothing happened. Did your brain fry?" Wang Yuyang held the cigarette between 2 fingers, resting his cheek on his palm as he smiled, "Didn't you say I'm someone who has died once, so everything happening to me is normal? Even if I suddenly told you I turned into a woman, you wouldn't find it strange, right?" Zhou Yi, his cheeks hurt from the tight expression. The lens moved away from the portrait and shifted downwards to the morning table, where Wang Yuyang saw many orchids. His smile disappeared from his face but lingered in his eyes. Zhou Yi said faintly, "I've heard that Master Lin's son, Lin Xiaonan, has a garden in the western suburbs, growing only orchids, and they're all rare species. He employs a lot of professionals to take care of them." Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow, "Those orchids were from a bet he lost to Nan long ago." He elegantly smoked another puff, swallowing it, "Little E, you seem to hear quite a lot." Zhou Yi ignored his nickname. "Last year, someone spent a large sum of money to buy your life." Wang Yuyang became interested. "Large sum? How much?" Zhou Yi said, 1 billion. "Just 1 billion, my life is worth at least 10 times that much." Wang Yuyang got out of bed and took the trash can over. "Did you take it?" Zhou Yi looked at the morning hall on the screen with no expression on his face. He died of excessive indulgence in pleasure the night he paid half of the commission, dying from heart disease. Wang Yuyang stopped flicking the cigarette ash into the trash can. "Such a pity, wasted money." Zhou Yi's sidelong glance locked onto the man. "Why don't you ask me who took the job? If any employer hadn't died, you." Wang Yuyang interrupted him, "Hypothetical stuff, ifs and buts, all just children's word games." "Zhou Yi, I'll just pull out the USB drive then." Wang Yuyang suddenly exclaimed, "Hey." Zhou Yi instinctively turned to look at him. Wang Yuyang stared at the already switched camera angle. Now the footage showed the entrance, capturing each person who came to pay their respects, with their faces clearly visible. "My family conducted a very thorough investigation. Your buddy is quite skilled." Zhou Yi leaned deep into the chair while smoking heavily. Even if they're thorough, they can't make it completely leak-proof. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been targeted for killing. Wang Yuyang said, when there's time, introduce your buddy to me. Zhou Yi turned his head immediately. What do you want to do? Wang Yuyang didn't answer but instead asked, is it Xiao Tutu? Zhou Yi pulled on his lips, big dog bear. Wang Yuyang disappointedly waved his hand, then forget it. Zhou Yi's face darkened. Wang Yuyang stopped talking and watched as familiar and unfamiliar Shen family members walked into the morning hall, standing on both sides to return bows to those who came to pay their respects. Not long after, an extremely handsome man was pushed in sitting on a wheelchair. His face was gaunt, his cheeks sunken, his eye sockets deeply recessed, filled with bloodshot eyes, presenting a state of undeniable desolation. Zhou Yi wasn't watching the recording but instead gazed at the man sitting by the bed. Your death seemed to have a great impact on Lin Xiaonan. The moment he finished speaking, his breathing hitched, thin lips pressing together. Zhou Yi fixed his eyes on the red-rimmed corners of the man's eyes, this being the first time he had displayed real emotions in front of him. You were once close. He's straight. Wang Yuyang, looking at the brother in the video, spoke with a hoarse voice and soft gaze, and even his first woman was selected by me. Zhou Yi's words were cut off by a woman's sobbing sound. He glanced at the video. Detective Captain Meiyu, she is investigating your case but hasn't made any progress. Wang Yuyang said, she's lost a lot of weight, her chin has become more prominent. He watched as Sister Moon helped Brother South rise from the wheelchair, and the two bowed before his memorial portrait. Zhou Yi still stated things matter-of-factly. Lin Xiaonan's body was very tense, obviously showing signs of resistance, indicative of a germ phobia. Strictly speaking, it's not a germ phobia. Wang Yuyang's eyes carried some nostalgia. That kid simply disliked others touching his body. Zhou Yi said, then how could he have relations with women? It wasn't innate. Wang Yuyang extinguished his cigarette, massaged his brow, and said, I'm unclear about the reasons. He didn't tell us, and we wouldn't privately investigate behind his back. Zhou Yi lowered his eyes and took a few puffs of smoke. Since you've asked me to help you find the mole and uncover the truth, then you should give me the information on the few people you know well, which would save a lot of time. Intelligence network finds what they can, combining with what you disclose, beneficial for elimination method. After a long pause, Wang Yuyang said, let's watch the video first. We must identify the thread so that we can reel in the person pulling the strings later. Zhou Yi looked at him with a semblance of a smile but not quite. Alright, everything to you. Wang Yuyang brushed a few strands of hair from his forehead casually and said indifferently, there are too many people around me, more than I can remember, yet only a handful are very familiar, they're all closest to me, almost thoroughly known, so there's nothing worthwhile to investigate. Zhou Yi said, then pray for it. Seeing the man's gaze cast toward him, he turned slightly and smiled, saying, after all, being betrayed by the ones closest to you will leave you in unbearable pain. Wang Yuyang's frown appeared momentarily and vanished quickly. You look kind of cute when you smile. Zhou Yi. Afterward, the two continued watching the recording without speaking. Mourners kept arriving in waves, lasting nearly 2 hours. The video ended when Lin Xiaonan held the memorial portrait and boarded the funeral car. Suppressing the turmoil of emotions inside him, Wang Yuyang started watching it from the beginning again. Zhou Yi sat silently in his chair, eventually falling asleep unintentionally. By the time Wang Yuyang reached the 5th viewing, the sun had already set. Zhou Yi woke up from sleep. How about we? Quick, pause it. As Wang Yuyang spoke, he jumped to Zhou Yi's side, leaning forward. Rewind it, rewind more, stop, here we are. Zhou Yi pointed at the handsome face frozen on the screen. Who is this guy? Lu Feng, one of Shen's senior executives. Wang Yuyang said, the assassin during the banquet may have been brought in by him. Zhou Yi said, may. Wang Yuyang sat back on the edge of the bed, his hand propping up his head as he tried to reimagine the scene from that evening. After a long time, his face turned dark and cold before lifting his eyes. It's definitely him. Zhou Yi took out his phone and snapped a picture of Lu Feng's face from the screen. Wang Yuyang murmured thoughtfully, he doesn't seem nervous at all. Probably because you were completely dead already, Zhou Yi said. Normal people wouldn't expect someone who's dead to be reborn in another body. Wang Yuyang muttered to himself, what puzzles me is why he wasn't silenced or killed, and still managed to attend my funeral. Zhou Yi gave him a sidelong glance. Why isn't he the mastermind then? He doesn't have the money to hire top-tier assassins, let alone afford the exorbitant commission. Wang Yuyang said, besides, there are many people who wanted me dead, even if he had the idea, he's far down the list. Zhou Yi nonchalantly opened his mouth. Shen family's head, the grand and mighty second Sir of S City, how could he possibly die at the hands of a small underling? That's what you're thinking, right? Wang Yuyang smiled at him, you're smart. Zhou Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wang Yuyang stared at Lu Feng on the screen, reviewing everything that happened from when he was assassinated to now. He felt something was odd, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. This feeling was also present in the original host. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't figure out where exactly it was strange. A bit of ferocity crept into Wang Yuyang's brow. Wanting to vent with the old method but unable to do so, he subconsciously fished out a packet of chocolates and popped them one after another. Zhou Yi watched him feel queasy, and left to make a phone call. He quickly returned with intelligence. Lu Feng currently resides at 3 Names Garden, a house given by you. Wang Yuyang bit into a chocolate, raising his head, looking quite confused. Did I? Zhou Yi's half-face turned greenish-blue. That was your gift, don't tell me you didn't know. Nope, didn't know. Wang Yuyang munched on the chocolate while saying, I've given away too many things these years, lost count. Zhou Yi looked down from above at the man's black hair crown. So, did he follow you before? Not really. Wang Yuyang replied decisively after some consideration. Giving him the house was probably an acknowledgement and commendation of his working ability. I'm always very kind to subordinates who can create profits. Zhou Yi raised a doubt. Isn't he like a bunny rabbit? Not your unchanging taste over the years. Wang Yuyang made a face of disgust. Old bunny rabbit, a bit too old. Zhou Yi's other half-face also turned iron blue. He pinched his nose bridge. Talking to you makes my stomach hurt. Earlier you said liver pain, now you're saying stomach. Wang Yuyang sighed concernedly. Look at you, young fellow, how come you're so neglectful about your own health? Zhou Yi felt a surge of heat in his throat. Swallowing the blood down, he turned and strode out of the room forcefully. Wang Yuyang ate a small piece of chocolate. There's watermelon in the fridge, want some? Zhou Yi's steps paused, hearing the chuckle from behind. If you do, slice uncle a piece, huh? He grabbed the door, slamming it shut hard. Moments later, the watermelon from the fridge was taken out, cut evenly into thin slices placed neatly on the table. Wang Yuyang leisurely ate the watermelon. When night falls, I'll go with you to Lu Feng's place. Zhou Yi played with a lighter on the couch. I'll go first, you wait for my news. Wang Yuyang walked with a slice of watermelon towards the youth. Can't we go together? Zhou Yi seemed to know his thoughts, looking up slightly and saying, although Sanming Yuan isn't in the city center, it's not remote either. There are lots of surveillance cameras, I need to familiarize myself with the layout. Wang Yuyang said, how likely would it be to bring along someone with night blindness and escape unscathed? Zhou Yi said, 50-50. Wang Yuyang tooted, only that much? Or what? Zhou Yi sneered coldly, do you think I'm omnipotent? Wang Yuyang lazily raised an eyebrow with a smile, well, that's precisely what I think. What gives you that impression? Zhou Yi probably had a brain cramp, he blurted out, I can't even cure you. Wang Yuyang lounged around and smirked, raising his brows, so, you've got it in for me, eh? Chapter 10. The atmosphere in the living room was subtle. Wang Yuyang laughed as he watched the young man's angry expression. Have you thought of a strategy yet? Zhou Yi was on the verge of wanting to hit himself and didn't hear clearly. What? A strategy? Wang Yuyang laughed even louder, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. There's never been anyone who can handle me. He handed the watermelon to the young man like teasing a puppy, saying, I'm looking forward to your performance. Zhou Yi got up with a grim face, walked towards the door without saying a word. A hand caught his clothes from behind, and he turned around coldly. Let go. Why are you throwing a temper tantrum? Wang Yuyang smiled amiably. Take the watermelon. Zhou Yi remained unmoved. Wang Yuyang pushed the watermelon closer to him. Take it. Zhou Yi subconsciously took it in his hands, changed shoes, opened and closed the door, went downstairs. He stood on the steps, eating the watermelon expressionlessly. After finishing, he threw the rind into the trash can and stuck a cigarette between his lips. Without lighting it, he bit the cigarette tip with his teeth childishly, leaving a ring of marks. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together all the time, seemingly lost in thought, full of irritability. Wang Yuyang ate all the remaining watermelon. Leaning against the backrest, he slowly exhaled. In 2 lifetimes combined, this was the first time he personally bought a watermelon and ate it in a messy manner, feeling very fresh and relaxed. Thinking about how silly that kid looked when taking away the watermelon, Wang Yuyang laughed until he was exhausted, then closed his eyes for a nap, the smile at the corner of his mouth disappearing. As if he hadn't just laughed a moment ago. Knock knock. Not long after, a knock came from outside, accompanied by He Changjin's loud voice, Brother Wang, it's me, Changjin. Wang Yuyang got up to open the door. The smell of restaurant grease, wine dishes, spicy sticks, mosquito repellent, several odors emanated from He Changjin, along with the ever-present fishy smell. Holding his breath, he returned to the living room, closed the door. He Changjin closed the door, quickly changed into slippers, and followed behind. Is Brother E not back yet? Wang Yuyang said, he came back this afternoon and left half an hour ago. Why didn't you tell me? We 3 could have played some cards. I was playing games this afternoon and got trolled by my team. Seeing the pile of watermelon rinds on the table, He Changjin stopped mid-sentence, shocked moments later, yelling, holy crap. He rushed to the table, babbling in astonishment, all these rinds look identical. Exactly the same. How did you cut them, Brother Wang? Cut them randomly. Wang Yuyang said, if you had come earlier, you could have eaten 2 or 3 slices. Now they're gone. I have some too, Brother Wang. If you eat so much watermelon, you'll pee yourself unconscious. Seeing a bunch of watermelon seeds in the trash can, He Changjin's eyes widened behind his glasses as if he'd seen something unbelievable. Brother Wang, you spat out watermelon seeds. Wang Yuyang's eyelids twitched. Did the original host not? He Changjin rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't seeing things. You always eat the watermelon seeds without spitting them out. Wang Yuyang. You said watermelon seeds lower blood pressure, improve digestion, clear heat, moisturize lungs, no, clear phlegm from the lungs, and promote digestion with excellent laxative effects. He Changjin counted on his fingers, forgetting some points eventually, pushing his glasses up. Anyway, you said watermelon seeds have many benefits. You always buy watermelons with lots of seeds, swallowing every single one without spitting any out. Wang Yuyang. He pointed to the trash can. Those seeds were spit out by my brother. Zhou Yi, on the street side, sneezed unexpectedly. He rubbed his nose, putting the cigarette between his fingers into his mouth, his gaze lazily scanning the traffic flow. 1 or 2 minutes later, an ordinary black car drove over and stopped in front of him. He exhaled a puff of smoke, stepped towards the passenger seat, opened the door and got inside. The car quickly disappeared around the corner. Chapter 11. The matter of the watermelon seeds ended with Wang Yuyang pinning the blame on Zhou Yi. He heard a name from He Changjin's mouth, Xiao Qiu. There was no such person in the original owner's phone, and he didn't know who it was. Xiao Qiu called me, He Changjin said. She's moving into a new house this weekend. She invited us to come over for dinner. Wang Yuyang remained calm, moving to a new house. Yeah, moved to the neighborhood right across from ours. He Changjin scratched his head. Actually, she wanted to talk to you directly, but felt too awkward. She doesn't know how to say it, girls are shy like that, so she asked me to pass on the message. Wang Yuyang deduced 2 pieces of information. Xiao Qiu was female, young, and something unpleasant had happened between her and the previous owner. He Changjin asked, You're going right, brother Wang? Wang Yuyang smiled, I won't go. Are you still mad at Xiao Qiu? He Changjin became worried. She told me already, that time wasn't on purpose. She heard someone flipping things around and thought it was a thief, so she walked in without thinking much. He scowled, she went in because she misheard, there's no other meaning. A flicker passed through Wang Yuyang's eyes. Was the former owner upset because of this? He'd already gone through the room and found nothing unusual. Could it be that the original owner was simply someone who disliked others entering his room, just like Nan? Or, was there something he missed during his search? He Changjin took off his glasses, wiping his delicate face. Brother Wang, Xiao Qiu has known us for almost 2 years. You know what kind of person she is. She usually cooks delicious food for us. Forgive her, please. Alright, Wang Yuyang rubbed his temple. I'll go. He Changjin immediately grinned, then next time, you two can have a good chat and sort out any unresolved issues. I'm really uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Wang Yuyang thought, a chat was necessary. The death of the original owner needed to be figured out. There were no clues now, perhaps he could find something from Xiao Qiu. Next, He Changjin started praising Xiao Qiu extravagantly, his heart completely laid bare on his face and in his eyes, unable to hide it. Wang Yuyang lounged lazily on the sofa, do you like her? He Changjin's face turned red, no, not at all. Wang Yuyang flicked a strand of hair near his ear, if you like her, pursue her. He Changjin twisted his fingers nervously, Brother Wang, you said you want to live life differently. I believe it now. The old you would never say such things. This made Wang Yuyang suddenly curious about who the original owner was. Maybe later he should let Zhou Yi help him investigate. But then again, that kid had explicitly stated he wouldn't meddle, making it somewhat difficult. After He Changjin left, Wang Yuyang returned to the room to search. He spent over an hour looking through every place he could think of, still finding nothing. Without a goal or scope, it was hard to discover anything unusual based solely on an unshakable strange feeling. It was close to midnight when Zhou Yi returned. Wang Yuyang yawned continuously, why so late? There was something. Zhou Yi went upstairs. Wait a moment, I'll take a shower. Wang Yuyang smelled the strong scent of blood on him, but his movements showed no inconvenience, so he must not be injured, must be someone else's blood. Zhou Yi, as if remembering something, paused suddenly, standing on the stairs and looking down, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Wang Yuyang raised his eyebrows, Zhou Yi continued up the stairs, coldly saying, you'd better not let anyone know your sense of smell is overly sensitive, otherwise, you will attract a lot of trouble. Wang Yuyang's expression was languid, only you know. Seeing the youth look at him, he smiled, my identity is the same, Xiao Yi. Look, uncle treats you specially. Zhou Yi. Not long after, Zhou Yi changed clothes and came downstairs. Let's go. Wang Yuyang grabbed a flashlight, his gaze landing on the tall silhouette clad in black shirt and pants ahead of him, can you carry me? Zhou Yi turned around. What I mean is, Wang Yuyang adjusted his black baseball cap, if we encounter sudden situations. Zhou Yi interrupted, I'll leave you behind. Wang Yuyang sighed, clicking his tongue, Xiao Yi is so heartless. Zhou Yi went outside. Wang Yuyang closed the door slowly, walking behind him while switching on the flashlight, it's so late, how are we getting there? Zhou Yi did not respond. Wang Yuyang gripped the railing, slowly descending the stairs. Changing the topic, he said, tonight, I tried the instant noodles you mentioned. The taste was too strong, nowhere comparable to the noodles you cook. He swung the flashlight around, illuminating the stairwell. I couldn't finish the instant noodles, so I used a food app called Matewan to order a bowl of beef noodles from a well-reviewed shop, but it still didn't match yours, Xiao Yi. You're the best. Zhou Yi said, shut up. Wang Yuyang chuckled, alright. Zhou Yi quickly descended the stairs and just as quickly went back up, lifting the man who was lingering on the 5th floor and carrying him downstairs like a stuffed toy. Wang Yuyang listened to the youth's steady breathing and commented approvingly, your arm muscles are so strong, uncle feels reassured now. Zhou Yi snorted with disdain, would Lord Shen feel no discomfort being treated this way by another man? Wang Yuyang fiddled with his flashlight, suddenly smiling, what do you think? In the dim light, Zhou Yi looked down at the man's shadowy face, it was ghost-like. A sudden beam of light flicked toward him, making Zhou Yi uncomfortable. Why are you shining it in my eyes? Wang Yuyang shone the light on his face lazily, to look at you. With a pitying sigh, he continued, if I don't shine it, I can't see your nose, eyes, or mouth clearly. Zhou Yi gripped the man's wrist and moved the flashlight away, his expression tense as he said coldly, stop playing around. Fine, let's stop, Wang Yuyang said indifferently. So, how are we going? Do we have a car? His tone and aura shifted unpredictably, indicating an unstable temperament. Zhou Yi turned his gaze from the man's face and strode forward, just follow me. Wang Yuyang aimed the flashlight at the youth's back, regaining his previous friendly demeanor, Xiao Yi, slow down a bit. Consider the old man with disabilities. Somewhere out of sight, Zhou Yi found a jeep. As soon as Wang Yuyang sat inside, various smells surrounded him. Did you sleep with women in this car? Zhou Yi sharply turned the wheel, causing the tires to scrape against the asphalt as the car swerved in an S-shape towards roadside trees. With a sharp screech, he braked inches away from a tree trunk. The man in the passenger seat leaned forward to take a look, that was quite dangerous, almost hit it. Zhou Yi's vein bulged at his temple, stop talking. Wang Yuyang. 2 seconds later, Zhou Yi slammed the steering wheel and growled fiercely, I told you to stop talking. I wasn't saying anything. Wang Yuyang turned his head, showing concern, are you hallucinating? Or did you pinch your brain while closing the door? Zhou Yi covered his face with his palm, looking as if he wanted to die. Wang Yuyang sniffed, I take back what I said before, it was a man sleeping here. Zhou Yi's voice was icy, what do you mean? Not you, Wang Yuyang tore open the chocolate wrapper, your owner friend had their fun in the passenger seat. Look under my seat, there might be 1 or 2 unused condoms with a mint scent. Zhou Yi didn't bother checking, responding sarcastically, not even as good as police dogs, you are. Wang Yuyang waved his hand modestly, just normal. Zhou Yi rolled his eyes. Wang Yuyang rested his hands behind his head, eating chocolate as he spoke, open the windows, the smell is overwhelming. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, I don't know. Wang Yuyang murmured vaguely, if you knew, you'd probably wash the car. Zhou Yi caught a whiff of chocolate from the side and pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket, saying, everyone I know has special abilities, some with superhuman olfactory senses, but none like you. Wang Yuyang licked off the chocolate on the corner of his mouth, my night blindness started after taking over this body, but regarding the heightened sense of smell, the original owner might not have experienced such abnormalities. He casually added, since I arrived, everything has been off. It's really interesting. The most interesting part is, I don't have any of the original owner's memories. It's like they've been wiped clean with a single click, no trace left. The car fell silent for too long. Zhou Yi gazed at the man on the passenger seat, his eyes dark and unfathomable, why tell me all this? Wang Yuyang closed his eyes, consider it uncle having a casual chat with you. Casual chat. Zhou Yi sneered, you're dropping hints to spark my curiosity, then finding an opportunity to get me to investigate the original owner's affairs for you, aren't you? Wang Yuyang exclaimed, you're smart enough to start making me like you. Zhou Yi. The car parked on the side of the road for several minutes before setting off again. This time, Wang Yuyang was busy browsing through news on his phone, and Zhou Yi focused on driving. There was no further conversation between them. The Sanming Garden was a collection of standalone small villas, each with its own garden. The green spaces were meticulously designed and the surrounding environment was refreshingly elegant. Wang Yuyang got out of the car and all he could see in his field of vision were scattered little points of light from streetlights and villa windows, the rest of the areas were pitch black. The flashlight couldn't be used anymore, and now standing still, Wang Yuyang didn't know where to go. Zhou Yi whispered, close your eyes. There's no need for me to close them, Wang Yuyang chuckled, I can't even see you. Dressed all in black and standing amidst the darkness, Zhou Yi. Suddenly, a cold breath of air rushed toward Wang Yuyang. Before he could react, he was already hoisted up onto someone's shoulder, you. Don't make any noise, Zhou Yi warned once before falling silent again. Being carried by the young man, the world around Wang Yuyang seemed blurred as if it were shaking, making his eyes uncomfortable. He simply closed his eyes. In his ear, the breathing sounds went from steady to rough. Paying attention to the faint sounds made by the youth, Wang Yuyang judged they had scaled a tall wall to enter the garden. When he was finally put down, he felt slightly nauseous. Wang Yuyang dry-heaved. Zhou Yi's face darkened instantly, if you dare to vomit, I'll leave immediately without worrying about you. Wang Yuyang took a deep breath, blindly feeling around and grabbing an arm, then moving downward until he touched a hand, large, clearly jointed, hard, rough palms, with calloused fingertips. Above him, an icily cold voice asked, "Are you done touching?" "Not yet." Wang Yuyang softly replied, "Let uncle check how many bells there are on your hands." Despite joking, he released the hand, focusing his eyes on a slightly larger bright spot. "There's a light in the garden." Zhou Yi confirmed, "Lu Feng is at your 2 o'clock direction." Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes with surprise, "He's not sleeping this late." Zhou Yi said, "Taking care of plants." Wang Yuyang's face showed bewilderment, admiring those who had normal vision immensely at this moment. Being unable to see clearly made him feel powerless. Lu Feng is wearing a robe, alone. Zhou Yi described the scene, crouching in the flower beds, turning over the flowers while humming a tune, looking very cheerful. Wang Yuyang pulled up the brim of his cap. Mr. Lu appeared normal during the funeral today. He still works at Shen's company, not crazy or sick. Not going to sleep with his wife at midnight but coming out to tend to the flowers. Could this be his way of relieving stress? The next second, Wang Yuyang paused briefly in his breathing. "Do you notice something strange about this house?" Zhou Yi glanced at the man. "What?" "It's too humid." Wang Yuyang frowned seriously, "uncomfortably sticky." Zhou Yi responded shortly, "This season in S-City tends to be humid." "Humid beyond what's reasonable." Wang Yuyang frowned deeply, "It makes me very uncomfortable." Zhou Yi hadn't spoken yet when Wang Yuyang muttered a sentence, "I dislike rainy days." His aversion was seen and understood by Zhou Yi, surprisingly genuine. Wang Yuyang currently had severe night blindness with his field of vision becoming narrower. Unable to see what was under his feet, he mused momentarily and squatted down to touch the ground. As expected, it was quite damp. Zhou Yi also squatted down. "When I checked earlier, the ground was dry." "Recently, it hasn't rained," Wang Yuyang stated. "Why pour water in the garden so late at night?" "High temperature these few days," Zhou Yi explained. "Probably watering flowers conveniently spilled some water." "It doesn't seem convenient." Wang Yuyang touched the ground in a smaller area, "feels like it was deliberately sprinkled." Zhou Yi mentioned. Lu Feng went back inside. Wang Yuyang stopped his action. "Has he gone in?" Zhou Yi watched Lu Feng enter the living room and close the door. "Yeah, he went in." Wang Yuyang asked, "What does he look like?" Zhou Yi blandly answered, "Isn't he just the old white rabbit?" Wang Yuyang smiled widely. "Xiao Yi, who would have thought you have such a sense of humor? But the timing right now isn't suitable, right?" Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched. Lu Feng kept smiling while heading home, appearing very happy and content. Wang Yuyang felt goosebumps all over upon hearing that. Rising to his feet, he said, "Take me to where Lu Feng has been." Zhou Yi tried to put him back on his shoulders but was stopped. "I haven't recovered yet. You can't do this again, otherwise, I'll puke all over you." In this case, Wang Yuyang proposed, "You go first, and I follow you." Zhou Yi remained silent for a while. "Grab my clothes." After speaking, his sleeve was instantly grasped, with laughter echoing nearby. Only kids grab clothes. Chapter 12. The lights in the garden were turned off, and Wang Yuyang was surrounded by darkness. It was pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He had no choice but to rely on the sound of his shoes scraping against the ground as he slowly followed Zhou Yi. Despite having faced countless dangerous situations in the past, his condition of night blindness left him somewhat emotionally fragile. From life to death and back again, all within a few days, less than a week, there had been too much happening for him to adjust properly. Wang Yuyang moved slowly in the darkness, while faint whispers reached his ears. "We're here." He exhaled sharply, then heard another voice say, "Let go of my hand." Before Wang could react, Zhou Yi had already pulled away the hand gripping his arm. He noticed a dirty mark where the hand had been and looked upset. "Why do you have to use so much force?" Wang Yuyang massaged his palm. "You hurt uncle." Zhou Yi's expression remained indifferent as he turned his back. "Hurry up. Here you go, getting mad again, Xiao Yi. Aren't you supposed to be the one with the strongest self-control in the military?" "Looks like you've regressed," said Wang Yuyang as he stopped halfway through squatting. "Are there any many-legged little animals in the garden?" Zhou Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. "What do you think?" A bead of cold sweat slid down Wang Yuyang's forehead. In the dark, he could only rely on smell and touch. If he touched something soft, or hard, long, and with 2 rows of tiny legs. "Shit," he muttered under his breath, suppressing his fear and slowly crouched into the flower bed, closing his eyes tightly. There was no putrid smell of decay, no trace of blood. Only the fragrance of flowers, the earthy scent of soil, the suspected rust from the lamppost, and an overwhelming dampness that made him feel completely soaked. Zhou Yi saw Wang Yuyang leaning into the flowers a bit too much and called out softly, "Hey." Startled, Wang Yuyang asked, "Is there a bug?" "No." "So why did you call me?" Wang Yuyang lost balance and knelt over abruptly. Zhou Yi smirked, "I was just about to warn you." Wang Yuyang stood up, brushed off the mud from his pants, and said, "I don't smell anything unusual, so, did Lu Feng really just come out to tend to the flowers because he couldn't sleep at night?" Zhou Yi scanned around cautiously. "Maybe." Wang Yuyang said, "The soil's been disturbed." Zhou Yi shot a glance at the man. It has been stirred, but not deeply, only 1 or 2 centimeters. Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow. Tending to the flowers? If there are no other clues, then yes, replied Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang fell silent in deep thought. Zhou Yi looked toward the window on the second floor of the villa that lit up. Lu Feng is a high-level executive of Shen Corporation. As his boss, don't you know anything about him? Do you think Shen Corporation has only one executive? Wang Yuyang scratched the back of his neck which was sweating. Besides, a boss doesn't need to interfere in the private lives of subordinates. Would you care if he wasn't the White Rabbit? Wang Yuyang looked up and laughed. Zhou Yi, what's wrong with you? Got something against old White Rabbit? Zhou Yi turned his head. Now let's go upstairs. The old method, I'll carry you up. Wang Yuyang pulled at him. Wait. The soil in the garden smells very earthy. Was the rest of the dirt flipped? Zhou Yi instinctively stared at his nose. Probably. What's he doing in the summer heat? Trying to give the garden some kind of overhaul. Before Wang Yuyang finished speaking, an arm snaked around his waist, lifting his body into the air, head down, stomach compressed. I'm going to vomit. Hold it in, said Zhou Yi after repeating it twice and then keeping silent. Wang Yuyang hung on the young man's shoulder like a burlap bag. His stomach churned violently. He felt around in the dark, hugging and tightening around the nearby neck. Zhou Yi stiffened all over. Are we on the second floor yet? Zhou Yi, who was holding onto the balcony railing with one hand, said, loosen your grip on my neck. Wang Yuyang didn't loosen his grip. Uncle feels better this way. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. I don't feel better. Wang Yuyang coaxed, alright, stop fooling around, go up already. Uncle can't handle this much longer. Can't you handle it? Zhou Yi's breathing was heavy. Did you actually do any work? Wang Yuyang sighed. Being carried isn't pleasant. No one's ever treated uncle this way before, you're the first. Zhou Yi said coldly, should I say it's an honor? Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly, cheeky. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang's free hand waved in the dark, brushing against the cold wall and hurting his fingers. He took a breath and praised, carrying an adult and still able to climb walls and upstairs so effortlessly. Zhou Yi is really impressive. The man's warm breath sprayed over, tickling Zhou Yi's face a little. He forced out a sentence through gritted teeth, stay away from me, don't speak so close. Am I too close? Wang Yuyang said, uncle has poor eyesight, can't see anything. Zhou Yi's face turned ashen, I feel like throwing you down. Wang Yuyang laughed, just imagine it. A few seconds later, Zhou Yi's whole arm muscles tensed as he gripped the railing. With a sudden burst of strength, agile as a tiger or leopard, he flipped inside with barely any sound. Wang Yuyang rubbed his brows slightly, admiring his ability. If only he had tried harder to bring this kid to his side earlier, he might not have ended up getting killed. It must be destiny. There seems to be talking inside the room, Wang Yuyang said, let's listen. Zhou Yi pressed his somewhat twisted neck, stick close to the wall. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm was grabbed, causing his temples to throb hard. Wang Yuyang followed Zhou Yi into the house, noticing that the humidity inside was much heavier than in the garden. It was too damp, as if everything were completely soaked in water, ready to drip at any moment. Could a body endure living in such a humid environment? Wang Yuyang had plenty of friends with peculiar preferences, but none of them were quite like Lu Feng. Zhou Yi stopped. Wang Yuyang's toes touched Zhou Yi's heel, almost colliding with his back. In the darkness, Wang Yuyang smelled an even stronger wetness mixed with some mildew, wafting out from the room where the voices were coming from. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, hearing the woman complaining inside. It was Lu Feng's wife. It's summer now, not winter. It's naturally very humid already, everyone else is trying to dehumidify their homes, but look at you, buying so many humidifiers, making the house all wet everywhere, unbearable. Lu Feng didn't respond. Why aren't you like this before? What's wrong with you? Lu Feng's wife said neurotically, you've put a humidifier in each room, running 24 hours a day. When I turn them off, you hit me. What gives you the right to hit me? She kept nagging, previously, you'd spend time with me after work. Now as soon as you come home, the first thing you check is if the humidifier is on, then you squatted in the garden for hours late at night, ignoring sleep just to stay there. Do you still see me or consider this family? Bang. Inside the room, there was a huge sound of a crystal lamp breaking, along with Lu Feng's shout, I still need to work tomorrow, if you don't want to sleep, get out. What kind of job needs attending when the furniture has already grown mold spots? Living in such a humid place will cause countless diseases eventually, you can keep staying here alone, I'm moving out tomorrow, I've had enough. Do whatever you want. Lu Feng irritably said, I'm sick of it too. I just bought some humidifiers, and you argue every morning and night without end. If we can't live together anymore, let's divorce. Are you going to divorce me? Lu Feng's wife shouted shrilly, is there someone else outside who forces these things onto you, intending to drive me away? I'll tell you, there's no way we're divorcing. Lunatic. With Lu Feng's curse, the light in the room lit up, followed by the door opening sound, and then a loud snap. The corridor emerged from the darkness, shining brightly. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi hid in the shadows, watching Lu Feng walking forward in his pajamas, opening one room door after another. After all doors were opened, streaks of dampness seeped out from each room and gathered in the corridor before dispersing everywhere. Lu Feng stood at the stairs taking a phone call. Hello. On the other end, it was a colleague's voice. Old Lu, your tone sounds off again. Have you argued with your wife? Lu Feng wiped his refined face. Why call me so late at night? If you can't stand being at home, why not go out and have fun? The colleague joked, come on to Golden Prestige and have a drink or two. Lu Feng hesitated mid-step. Now. The colleague said, yes, we're all here waiting for you. Lu Feng seemed to sense something. Are you leaving? The colleague said, don't be so surprised, unless you don't want to leave. Of course I'm not leaving, Lu Feng replied impatiently. If it's just about this, then forget it, I'm not going, you guys drink without me. A colleague tried to persuade him, Lao Lu, the benefits provided by the Shen family are indeed great, but the current situation has changed. If you take your people and leave, who will still value you? Don't spout nonsense, Lu Feng replied indignantly, second young master has always been kind to me. If I leave now, what would that make me? The colleague sniffed disdainfully, are you saying second young master wasn't equally kind to us? If second young master were still alive, of course we'd all follow his lead, Lu Feng said firmly, but now he's gone, the other branches of the Shen family have no unity. They're only fighting each other instead of resisting external enemies. Such fools could never keep the Shen family from being carved up. If we stay here, it's a dead end for us. Lu Feng walked to the corner where the humidifier was, standing in the direction the spray mist dispersed. Today at second young master's funeral, Elder Lin and young master Lin both came. It was young master Lin himself who saw second young master to his final resting place. It's rumored that young master Lin hugged second young master's portrait and cried all the way there. The Lin family and the Shen family have had a long-standing friendship, they won't sit idly by. The colleague countered, you still don't get it, Lao Lu. With the death of second young master, the Shen family is nothing without him. Their fortunes have already waned. Lu Feng remained silent for a moment, then muttered, we'll see when we meet again. In the shadows, Wang Yuyang's expression was strange. There were countless incongruities surrounding Lu Feng, as if he had betrayed no one at all. Something was off. A fleeting thought passed through Wang Yuyang's mind, something he couldn't quite grasp before curiosity took over. He carefully extended his neck for another look, spotting Lu Feng bending over, his head submerged into the humidifier's fog, maintaining an incomprehensible posture that didn't move. Zhou Yi gripped the man's shoulder, pulling him back into the shadow, silently forming the words with his lips, stay. Wang Yuyang felt an itch in his nose, a sneeze about to escape. Zhou Yi quickly covered the pale face with his palm, muffling Wang Yuyang's mouth and nose. Chapter 13. Wang Yuyang's mouth and nose were tightly covered, but the muffled sneeze still leaked out through the cracks of Zhou Yi's fingers. In that moment, something between the fingers of Zhou Yi's other hand was flicked out. A picture frame on the wall fell down with a bang, covering the sound of Wang Yuyang's sneeze. Lu Feng immediately straightened up upon hearing the noise and found the frame had fallen to the ground, so he continued to bury his moist face into the spray. After 3 or 5 minutes, he hummed a little tune as he went downstairs, looking quite cheerful. Not long after, the car drove out of the villa, and everything returned to silence. Zhou Yi carried Wang Yuyang out, then retraced his steps, cleaning up all traces before returning to the car. Wang Yuyang lay sprawled in the back seat, elegantly wiping the mud off his hands with tissues, carefully rubbing each finger one by one. Did you avoid every surveillance camera? Zhou Yi pinched his neck. Duh. Curious, Wang Yuyang asked, what did you flick out back there? Zhou Yi replied, a pebble. Wang Yuyang slightly startled, then laughed, shaking his head. You always bring uncle surprises. Zhou Yi pretended not to hear. Wang Yuyang wiped his hands clean. Tonight, there won't be much to track. Tomorrow, investigate. Check if Lu Feng has a humidifier in his office, when he got it, and also check his neighbors. He likes humid environments, stays among plants and flowers, and even tilled the soil in the garden. Such unusual changes must have started somewhere. If it coincides with my death time, then that's interesting. Zhou Yi didn't say anything. Wang Yuyang pressed on his temples, his expression relaxed. Lu Feng probably doesn't have long to live. Zhou Yi glanced at the rearview mirror. Are you waiting for him to die? Yes, Wang Yuyang said slowly. Lu Feng is just a small piece on the chessboard. Although we don't know why he hasn't been silenced yet, he surely will die. He'll be more valuable dead than alive. You need to keep a close eye on him these days. Zhou Yi once again looked at the man in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Don't look at uncle anymore, I'm telling you something serious. Based on the current bizarre trajectory, this setup seems pretty big. Wang Yuyang noticed the young man still kneading his neck and said worriedly, did you twist it? Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang sighed. How could you be so careless? Zhou Yi coldly retorted, it's because you hugged me. Oh. Wang Yuyang looked apologetic. That was uncle's fault. Come over here, let uncle rub it for you. Zhou Yi stiffened his facial muscles. Forget it. Wang Yuyang smiled. Uncle listens to little E. If little E says forget it, then we'll forget it. Zhou E. Wang Yuyang glanced out the window. When he was alive, he liked the night, enjoying the view and indulging in nightlife. Now he had become someone else with severe night blindness, and he no longer liked it. It's late, let's go home. Zhou E started the car and left. It was only 2 intersections later when the man in the back seat fell asleep. When they returned home, it was already 2:30 a.m. Wang Yuyang took a shower and retrieved some ointment that the original owner hadn't finished before heading upstairs. Zhou E sat in a chair smoking and said without turning around, "What are you doing up here?" "Bringing you the ointment." Wang Yuyang tossed the ointment onto his bed. "Can you apply it yourself? Or do you want uncle to help?" Zhou E flicked the ashes off his cigarette and ignored it, but suddenly felt warm breath brush against the back of his neck. Startled like he'd been electrocuted, he jumped up from the chair, his face green with anger as he turned around. "Wang Yu-yang. This time you haven't called the wrong name." Wang Yuyang looked at the angry youth inside. "Don't react so violently, I was just checking where you got twisted." Zhou E took a drag on his cigarette. "I'm going to sleep." Wang Yuyang lazily waved his hand. "Then good night, little E." He took a few steps and turned back, saying casually, "By the way, uncle has always had a puzzling question about this attic, which is pretty spacious. The original owner didn't rent it out or use it to store junk but kept just a single chair facing the floor-to-ceiling windows. I wonder if he used to sit there contemplating life or stargazing. Hard to figure out." Zhou E acted as if he didn't hear it, ignoring the subtle hook thrown his way. He sat back in the chair, the cigarette barely touching his lips when the man said again, "Uncle just remembered something, there's a cute little red mole on the back of your neck." There was a restroom on the upper floor, but it contained nothing except for cement walls and floors. At around 4 in the morning, Zhou E went upstairs to use the restroom, only to find that the light was already on. He leaned against the wall and said, "Hurry up, please." Inside, Wang Yuyang responded in an unhurried tone, "When you count to 100, uncle will come out." Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Wang Yuyang added, "Count to 80, no less." Zhou Yi had to go badly. He paced at the door and blurted out, "I'll count to 10, if you don't come out, I'll kick the door." "Alright," Wang Yuyang teasingly chuckled, "then count to 10. Zhou Yi realized his mistake, and his face turned completely black with frustration. Why did he even discuss this with him? Because of this little incident, Zhou Yi started the morning feeling low-key and irritable. When he entered the small storage room, the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, yet oddly refreshing. He Changjin didn't dare to approach too closely, but when he saw the person who came next, his face lit up instantly. "Brother Wang, you're here." Wang Yuyang yawned lazily, "Morning." He Changjin pulled him aside and nodded toward the towering silhouette nearby. "Did you two have a quarrel?" Wang Yuyang wiped away the tears from his sleepiness, unable to stay awake. "It's just a kid throwing a tantrum." He Changjin whispered quietly, then. "Brother Wang, should you try coaxing him?" Wang Yuyang gave him a sleepy look while yawning. "Coaxing?" He Changjin chuckled and scratched his head. "I'm just saying, looks like no amount of coaxing would work with Big Brother E, he won't show any reaction." Wang Yuyang replied confidently, "He can be coaxed." He Changjin became curious, "Then how?" Wang Yuyang ran his fingers through his slightly long hair. "A hit will do." He Changjin exclaimed, "Brother Wang, stop fooling me." Just then, Wang Yuyang walked over, slapped the young man's bottom, and in the next moment, his hand was grabbed and pressed against the meal cart. Zhou Yi remained silent, his expression unreadable. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry as he firmly gripped the man's wrist with terrifying strength. Wang Yuyang tilted his head backward. "Ouch, Xiao Yi, easier, please." His eyebrows were furrowed, his tone relaxed, making it hard to tell whether he was sincere or not. Not only did Zhou Yi not ease up, he tightened his grip instead. Wang Yuyang let out a sharp cry, smiling helplessly. "Really hurts, take a look, it's red already. I'm not the same kind of person as you." Zhou Yi released his hand and shot a glance at the red wrist, coldly saying, "Stay out of my way unless necessary." Wang Yuyang turned around to face him. "What if something happens?" Zhou Yi looked absolutely terrifying. Alright, nothing will happen." Wang Yuyang loosely tied his hair up. "I'm hungry." Zhou Yi continued wiping down the food cart. "There are breakfast items in several foam boxes on the ground, help yourself." Wang Yuyang squatted down and opened a box, lazily picking through its contents with half-closed eyes, his demeanor sluggish, much like a cat who hadn't fully woken up yet. Seeming to find him annoying, Zhou Yi shoved some drinks directly into his hands. "Lactic acid bacteria? I don't drink this stuff. I also don't want milk, how about that? Liziyuan, brand? No thanks. Then what do you want? Don't get mad now, soy milk will do, where's the straw? Give me a straw." He Changjin, entirely ignored, watched this display of brotherly affection dumbfounded. How did Brother Wang pacify Brother Yi so well? Did he miss something? Something seemed off. Wang Yuyang wanted to observe the other street vendors when they opened their stalls. He regretted it within half an hour, sitting on a big red plastic stool, his head hanging low, his eyes closed, his body swaying like an unsteady toy doll left to right. Zhou Yi felt a head leaning on his leg, he reached out and simply pushed it away. A few seconds later, it came back. On the other side, Aunt Wu said to her spouse, young Zhou is really a fine lad, tall and strong-looking, good-looking, hard-working, and loyal, treating his elder brother well. He works alone, letting his brother rest with his head on his lap sleeping. Such a good young man is rare, worth finding by lantern light. But yesterday you nagged, and today you keep nagging, Grandpa Wu retorted, we've only got one daughter who's been married long ago. If you keep talking nonsense, young Zhou won't become your son-in-law anyway. Aunt Wu tried to say something but forgot amidst the hustle. He Changjin seized a chance to rush to Zhou Yi's stall and said, Big brother Yi, Auntie Wu is definitely planning to introduce a match for you. Zhou Yi wiped his oil-stained hands on a cloth without any particular reaction. Auntie previously introduced several people to brother Wang, he Changjin continued, but he refused to meet any of them. There were also girls from the tech park who pursued him, but nothing ever materialized. It seems like he has someone special in mind. I feel he. His words were cut off by a shout from in front of his stall, Boss, are there any more pan-fried dumplings left? Sure, there are. He Changjin hurried back to his stall. Zhou Yi tugged at the little ponytail at the back of the man's head. Unhappy, Wang Yuyang mumbled in his sleep, Anan, stop messing around, let me sleep for a while longer. Anan. Zhou Yi silently pushed the head resting on his leg away forcefully. Chapter 14. Wang Yuyang was pushed to the ground and woke up, his face full of gloom as he looked up. Zhou Yi threw a few coins into the iron box and said calmly, it was me who pushed him. He pointed at his left leg, you're numb. The gloom on Wang Yuyang's face lessened considerably. He got up from the ground, took off the disposable chopsticks packaging paper on his body, why didn't you just wake me up? Pushing so hard, it's pretty rude, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi ignored him. Wang Yuyang sat back on the stool, his gaze wandering aimlessly around. The ratio of men to women in front of his stall was different from other stalls, almost all of them were women, and mostly young ones. They spent half an eternity buying breakfast, their eyes constantly flicking towards the handsome man. The girls were shy, like flowers waiting to bloom. As the object of admiration, Zhou Yi showed no consideration for the opposite sex, maintaining a single expression throughout. With more people coming, Wang Yuyang couldn't find time to talk to Zhou Yi, so he walked around other stalls, chatting with a dry throat for a round, without discovering anything unusual. If it weren't for the inexplicable strange feeling and the strong sense of discord given by the previous owner, he would have thought there was nothing to the cause of death, just a sudden illness like a heart attack. When Wang Yuyang came back from strolling, he found that Zhou Yi was still busy, so he changed direction and went to He Changjin's stall. He Changjin chewed 2 bites of bread, Brother Wang, how much have you earned these past couple days? It must be a lot, right? Wang Yuyang replied, I haven't looked. He Changjin. Wang Yuyang suddenly asked, is Xia Qiu moving this weekend? Right, He Changjin said indistinctly, I'll go find you first then, we'll buy some things and go to her place. Wang Yuyang watched streams of office workers walking towards various office buildings, how come I haven't seen her? He Changjin, ah. Wang Yuyang's brow twitched, wasn't Xia Qiu selling breakfast? He touched his nose tip and wiped away the fine sweat there, I haven't seen her these days. I don't know what she's doing. He Changjin swallowed the red bean bread in his mouth and drank water with a cup, she has hired a local to watch the store while she's busy setting up a Taobao shop. She says she wants to combine physical and online sales. Wang Yuyang smiled, that's good. He seemed thoughtful, the store run by this girl Xia Qiu should be nearby. What does the little girl sell in her store? Fruits, snacks. It's not easy to package seafood, isn't it? He Changjin frowned, what if the buyer receives damaged goods? I think it's pretty troublesome, but she said she could use ice bags, anyway, she's already decided. Wang Yuyang's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, originally that girl sells seafood. Was the fishy smell on He Changjin passed through her? Wang Yuyang's train of thought was interrupted by shouts. He casually asked He Changjin, Curious, He Changjin asked, Brother Wang, does your younger brother have 8-pack abs? Wang Yuyang glanced at the busy young man and lazily called out, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi was busy putting steamed buns in a bag and turned his head when he heard the sound. Wang Yuyang said, do you have 8-pack abs? Zhou Yi's face darkened. Wang Yuyang laughed, yes. He Changjin smacked his lips, 8-pack abs, that's impressive, there's no way I'd achieve it in my lifetime. Wang Yuyang yawned, what's the point of having that thing? He's attractive, He Changjin said enviously, don't you see how popular your younger brother is? Wang Yuyang swept his gaze over the youth in front of the stall, his vision physically traversing the wide shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and slowly along the tall and straight lines inch by inch, finally landing on his resolute and deep-side face. The reason he's popular isn't just because of 8-pack abs, relying on his looks is enough. He Changjin nearly choked. Wang Yuyang shook his head and sighed, young girls don't like sunny and gentle rabbits, they prefer rough and bloodthirsty little wolves. Bigger wolves. He Changjin grinned, your brother doesn't seem small in any way. Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes, indeed. Big wolves, big dogs, he chuckled, the latter is cuter. Zhou Yi suddenly shivered. The sun rose higher, the office workers settled in their offices, and basically the day for the breakfast stall was over. Zhou squatted on the ground tidying up the leftover drinks. Strawberry-flavored Lizi Yuan sold the best, we can stock up more next time. Wang Yuyang said, you decide, there's no need to tell me about such trivial matters. Zhou handed him half a box of drinks, put it in the cabinet. Wang Yuyang asked, which cabinet? Under the food cart. Zhou glanced at him, can't you see with your eyes during the day? Wang Yuyang opened the cabinet, took the cardboard box and put it inside. Seeing the young man looking strangely at him, he half smiled, what? Do you want to see uncle get angry so much? Zhou threw the bottle cap into the trash can, hurry up and tidy up. He then quickly put several cardboard boxes into the cabinet, gathering the plastic bags, disposable chopstick wrappers on the ground to one side, planning to throw them away later. Wang Yuyang closed the lid of the foam box holding round flatbreads. How much is the average breakfast here? Zhou said, 7 or 8 kwai. Wang Yuyang acted as if he hadn't heard. Zhou face twitched, this man had no idea at all, why even bother asking? The food cart can store things and heat them, and there's a place to wash hands and cloths, it has so many functions. Wang Yuyang examined curiously here and there, behaving just like an emperor entering old alleys, broadening his horizons. Zhou said, He Changjin has come over. Wang Yuyang immediately composed his emotions, how should we take the food cart back now? Zhou indicated for him to look at the small and old electric tricycle parked not far away. Wang Yuyang looked at it. It was so tiny and old that it seemed about to expire any moment. Is that yours? Zhou shot a sidelong glance, it's yours. Wang Yuyang. When lifting the food cart, Zhou got a headache. He looked at the other man, did you lift? Wang Yuyang said, I did. Zhou face was full of doubt, did you use your strength? Wang Yuyang emitted a soft laugh, what do you think? Zhou forehead bulged, don't tell me you've already used your maximum strength. The faint curve on Wang Yuyang's lips froze instantly, all the blood from his face seemed to be sucked out by something, making him pale like a dead person. Zhou realized there was something wrong with the man and immediately frowned, Xiao He. Coming, He Changjin hurriedly ran over, helping to lift the food cart onto the tricycle. He worriedly asked the person squatting on the ground, Big Brother Wang, are you okay? Wang Yuyang lowered his head, cold sweat covering his entire face. Zhou squatted in front of the man, using his broad back to block He Changjin and other vendors' sight, can you stand up? Wang Yuyang was completely drained of energy. For a moment, he thought the anomaly might have been the previous owner's memories surfacing, and he was prepared to receive them. However, he overthought it. There was something wrong with this body. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Zhou extended his hands. Wang Yuyang frowned deeply, don't carry me. Zhou hand paused in midair, hesitating for a while before finally reaching out, single-handedly supporting the man's buttocks and easily lifting him up, cradling him like a child in front of his chest. Wang Yuyang. A hint of weary smile appeared on his pale face, why hug me this way? Uncle really wants to beat you up. Zhou brows knitted into the shape of the Chinese character, Chuan, shut up. Wang Yuyang's chin rested on the youth's broad shoulders, Xiao the scallion oil smell on you is a bit strong. Zhou walked silently towards the tricycle. Wang Yuyang sniffed, his damp hair brushing against the youth's neck. A sound of laughter escaped from his throat, your sweat smell is heavy too. Zhou body stiffened suddenly for a few moments before returning to normal. He grimly set the man down on the tricycle, quickly finished tidying up, and then drove away. I go, He Changjin opened his mouth wide, getting a mouthful of exhaust fumes. He exclaimed as the tricycle had already driven far away. Other stall owners started chattering, thinking the two were indeed close brothers. The two parties sitting on the tricycle each had their own thoughts. Wang Yuyang wiped the sweat off his face with a tissue, his breath weak, drive slower, I'm carsick. Zhou said, sick of the tricycle. Wang Yuyang lazily sounded through his nose, yeah. Zhou looked at his face which was white to the point of bluish-green, furrowing his brows, you look like you're about to leave this body. Wang Yuyang exhaled, I feel the same way too. Next, they fell silent again. The dappled shadows under the tree stretched across the ground. The old tricycle passed slowly, humming along. Leaning against the hard chair back behind him, Wang Yuyang said, I didn't expect I'd end up riding in a tricycle one day. Zhou said, I didn't expect I'd drive a tricycle either, carrying you. Life is truly mysterious, Wang Yuyang suddenly asked, have you received news from the person you hired yet? Zhou slammed on the brakes. Wang Yuyang showed a helpless expression, don't be so nervous, I was just asking randomly. The coldness in Zhou's eyes faded, and after a while, he opened his mouth, I won't delay the investigation because of personal matters. Then he paused for a moment, expressionless, since I've come here with you, I will definitely find the mole for you and uncover the truth. I won't leave until then. Wang Yuyang closed his eyelids, In the afternoon, Wang Yuyang went to the hospital for a physical examination, checking everything that could be checked. He guessed that nothing would be found, but still waited for the report with a bit of hope. Zhou provided some information that he wanted. There was also a humidifier in Lu Feng's office, one at each corner of the room. Buying humidifiers, turning over the soil in the garden, staying amidst the flowers and plants, these things all happened after Wang Yuyang had died. Originally, there was only one humidifier in Lu Feng's house, bought by his wife, rarely used, and he never took care of the garden either. Moreover, on the night Wang Yuyang was killed, Lu Feng did not return home, no one knew where he went. Wang Yuyang had guessed correctly about the strange sequence of events, the rest depended on what clues Lu Feng's death might lead to. Zhou Yi followed Lu Feng day and night for a few days, then the man was dead. When Wang Yuyang received Zhou Yi's call, he was just flipping through the bookshelf of the original owner, and he swallowed the piece of chocolate already sent to his mouth, just died in the study. Did you encounter the person who silenced him? Zhou Yi said, no one showed up. Wang Yuyang wasn't satisfied with this result, so Lu Feng was poisoned earlier, and now has succumbed to the poison. Zhou Yi clicked the lighter, it doesn't look like it. Wang Yuyang leaned back several steps and sat on a chair, then how did he die? Zhou Yi said, not clear yet. He looked at the monitor, the police are here, Mei Yu isn't, and leading them is her subordinate. I want to see Lu Feng's autopsy report, and also the surveillance footage from both the villa and the company within the last 10 days. Wang Yuyang rested his head on his hand, I also want to read his wife's statement. Zhou Yi clenched a cigarette, those items would be held by the police. Uncle knows you're capable and have ways to get those things, Wang Yuyang said, you probably already have a plan. Zhou Yi slightly lowered his eyelids, took a puff of smoke, and lightly raised his thin lips, I don't understand what you mean. Wang Yuyang laughed, Uncle is praising you. Zhou Yi gave a dry laugh, humph. Chapter 15. A heavy rainstorm broke out over City S, creating an uproar across the ground. Wang Yuyang sat in his chair listening to the rain, glancing at the calendar on the wall, August 19, 2028. He was killed on the night of the 12th, and now it's the 19th, exactly a week. This also matches the time from when Lu Feng first started showing signs of abnormality until his death. 7 days. It seemed as though this number carried much significance behind it, each one enough to make a person feel chilled. According to reason, Lu Feng should have been silenced that night, but he had only disappeared for one night. The next day, he returned acting normally like nothing had happened, continuing to go to work and back home regularly. In a bizarre way, he had managed to live 7 extra days. The manipulator seemed to be playing a game. The raindrops drummed heavily against the window ledge. Lost in thought, Wang Yuyang momentarily forgot that he was dead, experiencing a reflex-like tingling sensation in his legs. He reached for the thin blanket on the bed and placed it over his legs. Coming to his senses abruptly, he remembered that this body's legs had no old ailments, they wouldn't spasm during rainy weather. Wang Yuyang sank deeper into his chair. Initially, he speculated that the mastermind behind the scenes could be an adversarial force he'd crossed paths with before, or perhaps even a collaboration among multiple parties. Their motive might be to cause Shin Corporation to collapse and ruin the Shin family. After all, he had been entrenched at the center of power for many years, making countless enemies. Many people were hoping for his demise, believing that if he died, there would be massive unrest in City S. However, now he felt that this plot was not targeted at Shin Corporation or the Shin family. It didn't involve any issues of power, authority, or grudges. They just wanted him dead. Wang Yuyang pinched the bridge of his nose, and that eerie feeling re-emerged again. It was as though, besides himself and Zhou Yi, there was a third party who knew the head of the Shin family still lived under this identity. He let out a long breath. Lu Feng's role in this scheme wasn't to drag him into it, but rather to push him forward by one step, pushing him to the specific position chosen by the mastermind. Lu Feng wasn't the only one doing the pushing, there were other pieces involved. People around him, ones he couldn't yet identify. Lost in thought, Wang Yuyang realized that, unknowingly, he had already been caught in this scheme for some time. To break out of the scheme, the only option was to play along and get deeper involved. The deeper he went, the more relevant individuals he'd come into contact with, increasing the chances of finding a flaw. With his eyes closed, Wang Yuyang interlaced his fingers on his abdomen, tapping his left thumb lightly with his right. The chair swayed slightly. In his memory, there was no one capable of setting up such an elaborate web without him noticing. Could it be a certain ancient family that had long been reclusive, staying out of worldly affairs? Or maybe it has something to do with the government. The vibration of his phone startled Wang Yuyang out of his thoughts, breaking the connection he had just established. He picked it up and answered, "What's the matter?" Zhou Yi said, "I'm on my way back." Wang Yuyang looked outside the window, streaks of water running down, blurring everything. "It's raining hard. Drive carefully." There was a pause on the other end before Zhou Yi's voice sounded, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly, "Uncle is waiting for you to come back and cook dinner." Zhou Yi. "What do you want to eat?" Wang Yuyang said, "Some greens would be good." As a result, for dinner, Zhou Yi really only prepared a plate of green vegetables. Sitting in front of the table, both adults held bowls of white rice and quietly ate the plain vegetables. Wang Yuyang chewed the leaves of the vegetable in his mouth. Thinking about it, he had lived 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he grew tired of luxurious dishes and began focusing on healthcare after turning 35. His diet became very light, mostly vegetarian. This made things difficult for his cooks at home because the vegetarian dishes were never repeated. Wang Yuyang added a few more pieces of leafy greens to his bowl. In this life, his preference for food remained consistent. Fortunately, the child sitting opposite could cook, making food to his liking. He sighed involuntarily, ah. Zhou Yi lowered his gaze and stirred his rice and vegetables. Don't eat if you're not hungry. Wang Yuyang leisurely took another bite of rice. Little Yi seems upset. Zhou Yi's expression remained blank. Did you run into someone unpleasant on your way back? Wang Yuyang put down his chopsticks, adopting a grandfatherly tone, or do you dislike rainy days? Zhou Yi raised his eyelids slightly. Are you eating or not? Wang Yuyang shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the youth take the plate and dump the remaining greens and broth into his bowl. Wang Yuyang noticed something and suddenly changed his countenance, a little green worm. Zhou Yi ate the meal calmly. You should be glad to see it. It means no pesticides were used. Wang Yuyang said darkly, I ate a lot. Zhou Yi replied, so did I. Wang Yuyang's stomach churned violently. After drinking a few sips of water to calm it, his complexion still looked unwell. Didn't you see the worm when you washed the vegetables? Zhou Yi shot back, you can wash them next time. Wang Yuyang was momentarily speechless. Seeing the man stumped, Zhou Yi's lips unconsciously curved upward, but he quickly suppressed the expression. Wang Yuyang said, give me a cigarette. Zhou Yi tossed the lighter and the cigarette pack onto the table. Wang Yuyang glanced at the pack. This kid smoked daily, carrying a strong, bitter smell on him. He pulled out a cigarette. There's something uncle is curious about. How much money have you made these years? Zhou Yi said, I don't know. Wang Yuyang wasn't surprised. He held the light yellow cigarette tip in his mouth. Where's the money? Zhou Yi replied indifferently. It was exchanged for an opportunity to return home. Hearing this, Wang Yuyang looked up. That doesn't sound like your style. Zhou Yi said, that person had once shown me kindness. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Uncle has been kind to you too, yet why haven't I ever seen you smile for me? After finishing the last bite of rice, Zhou Yi cleared the bowls and went into the kitchen. Wang Yuyang exhaled swirls of white smoke. With this rain, the soil in Lu Feng's garden will turn to mud. Any clues might be washed away by now. What bad timing. The sound of washing dishes mixed with Zhou Yi's voice from the kitchen. The autopsy report won't come out so soon. Not worried, Wang Yuyang said as he leaned over with his cigarette. I know the forensic doctor on the police team, Zhang Qi. He's meticulous and conducts thorough investigations. Holding the cigarette, Wang Yuyang returned to the room to continue browsing through the original owner's bookshelf. For someone who sold breakfast items, having such a large bookshelf full of neatly arranged books was unusual. Among them were even some old English language medical books with yellowing pages that had been around for quite a while. This added to the growing sense of incongruity. After spending some time in the room, Wang Yuyang stepped out and noticed that Zhou Yi hadn't gone upstairs. Instead, he sat alone on the sofa scrolling through his phone with a strange expression. Curious, Wang Yuyang walked over and asked, what are you looking? His question was interrupted by a sudden shout from the phone. I'm one of Master Air's people. He personally told me that the doors of Jinzuan are always open to me. Why do you dare stop me? Wang Yuyang blinked. He moved closer and took a look at Zhou Yi's phone. The video showed the hall of Jinzuan. A youthful, rosy-cheeked teenager, about 18 or 19 years old, was arguing loudly. He had a slim figure. It seemed unclear which customer had filmed it and uploaded it online, probably because the clientele of Jinzuan were either rich or noble. Wang Yuyang vaguely remembered this boy, a cute face, his little hands rubbing his shoulders felt pleasant. But that was all. He hadn't touched him. Because during that period, he had felt increasingly apathetic, lacking the drive. Zhou Yi questioned, did you really say that? Wang Yuyang rubbed his brow and said, don't ask such questions, Xiao Yi is an intelligent person. Let's not pretend to be naive here. How could he have said something like that? Zhou Yi frowned, so, you prefer those kind of young boys? Wang Yuyang mused and then sat beside Zhou Yi. Uncle was in his prime, full of passion and challenge, but too busy making money and grabbing power to fool around. When there was free time, I had everything I wanted, but my mindset was already aged. Noisy things annoyed me, I preferred someone obedient and quiet. Zhou Yi remained silent for a moment before derisively curling his lip. If you really don't want to deal with trouble, then stop keeping people around. Wang Yuyang crossed his legs and sighed, that's impossible. Uncle is a normal man, with desires. Zhou Yi snorted disdainfully. Wang Yuyang showed no sign of anger. His tone was unhurried as he asked, when Xiao Yi feels desire, how does he handle it? Realizing what he just said, he chuckled lightly, Uncle forgot, Xiao Yi is still pure-hearted. Zhou Yi stared at him in silence. Wang Yuyang suddenly said, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi responded coldly, what do you want? Wang Yuyang said, your ears are red. Zhou Yi's complexion shifted slightly. Amused by the child's shock, embarrassment, helplessness, and annoyance, Wang Yuyang cheerfully stated, Uncle was teasing you. Zhou Yi remained silent. Leaning back against the sofa, Wang Yuyang leaned closer lazily smiling, they're really red now. Zhou Yi's temples started pulsing in agitation. In the video, the teenager was being dragged out by the bodyguards, screaming and yelling, "Since Master Air isn't around anymore, do you not take his word seriously now? Where's the manager? I demand to see your manager." The Jinzuan manager didn't appear for a long time. With the boss dead, he couldn't confirm if the claim was true. No matter whether it was real or not, he dared not make the first move. Otherwise, anyone in the future could just claim they worked for the boss and consume freely at Jinzuan. Wang Yuyang disinterestedly looked away, only to hear another respectful voice moments later, "Young Master Lin." He immediately turned his head. Wasn't he supposed to be recuperating in the hospital? Why did he go to Jinzuan? Chapter 16. When Zhou Yi saw the man coming over, he instinctively leaned to the other side. "What are you dodging for?" Wang Yuyang's head moved in front of the young man. "Uncle can't see anymore." Zhou Yi simply threw his phone over. Wang Yuyang caught it, feeling the warm touch, raising an eyebrow. "Xiao Yi's temperature is a bit high." Zhou Yi frowned. "Are you going to watch it or not?" "Isn't Uncle already watching?" Wang Yuyang changed to a more comfortable position, settling into the couch with the phone on his lap. In the video, Lin Xiaonan appeared at the entrance of Jinzun. He sat in a wheelchair, pushed by a tall man with a scar on his left eye. Zhou Yi said, "Xiao Ming, from L City, orphan, deputy team leader of retired special forces, now mute." Wang Yuyang pressed pause. "Do you know him?" Zhou Yi said, "I have the files of all domestic special forces members." Wang Yuyang clicked his tongue. "Youthful, your memory is really good." Zhou Yi glanced at the man. "Aren't you curious when Lin Xiaonan had such a person around?" "I'm curious." Wang Yuyang smiled and said, "Anan probably broke his leg last month. I died an unnatural death, so his old man wasn't reassured and arranged someone for him." Zhou Yi asked, "How did he break his leg?" Wang Yuyang replied, "He fell down the stairs." Zhou Yi furrowed his brows. "Give me the information on those few people you're familiar with as soon as possible, so I don't have to go through the hassle of investigating again." "I'll tell you in a while." Wang Yuyang continued watching the video after adjusting the volume to its maximum. Lin Xiaonan's appearance caused a commotion. He wore white clothes with black pants, his bangs covering his eyebrows, exuding a dispirited atmosphere. What happened? The bodyguards were nervous. Taking advantage of this, the teenager broke free, proudly straightening his clothes. "Young Master Lin, you've met second grandpa before when I followed him. We even went to the horse farm together. You can testify for me that second grandpa." Lin Xiaonan interrupted, his voice extremely hoarse. "Today is his 7th day since passing." The expression of the boy stiffened instantly. Lin Xiaonan slightly raised his hand. Xiao Ming stepped up quickly, carrying the youth out like a little chick, casually tossing him onto the ground. "Young Master Lin Xiaonan, this is second grandpa's territory, not yours. What right do you have to treat me like this? If second grandpa finds out, even as a ghost he wouldn't." What are you doing?" The video ended with the boy screaming madly. Wang Yuyang dragged the progress bar of the video, stopping at Nan's emaciated face. The child beside him could only be said in a certain sense to have grown up under his observation, but Annan truly grew up step by step right under his nose. Already at the age of 30 and able to stand independently, not a child anymore, able to handle matters alone. Zhou Yi suddenly asked, "What does he call you?" Wang Yuyang gazed at the person in the video, his eyes full of gentleness and indulgence. "Calls me second grandpa when there are outsiders, calls me brother privately." Zhou Yi looked at the pale side of the man's face, opening his mouth without much emotional fluctuation. "Tell me about their situation." Wang Yuyang handed the phone back to him, tidying the hair by his ear and stroking it back. "Who should we start with?" "Let uncle think about it." "Let's start with Annan." On the other side, on the top floor of Jinzun, in the luxurious room, there were some added orchids, pure white ones, blossoming brightly. The elegance originally added has faded somewhat due to the previous owner's death. Now, silence filled the room, pressing down heavily on breathing. Lin Xiaonan stared outside the window. Xiao Ming stood quietly, not saying a word. Not long after, someone entered the door, slender like bamboo, fair-skinned and handsome, Jiang Yang, the manager of Jinzun. "Little Master Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't appear earlier because I had no choice. It's not just today, ever since second grandpa passed away, people have been coming to cause trouble. These past days I've been annoyed out of my mind, my skin condition worsened, using several face masks every day, I can hardly bear it anymore." Lin Xiaonan said, "He doesn't like disturbances." Jiang Yang sat down on the sofa, his pink shirt's collar open, revealing a beautiful white clavicle. Smiling, a pair of cute dimples appeared on his cheeks. "This was mishandled by me. From now on, I will definitely increase manpower and won't let those people come near Jinzun again, they will get beaten every time they try to approach." Lin Xiaonan touched the armrest of his wheelchair, he treated people around him very well. "Jiang Yang, so what exactly do you want?" Lin Xiaonan turned his head. "Chocolate." Xiao Ming handed a piece of chocolate over. Lin Xiaonan tore open the wrapper. Now that second grandpa is gone, he didn't leave any heir. The position of head of the Shen family remains vacant and everything is in chaos. He brought the chocolate to his mouth, biting off a small piece. It seems unlikely that the Shen family will be able to hold on to this Jinzun fat meat. Jiang Yang's gaze fell on that piece of chocolate. It was a very familiar brand, one that second grandpa had eaten for many years. Young Master Lin, Jin Zun, was the first business venture set up by second grandpa. He would visit occasionally whenever he had some free time. When he saw obedient children, he'd personally guide them in various ways. Regardless of how you look at it, second grandpa had feelings for this place. The soft crinkling sound of the squashed chocolate wrapper paused Jiang Yang mid-sentence as he recovered his gaze, coughed twice. Whether or not the Shen family can maintain its control isn't really an issue depending on your decision alone, young Master Lin. Lin Xiaonan let the chocolate melt in his mouth, savoring the rich, sweet aroma wrapped around his tongue. The Lin family isn't under my leadership. What's the difference? Jiang Yang scratched his face. Don't say about safeguarding Jin Zun under so many watchful eyes. Even stabilizing the Shen family, you have the capability to do so. Lin Xiaonan continued to stare out the window. What does the Shen family matter to me without second grandpa? Jiang Yang was speechless. That was indeed true. When second grandpa was alive, the guy followed him like a shadow, being close to him instead of the entire Shen family. That was a completely different matter. Jiang Yang stealthily glanced at the tall man standing quietly, strong and oozing masculinity. He lewdly licked his lips. Second grandpa had old injuries in his legs. During rainy days, he'd feel terrible, unable to eat or sleep well, never leaving a person's side. Now in another world, upon rain, I reckon he won't feel pain anymore. Lin Xiaonan's chocolate dissolved in his mouth and he bit another piece. I'll stay here tonight. Jiang Yang tilted his head and smiled. All right. Lin Xiaonan lowered his eyes slightly. From now on, I'll come here too. Keep everything in the room exactly the same way, don't change anything. Jiang Yang said, young Master Lin, rest assured. This place has always been cleaned by Sister Zhang who knows her limits. Dismissed. Lin Xiaonan looked back outside the window through the rain. From now on, I'll take care of the cleaning. Jiang Yang said, since young master has spoken, I'll pass the message down shortly. Lin Xiaonan pressed his dry eyes, covering them with his palm. You may leave. In that case, I won't disturb young Master Lin's rest. Jiang Yang stood up and headed toward the door. As he passed by the tall man, he intentionally or unintentionally paused for a beat, his gaze stopping on the scar above the man's left eye. Xiao Ming turned his head, expression stern and cold. Jiang Yang showed a row of white teeth, harmlessly grinning in a sweet and bright manner. Big brother, good day. Xiao Ming did not utter a single word. Jiang Yang stuffed his hands into his pockets, swaying as he walked out of the room. The smile on his lips disappeared. The deputy manager waiting anxiously in the corridor quickly greeted him. How is it? Did young Master Lin say anything? Jiang Yang adjusted the collar of his shirt. Nothing serious. That's good. The deputy manager drooped his head. In the information era, even a minor event blown online can make a huge buzz, between video and rumor spreading. This will damage second grandpa's reputation if it continues like this. Jiang Yang spoke as he walked. The person inside will handle it. I still can't believe second grandpa has passed away, the deputy manager muttered as he followed Jiang Yang into the elevator. Jiang Yang said, the body has already been cremated. The deputy manager sighed involuntarily. Such a glorious person like second grandpa, after death, only leaves behind a handful of ashes. Jiang Yang combed his curly hair several times while looking in the mirror. Isn't it the same when an emperor dies? The deputy manager murmured, in S City, isn't second grandpa just like an emperor? Don't repeat that phrase all the time, Jiang Yang warned. Second grandpa went underground where he cannot hear us. He won't reward you with anything overnight. Jiang Yang pinched the deputy manager's face and took out his phone to make a call. During the 7th day since second grandpa's passing, keep it quiet tonight. Turn on the sign at 9 p.m. and close the shop. Resume operations 3 days later. As he spoke, he asked the person on the other end of the line, where are you? There was a noisy background, mixed with an impatient voice. Fallen Street. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Are you still going to find that old man whose name you don't even know? The voice from the phone sounded irritated. It's uncle. Jiang Yang teased, isn't that the same thing? Completely different, I'm not going to tell you more. Hang up. Before Jiang Yang could reply, the beep beep sound came from the other end of the line. His face darkened. What a lousy kid. Just returned to the country and doesn't even know all the roads yet but dare to go to Fallen Street alone. You're asking for trouble. The deputy manager curiously asked, who was it? Jiang Yang replied, my cousin. The deputy manager's eyes lit up. How old is he? How tall? How much does he weigh? What does he look like? Is he short on money? Would he like to do a part-time job here? Jiang Yang lightly spat out 3 words, an official third generation. The deputy manager opened his mouth wide. Jiang Yang added, his father and grandfather are both big shots in the officialdom. The deputy manager was surprised, but he's a grass bag. Jiang Yang organized his language, arrogant and annoying, a grass bag who has studied abroad. The deputy manager. 2 days later, Zhou Yi brought back everything Wang Yuyang wanted, without any loss. Wang Yuyang knew he would get things done, just didn't expect it to be so fast. Did you get your team's computer genius to break the police defense system? Zhou Yi said, you don't care about the process. Wang Yuyang smelled him, deducing whom he'd been in contact with and where he had been. Who says so? Zhou Yi didn't respond. Wang Yuyang put the original English medical books of the previous host in the drawer. So is it? Zhou Yi said, no. Then is he related to the police? Wang Yuyang lazily asked while propping his head with one hand. Little E, are you an undercover agent? Zhou Yi lowered his head to look at him without changing his expression. Any other thoughts? Wang Yuyang shook his head and smiled. None. Zhou Yi threw the paper bag on the table. If you have nothing more to say, then take a look at these things. After you're done, we'll discuss them further. Wang Yuyang glanced at the paper bag. Have you checked it? Yeah, Zhou Yi said. I watched the surveillance from Lu Feng's villa and company for the last 10 days from beginning to end. There were abnormalities only on the night of the 18th. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. That was the day before Lu Feng died. He took out the autopsy report and the deposition from the paper bag. What kind of abnormalities? Zhou Yi didn't say anything but showed him the surveillance. When Wang Yuyang's gaze moved to the screen, he was taking a sip of water and immediately sprayed it all over Zhou Yi. Upon seeing what Lu Feng was doing, Lu Feng was crawling down the stairs on all fours, kicking off with his feet, hopping down step by step. Wang Yuyang's Adam's apple moved slightly. What is this? It's exactly as strange as it looks. We can't rule out that Lu Feng performed other abnormal behaviors. Zhou Yi calmly shook the water off his clothes. After all, there are places the cameras cannot reach. Wang Yuyang repeatedly watched Lu Feng go down the stairs, feeling increasingly uneasy but unable to articulate why. According to the autopsy report, Zhou Yi dispassionately explained, there's a type of parasitic worm inside Lu Feng's body. He paused briefly. This kind of parasitic worm doesn't exist in humans, it's only found on insects. It took Wang Yuyang a moment to catch up. What kind of thing? Insects, Zhou Yi answered. Chapter 17. Wang Yuyang drank more than half a glass of water, but his throat was still dry. Zhou Yi leaned on the table, bent over to look at him with a slight movement of his lips. You're someone who has died before and now you are living in this world with a new body. Is there anything you can't accept? Wang Yuyang pinched the bridge of his nose. That's true. So what about Lu Feng? Did he accidentally get infected with parasitic nematodes while eating some kind of insect? Zhou Yi pushed the autopsy report towards him. Keep it away, I don't want to see it. Wang Yuyang supported his head. I have a headache. Zhou Yi gave him a glare. Isn't insects usually cooked at high temperatures? Parasites should be killed then, right? Could he have eaten it raw? His voice trailed off suddenly as Wang Yuyang stood up abruptly. Could it be that Lu Feng was always searching for bugs in the garden when he was digging through the soil? Zhou Yi said, probably. Wang Yuyang's throat moved as he sat back down. Is it really that bizarre? Zhou Yi recounted the content from the report. The police's test results showed that once these nematodes were ingested by mistake, death would occur within 2 days. Lu Feng also died because of this. Wang Yuyang furrowed his brow. Lu Feng started acting strangely the day after I died. From the onset of abnormal behavior to his death, it took 7 days, which doesn't match the timeline. So it wasn't that he got unluckily infected by that parasite, which then mutated causing his abnormal behavior. It seems like those behaviors came first, then during his meals, he consumed the parasite. Zhou Yi's face lacked expression. As far as we know, that's how it went. Wang Yuyang let out a sigh. Rearranging the sequence made it even more chilling. Zhou Yi exhaled. The police speculate it might be due to hypnosis. Hypnosis? Wang Yuyang paused momentarily upon hearing this. He opened the surveillance footage, watching Lu Feng crawling downstairs hop by hop like a frog, thinking himself to be a frog. Zhou Yi took out his cigarette case, amphibian. Wang Yuyang instinctively reached for his cup but realized it was empty, so he put it back and started looking for chocolate to eat. Zhou Yi bit the cigarette tip and clicked his lighter open, using one finger to point twice at the confession on Zhou Yi's left side. Wang Yuyang said, just tell me, uncle isn't going to read it. Zhou Yi glanced at him. Headache again? Not. Wang Yuyang found a piece of chocolate, quickly tearing the wrapper and taking a bite, a bit nauseous, wanting to throw up. Zhou Yi smirked. Pregnant? Wang Yuyang, tongue enveloping the chocolate, smiled at him. Little E, don't be mischievous at this moment. Zhou Yi's face twitched. If you feel nauseous, why eat chocolate? Wang Yuyang didn't elaborate further, just briefly responded, psychological effect, dependency. Zhou Yi looked at him, not continuing the topic anymore. Wang Yuyang ate chocolate while watching the surveillance, just a small segment, dragging the progress bar back and forth. Do you understand hypnosis? Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang phrased it differently. Does anyone in the team understand hypnosis? Zhou Yi smoked silently. Wang Yuyang sighed sadly, shaking his head. Little E won't even tell uncle this, huh? Zhou Yi's complexion turned dark. Stop pretending. The emotions in Wang Yuyang's eyes faded, watching him curiously. Say something. Zhou Yi exhaled a puff of white smoke, lightly saying, there's a Russian, good at hypnotism. Wang Yuyang asked, can they make someone think they're an animal? Unclear. After a while, Zhou Yi said, I only know he can get someone to follow his instructions within a limited time period, provided the person is mentally fragile and without guard. Wang Yuyang elongated his tone, expressing greater interest. So how? Zhou Yi grabbed his neck a few times, constantly applying consciousness hints or something like that. I don't quite understand. Members of the mercenary group all have their own strengths and tasks. That's not my area. Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou Yi went outside with a cigarette dangling from his lips to answer the phone. Wang Yuyang picked up the confession and autopsy report, leaning closer to sniff them. Besides that child's crisp smell and the ever-present pungent smell of tobacco, there was a trace of mint that did not belong to him. The person who acquired the items wasn't necessarily the same person who handled them. It was likely the owner of the jeep that fell asleep inside the car last time. Wang Yuyang placed the items he had in hand, knowing the kid was aware of his superhuman sense of smell. Once something had been tainted by any scent, he could surely detect it, yet no efforts had ever been taken to cover or eliminate the evidence. Since his death, everything around him had become shrouded in mystery. Now that he had chosen this child, he needed to trust in his choice. Wang Yuyang glanced out the window, where darkness was interspersed with the pitter-patter of rain. It had been overcast and rainy since Lu Feng's death, making the room heavy with damp air. The little centipedes crawling on the walls were multiplying fast, and the bug repellent he'd bought was almost all used up. This humid weather made it feel like something was about to mold. Not long after, Zhou Yi returned after taking a phone call and noticed that Wang Yuyang was eating chocolate. He frowned. Do you really like that stuff so much? Wang Yuyang's voice was muffled, obvious enough. Zhou Yi walked up beside him. From my investigation, Lin Xiaonan also likes eating chocolate, even setting up his own brand. Wang Yuyang chuckled softly. He ate it because he saw me eat it. He's always liked mimicking me since we were kids. That brand was just a casual idea I tossed out at the dinner table years ago. He brought it to life, and now it's doing pretty well. They don't even carry it in the supermarkets downstairs. The smoke slowly outlined Zhou Yi's features as he pierced through the haze to look at Wang Yuyang. You two never got along well, huh? Wang Yuyang stopped smiling. That's the second time you've asked me this, and there won't be a third. A moment later, he laughed again. Let's continue from where we left off before. Zhou Yi noted the man's unpredictable behavior but said calmly, according to what Mei Yu revealed when she interrogated Lu Feng's wife, there were several pages of her statement. Based on her testimony, she merely found her husband's strange behavior curious, not understanding why he acted that way. Normal people wouldn't jump to supernatural explanations, just like no one would believe that the dead could come back to life. Wang Yuyang loosened his small ponytail at the back of his head and raked his hands through his disheveled hair, idly flicking a few strands. But Lu Feng was hypnotized into thinking he was an amphibian. He still went to work regularly, socialized, and there were no noticeable problems with his job performance, only changes in his lifestyle and taste preferences. How do you explain that? Zhou Yi tapped the ash off his cigarette into the trash can. Don't ask me. Let the police figure it out themselves. Wang Yuyang looked at the bookshelf in the corner by the wall. Silencing someone is easy. Yet whoever's behind this keeps creating such phenomena. Apart from playing games, I can't think of any other explanation. To uncover the truth, find out where Lu Feng went the night I died and if anyone left with him. Maybe that'll give us a lead. Zhou Yi smoked. The surveillance cameras at your villa have all been destroyed. Wang Yuyang wasn't surprised. Any progress on my case? Zhou Yi shook his head. Wang Yuyang put his hand behind his head, lazily crossing his long legs as he sighed. Our situation is quite passive right now. Zhou Yi leaned down to peer at the man. Scared? What am I scared of? Uncle has little E. Wang Yuyang turned his pale face slightly upward with a very friendly smile. Little E will protect Uncle. Zhou Yi's cigarette at the edge of his mouth twitched as he choked on a drag, coughing uncontrollably. Seeing Wang Yuyang attempting to get up, Zhou Yi's forehead tensed sharply. Sit down properly. Don't move. Don't come over. Chapter 18. Wang Yuyang was amused by the young man's reaction. How could little E be so scared? Uncle isn't a ferocious flood beast. Zhou Yi maintained a serious face. A flood beast cannot compare to you. Wang Yuyang got up from his chair and stretched his limbs gracefully, like a noble cat. Zhou Yi had been accustomed to living in a world filled with peril, harboring an inherent cruelty. Yet, when the always languid eyes of the man swept over him, Zhou Yi took a few steps back. Wang Yuyang stepped closer and narrowed his eyes in a smile. Little E, you're nervous. Zhou Yi's expressionless face replied, who is nervous? The moment the words left his mouth, he turned around and walked briskly toward the door, looking flustered and almost colliding with the doorframe. Wang Yuyang laughed heartily while holding onto the edge of the table for support and laughed on for quite some time. He wiped the corners of his eyes and glanced at the tears on his hand. The number of times he allowed himself to laugh uncontrollably without any concern was rare indeed. This was only the second time since his rebirth. Wang Yuyang chuckled silently, realizing that having an amusing child in this lifetime and finding hope amidst tangled mysteries made it seem more interesting than the previous life. On a Saturday morning, He Changjin came to find Wang Yuyang and invited him to have dinner at Xiao Qiu's house. Wang Yuyang was lying listlessly on the couch. He Changjin, who had just come in from outside, was slightly unaccustomed to the cold air inside, shivering his body. Brother Wang, you can't stay in this air-conditioned room all the time, or you'll get sick. Wang Yuyang tilted his head. How can one go out in this weather? He Changjin said, but you don't go out even at night. During the day. The sound of descending from the upstairs interrupted him, and he saw the person coming down. His eyes widened behind his glasses. Elder brother Yi, are you home? Zhou Yi's head was dripping water, sweat streaming down his neck, a large portion of his black t-shirt soaked, outlining strong, solid muscles. Without saying anything, he held the basin and entered the bathroom. He Changjin asked, Big brother Wang, why is your brother sweating so much? Was he exercising upstairs? Wang Yuyang lazily hummed in response, there are dumbbells and a pull-up bar, things he brought back on his own. Damn. He Changjin admired as he clicked his tongue, it's scorching hot upstairs, it's unbearable in summer without an air conditioner. Not only does he live there, but he also exercises up there, this kind of perseverance is truly impressive. Wang Yuyang sat up, don't talk about him. Can you pass me the loquat syrup on the coffee table? He Changjin reached over and handed it to him, Brother Wang, should we invite elder brother Yi later? Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, then you should tell Xiaoqiu. Alright. He Changjin pulled out his phone, I'll say it now. Wang Yuyang unscrewed the bottle cap and poured 2 mouthfuls of loquat syrup into his mouth, bringing a soothing coolness to his throat that felt a bit swollen and sore. He Changjin asked while sending a WeChat message, Big brother Wang, are you catching a cold? Wang Yuyang coughed a few times, yeah. He Changjin nagged like a grandpa, what did I say? Staying too long in air conditioning weakens immunity. You're staying indoors all the time, you need to drink more water, brother Wang. Adding chrysanthemum or honeysuckle in the water has heat-clearing and detoxifying effects, drinking ginger tea for removing dampness and cold is also good. A cup every evening, add mint if you have it. The temperature setting of the air conditioner shouldn't be too low, 27 to 28 degrees Celsius is fine. The house should be ventilated at least twice a day, each session for about half an hour. Also, spending too long in lower temperatures leads to less perspiration, so physical activities are important, otherwise, your muscles might feel sore. Wang Yuyang nonchalantly tightened the bottle cap, Changjin, you sure know a lot. Where would I learn? He Changjin grinned, from online resources. Wang Yuyang stood up, do you want an ice lolly? I'll get you one. Yes, yes. He Changjin nodded vigorously, get me a red bean flavor. Wang Yuyang opened the fridge to look. The ice lollies were neatly arranged, easy to see, no red bean flavor left. He Changjin let out a disappointed, then said, green bean will do. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses on his nose, I must buy more red bean ones this afternoon. Remind me, brother Wang, so I don't forget. Okay. Wang Yuyang casually looked at the remaining ice lollies in the freezer and asked, Changjin, if you won't eat others anyway, why buy them? He Changjin blinked, because you like to eat them. Wang Yuyang fell silent. When I come over, usually both of us share one lolly each. Sometimes after finishing one, we'd grab a second. Don't you think summertime's greatest joy is sitting on the ground eating an ice lolly? He Changjin smirked, now you don't eat anymore. Wang Yuyang closed the fridge door, I've eaten too much. My gut can't take it. I need to quit cold and spicy food. He Changjin didn't believe him, Big brother Wang, stop teasing. You love cold and spicy food. You know it's bad for your health, but you just can't give it up. I don't know how many times I've told you, but you still eat it like there's no tomorrow. Even though you said you dreamed about dying, and then woke up enlightened, wanting to live differently in the second half of your life and break old habits, those were only thoughts. Putting them into practice is really tough. He chuckled, if you really quit everything, you wouldn't be Big brother Wang anymore. Wang Yuyang smiled cryptically, is that so? He Changjin had an astonished expression, when you smile like this, Big brother Wang, it feels like you're a different person. At this moment, the bathroom door opened from the inside. Zhou Yi emerged with wet hair, holding a blue towel, drying his hair with half-lidded eyes revealing a harsh facial structure. He Changjin stopped tearing open the popsicle bag, brother Wang, your brother doesn't seem like someone who works at construction sites. Wang Yuyang maintained a poker face, then what does he seem like? He seems like a bodyguard, a security guard. He Changjin scratched his head, like some kind of big shot. Wang Yuyang teased, just because he's built. He Changjin whispered, but your brother has a very strong presence. Wang Yuyang said, he just looks ferocious. He Changjin fell silent. Wang Yuyang coughed dryly, feeling discomfort in his throat, eat your ice lolly before it melts. He Changjin snapped back to reality, squeezing his melting ice stick, it'll taste awful if it melts. I prefer it rock hard. I'll go get another one. Wang Yuyang saw Zhou Yi looking at him and gave him a comforting smile. Zhou Yi immediately turned his head away. Furrowing his brow, he grabbed the towel and roughly dried his damp neck and head before throwing it on the rack and striding upstairs. As it neared 10 o'clock, the three of them ventured out under the blazing sun toward a nearby residential area. He Changjin kept chattering, his mouth going non-stop even as the ice cream was stuffed inside. Wang Yuyang, under the scorching sun, felt dizzy and looked unwell. Zhou Yi walked at the back, hands in the pockets of his camouflage pants, muttering a reminder, even if we pretend, we should look the part. Wang Yuyang sidestepped behind him, you walk ahead and block the sunlight for your uncle. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang coughed uncomfortably, his throat sore. He took out a box of watermelon frost lozenges from his pocket, popped one into his mouth. This feels good. Thanks, little E. Zhou Yi ignored him. Suddenly, Wang Yuyang stopped in his tracks. Zhou Yi, walking ahead, sensed something and immediately turned sharply around. What is it? Wang Yuyang had already averted his gaze. I ran into a kid. Zhou Yi's tense muscles relaxed without asking who it was. And Wang Yuyang wasn't planning on telling him either. He'd encountered a youth he once knew from Corruption Street. Looking around aimlessly, as if searching for something. Wang Yuyang urged Zhou Yi forward, and the two soon caught up with He Changjin. Not long after, He Changjin, who had been jabbering all the way, finally paused, saying, Brother Wang, Xiao Qiu asked me to bring her a bottle of steamed fish soy sauce. You and your brother go ahead. It's the Jessen Garden right ahead, Building 16, Unit 2, Apartment 401. He finished speaking and dashed off alone. Chapter 19. In Wang Yuyang's imagination, little Qiu was a relatively young person, but someone who was experienced and efficient. However, upon meeting her in person, she turned out to be much younger and smaller than expected. She had a baby face, short hair with bangs, and little freckles. To him, she seemed like a student, full of innocence and inexperience. It seemed as if the tasks of opening a shop or buying a house were done by her twin sister, not related to her at all. Little Qiu stared blankly at Zhou Yi for a moment, then let out an oops, and rushed into the kitchen where bustling sounds followed continuously. Wang Yuyang lowered his voice. Do you know her? Zhou Yi replied, no. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, then maybe she's taken a liking to you. Zhou Yi didn't react. Smelling various scents wafting in the air, Wang Yuyang noticed that the air freshener smelled like lemons. There were at least 3 used, and both the floor and furniture had probably been wiped down with vinegar, yet the fishy smell remained stubborn. Looks like little Qiu liked seafood a lot, hence why the smell in her place was so strong. Also, there was the scent of cat fur. But no cat was to be seen. Wang Yuyang glanced towards the kitchen direction. Could He Changjin have gotten this persistent fish smell from visiting little Qiu? And how does he manage to get covered every single day? Zhou Yi paid no heed. Wang Yuyang slapped the young man on the arm. Uncle is talking to you. Zhou Yi flinched slightly, his expression cold. I've said it before, I don't care about what happened to the original owner. Wang Yuyang chuckled. Alright, you don't have to care. Then he said, He Changjin's residence is in the same neighborhood as the original owner. I haven't been there yet, but I should visit soon. There's no contact information for little Qiu in the original owner's phone, no communication records either. Just because she went into his room, did he get upset and cut off all ties, including blocking her? They'd known each other for almost 2 years, is it worth it? Or could there be another reason? A seller of breakfast shouldn't have a very complex social circle logically speaking, but now things are strange, something's off everywhere. Could the original owner have another identity? Hiding here under an assumed name? The muscles on Zhou Yi's face twitched. What are you telling me this for? Wang Yuyang looked guiltless, just overthinking. Xiao Yi. Uncle was just mumbling to myself. Zhou Yi sneered coldly. You think I'll believe that? Alright, Wang Yuyang waved off. Uncle's going to the kitchen now, you just take a look around yourself. Zhou Yi's complexion turned ashen. Good, well behaved. Wang Yuyang sneezed. Little Qiu turned around. Brother Wang, why are you coming in here? It's quite smoky, go sit in the living room. No problem. Wang Yuyang walked to the stove, watching her cook. The smell of celery mixed with oil fumes invaded his nose. It was indeed quite strong, but he suppressed the urge to leave and looked around. Little Qiu opened a small porcelain basin, using a spatula to scoop out a large chunk of lard into the pan. Watching the greasy green vegetables stir-fried tofu, Wang Yuyang felt a bit uneasy in his stomach. My little E is quite good at cooking, we'll make him show off his skills later. Little Qiu's eyes lit up. Good. Wang Yuyang exhaled quietly in relief. Now there would be lunch. After finishing cooking and turning off the fire, little Qiu whispered softly, Brother Wang, I am really sorry about what happened before. Wang Yuyang observed the young woman in front of him carefully. I heard the whole story from Changjin. Why didn't you explain to me back then? I was confused and couldn't think clearly back then. Little Qiu blushed awkwardly. Later, I wanted to explain, but... I knew you were angry, Brother Wang, so I didn't dare to approach you. This time it was Changjin's idea. Wang Yuyang pressed his lips together. For having blocked you, I apologize. It's my fault, it's wrong of me. Little Qiu hurried to say, if it were me, and someone I didn't like entered my room, I'd be mad too. Wang Yuyang took out his phone. Let's re-add each other. Little Qiu's eyes watered slightly. Wang Yuyang added her as a friend, then put his phone back in his pocket with a smile. Why don't you tell me what happened that time? Little Qiu fell into reminiscence. I just heard some noises of rummaging through things in your room. Assuming it was a thief, I didn't think twice and walked right in. She hesitated, wanting to say something more, yet uncertain. Wang Yuyang gently ruffled her hair. So, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Little Qiu appeared startled by his gesture, taking a while to come to her senses before replying. It was all a visual mistake. Wang Yuyang tilted his head. Oh. Little Qiu reiterated emphatically, I must have made a mistake. Brother Wang, you live on the 6th floor. If someone really jumped out of the window, even if they survived, they would certainly be disabled. There would be no way for them to walk away unscathed. But that night, there was no one in the neighborhood who fell off the building, so I must have been wrong. Wang Yuyang said, that's right. 6 floors are very high. Falling down isn't something to be trifled with. Did you check by peeping out of the window? No, little Chiu replied sheepishly, I just misjudged and misheard. Wang Yuyang appeared deep in thought. By the way, there is another matter. Brother Wang, I did not touch your bookshelf. Little Chiu's tone became somewhat agitated, I'm telling the truth. The moment I entered your room, you came rushing in. I didn't mess around with anything of yours. Wang Yuyang chuckled, I believe you. Little Chiu stared at him with her round big eyes, dumbfounded. At that time, I was angry, scaring you inadvertently. Wang Yuyang sighed. Little Chiu shyly smiled, Brother Wang, you really love your books. Wang Yuyang thought to himself, yes, he loved them. But he still didn't know why yet. He had already read through those medical English original edition books twice but still found nothing, it seemed he had to read more. Little Chiu looked down, examining the tiled floor. Her voice was almost inaudible, Brother Wang, do you? There was a knock on the door, He Changjin had returned. Wang Yuyang asked the young woman, what were you about to say? Little Chiu scratched her short hair, nothing. Not long after, the chef in the kitchen switched to Zhou Yi, while little Chiu helped him as an assistant. Wang Yuyang sniffed his way to the balcony and discovered a cat litter box tucked away in a corner. A man liked raising cats and had 7 or 8 of them, so he knew a bit about cat supplies. This cat litter wasn't randomly chosen, but carefully selected. The fat bastard ran away again, He Changjin approached, every other day it's gone wild outside. If it were me, I'd stop raising it already. It's only little Chiu who has a soft heart, every time it returns dirty from outside, she still washes it. Wang Yuyang said, it's a new house, on the 4th floor. How could it run away and come back? It comes back alright. He Changjin kicked the cat litter, the little thing's sharp. No matter what, it won't die outside. Wang Yuyang glanced at him. He Changjin chuckled, Brother Wang, isn't little Chiu's new house nice? Wang Yuyang scanned downstairs, it's nice. More than 20,000 yuan per square meter, He Changjin pushed his glasses and said reflectively, little Chiu is quite impressive. Wang Yuyang said, don't you intend to pursue her? Pursue? Pursue what? He Changjin stuttered, hurriedly saying, Brother Wang, don't talk nonsense in front of her. There's nothing between me and her. Look at how flustered you are, Wang Yuyang laughed and asked, do you come here every day? He Changjin glared, how could that be? Wang Yuyang shifted his gaze from his face to the distant sky. Where was that fishy smell coming from? I think this neighborhood doesn't match up to ours. He Changjin leaned against the screen window and looked down, our place has better landscaping, and the buildings are shorter. I like living in lower floors. Elevators going up and down make me uneasy. When the children's hospital gets built, housing prices will definitely double. Brother Wang, you can completely rely on that set of houses for retirement. Wang Yuyang's eyes flickered. That apartment was not rented by the original owner. He curiously thought, where were property certificates or such evidence? Or perhaps, was there something hidden in the house that he hadn't discovered? Wang Yuyang gazed at the thin young man in front of him, Changjin, would you consider moving over to my place? He Changjin blankly exclaimed, why are you suddenly mentioning this? We've already talked about it before. Wang Yuyang maintained his composure, before is before. I saw some news about rent hikes elsewhere. So, I'm just asking you. If you moved over, you'd save some expenses. Well, theoretically it sounds good, He Changjin scratched the hair on the back of his head and raised his head, smiling warmly, but I'm still accustomed to living alone. Alright then. Wang Yuyang softly clicked his tongue. He had always been curious why the original owner kept an attic vacant, without letting He Changjin move in, who lived in the same complex and had a close relationship with him. Plus, the rooms downstairs could also be cleared out for use. It was like this. It wasn't that the original owner didn't want to let him stay, it was He Changjin himself who refused. Only after probing did he figure out this inside scoop. Wang Yuyang pinched his nose. Up to now, almost all information about the original owner had come from He Changjin. Some could be verified, others couldn't. Truth and falsehood were hard to distinguish. Wang Yuyang sighed inwardly, the whole situation felt strange. Zhou Yi cooked one dish and came out. He Changjin, probably noticing the cold aura around him, quickly retreated into the kitchen after greeting him. Wang Yuyang closed the glass door to cut off the cool air from the living room. What dish did you cook? Zhou Yi remained silent. Really not telling. Wang Yuyang leaned closer, his nose brushing against Zhou Yi's black t-shirt, then let uncle take a sniff. Zhou Yi pushed him away. Wang Yuyang hit the brick wall with his back and winced, you didn't control your strength there. Zhou Yi's hand moved slightly but seeing the man straightening up, he put his hand in his pocket and took out half a pack of cigarettes. Wang Yuyang fiddled with the hair covering the nape of his neck. I have a question for you. Could you go down from the 6th floor? Zhou Yi glanced sideways, anyone can. His voice was monotonous, without any fluctuation, a plop, and basically you'll be meeting Lord Yen soon. Wang Yuyang bent over covering his mouth, looking teasingly at him. Xiao Yi, you always make uncle feel cute. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang relayed what Xiao Qiu had revealed in the kitchen. Could it be that Xiao Qiu didn't see flowers wrong? Ordinary people can't, extraordinary ones might, right? The original owner's identity is very suspicious. I've searched his room several times and haven't found anything, it's odd. Zhou Yi sighed, holding his forehead as a headache set in. Among the acquaintances of the original owner, those like Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu vendors, they're fine when interacting, simple intersections. Wang Yuyang slowly said, only He Changjin and Xiao Qiu are more complex, count them as two outliers. You think the original owner could possibly be? Zhou Yi extended a hand, pressing his broad palm against the pale face of the man. Shut up. The glass door suddenly opened. He Changjin peeked in and shouted, Brother Wang, eat. Wang Yuyang pulled the hand away from his face and walked straight into the living room. He Changjin asked quietly, Elder Brother Yi, were you two arguing? Zhou Yi gripped the cigarette box. No. He Changjin puzzled, muttering, then why does Brother Wang look like he's mad? Zhou Yi looked aside, lowering his head. He Changjin felt uncomfortable under the gaze, laughing dryly. Did I say something wrong? Zhou Yi responded calmly, he's not mad. He Changjin gawked, not. Zhou Yi didn't respond. The man would beat someone bloody if mad. It couldn't be as simple as a cold look and furrowed brows. A full table of dishes, only the garlic fan steamed scallops was made by Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang shamelessly placed it in front of himself and started eating alone. He Changjin and Xiao Qiu chatted happily while crab shells piled up like a small mountain. Zhou Yi hadn't eaten much, drinking a lot of beer instead. After dinner, He Changjin proposed arm wrestling. Zhou Yi said, all right. He Changjin excitedly beamed, go. My dream has come true. Let's do it now. Beside them, Xiao Qiu suggested, does Brother Wang want to play? Seeing the young man looking this way, Wang Yuyang smiled, sure. Zhou Yi's eyelid twitched. Wang Yuyang stretched an arm, elbow propped on the table. Xiao Yi, let's start. Zhou Yi gave him a look, I don't want to wrestle with you. Wang Yuyang replied with a look, then we won't wrestle. Another glance was sent back, it's just a little game now, don't worry, uncle won't wrestle with you. Zhou Yi's eyelid twitched even more violently. Xiao Qiu tapped her chopsticks against the bowl. 3, 2, 1, get ready. He Changjin shouted loudly, start. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi shook their right hands but neither applied force. A couple of seconds later, Wang Yuyang smiled at him, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi's breath paused for a moment, in that instant, his hand was flipped down. Suddenly, the air went quiet. Wang Yuyang slouched lazily against the chair back. I've won. Zhou Yi's temples throbbed. He Changjin wore a, what happened, expression. Xiao Qiu whispered to him, is elder brother Wang's younger brother just pretending to be strong? He Changjin puckered his lips, impossible, right? Xiao Qiu said, then did he just let elder brother Wang win? He Changjin said, unlikely. Me too, Xiao Qiu said, Long Jin, remember, you've wrestled with elder brother Wang many times, each time you won. Now his younger brother can't beat him, so if you wrestle with his younger brother, you will definitely win. He Changjin's eyes behind his glasses shone brightly. Wang Yuyang took a sip of water. Long Jin, you're not going to wrestle Xiao Yi anymore. He Changjin snapped back to reality, wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. He moved his arms and wrists around, grinning as he said, Brother Yi, it's my turn now. Zhou Yi gripped his right hand. Before He Changjin could even react, he had already lost. What a joke that was supposed to be an easy win. Chapter 20. In the evening, Zhou Yi knocked on Wang Yu's door and asked him to come out. Wang Yu said, come in. Zhou Yi asked, are you in bed? Wang Yu laughed, yes. Then I won't come in, Zhou Yi said gravely. You come out. Wang Yu paused. The Zhou Yi outside the door realized that there was no sound from the room for a long time. He called out impatiently, Wang Yu. Uncle is here, Wang Yu said lazily. You have two choices, either come in or go upstairs and play by yourself. It went quiet outside. Wang Yu turned the page of his book and read a few lines when the door was opened, and a tall figure stood at the doorway, with a cold atmosphere around him. Without lifting his eyelids, he said, close the door, the air conditioner is on, don't let the cool air escape. Just a few seconds after the words were spoken, the door slammed shut. There were two lights on in the room, making it very bright. The temperature of the air conditioner was moderate, the windows and doors were closed, and the scent of oranges spread in the air wasn't murky. Zhou Yi stared at the man leaning against the head of the bed. His face was dark and gloomy, but he remained silent. Wang Yu did not take his eyes off the book. Uncle guesses that you might be thinking, this old man is harder to deal with than any mission, right? Don't know where to start. Zhou Yi had an expressionless face. You're quite interesting, kid. Wang Yu chuckled, now uncle has fallen into your hands, and our physical strength and build differ greatly. What are you afraid of? Zhou Yi sneered, do I need to? Wang Yu flicked his eyelids, then uncle misunderstood. He patted the edge of the bed with a face full of kindness and warmth. Xiao Yi, sit here. Zhou Yi retreated instinctively. Silence filled the room. Wang Yu looked at the youth with great interest. Do your team members know how pure-hearted you are? Zhou Yi. Do the people who admire you know that even though you're ruthless, there are still brave ones who will actively show their affection for you and offer themselves as targets for your shooting practice? Wang Yu scared, but you are still a virgin. You are not only pure but also naive, unable to enjoy pleasures. Zhou Yi gasped, you, really? Wang Yu glanced at the young man's red ears, The line of Zhou Yi's jaw was stern, not everyone plays around like you. You've misheard something. Wang Yu smiled slightly, uncle doesn't play around, every choice is carefully selected. Zhou Yi's words were mocking, no matter what you choose, isn't it always some weak woman? Wang Yu looked at the young man, did Xiao Ru Rabbit offend you? Your resentment doesn't seem right, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi's expression was indistinct. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Wang Yu put away his teasing look, you are more suited to stay in the mercenary group, get paid for jobs, simple and straightforward. The intricate matters of human relations aren't your forte. Zhou Yi's gaze flickered slightly. Wang Yu didn't miss the change in his emotions, after we finish investigating, do you have any plans? To continue working on the construction site? Zhou Yi muttered after a while, I don't know when we'll finish investigating. Wang Yu sighed, Xiao Yi, you could ruin a conversation. Zhou Yi's face twitched. Wang Yu closed the book, enough idle talk, why did you come over so late? What's in your hand? Zhou Yi held up the pale yellow paper bag in his left hand, this contains the information about the original owner, He Changjin, Xiao Qiu, and the other two. Wang Yu looked at the black bag in his right hand, which bulged out a little and didn't seem like paper, what's in that one? Zhou Yi said, aren't you good at smelling things? Wang Yu chuckled, testing uncle. He moved his nose, and after a few moments said, cigars. Zhou Yi placed the paper bag on the bedside table and sat on the chair beside the bed, here are the 3 files, the condition is this. As he spoke, he took out a dark brown wooden box from the black bag cautiously. Wang Yu sat up a bit, the young woman who went to the small house last time in the Fall Street, and the girl named Amon from the massage parlor, have you finished investigating them? So the final clue you found is the cigar. It's none of your business, stop asking, Zhou Yi lowered his eyes, his tone harsh, mind your own business. Wang Yu leaned back, indeed, whether uncle can survive or not is still unknown. Zhou Yi's voice remained calm, while I am here, I will ensure your safety. Wang Yu's peripheral vision swept towards the young man, pausing for a moment before shifting to the window. He gazed at the pitch-black night sky and asked, are there any stars tonight? Zhou Yi slowly peeled the red paper off the cigar, what? Stars, Wang Yu said, my night blindness is getting worse, I can't see the stars anymore. Zhou Yi turned his head to look out the window, there are a few. Wang Yu said, take a picture for uncle to see. Let's take care of the important matters first, Zhou Yi placed the opened wooden box in front of the man. Wang Yu glanced at the small half of the cigar inside, have you ever eaten durian? Zhou Yi looked up, does it matter? Wang Yu said, the status of this cigar among all cigar varieties, is equivalent to durian among fruits. Specifically speaking, its extremity is more obvious. People who dislike it feel nauseous upon smelling it, finding it unbearably stinky. Those who like it find one puff more addictive than drugs. Zhou Yi's eyebrows slightly twitched, which category do you belong to? Between both extremes, Wang Yu said, I can't finish it, but I won't throw up. My breathing just becomes uncomfortable. The longer and thicker the cigar, the stronger the taste. Non-regular smokers or newbies only smoke thin and long ones. The one you have here belongs to the short and thick type. There's only a small half left in the box, about 2 to 3 centimeters long, dry, and with a very faint foul smell indicating deterioration. Additionally, the wrapper is blackish, with mold spots, meaning it has been stored for quite some time. Zhou Yi remained silent. The person who stored this knows a little about cigars, likely a woman, not young, with considerable experience. Her relationship with the person who smoked this isn't ordinary. As for her motivation for storage, it might be related to love or hate or something else, it could even encompass all 4 emotions. Wang Yu leaned forward, supporting himself on the edge of the bed, Xiao Yi, hasn't uncle been cooperative enough? Zhou Yi stared at the man who was now inches away from his eyes, who in your circle smokes this? Wang Yu beckoned him closer with his fingers, come closer, uncle will tell you. Zhou Yi's forehead tensed with a vein popping out. Wang Yu watched him calmly, don't you want to know? With an angry face, Zhou Yi moved closer. Good boy. Wang Yu whispered in his ear, that stuff is expensive and hard to smoke. Among the people uncle knows, there's one person who enjoys it immensely. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened, who? Wang Yu said, the chairman of Xinrui Corporation, Sun Qingzhou. Zhou Yi frowned. Wang Yu leaned back against the headboard, that old man has a fetish for sexual abuse, playing with both men and women without any restrictions. When uncle was younger, I almost fell into his hands. Zhou Yi said, you hold grudges. That's right, Wang Yu smiled, so later, when uncle got the chance, I castrated him. Zhou Yi. Now he's a lunatic, keeping a bunch of lab technicians around, researching all sorts of bizarre drugs. Wang Yu curled his lips slightly, he specifically targets tough kids. Be careful when investigating him. If you get caught by him, he'll definitely give you a shot and chain you up like his dog. Zhou Yi said, ordinary drugs don't affect me. It's better to stay vigilant just in case, Wang Yu softly said, uncle only has you left. You mustn't get into trouble. Zhou Yi was startled. Wang Yu laughed aloud, did you hear that? Zhou Yi turned his head, Wang Yu turned his gaze back to the window, uncle wants to see the stars. Zhou Yi took out his phone, walked to the window, and snapped a picture of the night sky. Wang Yu said, send it over. Zhou Yi rolled his eyes, too troublesome. Wang Yu grinned, be a good boy, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi left, Wang Yu sat under the lamp reading the files of the original owner, He Changjin, and Xiao Qiu. These three files grew progressively more detailed yet simultaneously more ordinary. Having read them twice, Wang Yu's face was clouded with gloom. According to the documents, none of the three had any issues. Could it be that he himself was the problem? Wang Yu didn't sleep well that night, his mood continuously downcast for 3 or 4 days. Then, Zhou Yi reported progress. Lu Feng had been spotted near Chunlai Road the night he was killed. That day, Wang Yu immediately called Zhou Yi to visit the place. As they stepped out of the neighborhood, Wang Yu suddenly heard a delighted voice, uncle. Following the sound, he saw a boy gleefully running towards him, his eyes bright, uncle, I found you. It was as if a puppy had spotted a piece of meat, woof woof woof. Chapter 21. Before Wang Yuyang could react, a large hand stretched out from the side, gripping the teenager's shoulder like an iron clamp and dragging him to one side. F***CK. The force was terrifying, the teenager staggered back several steps, nearly falling over. He panted heavily, his eyes glaring at the imposing figure taller than him who looked difficult to provoke. Are you looking for death? Zhou Yi remained expressionless. The teenager flew into a rage, but when Wang Yuyang looked over, the teen instantly changed into a pitiful look, pointing at Zhou Yi to lodge a complaint, uncle, he pushed me. Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang said, then push him back. The teenager's face twisted. I'm not a kid anymore. He scratched his purple hair, smiling handsomely. Uncle, my surname is Chen Zishao. Surname Chen. Something flashed through Wang Yuyang's mind, but it disappeared before he could grasp it. His gaze fell on the handsome features of the teenager that lay between childishness and maturity, and he couldn't tear his eyes away. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Why are you staring at him endlessly? Wang Yuyang leaned close to the young man's ear. Uncle just feels there's something familiar about this brat, noticed it the first time I saw him, but can't quite recall. Zhou Yi said, were you ever intimate with his older brother or some relative? Wang Yuyang. What do you take uncle for? Zhou Yi answered irrelevantly, online they're tallying the number of people in your harem, and it keeps growing. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly. Isn't little Yi too busy? How does he have time to care about that stuff? Zhou Yi's face remained taut. Just browsing casually. Hey, what are the two of you whispering about? Chen Zishao complained with a sullen face. You two were almost kissing. Wang Yuyang teased, glancing toward the young man beside him. Were they really that close earlier? Zhou Yi's thin lips were tightly pressed together, unresponsive. Wang Yuyang turned and asked the teenager, brat, how did you find this neighborhood? Chen Zishao said mysteriously, guess, uncle. Wang Yuyang smiled and said, adults don't enjoy playing guessing games. Chen Zishao stared at him directly. Uncle, when you're not smiling, you look delicate and easy to bully, but when you smile, you become monstrous, like an old demon. Wang Yuyang shrugged his shoulders, and suddenly heard a cold voice next to his ear, still not leaving? I'm leaving. Wang Yuyang said to the teenager gazing expectantly at him, brat, uncle has something to do. Go back where you came from. Chen Zishao's face immediately changed. No way, uncle. Let me tell you how I found this neighborhood. Look at this. He then pulled out his phone, tapping the screen and showing it to the man. I accidentally found this photo. Wang Yuyang glanced at the photo. In the picture, he was sitting on a plastic stool with his eyes closed, asleep, his head leaning against a leg. That leg belonged to Zhou Yi, but it wasn't captured in the photo. However, part of an advertisement on the breakfast cart was caught in the shot. Degeneration Street is F***king huge. I roamed around there every day and never saw you, uncle, Chen Zishao said unhappily. If it weren't for this photo, I wouldn't know how long it would take to find you. Wang Yuyang took his eyes off the photo. Why are you looking for me? Chen Zishao's face suddenly turned red. Wang Yuyang pinched his temple, another inexperienced young man. Chen Zishao pointed at the man standing next to him. Uncle, who is he? Wang Yuyang said, my younger brother. Chen Zishao. After being confused for a moment, Chen Zishao said, but you two don't look alike at all. Wang Yuyang said, adopted. So no blood relation. Chen Zishao immediately squeezed between them, like a little wolf pup guarding its territory. Zhou Yi walked away indifferently with a cold expression. Wang Yuyang peeled open a chocolate bar and ate it, walking leisurely behind. Little E, slow down a bit. Chen Xiaoweiba followed closely. Uncle, where are you going? Take me with you. I'm super rich. Dozens of minutes later, the three of them arrived at Chunlai Road. Nearby was an old street. Even though the surrounding buildings had been rebuilt and there were cars parked at the entrance and exit, everywhere were tourists dressed in modern clothing. However, as soon as you stepped inside, you still felt a visual impact. There's a term for that feeling, called ancient charm. The cobblestone streets were not wide but very clean. Shops lined both sides, one after another, and in front of the shops were many odd little trinkets placed carefully to catch the attention of the tourists. Wang Yuyang's body was almost 180 centimeters tall, but alas, the two giants beside him looked even taller. One appeared to be 185 centimeters and the other just over 190 centimeters, both with robust builds. He stood in between them, looking slightly shorter and younger. Being sandwiched like this, his mood turned somewhat somber. Chen Zishao had a cigarette dangling from his lips. Uncle, that night I drank quite a lot and don't remember things clearly, but I distinctly remember, when I was getting close to you, someone suddenly threw me against the wall and I passed out. When I woke up, I was alone in the alley, and I didn't see you. He scratched the back of his neck, tentatively probing. Later, Uncle, you didn't leave with that guy, did you? Wang Yuyang said, yes. Chen Zishao was so shocked that the cigarette fell from his mouth. So you were taken away and slept with him? Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi, who was on his right. It was clearly me who met you first, I haven't done anything yet. Chen Zishao's eyes reddened with anger. Shit, I must find that bastard and beat him until he cries for mercy. His gritted teeth made him look exactly like a little kid who'd had his toy snatched away. The passers-by gave them complicated looks. Zhou Yi took off his black baseball cap and put it on the man's head, slightly bending over to cast a questioning glance. Are you sure you're familiar with such an idiot? Wang Yuyang pulled down the brim of the hat, uncertain. After sulking like a monkey with its tail caught, Chen Zishao became lively again, calling uncle smoothly and without hesitation. Wang Yuyang was searching for something unusual, or a specific place. Occasionally, he exchanged a word with Zhou Yi, only to be hit with sarcasm each time. When buying drinks, Wang Yuyang received a call from He Changjin, who said he'd arranged a peace amulet for him. Where are you? Burning incense on the mountain. Wang Yuyang asked, did you go to the Fragrant Moon Temple? Yeah. He Changjin replied, I wanted to bring you along, but thought better of it. I woke up early, and at that time, you were still sleeping. Wang Yuyang turned and walked towards the store exit. You didn't set up your stall today. Nope, He Changjin clicked his tongue. Did your brother tell you? Wang Yuyang smiled. He doesn't really chat with me. He's introverted, He Changjin sighed. He Changjin continued, Brother Wang, I've never heard your brother call you brother. Wang Yuyang replied indifferently, let him be. Don't spoil him too much, Brother Wang. He Changjin clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Your brother is already cocky. If you keep spoiling him, he'll take over everything. Wang Yuyang wasn't concerned, not likely. After the call ended, Wang Yuyang received a WeChat message from He Changjin containing several photos taken inside the temple. There was also a close-up of the peace amulet. It was gold all over, with red thread embroidered with the words, peace, very intricate. Wang Yuyang stared at the peace amulet, recalling He Changjin's background, a half-page summary. From T-City, an only child, whose parents were farmers in poor health. He dropped out after junior high school and came to S-City 7 years ago, selling breakfast for 3 to 4 years. He'd worked many jobs, accumulating a wealth of experience filled with life's hardships. To summarize, he was from humble beginnings, having struggled in the lower rungs of society while remaining optimistic and proactive, a common yet inspiring story. If you tried doubting anything about him, it would seem like your intentions were corrupt. Wang Yuyang's shoulder was tapped, snapping him back to reality. The young girl quickly apologized, sorry. Wang Yuyang smiled faintly, no problem. As she was about to say more, she saw 2 men come out of the shop and stand by the sides of the uncle, handing him their identical drinks. She noticed something and her eyes widened, 2 alphas and 1 beta. No, I want to take a picture, can't hold it back anymore. The girl lifted her phone just as a sharp gaze cut through the air, slicing across her face like a knife. She sneaked a glance at the tallest youth, meeting his gaze inadvertently, and shivered in fear. Never mind, I'll restrain myself, it's not worth messing with these people. Wang Yuyang had a slight headache. He intended to drink jasmine tea, but no one said anything about having 2 cups. What are you 2 doing? Playing games. Chen Zishao flashed a row of white teeth. I bought it first, uncle, your brother was copying me. Zhou Yi stayed silent. Wang Yuyang glanced at him, hand it over. Zhou Yi looked somewhat surprised. Wang Yuyang took the jasmine tea dangling from Zhou Yi's hand, fished out a straw and sipped it once before tossing it back to him. Pass it around. Zhou Yi lowered his eyelids slightly. All right. Chen Zisu, sulking, followed behind and bit his straw with a crunching sound. Uncle, can't you finish yours before drinking mine? Wang Yuyang strolled lazily. Nope. Chen Zisu. Wang Yuyang turned his face to Zhou Yi and whispered, did you find anything? Zhou Yi shook his head. Wang Yuyang broke out in a sweat, this old street is kind of big, huh? Not long after, Wang Yuyang's hand was suddenly pulled by Chen Zisu, who pointed at a shop. Uncle, if that lady's clothes were on you, they would look absolutely stunning. Wang Yuyang glanced once and knew it was a man. As he wanted to leave, he suddenly caught a whiff of something and stepped inside. Chapter 22. There are many dessert shops on the old street, each with its own unique features, from the house numbers to the hanging decorations by the door. Even if you don't go in, you can guess their style. Wang Yuyang liked eating chocolate due to a psychological dependency which could make him feel at ease, but he didn't like sweets, so he hadn't gone into any of the dessert shops along the way and didn't pay much attention. This time he had originally no intention to go inside, but his mind changed when he smelled cigarette smoke mixed with various scents, strong and bitter. It was the same brand of cigarettes that Zhou Yi often smoked. Wang Yuyang encountered someone else smoking this brand for the first time, so he entered the shop out of spontaneous interest. The shop played pure instrumental music in ancient style, the decoration was rustic and nostalgic, quite exquisite. At this moment there were no customers, only a long-haired beauty leaning on the counter wearing a red dress, holding a lit cigarette and her gaze fixed on an open book. The whole scene created a sense of unexpected harmony. On the old street, people wearing hanfu, traditional costumes or other strange outfits aren't uncommon, always having tourists or shopkeepers dressed like this, some wanting to attract attention, others purely out of love. Wang Yuyang saw several people before entering the shop, none could compare with the female-dressed beauty in front of him. She looked good from outside, but upon entering one could see how exceptional she was. She vividly embodied the saying, beauty lies in the bone, not the skin. A voice sounded beside Wang Yuyang's ear, fascinated. He shook his head, just appreciating beautiful things. Zhou Yi coldly said, what haven't you seen? A guy dressed as a woman fascinates you to no end? Wang Yuyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Little Yi figured out it's a man dressing as a woman. Impressive. Zhou Yi. Chen Zixian walked from the left into the middle. Uncle, why do you whisper to him and not me? Wang Yuyang said, you're not as cute as my little Yi. Chen Zixian instantly frowned, glaring fiercely at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's expression remained indifferent. The long-haired beauty finally noticed the three guests, closed the book and looked up. Would you like to eat something? Her voice was clear and moist, but undeniably male. Chen Zixian shocked couldn't close his mouth. Why you're a guy. The long-haired beauty smiled, like a breeze brushing the face. Every customer who comes in asks the same question. Sister suddenly became brother, with handles under the skirts. Chen Zixian's heart was struck by 10,000 hits. You're a guy, with hair so long and wearing women's clothes? The long-haired beauty seemed to have heard such questions many times, sending the cigarette at his lips to take a puff, calmly saying, just personal preference. Chen Zixian examined the cross-dressing man up and down, then turned to ask the man next to him, Uncle, did you realize it early? Wang Yuyang said, no. Chen Zixian stared at him, then why didn't you say anything? Wang Yuyang took 2 sips of jasmine tea. Uncle was shocked speechless. Chen Zixian. The long-haired beauty extinguished his cigarette and came out from behind the counter, tall and slim. Sit wherever you like, I'll bring the order form. Wang Yuyang's gaze swept around, turning towards the pine wood stairs on one side. Let's go upstairs. The second floor was a small attic with the same retro style. Wang Yuyang stood by the window looking out. Within sight was a sea of grey-blue roofs. The scenery was very nice. Chen Zixian shouted, Uncle, you order. You order. Wang Yuyang watching the scenery. I don't care. Xiao Yi, what do you want to eat? Wang Yuyang asked. Zhou Yi sat on a wooden chair, slightly closing her eyelids. I don't eat. Who cares about you? Chen Zixian scoffed, holding the menu asking the long-haired beauty, what's the store's signature dessert? The long-haired beauty pointed, this. The 4-flavor cake. Chen Zixian raised his eyebrows. What does it mean? 1 cake with 4 flavors. Long-haired beauty, yes. Chen Zixian appeared intrigued. Then let's have this. The long-haired beauty asked, don't want to order anything else. Chen Zixian threw the menu at him. Let's start with this. If the 4-flavor cake is good, we'll order more. The long-haired beauty turned and went downstairs, passing by Zhou Yi and spoke gently, Sir, no smoking inside. Zhou Yi flicked his eyelid. Didn't you smoke? A trace of a smile appeared on the long-haired beauty's eyebrow. There were no customers then. Zhou Yi listened to the noise downstairs. More customers had come in. He stuffed the cigarette pack into his pocket and idly played with the lighter. The long-haired beauty then descended the stairs. Chen Zixian took out his phone and started taking photos of the man by the window. Bang! A black metallic lighter was thrown on the table, making a loud sound that startled Chen Zixian and almost made him drop his phone. Shit! Was that on purpose, pal? He stood up with fiery anger, kicking the table with his foot. Zhou Yi cast a freezing glare at him. Chen Zixian's scalp went numb. Wang Yuyang turned around. What's wrong with you two again? Chen Zixian retracted his prickly attitude, feigning innocence as he said, Uncle, your brother scared me. Zhou Yi silently got up and headed to the restroom. Wang Yuyang's gaze lingered on his silhouette. He pulled the corner of his lip into a smirk and asked the teenager, Kid, what grade are you in? Chen Zixian walked to the window, grabbing the tiny ponytail like a kindergarten kid and said, psychology major at S University, starting this September. Wang Yuyang commented, gifted student. Realizing it, Chen Zixian curiously asked, what about you, uncle? What's your field? Chen Zixian grinned mischievously, psychology, psychology. Wang Yuyang teased, not mistaken. Dude, don't you believe me? Chen Zixian boastfully replied, even though I'm young, I've been studying overseas for 6 or 7 years. My teachers say I have talent, I'm a rare genius. Wang Yuyang didn't quite see it. Chen Zixian's face radiated arrogance, I'm wealthy, young, handsome, talented. Uncle, there are plenty who pursue me. Wang Yuyang glanced indifferently at the spirited young man filled with youthful vigor. Uncle, your waist is so fine, feels soft too. Chen Zixian's hand was stroking the man's waist, muttering under his breath, your physique doesn't seem like an old-timey fighter's, but your eyes do, weird. Wang Yuyang patted the hand on his waist, kid, I'm about your dad's age. Chen Zixian leaned closer to the man's neck, my dad's 41. Wang Yuyang nodded, around there. Chen Zixian looked up, for real. Wang Yuyang gave a slight laugh. Chen Zixian hugged the man like a toy, smiling irresistibly, uncle, don't be afraid. Though I lack experience, I learn quickly. Teach me, I guarantee not to hurt you. Wang Yuyang's face twitched, this kid must be stupid. Chen Zixian coquettishly said, uncle, come over to my place tonight. Leaving the window, Wang Yuyang placed the unfinished jasmine tea on the table, if you don't mind spending some money, try Jin Zun. You'll definitely be spoiled for choice there. Stunned, Chen Zixian blurted out, you know Jin Zun, too, uncle. He scratched his cheek, that makes sense. It's the biggest entertainment club in S City, owned by second young master. Wang Yuyang sat down on the wooden chair, picking up the black lighter from the table, playing with it with a click-click sound. Sitting next to him, Chen Zixian said, no way I'd go to Jin Zun. Wang Yuyang became curious, why not? Chen Zixian crossed his legs, just no. Wang Yuyang felt the kid's features becoming more familiar, kid, come here. Chen Zixian immediately came closer, grinning playfully, want a kiss? Wang Yuyang extended 2 fingers, pinching his chin and turning it side to side. Suddenly behind them, the sound of the lock twisting could be heard, simultaneously scattering an oppressive air throughout the loft. Wang Yuyang turned his head back and looked at the expressionless youth, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi glared at him, furrowing his brows as he returned to the restroom. After several seconds of stunned silence, Wang Yuyang laughed, our Xiao Yi is mad. I should go comfort him. Chen Zixian twisted his face, come on, uncle. He isn't a little kid, why does he need comforting? Because he's cute, Wang Yuyang sauntered lazily toward the bathroom. Chen Zixian jumped up to follow, uncle. Alright, go enjoy yourself. With that, Wang Yuyang shut the door, ignoring the nearly bloodthirsty look in the boy's eyes as he blocked him outside. Chen Zixian was just about to bang on the door when his phone rang. He hung up immediately upon seeing the caller ID. When the phone rang again, he angrily pressed the answer button, damn it, what do you want? On the other end, Jiang Yang spoke even more sharply, where are you? Chen Zixian walked to the window, you're the manager of the Grand Jin Zun, so busy yet calling non-stop. Don't you ever get tired? Jiang Yang scoffed, if not for Grandpa forcing me to pick you up for dinner at the ancestral home, do you think I'd give a damn about you? Remembering something, Chen Zixian was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yang had sensed something, we agreed on it last night, didn't we? You haven't forgotten, have you? Rubbish. Chen Zisu felt uneasy. He raised his voice, it's still early, why are you in such a rush? Besides, why should I let you pick me up? Jiang Yang chuckled, my dear cousin, Grandpa wants to see our brotherly love and hopes we arrive earlier to chat with him and pretend, understand? Wait for my call. After saying that, Chen Zisu hung up and returned to the bathroom door, leaning against the wall. The airflow inside the bathroom was tense. Wang Yuyang didn't rush to look at the boy releasing the cold air but instead walked to the urinal. Zhou Yi's eyes reflected a dark shade, his lips tightly pressed together for a while before he spoke with a cold tone, why did you come here? Wang Yuyang unfastened his belt, loosening it slightly, let the uncle pee first, huh? Zhou Yi's forehead twitched. A sound of splashing water echoed. Zhou Yi, who stood with his back turned, heard something, paused abruptly in his breath, you just pee, why make noise? Wang Yuyang said with a smile, it feels good. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang flushed the urinal and adjusted his clothes, now we can talk, little Yi, tell uncle, why are you upset? Chapter 23. Zhou Yi pulled out a pack of cigarettes, bent his head and bit the tip with his teeth. He remembered that he had left the lighter on the table outside and forgotten to take it. The annoyance between his eyebrows instantly increased. The sound of click suddenly rang out, and a cluster of orange-red flames was offered before him. Zhou Yi lifted his eyelids and looked at the pale face of the man through the flickering firelight. His gaze shifted towards the man's eyes, which were shrewd, experienced, worldly, and sinister in stark contrast to his outward appearance of weakness. Wang Yuyang emitted a lazy sound from his nose, Zhou Yi leaned forward and moved closer. As the tobacco touched the flame, it lit up instantly. He slightly closed his eyes and took a deep puff, then slowly exhaled the smoke. I'm not angry. Wang Yuyan went to the sink to wash his hands and glanced at the young man behind him through the mirror. Xiao Yi, your uncle just has night blindness. His vision is normal during the day. Zhou Yi's expression turned dark. Wang Yuyan said meaningfully, you know, Xiao Yi, you seem to behave strangely around your uncle. Before Zhou Yi could reply, Wang added, let's get out. Wang shook his wet hands and watched water droplets fall into the sink. Like an indulgent elder tolerating a child, he smiled, if uncle doesn't continue, then fine, let's stop. Zhou Yi lowered his head and smoked, frowning. Wang laughed softly, Xiao Yi, you have something to say, don't you? In a voice devoid of emotion, Zhou Yi said, everyone has physiological needs. If you've truly taken a fancy to that guy, well, hold yourself back anyway. Turning around, Wang Yuyan gazed at him with interest. With his facial outline concealed by the smoke, Zhou Yi responded, just keep holding back. Wang Yuyan clicked his tongue, Xiao Yi is truly ruthless. Zhou Yi's voice was cold, do you really need this now? Are you going to die if you can't play? That's unlikely. Wang Yuyan sighed, but I might lose some excitement. Zhou Yi's entire face darkened. Wang Yuyan discovered he increasingly liked teasing this kid, how easy it was. Coughing twice to suppress laughter, he remarked, that little scoundrel is full of long-term exercise-developed muscles and looks ruffian-like. He does not suit Uncle's taste. Uncle prefers double-lidded large eyes, with gazes as moist as a deer's. And petite, soft, innocent and cute kids. Subconsciously, Zhou Yi glanced at himself in the mirror, single lid, narrow eyes, sharp gaze, tall, robust figure, and brimming with vitality yet coldness. An indescribable emotion began to sprout inside. Wang Yuyan didn't try to delve into what was silent in the youth's mind but simply stated, even if I come across someone to my liking, Uncle won't actually do anything. That thought isn't there. Furthermore, Uncle already told you before. In these 2 years, he's getting older, and most of the time having a younger one around is only for conversational companionship, nothing more spirited or passionate like your generation. Suppressing that emotion to the bottom of his heart, Zhou Yi remarked dryly, you're only 37. How old is that? Wang Yuyan faced the mirror and combed the hair by his ears, stretching out his voice, very old, it's all about the mindset. As if reminded of something, Zhou Yi fell silent. Wang Yuyan walked toward the door and said, Xiao Yi isn't merely investigating the cause of Uncle's death and helping capture those responsible behind the scenes, you have private matters to deal with too, along with selling breakfast early every morning and finding time to cook or manage household chores. It must be tough. Zhou Yi stayed a few steps behind and asked inexplicably, why do you refer to yourself as Uncle only in front of me, but not in front of that guy? Not hearing clearly, Wang Yuyan questioned, what? Suddenly reluctant to reveal, Zhou Yi muttered, never mind. Just as Wang grasped the door handle, Zhou Yi's voice echoed above him, I'm not small. I don't treat you as a kid, looking back with a smile in his eyes, and you certainly aren't young anymore. Choked by a mouthful of smoke, Zhou Yi crushed the cigarette and gritted his teeth, I was talking about age. Wang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, could it possibly mean something else? Zhou Yi. As soon as the bathroom door opened, Chen Zishu, looking gloomy, rushed up, Uncle, what did you two talk about in there for so long? The pancakes are already served. Saying this, he glared at Zhou Yi with hostility. Ignoring him, Zhou Yi headed straight to the table, the aura around him wasn't as cold as before. Tugging his lips, Chen Zishu asked, did you pacify him? Wang Yuyan said, what are you muttering? That pancake, Chen Zishu pushed his bangs aside, it supposedly has 4 flavors, but I couldn't distinguish them. Why don't you try it, Uncle? Curious, Wang Yuyan picked up a piece and took a bite. Chen Zishu propped his cheeks with his hands, how is it? Swallowing the morsel in his mouth, Wang Yuyan replied, indeed, it does have 4 flavors. Impossible. Chen Zishu's face was full of disbelief. Isn't it just one kind of sweetness? Wang Yuyan thought for a moment, the sweet glutinous red bean paste, the sour lemon, the fragrant spicy beef, and, let me think. He paused here, not only Chen Zishu but even Zhou Yi looked over. After about 10 seconds, Wang Yuyan continued, a tingling taste produced by something I'm not sure what. A voice came from the staircase entrance, it's the shop's secret ingredient. The long-haired beauty slowly walked over with tea in hand, her demeanor graceful to the extreme, that this gentleman could identify the tingling taste is already very impressive. Wang Yuyan asked, are you the owner of this shop? The long-haired beauty shook her head, what else would you gentlemen like? No need, Wang Yuyan examined her, never imagining that such a quality person would be in a small dessert shop, she'd qualify as an ace at Jinzun. Just then, the long-haired beauty turned her face and smiled faintly. Wang Yuyan was stunned. A kick landed under the table with considerable force, making his leg tremble in pain. He glanced darkly at the youth opposite. Zhou Yi acted as if he hadn't seen it. Wang Yuyan's peripheral vision followed the red figure. In that instant earlier, he felt he had seen that smile somewhere before. He supported his forehead, as if this life of his had suddenly started acting strange. An exchange of glances occurred between them, don't tell me you're feeling déjà vu again. Wang Yuyang raised his eyebrows slightly at him, yes. Zhou Yi rolled his eyes. Wang Yuyang was just about to ask the long-haired beauty her surname and name when Chen Zixu jumped ahead and asked first. My surname is Su. The long-haired beauty spoke gently, single name, Mo. Chen Zixu sat casually, his gaze sweeping openly. Where did you buy your clothes, Mr. Su? Su Mo briefly replied, somewhere far away. Somewhere far away is where? Chen Zixu said earnestly, I want to buy some for my uncle, they'd look prettier on him than on you. Su Mo studied Wang Yuyang for a while seriously, indeed. Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi. Su Mo mused aloud, however, this outfit was bought many years ago, the shop is long gone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang took a close look at his red long robe, it did seem a little old. Bought many years ago, yet the color and style were still so well preserved, indicating great importance placed on it and good care taken of it. Moreover, it wasn't washed frequently, implying it wasn't worn often, probably reserved for special occasions. Wang Yuyang smelled the scent on him, quite mixed, most prominent being cigarette smoke, which was more concentrated than what was detected upon entering. So he had smoked again. Mr. Su's accent doesn't sound local. Su Mo, but didn't say where from. Not long after, the three of them left the shop. Chen Zixu had left his phone behind, so he ran back to get it, quickly returning with something extra in hand. Today there's an event in the shop, each table gets a small gift. This is what the long-haired beauty gave us. Wang Yuyang asked, what is it? Just a bookmark. Chen Zixu tossed it over, saying, here, take it, uncle. Wang Yuyang caught it and examined it, there was a red carp on the bookmark, beautifully printed. He rubbed the scales with his thumb twice, finding the tactile feel very real. Unconsciously, Wang Yuyang put the little bookmark into his trouser pocket. Chen Zixu bought a bubble machine, walking while blowing bubbles all the way. Colorful bubbles floated endlessly along their path. Wang Yuyang felt like an elderly father taking his children out for a trip. Zhou Yi watched the darkening clouds piling up at the horizon, it's going to rain. In that case, we should go back soon, Wang Yuyang said, when it rains, the sky turns dark quickly. The Springcombe Road area is vast, we didn't make much progress today. Let's come around again tomorrow. Zhou Yi murmured, tomorrow, you can only come alone. Wang Yuyang responded, all right. Zhou Yi looked at him for several seconds, when you come tomorrow, bring He Changjin with you. Wang Yuyang asked, why bring him? Zhou Yi said, to have company. Wang Yuyang said, there's no need. Zhou Yi frowned, bring him. Wang Yuyang stopped in his tracks, lifting his head gloomily, Xiao Yi, who are you commanding? Zhou Yi was somewhat irritable. He shoved his hands into his pockets, holding the cigarette box and lighter tightly. His tone was stiff and awkward like never before, you haven't lived around here, it's unsafe without someone around. Wang Yuyang continued forward, nothing will happen during the day. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows even tighter, just in case. Wang Yuyang stopped again. Zhou Yi looked down at his hairline, not knowing what to say. The matter between He Changjin and the original owner hasn't been figured out yet. Wang Yuyang paused slightly, then chuckled softly, all right, I'll listen to Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi sighed in relief. Wang Yuyang asked while walking, are you going out tonight? Zhou Yi said, I have something to do. Wang Yuyang sighed again, looks like uncle's dinner is uncertain. Zhou Yi tightened his lips, I'll leave after having dinner. Wang Yuyang happily turned around, then what will Xiao Yi cook for dinner tonight? Zhou Yi responded indifferently, I don't know, let's see when we get home. Any vegetarian dishes are fine. Wang Yuyang was very kind and friendly to the kid who knew how to satisfy his stomach, can you make soup? Zhou Yi, with a tense face, said, don't think about it. Wang Yuyang. In front of them, Chen Zixu was surrounded by several children catching bubbles. He was half squatting, playing with them, laughing like a king of kids. The phone in his pocket buzzed, and he quickly hung up. On the other end, Jiang Yang was very upset, sis, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. There is something. Mei Yu frowned delicately, it takes 100 days to recover from broken bones or tendons, his leg injury hasn't healed, staying here isn't good for recuperation. Jiang Yang shamelessly glanced at the woman in front of him, whose hairstyle hadn't changed, still looking like a man, her face was as big as a palm, and all her features were small. She seemed not very aggressive, but she was actually the captain of the criminal investigation team. A single punch could leave a dent in an iron door. This time, she took over Second Master Lin's case but made no progress, indicating she hit a dead end, too tough. Now she even had time to care about Master Lin from House Lin. Jiang Yang picked up his highball glass, sipped some red wine, and smiled innocently while blinking, sis, it's useless talking to me about this, managing my employees is no problem, but I can't manage Master Lin. Sir, I'm just an ordinary citizen working for a living, we're not on the same level, I can't act above my rank. Mei Yu's expression turned sour, are you making excuses to me? Injustice, sis, Jiang Yang complained, I'm not making excuses, it's about doing business properly, the customer is God. Jiang Yang shrugged helplessly, even if it's not Master Lin but someone else, I can't drive away a customer for no reason, right, sis? Mei Yu received a call from the bureau, said a few words and hung up, Jiang Yang, I hope you can persuade him. I think, sis, you needn't worry. Master Lin has always been calm and clear-headed, with a defined purpose. He knows what he's doing, what he wants to do, and cannot do. Before finishing, Jiang Yang received a WeChat message. Sorry, sis, I've to pick up my grass-head little cousin now. Talk later. May you look thoughtful, your auntie's child. That's right, Jiang Yang hummed, exactly him. May you glanced at him, and slowly said, to be honest, if your cousin is a grass head, then you're grass shavings. Jiang Yang. Who the hell did I offend? Jiang Yang drove to the old street of Springcombe Road, irritably calling Chen Zishu. I've arrived, where are you? Chen Zishu replied in a phone, at the fountain. Jiang Yang parked the car and walked over. From afar, he saw his little cousin squatted on the steps blowing bubbles, with two others beside him. One looked in his early 20s, tall and well-built, exactly the type he liked most. The other looked about 30, slim, with a small ponytail, pale face, slightly frail and delicate, but gave off a strange feeling that was hard to describe. That strange feeling urged Jiang Yang to stride quickly toward them. Wang Yuyang felt something and looked in a direction, unexpectedly seeing the person approaching. His mind suddenly lit up as if enlightened, realizing why Chen Zishu had seemed familiar to him. Chapter 24. Jiang Yang walked to the fountain, his gaze locking onto the slender man who made him feel uneasy. Wang Yuyang remained calm and collected. Beside him, Zhou Yi instinctively took a step toward the man, partially blocking him from view, with a murderous look in his eyes as he faced Jiang Yang. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly and patted his back. Zhou Yi seemed to finally realize his actions. His back stiffened, his face tense, silently without a word, the intent to kill fading but leaving an inscrutable depth in his eyes. Opposite, Jiang Yang caught a whiff of something. He glanced at the tall, cold, and animalistic young man's eyes again, then looked behind him once more. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle for a moment. Chen Zishu jumped down the stairs. Uncle, this is my cousin. Saying this, he tossed the bubble machine to Jiang Yang and edged closer. Taking advantage of his height, he hung around his neck like a chick, whispering quietly enough for only Jiang Yang to hear, you better reel in that seductive demeanor, don't just stare at someone because they've got 3 legs. Jiang Yang. Chen Zishu released his neck, flashing a friendly grin. Cousin, this is the uncle I told you about, and that's his younger brother. Jiang Yang didn't look at the muscular handsome man, instead, he focused on the thin one. He extended his hand. Hello. Wang Yuyang smiled and shook his hand. Hello. Jiang Yang gazed deep into the man's eyes. A strangely familiar feeling flickered through his mind for an instant before he quickly masked it. Then he smiled, revealing a pair of little dimples that looked charmingly endearing. Wang Yuyang's eyelids fluttered slightly. This child was one of the few people he personally trained years ago. Those dimples were even crafted by doctors he had arranged. Being stared at, Jiang Yang's pale face beamed with even brighter dimples, appearing cuter and sweeter. Wang Yuyang knew everything about him. This expression was the one he performed most and best. Even children in Golden Honor, who also had dimples, couldn't match him in terms of compatibility. Removing these dimples would make him less appealing. Wang Yuyang forgot the reason why this child sold himself to Golden Honor, unable to recall clearly. All he remembered was that the child requested a pair of dimples on his face and believed he could surely become the ace of Golden Honor. He later did just that. Golden Honor differed from other clubs. It promoted part-time work. For those wanting full-time positions, another set of review criteria applied, and contract durations were quite short. All the children there were under the age of 24. When they grew older, they sought other paths, either rising high with connections and capital or falling back into mediocrity due to reckless consumption and no ambition. Wang Yuyang never asked about their choices, having neither the time nor interest. This child was unusual, daring to approach the cunning old man Zhao to stealthily steal several confidential files for a chance to stay by his side, hoping for protection. Impressed by his strategies and courage, Wang Yuyang offered him the position of manager assistant at Golden Honor to see how far he could go. Surprisingly, he surpassed expectations using his own abilities. It was now the 3rd year. Wang Yuyang's thoughts drifted back, a slight quirk forming on his lips. Big brother, you. Jiang Yang's words weren't finished when Chen Zishu pulled his arm and dragged him away. Uncle, I'll leave first, we'll call you later. Chen Zishu got into the car, slammed the door forcefully, cursing rudely. Shit. Why do you keep staring at my uncle? Jiang Yang looked at the man in the rearview mirror. Yours? Is the person involved aware? Chen Zishu stretched his leg. None of your business. Jiang Yang retracted his gaze. Your uncle looks quite tasty. Chen Zishu squinted. Jiang Yang, I warn you, don't think about him. Otherwise, I swear I'll never let you off. Just look at how stupid you get all excited. Jiang Yang started the car. I'm simply curious. What kind of person are you so desperately looking for, little guy? I don't know about lovey-dovey stuff, but regarding physical relationships, I get it. If you're thinking about checking whether you're a gay and if you can handle being with a man, I suggest finding a different partner. That man doesn't suit you. Chen Zishu lowered his head to browse through his phone. No need for your concern. Jiang Yang turned the wheel left and suddenly asked, what's his brother's name? Chen Zishu replied, Zhou Yi. Ordinary name, first-class appearance. Jiang Yang licked his lips full of interest. That figure is really good, making you want to lick him. Chen Zishu rubbed his goosebumps on his arms with disgust. You sound like a pimp. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Yang revealed a sweet smile. Chen Zishu looked at him with disdain. I'm just wondering how you managed to become the manager of Golden Honor. Did that old man run out of people to choose from? Jiang Yang drove on. Is it really that hard for you to admit your cousin is excellent? Chen Zishu remembered something and made a strange face, speaking in a tactful manner. Others say you are quite good at taking care of that old man. Jiang Yang's hand rested on the steering wheel while the other loosened the collar of his pink shirt, unbuttoning one more button. The adorable look disappeared, replaced by an alluring charm honed deep within him. If I told you I never climbed onto his bed, would you believe me? Chen Zishu scoffed. What does that have to do with me? A moment later, he sneered. If not on the bed, there's always the floor, chairs, or the sofa, right? Jiang Yang. After a while, Chen Zishu said, you really haven't been with that old man? Would I lie to you? Jiang Yang kept his eyes on the road. Let me put it this way, no one who has been around second sir has ever been with him. Chen Zishu asked, how long were you around him? 9 years. Jiang Yang touched his own face, regretfully sighing, time waits for no one. Back then, I was a plump and fresh young lad, but even then, second sir didn't want me. It remains an unsolvable mystery till today. Chen Zishu complained, do you have a bag? I feel like throwing up. Jiang Yang turned his head, grinning brightly, spit into your hand if you must, you can swallow it back later. Chen Zishu's stomach churned violently as he dry heaved, shit, I'm really going to throw up. Jiang Yang parked at the intersection and glanced sideways, didn't you get a noble education abroad? I don't see any evidence of it. Chen Zishu gazed out of the car window at the street scenery, so what if I got a noble education, doesn't change the fact that I'm still human. Around my environment, shit, fuck, bitch, those are everyday words. Jiang Yang said, have you ever been called a yellow pig? With a childish yet unrestrained arrogance on his face, Chen Zishu replied, same everywhere, survival of the fittest. Who would dare challenge someone like me? Jiang Yang rolled his eyes, then why did you come back for university? Chen Zishu grinned wickedly, can't I come home? The red light lit up, but Jiang Yang continued moving forward, didn't your father spank you? Chen Zishu played games on his phone, what for? I came back to serve the country, contribute to its prosperity and strength. As an old party member, he should definitely support it wholeheartedly. Jiang Yang's lips twitched. Oh yeah, Chen Zishu adjusted into a more comfortable position, I heard that old man met a terrible end, his head nearly separated from his body. You're his lapdog, better be careful, you might lose your life and make auntie turn white hair for black. Jiang Yang chuckled, young cousin, you've got quite a large vocabulary, even knowing the word lapdog. I'm just kindly reminding you. Chen Zishu said casually, both grandpa and dad mentioned that old man to me. What kind of person was he anyway? Jiang Yang thought for a moment and said, very gentle. Hearing this as a joke, Chen Zishu burst out laughing, bullshit. A gentle person could lead a clan, possess such prominent power. Jiang Yang neither confirmed nor denied, when I say he's gentle, I don't mean he only possesses gentleness. No matter how skilled at managing people he may be, he still got betrayed by those close to him. Chen Zishu clicked his tongue, for a figure like that to be assassinated, there must be more than one traitor involved, it was all part of some grand plan. Jiang Yang drove on, in these days since the incident, there are always people saying he wouldn't die so easily, they don't believe he's dead. He wasn't even 40 yet. Bored, Chen Zishu exited the game after losing a round, died young, pity. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. Chen Zishu answered, Mom. His thick dark eyebrows furrowed, in the car, I know, hang up. Pfft. Jiang Yang laughed out loud. Chen Zishu didn't argue with him, irritably saying, is this family banquet going to set me up for matchmaking? Jiang Yang said, you're overthinking it. You're only 19. Just as Chen Zishu sighed in relief, he heard the next line, at most, you'll meet your future arranged marriage partner, get familiar with each other. On the way, Chen Zishu suddenly said he wanted to buy water at the supermarket and left his phone on the seat. Jiang Yang kept an eye on the supermarket situation while picking up the phone to browse through the contact list, Wang Yuyang. He leaned against the backrest and dialed a number with his own phone, help me investigate a person. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi went to the opposite neighborhood center of their apartment complex. The sky remained overcast, the rain held off. The market on the second floor was dirty, chaotic, and noisy, the air damp and suffocating. Strands of decayed odors from melons, fruits, and vegetables spread everywhere, the mixture sharp and somewhat nauseating. Zhou Yi entered to buy groceries. Wang Yuyang stood outside by the railing smoking. This cigarette belonged to Zhou Yi. Wang had smoked it twice but still couldn't adapt to its taste despite smelling it daily. In the past 2 years, he had been eating vegetarian food, listening to Bandari music, taking medicinal baths, and drinking red wine. The frequency of his nightlife drastically reduced. He rarely smoked, smelled cigars without inhaling them, leading a very peaceful life, not accustomed to this sharp and concentrated flavor. Wang Yuyang casually exhaled a white smoke ring, looking down at the children skating below. Chen Zishu being Jiang Yang's cousin came as a surprise to him. They had already met, so they could only adapt to the situation. He wasn't worried about Jiang Yang discovering anything. At most, he might feel something odd, familiar, something amiss, yet unclear why. After all, one dies and is reborn in someone else's body. This is the stuff of fiction. Let's go. Hearing the voice behind him, Wang Yuyang turned around and saw the young man holding tofu and green vegetables in one hand and carrots and bean curd in the other. His eyes immediately squinted. That's it. Zhou Yi walked towards the staircase. Wang Yuyang flicked out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can by the wall. Your steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli at Xiao Qiu's place were delicious. When will you cook again for uncle? Zhou Yi descended the stairs, not abstaining anymore. Occasional dietary improvement. Wang Yuyang joked, it's just that Xiao Yi is good at cooking. As soon as he finished speaking, his foot slipped, and his shoulder was grabbed. Above him, the young man's slightly heavy breathing could be heard. Watch your step. Wang Yuyang steadied himself on the steps, a pungent smell reaching his nose. The stairwell is a bit damp. Zhou Yi released his grip on the shoulder, then slowed down. As soon as those words were spoken, another hand gripped his arm. Wang Yuyang smiled as the youth glanced at him. This way is easier to walk. Step by step, Zhou Yi went downstairs, suddenly saying, Chen Zixu's cousin is the manager of Golden Honor. Wang Yuyang, A faint shadow of coldness appeared between Zhou Yi's eyebrows. He won't recognize you. He won't, Wang Yuyang said with relief. That kid is good at reading people and situations. He has depth and ambition. By now, he must have started investigating. Zhou Yi said calmly, the data on your body is rather ordinary. Wang Yuyang thought, indeed, quite ordinary. The original owner was an orphan, majored in social work at college, and then didn't seek employment, instead setting up stalls selling food, drink, clothes, and daily necessities. The varieties were mixed, akin to making do wherever they were. Only in recent years did the original owner rent a stall in the science park, stabilizing his circumstances. He seemed like part of the masses struggling with their livelihoods, similar in impression to He Changjin and Xiao Qiu's information. From the data collected by Zhou Yi, the orphanage no longer existed, unable to gather any valuable information. The school attended by the original owner checked out, identity information confirmed, seemingly without issue. This was precisely the problem. Wang Yuyang expected someone tied to the original owner's past to appear, otherwise, things wouldn't unfold beyond just involving He Changjin and Xiao Qiu. Returning home, Wang Yuyang changed shoes, turned on the air conditioner, drenched in sweat, and went straight to his room to fetch clothes for a shower. After a few steps, he stopped to check his pockets, placed his phone on the bed, and tossed the bookmark he found onto the bookshelf carelessly. After showering, Wang Yuyang didn't hear any noise from the kitchen, so he walked into the living room and found the young man crouched on the balcony washing something. You haven't started cooking yet? It's not yet 5, Zhou Yi replied, the cigarette hanging from his lips vibrating slightly as ash fell into the basin, quickly dispersing. Wang Yuyang approached the balcony, washing shoes. Zhou Yi didn't respond to his rhetorical question. Wang Yuyang crouched partially and watched him wash the shoes. After a moment, he left without a word. Zhou Yi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Shortly after, Wang Yuyang returned along the same route, placing the gray-white sneakers in his hands on the ground. Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched lightly, pretending not to see. Wang Yuyang picked up the shoes and placed them in the basin, smiling at the diligent young man. Zhou Yi. He inserted the brush inside the shoe, freeing his hand to pinch the cigarette between his fingers, expressionless as he coolly said, putting the shoes in the basin won't make me wash them for you. However, more than half an hour later, 2 pairs of shoes dried on the balcony. Chapter 25. After finishing cooking, Zhou Yi left without eating a bite. On the table were a plate of stir-fried greens, a dish of shredded carrots and fried bean curd, and a tofu and loofah soup, simple and clean. Wang Yuyang came down with a bowl of rice, glancing at the soup and shaking his head with a smile. What a hypocritical child. Zhou Yi returned in the middle of the night. As soon as he entered, Wang Yuyang woke up and decided to get up to use the bathroom. When Wang Yuyang opened the door, a faint smell of blood wafted through the air into his nostrils. He felt along the wall for the light switch to make his vision clearer. Are you hurt? Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang's gaze probed deeper. Last time this kid also returned with a smell of blood, but his behavior was normal. This time was different. There was an obvious mild sluggishness, and his lips were slightly pale. Wang Yuyang asked, did you go see that old man Sun Qingzhou? Zhou Yi was washing his hands at the sink, rubbing the bloodstains from between his fingers. No. Believing what Zhou Yi said, Wang Yuyang didn't press further, only saying, where are you hurt? Lowering his eyes, Zhou Yi replied curtly, go back to sleep. Wang Yuyang approached him, moving his nose a little. Then he took a step back to stand behind Zhou Yi and looked at the black coat intentionally worn over his shoulders. Is it your back? Zhou Yi continued scrubbing his hands, half responding with a brief Wang Yuyang said, take off your jacket. Zhou Yi paused abruptly, then resumed after a moment, I've already dealt with it. Who treated you? Wang Yuyang sniffed at the heavy scent of blood. You weren't even bandaged properly. Zhou Yi stopped his motions again. With concern, Wang Yuyang said, let uncle take a look. Tightening his jawline, Zhou Yi responded coldly, there's nothing worth looking at. Sighing helplessly, Wang Yuyang said, don't be so stubborn. Uncle still needs to rely on you. Your safety matters to me. Zhou Yi raised his eyes, catching the man's gaze in the mirror. He noticed the way Wang Yuyang looked at him, like he was viewing a naughty child. A surge of anger momentarily filled Zhou Yi's chest, prompting him to shut off the faucet and climb the stairs with tightly pressed lips. Wang Yuyang massaged his temples, this young temper truly. Moments later, Wang Yuyang found the medicine box belonging to the previous tenant and went upstairs, noticing a bloody shirt on the floor. The young man sat on the edge of a single bed wearing only black long pants. His strong upper body was exposed, with gauze wrapped around from his shoulder to his chest. He was disinfecting a wound on his left leg with a calm expression. Zhou Yi glanced at the man who ascended the steps. Wang Yuyang redirected his gaze from a nasty scar on his left abdomen to inspect his back. The bandage had soaked through with a large patch of blood. Has the wound split open? Zhou Yi dismissed it carelessly, it won't be a problem. You could act so casual about injuries while carrying out missions. Wang Yuyang put down the first aid kit lazily raising an eyebrow, but not now. The lump in Zhou Yi's throat moved slightly before he coolly replied, if I die, you'll have no one left to exploit. The phrasing is wrong, Xiao Yi. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly, you are the person uncle trusts most. Zhou Yi, seemingly out of sorts tonight, seemed intent on saying some things to provoke the man, trying to scratch at his mask, even if just a little. You know well that even if you hide something from me, I will definitely find out eventually, so why don't you reveal your identity to me when we meet next? Show all your cards, including so-called bottom lines, tell me how desperate your situation is, and how much you need me, it's all just part of your plan. His tone lacked emotion, leaving his thoughts inscrutable, you want me to believe you're completely out of options, thus paralyzing my nerves and lowering my guard, dropping defenses before you. But the trust you offer comes at an even heavier cost since you're a businessman and never do losing trades. Wang Yuyang patted his head, sighing, Xiao Yi, you're just a gun-toting mercenary. Aren't you exhausted using so many brain cells? Zhou Yi. Next time if you get injured again, come back if you can. Uncle is very skilled at treating wounds, having been assassinated by people in the family quite often in earlier years. Wang Yuyang skillfully unraveled the youth's bandages. Before his eyes was a severe stab wound slanting down from the left shoulder, stitched together crookedly and hastily. Who else could slice such a big cut across your back? Zhou Yi threw the spray bottle in his palm onto the bed, facing the electric fan, I'm not a god. Wang Yuyang threw the blood-stained gauze into the trash can, you were once the youngest captain of the top-ranked mercenary group. Zhou Yi scratched his sweat-drenched forehead, but I couldn't hold out against so many people. Wang Yuyang said with a slight note of understanding, you got surrounded. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on the youth's broad back and leaned in to inspect the wound. How could you be so careless? The warm breath tickled Zhou Yi's back, causing him to instantly tense up from head to toe. Uncomfortable, he turned his head away. Don't get so close. Apparently forgetting what he had just stated, that this person mustn't touch him. Wang Yuyang teased, just normal distance, it's Xiao Yi being shy. The veins in Zhou Yi's temples twitched. Which friend stitched up your wound? Wang Yuyang continued, it looks so messy. Zhou Yi was accustomed to such treatment, that's how we all deal with it. You're young, Wang Yuyang smiled as he opened the first aid kit, the original owner of this apartment prepared quite a lot of supplies. Zhou Yi glanced over, pretty complete. He read medical books, Wang Yuyang cleaned the young man's wound and took out fresh gauze. He momentarily lost focus, his hands applying unheated pressure, and had so many professional medical supplies. Do you think he could be? The muscles on Zhou Yi's back tightened, letting out a groan. Wang Yuyang paused his movements, is it painful? Zhou Yi closed his eyes, breathing heavily as he growled lowly, just hurry up and finish. As if he wished for death and immediate reincarnation. This isn't something that can be rushed, Wang Yuyang chatted casually, trying to distract him, did you cry after getting injured like this? Zhou Yi's face turned dark, what's there to cry about? You're strong-willed, Wang Yuyang laughed and said, come to think of it, Jiang Yan was also tough, when he was at his cousin's age, he accepted jobs others wouldn't dare to take. The clients with peculiar tastes at Jin Zun would always request him by name, he was a kid who knew how to use himself. That son Qingzhou also followed him, and for the longest time too. When he was sent back, he was barely alive, injected with several kinds of drugs in his body, nearly disabled. Even after healing, he retained some health problems. You can search his place, maybe you'll find his medical report, giving you some insights. Listening quietly, Zhou Yi's expression remained calm, would you care so much about a money boy? To this you don't know, he used to have a good voice, singing Jiangnan ballads. Wang Yuyang smiled, uncle liked listening. Zhou Yi frowned silently, his own voice was terrible. Wang Yuyang sighed compassionately, after he turned 20, his voice changed, not as clear as before. Before Zhou Yi could respond, a voice sounded next to his ear, lift your arm. He stiffly obeyed, letting the man thread the gauze through his front, then wrapping it behind his shoulder, each slow movement making him almost unable to bear it. Moreover, the scent coming from the man's body filled his nose. No matter how much he cranked the electric fan to its highest setting, he still smelled that fragrance. The tightness of Zhou Yi's body did not go unnoticed by Wang Yuyang. "Xiao Yi, you're a little." Zhou Yi cut in coldly, "Shut up." Wang Yuyang chuckled, "It's hot upstairs without air conditioning, and Xiao Yi is sweating profusely." Zhou Yi closed his eyes without a word, as if entering a meditative state. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Yuyang finished, saying, "All done." Zhou Yi exhaled imperceptibly, replying coldly, "Then go downstairs." "Are you already sending uncle away?" Wang Yuyang moved slightly closer from behind. Zhou Yi held his breath as sweat dripped down his neck. "Here," Wang Yuyang teased with a laugh, "or do you want me to bandage even the small wound on your hand?" Only now did Zhou Yi see the band-aid between the man's fingers. Like a survivor emerging from calamity, he wiped his face, all tension leaving his muscles. Wang Yuyang was about to head downstairs when he suddenly noticed something unusual. "What happened to your fingerprints?" Lifting his eyelids briefly before lowering them again, Zhou Yi pressed the edges of the band-aid. "They've been worn off." Wang Yuyang asked, "You're not responsible for gathering intelligence, so why remove your fingerprints?" Zhou Yi dismissed it easily, "There's no reason." At that moment, the light in the attic abruptly went out, and the fan stopped spinning. Deep darkness immediately engulfed Wang Yuyang's vision, making everything invisible. Thin moonlight seeped in through the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing Zhou Yi to vaguely make out the man lying on the bed. In the next moment, he found himself unconsciously leaning forward, furrowing his brows tightly as his dark gaze fixated intently, lost in thought. Wang Yuyang couldn't see, but he could smell. He caught the fresh scent of the young man, mingled with the smell of blood, very close to him. "Xiao Yi." Zhou Yi jumped to his feet with a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He said curtly, "I'll go downstairs and check." Wang Yuyang listened to the sound of the young man going down the stairs and asked after a while, "What happened?" "The fuse burned out." Zhou Yi's voice came from downstairs. "Do we have any aluminum wire at home?" Wang Yuyang replied in the dark, "I don't know." The sound from downstairs disappeared. Zhou Yi returned upstairs with a flashlight. "You'd better go to sleep. I'll fix it tomorrow." Wang Yuyang's vision now included a beam of light which he focused on unwaveringly. "Can you fix this too?" Zhou Yi glanced at him, unwilling to respond. Wang Yuyang took over the flashlight, scanning outside, then the attic, the staircase, and finally settling it on the youth. "You should come downstairs and sleep with uncle." Zhou Yi's breathing quickened. "What?" Wang Yuyang said, "We'll sleep together." Zhou Yi stepped back, simultaneously assuming a defensive stance. Amused by the young man's adorable reaction, Wang Yuyang couldn't help laughing. "Not in the same bed, you can sleep on the floor. Uncle's room has air conditioning, much more comfortable." Though Zhou Yi did not relax, he insisted, "I'll stay in the attic." At 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, Wang Yuyang added, "And now there's no power, so your fan won't work either. It's like an oven up there. How will you sleep tonight?" "I'll sleep on the balcony," Zhou Yi muttered. Wang Yuyang sighed softly. "If you don't rest well, your wound will heal slowly. Don't worry, uncle." With that, Wang Yuyang turned around, holding the flashlight and slowly stepping towards the staircase. "Oh," he paused for a moment, "since you're injured, don't set up your stall tomorrow. Take care of yourself." Zhou Yi remained motionless, wanting to say these wounds were nothing, but his throat was dry and itchy, making him want to scratch it. It wasn't just his throat that felt itchy, but other places as well. Under the hot summer night, the star-sparse moon made it restless to sit or stand still. Zhou Yi avoided pressing on his wound as he lay aside on the floor of the downstairs room, with a film playing in his mind and disturbing his sleep. A faint beam of light illuminated a patch on the wall, ensuring it wouldn't be pitch black. Wang Yuyang yawned twice. "Xiao Yi, does the flashlight bother you?" Zhou Yi's hoarse voice responded, "I'm about to sleep, don't talk anymore." Wang Yuyang yawned again, truly feeling tired, then good night. Zhou Yi stared at the bedboard in front of him, unable to fall asleep. He turned facing the window but still couldn't sleep. He had no drowsiness at all. The movie played endlessly, out of control. Annoyed and irritable, Zhou Yi closed his eyes, thinking, "Am I going crazy?" After several minutes, Zhou Yi resigned himself to climb up stiffly, lying down at the door, far away from the man on the bed. Chapter 26. When Wang Yuyang woke up, it was already bright outside, and the temperature in the room was neither cold nor hot. He combed his slightly messy hair. That kid not only fixed the fuse but also turned on the air conditioner for him. How considerate. Wang Yuyang went out in slippers. "Xiao Yi." There was no one upstairs or downstairs. Wang Yuyang made a phone call, and after a few beeps, it was connected. He was still sleepy-eyed, with a lazy expression. "Didn't I tell you not to go out to your stall?" Zhou Yi said on the other end of the phone, "Just selling some breakfast items, it's not like committing murder. It won't affect my injuries." "All right, diligent little puppy," Wang Yuyang said. "Zhou Yi." Wang Yuyang went to the kitchen. "Is there breakfast for uncle?" "No." Zhou Yi hung up the phone. Wang Yuyang noticed that the rice cooker was on standby. He opened it, and any remaining sleepiness disappeared instantly. Inside was fragrant vegetable porridge and a peeled hard-boiled egg. Wang Yuyang pictured the boy cutting vegetables, washing rice, peeling eggs, so adorable. But Wang didn't feel the urge. Because facing someone much taller and more masculine, radiating strong male energy, just wasn't appealing. As for being topped, well, he might as well eat breakfast. After closing his stall, Zhou Yi didn't come back, his whereabouts uncertain. Around 10 o'clock, Wang Yuyang called He Changjin and headed to Chunlai Road, with the peace charm given by Zhou Yi in his pocket. With He Changjin along, it was like carrying a tape recorder, he kept chattering all the way. Wang Yuyang thought, still, the little wolf dog was better, few words, quiet, strong build, ensuring safety. And most of the time emotionless, creating a low-pressure atmosphere, with a cooling effect. In comparison, this was really. The eyes behind He Changjin's glasses narrowed. Brother Wang, why do I feel a hint of disdain in your gaze when you look at me? Wang Yuyang smiled, how could that be? By the way, Changjin, do you like eating fish? He Changjin scratched his face, it's okay, I'll eat if it's there, otherwise not. Wang Yuyang, smelling the daily fishy smell on He Changjin, inexplicably recalled Lu Feng's actions of eating live insects. Curiously, he asked, do you ever eat raw food? He Changjin's face froze, am I crazy? Wang Yuyang clarified, I meant sashimi. No, He Changjin firmly shook his head, looking quite repelled, I don't eat that stuff. Brother Wang, why did you ask me about that? You're not trying it yourself, are you? Wang Yuyang glanced ahead at the Japanese restaurant and grinned accordingly, something like that. Don't even think about it. He Changjin got agitated, that sashimi has bacteria and parasites, which is scary. If you get infected, it will be terrible. There are so many other delicious foods, we don't need to take such risks. Wang Yuyang took note of his reaction, then let's not. He Changjin sighed with relief, right. Brother Wang, let me tell you, the soy sauce braised pork hock at a shop around here is super delicious. My favorite part is the outer layer of skin, soft and fresh, melts in your mouth. While walking, Wang Yuyang observed his surroundings, spotting a familiar figure, Li Li, the right-hand man of Yuer. Why was he here? Dressed in rumpled casual clothes, walking leisurely, bearded, and greasy-haired, looking unkempt and laid back. Seemed like he was staking out and monitoring someone. What case was it? Related to his situation, or to Lu Feng's? Wang Yuyang saw Li Li get into a van. The car seemed to have been parked there since he arrived. What case was it? Did it concern him, or Lu Feng? He Changjin blabbered on for a while, Brother Wang. Wang Yuyang snapped back to reality. So sunny, He Changjin rambled nonsensically, let's go shopping at the mall. Wang Yuyang. He Changjin was enthusiastic about shopping. In no time, he had bought several outfits. Brother Wang, aren't you buying anything? Wang Yuyang was still pondering about Li Li's matter and shook his head. He Changjin suggested, then, how about buying a couple for your younger brother? Wang Yuyang, He Changjin continued, isn't your younger brother always wearing black t-shirts? Wang Yuyang, it seems so. He never wears other colors. He Changjin added, and those camouflage pants, he wears them often. Not only does it show frugality, but paired with a black t-shirt, he looks like a special forces soldier on TV, quite intimidating. With his build, everything suits him well, Wang Yuyang said. You can buy him 2 sets, so he can switch between them. Wang Yuyang smiled and said, fine, I'll buy him 2 sets. Chapter 27. When Wang Yuyang was alive, he liked wearing silk and preferred comfort and relaxation. Throughout the year, clothing for all 4 seasons would be delivered on schedule, already coordinated. He just wore them without ever needing to ask questions. Now, he was wearing the original owner's clothes. Although they weren't silk, they were cotton, loose-fitting, and still relatively comfortable. These days, he didn't have the heart to shop for clothes. Combined with his previous life, today was the first time he was buying clothes, and it was for someone else. Zhou Yi has a wheat-colored complexion, a buzz cut, broad shoulders and long legs, a tall and sturdy build, and is impeccably dressed, looking very efficient. In theory, a body proportion that's nearly perfect should make clothes shopping easy, but after visiting several stores, Wang Yuyang discovered that black suited him best. This posed a bit of a problem. He Changjin wildly gestured with his hands, hey. Brother Wang, snap out of it. Wang Yuyang's eye twitched. He Changjin coughed twice, hesitating before speaking, old Wang, you seem like you're buying gifts for your lover, worried this one won't like it, that one isn't good enough, and overly concerned. Is that so? Wang Yuyang chuckled, Xiao Yi is far more important than a lover. He Changjin clicked his tongue, humming a tune, brotherhood is wine without color, brotherhood is a home without walls, brothers in this life share 2 homes, brothers in the next will share the same mother. The more he sang, the more spirited he became, raising his voice, brothers embrace each other. Wang Yuyang turned and walked away briskly. Brother Wang, don't walk so fast, wait for me, He Changjin chased after him, carrying bags big and small. The mall was vast, and Wang Yuyang's head spun from browsing. His patience was running thin. He Changjin entered a store and picked a beige t-shirt with exaggerated red, yellow, green, and black patterns from a rack. Brother Wang, this is pretty good. It differs significantly from your younger brother's style and could be an attempt. Then he held the shirt up, curling his thumb, index finger, and little finger, mimicking a trendy pose. Yo, check it out, I need a set of crepes, how fashionable is that? Wang Yuyang glanced at it briefly, too garish. No, it's not. He Changjin clearly disagreed, where is it too much? Wang Yuyang said, one outfit shouldn't have more than 3 colors. He Changjin was stunned, Brother Wang, why have you suddenly become so meticulous? You used to be quite rough. Wang Yuyang fell silent. He Changjin hung the shirt back on the rack, in my opinion, your younger brother's broad shoulders really suit clothes well. Even wrapped in a bedsheet, he looks cool and handsome. You can buy whatever you want. Wang Yuyang was about to speak when his phone rang, it was Chen Zishu. He stepped outside to take the call. Uncle, what are you doing? Shopping. Why didn't you invite me? Lying in bed, Chen Zishu sat up abruptly, where are you? I'll come over right now. Wang Yuyang said, we'll go home soon. Well then. Chen Zishu flopped back onto the bed unhappily, Uncle, I'm starting school next week. I found a house outside. Do you know where? Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, next door to me. Chen Zishu gasped in shock, holy crap, how did you know? Wang Yuyang teased, next door was changing furniture. All expensive stuff, youthful styles and such, combined with your tone earlier, I guessed about right. Uncle, you're pretty sharp. You connected the dots there. Chen Zishu flirtatiously said, they say, distant relatives aren't as helpful as close neighbors. Now we're neighbors, let's be loving to each other. By the way, I ordered a double bed, large and soft, Uncle will definitely like it. In 2 days, Uncle, I'll move over in 2 days. Wang Yuyang slightly narrowed his eyes. This kid was born into an official family, grew up abroad, majored in psychology at a prestigious university, and had studied it for 6 or 7 years. He wouldn't just be some naive, playful rogue who only thought about meaningless nonsense. Being next door wasn't bad either, see what his deal is. After Wang Yuyang finished shopping and came out, his expression turned grim, signaling, do not disturb. He Changjin seemed somewhat afraid of his current demeanor, talking much softer, timidly asking, Brother Wang, are you okay? Wang Yuyang half lowered his eyelids, sore legs, weak, headache, drowsy. This is the aftermath of shopping syndrome. He Changjin adjusted his glasses, Brother Wang, you're in terrible shape. Before, you used to shop more than me, walking around the pedestrian street for hours without taking a break. Wang Yuyang glanced at him with the corner of his eye, paused for a few seconds, then looked away. The ominous look on his face disappeared, and he said indifferently, it's too hot today. It's hot, it's been hot since early morning with no breeze. He Changjin grinned, I was sweating profusely when I started my stall this morning. One towel wasn't enough to wipe the sweat off. After standing for a few hours and coming back after closing the stall, I smelled awful. It will be better once autumn comes, soon. Wang Yuyang glanced at him again from the corner of his eyes, the scrawny face paired with the grinning mouth looked somewhat comical. In the side of the road inside a bread van, several people were staring at a monitor. Lily combing through his greasy hair, his eyes anxiously scanning outside the car, he seemed to have seen something that made his cigarette tremble slightly. A young man beside him curiously leaned over, Broly, you know them? I don't. Lily said. If you don't, why are you glaring at that girl? The young man commented objectively, apart from her longer hair compared to the boss's, she's nowhere near as good looking. Lily spat out his cigarette and crushed it under his shoe sole, nonsense, I'm looking at the other one. The young man almost pressed his face against the car window, which one? The little fairy in the dress behind, or the one wearing a wig? You, just shut up. Lily kept his gaze on the skinny guy walking alongside who had a pale complexion, his expression turned odd. There were 2 different people but in a particular moment, there was a very similar feeling. Similar like they were the same person. What's going on? Lily scratched his scalp hard, lately the cases he's handling felt off, damn, his head really hurt. Always feel like that big shot dead has changed everything about the world. When Wang Yuyang gave Zhou Yi the 2 sets of clothes, he neither spoke nor showed any expression. Wang Yuyang chuckled and asked, why this reaction? Zhou Yi indifferently said, what do you want me to do? Wang Yuyang paused while tearing the chocolate wrapper, then grinned playfully, where did your mind go? It's just some clothes. Zhou Yi stared at him, would you buy clothes for me without any reason? Wang Yuyang didn't answer but instead asked, why wouldn't I? Zhou Yi's thin lips were pursed tightly, silent. Wang Yuyang slowly peeled the wrapper off and lazily nestled into the couch, it's Changjin's suggestion. He said you only wear black clothes and often sport camouflage pants. So, I bought these 2 sets for you. Didn't expect you to think so much, seems like I wasted effort. Zhou Yi's darkened eyes became exceptionally deep. This man didn't refer to himself as uncle anymore, and his manner suddenly became distant and arrogant. The living room fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. After about half a minute, Zhou Yi finally spoke deeply, sorry. Wang Yuyang didn't lift his eyelids. It's my mistake misunderstanding you, Zhou Yi moved his lips slightly and whispered after a long pause, thank you. Wang Yuyang took a bite of chocolate, the icy emotions within him softened, he leisurely lounged in the sofa, the size is recommended by the shop assistant, try it to see if it fits. As though nothing unpleasant had ever happened. Zhou Yi hadn't reacted yet. Wang Yuyang lifted his chin, what are you waiting for, go. Zhou Yi didn't move. What? Wang Yuyang mocked with a laugh, do you still need uncle to personally change the clothes for you? The tense outline of Zhou Yi's face relaxed. He silently walked towards the bathroom. Wang Yuyang's temple pulsated wildly, if he had a whip nearby, he would have already lashed it. What now? Zhou Yi said quietly, I'm sweaty, I might dirty the clothes, I'll take a shower before trying them on. Wang Yuyang couldn't help but burst out laughing, the clothes are new, aren't they supposed to be washed first? Anyway, they're being washed, so don't worry about whether they get dirty. Xiao Yi, are you dumb? Zhou Yi's complexion was pitch black. Wang Yuyang smiled and waved his hand, go try, this is the first time uncle has bought clothes in his life, and it's happening to you. Zhou Yi's gaze flickered slightly, holding the new clothes, he entered the bathroom. Wang Yuyang joked, all men have the same accessories, no difference. Why bother hiding inside to change? In response, the sound of a door closing greeted him. Wang Yuyang blew cool air-conditioned wind while eating chocolate, uncle ran into an old acquaintance near the old street, Li from the criminal investigation team, check why he appeared there, is it related to me? Zhou Yi's voice came from inside the bathroom, the police are investigating Lu Feng's case. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was twisted open. Zhou Yi's t-shirt was halfway pulled up, revealing a slender waist, well-defined abs, and a bit of the inner edge of a black briefs above his pants, beautiful human fish lines. If we ignored scars varying in depth and length, it would be akin to an artifact. Wang Yuyang observed the young man's awkwardness and tension, why so nervous, uncle saw it all last night. Zhou Yi. The mercenary group you're in is all males, full of testosterone. They're very open and always help each other out like brothers. You should be used to this by now, so why are you still? Seeing the icy expression on Wang Yuyang's face, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Over the past 5 years, they'd only met 3 times, with the rest being through reports. He really hadn't expected this cute side of him, alright, I won't say anything more about this. Let's continue from where we left off. He leaned against the doorframe, were you squatting outside that dessert shop? Zhou Yi took off his sweat-soaked t-shirt and placed it on the table, no. Wang Yuyang was a little surprised at this answer, after 2 rounds, the only place I remembered was that dessert shop and its long-haired beauty, Su Mo. If it wasn't the dessert shop, then where? Zhou Yi replied, a training institute. Wang Yuyang was about to ask if there was such a place, when he suddenly remembered He Changjin had mentioned it to him. At the time, he had only given it a cursory glance. The night you were killed, the reason Lu Feng was near Chunlai Road was because he went there. Zhou Yi said, there are still some files that haven't been found yet, I'll give them to you later. I've investigated Su Mo from the dessert shop as well, he paused briefly, and also the movements of that kid abroad. Wang Yuyang was astonished by his diligence this time around, everything he hadn't asked for was already investigated, good job, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi didn't respond. Wang Yuyang watched as Zhou Yi hastily put on his new clothes without any concern for aggravating his back wound, obviously feeling quite uncomfortable, you can't carry out missions unless you get your injections, you're too pure-hearted. Zhou Yi blurted out, it's not like I act this way in front of everyone. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, furrowing his brows, with a slight warmth creeping up his earlobes. Wang Yuyang, Pretending not to hear, Zhou Yi stared at his reflection in the mirror, his expression indescribable. Wang Yuyang also glanced over, the youth wearing a simple white t-shirt, his overall demeanor much softer, and the aura of killing and weariness having faded. There was finally a glimpse of what someone in their early 20s should look like. Turn around and let uncle have a look. Chapter 28. Zhou Yi didn't beat around the bush. Wang Yuyang felt a bit sorry, yet also had an indescribable feeling, like being a father who relies on a child at some moments. Zhou Yi took the new clothes to the balcony, washed them by hand piece by piece, and hung them up before discussing serious matters. Let's start with Chen Zishu, Zhou Yi said after taking a sip of ice-cold beer. He was raised abroad, you know that. Wang Yuyang nodded, although it wasn't apparent from his accent, which was extremely standard Mandarin with not a trace of the tone of an American-born Chinese. Chen Zishu rarely attends school for classes normally, his passions lie in basketball and psychology. His mentor is the internationally renowned authority in psychology, Professor Pierce, who has given him high praise. Zhou Yi held the can in one hand and reached back with the other, scratching the short and stiff hair stubble at the back of his head. At 14 or 15, he had already published a book. Over the years, he's written 5 in total, and last year, he began participating in doctoral research topics. Wang Yuyang raised his eyebrows slightly, it seemed the little devil wasn't exaggerating, indeed being a rare psychological prodigy. He's not gay. The subject changed abruptly as Zhou Yi continued. When he was abroad, he dated 2 people, both girls. Wang Yuyang's expression became subtle, why did you suddenly say this? Zhou Yi tilted his head back and poured a few gulps of beer into his mouth, his Adam's apple moving a couple of times. But he approached you as a gay man. The little devil isn't pretending, he's just a newbie in another area. Wang Yuyang said, maybe he accidentally watched some adult film and found himself aroused, or at a certain moment, he reacted to someone of the same sex, leading him to doubt his sexual orientation. After returning to China, he went to Devotion Street to indulge in excess. To see if he could actually have sex with a man. Zhou Yi was choked by the beer and kept coughing while looking down. With crossed legs, Wang Yuyang waited until the young man finished coughing and asked, if he was doing so well overseas, why did he return to China? I don't know clearly, Zhou Yi replied. As a Chen family member, there are political connections behind him. You'd better avoid dealing with him. Wang Yuyang shrugged. Probably impossible. He's moving next door after tomorrow. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang smiled. Everything has two sides. If that kid really has other intentions, I must give him the chance, otherwise how will he expose himself? Zhou Yi sipped his beer, his eyelids flicked upward, locking gazes with the man without breaking away, reminding him, the mysterious occurrence involving Lu Feng. Police speculated that it was hypnosis, which falls within the field of psychology. Wang Yuyang lazily flicked his bangs. In fact, I've always felt it wasn't hypnosis. Zhou Yi looked at him once but stayed silent. Wang Yuyang understood what the youth wanted to convey with that glance. For Lu Feng's situation, the police had to come up with a somewhat plausible explanation, it could only be hypnosis. Even so, the case's development remained sealed off by the police, not a word leaked out, fearing the citizens' panic. Hypnosis making a person act like an amphibian would be terrifying enough. If truly spread around and twisted by ill-intentioned individuals spouting nonsense about truth and falsehood, it would create chaos akin to a world-ending scenario. Zhou Yi threw the empty can into the trash bin. There's something I've been curious about, all along, the information has been passed on by me. Some of it you can verify, others you can't. Aren't you afraid I might be lying to you? Wang Yuyang smiled and looked at him. Would little Yi deceive uncle? Zhou Yi's gaze met his, and his throat felt dry. Alright, let's talk about Su Mo. He came to S City half a year ago and entered that bakery straight away. Then the 4-flavor pie appeared, and these past 6 months, he's been living in the store. Wang Yuyang asked, did he provide the recipe for that pie? Zhou Yi said, probably. A red figure came to mind, familiar feelings resurfacing again. Who's the owner of the bakery? Zhou Yi's expression became strange. It's someone you know. Wang Yuyang asked, who? Zhou Yi blurted out a name, Lin Xiaonan. Wang Yuyang frowned in surprise, why do I not remember him investing in a bakery on the old street? It's indeed his. Zhou Yi said coldly. If you think I'm lying to you, I'll print out the documents for you later. Wang Yuyang pressed his forehead. I thought I cared deeply about him. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows. But since he invests in many businesses, not knowing everything about them is normal. Wang Yuyang looked at the suddenly rising youth, where are you going? We haven't discussed Lu Feng's case yet. Zhou Yi remained expressionless, to get cigarettes. Wang Yuyang organized his thoughts for a while and then leaned against the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. His consciousness gradually became heavy, hazy, and finally disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Wang Yuyang suddenly woke up to find the young man already sitting beside him. You slept for about 5 minutes, Zhou Yi said while smoking, with clouds of smoke rising around him. I just went upstairs to grab a pack of cigarettes, and you managed to fall into a deep sleep. Wang Yuyang rubbed his throbbing forehead. Why didn't you wake uncle? I did, Zhou Yi replied. Wang Yuyang was taken aback. Was I sleeping that deeply? So it seems you entered a deep sleep state. Zhou Yi observed him touching his neck. Did you dream about being killed again? Wang Yuyang's heart in his chest was beating faster. Yes. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with a tissue. I dream about it every day, it's like etched into my memory. Zhou Yi said, it's not reasonable. What's the point of talking about reason now? Wang Yuyang calmed his breath slightly. Let's talk about Lu Feng's case. Zhou Yi said, the police found 3 spam messages in Lu Feng's communication history. There were some letters inside, which they meticulously analyzed and searched through, and eventually discovered that the numbers formed together matched the address number of a certain organization. Yesterday, there was new evidence showing that on the night you were killed, Lu Feng had appeared near Chunlai Road, within range of where the organization is located. It all fits. He paused for a moment. Mei Yu has started correlating the 2 cases and suspects your death might be connected to Lu Feng. She's the captain and holds absolute authority. Once she presents her idea, she'll act upon it and there might be results. Wang Yuyang said, Little Yi, surely you haven't hidden listening devices in the police station's meeting room, have you? Zhou Yi stared at him silently. Wang Yuyang's eye twitched. Go ahead, keep talking. The last SMS was sent after your death, Zhou Yi said. We're still unclear who sent the message or whom Lu Feng met that night at the institution. But barring any accidents, he must have been manipulated there, leading to abnormal behavior once he returned home. Wang Yuyang asked, who owns the institution? A retired old principal, no issues found so far. Zhou Yi handed over a paper bag from the left side of the sofa. Here's the list of training lecturers and their personal information. Wang Yuyang admired his quiet efficiency. There's one lecturer who used to be an employee at Shen's company, Zhou Yi said, flicking his cigarette ashes onto his leg. Wang Yuyang tilted his head. Which one? Zheng Yuan, Zhou Yi said. When he worked at Shen's, he was Lu Feng's subordinate. The police are currently keeping an eye on him. Wang Yuyang flipped through the stack of documents to find Zheng Yuan. Zhou Yi said, as for why Zheng Yuan resigned initially, we haven't yet found out. After that, he joined this training institute. He's someone who values etiquette highly. Wang Yuyang said, of course, since it's an etiquette training institute, what's strange about that? Zhou Yi briefly responded, that's settled. Wang Yuyang sensed something eerie from these two words. At the reception desk of the Etiquette Training Institute, there was a silver-haired teenager blinking big, watery eyes like a fawn. Sister, what's the cost here? Red heart sparkled in the receptionist's eyes, how soft, how adorable, making her want to give him a kiss. For individuals, it's 3 days to a week, costing between 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. The teenager pouted. The receptionist quickly added, this way, our instructor's level is generally very high. One class alone. Wow, oh, the teenager's face showed disbelief. So cheap. I thought it would cost tens of thousands. The receptionist. Is his response time too slow? After filling out the enrollment form, the teenager asked, Sister, am I filling everything correctly? The receptionist leaned closer to take a look. You missed your address here. The teenager med, address? Let me think about it. The receptionist. Not long after, the teenager hailed a taxi and headed to the address he filled on the enrollment form, Lotus Court. He climbed to the 6th floor and knocked on the door repeatedly. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, and Zhou Yi went to open the door. Just as he opened it, it was slammed shut. The white rabbit-like youth outside stood stunned. Boss, please open the door. It's me, Little Bai. Chapter 29. Wang Yuyang heard the shouts from outside the door, Xiao Yi, is someone out there looking for you? Zhou Yi's complexion was not good. Call you older brother, Wang Yuyang said with a smile, is that the other Chinese person from the mercenary group you used to be in, the computer genius kid? Zhou Yi didn't respond, which was equivalent to an acknowledgement. Wang Yuyang gathered up the materials of the agency instructors and stuffed them back into the paper bag. Did he return to the country as well? It can't be that he chased after you, his older brother, here. Zhou Yi pressed his lips together, he changed fields. Wang Yuyang casually asked, what does he do now? Zhou Yi replied, hacking. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, isn't that the old profession? Used to be a team, now it's an individual. Relatively more freedom, but different nature. Zhou Yi's voice was mostly drowned out by the knocking on the door. There's quite a bit of noise, Wang Yuyang frowned impatiently, thankfully, there's no one across the hall now, or they would have come out by now. He remembered something and suddenly asked, how did that child find his way here? Zhou Yi's eyes revealed something that quickly dissipated, only to be forcefully suppressed within seconds. They were dark and impenetrable. Do you think I told him? Wang Yuyang sighed with a smile, Xiao Yi, why do you always misunderstand uncle? Zhou Yi's throat moved, and after a long pause, he opened his mouth. His voice was low and hoarse, I haven't told anyone about your identity. Wang Yuyang laughed, uncle believes you. Zhou Yi uncomfortably turned his head aside, that kid's motto is, give him a computer, and he can turn the whole world upside down. It's easy to find out an address if you want to. Wang Yuyang. The knocking at the door continued incessantly, and the shouting had already started to sound pitiful. Wang Yuyang thought of the little rabbit, were all the data checked by him? Zhou Yi said, partially. Wang Yuyang looked at the young man, what's your position when you ask him to help investigate those things? Zhou Yi blandly uttered 2 words, repayment. Wang Yuyang gazed at the young man, pondering. People who knew him well would understand that he was unwilling to owe favors. If his benefactor met an untimely death, he would uncover the truth and seek revenge for the benefactor. Those people wouldn't find it suspicious. If your subordinate knows where you live, he presumably also knows of my existence. How did you explain it? Zhou Yi said, to prevent unnecessary trouble, it's like what you told He Changjin. Brother, the story lines up pretty well. Wang Yuyang smiled, he probably came out of curiosity, wanting to know what kind of person the big brother you recognized is. It's not a good thing for him to keep knocking on the door like this. It's headache-inducing. Let him in, once his curiosity is satisfied, it will stop. Otherwise, it'll go on endlessly. Zhou Yi's face was tightly tensed. Wang Yuyang noticed that the young man was acting somewhat strange and was about to investigate further when he saw him turn around and stride towards the door, open it, step out, and shut it behind him. As the sun set, the hallway was bathed in a slightly yellowish hue. Bearbai's delicate face was full of confusion and, a feeling of being wronged. Big brother, why did you close the door as soon as you saw me, as if I were some enemy bent on destroying the world? Inside, he complained about having knocked on the door for so long. Zhou Yi did not answer but instead asked, why did you come here? Bearbai pouted, I've already registered with that institute. Classes start on Monday. Why couldn't you just say that over the phone? Zhou Yi glanced down, watching Bearbai intently. Bear Bai fell silent and began fiddling with his fingers. Zhou Yi thought of the man inside and felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. Closing his eyelids briefly, he restrained himself from going insane. Was the instructor assigned to Yu Xingyuan? We can choose ourselves, and I chose him. Bear Bai scratched his slightly upturned, chubby little nose tip. Actually, big brother, the police are already monitoring him. We could wait for the police to uncover some leads and then snatch them directly, just like before. Zhou Yi said in a calm voice, both plans can run simultaneously, which will increase efficiency. Besides, there are certain things the police cannot do, but we can. Alright, Bear Bai asked with concern, big brother, how's the wound on your back? Zhou Yi replied, it's fine. This time it's entirely because my intelligence was wrong. If I had discovered in the first place that our mission target hired several killers to lay a trap in the shadows, Big Brother wouldn't have been injured. Bear Bai's face was filled with self-reproach. Let me change your bandages for you in a while. Zhou Yi unexpectedly refused, no need. Bear Bai was somewhat bewildered, then how are you planning to change it yourself? Zhou Yi didn't respond. Are you rejecting my skills? Back then, we all did the same thing. Besides, I even learned how to bandage from you. Xiong Bai muttered glumly and strangely as he turned his head backward and looked at the tightly shut door. Boss, since I've come, why don't you invite me in for a visit? Zhou Yi paid no heed. I didn't come here for you, I came for your brother. Xiong Bai said with a chuckle, don't worry, boss, I've already thought it through. If he asks who I am, I'll say that I was one of your former followers. Zhou Yi's face twitched, wasn't he worth hundreds of thousands? Xiong Bai eagerly tilted his little face upward, his expression exactly like the rabbit embroidered on the front of his hooded sweatshirt. Zhou Yi stared at him until his eyelids started fluttering nervously. He doesn't. The following word, exist, hadn't yet left his lips when the door opened from the inside, revealing the man standing in the doorway. The living room's atmosphere split into two distinct halves. One half felt like spring breeze causing peach blossoms to bloom, while the other was the biting cold of winter freezing the bones. Trapped between these two extremes was a little white rabbit. Wang Yuyang looked at the cute and obedient little white rabbit in front of him, noticing the faint whiff of mint that emanated from his body, a scent also present in the original owner's data about He Changjin and Xiao Qiu, which lingered in that jeep full of bloodstains. The little white rabbit has already been eaten by someone else. Supporting his head, Wang Yuyang continued scrutinizing. The little white rabbit held a water cup in his hands, his fingers very white and delicate, with visible blue veins on the back of his hand, pink-tipped fingers, and his soft silver hair brushing against his pale neck. Dressed in a white hoodie, his petite frame looked so tender. Doing intelligence-gathering work only required busying himself with data in front of a computer, never needing to rush to the front lines to face swords and bullets. His delicate skin suggested there wouldn't be any scars on him. Unlike the person next to him, whose back alone had an unknown number of scars. When Zhou Yi realized the man seemed to be lost in thought, veins popped up on his forehead and his cold gaze swept over his subordinate. Xiong Bai shivered suddenly, met his boss's eyes innocently, and blinked big eyes, wondering what was wrong. In Wang Yuyang's view, the little white rabbit slightly tilted his head upwards, with a layer of hazy mist in his eyes. His long and curly eyelashes fluttered like little butterfly wings, his gentle gaze curling his lips invitingly. He was adorable. Black smoke rose off Zhou Yi's back, as he raised his hand to cover his eyebrows and eyes, exuding an unusually icy aura. Wang Yuyang noticed and asked, Xiao Yi, is something wrong? Zhou Yi squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, stomach ache. Drink more hot water then. Wang Yuyang handed him the cup and patted his back. Zhou Yi's back stiffened instantly, but the icy air around him dissipated somewhat, as if a warm breeze had suddenly blown in. Across from them, Xiong Bai went completely dumbfounded. Zhou Yi put down his hand. Xiao Bai, it's getting late. Ah. Xiong Bai reacted instinctively upon receiving the instruction, rising up, boss, see you later. Uncle, see you later. Then he left. The living room fell silent. Wang Yuyang watched the young man with a half-smile, won't you tell uncle something? Zhou Yi drank some water, staying silent. Wang Yuyang said, the video from the last funeral, it was filmed by him, right? Focusing on the portrait. Uncle still remembers it well. Zhou Yi's eyelids fluttered again. At the time, Uncle thought his covert filming skills were impressive, asking if he was the little white rabbit, and you said it was a big bear. Wang Yuyang let out a mocking sound from his nose. Does a bear really look like that in 22nd century? Zhou Yi put down the water cup, keeping a straight face. I'll go prepare dinner. Wang Yuyang turned around, leaning his upper body over the chair back. Xiao Yi, are you lying because you're afraid Uncle will have ideas about him? Zhou Yi swiftly washed the rice. You're thinking too much. Wang Yuyang said lazily with a smile, Uncle does like little white rabbits, but not to the extent that seeing one makes him want to snatch it back home and devour it completely. I'm not that greedy. Zhou Yi tossed both the dipper and rice onto the countertop. Wang Yuyang had a premonition that dinner might be ruined. Standing up, he walked into the kitchen. Does your stomach still hurt? Zhou Yi touched his pocket, unable to find his cigarette box, stepped aside, wanting to distance himself a bit further to avoid the addictive aroma that weakened his self-control. Lie down if it hurts. Wang Yuyang glanced at the pots and pans. Dinner. Zhou Yi lifted his eyelids. Will you cook? Wang Yuyang helplessly chuckled. Uncle can't cook. Zhou Yi's breathing paused briefly. Let's just order takeout then, Wang Yuyang said, rubbing his temples. Zhou Yi replied, can you eat takeout? You eat, Wang Yuyang said. Uncle will just have some fruit and chocolate. Zhou Yi lowered his eyelids, furrowing his brows slightly. Wang Yuyang took out his phone to find the delivery number saved by the original owner. Are you currently taking on a mission? Zhou Yi didn't look surprised. Rarely, it depends. With a stiff tone, he added, it won't interfere with your affairs. What are you thinking? Wang Yuyang scrolled through his phone, freeing one hand to rest on Zhou Yi's head, ruffling his hair. Uncle is concerned about you. Zhou Yi stared at him for a few seconds with half-lowered eyes. Go out. I'll cook. Wang Yuyang lifted his gaze from the phone screen and focused on the young man's face. Does your stomach not hurt anymore? Zhou Yi ignored him. In the morning, Wang Yuyang was woken up by a knock on the door. With rising anger, his expression turned gloomy and frightening. Uncle, are you awake? It's Xiao Bai. When Wang Yuyang heard the voice, his fury paused as he recognized the little white rabbit. After eating a few pieces of chocolate to suppress his negative emotions from being woken up, he opened the door and found the kid in a set of yellow duck-patterned pajamas. Do you live in this building? Xiong Bai awkwardly scratched his head. I rented a place downstairs. Wang Yuyang glanced at the tuft of silver hair sticking up. Xiong Bai swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. I haven't told the boss yet. Wang Yuyang asked, do you fear him? He's my boss, so obviously I'm scared. Not just me, everyone is. Xiong Bai's voice dropped as he murmured, he can be really scary sometimes. Wang Yuyang turned around. Come in. Xiong Bai bounced inside. Uncle, can you help me talk to the boss? Wang Yuyang yawned. Sure. Xiong Bai teared up in gratitude. Uncle, you're such a good person, thank you. Wang Yuyang pinched his soft cheeks. Are you in school? No, Xiong Bai shook his head. I don't go to school or work. Wang Yuyang teased him. Then how do you make a living? Xiong Bai nodded rapidly like a little bird pecking at seeds. Gaming. I play games professionally. I'm a gamer. Am I a fool? Wang Yuyang laughed softly. Is that so? Xiong Bai eagerly nodded again, easily deceived. He had no idea what the boss was so worried about, keeping everything so tightly concealed. Wang Yuyang casually picked an orange from the fruit basket and tossed it to the little white rabbit. Xiong Bai caught the orange. Last night, when he visited, he stayed only for a short while before leaving, and he hadn't even gotten a chance to check out his boss's living environment. Taking this opportunity, he looked around and found the place neat and tidy. The kitchen even had a hint of someone cooking, having this brother the boss acknowledged seemed to come with benefits. Uncle, has the boss ever mentioned me to you? Wang Yuyang was squeezing toothpaste by the sink, still sleepy and yawning repeatedly. Yes. Xiong Bai curiously leaned closer. What did he say? Wang Yuyang was brushing his teeth, speaking unclearly. He said you were a big bear. Enraged, Xiong Bai threw away the orange peel. Shit. All because I have the surname Xiong. Calmly chewing a piece of orange, he reconsidered after a moment. No, it wasn't right. That guy rarely spoke, how could he blabber nonsense like that? Something must be wrong here. Definitely. Chapter 30. Xiong Bai drove his newly washed Jeep to the Science and Technology Park to find the boss, only to end up packing at a food stall. Most of the people in front of the stall were girls, who all gave flirtatious looks to the boss. Unfortunately, the boss is celibate, leading an eunuch-like life. As Xiong Bai twisted open a white plastic bag and put 2 red bean paste buns inside, he stole a glance at the hearts flying around. The boss's charm was known throughout the entire mercenary group. For missions requiring a handsome man strategy, the boss was always the best choice, undefeated. Zhou Yi whispered, get to work. I'm already doing it, Xiong Bai pouted, speaking very softly, confused, boss, why do you get up before dawn to sell breakfast? You're injured, and you don't lack money anyway. Zhou Yi, I do. Xiong Bai wore a face that said, do you think I'm an idiot? Zhou Yi turned around and took a pancake from the styrofoam box, used to think it didn't matter, but now feel that more is better. Xiong Bai exclaimed in shock, boss, are you in love? Zhou Yi's hands trembled, causing several bags of pancakes to fall into the styrofoam box. Xiong Bai bounced up like a soft body, crouching on his back, boss, you wouldn't really. Get down. Everyone used to be so. Hey, boss, don't throw me away. I'll get down immediately. He Changjin next door took pictures of this scene and sent them to the group. Doesn't this look like a big bad wolf carrying a little white rabbit? There were only 3 people in the group, aside from him, Xiao Qiu and Wang Yuyang. Wang Yuyang was sleeping at the moment, leaving only Xiao Qiu chatting with He Changjin. After exchanging a few expressions, they went to chat privately. When packing up, Xiong Bai's small face was flushed red from the sun. Boss, is there something you want to tell me? Zhou Yi picked up a mineral water bottle and drank a few sips. Are you still seeing those money boys recently? Xiong Bai shyly lowered his head. I just occasionally solve some physiological needs. Seeing that the boss didn't speak, he mumbled an, your self-control is the strongest, different from us ordinary folks. Zhou Yi felt somewhat hollow for no reason. Money boys come into contact with many people, so take care of your safety. Xiong Bai looked up, his large eyes bright and clear. Ever since I came back to China, I've been seeing the same person. Zhou Yi saw his expression, longing for praise, and his forehead twitched slightly. Does he have only you as a customer? Of course not. Xiong Bai obediently said, I make sure he uses tea every time. It's always separated by a layer, so there's nothing wrong. Zhou Yi. Xiong Bai puckered his lips and blinked his eyes. Is there anything else you want me to do, boss? Zhou Yi lifted his hand and scratched his eyebrows, reminding him like a father would, it's best not to mess around on the passenger seat. The space is too small, and it's easy to get hurt. Xiong Bai had a blank expression. How did you know I messed around on the passenger seat? Zhou Yi frowned. Alright, go do what you need to do. Xiong Bai squinted his eyes. Something's off, there definitely is. After taking a few steps, he finally remembered the purpose of this trip, muttering as he asked, Boss, am I just a big bear to you? Zhou Yi. That man truly knows how to play. Zhou Yi wanted to buy a car. The rational choice would be the same Jeep series as Xiao Bai, while the emotional choice would be the Maybach. The most commonly used car model of that man. Zhou Yi stood under the camphor tree by the side of the road and made a call. Do you have a driver's license? Wang Yuyang was eating an apple. Didn't find it. I guess I don't. Zhou Yi said, hang up. Wang Yuyang asked, are you buying a car? Not yet. Zhou Yi looked up, cicadas perched on the trees chirping continuously. Wang Yuyang chuckled and asked, Little Yi, why did you suddenly think about buying a car? It's inconvenient always using Xiao Bai's. Zhou Yi said, hang up. But still, just like the first time, the call wasn't disconnected. Wang Yuyang laughed lightly. Little Yi is calling uncle to ask for advice. Zhou Yi seemed to feel as if there was a current, moving the phone away a bit. Wang Yuyang said, Range Rover, Jeep, Hummer, these three kinds suit you. Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment. You don't ask me where the money comes from. Wang Yuyang laughed. Uncle knows Little Yi is capable. Zhou Yi. The money earned overseas was indeed exchanged for the opportunity to return home. After coming back, I took on a few missions with decent compensation. Unconsciously explaining without specific figures, because that man had limitless wealth during his lifetime and would never blink at any amount, he only said, enough to buy a car. Wang Yuyang burst out laughing. Zhou Yi's throat tightened, and his palm holding the phone became damp. His heartbeat quickened, but his voice betrayed no emotion. Why are you laughing? Wang Yuyang said, of course, I'm laughing because you're cute. Zhou Yi's face darkened. Wang Yuyang didn't continue with the previous topic. Uncle will be going to He Changjin's place soon. Keep your phone on in case I need to call you. Zhou Yi felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Alright. After hanging up, Zhou Yi stood there in front of the bustling avenue with cars streaming by, lighting up a cigarette. That man had never called himself uncle in front of his favorite little white rabbit. He only did it for him. Zhou Yi's lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile, which he quickly suppressed when he realized it. He Changjin's residence was also in Lianhua Residential Complex, Unit 2 of Building 16, located to the left of the main entrance, quite far from Wang Yuyang's building. Thankfully, the residential area was old, as were the trees inside. The tall and lush branches blocked the scorching sunlight, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Wang Yuyang followed the shadowy path to He Changjin's place. Hurry inside. He Changjin closed the door after Wang Yuyang crossed the threshold. Brother Wang, I'll go fetch the corn out of the pot. Help yourself to slippers. Wang Yuyang had no memory of the original tenant's house, let alone He Changjin's. Changjin, where are the slippers? They're in the top cabinet, the blue ones. He Changjin's voice came from the kitchen. Brother Wang, you haven't been over for such a long time that you even forgot your own shoes. Wang Yuyang opened the top cabinet, found the blue slippers, placed them on the floor, and slipped his feet in to find a perfect fit. He Changjin shouted, these slippers were bought in May. If you hadn't come, I would have washed and stored them already. Are they still wearable? They are. Wang Yuyang lifted his foot to check the sole. It wasn't even September yet, but the soles showed signs of wear after just 4 months. If, as He Changjin said, these belonged exclusively to the original tenant, then he must have visited frequently. He Changjin came out with the corn. Brother Wang, try our purple corn. Wang Yuyang asked, did your parents grow this? Yes. He Changjin grinned, we just received the delivery this morning, a large package. They picked it yesterday. Go ahead, try some. Wang Yuyang went to wash his hands in the kitchen, while He Changjin exclaimed incredulously, Brother Wang, have you become a meticulous person now? I helped a kid pick up a ball on my way here. My hands are covered in dirt. Wang Yuyang's voice mixed with the sound of splashing water. He Changjin shook his head, still meticulous. Wang Yuyang tried the corn. It was soft, sticky, and just sweet enough. He Changjin asked, how does it taste? Wang Yuyang replied, it's quite good. He Changjin smiled, then when you leave, take some with you. Wang Yuyang nodded, alright. He Changjin grabbed a cob of corn for himself and began nibbling on it. Brother Wang, did you see the pictures I posted in the group? Wang Yuyang said, I did. He Changjin's mouth was full of sticky corn kernels. Is that guy really your brother's follower? Wang Yuyang said, more like a friend. He Changjin, with slurred speech, said, Brother Wang, don't blame me for nagging, but remember, your brother isn't blood related, you invited him to live with you, gave him a key, allowed him to manage your financial dealings, and now there's another young one who seems especially close to you. I think you should ask more questions about this. It wouldn't hurt to keep a closer eye on things. Wang Yuyang laughed lightly, I don't have much worth remembering anyway. He Changjin suddenly looked up, you shouldn't say that. People can be bad beyond your imagination. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, oh. He Changjin lowered his head and continued munching on the corn, just the kind of news stories you read, constantly breaking boundaries. Let me tell you, some people are really nasty on the inside, but you'd never know just by looking at them. My mom always tells me not to trust people too easily. Wang Yuyang leaned back against the chair, that's true, people's hearts are hidden behind their stomachs, impossible to see. He Changjin smiled on his thin, dark face, Brother Wang, I'm glad you listened. Wang Yuyang's eyes glanced past him to notice something in the kitchen, you've got a fridge. The old one Xiao Qiu replaced, she gave it to me, He Changjin muttered, finishing his corn. It's actually great that she changed it, rich people, huh? Wang Yuyang commented, she works hard. Yeah, He Changjin agreed, effort-driven and kind-hearted. He Changjin sighed, Brother Wang, I don't have the good fortune in this life to find someone as great as her. This life? Wang Yuyang said, you're only 22. If you were still in school, you'd be in university now, and you wouldn't even have entered society yet. He Changjin muttered to himself, but I've been part of it for many years already. The next moment, he smiled and stood up, saying, Brother Wang, I'll start stewing the fish soup, we'll have black fish soup at noon. Wang Yuyang lightly tapped the table with his finger. For a moment, he had sensed an overwhelming sense of weariness from He Changjin, perhaps even, world weariness. After sitting for a while, he started wandering around and unintentionally walked into He Changjin's room. It was about half the size of the original owner's, not as neat and orderly, with things scattered about somewhat carelessly, looking slightly messy. A quick glance revealed just furniture and daily necessities, nothing particularly special. Wang Yuyang picked up a clothing label on the floor and threw it in the trash can, but his gaze paused momentarily. There was a notebook on the table, black leather-bound, and it didn't look very new. Wang Yuyang walked over and opened the first page, discovering only a date written there. The empty space made the date seem rather ambiguous. Just as he was about to turn to the second page, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. He quietly closed the notebook and turned around. He Changjin was standing at the door. This little Ultraman. Wang Yuyang pointed to a trinket on the table. He Changjin coughed twice, Brother Wang, let me explain. One time when I was wiping the table, I accidentally knocked it off, and it chipped. I really take good care of the small trinket you gave me normally. Wang Yuyang smiled, I can just buy another one for you. It's hard to find that model now, He Changjin said, and they're expensive. It's become a collectible for some big shots, so there's no need. He pushed his black-framed glasses up the bridge of his nose and went on rambling like usual, oh, by the way, the watermelon I picked this time is excellent. I cut it earlier, it has such a thin rind, cutting it was crisp. Is that so? Let me try how sweet it is. Wang Yuyang walked out. There were several slices of watermelon on the table, red flesh surrounded by green skin, with a bit of pale pink juice pooling around them. He Changjin picked up a piece and handed it over, Brother Wang, the biggest slice is for you. Wang Yuyang took it, eating a bite and unconsciously spitting the seeds into the trash bin, forgetting that the original owner would eat watermelon without spitting out the seeds. The air suddenly grew quiet. Wang Yuyang nonchalantly smiled and passed the blame, Little E always spits out the seeds when he eats, I learned from him and made it a habit. He Changjin swallowed a large chunk of the watermelon he held, not spitting out the seeds, swallowing them all down, I thought you had changed that too. Wang Yuyang laughed, and under He Changjin's watchful eyes, he ate more watermelon, forcing himself to swallow the seeds in his mouth, feeling a headache starting near his temple. He Changjin wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and curiously asked, Brother Wang, does your brother listen to you? Wang Yuyang thought for a moment, he didn't listen much before, but now he pretends to not listen verbally. He Changjin stared wide-eyed, talks back inwardly, but shows none of it on the outside. Wang Yuyang replied, I only recently realized it myself. As long as he listens in heart, that's fine. Disobedient kids are such a hassle, He Changjin sighed, my relative's 2 children, the younger one always fights with the older one, everyday battles like world wars. Wang Yuyang had nothing particular to add. Although the Shen family was vast and prosperous, with many branches of relatives, they would gather at the ancestral home for grand festivals, but Wang Yuyang would never mingle closely with anyone, and none dared to engage him in idle chatter. He Changjin threw away the watermelon peel, Brother Wang, do you still have the talisman I gave you? Wang Yuyang nodded, yes. Placed on the bookshelf along with a red carp bookmark. Just keeping it is good enough. He Changjin grinned widely, it was rare to burn incense at Xianyue Temple, who knows when I'll go again next time. Wang Yuyang said, next time, we can go together. I'd like to burn incense too. Heh, sure thing. He Changjin laughed, next time, we'll also write a wish lock and hang it on the bridge. This time I couldn't write any, there were too many people, and it was scorching hot. Queuing up made my head spark with fire. Wang Yuyang listened to him chatter and fiddled with the watermelon seeds in his mouth, spitting them secretly onto a napkin. Earlier, Wang Yuyang had asked He Changjin if he liked eating fish, and he said it was okay, if there was fish, he'd eat it, if not, it was fine. The black fish soup cooked for lunch wasn't really of much interest to him. After the meal, he only scooped a few spoonfuls of soup into his bowl, barely touching the black fish inside. Wang Yuyang, on the other hand, ate quite a lot. It was the first time he tasted his skills in the kitchen, and it was surprisingly pleasant, very light and fresh. After the meal, He Changjin pulled Wang Yuyang to watch a movie, a mysterious science fiction film. It told the story of how one person triggered a series of accidents, exploring betrayal, despair, degeneration, abandonment, and perseverance, revealing the distortion and struggles of the human heart and nature. The entire film was suffocatingly tense. In the end, it ended in tragedy, with the protagonist and the big boss both dying together. He Changjin took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with a corner of his clothes. Brother Wang, what do you think of this movie? Wang Yuyang said, not bad. It was the first time he had watched a whole movie from start to finish without leaving or falling asleep. However, for someone whose own inner world was already dark, watching this kind of movie didn't evoke much emotional fluctuation. He watched until the very end purely out of curiosity to know who would survive till the last. Is it just not bad? Isn't it terrifying? He Changjin shivered, I'm not scared of ghost movies, after all, ghosts are fake and far from reality. I fear realistic ones like this. People can be scarier than ghosts, Wang Yuyang responded, that's why they say people fear ghosts by 3 parts while ghosts fear humans by 7. After wiping one side of the lens and then the other, He Changjin clicked his tongue twice, saying that gave me goosebumps, let's find a comedy to lighten the mood. Then he picked up the remote control to change channels. Wang Yuyang's phone buzzed, Chen Zishu had sent him a selfie photo. Chen Zishu, if you want this boyfriend, press 1. Wang Yuyang pursed his lips, pretending not to see it, and put his phone away before watching comedies with He Changjin. Before dusk, Wang Yuyang returned from He Changjin's place. He took down the peace charm, played with it in his hands, then smelled it near his nose. It carried the typical incense smell from temples, mixed with a trace of fishy odor transferred from He Changjin's clothes, and nothing else. What was the date on the first page of the notebook? It seemed to be December 19, 2021. An idea struck Wang Yuyang, and he immediately pulled out He Changjin's file from the drawer. He discovered that He Changjin came to S City 7 years ago. 7 years ago was in 2021. The diary began when he arrived there. Did something significant happen on December 19th? Seated at his desk, Wang Yuyang fell into deep thought as his consciousness gradually blurred, his mind sank deeper and deeper, and he finally slipped into sleep. Suddenly, the buzzing vibration of his phone woke him up abruptly. Wang Yuyang blinked several times and looked at his phone. He only slept for about 10 minutes but felt as though his head were muddled and his limbs heavy and powerless, making him reluctant to move as if he'd slept for days. This body has major issues. Could it be someone cast a spell on him? Or some sort of witchcraft controlling him from afar? The phone stopped buzzing once, then rang again. Wang Yuyang pressed the answer button and turned on speaker mode. Uncle, why didn't you reply to my WeChat message? Chen Zishu said angrily yet pitifully, I waited for you so long the dishes got cold. Wang Yuyang said, didn't see it. Chen Zishu detected something wrong and became anxious, Uncle, your voice sounds odd, are you sick? Wang Yuyang said he was fine. Chen Zishu sighed in relief, I'll come over tomorrow afternoon, we'll have dinner together, I've booked the spot. Wang Yuyang massaged his temple, no. Chen Zishu's tone became filled with hurt, why? Wang Yuyang felt a wet chill on his back, breaking out in a lot of cold sweat, I won't go out tonight. Ah, Uncle has poor eyesight, Chen Zishu guessed, is it night blindness? Wang Yuyang paused thoughtfully, yes. In that case, it's indeed best not to go out at night. Chen Zishu kindly suggested, let's eat at home instead. I'll cook something nice for Uncle. He laughed flirtatiously, I guarantee Uncle will fall for me after tasting my food. Wang Yuyang curled his lips meaninglessly. Nowadays kids sure seem to have taken an interest in cooking. After the call ended, Wang Yuyang exhaled deeply. That little brat's phone call had awoken him, otherwise, he wouldn't know how long he would have slept. As soon as Zhou Yi returned, Wang Yuyang asked him if he brought a gun. What do you need a gun for? Zhou Yi grabbed a beer from the fridge and found none left, so he settled for a plum juice bottle instead. For self-defense, Wang Yuyang sighed, young Yi is out early and comes back late, rarely home during the day, and often leaves at midnight. Uncle being alone here feels uneasy without a gun nearby. Zhou Yi shot him a glance, I remember you said when you were killed, there was a gun in the drawer, but you didn't even get the chance to pull it out. Wang Yuyang smiled warmly, young Yi, what did you say? Zhou Yi moved his facial muscles, come upstairs. Wang Yuyang slowly went up the stairs. Zhou Yi in front said, a gun is not as useful as you think. Better to have it than not, Wang Yuyang smiled. At my age, it's too late to train physically or learn martial arts. Relying on external help is necessary. Zhou Yi pursed his thin lips and leapt a few steps up, throwing a gun to the man. Here. Wang Yuyang caught it and looked. It was an M1911 with quite a few scratches on the body, obviously used for a long time, like the military flashlight given to him before. So what do you use? Zhou Yi replied, something else. Wang Yuyang looked at him, seemingly disbelieving. After drinking a couple of sips from the plum juice, Zhou Yi's Adam's apple moved up and down. I have another one, M92F. Only then did Wang Yuyang avert his gaze. Zhou Yi glanced sideways at the man. Do you know how to use the M1911? As soon as he finished asking, he realized how stupid the question was. How could this man not know? This gun I gave you is my first handgun. It has been used quite often. He stiffly changed the subject. Later on, I rarely used it since there wasn't much need. Wang Yuyang smelled the gun, only Young Yi's scent on it. Zhou Yi's throat went dry. He drank half a bottle of plum juice to soothe himself. Let Xiao Bai move in. Anyway, he's downstairs. A little tidying up will do. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. You know about it. Zhou Yi didn't bother answering. He just stays home playing computer when he has nothing to do. You can take him along when you go out. Wang Yuyang frowned. That kid has very thin arms and is small built. Zhou Yi inexplicably got cold tones in his voice. He's a mercenary. His body has undergone special training, and his various skills are much stronger than those of ordinary people, which is usually sufficient. Alright, Wang Yuyang laughed. Uncle will follow Young Yi's advice. Finished asking, he asked again, can he cook? He can, but you won't like it. His food tastes heavy, Zhou Yi replied. Wang Yuyang thought deeply, then that won't work. Zhou Yi looked toward the man. As soon as he saw him looking over, he quickly turned his head to the window outside, hearing him say, looks like we still need to trouble Young Yi to prepare meals and store them in the fridge. The food made by Young Yi suits uncle's taste best. Wang Yuyang smiled. Zhou Yi's mouth filled with sweetness that couldn't dissipate easily. It must be because the plum juice was too sweet. He put it aside without drinking anymore, sat on the bed, and said, help me change the bandages. Wang Yuyang asked, didn't you let Xiao Bai change it for you? For some reason, one of Zhou Yi's nerves was off, and his face became ashen gray. Wang Yuyang turned around and walked downstairs. Zhou Yi glared at the man's back, his jawline tight, and a layer of ice covered his eyes. Downstairs came a lazy voice, wait a moment. The ice in Zhou Yi's eyes instantly shattered. He bent over, hands propping up his head, with his firm brows shadowed, making his expression unclear. Washing his hands, Wang Yuyang returned to the loft and saw the young man propping his head and looking over. In that instant, he felt as if he had seen a fiercely wagging tail. At this moment, the big wolf dog had turned into a big dog. Wang Yuyang burst out laughing. Seeing him laugh, Zhou Yi felt a chilling breeze on his back. No way of predicting or controlling what would happen next. While changing the bandages for Zhou Dog, Wang Yuyang mentioned He Changjin's black leather notebook. If He Changjin didn't have the persistent fishy smell, then that series of numbers were probably just random doodles, or perhaps some date with significance only to him that didn't warrant deep investigation. But now, given the smell on him, it had to be taken seriously. A diary is something very secretive, Zhou Yi said. You mean? Wang Yuyang moved from behind to the front. He deliberately left it on the table. Without any sign of emotion, Zhou Yi shifted his body slightly away from Wang Yuyang, probably. Wang Yuyang sat back and continued unwrapping the bandage. Then for now, we'll just observe things on the surface. Zhou Yi nodded. The original owner's death has 10 out of 8 chances to be unrelated to He Changjin, who likely knows something but due to some reasons can't say directly. Wang Yuyang rebandaged him after applying the medicine. It seems like the original owner's death involves more complexities than imagined. Little E, lift both your hands up. Zhou Yi obeyed. Wang Yuyang passed the bandage under his armpits. Little E, your ears are red. Zhou Yi had originally been trying to ignore the feeling of being embraced from behind, but when he heard the voice by his ear, his efforts crumbled instantly. His face remained expressionless as he said, no. Wang Yuyang glanced at the young man's noticeably red earlobes, then uncle must have mistaken it. Zhou Yi seemed quite calm as he pursed his thin lips and stayed silent. Wang Yuyang continued with the previous topic. Was there any well-known major event on December 19, 2021? Zhou Yi smoothed out his emotions. 7 years ago. Wang Yuyang affirmed, yeah. Zhou Yi responded, there was none overseas. Neither domestically. Wang Yuyang's movements were slow and deliberate, then it wasn't well known but rather obscure, or perhaps only known to those involved. That year He Changjin had just arrived in S City. He was 15, still a kid. Maybe he wanted to hint something through that series of numbers. Zhou Yi said indifferently, you seem quite concerned about the original owner's death now. Wang Yuyang came back to reality. Little E, don't overlook one point. Uncle is now the original owner, the same person, so whether I want to investigate or not, I have to. Zhou Yi frowned, don't overthink. Wang Yuyang patted his head, alright. Zhou Yi tried to dodge but it was too late, and he didn't get angry. Fine, let him do as he wished. The next morning, Xiong Bai carried a specially bought little black bag to the institute for class. His fake profile was that of a newly graduated junior college student, a rookie in the workplace. With great enthusiasm, he bumped around everywhere, attempting to carve out his own world, giving enough space for his dreams to sprout roots, branch out, and flourish. So he didn't wear his usual clothes, he specifically bought fitting equipment for the 8-day training course according to his persona. Xiongbai found a seat in the classroom and browsed his phone like everyone else. Not long after, the classroom suddenly fell silent, much like those magical moments during school days that happened every now and then. No words needed, 2 by 2, everyone spontaneously put down their phones and sat up straight. A gentleman with a refined appearance entered the classroom. He carried a black designated teaching bag, held a matching thermal cup in his hand, and wore a deep blue suit with a white shirt underneath. The collar buttons were done all the way up, the collars neatly arranged, and the tie tightly tied in a precise manner. His hair was combed meticulously, from head to toe looking like they'd been ironed back and forth with a big iron, everything kept within bounds without a single loose strand. The man walked onto the stage and loudly greeted, "Hello everyone, I am your instructor. My surname is Zheng Yuan. It's an honor to exchange cultural etiquettes with you here." Xiongbai secretly observed from the last row. This guy spoke clearly and properly, walked in a poised yet relaxed manner, avoiding stiffness while maintaining neatness without seeming careless. Even his smile curvature was perfectly appropriate. Xiongbai made a sound of disapproval. Zheng Yuan gave a simple opening speech, put down the lecture bag, and said, "Now I would like each of you to introduce yourselves, in 2 sentences or so, starting from the first person on my left." Thus several young career newbies began introducing themselves. When it was Xiongbay's turn, he followed the examples set by the ones before and got by under false pretenses. "Today I will talk to you about what constitutes professional etiquette. Before I begin, I'd like to pose a question to those present." Zheng Yuan asked, "What role does etiquette play in the workplace?" As soon as the words were spoken, his gaze swept over the crowd below. Xiongbai immediately felt the terror of being called upon to answer, lowering his head and muttering quietly, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Suddenly, someone unknown among his neighbors let out a fart with a trembling tone. Xiongbai instinctively looked up and unexpectedly met the death stare from the podium. Wailing softly, "This was it." Zheng Yuan spoke, "Last row." Xiongbay's heart sank halfway. Zheng Yuan smoothly described the characteristics, resounding with confidence, the gentleman wearing checkered shirts against the inner wall at the far end. Xiongbay's heart completely sank. The classroom was dead silent. Xiongbay's voice sounded weak, "I think there are 3 roles for etiquette in the workplace." Zheng Yuan urged, "Please continue." "The first point is image enhancement," Xiongbai racked his brain, "the second point is gaining respect. The third point," he bit his lip, "the third point is..." "Don't know," accidentally saying it out loud, pitifully looking lost. The girl ahead raised her notebook. Xiongbai spotted the few words written on it and lit up instantly, "Etiquette is a business card, used to promote oneself." Zheng Yuan proudly declared, "The 3 points mentioned by this gentleman are excellent." Xiongbai wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered a thank you to the girl. The registration form said it was going to be theory and practice, with group exercises following, which sounded terrifying. For the rest of the class, Xiongbai focused all his attention on Zheng Yuan. He noticed that every time Zheng Yuan mentioned a point, he would adjust the microphone, moving it up and down until it returned to the same position each time. It was as if this habit had become ingrained in him, turning into a set of data. Even drinking water followed this pattern, the placement of the thermal cup was always exact, like a copy. Xiongbai jotted down notes, obsessive-compulsive disorder, detail-oriented. After class, Xiongbai intentionally trailed behind slowly. He watched Zheng Yuan wave goodbye, nod, smile, and shake hands with others, all perfectly elegant behaviors. Zheng Yuan then headed toward the office, carrying his thermal cup and lecture bag under one arm. A male colleague approached, "Teacher Zheng, I'm treating everyone to lunch today. Would you join us?" Zheng Yuan declined, "Not this time. It's too hard to invite you for a meal. We're at least colleagues, right? Next time. You're teaching more classes this time around." Impressive. Hiding around the corner, Xiongbai observed the 2 men conversing. When walking in the hallway, Zheng Yuan's footsteps were light, and he deliberately lowered his speaking volume. His posture while conversing with his colleague remained gracefully poised. In contrast, the male lecturer acted much more casually. On the way back, Xiongbai reported to his boss, "Teacher Zheng seems to have a high reputation within the institution and good relations with others." Zhou Yi remarked, "Don't attract police attention." "I won't. I'm being low-key." Xiongbai's voice dropped an octave, "Hey, boss, I've taken on another mission." "Zhou Yi, proceed." Xiongbai rapidly summarized the details and waited anxiously for his leader's response. This task was somewhat challenging. There was a big boss who wanted to snatch someone away from another major player. Apparently, it was a person akin to one's ideal love. It wouldn't make sense unless they spent several million yuan on it. What made it even harder was that the other major player was Sun Qingzhou, the chairman of Xinrui, known for disturbing rumors. There were stories about his private laboratory and his habit of drugging his young lovers. Currently, Xiongbai hadn't investigated all the types of drugs or how to reverse their effects yet. "Send me the detailed information." Complete the mission within 2 days, Zhou stated incongruously. After you move upstairs, keep an eye on him. Then he hung up. Huh. Confused, Xiongbai stuffed his phone into his pocket. His boss was repaying a favor by helping his benefactor find an internal traitor, uncover the truth, and deal with whoever deserved death. Xiongbai helped look into some documents. His boss agreed to assist him in taking the mission, managing tickets in return for mutual help. Speaking of which, he never expected his boss's benefactor to be Shen Er, a top beauty renowned in legends. Wang Yuyang was sprawled out in the living room, doing nothing but lying around. Xiongbai washed some grapes and placed them on the coffee table. Uncle, have some grapes. Wang Yuyang didn't want to move. No thanks, you eat them. Little White, what did you do this morning? Went to the library to read books. Xiongbai grabbed the grapes and ate them 2 at a time, his cheeks puffing up intermittently. Wang Yuyang glanced at him twice. You're not a homebody, right? Xiongbai nearly choked, his eyelashes fluttered slightly. I need to recharge, you know. Wang Yuyang chuckled aloud. Xiongbay's face turned a little red. Uncle, what do you usually do at home? Wang Yuyang, You know, my boss is managing your breakfast stall now, so aren't you unemployed? Xiongbai blinked his eyes. Do you not do anything else? Caught off guard by the question and reminded by it, Wang Yuyang felt the current days were indeed quite dull. Everyday thoughts kept circling around those few things, over and over again. But his physical body was weak, already getting close to those 2 younger ones, He Changjin and Chen Zilxu. And so far, there were always moments when he felt his existence wasn't real. Perhaps he should find something less strenuous on his health but could still pass the time. Wang Yuyang pondered, stocks. But he'd played with that for years and wasn't really interested anymore. He would think of something else. As soon as Zhou walked in, he immediately sensed something was off in the house atmosphere, different from usual. He noticed the man was sulking on the couch with a gloomy expression, causing Zhou eyebrows to furrow instantly. Xiongbai swallowed the grape in his mouth and pulled his hand back from the plate. Boss. Zhou called him aside. What's wrong? Xiongbai innocently responded, I don't know. Zhou frowned even deeper. Did you say something? Xiongbai shook his head. No, I didn't. Zhou gaze sharpened. Xiongbai, realizing the gravity of his words only after the fact, timidly replied, I just asked him what he does at home every day. Zhou expression darkened. Why did you ask him that? Xiongbai. Zhou glanced at the man on the sofa and silently went to the balcony to fetch the broom. Thinking it was the household duties assigned to the older brother recognized by their leader, Xiongbai tilted his head in confusion. He rubbed his eyes. Oh my god, the boss has already started sweeping. It wasn't a hallucination, and his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. It must just be an exception today. Xiongbai patted his chest in relief. Chapter 31. Zhou swept to the couch, his eyes gleaming as they landed on the man who was sitting there with his eyes closed and a furrowed brow. Wang Yuyang didn't open his eyes. Xiao Yi, what? Zhou immediately left with the broom in hand. Wang Yuyang. Xiongbai moved closer, sitting cross-legged on the ground, reaching for the couch. Uncle, I think our leader is mad. Wang Yuyang's eyelids flickered. Mad? Yes, Xiongbai propped his chin on his hand. I don't really know why either, but just now the leader. From the kitchen came Zhou Yi's low shout. Xiao Bai, come in here. Wang Yuyang opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Bai, who seemed startled. Xiongbai stared at him with watery eyes, making sure Wang Yuyang saw, yes, he was truly upset. Wang Yuyang followed Xiongbai into the kitchen. Seeing him, Zhou Yi's darkened expression froze for a moment before it disappeared entirely. He then turned to Xiongbai and said, peel those potatoes. Xiongbai, preparing for scolding, sighed, ah. Xiongbai looked at the potatoes on the counter curiously, asking his older brother, Uncle, what dishes are we having for lunch? Wang Yuyang replied, I don't know. Xiongbai's mouth dropped open in shock, forming an O shape. Just as he was about to say something, their sweeping leader called out several dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, tomato with broccoli, stir-fried bitter melon with eggs, steamed scallops with garlic and... Leader, you. He asked cautiously, are you cooking? Zhou stopped sweeping and raised his head, clearly puzzled. Problem? Xiongbai shut his gaping mouth, innocently shaking his head. Clutching the bag of potatoes, he grabbed a peeler and squatted by the trash can, dazedly peeling potatoes. As if lost in a daze, his worldview collapsed. Seeing the boy like that, Wang Yuyang worried he would hurt himself, so he ruffled his hair and said, be careful. Before Xiongbai could respond, Zhou suddenly lost his temper, directing his anger at the man still stroking his subordinate's hair. What are you doing standing here? Wang Yuyang. Xiongbai. Why does there seem to be a sour taste? Is there something wrong with my nose? After finishing peeling the potatoes, Xiongbai went into the room and secretly made an overseas call to his buddy. Ben, I feel like I might be falling out of favor. Ben sent his bedmate to take a shower and leaned against the headboard smoking. Huh. Our leader doesn't love me anymore, Xiongbai pouted pitifully. The dishes he's going to cook for lunch are all light, none of them are ones I like. Ben burst out laughing, then come back, my arms are open for you. Xiong sighed sorrowfully. Dear little bear, among our group, only you and the leader are from China. He cares about you the most and takes good care of you. Ben exhaled a puff of smoke, stuffing his large hand into a head of golden curls. You've received his love for long enough. Be content, God doesn't like greedy children. Xiong Bai. He grumbled, I respect the leader, respect, okay. Ben wasn't being polite, mocking, only respect, my friend, because the leader isn't interested in your rear end. Xiong Bai blurted out, nor in yours. There was silence on the other end for a couple of seconds, followed by Ben's tooting sound, that's a pretty depressing topic. Xiong Bai suddenly remembered something, a Frenchman in the mercenary group who was the same type as their leader. Tall, strong, cold and hard-faced, quiet, fierce in combat, skilled in close fighting, with tough fists and great strength. Someone once mentioned how he was similar to the leader. Not long after, that Frenchman became Ben's regular bedmate. In their line of work, there was no time for romance, no time even to fall in love, they spent their lives chasing money, so Xiong Bai never understood feelings and hadn't paid attention to this matter. Thinking about it now, Ben likely admired the leader for more than just hero worship. Ben, how have you been recently? You and the leader have both gone back to China, our team's power has weakened significantly. The new members chatter too much, bababa every day, which is quite annoying. Ben said, by the end of the year or early next year, I may possibly leave the team. Xiong Bai was surprised, won't Mr. Nadwavai get furious? Who cares about that old guy? Ben chuckled derisively, only the leader takes him seriously, but according to your Chinese saying, that guy simply doesn't appreciate it. Even when the leader returned to China, he had to negotiate with him. He owes the leader a debt of gratitude. Xiong Bai had a sudden realization, yeah, the leader always values gratitude deeply. The fact that he recognized that man as his brother and took such good care of his living arrangements must stem from some sort of debt of gratitude as well. It all made sense once he thought about it this way. Xiong Bai felt like he was missing something, but he couldn't recall what it was. Wang Yuyang went into the kitchen to chat with Zhou Yi. Xiao Yi, do you think uncle can find something to pass the time? Zhou Yi flicked his eyelids slightly, what are you looking for? Well, I asked because I can't think of anything. Wang Yuyang pinched his brow, given the current situation, there are too many restrictions. In that case, don't look, Zhou Yi said, the original host just set up a stall in the morning, and had nothing else to do at other times. Wang Yuyang sighed, doing nothing would make Xiao Bai suspicious, wouldn't it? It won't, Zhou Yi calmly responded, there's a kind of person called a parasite. Wang Yuyang lightly chuckled, are you saying, Xiao Yi, that you want to support uncle? Zhou Yi's voice was very low, as if rolling out from the depths of his throat, somewhat muffled and mumbling, just consider it like raising a cat. Wang Yuyang didn't hear clearly, what? Zhou Yi's face twisted slightly, nothing. He noticed the man's pale lips were about to open again, so he handed over the broom without further delay, finished sweeping. Wang Yuyang reached out to take it, realizing the young man had a peculiar expression. When his hand was about to touch the broom, he changed his mind, forget it. Zhou Yi continued sweeping, coldly saying, by the time you finish, it will be dark. That's not right, Xiao Yi. Wang Yuyang wasn't upset at all, instead finding him cute when he acted like this, even if it's dark, you wouldn't have finished. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang washed a small tomato from the bag and brought it towards his mouth. He heard the young man say, you're going to eat it now. Did you wash off the pesticides? Not afraid of being poisoned? What should I do then? Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yi opened the cabinet and took out some flour, poured a bit into a large bowl, added water and stirred, put the tomatoes here. Wang Yuyang put the tomatoes in the bowl, does this clean them more thoroughly? Zhou Yi didn't reply. Wang Yuyang laughed softly, Xiao Yi really knows a lot, doesn't he? Zhou Yi said, soak for 2 minutes. Wang Yuyang fished out the tomato when the time seemed right, placing it under the tap to rinse. Why are you still so particular if you've spent so much time surviving in the wild and adapted well? Zhou Yi moved his thin lips but didn't utter a sound. Wang Yuyang ate a bite of the tomato, watching the young man sweep while facing away from him. His voice blurred, Xiao Yi, were you paying attention to uncle a long time ago? Otherwise, where did all those supposed hearsay come from? Zhou Yi's back suddenly stiffened, what? Wang Yuyang smiled silently, pretending not to hear, thus deciding not to say anything until next time, letting Zhou Yi speak up on his own. Zhou Yi took the broom upstairs, sweating profusely, dampening a patch on his back. Leaning against the wall, he squatted down and lit a cigarette, almost dropping the lighter with a clatter due to lack of grip. From downstairs came Wang Yuyang's voice, Xiao Yi, is everything all right? Zhou Yi's heart raced to his throat, no issue. Squatting with his legs bent, he picked up the lighter and lit the cigarette, half closing his eyes as he deeply inhaled a puff, slowly exhaling the smoke. Earlier, he thought the man had uncovered his intentions. Zhou Yi leaned his head back, pressing it against the wall, silently puffing clouds of smoke at the ceiling. When the cigarette was finished, he nonchalantly walked downstairs as if nothing had happened. Xiong Bai was busy infiltrating the security system of the Sun residence to drop his custom virus package, ready to sabotage the entire system when necessary. He needed to get hold of all the monitoring positions, map out the layout of the Sun residence, find the white moonlight sought by their employer, and plan a safe exit route for the boss. With lots to do, Xiongbai ate his meal and locked himself in the room. Wang Yuyang climbed upstairs and asked the youth lying on the single bed, "Have you taken a job?" Zhou Yi glanced at him and didn't hide it. "Our target is Sun Qingzhou. It suits my needs perfectly." Wang Yuyang frowned. "When will the operation begin?" Zhou Yi propped his hands behind his head. "Tonight." Wang Yuyang walked over to the edge of the bed, lowering his head to lock eyes with the youth lying down. "Can you ensure a safe retreat?" Zhou Yi closed his eyes. "I'll try." Wang Yuyang said, "Sun Qingzhou has a lot of dirty accounts in his hands. Let Xiaobai carefully investigate them, they might serve as crucial bargaining chips in a tight spot." "Xiaobai knows," Zhou Yi replied. "He's not good at getting information from people but excels at acquiring it from computers." This time we had no choice but to send him to approach Jin Yuan through the institution, since he was the only one who was suitable. Wang Yuyang thought it over as well. The boy dressed up neatly, resembling a newly graduated student. The key is that she appears small and delicate, looking completely harmless and non-aggressive. Besides, the police are also keeping an eye on Jin Yuan. "So far, there's nothing suspicious," Zhou Yi said. "If there's something, Xiaobai will get his hands on it." Wang Yuyang smirked. If the moon knew her painstakingly gathered clues would be stolen by a child without any change, she'd definitely lose her temper. Xiaobai could become a private detective when he decides to quit being a hacker one day. Zhou Yi hummed lightly. He doesn't have to worry about having no way out. Wang Yuyang then asked, "What about you?" Zhou Yi opened his eyes, now seeing the man bending over him, very close to his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What?" Wang Yuyang teased. "You can only go work at a construction site, carrying bricks." Zhou Yi's expression turned dark. "Actually, working at a construction site isn't bad, simple and straightforward, no need to think of other things." Satisfied by the look on the young man's face after teasing him, Wang Yuyang continued, "When everything is settled, uncle plans to settle abroad. You can come over, I guarantee you'll live in peace." Zhou Yi's dry throat moved slightly as he swallowed, taking a while before speaking. His voice was hoarse and indistinct. "I knew you made a lot of money." Wang Yuyang emitted a lazy laugh through his nose. "Isn't that how all businessmen make their fortune?" Supporting himself on the edge of the bed, he leaned closer. "Xiao Yi." Tensed up all over, Zhou Yi held his breath. Wang Yuyang exclaimed in surprise, "Your eyelashes are quite long." Zhou Yi felt warm moisture close to his face, an almost non-existent itch. He thought he vaguely heard the man sigh with regret. "It's such a pity you're single-lidded." Irritated, he growled lowly, "So what if I'm single-lidded?" After shouting, he realized the atmosphere was wrong. Then, catching sight of the startled man opposite him, Zhou Yi wanted to slap himself. Chapter 32. Wang Yuyang laughed uncontrollably. "Xiao Yi, why are you so cute? There is a term that can perfectly describe you, what is it?" He continued laughing while talking. "Oh yes, uncle remembered it. That term is called reverse charm. Zhou Yi's half of the face turned ashen. Wang Yuyang laughed so hard tears came out, he panted and said, "Single-lidded eyes are handsome too." Zhou Yi's forehead twitched. "Xiao Yi, don't be inferior, many girls like boys with single-lidded eyes." Wang Yuyang smiled and touched his stubbly crew cut, soothing him kindly, "Boys also like it." Zhou Yi's other half of the face turned ashen too, but he thought in his heart that you didn't. After laughing hard, Wang Yuyang calmed down and asked about Jin Yuan. "Did you find out the reason why Jin Yuan quit his job back then?" Zhou Yi shook his head. "Lu Feng was his boss. What exactly happened back then, only the two parties involved know clearly. There were rumors in the company that he made a minor mistake. Some say he entered Lu Feng's office without knocking, others say he didn't greet Lu Feng when he saw him." Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. "After that, did Jin Yuan start learning workplace etiquette?" Zhou Yi said, "It's not impossible." He spoke of the information and speculation he had investigated. Shen Corporation has generous salaries, it's a place many people want to get into. Back then, he lost a very ideal job for him. And during that time, because he was unemployed at home, his girlfriend also left him, and even aborted his child. He might have blamed all the mistakes on Lu Feng, thinking that Lu Feng ruined his life. Wang Yuyang. Common grievances lead to revenge by stabbing with a knife. There indeed are such incidents in the workplace. But Lu Feng's death was so bizarre. How was Jin Yuan involved? He couldn't possibly be the mastermind. At most he's just like Lu Feng, a small pawn. Wang Yuyang said, "His hatred for Lu Feng was used by the person behind the scenes. It's probably like this." Zhou Yi remained silent, lost in deep thought. Let's assume it was hypnosis. If someone can be hypnotized into an animal, the technique must be extraordinary, either a genius or a psycho. Minimum research would take over 10 years, Jin Yuan cannot do it. Wang Yuyang said, "So there was a third party in the institution that night, waiting for Lu Feng to arrive and hypnotize him?" Not quite right either, there's no need to set it specifically at the institution. Could it be that Jin Yuan made Lu Feng go there to treat him with the best courtesy, maybe drink some red wine and apologize, satisfying his twisted psychology? Zhou Yi still didn't speak. Now let's assume it wasn't hypnosis. Did Jing Yuan use something given by the person behind the scenes to make Lu foam like that? Wang Yuyang nudged the youth's shoulder, say something. Zhou glanced at him then dropped his eyelids. The police are secretly investigating all experimental bases domestically. Wang Yuyang oddly said, experiment. Zhou Yi said, wait for the result. Something flashed through Wang Yuyang's mind, he caught it this time, but it was hazy and unclear. For a moment, silence fell in the loft. Wang Yuyang saw the dumbbell in the corner, he went over, bent down to grab it, but failed to lift it up. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang tried with both hands, his breathing deepened. Zhou Yi watched and veins popped on his forehead, put it down, that weight isn't suitable for you. Wang Yuyang stopped forcing himself, he rubbed his slightly strained wrist, really getting old. Zhou Yi sneered, go check out the gym, how many people of your age are there? Wang Yuyang's mouth twitched, cutting insults mercilessly. Xiao Yi, uncle wants to eat fruit salad. Zhou Yi closed his eyes and bluntly said, I can't. Wang Yuyang sighed, then never mind. Zhou Yi listened to the footsteps, he opened his eyes, turned his head and gazed at the man going downstairs, then retracted his gaze when he couldn't see anymore. Wang Yuyang's nap hadn't started yet when he heard Xiongbai shouting, Uncle, my leader made fruit salad, do you want to eat some? He got up and opened the door, fruit salad. Yup. Xiongbai had half a strawberry in his mouth, and his breath was full of sweetness, tasty. Wang Yuyang noticed a bit of yogurt at the corner of his lips. Zhou Yi sharply noticed it and couldn't help but blurt out, Xiaobai, you've dirted your mouth. Xiongbai exclaimed oh, then licked the yogurt off his lips, closing his eyes contentedly, holding the small bowl happily eating the salad. Wang Yuyang looked at the young man, his gaze full of meaning. Zhou Yi's eyelids twitched. Chen Zishu came over at a little after 2 in the afternoon, with not much stuff, just 2 suitcases. Jiang Yang accompanied him. As usual, he was dressed rather pinkishly but still looked very manly and spirited. Alright, I'm here now. You've done your part. Get going quickly, Chen Zishu said, annoyed. Jiang Yang took off his sunglasses. Since I'm here already, won't you invite me in to sit for a bit? Chen Zishu gave him no friendly look. Sit. There's nothing prepared. My dear cousin, Jiang Yang said with great interest, you could have picked anywhere, but why a place like this without even an elevator? Climbing upstairs each time, it seems you might have a tendency towards self-torment. Chen Zishu. Jiang Yang looked at the worn-out couplets on the opposite door casually and asked, who lives there? Don't know. Get lost. Chen Zishu sounded arrogant and mean. Jiang Yang went to knock on the door. Chen Zi rushed up to stop him. At this moment, the door opened from inside. Zhou Yi stepped out with several trash bags, looking at them as they tussled. Shit. Chen Zishu cursed. Jiang Yang, seeing the tall and sturdy man in front of him, said with surprise and joy on his face, it's you. Do you live here or with your brother? Zhou Yi shut the door without acknowledging him and carried the garbage downstairs. The dimples on Jiang Yang's face disappeared. He turned to look at his cousin with a smile that was almost mocking, as if saying, your little secret is out. Chen Zishu's face alternated between dark and pale green. Jiang Yang glanced at the door number opposite. No rush, there will be chances to get close to that man. Well, I'm leaving. See you next time when I come again. Chen Zishu waved him off dismissively. Jiang Yang suddenly turned back, Zishu, take it easy. Don't play around so recklessly that you end up hurting yourself. Chen Zishu blinked in confusion. Pfft. You worry about yourself. Remember to go for regular checkups. Be careful not to let heaven kill you. As long as I can be godfather to your son, Jiang Yang said wearing his sunglasses and left. Chen Zishu flipped him the bird. He called on his phone at the door, grinning impishly, Uncle, come to my place across the hall. Wang Yuyang asked him, is everything ready? No, said Chen Zishu. In that case, I'm not coming over, Wang Yuyang laughed. We'll talk when you're ready. Stunned, Chen Zishu listened to the busy signal. Shit. He called again. Like a puppy, he pleaded cutely, Uncle, I don't want you to come to my place across the hall. I'm at your door. I'll come to you. Wang Yuyang opened the door. Chen Zishu dragged both suitcases inside, I'll leave them here first. Later, I. Before he finished his sentence, the sound of footsteps ascending the staircase reached their ears. Zhou Yi had returned from throwing away the trash. With the 3 of them standing in the vestibule, it became crowded, and the atmosphere subtly grew tense. Just then, Xiongbai emerged to relieve himself. Xiongbay's probing eyes darted back and forth among the 3 of them, sensing something was definitely amiss. But I still need to pee. Can't hold it any longer. Xiongbai came out of the restroom and noticed their boss sitting in the living room smoking, his entire demeanor emanating low pressure. He spoke cautiously, Boss, who's that guy outside covered in purple fur? Looks super rich written all over him. Zhou Yi seemed deep in thought, hearing none of it. Xiongbai dared not ask further. He knocked on the door to enter the room of the boss's brother, meeting the eye of the purple-haired man. He was quite handsome, looking about the same age as Xiongbai but taller by far, with long limbs and a healthy complexion. He seemed to excel in sports. His face seemed familiar. Maybe seen somewhere recently. Puny dwarf. Xiongbai suddenly heard the clear voice. Who did you call? You. Chen Zishu bared his teeth showing a menacing grin. Are you done staring yet? With lips pressed together, Xiongbai approached the nearby man, eyes red-rimmed. Uncle, he called me a puny dwarf. Chen Zishu's eyeballs nearly bulged out of his head. Hell yeah, I've been thoroughly defeated by him. Wang Yuyang, like a mediator between two children, tried to ease the tension, practically wanting to grab both their hands and put them together. Chen Zishu whispered into the man's ear, Uncle, it's only because of you I'm doing this. Afterwards, he lifted his chin haughtily to the shorter one, I'm Chen Zishu. Xiongbai wrinkled his nose, Xiong. 3 words flashed through his mind. He doubted, then sprinted into the room, tapping the keyboard to verify. Confirmed. Xiongbai went to the living room, lowering his voice, Boss, don't make any moves tonight. Wait until tomorrow night. Zhou Yi raised his head amid the swirling cigarette smoke. Mr. Sun's daughter is having a birthday dinner at home tomorrow evening. Xiongbai squinted his calculating eyes, the Chen family is on the guest list. Zhou Yi already knew what he was up to by this point. Stick to the original plan. Xiongbai was a bit anxious, Boss, I'm not done yet. The young master of the Chen family is the man in Uncle's room. It seems like their relationship is pretty good. This time, it's truly heaven sent. Zhou Yi interrupted him, that's all. Done. Xiongbai looked at him suspiciously for a moment, then widened his eyes, Boss, you already knew. Zhou Yi started walking towards the balcony. Clearly there's a better, more reliable plan, so why don't we use it? There's no reason. Xiongbai followed, puzzled, Boss, that's not your style. You. Zhou Yi interrupted again, his voice icy cold, shut up. Xiongbai pursed his lips, is it because you're afraid Uncle won't agree? Let me handle it. We won't tell him about the mission. I have other methods. As long as he and Mr. Chen Zishu attend the banquet together, I can make some small trouble happen at the banquet to buy you time and opportunities. Zhou Yi glared at him with a bloodthirsty look, his facial expression terrifying. Xiongbay's face instantly went pale, frightened even to breathe loudly. He sulkily dropped his head and began picking at his fingers. Zhou Yi furrowed his eyebrows, he does know Mr. Chen Zishu, but they haven't told him their family background yet. Moreover, he's just an ordinary person. If anything big happens at such a grand occasion, Mr. Chen Zishu can't guarantee his safety. Xiongbai blinked his slightly red eyes and understood his boss's concern. So shall we think of something else? Zhou Yi pinched the bridge of his nose with his hand holding the cigarette, I've made my decision. He stepped into the living room and suddenly caught sight of a tall and thin figure by the wall, furrowing his brow. Zhou Yi signaled for Xiongbai to go back to the room. He approached the man and spoke softly, did you hear that? Wang Yuyang said, Xiao Bai's idea isn't bad. Zhou Yi took a drag of his cigarette, this doesn't concern you. All the important figures in S City will be invited to the banquet set by the Sun family. Wang Yuyang smiled, Uncle really wants to meet those old friends. Zhou Yi glanced at the side profile of the man, have you decided already? That's right, Wang Yuyang said. Zhou Yi said coldly, there's nothing I say that will change your mind. Wang Yuyang tilted his head, give me a cigarette, uncle. The next moment, he said, forget it. Zhou Yi didn't react in time when the cigarette in his mouth was snatched away. His gaze instinctively followed the cigarette, watching as it was held between the man's frail yet slender 2 fingers and then sent to his colorless lips. Wang Yuyang took a puff of the cigarette. The intense bitterness smelled one way and tasted another. He lowered his eyes and tapped the ash off, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. No response. Wang Yuyang raised his eyelids and found the youth looking at him, the look like being possessed by some enchantment. He blew the smoke in the young man's face, snap out of it, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi trembled as if electrocuted. Expressionless, he turned around and walked fast into the bathroom. Wang Yuyang chuckled softly. He finished smoking the remaining few puffs, flicked the cigarette butt into the trash can, and took out his phone in the room to search for Xinrui's news. Although Mr. Sun Qingzhou was a pervert, he did treasure his daughter who was still in college. The birthday banquet happened every year, always on a grand scale. Chen Zishu came closer, Uncle, what are you looking at? Wang Yuyang said, news. The rich are different indeed, turning a simple birthday celebration into such a lavish event. Chen Zishu played with the man's little ponytail, do you want to know what happens at the rich people's birthday banquets? Wang Yuyang hummed nonchalantly, It's about this banquet. Chen Zishu laughed handsomely with a touch of arrogance, if you want to go, I'll take you. Wang Yuyang said nothing, only smiling faintly. Don't believe me? Chen Zishu let go of the man's little ponytail and massaged the back of his neck, Uncle, do you remember what I said the first time we met? Wang Yuyang continued browsing the news, you said a lot. Chen Zishu said, do you remember all of it? Wang Yuyang said, I don't remember any of it. Chen Zishu. I'm super rich. Chen Zishu gritted his teeth, that was it. Wang Yuyang dragged out a long, oh. It's settled then. Tomorrow night, I'll take you to broaden your horizons. As Chen Zishu spoke, he stood up. I'm going back to tidy up the house now. Later, I'll show you what a real chef looks like. Wang Yuyang watched as the young man stormed out of the room in a flurry. He tossed his phone aside and began peeling a piece of chocolate to eat. He wasn't quite sure what this brat's purpose was in getting close to him. Might as well go with the flow. No matter the situation, it was all about using and being used. Until the very end, one could never tell who would reap more benefits. Chen Zishu returned to his new residence. He sprawled on the couch, propping one long leg against the backrest while the other stretched out casually. He lay there for a moment before calling Jiang Yang. What time is the Sun family banquet tomorrow night? Let me know when you're going. Jiang Yang was surprised. Aren't you not attending? Chen Zishu said, I've changed my mind. Jiang Yang teased, what made my little cousin change his mind so quickly? Chen Zishu also chuckled, I heard that you worked for the old man from the Sun family before. The smile vanished instantly from Jiang Yang's face. How did you know? Chen Zishu retorted cleverly, if you don't want others to know, you shouldn't do it yourself. Jiang Yang said quietly, I cut ties with my family years ago, and things only got better recently. Don't meddle unnecessarily. Chen Zishu remembered something he had heard from his mother about this guy coming out because of his first love, getting severely beaten almost to death, and then not long after, being cheated on, which led to him spiraling into madness and running into golden prestige, where he became depraved ever since. I'm overthinking, I haven't the time to deal with your messes. Jiang Yang sighed in relief. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Oh, Lin Xiaonan has a sister. She'll probably be with him tomorrow night. Personally, I think she's prettier than your last arranged marriage candidate. You can. Chen Zishu hung up. In the manager's office at Golden Prestige, Jiang Yang spun around in his office chair. There was nothing exciting happening today at the club, what a bore. What should I do? The spinning chair suddenly stopped. Jiang Yang tapped the armrest thoughtfully and decided to visit Lin Xiaonan on the top floor instead. Using the strangely familiar man as a topic might just make Lin Xiaonan show some interesting expressions. Chapter 33. Jiang Yang emerged from the elevator, hands in the pockets of his dress pants, leisurely crossing the corridor. He stopped in front of a door and greeted the man standing against the wall with a smile, hey, good afternoon. Xiao Ming looked down indifferently, showing no reaction. Jiang Yang touched his neck, straightening his shirt collar. Is Lord Lin awake? Given my role as one of his goons, how would I know? Jiang Yang's pale hand moved downward, his index finger hooking the man's tie as he grinned mischievously, brother, why don't you leave him and come with me instead? I have no aversion to bodily contact and I don't need bodyguards, what I need is a man. Xiao Ming showed no response. Jiang Yang wrapped the man's tie around his finger, by the way, a few days ago I met someone who, like you, keeps quiet. The feeling they gave me was quite similar, just like, your colleague, except he's a migrant worker. His name is Zhou Yi. Do you know him? Something flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes before disappearing just as quickly. Jiang Yang's other hand touched the man's left eye. This scar of yours. Before he could finish his sentence, his wrist was clamped onto by a strong grip, dry and rough. Jiang Yang's meticulously attractive face lit up with delight. Finally, you've reacted. Xiao Ming brushed his hand away. With an unchanged smile, Jiang Yang shot him a seductive glance. Say hello. I'm about to chat with your master. Xiao Ming knocked on the door and entered only after hearing a response from within. Jiang Yang touched his lips thoughtfully. Lord Lin could hire any kind of bodyguard, yet he chose someone so taciturn. What extraordinary skills did this man possess? Young Master Lin Nan was tending to some orchids, filling the room with their fragrance. Jiang Yang dragged over a chair and sat next to him, legs crossed as he blew on the steaming hot tea. Young Master Lin, if your admirers saw you doting on these orchids like lovers, they'd die of jealousy. Lin Nan tore off a dried leaf from a flower branch. What does Manager Jiang want to talk about? Just casual conversation. Jiang Yang propped his head up with his hand. When Elder Tu was still around, we used to play cards and eat together frequently. Now that he's gone, why have we become so distant all of a sudden? Lin Nan picked up scissors to prune the flowers, his expression cold. Time flies fast, Elder Tu has been gone for more than 10 or 20 days. Jiang Yang sighed softly. I even dreamed of him last night. Snap. A piece of the flower stem broke off onto the table. Lin Nan pushed it aside. You dreamed of him? Yes, Jiang Yang's face revealed a look of nostalgia, mixed with clear admiration. In the dream, Elder Tu was just like when he was alive, gentle. The fingertips of Lin Nan's hand holding the scissors twitched slightly. Jiang Yang tilted his head and smiled, young Master Lin must have also dreamed of Elder Tu. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Lin Nan's lips, no, I haven't. Jiang Yang feigned surprise, how odd, perhaps Elder Tu didn't want you to be sad. Birth, aging, illness, and death are normal parts of life, that's how natural laws work. He said comfortingly, young Master Lin would do best to let go sooner rather than later. The fact that Elder Tu passed is undeniable, but we who are still alive should continue living, safeguarding the things that matter to him. What mattered to him? Lin Nan asked lightly. Jiang Yang fell silent. What mattered to Elder Tu? This question, seemingly simple, actually had no definitive answer. He liked tender and soft children, something everyone knew. But there was nothing special about those preferences, merely treating all equally. Even gifts were given indiscriminately. That wasn't akin to caring. It was more like snacking while bored, or listening to music. Jiang Yang reached out to touch a hanging flower branch. What did Elder Tu really care about? For someone who had worked tirelessly to expand Shen family businesses, it oddly didn't seem so crucial to him, otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared an heir without thinking about the future of the Shen family. No one understood his thoughts, no one could see through them. Unconsciously, Jiang Yang reached to caress the orchid, wanting to pluck it, until a clear voice interrupted him, Manager Jiang. Realizing his distraction, Jiang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I got lost in thought. Lin Nan shifted the pot closer to himself. Jiang Yang frowned. Continuing his pruning, Lin Nan seemed unaffected. As Jiang Yang gazed at Lin Nan's thin profile, he recalled the moment Lin Nan embraced Elder Tu's portrait in anguish. For someone so detached from worldly affairs to display such vulnerability, it was rare indeed. Lin Nan, Elder Tu cared about you. Without lifting his eyelids, Lin Nan asked, did he tell you that? Jiang Yang tugged at the corner of his lips, his tone envious. It's obvious without needing to say, everyone can see it. Lin Xiaonan let out a chuckle. Jiang Yang's scalp went numb. Who the hell said this guy was like Second Elder? Second Elder would never be so, Ian. The room fell silent. Unintentionally, Jiang Yang's flickering gaze stopped at one spot, where a photo frame was placed. In the picture inside the frame were two people. A man stunningly handsome, and a boy fresh and clean. The man intimately held the boy on his lap, his chin resting on the boy's soft hair, a book in his hands as if telling him a story, a mix of carefree and gentleness. Jiang Yang's eyes slightly narrowed. This was the first time he had seen this photograph. The background was Second Elder's Qingyun Villa. The outside world had once rumored that these two were lovers, spreading for quite some time. It was all about how lenient Second Elder was towards this person. Even just a tiny bit was enough to cause an uproar. Jiang Yang thought, if Second Elder were still around, the Lin family would surely ally with the Shen family through marriage sooner or later, probably within the next few years since Lin Xiaonan wasn't young anymore. He glanced at the boy in the photograph, then looked at the youth in front of him. The aura of a wealthy heir was very strong, much like a flower growing high on a cliff, drawing attention since childhood. Even with a body-cleansing obsession, unable to touch others or be touched by them, combined with being the successor of the Lin family and possessing such good looks, any woman from the Shen family would want to marry him. As long as Second Elder agreed to introduce one of Shen's younger members to Lin Xiaonan, he would definitely accept it, akin to the Emperor's royal decree granting a marriage. Unfortunately, Second Elder is no longer here, and the bond between the Shen and Lin families has been severed. Worldly matters are unpredictable. Jiang Yang withdrew his gaze and picked up his teacup, taking a light sip of tea. Poor, Second Elder liked drinking it. Lin Xiaonan rolled his wheelchair back a bit, rearranging the orchids on the table. Jiang Yang leaned forward. Xiaonan, do you think there's a phenomenon in the world where two completely different-looking people share a similarity in some aspect? Lin Xiaonan continued arranging the orchids. What about it? I. A meaningful smile curved Jiang Yang's lips. I met someone who somewhat resembles our Second Elder. Lin Xiaonan remained calm. Is that so? Jiang Yang was dissatisfied with his reaction, not in appearance, but in feeling. He makes me feel like bowing down. Strange, isn't it? Lin Xiaonan replied indifferently, there's nothing unusual about that, the world is vast and full of wonders. Jiang Yang immediately felt bored. Damn, not fun at all. No wonder Second Elder kept this guy by his side for so many years, his personality really isn't likable, boring. Before finishing his cup of tea, Jiang Yang left. Lin Xiaonan instructed Xiao Ming to return the orchid to the wall corner, turning his wheelchair to the bedside. He opened a drawer, took out a storybook, and patted it, saying, send someone to track Jiang Yang. Xiao Ming immediately turned and left. Chen Zixu prepared a dinner of blueberry sauce, roasted goose liver, red wine, roses, and candlelight. Wang Yuyang put a small piece of goose liver into his mouth, chewing slowly. Chen Zixu seemed completely unfazed by his elegant manner. How is it? Wang Yuyang replied, it's hard. Chen Zixu cut a piece for himself and ate it. Isn't this pretty good? He clicked his tongue. Uncle, you're too picky. Wang Yuyang set down his knife and fork, glancing at the table arrangement mockingly, thoughtful. Chen Zixu looked straight at him. So does uncle like it? Wang Yuyang didn't answer directly but instead asked, when does school start? Why ask about school now? It completely ruins the atmosphere, Chen Zixu said unhappily. Uncle, are you doing this on purpose? Wang Yuyang took a sip of red wine, appreciating its rich texture. This wine is excellent. That goes without saying. Chen Zixu perked up again. What food does uncle like? I'll cook it for you next time. Wang Yuyang responded, I like meals made by my little E. Chen Zixu. Did they just chat their way to death? Chen Zishu grabbed the man's hand placed on the table, covering his palm to gently rub it. Uncle, come sit in my room for a bit. Wang Yuyang smiled. Chen Zishu kissed the back of his hand like a little knight, his voice husky and his eyes burning with passion. Uncle, has anyone ever told you that you resemble a king? Wang Yuyang subtly examined the little devil opposite him. It must have been for the previous owner of this body. If it were aimed at Shen Baiyu, then his bizarre rebirth experience might be a bit too laughable. Wang Yuyang retracted his hand and stood up. Let's go. Chen Zishu exclaimed, huh? Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow. Didn't you invite me to your room just now? Chen Zishu clung to him like a little dog. Uncle, you always bring surprises to me. Wang Yuyang glanced at the oil painting on the wall, a single eye painted vividly, somewhat eerie. Kid, you're still so young and haven't experienced much. Why are you interested in psychology? There's a long story. Chen Zishu said reflectively, by chance, I once met someone who gave me a book. Wang Yuyang asked, a book on psychology? Nope, Chen Zishu grinned, it was about medicine. Wang Yuyang felt slightly surprised, medicine? What does that have to do with your interest in psychology? At the time, he was wearing a hat, sitting on a chair feeding pigeons with his back to me. Chen Zishu played with the man's small ponytail as if he liked it a lot. He talked to those pigeons, laughing neurotically while saying nonsense like, you white-clad angels are devils, all of you are madmen. Then, in the middle of talking, he started crying. Uncle, can you imagine a man crying while feeding pigeons? That sentence automatically entered Wang Yuyang's mind, who then stared at the teenager. Where were you? I was sleeping in the bushes behind him. Chen Zishu pressed the man's shoulders, turning him around and pushing him toward the room. He probably cried himself dizzy and left the book on the chair. So I took it home. Wang Yuyang sighed inwardly and turned his head. That counts as giving it to you. Chen Zishu's face turned sheepish, and he growled, it doesn't matter. Anyway, after taking the book home and reading it, I found the content pretty interesting, so I told my family I wanted to study medicine. They arranged a teacher for me, but in the end, I learned psychology from the teacher's father. Wang Yuyang. What a twist. Chen Zishu blew into the man's ear. How about it, uncle, are you satisfied with what I've told you? If you are, give me a little reward. Wang Yuyang noticed the painting on the opposite wall also depicted an eye. His eyelid twitched. Is this one a pair with the one in the living room? It's by the same painter. Chen Zishu bent over, resting his head on the man's shoulder. Isn't it amazing? Wang Yuyang pulled the person out from behind him. Stand up straight when speaking, kid. Chen Zishu touched his face self-admiringly. I'm so handsome, yet why can't I seduce uncle? That's odd. Wang Yuyang acted as if he didn't hear anything. Can you see through people by observing their tiny movements? Chen Zishu shrugged, most of the time. Wang Yuyang turned around. What about me? Chen Zishu shook his head. No. Uncle is the most special person I've ever met. After being serious for a short while, he became irreverent again. Also, the person I want to bed the most. Wang Yuyang cut him off. The kid has a great interest in my body, huh? Chen Zishu bared his teeth. Wang Yuyang suddenly thought of a little leopard. Since you study psychology, do you know hypnosis? Chen Zishu opened the door, pushing him inside. Not bad. Wang Yuyang joked with a laugh. I'd better keep my distance from you. I'm afraid you might hypnotize me and find out everything about my ancestors. I've never hypnotized anyone, and uncle has always been cautious of me, so it's impossible. Chen Zishu looked at him with, Wu 3 Chu 3, aggrieved, eyes. Wang Yuyang did not respond but instead began checking the room. It was a typical style favored by boys aged 18 or 19, spacious, simple, with a touch of sportiness. Pretty clean. Chen Zishu scratched his head, seemingly shy. Take a casual look. When we go to my place later, my room there is several times larger than this one. Wang Yuyang saw the dumbbells in the corner and remembered yesterday's scene in the attic, where he had been teased. He couldn't help but smile silently. Uncle, who are you thinking about? The voice in his ear brought Wang Yuyang back to reality. I'm wondering how your teacher managed to teach a genius student like you. As soon as these words were spoken, a strong force pushed him onto the double-sized bed, a young and fiery body pressing down on him, treating him like a toy to grab recklessly. Wang Yuyang, lying prone, yawned nonchalantly. All right, dinner's done, the room's checked. Uncle's going home now. I'm old and can't stay up late. I can't compare to you youngsters. Chen Zishu muttered dejectedly. Uncle, I can tell you're a hedonist who wouldn't care about trivialities. So why won't you try me out? I'm young, full of energy, good-looking, and inexperienced. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone like me even with a lantern search. Wang Yuyang tugged the boy aside. Your uncle is indeed a hedonist, but having you would ruin the pleasure. Chen Zishu looked at him gloomily. How is it not the one below? Wang Yuyang answered without hesitation. Impossible. Chen Zishu clicked his tongue sympathetically and excitedly. Uncle, you're tempting fate. Wang Yuyang went back around 10 after staying at Chen Zishu's place. He changed his shoes while asking the young man sitting by the table, are you home? Zhou Yi's voice was rough. Have you eaten? I ate a bit of foie gras. The taste was okay, but the timing wasn't perfect, lacked something. Wang Yuyang said, still, the best dishes are cooked by Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi stubbed out his cigarette and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. Wang Yuyang chuckled slightly at his domesticated behavior. Zhou Yi quickly cooked the noodles. Xiong Bai heard the commotion and ran out of his room. There's noodles. Is there more in the pot? I'm hungry too. Zhou Yi was cleaning the pot. Cook your own. Xiong Bai pouted unhappily. Oh. He stood still like his shoes were glued to the ground, gazing wistfully at the uncle about to eat the noodles. I've clearly fallen out of favor. I've lost my status. The big boss doesn't love me anymore. Wang Yuyang lost his appetite under Xiong Bai's gaze. Little white, bring me a bowl and I'll scoop some for you. Xiong Bai immediately ran into the kitchen and returned with a bowl and chopsticks, tears streaming down in gratitude. Wang Yuyang scooped a third of the noodles into his bowl. Eat up. Thank you, uncle. You're so kind, uncle. Good night, uncle. Xiong Bai clutched the bowl and darted back into his room. Wang Yuyang laughed helplessly. How did he pass the mercenary review? Zhou Yi didn't respond, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wang Yuyang noticed the young man was watching him, holding his chopsticks midway through scooping noodles. Do you want some? Zhou Yi's gaze didn't waver, dark and inscrutable. After a while, he spoke. Wang Yuyang put the noodles back, unwilling to let someone else eat his saliva. You take. Zhou Yi interrupted, his tone cold and hard. Give me what you left. Wang Yuyang smiled helplessly. All right. 2 bites of noodles and soup later, his face suddenly twitched. Did I just get slapped? Wang Yuyang left some for the young man, and stayed sitting in the chair talking about things. Do you think the original owner might be a doctor? Zhou Yi lowered his head eating noodles, his voice muffled. Checked, found nothing. Wang Yuyang supported his forehead. That's how it is. He thought deeply. Xiao Yi, once your mission this time is over, could you help uncle search the room again? It's been searched multiple times, but I still feel like there's something we haven't found. Zhou Yi finished all the noodles and drank all the broth. Understood. Wang Yuyang liked his concise response, no questions asked, somewhat obedient. Zheng Yuan will inform you if there's any update from the police station. Zhou Yi took the bowl and chopsticks to clean in the kitchen. Go to sleep. You too, early bedtime. Wang Yuyang checked his phone. Changjin hadn't called or messaged. He paused for a moment and sent a red envelope in the group chat. Changjin grabbed it instantly. May good people have peace all their lives. It started raining in the middle of the night, stopped briefly when dawn came, and then continued pouring until evening. Jiang Yang came to pick up Chen Zishu, and seeing the man descending the stairs with him, his expression became multifaceted. He seemed like an audience member watching a thrilling performance. Unexpected, yet expected. Chen Zishu pulled Jiang Yang aside. I want to bring him along. Jiang Yang smiled sweetly, appearing very amiable. If you've decided, bring him. Chen Zishu wrinkled his nose. Your smile is a bit nauseating. This is my signature. Jiang Yang walked toward the man with that smile, revealing admiration in his eyes. He had a refined look, little color in his pale face, dressed in an expensive white suit, hair neatly combed and tied at the back, exuding an arrogant yet lethargic air, akin to a nobleman with a chronic illness. This familiar feeling, it was rather eerie. Jiang Yang suppressed his strange feelings and praised, Mr. Wang, white really suits you. Wang Yuyang gave a perfunctory smile, his eyes heavy with depression. Yesterday when he agreed, he forgot he had night blindness, the banquet would be held at night. He couldn't carry a flashlight wearing a suit. Moreover, such an occasion wouldn't be appropriate for turning on a flashlight, as it might cause unnecessary trouble. Looks like he'd have to walk around with the camera mode on his phone, pretending to take pictures. Wang Yuyang was somewhat distracted throughout the journey. A Nan would definitely attend on behalf of the Lin family, but he couldn't reveal his identity now. There were too many questions, and the scope of the Black Hand's influence was still undetermined. It was unclear whether An Nan was under surveillance. Or perhaps there was some other situation. They needed to be cautious and steady, not rushing into things. Wang Yuyang recalled the child's instructions, who by now should have already infiltrated the Sun residence. The child mentioned that he would stay in contact with Xiao Bai through a communicator while leaving his phone in the car. Xiao Bai had also located the target person employed by their client, buried beneath the rear garden of the Sun estate. There, a large laboratory existed. Experiments. Wang Yuyang felt a bit nauseous. He looked out at the rapidly receding street scenery through the car window, hoping that the child would go smoothly tonight. Arriving at the Sun residence, Wang Yuyang took out his phone. Chen Zishu noticed it and gave a considerate yet ambiguous smile. Uncle, let me guide you. Stop teasing, Wang Yuyang said, I don't want to get attacked by the ladies. Chen Zishu stuck his hands into his pockets indifferently, who cares? Wang Yuyang lazily smiled, it's no problem if you ignore them, but I can't. I'm too sensitive-hearted, I can't take any hits. Chen Zishu. Jiang Yang approached, lowering his voice in warning, mind your position. Don't always stick close to your uncle tonight. Chen Zishu showed no concern. If you act recklessly during the banquet without knowing your limits, Jiang Yang chuckled, tomorrow's newspaper headline will read, Young Master Chen is gay and brought an old boyfriend to Miss Sun's birthday party to flaunt affection, utterly scandalous. Chen Zishu sneered, isn't that exciting? Jiang Yang calmly added, exciting? It will lift you up sky high, your father will personally escort you. Chen Zishu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Just as Wang Yuyang turned on the camera mode, a voice behind him called, "Shonan, where is your father? Didn't he come?" He lowered his phone and followed the sound. The Sun estate covered a large area, numerous streetlights lined both sides of the road, scattered across the lawn as well. Yet, the light remained only half as strong as daylight. In Wang Yuyang's vision, the deep darkness around was unevenly distributed. The person on the wheelchair rested near the boundary of shadow, appearing blurry, revealing only a familiar silhouette. Lin Xiaonan sat on the wheelchair greeting the other guests, appearing gentle and elegant, yet distant and aloof. After dismissing one group of people, he gestured for Xiao Ming to push him inside. Xiao Ming hadn't pushed far when Lin Xiaonan suddenly spoke, "Stop." He stared in one direction, where a stranger stood, gazing back at him. "Push over there." Before Xiao Ming could act, Lin Xiaonan grabbed the armrests himself, turning the wheelchair toward that side. Chapter 34. Wang Yuyang stood still, his face showing no sorrow or joy. Lin Xiaonan wheeled himself over. He grasped the armrest and slowly but resolutely stood up, standing straight against the light. He lowered his head, looking at the man in front of him whose facial expression was blurred. Wang Yuyang looked up, meeting his gaze. It wasn't very clear, but he smelled the elegant fragrance of orchids. A very comfortable scent that he had been familiar with for many years. Wang Yuyang had anticipated this scene before coming. It was normal for people who had known each other for a long time to feel a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. Wang Yuyang wasn't worried about any unexpected situations happening. And isn't a kid anymore and would compose himself properly in such an occasion. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the two was indescribably subtle. Lin Xiaonan's tightly pursed lips loosened slightly, slowly letting out a word. It was difficult, nasal, giving off an impression as if he might burst into tears the next moment. "You." Chen Zishu suddenly intruded between the two, pulling the man behind him, flashing a handsome smile. "Mr. Lin, my friend has severe night blindness, he can't see anything once it gets dark at night. If you have any issues, please talk to me." Jiang Yang, who was waiting for the commotion to ensue, went silent. Why hadn't they restrained that little puppy earlier? It was a bad move, damn it. Jiang Yang approached, "What's going on here?" "Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Wang, a neighbor of my younger cousin. Do you know him?" Lin Xiaonan didn't respond, the emotion in his eyes was obscured by his drooping lashes. "Mr. Wang." Wang Yuyang extended his hand, "Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. I've heard much about you." Lin Xiaonan murmured, lost in thought, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. He never reaches out first to others. The moment these words fell, Lin Xiaonan gripped the wheelchair's armrest and sat back down. Compared to the previous moment, he seemed utterly different, as if all his strength had been sapped from his body. A shadow loomed over his gaunt cheeks, and deep sorrow and fatigue lingered in his eyes. Xiao Ming pushed him toward the direction of the hall. Wang Yuyang remained rooted in place, unmoving. Chen Zishu placed his hand on his shoulder. "Uncle, did you get scared speechless?" Wang Yuyang smiled, pinching his nose, "Yeah. My family may not be in business, but we're still pretty badass. We're not one bit inferior to the Lin family, and the Lin patriarch treats my grandfather very respectfully." Chen Zishu jealously said, "I'm also a bona fide rich boy. Why haven't you ever gotten scared speechless in front of me?" Jiang Yang interjected, "Do you not have even a hint of reason?" "Uncle, let's not bother with this idiot. Let me take you somewhere to eat good food." Chen Zishu slung his arm around the man and took big strides away. Lin Xiaonan watched the two people walk ahead of him, focusing his gaze on the figure who was shorter and slimmer, with a ponytail. His eyes abruptly widened. "Wait." Chen Zishu turned back angrily, "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you done already?" Wang Yuyang furrowed his brows slightly, whispering into his ear, "Kid, pick up your rich boy act." Chen Zishu rolled his eyes, "Do I need that thing?" Wang Yuyang said, "I think you still need a bit of it." Chen Zishu. Wang Yuyang turned to look at the person on the wheelchair, his eyes questioning. Lin Xiaonan spoke softly, "Mr. Wang, could you please undo your ponytail?" Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, "Reason?" Lin Xiaonan momentarily hesitated, then after a pause, said, "Sorry." Chen Zishu beside him made a sound, "Mr. Lin, what kind of drama are you performing?" Jiang Yang, trailing a few steps behind, had a very long face, again having failed to intercept. The atmosphere became uneasy once more. Jiang Yang revealed a pair of dimples, smiling brightly and cutely, saying, "Actually, it's because Mr. Lin doesn't like men wearing braids." Lin Xiaonan sat calmly in the wheelchair without objecting. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly, "Oh, that's how it is." Saying this, he untied the black string holding his small ponytail, and a cascade of soft, jet black hair fell down, covering both ears. The ponytail draped along the back of his neck. The guests who had noticed the commotion looked over, instantly drawing a sharp intake of breath as if they had seen a ghost, mingled with reverence and uncontrollable curiosity, whispering among themselves. "The second young master. It looks like if the hair was a little longer, and the height a bit taller, it would be even more similar." "Stop it, it's creepy." "Who is that person?" "The young master from the Chen family and the guest brought by manager Jiang." Someone stepped closer and realized that there was actually not much resemblance to the deceased person, but when standing in a dimly lit area, the unclear face strangely gave off an eerie similarity. Wang Yuyang hadn't even started yet when Chen Zishu began cursing like a monkey. Shit. Pull it up. Quick, pull it up. Chen Zishu shouted while grabbing the black string and clumsily scooping up Wang Yuyang's hair. Wang Yuyang hissed, "Careful, you're pulling my hair." Chen Zishu withdrew his hand, letting the man tie his hair up himself, and glanced at the onlookers around him with disdain. Tisk. Lin Xiaonan watched the white figure enter the hall and then dropped his eyelids. Jiang Yang approached him and whispered in his ear, "The person I mentioned to you yesterday is him. What do you think? Did I lie to you?" Lin Xiaonan slightly raised his hand. Xiao Ming immediately understood and pulled Jiang Yang aside. Jiang Yang undid his suit jacket, opening it up as he adjusted his collar and shook it a bit. "Mr. Lin, let me give you an idea. Why don't you bring that guy closer to use as a substitute just to entertain yourself?" Lin Xiaonan's composed expression twisted for a moment. "You're insulting him. Don't talk nonsense, would I dare insult Second Master? Such a huge crime can't be pinned on me." Jiang Yang wasn't sure if he had misjudged the change in this person and leaned in closer due to the dim light. He felt regretful inside but sighed aloud, "Young Master Lin, you've been frequently visiting Jinzuan lately. Your father has called me about it, so has Captain Mei. They didn't just call, they threatened me too. You must understand, I'm very troubled. Moreover, if you treat him as a substitute and do what you want but are too afraid to do, wouldn't that count as achieving your goal anyway? Young Master Lin." Lin Xiaonan's hand tightened suddenly on the armrest, his knuckles turning white, veins protruding on the back of his hand. A few seconds later, he relaxed his grip and leaned back, appearing more relaxed as a faint smile played on his lips. "Manager Jiang, allow me to offer you a word of advice, some things should not be said recklessly." Jiang Yang's complexion changed dramatically. Things had escalated this far, yet this guy could still keep his cool. Does Second Master know how hypocritical this deadpan demeanor is? Lin Xiaonan's lip curve disappeared. Missed. Xiao Ming handed over the spray. Lin Xiaonan used the spray on the part of his clothes that Jiang Yang had touched. Jiang Yang rolled his eyes, "If you don't want it, there are plenty of others who will." Lin Xiaonan handed the spray to Xiao Ming and closed his eyes slightly. Second Master is an extremely charming person. I believe we all agree on this point. Even just a slight resemblance to him is quite attractive. Jiang Yang placed a hand on his chin, running his index finger over his lips. When my little cousin saw that gentleman earlier, he turned into a ridiculous and obsequious lapdog, enthusiastically circling around him wagging his tail. Having said what needed to be said, Jiang Yang slipped one hand into his pocket and ran the other through his hair, walking confidently towards the hall with a smile as he chatted and laughed effortlessly with acquaintances, exuding charm everywhere. Lin Xiaonan took out his vibrating phone from his pocket and answered the call. "Brother," Lin asked on the phone, "did Chen Zishu go there?" Lin Xiaonan replied, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lin complained. "Seriously, I'll come over right away. Children shouldn't be indulged." Lin Xiaonan gazed at the starry sky, seeming to smile but perhaps not. Spoiling leads to arrogance and insatiable greed. Xiao Ming stood silently by, needing no response as a mute. Lin Xiaonan retrieved his gaze. "Let's go inside." Xiao Ming thus pushed the wheelchair forward. The banquet hall of Sun's residence was particularly magnificent, where guests skillfully exchanged pleasantries, clinking glasses and making similar idle conversations mixed with wine. The main character of the evening was a 20-year-old young girl standing proudly beside her father like a haughty princess. Even among her peers, all coming from wealthy families with good looks and prestigious backgrounds, she still found herself having enough superiority. She was a star-like presence surrounded by adoration. Wang Yuyang observed these people from a corner, familiar with a small half of their faces, but recognizing most only vaguely. He leaned against a pillar, swaying his wine glass. Sun Qingzhou was about 50 or 60 years old but well-preserved, looking no more than 40-something. The secret castration he had undergone years ago, whether he got prosthetics remained unknown. Chen Zishu shrugged off the sycophants and came over, serious-faced. "Uncle, you must stick close to me tonight. You know Second Master, the celebrity of S-City, not only because he's the head of Shen family, but also due to his beautiful appearance. Many have thoughts on him, though none dare act. However, faking something is entirely different and poses no concerns." "Fake? Me?" Wang Yuyang chuckled deeply, "They're blind." Chen Zishu responded, "Blind." Wang Yuyang spotted his nephew, Shen Yanzi, in the crowd. He was the most accomplished among the younger generation. However, being a bastard child with a mother of low birth, meant he wasn't favored in the Shen household and lacked influence or resources at his disposal. Though this nephew was indeed capable, Wang Yuyang didn't like him. Already indulging in romantic entanglements at a young age marked a grave transgression for a family patriarch, making him unsuitable as the next heir to cultivate. But why would the representative from the Shen household be him tonight? Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes to place him in that position? "Uncle, I'm talking to you." His arm grabbed, Wang Yuyang hummed, "I'm listening." Chen Zishu found his nonchalance irritating. Aren't you at all worried about your current situation? Wang Yuyang replied, I'm worried. Chen Zishu's eyes narrowed, now you're scared. Wang Yuyang nodded, scared to death. Chen Zishu. Wang Yuyang noticed a gaze, knowing it was a Nan, so he chose not to look over. At the same time, in the security room of Sun's residence, all the surveillance cameras were running normally. Some security guards were vigilantly monitoring the screens, others playing on their phones, and 2 were even playing cards. Don't play anymore. The middle-aged man watching the monitor said, tonight's guests are all rich, highly valuable lives. If anything happens to any of them, we'll be held responsible. There are plenty of professional bodyguards around the estate, one of whom could take down a group. How could anything go wrong? Yeah, there's someone patrolling 24/7, armed with real weapons. Not even ghosts can get in. A young man kicked his chair and stood up, heading toward the door while holding his phone. Damn, lost again. Such bad luck. Bro, I'm stepping out for a smoke, be right back. The youth opened the door and went outside, eyes glued to his phone screen, deftly pressing game buttons as he walked. Just as he passed a corner, a hand reached out from behind, the thumb and forefinger gripping his neck and pulling backward. Instantly after, pain shot through his neck artery, plunging his vision into darkness. All this happened within an instant, almost soundlessly. Zhou Yi used a blind spot in the cameras to drag the man into the rest area, using his phone to send WeChat messages to colleagues, dispatching others similarly. Only one remained. The middle-aged man inside the security room took a sip of tea. What are those guys doing? They went out and never came back. His phone buzzed, a text message appeared. Old Zhang, Xiao Wang and Old Li got into a fight in the water room. Come quick. The middle-aged man called back, no one answered. He scratched his head, damn troublemakers. Exiting the security room, the man instinctively sensed a whiff of danger. He slowed his steps, holding his breath, alertly observing his surroundings while reaching for the taser strapped to his waist, tightening his grip. The corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of people. Relaxing his grip on the taser, the man muttered, overreacting, with all these bodyguards outside, how could anyone possibly get in? In the next moment, he collapsed on the ground. Zhou Yi retrieved the tranquilizer dart and swiftly cleaned the scene before closing the security room door. He pressed the communication device in his ear to inform Xiongbai, done. Xiongbai immediately entered the security system network, scrutinizing all the surveillance feeds and instructing via the communication device, keep walking forward close to the wall, third turn opposite is a camera. Boss, the Sun family has security patrols every hour going to the security room. Last patrol was 10 minutes ago, 50 minutes until the next one. You need to evacuate within that time frame. That's right, the employer's white moonlight is in the farthest room of basement zone X, but interference signals surround it, unable to infiltrate deeper. Xiongbai rapidly tapped on the keyboard, eyes scanning the basement surveillance. It's hard to determine the situation inside. It might be something new Sun Qingzhou researched, not injections, but sprayed substances with very unnatural drugs. When you enter, make sure to cover your nose and mouth and withdraw as quickly as possible with the person. Zhou Yi's voice dropped extremely low. Is there a woman around 40 or 50 in the basement? Female. Let me check. Xiongbai rapidly typed on the keyboard, no. Zhou Yi stayed silent. Xiongbai sipped on some yogurt on the table. Why was the boss looking for a middle-aged woman? Was there another mission? That shouldn't be the case. Xiongbai looked at the banquet hall on the monitor. Someone's peeking at Uncle. Zhou Yi's figure paused momentarily, his voice sharp. Who? Xiongbai replied, quite a few actually. Zhou Yi's face turned ashen. We'll discuss when we return. Xiongbai shifted his gaze to the surveillance footage of the backyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boss, there are 27 bodyguards. He reported methodically, at your 3 o'clock position, there's one with a gun, a Luger mark, and his skills are on par with mine. Zhou Yi took out the tranquilizer needle. Xiongbai was taken aback. Boss, didn't you bring your old buddy M1911? Zhou Yi said, it won't be needed. But these professional bodyguards have different physiques from regular security guards. The anesthetic might not take effect immediately. Xiongbai leaned forward in his chair in front of the monitor. That's too risky. Zhou Yi observed the surroundings. Sun Qingzhou keeps dogs. There can't be any blood scent. Xiongbai blinked. Oh, right. Zhou Yi moved closer to the 3 o'clock position, hiding behind a bush, his black silhouette blending into the night. More than half a minute later, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity, darting out like a wolf, pinning the bodyguard who had his back turned to the ground. With one hand clawed, he pressed the man's face into the dirt while delivering a swift chop to the nape of the neck with the other hand, followed by injecting the tranquilizer. His movements were quick and efficient, all done in the blink of an eye. The strength disparity was vast. Zhou Yi changed into the bodyguard's dark suit, brushed off some dust from his chest, tucked the gun away, and approached the entrance of the basement pretending to patrol. Xiongbai slurped his yogurt. Who would have thought that amidst the lush flowers in the backyard lay an underground playground for the old pervert? His daughter even liked swinging in the backyard. How ironic. Xiongbai glanced at the time. 8:30 p.m. Things would kick off soon. There were only 5 minutes left. Sun Qingzhou wasn't someone to mess with lightly, the commotion couldn't be too big or it would arouse his suspicion. But neither could it be too small, enough time and opportunity needed to be given to the boss. Xiongbai had discussed this with the boss and they had finally decided to use a war between women. Cliched yet suitable for the masses. Xiongbai spared a moment to peek at Jin Yuan's surveillance and almost spat out his yogurt. How did he pour 2 cups of wine, drink one himself, and leave the other for the opposite side? Drinking with ghosts. Xiongbai shivered, muttering under his breath, all people, only people. After muttering those words, he realized he was trembling even more. Humans are truly the most terrifying beings, aren't they? Xiongbai slapped his face, saying to himself, relax, we've got the boss. Right at 8:30 p.m., Zhou Yi arrived at the entrance of the basement, ready to act. Xiongbai finished his last sip of yogurt, crossing his legs as he sat on the chair and chuckled, the show was about to begin. The hall was bustling with noise. Wang Yuyang slipped his phone into his pocket, putting down his wine glass and heading towards the restroom. Chen Zishu pulled him, uncle, where are you going? To pee. Wang Yuyang broke free from his grip, looking somewhat in a hurry. I'll go with you. Chen Zishu was just about to follow when he was stopped by a short-haired woman. Are you still a child? Do you need company to use the restroom? Annoyed, Chen Zishu scrutinized the woman in front of him. She was the second miss of the Lin family, Lin, the younger sister of Lin Xiaonan. They shared the same parents, how could their looks be so vastly different? Just look at her haughty attitude, the whole family must have spoiled her. I'll do what I want, none of your business. Enraged and embarrassed, Lin snapped, you, how dare you? Chen Zishu laughed arrogantly, how dare what? Lin's face turned red with anger as she saw her brother approaching. She immediately ran over and said, brother, help me. Anything you want, you'll have to earn it yourself. Lin Xiaonan pushed his wheelchair towards the restroom. Lin. Inside the restroom, standing in front of the sink was a man in a charcoal gray suit, his rimless glasses placed on the counter as he washed his face. Wang Yuyang went over to wash his hands nearby, holding a pill between his fingers which dissolved into transparency upon contact with water. When he touched the glasses frames, he quickly smeared the medicine onto them. This suited man was Sun Qingzhou's nephew, whose wife was the daughter of Stellar Media, making it a proper match. However, he had a lover present today as well. The ensuing scene would depend on them three. Wang Yuyang took out his phone and sent a text message to Xiao Bai, okay. A few seconds later, the suited man's phone rang. He put on his glasses and looked at the phone, a flirtatious expression appearing on his face. Wang Yuyang's eyes twitched, apparently Xiao Bai had already sent text messages between the suited man and his lover, arranging a meeting in the backyard. The drug was provided by that young Zhou Yi, claiming that if smelled up close for over a minute, it would serve as an aphrodisiac. Its effects lasted around 2 to 3 minutes, very brief, leaving no trace afterward. Recalling Zhou Yi's plan, Wang Yuyang anticipated that Sun Qingzhou's nephew and his lover would meet in the backyard next. Driven by the drug, the nephew couldn't help but wildly flirt with his lover without regard for the occasion. The moment he received a text message from Xiao Bai, the actual spouse stormed in and caught them red-handed. Sun Qingzhou is an old suspicious man, but he wouldn't concern himself with this type of scandal, it wasn't worth his mental effort at all. After a brief outburst of loud weeping and yelling, combined with a noisy farewell for guests, it would be enough. The suited man had just left when Lin Xiaonan wheeled himself into the restroom. Wang Yuyang washed his hands nonchalantly, drying the water off with paper towels. Lin Xiaonan leaned on his wheelchair, his eyelids slightly drooping, looking unusually docile. The silence in the restroom was unnaturally heavy. Wang Yuyang tossed the used paper towel into the trash bin, ready to leave after giving a casual nod. Suddenly, the person sitting on the wheelchair spoke up, could you please do me a favor, sir? Wang Yuyang tilted his head to look down. Lin Xiaonan still kept his gaze lowered, I'm not that mobile. Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes, hadn't Lin been able to stand up before? Was Nan testing him? I can stand, Lin Xiaonan said softly, but it's difficult, and I can only stand for a short while. Wang Yuyang moved closer and extended a hand toward him. Lin Xiaonan raised his eyes. Disposable gloves, Wang Yuyang remarked, I heard that you don't like others touching your body. Lin Xiaonan stroked the armrest of the wheelchair, it's fine. Wang Yuyang fell silent for a few moments, then chuckled, since Mr. Lin has spoken, then all right. Lin Xiaonan pursed his lips, sorry for the trouble. Wang Yuyang helped him to the urinal. Lin Xiaonan half closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Yuyang's sense of smell was extraordinary, standing here, he felt a headache building behind his temples. Without much thought, he barked at Lin as though training a puppy, go ahead, quick. Lin Xiaonan started slightly. Suddenly, the buzz of a phone broke the silence. Wang Yuyang saw it was Chen Zishu and guessed that the drama had unfolded smoothly. Once the call connected, Chen Zishu let out an excited whisper, Uncle, come out fast, there's a show. The main character has caught the couple in the garden, a full-blown catfight. Wang Yuyang. Lin Xiaonan let his bangs fall forward, hiding his handsome features, sir, you should go. Wang Yuyang looked at him, will you be okay alone? Lin Xiaonan nodded. Wang Yuyang didn't stay any longer. If he did, Nan might notice something more familiar about him. The restroom grew quiet as Lin Xiaonan covered his face with his hands and shook his shoulders, laughing quietly. When Wang Yuyang returned to the hall, he found the scene chaotic. Sun Qingzhou's nephew was disheveled, the lover bruised and battered, while the main wife wailed dramatically. Guests wanted to laugh but held back awkwardly, making their facial expressions bizarre. Just then, a gunshot rang out from outside. Wang Yuyang's expression darkened. Had the kid been discovered? Chapter 35. The sound of gunfire caused a panic among the crowd in the hall. The place was heavily guarded, yet it was still attacked. Could it be that a group of terrorists had broken in? Everyone immediately lost interest in the Sun family scandal. Some were calling their assistants and subordinates waiting outside, some were whispering, and others were complaining, creating a cacophony. Sun Qingzhou summoned a few bodyguards for his nephew's troubles and now sent them all out to investigate. A bodyguard came in, it was the captain, and reported while lowering his head, "Mr. Sun, all the guards in the security room have been injected with anesthetics, and all surveillance systems are now interfered by a virus." As the bodyguard reached the end of his report, beads of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Security patrols happened once every hour, they weren't due for another patrol yet, so they hadn't known about the situation. Without changing expression, Sun Qingzhou asked, "What kind of virus?" "Little rabbit eating carrots." The bodyguard didn't dare look at his master's face. Sun Qingzhou went into a tea lounge on the left side. The bodyguards followed humbly from behind and, as soon as they entered, he kicked one of them down. The bodyguard let out a muffled groan. Whoever came tonight must be professional assassins or mercenaries of high level, combined, they weren't a match, but he didn't dare voice this explanation. He merely said, "Mr. Sun, it's our fault." No sooner had these words escaped than the inside of his knee was violently kicked, causing him to kneel outright. After more than 10 brutal kicks, Sun Qingzhou grew tired. Stepping on the bodyguard's head, he made a phone call, "Your security network has been infiltrated." On the other end, a young man replied, "I received the alarm signal. I'm handling it now." Sun Qingzhou asked, "How long will it take?" Caught between keyboard noises, the young man answered, "At least 20 minutes. Sun Qingzhou's expression turned sinister. "Aren't you the top hacker?" "There's always someone better," the young man responded. "Don't be deceived by how cute the virus animation looks, it's brutally effective." Instead of any sense of defeat, his tone brimmed with barely contained excitement at the rare chance to encounter such a strong opponent. After hanging up the call, Sun Qingzhou said to the bodyguard on the ground, "Did that shot hit its target?" The bodyguard struggled to say, "It missed." Sun Qingzhou delivered 2 powerful kicks to his chest. "Seal off all basement exits. If you fail to capture the intruder, deal with it yourselves." Even the bulky bodyguard shivered despite himself. Returning to the hall, Sun Qingzhou explained, "It was just one of my bodyguards accidentally firing his weapon." Relieved, everyone sighed. Sun Qingzhou apologized, "That was embarrassing." He glanced pointedly at his nephew. "Now, I need to handle some family matters. This evening ends here. We'll gather again another day." Misguided by his gaze, people assumed the family matter referred to his nephew's infidelity. The hall resumed its atmosphere of voyeurism. Wang Yuyang stood in a corner of the hall, dark clouds covering his features. Chen Zishu called him, "Uncle, let's go." Wang Yuyang lifted his head after calming his emotions. "Do you believe it was accidental discharge?" "How could that be?" Chen Zishu smirked, "Only idiots would think that." Wang Yuyang said, "But it seems like everyone else believes it. One can understand why they choose to act like idiots." Chen Zishu shrugged. The Sun family employs bodyguards from one of the top 3 companies domestically, renowned for their numbers, making it seem like they've got buried treasure at home. It's easier to accept a stray gunshot over the idea of someone sneaking in during the night. Between the two, they'll naturally pick the former. He ended indifferently, "Not our problem anyway." Wang Yuyang's temples throbbed with pain. If it had been anyone else tonight, he might have thought the same. But it wasn't. He feared that if the boy fell into Sun Qingzhou's hands, it wouldn't be about compromising his secret identity upon being coerced, which could nullify his efforts. Simply put, he didn't want the child to become Sun Qingzhou's toy or experiment subject. There are far too many things worse than death. Jiang Yang approached, leaving some acquaintances behind. "Can't you two talk back home instead of standing here idly?" Chen Zishu cleaned his ear. "You'd be surprised at what gun incidents can happen at birthday parties. It makes you wonder what exactly the Sun family hides." Jiang Yang clamped a hand over his mouth. After prying it off, Chen Zishu spat several times in disgust. "Shit, Jiang Yang, how disgusting is that?" Jiang Yang wiped his hand on a handkerchief. "If you could only keep your mouth shut, would I have to do this?" He grimaced. "Back home, I'll soak my hand in disinfectant and scrub it thoroughly with a brush." Chen Zishu. Wang Yuyang remained distracted throughout, ignoring the verbal sparring between the 2 cousins. Not far away, Lin Xiaonan was exchanging greetings with Sun Qingzhou and his daughter. Lin Lin stood proudly beside them, while Sun Mingzhu's gestures were elegant and her smile proper. The 2 wealthy girls were classmates as well as rivals, secretly competing with each other. After leaving the hall, Lin Lin looked back and asked curiously, "Brother, who is that uncle next to Chen Zishu? Tonight he kept hanging around with that person. Is he a distant relative of the Chen family?" Lin Xiaonan's expression was weary. He didn't answer but said, "You and Chen Zishu have no future." Lin Lin's face changed. "I don't care, I like him." Lin Xiaonan said, "It's only because Sun Mingzhu has an eye for him that you like him too." Lin Lin had her thoughts laid bare on the spot and gripped her hands in shame and anger. Lin Xiaonan slowly pushed his wheelchair forward. "You're 20 years old, not a child anymore. Don't be too capricious, or else." Lin Lin didn't take it seriously, "Or else what?" Lin Xiaonan said, "Consequences are on you." Lin Lin's eyes widened instantly, trembling as she said, "If Grandpa were here, he would definitely stand up for me. He wouldn't be like you." With that, she cried and ran off. Lin Xiaonan's bangs were disheveled by the night wind. He wanted to look back but stopped halfway, slightly tilting his head. "Jiang Yang, stop following me and follow that person next to Chen Zishu instead." The next moment, he added, "You go yourself, make sure no one notices. If you get caught, don't come back." Xiao Ming nodded lightly without any ripple on his face. Guests gradually left. Jiang Yang dragged along Chen Zishu, who also dragged Wang Yuyang, and the three went to bid farewell to the host. Wang Yuyang stood behind, his gaze passing over the cousins and landing on Sun Qingzhou. He once regarded him as his mentor and elder. How did he know this gentlemanly scoundrel would turn out so different? Later, after the cane disappeared, the man became effeminate and started flicking his fingers. What a bastard. Sun Qingzhou seemed to notice something, his voice abruptly stopping, and his eyes moved towards someone behind the two juniors before him. Wang Yuyang originally did not want any direct contact with Sun Qingzhou. But thinking the boy might still be in danger, he changed his mind and stepped out from behind, planning to attract Sun Qingzhou's attention a little and buy some time. This old pervert being absent could lead to better developments. Sun Qingzhou, looking at the person who stepped out, asked Jiang Yang, "Little Jiang, I heard the person you brought tonight looks a bit like Bai Yu. Is it him?" Jiang Yang smiled innocently. "How does it look like him? Second master is absolutely unique." Sun Qingzhou touched the dimple on his cheek. "Little Jiang is right." Jiang Yang grinned radiantly, his pale face highlighted by the pink suit making him redder than peach blossoms. Chen Zishu had an exasperated look, about to speak when he suddenly saw the old man inspecting the person beside him. No resemblance at all, they differ widely. A regretful tone. Wang Yuyang managed a polite yet awkward smile. Sun Qingzhou's right hand stroked his left ring finger, which was broken at the end. Smiling makes the resemblance even less. In agreement, Jiang Yang nodded. "Mr. Sun thinks just as I do." Wang Yuyang. Chen Zishu whispered to him, "I wonder what relationship the old man has with Shen Urge. Could he be an illegitimate son?" Wang Yuyang gave him a sideways glance. "Genius in psychology speaking nonsense, do you think I'm stupid?" A shadow fell over Wang Yuyang, a strong odor of stinky cigars reached his nose. It was heavier and more irritating than the half-dried cigar he smelled earlier, causing a slight nausea. Sun Qingzhou leaned closer, staring at him. "Looks completely different. Why would anyone say they resemble?" His tone sounded like wanting to peel the skin and draw out the bones, scraping off flesh piece by piece, and examining the skeleton carefully to find the points proving resemblance. Wang Yuyang made a swallowing motion, feeling like throwing up. He moved 2 steps toward Chen Zishu. Appearing restrained, he was actually avoiding the smell. Speaking of which, regarding the mastermind behind this event, he ruled out Old Dog Sun first. Old Dog Sun must have known long ago that he castrated him, but there's no evidence. Even if there were, he would never kill him. Instead, he'd torture him slowly in varied ways, making his life worse than death. Cutting his neck, such a way to die in Old Dog Sun's eyes, would be considered a reward, not retaliation. The atmosphere turned inexplicably tense. No one likes comparing themselves to a dead person. Chen Zishu frowned impatiently. "Uncle Sun, if there's nothing, we'll be going back." Sun Qingzhou said, "Then Uncle won't see you out." He straightened his waist, raised his hand and waved. "Zishu, I will take Mingzhu to see your grandfather another day." Sun Mingzhu came over in her high heels with a clacking sound, seeing off the 3 people as they left. "Dad, didn't you say you were going to let Chen Zishu stay overnight? Tonight is not suitable." Sun Qingzhou looked at the retreating silhouette, seemingly lost in thought. Sun Mingzhu was very puzzled. "Why? Dad, what's really going on? It wasn't just an accidental gun discharge, right?" she asked tentatively. "Hasn't something been stolen from home? Go upstairs, don't worry about other things." Sun Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Seen this way, there was indeed a shadow of the young creature. However, even among the fakes, this one wouldn't rank within the top 10. Rather than calling Sun's place a villa, it was more like a cluster of villas, covering a large area. As the group walked through the front garden towards the main entrance, they encountered bodyguards moving around everywhere, all with serious expressions. An intangible sense of oppression spread across the night. Wang Yuyang walked very slowly, turning on the camera mode on his phone and holding it up as he went, but the visible range was quite limited and blurry. Surrounding him was the scent of flowers, grass, wine, perfume, earth's muddiness, and traces of killing intent. Yet there was no smell of blood. There were two possibilities: either the incident took place far from where he walked, dissipating along the way so he didn't smell it, or that child wasn't injured. No one knew which guard had fired that shot. It made quite a commotion. Chen Zishu clicked his tongue. Judging by this situation, the guy who hasn't been caught yet acts as if nothing happened, and this crafty father-in-law would be a nightmare for anyone. He glanced sideways. Big brother also did well, laughing away the grievances. Jiang Yang chuckled. Brother, here's some good news. You've become the envy of men in S City. Chen Zishu paused, stroking his purple hair. What nonsense is this? The future marital alliance partner you saw at your grandpa's house last time, Zhou Xiaoxiao, Lin Lin, Sun Mingzhu, Jiang Yang showed his white teeth. They are the three princesses of S City, attending the same school as you. You're the man the princesses want to fight over. Chen Zishu. Jiang Yang sighed. Brother, I truly admire you. Young, talented, bright prospects ahead. Don't bullshit me with these ghost stories. Chen Zishu was startled, nearly pulling out a few strands of his purple hair. It's because you're from an official third-generation family. Jiang Yang patted his shoulder. Looking forward to your wonderful college life. Keep it up. Chen Zishu, terrified, tugged on the man's arm. Uncle, you have to save me. Wang Yuyang, taking photos with his phone to light the way, gave no response. Chen Zishu yelled, Uncle. Wang Yuyang massaged his temples. I'm deaf. How could you keep zoning out all the way? Chen Zishu snatched his phone. The world around Wang Yuyang darkened several tones, making walking impossible. Kid, give my phone back. Chen Zishu smiled innocently. Anyway, there's no one here. Why don't you hold my hand and walk with me? Jiang Yang nearby twitched the corner of his mouth. Am I now part snake? Wang Yuyang retrieved his phone and continued to use it to illuminate the path. He still walked very slowly. The oppressive gaze from behind remained. It felt sticky and cold, like an old poisonous snake flicking its tongue. Sun Qingzhou stood at the entrance of the hall, keeping his eyes fixed on the white figure. A middle-aged man wearing a lab coat rushed out anxiously from the back garden. Mr. Sun. Not good. The experimental specimen in X zone is gone. The newly developed 2 vials of medicine have disappeared too. This doesn't seem like the work of a single person, Mr. Sun. It must be a gang. He shivered, as if remembering something terrifying. His face turned pale like death. Could it be? Could they know that I didn't destroy the regeneration A01 years ago, but secretly took it out for private experiments? They're here now. Mr. Sun, you must protect me. We signed an agreement. Initially, you promised to provide me with experimental equipment and ensure my safety, and you, The middle-aged man was grabbed by the neck by Sun Qingzhou and lifted up. Kicking a few times, he then passed out. Sun Qingzhou threw him on the ground, his tough face becoming hideous. Close the door. Just as Wang Yuyang stepped out of the main gate, the 2 guards standing there received orders from their master and quickly shut the iron gates. Wang Yuyang turned around to look. In his vision, this whole area of houses was covered by a huge piece of black cloth, only showing faint spots of light like ghost fires. A chill ran down his spine. The pain in his yang also intensified. Wang Yuyang sent a text message to Xiaobai, but there was no reply, and the phone call went unanswered. He stopped by the roadside as anger welled up from deep inside. Unfortunately, he didn't have any chocolate with him. Nothing could suppress it. Wang Yuyang faintly heard voices, instinctively turning his head to look through his phone. He saw his nephew stepping out of a Maybach. In the back seat was Anan. In that instant, Wang Yuyang's face hardened with fury. Was it the Lin family or Anan who helped the nephew ascend to the position of patriarch? The implications of these were vastly different. Suddenly, the phone in Wang Yuyang's hand vibrated. It was a call from Xiaobai. He hung up and instead sent a text message. Can't answer calls right now, can't send voice messages either. After sending this message, Wang Yuyang focused on his surroundings. His eyes were useless, so he had to rely on his sense of smell. Whoever came near him wouldn't escape the detection of his nose. Xiaobai replied with a long text. Uncle, I'm sorry. I've been busy dealing with man-eating flowers. They were gnawing on my little bunny, one bite at a time, really terrifying. I just caught my breath and then called you. Cry cry cry. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Man-eating flowers? Little bunnies? Hacker duels? He struggled to type on the keyboard. Is Xiao Yi out? Xiaobai, no. Instantly, Wang Yuyang's anger surged to its peak. Inside the room, Xiaobai suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. He quickly sent another text. Uncle, don't worry, our leader will be fine. Wang Yuyang, blind trust. Xiaobai, spitting blood. Uncle, your words are making me unhappy. How could I not know the capabilities of our leader? He has never failed once. Wang Yuyang's breathing became uneven, unable to calm down. His hands were sweating, causing his fingertips to slip against the keyboard and constantly make mistakes. It took him a great effort to type and send. No matter how capable or powerful your leader is, he's still human. Xiaobai, uncle, am I wrong to say this? Are you actually worried about our leader? Wang Yuyang turned black in the face. Wasn't this obvious? Xiao Bai, baring teeth uncle, since the leader has already told you our true identities, let me speak frankly. The client this time hired the test subjects from the basement. As long as the leader hides them well tonight, everything should be okay. Wang Yuyang held up his phone and checked. Chen Zishu was teasing Jiang Yang and hadn't noticed him yet. He texted Xiao Bai, have you reported this to the police? Xiao Bai, we previously investigated Xingrue's accounts and got some stuff. It wasn't difficult to give it to the police. They've already received the report and are on their way, personally led by Captain Mei. When Sun Qingzhou is tied up with issues, the leader will be safe. Wang Yuyang, Xingrue is such a large company that a little evidence won't bring it down, it can only cause interference. Xiao Bai, even if it's just a bit of interference, it works. Xiao Bai, by the way, including the lab. The police are investigating that part. Wang Yuyang, any evidence? Xiao Bai, none yet. The lab's protection system is independent, covering a small area but strong. It'll take me a few days to find a vulnerability. Whatever's in there, the leader should be able to bring something out. Wang Yuyang, just focus on what you're doing. Don't get eaten by flowers and don't get discovered. The moment he hit send, Wang Yuyang smelled a light vanilla scent, slightly sweet. It was the perfume Jiang Yang used tonight. Wang Yuyang closed the chat window and opened up the news app. Jiang Yang walked over and said, Mr. Wang, stop scrolling through your phone and get in the car. Then he grumbled, damn, there are so many trees and flowers here, the mosquitoes are everywhere. The mosquitoes are indeed numerous, Wang Yuyang said while switching his phone to camera mode to check where he stood. I've been reading the news, but there's been a constant buzzing sound. Jiang Yang responded, the light from your phone is guiding the mosquitoes to their feast. Wang Yuyang got into the car and found that all the exposed parts of his body, fingers, hands, neck, face, had been bitten. Chen Zishu looked curiously. Uncle, are you mosquito bait? Wang Yuyang scratched the mosquito bites on his neck and ignored him. So willing to feed them like that, Chen Zishu said incredulously. I'm 19 years old, and I've never heard of or seen anything like this. Wang Yuyang continued scratching his neck. The sound of nails scraping against skin reached his ears, very clear and strangely irritating. Chen Zishu shared his experience. Scratching makes it itchier. Seeing that the man wasn't listening, he leaned closer. Tsk tisk, it's almost breaking the skin. Uncle, you're really tough on yourself. Stop moving, let me blow on it, it'll relieve the itch. A gust of wind passed through Wang Yuyang's neck, providing a bit of relief. Chen Zishu continued blowing while saying, Uncle, you've been acting strange ever since you came out of the bathroom tonight. Wang Yuyang kept his eyelids half closed. Chen Zishu said, you haven't smiled once. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes completely. I'm sleepy. Chen Zishu's voice rose several decibels, and his tone turned worse. Hey, whoever's watching live broadcasts up front, did you hear that? Please hurry up and start the car. Jiang Yang stayed silent. Hold on, Chen Zishu said. Lin hasn't left yet, let's see what he wants. Wang Yuyang twitched an eye. Why hadn't Anan left yet? He tilted his head toward the window but saw nothing. After a while, Chen Zishu said, alright, he's gone. Can we go now? Jiang Yang started the car and followed from behind, switching routes after a few intersections. When Wang Yuyang returned, he knocked on Xiao Bai's door, and the two chatted for a bit. A series of gurgling sounds then emerged. Whose stomach was growling? They glanced at each other, confirming with a look, both were hungry. I have food, Xiao Bai said, gripping a bag of snacks. Prawn chips, mini buns, crispy cookies, jelly, rice crackers. He listed various types of snacks, expecting his companion's gaze to turn toward him. Uncle, would you like some? Wang Yuyang met his shiny, moist eyes and cruelly refused. Never mind, I'll just eat an apple. Xiao Bai's face fell in disappointment. Then good night. Wang Yuyang nodded. If you make contact with him, let me know. Xiao Bai opened a pack of prawn chips and crunched on them. In the middle of the night. Wang Yuyang turned back, serious. Anytime. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yuyang's phone rang. He sat up and grabbed it under the room's light. Seeing the caller ID, he immediately became alert. Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse. It's me. Wang Yuyang noticed his breathing was somewhat rough, which seemed off. Are you out already? Yeah. Zhou Yi's voice trailed off before being interrupted by the whining sound of a puppy. Wang Yuyang leaned against the headboard. Where are you? And why is there a dog nearby? There's no dog. Zhou Yi corrected. It's a person. For a moment, Wang Yuyang didn't quite comprehend. What? Zhou Yi clarified further. The client's people. How come they? Wang Yuyang paused. He wanted to say barking, but it sounded genuine, not mimicked. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, his breathing even heavier, as if trying to suppress something. I'll tell you when I get back. Wang Yuyang's head ached slightly. He reached for his cup and drank some cold water. When will you return? Are you hurt? Did you come into contact with any random drugs? Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned. Wang Yuyang sighed. Xiao Yi, uncle is asking you. Zhou Yi snapped back to reality. He didn't answer the last two questions, only saying, the day after tomorrow. Fearing the man would worry, he quickly changed his words. Tomorrow evening, I'll be back tomorrow evening. Chapter 36. After Zhou Yi hung up, he was gone. When Wang Yuyang called back, the phone was turned off. He irritably threw it onto the bedside table, put on his slippers, and went out. There were some noises coming from the room next to the door. It was this late, but Xiongbai was still awake. Wang Yuyang knocked a few times on the door. A muffled voice came from inside. Who is it? Wang Yuyang's eye twitched. Who else could it be? Xiongbai eventually realized and shouted, Uncle, you're not asleep. You can just come in. Wang Yuyang opened the door lock and saw him cracking sunflower seeds, already forming a small pile. What are you doing? Xiongbai cracked another seed and said deeply, thinking. Wang Yuyang. My white rabbits have all been eaten by carnivorous flowers. In only half an hour, Xiongbai angrily munched on the seeds. Half an hour wiped me out. Wang Yuyang said, Sun Qingzhou probably hired top hackers in the world. It took them half an hour to clear your virus. That's impressive enough. Xiongbai didn't agree. No, definitely not. He grabbed a handful of seeds with his bright eyes narrowed together. I'll turn the white rabbit into a giant rabbit. No, a giant who crushes the carnivorous flowers with one claw. Wang Yuyang scanned the room. Originally, it was for miscellaneous items used by the original owner, cleared out to give to Xiaobai, connected to the balcony through a glass door, facing south, with good lighting and decent space. Now it was crowded and messy with too many plush toys everywhere, on the bed, floor, and tables. Wang Yuyang stood by the door with nowhere to sit. Just now, I was on the phone with Xiao Yi. His breathing sounded wrong. I asked him if he was injured or if he had come into contact with any drugs, but he didn't say anything. So, he likely experienced both. When I tried calling him again, he shut it off. It might have run out of power. What did he tell you? Xiongbai looked stunned. Seeing Xiongbay's confusion, Wang Yuyang thought he seemed unaware. Finally, Xiongbay's realization hit. Uncle, my boss told you he's safe, but didn't tell me. Wang Yuyang replied, perhaps you missed it. Xiongbai earnestly checked his phone, communicator, pouting as he raised his face sadly. But he hasn't contacted me. Wang Yuyang coughed twice. So that's how it is. The atmosphere became awkward. Xiongbai sprawled on the chair, his small tufts of hair limp. I'm the subordinate and buddy of the boss, shouldn't he have contacted me first during the mission? This doesn't make sense. He tilted his head and muttered, boss is always very rational and calm at all times, considering everything, so how could he miss such an important step? Wang Yuyang. Suddenly, a line appeared on the screen, and Xiongbai exclaimed happily, it's the boss. He leaned over the desk. The boss said the mission is completed. Wang Yuyang quickly stepped closer. That's it? Nothing else? Xiongbai rubbed his cheeks. There's also, don't try to locate him. Wang Yuyang furrowed his brows. Did the kid foresee that he'd come after Xiaobai and deliberately instruct this? Xiongbai bit his fingers. The newly developed drug isn't injected, it's sprayed. I did tell the boss, but something still went wrong. Wang Yuyang said, Xiaobai, tell me his location. No. Xiongbai looked apologetic. Uncle, I must obey the boss's instructions. Wang Yuyang's expression darkened. The boss told me not to track him, which means he wants to deal with things himself. Xiongbai scratched his head, smiling to comfort. Uncle, we should trust that he can solve it. Actually, the real information was that the boss strictly ordered not to tell Uncle where he was located. The pressure in the room dropped. Xiongbai sneakily glanced at the man standing beside watching the screen. Has he been found out? Wang Yuyang didn't notice. Looking at codes on the screen made him dizzy for a while. Is this how you communicate? The communicator malfunctioned. Xiongbai quietly sighed with relief. The boss is sentimental about the past, he still uses the first batch product, which is already discontinued. To repair it, one would need to fly there to find Mr. Shiwen. Wow, it's so late, uncle, go to sleep quick, he yawned and waved, saying, good night. Wang Yuyang gave the child a glance and turned back to the room. When the sky was faintly bright, there was a soft sound of the door opening. Xiongbai silently slipped out. Wang Yuyang stood on the balcony looking down. The light wasn't good, so he couldn't see clearly, but he heard the engine noise of a car. Trying to hide from me. Wang Yuyang placed his hands in the pockets of his pants and smiled at the dark night sky. Then I'll wait until you come back to speak. Xiongbai headed for the suburbs, going directly to the located address. After entering the woods, he shouted while walking, leader. Not far away, there was a heavy panting sound. Xiongbai shone his flashlight, seeing the leader leaning against the bottom of a tree, his face exhibiting an abnormal state, with unclear consciousness. His eyes widened immediately. That drug is stimulating. Zhou Yi cut him off with heavy breaths. No. Xiongbai, oh. He approached with the bag. Leader, I've brought what you asked me to bring. But are these really enough? As he spoke, he took everything out of the bag, a set of clean clothes that he had retrieved from the balcony before leaving, still carrying the scent of sunlight from the day. There were also some food and water, as well as medicines needed for external injuries. Zhou Yi's chest rose and fell violently. Come closer. Xiongbai squatted down next to him. Along the way, he glanced at the sleeping beauty beside them. Her long hair covered her face, but there seemed to be no visible marks on her, looking normal, not like a research subject. Zhou Yi took off the black circle around his wrist and threw it to him, saying, just do what I told you. Xiongbai was stunned. Zhou Yi closed his eyes as cold sweat trickled down from the corners of his forehead. I can't control my strength, I'm afraid I'll cut off my own hand. Xiongbai regained his senses. Leader, why do this? Is the drug effect stimulating? I have brought tranquilizers and anesthetics. In a hurry, he added, and I've learned a little hypnosis. I can make you relax. There are so many methods. It's not that kind. Zhou Yi struggled to respond, his throat tinged with bitterness. None of them work. Underneath the tree, there was an eerie silence. After a long while, Xiongbai swallowed dryly. Leader, I am just a computer guy. With his eyes closed, Zhou Yi's whole body muscles tightened to the extreme. As time passed second by second, Xiongbay's back became soaked in cold sweat, not knowing when the effects of the drug would break through the leader's self-restraint. Suddenly, Zhou Yi clenched both his fists, knuckles cracking, then opened his eyes abruptly, bulging with urgency, shouting two words, Xiao, Bai. Biting his teeth, Xiongbai took a deep breath, quickly feeling for the black circle and switching on the blade, slicing horizontally across the leader's arm. Blood gushed out instantly, splashing with Zhou Yi's spasms. The severe pain briefly saved him from the inner agitation, brain-twisting confusion, and the blurring awareness that might fade any moment. Looking at the wound on the leader's arm and then at the relieved expression on the leader's face, Xiongbay's scalp started to tingle. He felt deeply unnerved. Finally, he understood why the leader wanted him to bring so much medicine for external injuries. From the fish belly white on the horizon, to daylight brightening, to scorching sun blazing high above and later tilting westward, Xiongbai remained in an intense state the entire time. He watched helplessly as the frequency of drug-induced reactions in the leader grew shorter, from every 1.5 hours, to an hour, to 34 minutes, continually shortening, and then becoming several dozen minutes, an hour or two, stretching longer. It was horrifying how the leader simply endured this all day long. No wonder the leader didn't want him to bring Uncle over, nor go home. At his advanced age, seeing such a scene would surely distress Uncle greatly. However, Uncle has quite good psychological resilience. Knowing their true identities and witnessing his work firsthand does not surprise him in the slightest, and he doesn't ask endless questions. Xiongbai picked up some bloody cotton balls from the ground and tossed them into the bag, glancing at the sleeping beauty, wondering why she hadn't awakened yet. Zhou Yi reached for a cigarette pack and tossed one out. I injected her with 2 doses of anesthesia. Seeing the bandages tightly wrapped around the leader's arm, Xiongbai thought silently about what would happen if even a small amount of the drug accidentally got inhaled by someone else, leading to such results. Zhou Yi lit up the cigarette, drew a puff, and said nonchalantly, the more one resists and suppresses, the greater the rebound will be. If one survives through it, it's fine. Chilled to the bone, Xiongbai couldn't help but ask, what if one doesn't survive it? At that moment, the person lying on the ground woke up. She made a soft whimpering sound, then fell flat on the ground, licking and sniffing everywhere in a disordered manner. Xiongbay's hairs stood on end instantly. This is what happens when one can't endure the effects of the drug. Zhou Yi smoked in silence. Suddenly, Xiongbai felt his waist sinking. When he looked down, he nearly wet himself. Unbeknownst to him, the sleeping beauty had crawled right up to him. Her long nails were clawing at his pants legs while her face rubbed against them, occasionally using her teeth to lightly bite his shoes. If it were a real little puppy doing this, it would be somewhat cute. But if a person does it, it's truly terrifying. Xiongbai stood stiffly on the spot. Hey, sleeping beauty. The person by his feet tilted their head up, hair spread out to reveal a very pretty face, no older than 20. Pal, can you get up first? The boy kept tugging at his pant legs, saliva dripping down. Xiongbai desperately held onto his waistband. Pal, my pants are about to fall. Zhou Yi exhaled a puff of smoke. He can't talk. Xiongbai looked up in surprise. Part of his tongue is cut off. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the boy by his feet stick out his tongue and lick his shoes. His tongue wasn't severed, it was intact. It's just that he couldn't speak human language anymore. Has he already completely forgotten that he's a person? A chill ran down Xiongbay's feet. The boy gazed pitifully at him, continuously emitting woof-woof sounds from his mouth. Xiongbai felt his mind go blank. Boss, is he hungry? Zhou Yi glanced sideways, probably. Boss, have you noticed? He only comes toward me, doesn't approach you either. Know who's the cutest? Xiongbai rummaged through the bag, unwrapped a small steamed bun, placed it on the ground. Eat it. The boy leaned forward, sniffed the small steamed bun with his nose first, then whimpered softly, cautiously licking and eating it. Xiongbai thought, the employer spent millions wanting this person, so they must be really important. But after discovering the one brought back isn't human anymore, what should they do? Xiongbai remembered the employer's data he had looked up, sighing a bit. The eldest son of the Zhou family could be considered an aristocratic family in City S. The banquet last night, the employer attended. Even his father wouldn't dare offend son Qingzhou, let alone him. Once he knows how bad the situation is, I don't think there's much he can do. That's not our concern. Zhou Yi tapped off the ash from his cigarette. You inform the employer, the person is here, tell them to come pick him up within an hour. Huh. Oh, alright. Xiongbai took out the business phone from his backpack. By the way, boss, when I left, I felt like someone was nearby monitoring us. Could our location have been compromised? It shouldn't be though. Zhou Yi frowned coldly. It's not aimed at them, but at that man. There's another thing. Last night, I encountered a fierce competitor, the flesh-eating flower. I suspect it might be. Before Xiongbai finished his sentence, he saw the boss start changing clothes, scrambling hastily to help. No need, I'll do it myself. Zhou Yi put on the clean clothes, stuffed the one stained with blood into the bag. Stay here, I'm going back first. Xiongbay's eyes widened in confusion. Now. Boss, both your arms are full of wounds, and you're still running a fever. You won't be able to drive, right? Zhou Yi hadn't even spoken when Xiongbai added, Uncle wouldn't approve of you doing this either. That sentence made Zhou Yi frown slightly, then in an hour. Actually boss, since you've lost so much blood and have multiple wounds, I think it'd be best for you to rest in the hotel for 2 days. Xiongbai said, it's more than an hour away from the community. You'll suffer a lot on the road, really not worth it. Moreover, even if you care about the case of your benefactor and want to know the situation on Jing Yuan's side, these 2 days won't make much difference. Zhou Yi threw the cigarette but on the ground, crushed it underfoot, saying, must go back tonight. Xiongbai scratched his nose tip, not understanding why the boss thought that way. He suddenly asked an absurd question, boss, if this time the drugs you came in contact with contained aphrodisiac components, extremely perverted ones where all you can do is sleep endlessly with no other solution, what will you do? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi replied, go back. Xiongbay's face turned red, boss, let me be honest with you. Although I've always admired you, I don't want to sleep with you. Zhou Yi. Xiongbai felt guilty, feeling he had wronged the boss. I can't handle it. There's only uncle at home. Next time if you accidentally fall prey, please don't come back. I'll find a way to help you, responsibility is on me. Zhou Yi thought calmly, if it ever gets to be so unlucky, he must go back. On the way back, Zhou Yi's fever worsened. Xiongbai couldn't take him to the hospital, so he brought him back instead. As soon as they entered, he shouted, Uncle, my boss has a fever causing mental confusion. No, loss of consciousness. Help me grab some antipyretics and towels, also prepare a basin of warm water. Wang Yuyang put down the chocolate bar he was halfway through eating and turned to fetch the medicine box. Matters could be dealt with later, the important thing now is that they're back, there's no need to rush things for now. As soon as the disoriented Zhou Yi was laid on the bed, he opened his bloodshot eyes and stared directly at the man by the bedside. Wang Yuyang bent down, placing a hand on the young man's forehead, the heat he felt made him sigh, you're burning up. Zhou Yi kept staring at him, his parched lips moving slightly. Wang Yuyang sighed, Xiao Yi, you've made your uncle worry all night. Zhou Yi noticed a patch of dark circles under the man's eyes. His heavy breathing paused, and the corner of his mouth twitched faintly. Xiongbai hadn't picked up on anything unusual. He grabbed the bottle of fever medicine, getting ready to pour out the dose according to the instructions. With a hoarse voice, Zhou Yi spoke, Xiao Bai, you're tired, go get some sleep. Xiongbai shook his head vigorously, I'm not tired. After saying that, he realized the boss was looking at him, so he met the gaze but didn't understand why the boss' brows furrowed deeply. Should I be tired? There was no expression on Zhou Yi's flushed face, yet the shadow between his eyebrows had lightened considerably. As if automatically receiving a signal, Xiongbai instinctively set down the fever medicine and responded accordingly, I'm tired, I'll take a nap. Once downstairs, Xiongbai was dazed, his mind blank. What just happened? Chapter 37. Wang Yuyang sat down by the bed, looking at the young man with a smirk. Zhou Yi felt his body temperature rise to an unprecedented height, as if all his internal organs were on fire. He struggled to keep his eyes open, resisting the urge to close them, and redness spread from the corners of his eyes. The man in his blurred vision seemed surrounded by a red glow, like some demon he couldn't handle. Wang Yuyang leaned forward, a smile lingering on his lips. Xiao Yi, why did you send Xiao Bai away? What do you want to do? Zhou Yi's ears were ringing, his brain echoing with a buzzing sound, as if hypnotized. A voice uncontrollably surged up from deep within, rising toward his throat. Want to do you? Before his sanity collapsed completely, Zhou Yi regained composure. His earlobes turned bright red, his expression cold and distant. It wasn't about sending him away. He hasn't closed his eyes since last night. He needs rest. Wang Yuyang dragged out his syllables. Uncle didn't sleep either. Zhou Yi froze. Wang Yuyang chuckled. Xiao Yi, don't you care about uncle? After a long pause, Zhou Yi lowered his gaze without expression. You should go too. Wang Yuyang said, then uncle will leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the youth on the bed abruptly raised his eyes, locking onto Wang Yuyang's figure. Unaware of it, his demeanor resembled that of a large dog afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Wang Yuyang smiled and shook his head. He picked up the fever relief medicine from the bedside table. Sit up a little, and take this medicine. Zhou Yi didn't react. Wang Yuyang tilted his head slightly. Zhou Yi's throat moved uneasily, producing a low and hoarse sound. I can't sit up. Even as he spoke these words, his spirit was weakened, and he dared not look straight into the man's eyes for fear of being discovered. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang studied him for a few seconds. All right, then let uncle help you sit up. The tensed muscles in Zhou Yi's body relaxed only to immediately tighten again upon being touched, becoming rigid and stiff. Wang Yuyang had a strange feeling, as if holding a piece of iron freshly taken out of a furnace, hard and burning hot. As he adjusted the iron closer to the headboard, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Xiao Yi, move just a little. This is exhausting for uncle. A warm, moist breath brushed against his ear, barely noticeable yet accompanied by light panting. Zhou Yi's body grew even hotter, his face flushed, regretting having returned at this moment. Every nerve in his body seemed stimulated, unbearably torturous. This sensation was unlike being shot or slashed by a knife, it was a kind of helplessness that caused pain. It took great effort for Wang Yuyang to finally free his hands. He fished out a towel from the basin, squeezed it, and sighed to himself. Adding up 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've ever taken care of someone. Zhou Yi heard this, his heart racing wildly, thankful once more that he had returned. Even though it hurt, he was willing. A cooling dampness landed on his forehead. The chill spread gradually, but instead of soothing him, Zhou Yi felt the fire within burning even stronger. He slightly closed his eyelids, letting his gaze trail through the dense lashes, landing on the man. Wang Yuyang wiped his forehead and face. Is there anywhere else you need me to wipe? Zhou Yi's breathing was fiery and heavy. Many places. Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow teasingly. Which many places exactly? Zhou Yi emphasized, many. Wang Yuyang searched something on his mobile phone. Chest, back, neck, limbs. With each place he mentioned, the corresponding area of Zhou Yi's body became restless and heated up, feeling like being scorched by flames. After finishing his search, Wang Yuyang noticed that the corner of the young man's eyes had turned redder. Do you want to add some alcohol? Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang went downstairs and brought alcohol upstairs, pouring a little bit into the basin. Take off your shirt. Zhou Yi lifted his lid slightly. The smell of blood and disinfectant on you is very strong. Wang Yuyang squeezed the towel. You wore long sleeves back. Are your arms injured? Zhou Yi didn't move. Wang Yuyang said, does this mean uncle has to help you? Breathing heavily, Zhou Yi sat up, unbuttoning his shirt button by button before taking off his shirt and placing it aside, revealing a sweaty, sturdy upper body. There were bloody spots on the bandages wrapped around his arm. Wang Yuyang looked briefly before sighing. Xiao Yi, how did you let yourself get into such a state? Zhou Yi exhaled slowly. We'll talk later. While trying to wipe his back, Wang Yuyang avoided touching his previous scars. Sensing that Zhou Yi wanted to say something, he gave a small laugh through his nose. Don't move recklessly or make trouble. Be good. Uncle likes obedient ones. Zhou Yi's mind suddenly tightened. He grabbed the blanket and pulled it tightly over his waist and lower. Thereafter, the man would quietly sit there and follow whatever was asked of him without moving an inch at other times. Wang Yuyang wiped his neck with a wet towel, slowly moving it from back to front, then suddenly said, you can wipe all the other places by yourself, right? Apart from your back. Zhou Yi's thin lips formed a straight line. Uncle was just joking. Wang Yuyang put the towel into the basin. Seeing that the water had turned cold, he poured some hot water from a kettle to mix it up. Then he lazily smiled and said, Xiao Yi is sick and needs someone to take care of him. Zhou Yi's Adam's apple moved up and down, a kind of hard-to-conceal shame. For him, a fever caused by an infected wound was nothing. With his constitution, he could recover quickly, but here he was pretending as if half-dead, unable to take care of himself. Wang Yuyang continued to physically lower the young man's temperature. Neither of them spoke. Occasionally, the only sound in the upstairs room was the splash of water. The atmosphere was mysteriously harmonious. After a while, Wang Yuyang finished wiping Zhou Yi and threw the towel into the basin, bringing this strange first-time experience of caring for someone else to an end. Zhou Yi's tightly pursed lips slightly moved. Throughout the entire process, he had been afraid that the man would remove his blanket. That feeling was very complicated, like tasting honey off the edge of a blade. Wang Yuyang picked up a neatly folded clean t-shirt from the foot of the bed and handed it to him. Do you need uncle to rebandage those wounds? Zhou Yi took the t-shirt and pulled it over himself, leaning against the head of the bed and breathing coarsely. No. Wang Yuyang lightly pinched his eyebrows twice. Is there anything else you need? Zhou Yi replied, give me a glass of water. Wang Yuyang found a cup, filled it with water, swirled it around, and splashed it onto the balcony. The concrete floor instantly emitted a delicate moan. His lips twitched. When had he learned how to do all these actions? It felt completely natural doing them this way. Wang Yuyang turned around, pulled the glass door shut, went back into the room, poured the water, and handed it to the young man. Now can you tell me what happened? Zhou Yi took a sip of water and briefly recounted the events leading up to the situation. Wang Yuyang's expression turned strange. So, how come the boy you brought out of Sun Qingzhou's underground laboratory has such similar conditions as Lu Feng? It's just that they're different species, one canine, the other amphibian. He can't speak, lost basic human abilities, his behaviors entirely became those of a dog, completely forgetting that he's a person. It's different with Lu Feng. Zhou Yi said, Lu Feng's language skills are normal, communication poses no problem, he can socialize, work normally, his thinking and logic remain human, it's just that his diet and habits have been influenced by frogs. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, but didn't the surveillance catch Lu Feng crouching on the stairs, using his legs to go down steps? Isn't that behavior also affected? Not entirely. Zhou Yi rubbed the cup. Most of the time he was normal, showing no signs of abnormality, but that boy's consciousness and thoughts as a human have been replaced. Wang Yuyang fell into deep thought. I hear you implying that these two cases relate to the same experiment, just that different versions keep updating. The boy represents the early version, imperfect, where the characteristics of humans have been completely overridden. Comparatively speaking, Lu Feng is a later, more refined version where the characteristics of humans are preserved, blended with frog features. If not for accidentally ingesting fatal parasites, he could continue to mingle in society as an elite talent. Zhou Yi looked up and reminded him, Lu Feng's transformation showed up after one night. Wang Yuyang scratched his forehead. What about the boy? Zhou Yi answered, 1 or 2 years. Wang Yuyang scared, there's too much of a time difference, so 9 out of 10 chances, that's indeed what happened. What is this experiment researching? He couldn't understand, testing the compatibility of the human body. Zhou Yi looked at him, ask me. Wang Yuyang laughed and said, just chatting randomly, young people have more active imaginations. Zhou Yi bluntly replied, I lack imagination. Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi drank a few big gulps of water, and the heat in his throat diminished somewhat. Now we know Lu Feng's case may not be hypnosis, but rather a human experiment, so the clues multiply. Wang Yuyang thought to himself, indeed, the clues multiply, the loose end of the tangled ball of yarn finally shows itself, and once grabbed, sooner or later it can be unraveled completely. The new question now, what does this have to do with him? Lu Feng's death being related to the experiment doesn't necessarily mean he should get involved in that aspect, does it? Wang Yuyang suddenly noticed that the youth was staring at him and lightly laughed. Xiao Yi, what are you looking at? Zhou Yi said, your sense of smell is overly sharp. A sound came out of Wang Yuyang's nose. What about it? Zhou Yi lowered his head. Nothing much. He coughed a few times. I brought out 2 tubes of medicine from the lab. Wang Yuyang asked, are there labels on the tubes? Zhou Yi shook his head. Wang Yuyang said, Xiao Yi, give 1 tube to the police without revealing yourself. Zhou Yi glanced at him, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, Wang Yuyang smiled. Uncle isn't expecting to find much, just want to see the police's reaction. Zhou Yi looked deeply at him for a moment, placed the cup on the cabinet. Can you help me wipe again? Wang Yuyang squeezed the towel and handed it to him. Uncle is tired, you can do it yourself. Zhou Yi's complexion turned pale. Wang Yuyang sighed, really tired. Hearing this, Zhou Yi remained silent, reached out to take the towel, folded it a few times and placed it on his forehead. Wang Yuyang casually picked up the water cup on the cabinet. How many people are there in Sun Qingzhou's lab? Zhou Yi blankly watched the man drink. The world grew quiet, only the sound of swallowing could be heard, magnified several times in his ears. Wang Yuyang called out, Xiao Yi, what are you thinking about? Zhou Yi had a dry throat. You. Still not going to remind this man, he doesn't want to see him show a look of disgust and annoyance. Didn't hear you earlier, say it again. Wang Yuyang leaned back and drank 2 sips of water, repeating the question from before. Zhou Yi unconsciously stared at his lips shimmering with moisture. There's only one researcher. Wang Yuyang was surprised, only one. Zhou Yi said, a blacklisted individual, no records available. Only able to find out he came to S City 2 years ago, then disappeared shortly after. Seems like he has been staying in the Sun family basement all along. As for how he got together with Sun Qingzhou, it's unclear. Wang Yuyang guessed, could the experimental drugs have been brought by him? Zhou Yi, probably. Wang Yuyang combed his hair behind his ear. In the past, only heard that the old man had a basement, liked to mess around with some drugs, play tricks with his young lover. In recent years, he supported that kind of research. He shook his head. Even with endless money, people shouldn't become beasts. Zhou Yi warned coldly, don't go near him if you see him in the future. Wang Yuyang laughed. Xiao Yi, don't worry. Zhou Yi glanced at the man, unwilling to talk. If he were to be reassured. Wouldn't his heart be bigger than the universe? Wang Yuyang organized the current clues. Lu Feng underwent changes at the training institution. Is it a secret base? Is Zheng Yuan also related to the experiment? Zhou Yi thought otherwise. The possibility is low. Wang Yuyang's temple started to hurt. Zhou Yi abruptly said, Lin Xiaonan is monitoring you. Wang Yuyang showed no change. Is that so? Zhou Yi frowned. Did you anticipate it? Anan began probing last night. I didn't expect him to be so sensitive. Wang Yuyang's expression was lazy. Let him monitor if he wants. One more won't make any difference. Zhou Yi curled the corner of his lip. You're pretty easygoing. Not being easygoing, but given the situation now, we can only watch and wait. Wang Yuyang smiled slightly. Besides, uncle still has Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi vaguely responded with an After finishing a glass of water, Wang Yuyang just realized it was the young man's cup. His eye twitched slightly, then put down the cup as if nothing happened. Zhou Yi saw all his reactions clearly. Last night, Xiao Bai handed over some shady points from Xingrui accounts to the police. Mei Yu led a team to investigate, but it came to nothing. Wang Yuyang showed no surprise. You isn't a match for that old guy. That old guy has been rooted in S-City for decades, his hands stretch far and wide, connected to various forces, deep and murky waters. Not so easily overturned. After last night's event, the basement should leave no traces. Zhou Yi said, I'll find that researcher as soon as possible. Wang Yuyang mulled over for a few moments, recalling a fragment of memory. A flash of ferocity passed through his eyes. Sun Qingzhou owns another property on my mountain, go check your luck there. Zhou Yi sharply looked at the man. Neither me nor Xiao Bai could find any records of that property. Wang Yuyang stretched lazily, hungry. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows. Don't change the subject. Wang Yuyang softly said, Xiao Yi, don't rip off uncle's scars, it hurts. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat, paused for a while, then croaked, sorry. Wang Yuyang laughed at him. No big deal, just stop uncovering them. Zhou Yi felt uncomfortable and turned his head. Skilled in managing people, using and controlling, melancholic, neurotic, temperamental, having everything yet valuing nothing, gentle, likes to smile. All these described the man, too complex, hard for him to deal with, yet he couldn't help himself. Wang Yuyang looked outside. It was pitch black. Uncle hasn't eaten anything all day. Zhou Yi gave him a look of, you've deceived me so many times, I'd be an idiot if I fell for it again. Wang Yuyang lowered his tone and sighed, not this time, really didn't eat. Zhou Yi immediately turned his head back, showing obvious concern, and anger because he didn't care for himself. Wang Yuyang shook his shoulders laughing, Xiao Yi, why are you so forgetful? Zhou Yi's facial muscles tensed, once again fooled, idiot. Your mission is complete, uncle's investigation has also made progress, but why do you still look troubled? Wang Yuyang patted his sweat-drenched buzz cut, didn't find who you were looking for at Sun Qingzhou's place. Zhou Yi's expression changed. You're being unusually cautious about this matter, Wang Yuyang said. Actually, you don't need to worry, uncle respects others' privacy. Zhou Yi suddenly said, in a few days. Wang Yuyang, Zhou Yi massaged his temples, I'll tell you in a few days. At that moment, knocking came from downstairs, then Xiong Bai opened the door, along with Yi Changjin and Xiao Qiu's talking voices. Sitting for too long, Wang Yuyang felt numbness when he stood up. He swayed, leaning on the youth's shoulder for support. At the same time, Zhou Yi raised his head. Their eyes met, they were very close, seeing each other's reflection. Shortening another inch would make their noses touch. Xiao Yi. Wang Yuyang smelled the youth's body scent, you smell sweaty. Zhou Yi remained expressionless, who wouldn't sweat with a fever? Wang Yuyang breathed in his scent, the cigarette smell is strong too. Zhou Yi instinctively retorted like a child, I smoked when my wound hurt earlier today. Wang Yuyang laughed after hearing the youth's defiant response, once your fever drops, take a shower if you can. He straightened up, pulling out a chocolate bar from his pants pocket, try this next time you want to smoke. Zhou Yi stiffly replied, I don't eat this kind of thing. Wang Yuyang waved his hand and walked downstairs. After a short while, Zhou Yi's hand reached over, pinched the chocolate, tore it open, and ate a bite. He Changjin and Xiao Qiu had never been here together before. Xiao Qiu asked with concern, Wang Gu, you don't look well. Did you not sleep well last night? Wang Yuyang said, the air conditioning was set too low last night, caught a chill. On the side, He Changjin clicked his tongue, see? I told you, at your age, you should have someone take care of your life, living alone isn't good. Xiao Qiu disagreed, what age is Wang Gu? Early 30s, right in his prime. That's right, where does he look like that? He Changjin pointed as he spoke, Wang Ji's face is pale, no trace of blood color, makes me sad just watching. These days he doesn't work morning shifts, rarely goes out at other times, stays cooped up at home, at this rate, he'll enter old age directly. Then raising his voice to speak to the person involved, life only happens once, it's gone if you don't take it seriously. Xiao Qiu pulled on his clothes forcefully, alright stop already, you talk too much. Wang Yuyang watched them bicker, are you two together? He Changjin and Xiao Qiu said in unison, no. Wang Yuyang said, life is short, mutual affection is a fortunate thing, why hide it? He Changjin looked at Xiao Qiu was also looking at him, they exchanged glances, both blushing. That is, Wang Gu, He Changjin coughed to clear his throat, let's go eat barbecue together. Wang Yuyang sat on the sofa, my stomach feels uneasy, you guys go ahead. He Changjin adjusted his glasses, where are your younger brother and that guy? My junior, Xiao Yi, has a cold and is resting upstairs. Wang Yuyang said, Xiao Bai is playing computer in his room. He Changjin twisted his neck to glance at the tightly closed door, every time I come, that guy always locks the door, not even at home and still locked, is there a little fairy hiding inside? Wang Yuyang said, teenagers all have their secrets. He Changjin and Xiao Qiu went to eat barbecue, Wang Yuyang continued lounging on the sofa. Not long after, the excuse of uncomfortable gut became reality, he entered the bathroom uncomfortably. Although he had eaten something during the day, there was no staple food, only fruits, chocolates, milk, and a mix of random snacks. It seemed his stomach had been upset due to this. Upstairs, Zhou Yi kept listening for any noise downstairs. When it became quiet, he sent a text message to Xiao Bai, telling him to come up. Xiong Bai, in the middle of playing a game, promptly arrived upon receiving the leader's text. He didn't dare not to come, the leader's command came first. Zhou Yi remained silent for a long time. Xiong Bai became anxious, could something serious have happened? Sun Qingzhou? Jing Yuan? The police? Or perhaps overseas, the mercenary group, or even Mr. Nadeway. Xiong Bai's mind raced through possibilities, one by one, until he suddenly heard a question, did you say many people at the banquet looked at him? Xiong Bai froze, taking a moment to remember what was being referred to. Oh right. Zhou Yi sounded casual, who were they? Xiong Bai puckered his lips, there were so many. I only remember those who were good-looking, the heir of the Lin family. Even though he had a leg injury and needed a wheelchair, he was still handsome like some kind of noble prince. If his legs healed and he could move freely, who knows what would happen? Zhou Yi interrupted sternly, tell me about someone else. Xiong Bai puzzled for a moment, there was also the current head of the Shen family, the nephew of your benefactor. He's also very handsome. He crunched on some seaweed chips, but he's a bit young, and his presence isn't as strong, maybe 2 meters, not nearly 2.8. Compared to the heir of the Lin family, he is far behind. Zhou Yi cut him off again, go downstairs. Xiong Bai shot an aggrieved look at the leader, you keep asking me but don't let me finish. One moment it's one thing, the next it's another, it's like you're acting shy like a girl. And now you have more questions. This is not acceptable, I'll need to go online and consult about this. Xiao Bai, Zhou Yi glanced over, what are you muttering? Xiong Bai blinked innocently, nothing, I wasn't talking at all. Zhou Yi. Xiong Bai took a bite of seaweed, then suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, last night, someone slipped a business card into Uncle's pocket. Zhou Yi's eyelid twitched. Seeing that his superior had no more questions, Xiong Bai returned to his room to continue playing games. Not long after, Zhou Yi came down from the attic and noticed that the man's suit jacket was carelessly draped over the sofa, it hadn't been washed yet since this morning. Unable to resist, he sat down on the couch, looking around while his hand reached into the jacket's pocket, where he found several business cards. There were more in the other pocket. Zhou Yi initially wanted to throw them into the trash bin, but mid-motion, he paused. Instead, he brought the ashtray from the coffee table, flicked the lighter, lit the business cards, and dropped them inside. Click. Suddenly, the sound of the bathroom lock turning echoed through the air. Zhou Yi immediately grabbed some napkins and threw them into the ashtray, mixing them with the half-burnt business cards. Wang Yuyang stepped out of the bathroom and smelled the scent of burning paper, why aren't you resting upstairs? Why did you come down? Zhou Yi lied without hesitation, I was just playing with some paper. Chapter 38. Wang Yuyang walked to the side of the sofa and looked at the ashes in the ashtray. Zhou Yi remained unperturbed, as almost all the cigarettes were burnt out. There probably wouldn't be anything discovered. Did you have fun? A voice sounded from above. Zhou Yi's lips twitched slightly, yes, it was fun. Wang Yuyang sat down nearby, leaning his body back into the sofa lazily, saying, I didn't expect little Yi to have this kind of hobby. Zhou Yi glanced at the man with his peripheral vision and noticed that his complexion was very poor, pale to the point of being bluish. Are you feeling unwell? Wang Yuyang closed his eyes, my stomach hurts. Zhou Yi frowned, where exactly on your stomach? Around the navel. Wang Yuyang spoke lethargically, it comes in waves. Zhou Yi looked at him, are you experiencing symptoms of diarrhea? Wang Yuyang responded with a groan. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows even more tightly, what did you eat today? There was. Wang Yuyang slowly said, chocolate, an apple, grapes, milk, tomatoes, and 2 slices of watermelon. That's it, nothing else. Zhou Yi rubbed his forehead. Those fruits were kept in the fridge and surely were taken out and washed before eating without waiting for them to warm up. This man had been accustomed to luxury and comfort, he never took care of himself properly and lacked many common sense knowledge about hygiene. They might not have been cleaned thoroughly. Where is your medicine box? Is it in the room? Wang Yuyang knitted his eyebrows, uncle doesn't want to take medicine. Zhou Yi's gaze instantly turned cold. Not taking medicine, do you want to cultivate immortality? Wang Yuyang put on a serious expression. Indeed, when uncle reaches the heavens and joins the ranks of immortals, I will ask Laozi for a pill of immortality to give to little E. Then we can become immortals together. Zhou Yi stared at him silently. Wang Yuyang sighed. The gastrointestinal system of this body isn't so good either. As Zhou Yi saw the faint sparks in the ashtray gradually fade out, he dumped all the ashes into the trash can. Rub your stomach yourself, clockwise. Wang Yuyang placed his hand on his stomach and massaged it casually. Is this right? He then said uncomfortably, it's not really helping, little E. Moments later, the hand Wang Yuyang had on his stomach was pulled away, and a wider palm replaced it. The fever still hadn't subsided, so the temperature of his palm was somewhat higher, penetrating through the thin layer of clothing. Wang Yuyang opened his eyelids slightly and looked thoughtfully at the young man. Zhou Yi's face darkened. What are you looking at? Wang Yuyang leaned one arm's elbow on the sofa, propping his head up while laughing. Little E is such a thoughtful child. Zhou Yi stopped rubbing after 2 circles, withdrew his hand, and said indifferently, like this, do it yourself. Following what he had just said, Wang Yuyang continued, but always likes to say one thing and do another. Zhou Yi acted as if he didn't hear and got up to go to the kitchen. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes again and mimicked how the youth massaged his stomach. His control of force wasn't great, nor was it skilled. After massaging for a while, the position shifted, and it wasn't as comfortable as when the other person did it. Hey! In the kitchen, Zhou Yi washed the rice, vegetables, and cut the ginger into strips, quickly starting to cook the vegetable porridge. Looking at the man slumped on the couch, he said, the porridge is in the pot. After saying that, he went upstairs without another word, returned to the single bed, lay down wanting to sleep, but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. In the end, he still didn't feel at ease and went downstairs again. Seemingly forgetting that he was still running a fever, and his arms were full of wounds. Zhou Yi went to the kitchen to boil water, stood there waiting for it to boil, then carried the kettle of hot water to the living room. If it gets worse, you'll need to go to the hospital for N4. The man on the sofa didn't respond, seemingly already asleep. Zhou Yi approached without deliberately lightening his steps and called out softly, but the man showed no signs of waking up. Had he fallen into deep sleep again? He squatted down, lifting a hand, lightly touching the smooth forehead of the man, the clear ridge of his eyebrows, and the tightly closed eyelids, letting his fingers slide downward. Still didn't wake up, indeed in a deep sleep. Zhou Yi's fingertips reached the slightly pursed lips of the man, which were colorless and soft. Unable to control himself, he tilted his body forward, slowly lowering his head closer, inhaling the scent of the man, throat parched. Uncle, can you recommend me a... Suddenly, the door next to the doorway opened from the inside, shown by coming out looking listless. Big brother, what are you doing on the balcony? Zhou Yi faced outward with his back to him, enjoying the breeze. Oh. Xiongbai paused his footsteps. Wait, big brother, you're running a fever. Can you enjoy the breeze? Zhou Yi bent over, covering his excessively heated face with his palm, roughly rubbing it, taking a deep breath. No problem. How could there be no problem? Your voice is hoarse, big brother, you shouldn't. Xiongbai, petite in stature, sprinted with remarkable speed, reaching the balcony in no time and then froze. Leader, why is your face so red? Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched. I'm facing away from the light. Can you really tell? Xiongbai rose on tiptoe and leaned in for a closer look. It's a feeling. Zhou Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. I have a fever. Oh yeah, leader, you've got a fever. Xiongbai worried like a mother concerned about her son. Even though it's summer now, it's still better not to expose yourself to nighttime breezes. You're not catching a cold, but dealing with wound infection. Your immune system's on vacation. Better be careful. Zhou Yi suddenly asked, why did you come out? Xiongbai looked puzzled, sensing his leader was upset. Probably a hallucination. He burped, the smell of puffed snacks lingering heavily. Since last night, all I've been eating are snacks, mostly sweet ones. My stomach feels terrible now. I wanted to order takeout but don't know which place around here is good, so I decided to come out and ask uncle to recommend a store. Zhou Yi said, choose by reading reviews. Xiongbai scrunched up his face. Compared to netizens, I still trust uncle more. Zhou Yi glanced at the person in the sofa. Wait for him to wake up. Xiongbai followed his gaze. Uncle is sleeping deeply. We've been talking and he hasn't woken up. Zhou Yi pushed his head gently. Don't make noise. Xiongbai. Something cooking in the pot. What is it? Zhou Yi, porridge. Xiongbai, who preferred heavy flavors, looked utterly despondent. Wang Yuyang woke up after a nap, feeling slightly better. The pain in his stomach had subsided, and following the aroma, he went into the kitchen, took a bowl of porridge, sat at the table half awake, eating while blowing on it. Now just one bowl of porridge could warm him up. Even he was surprised by that. In Xiongbay's room, Zhou Yi heard some commotion and immediately lowered his voice. Little White, that's it, let's stop for now. Not really. Xiongbai furrowed his brows in confusion. Leader, what's so urgent that you must deal with tonight despite your injuries? Zhou Yi said, to find that researcher. Xiongbai hesitated, pacing nervously back and forth. Shit, we shouldn't go tonight. The drug you absorbed was terrifying. Today, you held out all day long, cutting wounds all over your arms, losing a lot of blood. It looks like you survived this round, but there might be new conditions cropping up. As a precaution, it's best if you stay indoors for the next 3 days. Zhou Yi said, if you wait too long, there'll be more complications. Xiong Bai gritted his teeth, I'll go. Zhou Yi looked down at him, what's your close quarters combat level? Xiong Bai puffed out his cheeks, that doesn't matter. Zhou Yi continued, do you rank in the top 10 for shooting skills within our team? Xiong Bai, embarrassed, it doesn't matter either. Zhou Yi placed his hand on Xiong Bai's head, focus on what you can do, don't worry about the rest. Xiong Bai frowned in concern, please, leader, you cannot go out tonight. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Xiong Bai's head turned icy with fear, realizing he needed help now. The next moment, he ran out of the door yelling, Uncle. It's bad news. My leader says he wants to go out tonight. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang choked on the porridge in his mouth, coughing several times, with a fever and external injuries, stay home tonight and get some rest early. Zhou Yi spoke coldly, I've already decided. Wang Yuyang smiled sideways, Zhou Yi didn't respond immediately but instead gave his subordinate a glance, signaling for him to go back inside. Xiong Bai used his lips to ask silently, why? Zhou Yi's eyes were as sharp as an ice blade. Xiong Bai reluctantly returned to his room, leaning against the door frame to eavesdrop. Just then, he couldn't help but wonder why the leader earlier seemed like a father trying to maintain his pride by sending the kid away so that the kid wouldn't see him backing down before his mother. Xiong Bai's face was filled with question marks, why? Why? There was a subtle change in the atmosphere at the table. Zhou Yi pulled out a chair and sat down, his dark eyes looking down, his tone not as cold as before, the sooner we find the person, the lower the chance of unforeseen changes. Wang Yuyang blew lightly on a spoonful of porridge, speaking softly enough that only he could hear, after the incident you stirred up last night, Sun Qingzhou has probably already set a trap using the researcher as bait, waiting for you to fall into it. We need to think through this carefully. There's no point rushing. Zhou Yi paused for a while before opening his mouth again, his voice growing colder, do you understand that person well? Focus misplaced, little E. Wang Yuyang fed a spoonful of porridge into his mouth, his voice muffled, anyway, there's no rush on this matter. Sun Qingzhou won't dare to kill the researcher. You only need to keep an eye on the institute for now. Zhou Yi paused for a moment, I will go out tonight as well. I must deliver that vial of medicine to Mei Yu as soon as possible. Wang Yuyang teased, with all the blood you've lost, your strength and speed will be greatly diminished. If you don't wait for your body to recover, aren't you afraid she'll notice? Zhou Yi replied, she won't. Wang Yuyang chuckled and reminded him, she's very skilled. In fact, I once suggested she become my bodyguard. Don't underestimate her. Zhou Yi watched him drink the porridge. After finishing his bowl of porridge, Wang Yuyang lazily wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, little E, listen to uncle, take care of your health. You can deliver the medicine tomorrow night. Don't go out tonight. The corner of Zhou Yi's lips curved slightly downward, but he remained silent. This silence was equivalent to accepting his advice. Wang Yuyang turned around and called out, little white, do you want to have some porridge? There's still a lot left in the pot. Xiong Bai, who had been in shock from the realization that no matter how hard he tried to persuade the leader, it was only uncle's word that worked, came back to his senses in confusion and disorder. Drifting into the room, he mumbled in reply, I don't want porridge. I want to order takeout. Wang Yuyang found a place on his phone and ordered for him. After ordering the food, Xiong Bai continued sneaking peeks through the door at them. The leader was chatting with uncle about, what exactly? It seemed to be something like, which ingredients were used in the porridge. Xiong Bai. The utterly unproductive topic somehow managed to interest the leader, who usually only talked about serious matters and otherwise rarely spoke. What could possibly cause such a shocking change in the leader? Chapter 39. Xiong Bai called his buddy after filling his stomach, Ben, I've really lost favor. Ben was wiping his beloved M1911, dear little Xiong, you already said this last time. Last time it was just a feeling, maybe, Xiong Bai lay on the chair sighing, this time it's for sure. Ben said, that's truly an unfortunate thing. I'm not sad, okay, there is a bit of sadness. But mostly I'm puzzled and curious. I don't think there's anything wrong with my intelligence, I'm a genius, but I can't figure out things related to our leader. Xiong Bai grumbled while recounting a scene he recently eavesdropped on, wanting to know the reason urgently. Ben, what do you think caused such a surprising change in the boss? The Ben on the other side of the phone fell silent, it was love. This young man was a computer genius, but also an idiot when it came to emotions, where affection simply equaled sex. He hadn't yet grasped it, hence didn't understand it, and enlightenment couldn't be achieved in just a few words. Ben caressed the pistol in front of him, cold glints flashed in his deep blue eyes like the sea. He had to take a trip to China soon. He wanted to see who the person selected by their powerful leader was and what made them stand out. In the middle of the night, Zhou Yi experienced unbearable headaches, as if his whole skeleton was being hammered. He felt for the water cup on the cabinet, found it empty, and called Xiao Bai. Xiong Bai was a night owl, a young one at that, seemingly not needing sleep. At this time, he was still playing on his computer. As soon as he received the call, he quickly put on his slippers and went out. Wang Yuyang happened to be getting up to use the bathroom, and they met briefly. "What's wrong?" "Our boss isn't feeling well, he asked me to get him some water." Xiongbai complained under his breath, "Our line of work toughens our bodies, wounds and infections are common occurrences, our boss has such a robust physique, there's no way it should be like this. It must be the drugs he inhaled last night disrupting his bodily functions." Wang Yuyang looked up at the loft, seeing nothing but deep darkness. "There's water in my room's kettle, I'll bring it upstairs shortly." Xiongbai scratched his head, "Oh, all right." The boss deeply cared about uncle, this was something he knew. This entirely overturned the image of the boss in his mind. It seemed that uncle also cared for the boss. Not long after, Wang Yuyang carried half a kettle of water up to the loft. Zhou Yi, lying on his side next to the wall, turned around upon hearing unfamiliar footsteps. His sweat-soaked eyelids moved slightly. Wang Yuyang poured the water and handed it over. Zhou Yi propped himself up against the bed, sitting upright with his broad, damp back pressed against the wall. Taking the cup, he gulped down the water, drinking too fast and choking himself, his eyes turning crimson. Wang Yuyang sat on the chair placed in the loft by the previous owner, leaning on the armrest with one hand. From a moderate distance away, he looked at the youth. His gaze seemed to inquire and care, yet also appeared indifferent, as if seeing through everything. Zhou Yi slowly exhaled, asking hoarsely, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Got up after waking from sleep to use the bathroom," Wang Yuyang said. "I heard from Xiaobai that you're not feeling well, so I came up to check on you. How are you doing now? Are you feeling better?" Zhou Yi set the cup on the cabinet, grabbed his cigarettes and lighter, then remembering something, put them back again. "It's fine." Wang Yuyang knew the boy was lying, his veins were protruding. Was it possible for that to be fine? He rubbed between his eyebrows. "Xiao Yi, you can be appropriately honest in front of your uncle." No fluctuation showed on Zhou Yi's face. "You're indeed right in what you've heard, your uncle excels in reading people's hearts, but I don't enjoy it. Over the recent years, I rarely do that anymore, it's tiring and exhausting for the brain." Wang Yuyang lazily chuckled lightly, "Your uncle now likes honest kids." Zhou Yi glanced at him, silently lying back on the bed, his eyelids closed, emotions surging beneath them. Wang Yuyang crossed his legs, his free hand tapping rhythmically on the armrest from time to time. That faint tapping sound was like a series of notes, possessing a beguiling charm that led those who heard it to reveal the deepest secrets hidden within them. It also resembled the silent pressure of an emperor, making one unable to resist and bow down. Zhou Yi's thin lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but the consciousness was shattered by intense pain, helplessly plunging into darkness. The tapping stopped. Wang Yuyang rested his head on his palm for a moment, yawned, stood up, walked to the bedside, adjusted the fan to medium speed, set a timer, and prepared to go downstairs to sleep. Suddenly, a resistance stopped him. Looking down, he saw the sleeping youth holding onto his pants, muttering something incoherently in his dreams. Wang Yuyang tried to disengage the youth's hand but couldn't, his brows furrowing with a faint smile. "Even in sleep, you hold on so tightly. Stop just using me." Zhou Yi clutched the fabric in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. Cold sweat ran down his pale and weary face as he murmured hoarsely through clenched teeth, "Stop just using." Wang Yuyang ceased trying to free himself and instead patted the boy's head gently, "Sleep on." The large hand gripping Wang Yuyang's pants gradually relaxed. The deep night enveloped the loft, making it extraordinarily tranquil. Wang Yuyang sat back on the chair facing the nightscape outside the floor-to-ceiling window, although seeing nothing yet unwilling to close his eyes. As always, no fragment of the original owner's memories surfaced. Wang Yuyang remained seated on the loft for a long time until dawn, then slowly rose and made his way downstairs. Voices buzzed from below, those who woke early to buy groceries, those who were taking their children to school, people out for a morning stroll or jog. All these sounds mingled together, sketching the starting point of a new day. Yawning repeatedly, Wang Yuyang found the remote control and turned off the air conditioner that had been running all night. He wiped away the physiological tears from the corners of his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. His gaze briefly swept over the bookshelf. On the third layer was a red carp-shaped bookmark and a golden thread embroidered auspicious fortune charm. A beam of warm, thin morning light spilled through the window, most of it falling onto them. Wang Yuyang took one of the frequently read original English medical books of the previous owner and tucked the little bookmark inside, closing the book and placing it back on the shelf. He then took down the auspicious fortune charm and turned it around in his hands, lost in thought for a while. The auspicious fortune charm was hung at the bedhead. These two items somehow brought him peace. Since no abnormalities had been detected so far, it was best to act according to his desires. Wang Yuyang sprawled on the bed, pulling a light blanket over himself, quickly drifting off to sleep. Around 6 o'clock, Xiongbai emerged from the kitchen with a bag of milk in his mouth, craning his neck to look upon hearing noises from the stairs. At this sight, he sprayed milk everywhere. "Lu, leader, your outfit." Zhou Yi descended expressionlessly, his steps light, having recovered significantly. "What?" Xiongbay's eyes formed little hearts as he gave two big thumbs up. "You look great." He couldn't help sneaking glances. The leader wore a round-neck white t-shirt paired with loose, straight-legged light blue casual pants, appearing both fresh and casual, comfortable and natural. He looked entirely non-threatening, his gaze seeming softer, like a tall and handsome neighbor's older brother. Xiongbai drank some milk to steady his nerves, thinking to himself, geez, this outfit isn't something the leader would have bought for himself. Absolutely not. Previously during training, the leader preferred black vests and black t-shirts, thrown on randomly with camouflage pants. On missions, it was all black gear. Privately, it was still dark and heavy, cold and gloomy. When had he ever seemed this bright? After finishing washing up, Zhou Yi said, drag the floor later. Okay. Xiongbai nibbled on his milk, thinking about how since moving in, it was always the leader tending to this house, never once seeing uncle holding a mop or broom, lazy very naturally. Was it perhaps because the leader felt physically unwell and didn't want to do chores? Xiongbai reflected for a moment, the uncle's face lacked any blood color, appearing sickly. Noticing the leader looking toward the master bedroom, Xiongbai whispered cautiously, Leader, last night when I said you weren't feeling well, he went upstairs. He only came down an hour ago. I even peeked. Just as Zhou Yi's lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile, Xiongbai added, before, I thought uncle didn't care about anything, turns out it was my misunderstanding. Uncle cares a lot about you, his younger brother. Xiongbai suddenly noticed the leader's complexion worsening dramatically, and instinctively nodded rapidly to emphasize, really. But it seemed, it got worse. Zhou Yi turned and headed to the kitchen to cook some millet porridge. What's wrong? Should I retest my IQ? Xiongbai doubted himself as he wandered around restlessly, first to the glass door, then the balcony, then back to the living room. His eyes darted everywhere, though able to stay glued to a computer screen all day, now he was like a hyperactive child. Zhou Yi stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and cooked some carrot shreds. After wiping his hands clean, he said, I'll be going out for a bit. Xiongbai gazed pitifully at the 2 dishes of food. It was clear the leader enjoyed spicy food just like him, yet he no longer included chili peppers in his cooking, opting for a bland flavor profile. Xiongbai snapped out of it, where are you going, leader? Zhou Yi grabbed the suit jacket from the sofa, putting it in a bag and walking to the entranceway. As he changed shoes, he said, to check out the warehouse in the science park. We haven't set up shop these past few days, unsure if the unsold goods have gone bad. The door closed, but Xiongbai was still lost in thought. He rubbed his forehead hard, feeling that he needed a nap, otherwise why was his mind so hazy? Recalling something, Xiongbai quickly ran into the room to make a call, Leader, wasn't I saying yesterday that someone was monitoring us nearby? I don't know the exact location, I just sensed it. Please be careful when you go out. Aha. Zhou Yi ended the call and stepped out of the building, standing on the stairs and lighting a cigarette for a drag. There was a touch of chill in the morning air. In this old residential area, there were many trees. The breeze blew, and the sound of rustling leaves filled the air. 2 young women, rushing to catch the bus for work, passed by laughing, then saw the young man on the steps, turning red as they whispered to each other. So tall and handsome. Why don't you ask for his number? You go. Then let's go together. Forget it, he must have a girlfriend already. As the 2 young women walked further away, their chatter faded into the rustling of the swirling leaves. It was early autumn. Zhou Yi descended the steps, holding the bag in one hand and a cigarette in the other as he strolled toward the main gate. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. He sidestepped, cigarette dangling from his lips, and raised his head, his gaze unerringly locking onto a window on the 6th floor of the opposite building. Xiao Ming, behind the telescope, felt a sudden twitch in the scar over his left eye, caught. Chapter 40. Zhou Yi's eyes were icy. Xiao Ming's left eye twitched again, and he instinctively put down the binoculars. Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze expressionlessly, opened the cigarette pack, puffed a smoke ring, tapped some ash onto the ground, then continued to walk forward. There was an overlapping part in these 3 circles, assassins, mercenaries, and special forces. Xiao Ming, the former deputy captain of the special forces, should have heard about or even seen him, and had recognized him already. Judging by the current situation, Xiao Ming hadn't told his master about his identity yet. The reason might be that he wanted to first investigate the purpose of his return to the country. He was cautious. Zhou Yi pondered, Lin Xiaonan sending Xiao Ming over meant there were suspicions. But it seemed too bizarre and far-fetched, so they were trying to search for some clues to confirm things. He planned to use Xiao Ming's surveillance to protect that man instead. After all, Xiao Bai was just responsible for intelligence gathering and didn't have remarkable fighting skills. As for the earlier position lock, it could be regarded as a warning. The rest would come later. Zhou Yi sent his suit off for dry cleaning, organized the goods in the warehouse, bought some groceries and returned to the community, realizing that Xiao Ming had already withdrawn from the opposite building and wasn't nearby anymore. It seemed like he intended to change methods of surveillance. Zhou Yi went back to find that the porridge in the pot was still warm, and the man was still asleep. He massaged his temple before turning around to clean up the place. Around 9:50, Wang Yuyang woke up with sleepy eyes, feeling limp all over. After standing before the mirror for a while, he sighed, I'm growing white hair. The tone of sadness made it seem like he wasn't far from his final days. Zhou Yi, wiping the TV cabinet. Wang Yuyang shouted, Xiaoyi, come help uncle pull this out. Zhou Yi ignored him completely. Wang Yuyang laughed, come on. Zhou Yi's voice was cold and harsh, do it yourself. A couple of minutes later, Zhou Yi stood behind the man with a gloomy face, pulling a strand of white hair from his head. Wang Yuyang said, check if there are any more. Zhou Yi felt exasperated by his reaction, didn't you originally not have any white hairs? No. Wang Yuyang combed his slightly long hair ends, his eyes lazy, uncle paid attention to health preservation when I was alive. Looking at the man in the mirror, Zhou Yi blurted out without thinking, then why raise little white rabbits one by one? Wang Yuyang picked up the comb, Zhou Yi lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the pale and delicate neck of the man, hesitated for a moment, then left silently. Wang Yuyang casually tied his hair up and reheated the food to finish breakfast. Xiaoyi, do you still have a fever? Zhou Yi worked quietly, making grunting noises. Wang Yuyang, who seemed unaffected by the cold air emanating from him, asked again, did you go to class? Zhou Yi threw the towel on the table, his expression stern. Wang Yuyang tilted his head, a smile on his lips, seeming friendly and kind. There was a flicker in Zhou Yi's eyes, and after a deep breath, he softly said, get to business after eating. Wang Yuyang replied, business? What? Zhou Yi glanced at him, isn't it checking the room for me? Remembering this, Wang Yuyang put down his chopsticks and said, let's start now then. Zhou Yi looked at the leftover congee in the man's bowl, he hadn't finished even one bowl, so he frowned, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang resumed drinking his congee. Around 10:30, Zhou Yi entered the master bedroom, no need to check everything in one day, let's inspect each area. Wang Yuyang pulled a chair and sat down, following Xiaoyi's advice. Zhou Yi glanced at the peace blessing hanging by the bedside. Wang Yuyang peeled chocolate as he ate, that thing was obtained from Xianyue temple by He Changjin before. Zhou Yi thought of something, unfastened the black bracelet from his wrist, and tossed it to the man, take it. Wang Yuyang paused his movements. There's a detection system inside. Zhou Yi said, if there's any listening device or surveillance around, the alarm light will turn on. Wang Yuyang placed the chocolate on the table and picked up the bracelet, isn't this your life-saving item? Zhou Yi squatted by the side wall, hand feeling along the wall and floor, it doesn't matter. There was a refreshing smell coming off the black bracelet, mixed with the heavy aroma of cigarettes, lingering faintly around Wang Yuyang's nose. He fiddled with the bracelet, rubbing his fingertips against the marks on it. Since there was no sound from behind for a long time, Zhou Yi turned around. As he was about to speak, he saw the man approach, squat in front of him, and reach out for his hand. Out of reflex, Zhou Yi raised his hand, avoiding the touch of the man. Wang Yuyang chuckled, Xiaoyi seems nervous. Zhou Yi replied coldly, why should I be nervous? The smile on Wang Yuyang's lips deepened, yes, why should you be nervous? Before the words had even faded, he suddenly grabbed the young man's wrist. Zhou Yi didn't have time to dodge this time and froze instantly as if bewitched, just staring blankly at the hand on his wrist. The fingers were long and elegant, the pads smooth, almost too pale and delicate, they seemed like they could break with just a light squeeze. Wang Yuyang slipped the black bracelet back onto the youth's wrist. Zhou Yi squatted stiffly, his heart pounding in his throat, palms sweating nervously, and the wounds he'd ignored on his arms began to ache again. He tightly controlled all these emotions, showing not a single trace on his face. Wang Yuyang fastened it properly and said casually, since this is an item from the assassin world, it should be used by someone suitable to serve its greatest purpose, not merely as a detection device. That would be a waste. Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang smiled and patted his hand twice, uncle has received your goodwill. All Zhou Yi could smell was the soap scent lingering on the man's clothes. His Adam's apple bobbed as he said, then let me find you another detection instrument. Good, Wang Yuyang stood up, it's troublesome for Xiaoyi, but thank you. Zhou Yi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, recalling a phrase he had memorized the year he joined the mercenaries. Mercenaries need no feelings, no family. He bit down on a cigarette in his mouth. He needed it. On the other side, Xiongbai was taking classes at a training institute, still sitting in the last row. The only difference was that the girl who previously sat in front of him now sat beside him, becoming his desk mate. She was grouped with him during practical lessons. Xiongbai passed her a blank piece of paper as a makeshift business card. The girl stood up, took it carefully with both hands, and read out the fictitious name and position he had prepared for her, as instructed by the instructor. Beside them, Zheng Yuan quietly suggested, Madam, your voice needs to be a bit softer. Otherwise, the person may feel disrespected and might perceive it as noise, showing impatience and lack of calmness. The girl's face turned red, oh, sorry, I forgot. Zheng Yuan gently reassured her, no problem, let's try again. The girl smiled shyly, okay. Xiongbai observed that Zheng Yuan spoke in a low tone when giving tips earlier, deliberately protecting the student's self-esteem and preventing others from mocking her opportunity. Truly gentlemanly and considerate. After class, Xiongbai chatted with the girl, how many days did you sign up for? The girl blushed shyly, a week. Xiongbai grinned mischievously, me too. The girl cheered up, really? That's great, we can stay in one group all the time. Xiongbai packed away his notebook and pen. I found this institute online. It costs more than the others, but I think it's worth every penny. The girl nodded vigorously, as if she'd found a kindred spirit. The instructors are all highly skilled, especially Teacher Zheng. He's very famous. Xiongbai remarked, Teacher Zheng's classes are quite interesting. Yeah, the girl whispered, many people came specifically for him and even requested to take his classes by name. Xiongbai made a humming sound, then his colleagues probably don't like him much, do they? Why? The girl asked. Xiongbai shrugged, because of competition among peers. No, the girl answered, I saw that Teacher Zheng gets along well with all his colleagues. Xiongbai zipped his backpack. What he observed also matched this harmonious image of friendly coworkers. Everyone has their flaws to varying degrees, precisely because of these imperfections that infinite possibilities are created. Zheng Yuan appears so perfect, it feels almost fake and rigid. Don't his colleagues feel any disdain? How could everything be so harmonious? While pondering, a sudden voice reached his ears, Teacher Zheng. Following the girl's gaze, Cao Cao was standing in the adjacent hallway, holding a black teaching bag in one hand and a thermos in the other, having overheard some unknown part of the conversation. Teacher, they greeted politely. Zheng Yuan looked up proudly, why haven't you left yet? We're leaving now. Xiongbai stood up, saying, Teacher Zheng, I have a question to ask you. Then come to my office, Zheng Yuan responded. See you Friday. Xiongbai quickly grabbed his backpack, waved to the girl, and deftly followed Zheng Yuan out of the classroom. After entering the office, Zheng Yuan placed his teaching bag and thermos cup on the desk and closed the door behind him before asking, what's your question? It's about today's lecture on shaping an image in the PPT. Xiongbai scratched his head awkwardly and asked, I don't know how I should adjust my image. Could you give me some guidance, Teacher Zheng? Zheng Yuan looked him over thoroughly but neither for too long nor too briefly, with no rudeness or prying intent. Given your age, experience, and conditions, just keeping basic cleanliness and neatness is fine. But shouldn't I make some adjustments? Xiongbai pouted. You don't need to, Zheng Yuan replied flatly. Xiongbay's voice softened, then I won't bother anymore. Zheng Yuan brushed the cuff of his suit sleeve and nodded in approval, Before leaving, Xiongbai opened the door and poked his head back in with a bright, charming smile, see you next time, Teacher Zheng. Zheng Yuan's tone softened, it's raining. Did you bring an umbrella? Ah, I forgot. Xiongbai exclaimed. Zheng Yuan opened a drawer and took out a dark-colored umbrella, you can use this. Surprised, Xiongbai asked, what about you, Teacher Zheng? How will you get home? I'll stay here at the institute tonight. Zheng Yuan said, be careful on your way. Thank you, Teacher Zheng. Xiongbai grabbed the umbrella and closed the door, the radiant smile vanishing instantly as he sighed with disappointment. There was nothing odd about this place apart from Teacher Zheng, who stood out significantly. When drinking alcohol, pour 2 glasses, keep one for yourself, leave the other opposite you, then toast. Formal, yet strange. Xiongbai had driven there, parking far away. But then he ran into several students from the institute on their way home by bus. To stay true to his graduate student persona dressed in cheap clothes worth less than 100, Xiongbai also went to the bus stop. Drenched when he returned, Xiongbai stepped inside, immediately slipping off his shoes while stripping off his wet clothes as he walked further in. Wang Yuyang barely raised an eyelid. Zhou Yi snapped loudly, Xiao Bai, change into dry clothes in the bathroom. Already halfway through pulling down his elastic pants, Xiongbai blurted out 3 question marks. Back in the mercenary group, everyone used to shower together, walking around half-naked, helping each other casually. With a complicated expression, Xiongbai glanced at the boss, pulled up his pants, and entered the bathroom. Not showing any obvious signs, Zhou Yi exhaled quietly. He heard Wang Yuyang's voice suddenly ring out, Xiao Bai has such a nice, slim, pale waist. Coldly, Zhou Yi shot the man a glare, is that so? Yes, indeed. Wang Yuyang chuckled, Xiaoyi, could you get uncle a tangerine? Zhou Yi stood up and went to Xiao Bai's room. Shaking his head, Wang Yuyang thought, this kid is getting more easily irritated. He leisurely picked a tangerine and went back to his own room, where he started searching online for news about the Shen and Lin families. After taking a shower, Xiongbai came into his room, boss, are you fighting with uncle? Without answering directly, Zhou Yi questioned instead, any issues with Teacher Zheng? No, Xiongbai replied while drying his hair. Frowning, Zhou Yi said, keep monitoring the situation. Slumping onto the bed, Xiongbai tucked his legs under him and added, it seems the police have dropped the case. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Yi responded, too many cases, limited manpower. Clues just appeared, and they dropped it already, Xiongbai complained in an overly old-fashioned tone. Older brother, not to be harsh, but there's a lot to uncover in this whole mess surrounding our benefactor's death. It happened this time only because I chose a task for its high reward. When you went to Sun Residence looking for an employer's person, we unexpectedly uncovered the secrets behind Lu Feng's death. It was serendipitous, Zhou Yi continued. Would we ever have connected these 2 events before? Zhou Yi asked himself and answered, no. I think unrelated people and events may eventually intertwine, he mused aloud. Just our investigations alone aren't enough, we need access to the police resources. Zhou Yi agreed, I'll deliver the medicine to Meiyu tonight. The police will continue investigating. In that case, old brother, be careful, Xiongbai said. He remembered something then, oh right, I've arranged a date tonight, and I'll be back early morning tomorrow. Don't turn off my computer, take a look at Jing Yuan and the Institute's surveillance footage for me. Zhou Yi's tone deepened seriously, you'll be staying out overnight. Xiongbai yanked the towel off his head and draped it over his face, once in a blue moon, I called this one. We're bound to meet more times. And didn't you tell me not to fool around in the car? Xiongbai reasoned. From now on, I'm moving it to the hotel. Once I've got a room, I definitely want to sleep all night, I'm not coming back in the middle of the night. Zhou Yi. Xiongbai poked his head out from beneath the towel, do you want me to book you a spot, older brother? Caught off guard, Zhou Yi asked, what? ONS, you know, Xiongbai explained earnestly. Male or female doesn't matter. I know the number. Zhou Yi. Xiongbai, with great earnestness, said, big brother, you shouldn't be so averse. Physiological needs are proof that one is functioning properly. Necessary relief benefits the mind and body's growth. You can do it yourself for a day, or even a year, but not indefinitely, it would lead to kidney deficiency, lack of qi in blood, urethral inflammation, aging, mental damage. The more Zhou Yi listened, the darker his face grew until he turned completely dark like the bottom of a pot, and with that, he left the room. Xiongbai sighed deeply. Big brother was just too pure-hearted, never touched a woman, never touched a man, he was their mercenary group's sole virgin. Different. Who knew what kind of sexual orientation he had? Quite perplexing. A little past 1 o'clock at night, building number X in South 10 Best Garden, 5th floor, apartment 502. Meiyu, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. In the dark, the entire room was eerily quiet, without any unusual noise or presence. When Meiyu relaxed, she turned on the lamp and picked up the water cup from the bedside table to drink some water. As the cup reached her lips, her movements suddenly stopped. Meiyu narrowed her pupils and turned her head. There was something on the bedside table. A transparent tube about 3 to 4 centimeters long, inside which was an unknown liquid that no one knew when it had appeared. At such close range, she hadn't sensed it at all. If this person had wanted to take her life, wouldn't it have been very easy? Meiyu, barefoot, carried her gun as she checked every corner of her 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house, but found nothing. Her expression turning grim, she slipped her gun back behind her waist, used a paper towel to pick up the tube, examined it cautiously, then carefully put it back, and swiftly brought the thing to the police station. Zhang Qi was asleep at home when Meiyu's phone call woke him up, summoning him there for an overnight inspection. Meiyu didn't return home, instead casually fell asleep sitting in a chair. She was awakened by Zhang Qi around dawn. How's it going? Zhang Qi took off his wire-rimmed glasses, there are no fingerprints on the tube. Meiyu brushed her neatly short hair, tell me more. An exhausted Zhang Qi pinched the bridge of his nose, I only detected the blood of 3 types of dogs, large amounts of adrenaline, and some other components I don't know. Meiyu asked while turning her head, how long will it take to identify those unknown components? Hard to say. Zhang Qi adjusted his eyeglasses arm and sighed, it could take a few days, months, years, or even forever, we might never be able to identify them. Meiyu was somewhat surprised. Having worked together for 7 or 8 years, this was the first time she'd seen him display frustration. Wearing his glasses again, Zhang Qi said, even though I can't determine those components now, I feel that the stuff in that tube isn't some virus, but rather an experimental drug possibly related to human enhancement. It's strange. Meiyu looked grave. If it were an experiment. You keep investigating, take your time. Alright, I'll try my best. A flash of excitement appeared in Zhang Qi's eyes behind his glasses. In the morning, Meiyu called 2 colleagues from the testing department to go to her place, but they didn't find any clues. The intruder last night had left no trace behind, like a ghost. Their purpose seemed only to deliver that vial of liquid, and whether they were friend or foe was still uncertain. They needed to figure out what that liquid was first. On the second, holding 2 boxes of chocolate, Chen Zixu appeared in front of Wang Yuyang, Uncle, I stayed home for a few days, and you didn't give me a single call or text message. You don't care about me at all. Then, pretending to be sad, he pounced onto Wang Yuyang and rested his face against his neck, look how thoughtful I am. Imported chocolate that I personally ordered, isn't it? Isn't it? Wang Yuyang pushed him away, kid, if you want to talk, then talk. Don't behave like a puppy. Who is the puppy? I'm a big dog, TSK, a wolf. Chen Zixu tried to lunge again but got kicked by Xiongbai, who had just come out of the toilet. Damn, Chen Zixu snarled, Shorty, did you dare kick me? Xiongbai hugged the master of the household's leg, looking pitiful, Uncle, save me. Faking it, remember last time, and you're still faking it this time, Chen Zixu sneered as he pulled Xiongbay's hand off, you thief son, take your hands off me. Xiongbai grinned, I didn't wash my hands after using the toilet. Hell. Immediately, Chen Zixu swatted his hands away as if besieged by flies and hopped away. Xiongbai proudly stuck out his tongue at him. Wang Yuyang made space for the two kids while feeling a headache coming on. He went to the kitchen to open the fridge and found only a few baby cabbages, so he called Zhou Yi. Buy some apples on your way back, big ones, good-looking ones, crispy ones. Hearing the sounds on the phone, Zhou Yi asked, is that little brat there? Wang Yuyang, Zhou Yi hung up with a gloomy face. Since Wang Yuyang didn't go out, Chen Zishu came in and latched the glass door. Uncle, I'm going to school for registration today. Wang Yuyang said, study hard. There's nothing good to learn. Chen Zishu rested his hand on the man's shoulder and blew into his ear. Uncle, you're a cold-hearted person. Wang Yuyang chuckled, Chen Zishu moved from beside him to face him directly. Leaning over and looking into his eyes, with a penetrating gaze like an X-ray scanning inch by inch, he whispered, Uncle, let me tell you a little secret, I want to thoroughly research you. Wang Yuyang arched an indifferent brow, isn't that already obvious? Chen Zishu smirked like a rascal, baring his teeth as he enunciated deliberately, it is deep, thorough, study. Outside the glass door, Xiongbai understood lip reading, he saw the shape of Chen Zishu's lips and couldn't help but mutter. That uncle's face sure looked pretty zero-like sometimes. Unknowingly, it even had the top-level beauty quality of Shen Eryi. Xiongbai would also be interested in sleeping with such a face. But unfortunately, height decides the role of 0 or 1. At 15 years old, he was 168 centimeters, now at 19, just barely 169.5 centimeters, years passed, yet he only grew 1.5 centimeters, a second-class disability if ever there was one. He drank milk every day and could forget everything except this, 2 bags per day without fail. Milk tablets were indispensable whether indoors or outdoors, and through long-term accumulation, his whole body had a strong milk smell. In the end, it was utterly useless, so pathetic. Xiongbai heard the door opening and peeked under a cloud of gloom. Boss, are you back? Zhou Yi walked in with fruits in hand. Where's the kid? He's in the kitchen. Xiongbay's eyes lit up immediately upon spotting the strawberries in the bag, instantly dispelling the gloomy clouds above his head. He dashed over to scoop some strawberries and hurried to rinse them at the sink. Zhou Yi glanced at the two in the kitchen, standing apart, speaking with distance between them. The boy made no physical contact either, causing Zhou Yi's tension to ease somewhat. Xiongbai hastily washed the strawberries before eating them, his words muffled, this batch of strawberries tastes exceptionally sweet. Zhou Yi picked a large apple from the bag. Why did that kid come here? To buy chocolate for the uncle. Xiongbai tilted his head toward the coffee table. Look, right there. With each strawberry bite, his cheeks puffed in and out like a hamster's. I've tasted it already, a box costs over 10,000 yuan. Although that guy is arrogant, obnoxious, and full of himself, he's the grandson of an official, wealthy, handsome, attends an elite school, has impeccable overall credentials, enjoys sticking around, uses all kinds of tricks, and his chances of successfully chasing the uncle are quite high. Zhou Yi showed no expression on his face, setting the probability to 0 because the other party wasn't to that man's taste. What did they say? Xiongbai couldn't remember much else but one sentence stuck. He said he really wanted to deeply research the uncle. Hearing this, Zhou Yi crushed most of the apple in his grip. Chapter 41. Chen Zishu was driven away by the coldness of Zhou Yi. It was probably because he, standing at over 1 meter 80, had been previously lifted up like a chick and carelessly thrown aside. It felt so degrading that Chen Zishu didn't dare to escalate the situation much further. After Chen Zishu left, there was more peace in the house. Wang Yuyang looked at the small half-piece of broken apple on the table and asked the young man standing by the wall, what happened here? Zhou Yi turned around coldly and went upstairs. Wang Yuyang looked at Xiongbai with an inquiring look. Xiongbai wiped the strawberry juice off his hands and said, I don't know either. Wang Yuyang sighed, lifting his hand to pinch his eyebrows. Uncle, although I don't know what's wrong with the boss, Xiongbai said seriously, but I have a bad feeling about it. Our lunch might not be taken care of. Wang Yuyang said, you go upstairs. Uncle, I think you should go. The boss acknowledges you as his older brother, Xiongbai praised enthusiastically, which means you are outstanding, extraordinary, charming, good-hearted, and no one can rival your beauty. Wang Yuyang rubbed his forehead, all right, go ahead. Xiongbai felt like he was given a critical mission. Wang Yuyang said, go wash some fruit for him and take it upstairs. Uncle, do you not know? Xiongbai scratched his head, the boss doesn't like eating fruits. Wang Yuyang thought in his heart, that child always says one thing and means another, too dishonest, how would I know? When Xiongbai is serious, he doesn't talk much, there's a certain introversion about him. Like now, quietly inhaling second-hand smoke, behaving quite obediently. Zhou Yi smoked a cigarette. Xiaobai, do you want a home? Home. Xiongbai was confused for a moment, then told the truth honestly, never had one, don't know what it's like. People in their line of work were all orphans, abandoned babies, without homes, only having one life, exchanging that life for money, chasing after the kind of lives they wanted. But, in fact, the more money they accumulated, the further their lives strayed from what they truly desired, always wandering restlessly, treading on bodies and blood, swords dangling precariously from their necks. Prepared at every moment to meet King Yen, Yama, never truly feeling secure even for a second. Zhou Yi glanced down at the cigarette burning on his fingertip and asked a second abrupt question, have you ever liked someone? Xiong Bai nodded subconsciously, yeah, plenty. All the people I've slept with, I liked them. Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched, that's not called liking. How isn't it liking? Xiong Bai wrinkled his nose disapprovingly, even hookups are based on liking, right? Zhou Yi. There was a brief silence before Xiong Bai touched his nose, murmuring, boss, actually, I know what kind of liking you're talking about. People like us, we don't have the luck or time for feelings. If we feel some connection, if the person's appearance pleases us, and we share similar goals, then we might indulge in a physical exchange once. If we really like someone, it may happen a few more times or last a bit longer. It will never get tangled up in lovey-dovey stuff. That sort of emotion consumes too much time, is too fragile, needing careful nurturing. And it turns into a vulnerability, a weakness, making oneself extremely prone to pain and harm. It's not worth gradually understanding, getting close, and then investing energy in. Zhou Yi massaged his throbbing temples. Xiong Bai probed carefully, boss, are you thinking of falling in love? Zhou Yi fell into a terrifying silence. I've never experienced it, I don't understand, Xiong Bai mumbled, anyway, in my view, satisfying physiological needs is fine. Keep things simple, mutual benefit. We can't afford to talk about feelings, too complicated. Zhou Yi's fingertips suddenly ached as the cigarette had burned halfway through without him noticing. He sent the cigarette to his lips, biting the filter and drawing deeply. It's very complicated. Xiong Bai gazed into space, dazed, his brain firing off questions like fireworks popping. Is the boss really wanting to fall in love? Has he chosen his partner already? Who is it? Male or female? What do they do, how old are they? Is it unrequited or mutual? Have they confessed yet, held hands yet, kissed yet? Gone to bed? Definitely not, the virgin scent still clings strongly to the boss. A series of questions bubbled up in Xiong Bai's mind, urging him to steal glances at his boss beside him, faintly perceiving an air of melancholy and confusion. Shocked, he opened and closed his mouth. No matter the situation in the past, the boss was always resolute and powerful, inspiring voluntary submission. It seemed like even if the sky fell, with the boss around, there was nothing to fear. But now, he was showing such negativity. Sighing inwardly, Xiong Bai thought, my boss must really have started developing romantic feelings as a virgin. What to do? Love affairs, he was completely useless in helping, better ask the uncle. Uncle is older than them, so should have had experiences in love. As a result, after Xiong Bai asked, the answer obtained was 3 words, not clear. Uncle, you're over 30 and haven't been in love either. Wang Yuyang shook his head. Xiong Bai stared wide-eyed, is that for real? Wang Yuyang smiled, why would there be any lie about this matter? Xiong Bai murmured, that's right. His voice paused momentarily as he grinned and said, Uncle, are you gay? Wang Yuyang leaned his head on his hand, yes. Xiong Bai didn't expect him to admit it so straightforwardly. He froze for a moment before asking, then, what kind of person do you like? Wang Yuyang smiled and said, I like boys like you. Xiong Bai. Ha 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 ha, uncle, you really can make jokes. Wang Yuyang smiled without speaking. Xiong Bai edged closer, curious and asked, Uncle, since you've never been in love, did you have a partner before? It couldn't be possible that his boss and him were alike, sticking to principles where they believed both body and heart should be fully intact when giving it to the one they liked, if they hadn't encountered that person yet then neither would be offered. Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow. He knew nothing about decades of this body's original owner's past or anything related to feelings. If there had ever been someone he liked, if he'd ever had a partner, he truly wasn't certain. The next second, deep in Wang Yuyang's mind surfaced the figure of a long-haired person in red, with excellent grace. Not his taste, far from unforgettable, why would it pop out now? Too bizarre, his expression turned strange. Seeing uncle remain silent all the time, Xiong Bai doubted and said, could it be there has never been one? Wang Yuyang casually hummed a sound. Xiong Bai let out a sound expressing endless thoughts, Uncle, you and our leader can indeed be considered brothers, you share the same values. Wang Yuyang curled his lips, but the value differences were huge, he is rare pure-heartedness. Xiong Bai could not agree more and nodded. The boss's will was super tough, during missions, even needles wouldn't tempt him. As if he'd always known what he wanted. Everything else was automatically ignored. I wonder who caught the boss's eye. Zhou Yi returned to the previous early out late back lifestyle pace, Wang Yuyang woke up late, slept early, and never crossed paths with him. Through text message notifications, Wang Yuyang knew Zhou Yi was selling at his stall every day, money from buying goods was transferred to him, no response, food was consistently left in the fridge. There was a subtle atmosphere enveloping the home. Xiong Bai went out for class when he had lessons, stayed in front of his computer gathering information when he didn't, feeling that his boss and uncle didn't get along well, also knowing that wasn't something he could mediate. Because he completely couldn't understand why it happened. There was progress on the police station side. Mei Yu was investigating a case outside when she received Zhang Qi's call and rushed back to the station. Zhang Qi, like an orator, vividly described how he injected the drug into the rat's body, and how the rat lived through its final 23 minutes and 19 seconds. Looking at Zhang Qi's stubbly chin, bloodshot eyes, crumpled clothes and unstable state, Mei Yu said, Zhang Qi, how long hasn't you slept? I haven't slept for several days. Zhang Qi laughed as he patted her shoulder, listen to me, I used only a small part of it, there's still plenty more. We can continue experimenting. Mei Yu, I feel I'm getting somewhere, give me a bit more time, I'll definitely give you a perfect research report. Mei Yu frowned. Interspecies hybridization fusion, could you imagine? Zhang Qi's eyes behind the glasses gleamed fiercely, although I think it's not quite perfect, whoever came up with this research topic is a genius, the brain system of the carrier is entirely damaged, replaced by the system of the mixed species. That rat issued a sound similar to a puppy just in the last second or two before death, I'm not very sure yet, I need to. Before he finished, a sharp fist wind suddenly attacked. His jaw suffered acute pain, filled with a metallic taste. Mei Yu grabbed his lab coat, are you calm now? Zhang Qi wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting, sorry. Mei Yu's face color turned extremely poor, Zhang Qi, I told you to detect the components, not conduct experiments. Zhang Qi pulled the messy hair strands back behind his ear, actually doing so is more efficient, in the past, I often got clues through experimentation too. Mei Yu's gaze was sharp, in the past, you were meticulous and calm, but your current condition isn't right. Zhang Qi straightened his white coat, what's wrong? You're making me feel like after rats, it'll be dogs, cats, or other animals, Mei Yu glared at him, you might even consider using it on humans for your experiment report. Zhang Qi paused in adjusting his white coat, you reminded me. Trying it on several species could show different reactions and survival times. Mei Yu cut him off, don't bother with this anymore. I'll ask Mr. Zhang to take over the rest of the work. Zhang Qi's expression stiffened, what did you say? Mei Yu smoothed her short hair, her sharp eyebrows showing a cold look. Zhang Qi forced a smile at the corner of his lips, we've known each other for so many years, don't you trust me? Mei Yu said gravely, this is a very serious matter. Because it's important, I've put so much effort into it. Zhang Qi adjusted his glasses, setting aside everything else, if the research direction is correct and used appropriately, it will benefit the nation and humanity. Mei Yu interrupted him again, we can't set aside everything else. After staring at each other for a moment, Zhang Qi shrugged, alright, as you said, let Mr. Zhang handle it. I have one request, when we catch the creator of this research, let me meet them. Mei Yu patted the work badge on his chest, then turned and left the examination room. Li, who was leaning against the wall smoking hurriedly approached, Chief, what's up? Did something inside upset you? As they walked, Mei Yu asked, a question, if a scientist proposes a study that may revolutionize world medicine but breaks the law, how should it be judged? Li bent over, slapping his hand on her shoulder like a buddy, regardless of its possibility, even if it brings great benefits to humanity, committing a crime means facing legal consequences equally. Mei Yu stopped walking and looked at him. Li became slightly uncomfortable under her gaze, unexpectedly hearing her say, Ali, you really need a wash. Back in her office, Mei Yu flipped through a stack of files, finding an autopsy report. The cause of death for Lu Feng was fatal parasitic infection. He ate insects during his lifetime, liked damp environments, and camera footage had shown amphibian-like behavior. Could it be? If it was the same experiment just with a different animal blood mix, why were there no traces of drugs found in Lu Feng's body? Moreover, previously it was speculated that Lu Feng's death was related to Grand Pierre's. If he was involved in this experiment, wouldn't that invalidate that speculation? Mei Yu lit a cigarette, the goal of the tube was to guide her towards human experimentation. She decided not to report it immediately, waiting until Mr. Zhang's test results came out. Mei Yu crushed her cigarette butt and called her team for a meeting to discuss domestic laboratory investigation situations. With autumn arriving, the morning and evening temperatures showed a large difference. Wang Yuyang's cold disrupted the delicate atmosphere at home. Zhou Yi placed the fever patch and cold medicine on the bedside table, touched the cup, cold, and prepared to change it with a thermos. Wang Yuyang stopped him, turning the phone screen around, a screenshot sent by He Changjin. Zhou Yi glanced at it. The kid in the picture became overnight famous, flying the flag of young Master Shen. Wang Yuyang lazily asked, does he look alike? Not at all, Zhou Yi replied. Wang Yuyang teased, tens of thousands of comments online say yes. Just marks from plastic surgery, Zhou Yi remarked. Wang Yuyang laughed lightly, so does he look alike? Zhou Yi maintained a poker face, no. At the door, Xiongbai's soft voice came in, boss, uncle, what are you talking about? He entered holding half a milk bar, poking his head closer, I've seen this news. It's super popular right now. Even though it's fake, it's still one of the most successful surgeries, it looks like our big boss from his youth. Just for that face alone, investors would be queuing up, resources unlimited. Wang Yuyang smiled, when the big boss was young, you weren't even born yet, how do you know? With a king hacker like me, isn't pulling up some photos just a few key taps away? Xiongbai wore a nostalgic look, speaking of which, 2 years ago in Mexico, I saw this big boss in person, alive, just a glimpse. Memories related to Mexico surfaced in Wang Yuyang's mind automatically, and he whispered to the youth by the bed, at that time, you hid in uncle's car to escape assassination, but still wanted to kill uncle and seal his mouth afterwards. Zhou Yi first froze, then his expression changed slightly, almost in panic. No. Wang Yuyang teased, the murderous aura is about to flood the entire street. Zhou Yi spoke in a low voice, it's not aimed at you. Wang Yuyang glanced at the youth, it seemed he wasn't lying, so perhaps he had misunderstood back then. Xiongbai had been talking non-stop and his mouth got dry, but the two listeners were whispering secretly and completely ignoring him, making him instantly feel wronged. Neither of you listened to me. Wang Yuyang coughed dryly, we heard. You fell in love at first sight with that big boss. Yes, Xiongbai said, I want to do. Suddenly noticing the death glare from the boss, he was immediately prompted by survival instinct to add 3 words, be friends. I have never believed he's gone. Wang Yuyang remembered something. Last time during the funeral video shoot, this little rabbit kept staring at his portrait. He took the fever patch from the cabinet, asking casually, why? Xiongbai stated matter-of-factly, because he's beautiful. Wang Yuyang paused. Zhou Yi also paused. Xiongbai finished the last bite of his egg yolk pastry, that's an angel, how could he die so easily? He must still be alive somewhere, living a different life, only we ordinary people don't know. Wang Yuyang's hand trembled, and the fever patch slipped onto the blanket, his voice changed completely, angel. Zhou Yi remained relatively calm, picking up the fever patch, Xiaobai, take out the trash downstairs. That can wait, later. With his mouth full of egg yolk pastry, Xiaobai's words were blurred, I'm chatting with uncle. Zhou Yi's temple twitched. What are they chatting about? Can't he see that his face has turned blue? After Xiongbai left, Wang Yuyang tore off the fever patch and stuck it on his forehead, laughing, this is the first time anyone described me like that. Zhou Yi looked down at the pale face of the man, his sense of aesthetics is off. Your meaning? Wang Yuyang smirked, uncle used to be ugly. Zhou Yi ignored it. There's no point answering that question. Wang Yuyang gazed out of the window, saying irrelevantly, Xiao Yi, let's go to the old street. Zhou Yi frowned, you're having a cold. It's just a low-grade fever. Wang Yuyang didn't want to tie his hair up anymore, so he just casually smoothed his hair with his fingers. Today's weather is good, there'll be rain the next few days. If we don't go out now, we'll have to wait till next week. Zhou Yi remained silent for a moment, do you want to go to that bakery? Yeah, Wang Yuyang coughed, I want to eat 4-flavor cake. Zhou Yi frowned even deeper, with your cough, how can you eat? Wang Yuyang laughed, with my mouth. Zhou Yi coldly said, if your cold gets worse and you lie half dead, I won't care about you. Wang Yuyang looked at him without saying anything, just smiling. Zhou Yi's heart raced as he turned his head away, feeling his ear roots heating up. Xiongbai didn't want to go out, so it would be just Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi. They hadn't left the neighborhood when Changjin called Wang Yuyang. Thus, the duo became a trio. Upon arriving there, Wang Yuyang opened the car door and got out, unexpectedly seeing a Nan. Both of them hesitated for a moment. Lin Xiaonan could walk, albeit slowly. He raised his hand to prevent the secretary's assistance. Seeing Lin Xiaonan walking step by step toward himself, Wang Yuyang stepped forward to meet him. But his shoe hit a rut, causing his body to stagger forward. Seeing this, Lin Xiaonan instinctively spread his arms, preparing to catch him. Then, however, a hand reached out and pulled Wang Yuyang back. The long and bony fingers tightened their grip considerably. Chapter 42. Wang Yuyang had stabilized himself, but Zhou Yi was still gripping his arm tightly, like a scorching hot iron clamp. Cough, cough. Wang Yuyang coughed with a dry and itchy throat, then placed a watermelon frost lozenge into his mouth to ease the discomfort. He turned his face and said, Xiaoyi, don't pull so hard. Zhou Yi released his hand and looked down at the man's arm, noticing that the area near the wrist was red from his grip. Lin Xiaonan had dropped his previously raised hands at some unknown moment and now directed his gaze to the same spot. His eyes paused for a few seconds before moving upwards to the fever patch on the man's forehead. Mr. Wang, are you feeling unwell? A bit of a cold. Wang Yuyang changed the subject, does Lin Xiaonan's leg injury seem healed well? Lin Xiaonan's eyes swept over Wang Yuyang's disheveled hair as he half lowered his eyelids, his long thick lashes concealing something in his eyes. He nodded. Wang Yuyang's mood grew somewhat complex, originally standing at 1 meter 80 something, he was nearly the same height as a Nan. Now this body was close to 180, and he even had to look up when seeing a Nan. The nearby Zhou Yi slightly bent closer and asked with a deep voice, are you leaving or not? Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow, Xiaonan, my brother and I along with some friends will be going to the dessert shop next door for a bite. We'll be leaving first. Lin Xiaonan's lips curved faintly, I also happen to be heading there. The reactions from the 3 people beside them were mixed. Zhou Yi's expression remained blank, the atmosphere around him growing icy to the extreme. Changjin seemed to have become entirely dumbfounded. The secretary wore an expression of self-doubt as if he had experienced some illusion, wasn't Mr. Lin here to buy orchids? Not long after, Wang Yuyang and the others went upstairs to the dessert shop, taking a seat by the window. Slightly leaning their heads out, they could see the old street below. It was Wang Yuyang's second time here, but this time the business in the store was significantly better than before, almost full on the first floor, with the second floor somewhat noisy. He Changjin, sitting beside him, couldn't stay still, shifting uneasily on his seat. In a low voice, he asked, "Big brother Wang, I'll go order some food. What would you like?" Wang Yuyang turned his head, "Can you order for yourself?" "Yes," He Changjin replied. "Just by the counter downstairs." Wang Yuyang didn't pay much attention. The last time he was here, upon entering, he focused solely on Su Mo and did not notice the screen behind her. Later, Su Mo brought a dessert menu up to consult with them. "So, does it mean you have to order by yourself? What about the last time with Su Mo? Was she just bored or felt like doing something spontaneous?" Wang Yuyang returned to reality at the sound of He Changjin shouting, "4-flavor pie. And what do you want to drink?" He Changjin's voice lowered further as he covered his mouth, asking, "Big brother Wang, how is Xiaoyi handling things with that Mr. Lin?" Wang Yuyang flicked his eyes up, "Xiaoyi, do you want coffee?" Zhou Yi, seemingly caught off guard, hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes." Then Wang Yuyang asked the person opposite him, "Mr. Lin, what about you?" Lin Xiaonan looked down, "Anything suits me." Wang Yuyang's eyebrows slightly furrowed, how can someone who doesn't drink coffee say anything suits him? "Fine, then let's just go with anything." He said to He Changjin, "Changjin, order 2 4-flavor pies, 3 cups of coffee. Anything else you want, order for yourself." He Changjin quickly disappeared. The atmosphere at the table became silent yet subtle. Wang Yuyang lazily supported his head as ancient-style music played faintly among the chatter. Only Su Mo was absent. Besides, since entering the shop until now, all the glances cast toward Anan came from the natural attraction of good looks, similar to those burning gazes fixed on Xiaoyi. Looks like few people know Anan is the owner of this dessert shop. Wang Yuyang absently thought, when suddenly across from him a calm voice broke the silence, "Mr. Wang likes sweet foods?" He looked up and gave a flexible answer, "Depends on my mood." Lin Xiaonan, seemingly reminiscing about something, laughed softly, "An acquaintance of mine would always decide on drinking what, eating where, or traveling anywhere based purely on their mood." Wang Yuyang, somewhat surprised, replied, "Is that so?" Lin Xiaonan idly stroked his fingertips, his tone light, always depending on the mood, unpredictable. Wang Yuyang's corner of the eye twitched lightly, "I've watched you grow up and I still can't understand you, and you want to figure me out." They chatted for a while, and then Lin Xiaonan stood up to use the restroom. Wang Yuyang took out a packet of watermelon frost lozenges from his pocket and said to the iceberg opposite him, "Xiaoyi, act more naturally." Zhou Yi's eyes showed no fluctuation in emotion, "I am already being natural." Wang Yuyang could not help but laugh, a cold as ice face the whole time. Zhou Yi coldly muttered, "Born this way." Wang Yuyang was speechless for a moment. Zhou Yi lifted his hand from his knee, interlocking his fingers, and asked, "Are you going to recognize him?" Wang Yuyang had a watermelon frost lozenge in his mouth, his breath cool as he replied, "Can't, not yet." The color of Zhou Yi's face darkened. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. "You see him as your brother, but what about him?" Wang Yuyang sat back lazily, Zhou Yi stared at the man, "He sees through you now to who you were before, and that look makes me uncomfortable." Wang Yuyang leaned forward with a smile, "How exactly does it make you uncomfortable?" Zhou Yi leaned back to distance himself, "I mean, his look doesn't seem like a younger brother looking at an older brother." Wang Yuyang glanced at him with an ambiguous expression, "Xiaoyi, do you think when you look at uncles, it resembles how a younger generation should look at their elders?" Zhou Yi's heartbeat instantly became irregular. For a few brief seconds, his mind went completely blank. Wang Yuyang turned his gaze to the old street, changing the topic, "To be honest, many years ago I really suspected Nan's intentions and even tested him. He has often watched my unclesmall children, and even gave away several gifts." Speaking again, he smiled at the young man, if he truly harbored other thoughts, would he have acted so sincerely? Besides, his first woman was personally chosen by my uncle. In the following years, he had female companions for various social occasions. Later on, though, he developed a severe body-cleansing obsession, refusing physical contact. Zhou Yi suddenly remembered something, "Those who stayed around you for the longest time, did they never follow you?" "Yes," Wang Yuyang responded with a bland tone, full of ruthless indifference, "anyone with ulterior motives is bound to cause trouble. They cannot be kept." Zhou Yi immediately saw the logic. Tightening his lips, he remained silent. The role of clan leader isn't easy. The closer people are to you, the simpler their minds must be. Loyalty and obedience are all that is required, there can be nothing else. Wang Yuyang yawned listlessly, "The current leader of the Shen family has a talent and intellect for business, but unfortunately, he has one fatal flaw, being overly sentimental. At such a young age, he has already been trapped by so-called love, preventing him from achieving greatness. The Shen family may not last more than a year." Zhou Yi responded with disinterest, "When you died, the Shen family had already collapsed." Wang Yuyang smirked, "Is Xiaoyi praising me?" Zhou Yi ignored it and said, "I investigated. The person who supported your nephew to become clan leader and stabilize the chaos in the Shen company was Lin Xiaonan." Wang Yuyang coughed, "Expected that." Zhou Yi scrutinized his complexion, "Does Lin Xiaonan want the Shen company?" Wang Yuyang didn't reply but recounted an old story instead, "Once, my uncle was ambushed, and he took a bullet that narrowly missed his heart. He walked a circle around death's door. Afterwards, I wanted to compensate him with shares in the Shin company, but he refused, throwing a tantrum and crying uncontrollably. In recent years, he has held the title of manager in our family's company without real authority. His own investment industries haven't seen much management either. Usually, he just spends his days growing flowers, watching birds, painting or sketching, preferring solitude. Zhou Yi said flatly, there is always a purpose behind every action. If it's not for power, then it's for something else. Wang Yuyang chuckled with interest. Xiaoyi, you seem very interested in Anan's affairs. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows deeply. Don't forget, there are still traitors within your inner circle that need to be caught. Unforgettable, Wang Yuyang reclined against the chair back, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Let's not talk about him anymore. Tell me about yourself. Why are you so unhappy after stepping out this time? Until moments ago, Zhou Yi had been conversing, but now he abruptly stood up, saying, I'll find He Changjin downstairs. Without another word, he left immediately. Wang Yuyang chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Why was this child so afraid of him? Could it be some psychological trauma from their first meeting in Benghazi? He heard footsteps from his left, composed his emotions, and turned around. Lin Xiaonan slowly approached the table. Mr. Wang, I have an emergency and need to go back to the company. Wang Yuyang smiled, then please go ahead. Lin Xiaonan moved his lips slightly. Goodbye. Wang Yuyang waved his hand. But Lin Xiaonan remained where he was, moving one hand out of his pocket and brushing his hair, murmuring softly, Mr. Wang, since the first time I met you, I felt a connection. Would you possibly have the chance to share a meal with me? Sharing a meal, huh? Wang Yuyang glanced at him and revealed the information he had uncovered. It's fine in the day, but not at night. I have night blindness, so it's inconvenient for me to go out after dark. Lin Xiaonan's handsome features softened slightly. Mr. Wang, whenever you're free is fine with me. Wang Yuyang chuckled. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. I'm just an ordinary person, we've only met twice including today, yet you are already this considerate. Others might think you're possessed. Lin Xiaonan was about to say something when his phone rang, and he stepped aside to answer it. Returning, he said, Mr. Wang, I don't have your contact details yet. Wang Yuyang rattled off a string of numbers and then coughed, feeling a hand on his back gently rubbing up and down along his spine. Lin Xiaonan looked at the black ends of hair brushing against the man's neck, saying softly, strangely enough, Mr. Wang always reminds me of an old friend of mine. Even when he was sick, he wouldn't stay home, always liking to play around. Wang Yuyang asked absent-mindedly, your old friend? He's gone, Lin Xiaonan said. An awkward expression flickered across Wang Yuyang's face. I apologize. Don't worry about it. Lin Xiaonan's fingers brushed lightly over the man's ponytail. I've always believed one thing, life isn't ended by death. Death is merely reaching the end of a journey, followed by another entirely new one. A faint sense of unfamiliarity passed through Wang Yuyang's mind. Mr. Wang, I must take my leave now. Let's meet again another time. Lin Xiaonan paused at the staircase entrance, turning halfway before hesitating for a second and then facing forward, heading downstairs. Wang Yuyang looked out the window. 2 or 3 minutes later, a familiar figure walked out of the store, supported anxiously by a secretary. They didn't get into the car but headed in another direction. When they reappeared in his line of sight, they had added a pot of orchids. Wang Yuyang watched as Nan hugged the orchid and sat in the back seat, the car quickly disappearing around the street corner. He smelled the surrounding sweetness from the desserts and wondered curiously, how odd, 2 people went downstairs and neither returned. Just as Wang Yuyang was about to make a call, Zhou Yi came upstairs, couldn't find He Changjin. Wang Yuyang asked, where did he go? Zhou Yi exhaled, we're not close acquaintances. Wang Yuyang dialed He Changjin, but no one answered, so after pondering for a moment, he said, was there anything unusual downstairs? Zhou Yi said he hadn't noticed anything abnormal, and after a brief silence, he asked, what did you talk about with Lin Xiaonan? Wang Yuyang's train of thought was interrupted, so what? I saw him downstairs, Zhou Yi replied, he seemed much happier than when he arrived. Did you promise him something? Like having dinner together? Wang Yuyang shrugged nonchalantly, it's just a meal. Nothing significant will come of it. Besides, given Uncle's current status, accepting his invitation is a normal development. Zhou Yi snorted coldly, huh? Wang Yuyang sked, Xiaoyi, you look like you need some discipline. A vein popped on Zhou Yi's forehead. Wang Yuyang dialed He Changjin's number several times before finally getting through. Hey, Wang brother, a relative of mine came to see me, He Changjin said in the phone, I'm rushing back, forgot to order food and notify you. Wang Yuyang handed the phone to Zhou Yi to listen to He Changjin's breathing. Zhou Yi listened expressionlessly for a few seconds before passing the phone back to the man. Wang Yuyang spoke to He Changjin on the other end, nothing serious, just be careful on the way. He Changjin responded enthusiastically, alright, then I'll hang up. Wang Yuyang placed the phone on the table, did you hear anything unusual? No, Zhou Yi said. Wang Yuyang chuckled helplessly, Xiaoyi, stop causing trouble. Zhou Yi shot the man a glance, He Changjin used lies to mask his panic-stricken escape and fear. Wang Yuyang only caught onto the strange part, pondering thoughtfully, Who did he run into that scared him this much? There was a commotion at the staircase entrance. Wang Yuyang idly glanced over, his eyes flashing with surprise. It was Su Mo. He still wore a long robe filled with ancient charm, though it wasn't a vivid red but a green-blue instead. A spring breeze-like smile hovered on his lips, standing there as if he were an exquisite painting. It felt completely incongruous with the bustling dessert shop, even with the entire city. When Wang Yuyang noticed Su Mo looking over, he politely smiled and asked Zhou Yi, when did he arrive? Zhou Yi was unsure. I didn't see him when I went downstairs. He's coming this way. Wang Yuyang watched the staircase entrance. Seeing him reaching for the cup to drink water, Zhou Yi pretending not to notice, passed his own over. Chapter 43. Wang Yuyang didn't even look, just took the glass of water handed to him, drank 2 sips, and greeted Su Mo who came over. Su Mo seemed to have witnessed something and glanced at the young man across from her, an indescribable look in that glance. Zhou Yi raised his eyelids and looked over, only to see Su Mo had already shifted her gaze to the person beside her. Sir, we meet again. Wang Yuyang detected a trace of cigarette smoke on him, different from last time but much milder. There are so many people coming and going in this shop every day, you can still remember me? I have a good memory. Any guest who speaks more than 5 sentences to me, I'll remember. Su Mo's voice was gentle and calm. Besides, sir, you're the first customer I know who can taste out 4 different flavors. It's hard not to make an impression. Wang Yuyang looked up and said, Xiao Yi, go order 2 4-flavor pancakes and 2 coffees. We'll take them to go later. Zhou Yi frowned. Are you trying to get rid of me? Wang Yuyang's eyes conveyed a calming reassurance. Just listen. After exchanging glances for a few moments, Zhou Yi silently got up, walking away with a low mood enveloping him. Wang Yuyang looked at the tall figure standing by his left hand. Mr. Su, last time you said you weren't the owner of this store, and you don't seem like a staff member or pastry chef either. Su Mo said, I watched the store. Wang Yuyang smiled. Ah, that's how it is. Several young people passed by laughing and joking, one of the young men bumping into the table corner, causing Wang Yuyang's glass of water to fall over, drenching him completely. Many customers upstairs looked over, and the young man nonchalantly asked, Uncle, are you alright? Lukewarm water, no problem, not scalding. Wang Yuyang stood up, water dripping from his clothes onto the ground. He let out a leisurely sigh, it's just that my clothes are wet. The young man strangely blushed. Why yes, I'm sorry. His companions. What the hell, bro, what's wrong with you? Why are you stuttering and blushing in front of some uncle? Wang Yuyang walked toward the restroom, and Su Mo followed saying, Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you to the restroom to clean up. That would trouble you then. Wang Yuyang gave her a small smile and quickly sent off a text message. Downstairs, Zhou Yi took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and a text message appeared. Wait for me downstairs, don't come up, be a good boy. Zhou Yi. Inside the restroom, Wang Yuyang was wiping the water stains off his clothes with a tissue, occasionally coughing. Su Mo said, I have some cold medicine here. No need. Wang Yuyang threw the damp tissue into the trash can and continued wiping with another one. Do you need clean clothes? Su Mo opened the storage cabinet and pulled out a set of white athletic wear. Once again, Wang Yuyang detected that mild and pure cigarette smell, probably from a brand he frequently smoked. Its fragrance lingered inside the storage cabinet. Last time, he and Zhou Yi smoked the same kind of cigarettes, it seemed to be a passing fancy at the moment. Seeing Su Mo still holding the clothes, Wang Yuyang originally intended to say no, but then suddenly recalled a previous moment when she smiled. There was something familiar about it, as if he'd seen it somewhere. Deciding otherwise, he accepted the athletic wear and changed into it. Unsure if it was due to wearing all white for the first time, Wang Yuyang glanced down at himself, feeling a bit odd, yet unable to pinpoint why. Thank you, Mr. Su, for this time. You're welcome. Su Mo said, customer first, anything I can assist with, I will try my best. Wang Yuyang smiled and extended his hand, my surname is Wang Yuyang. Su Mo shook the proffered hand, Yuyang, sounds a bit like a girl's name. Wang Yuyang was startled. As his palm emptied upon withdrawal, Wang Yuyang snapped back to reality, smiling, aren't you the same? A hint of laughter appeared in the corners of Su Mo's eyes and eyebrows, This strange atmosphere made Wang Yuyang feel completely off balance. Su Mo, may I call your name? Su Mo said, yes, you may. I should leave. Wang Yuyang checked his phone, I'll return the clothes after I wash them. Su Mo closed the storage cabinet, these clothes were bought too small for me, I've kept them in the cabinet without ever wearing them. Even giving them to me, they'd still just stay in the closet. You keep them. An almost imperceptible scrutinizing glance swept past Wang Yuyang, affirming that in his memories from several decades ago of the previous life, there was no such person. This odd sense of familiarity could only stem from the original host. But why did he feel a peculiar intimacy on a spiritual level? In theory, this body isn't his, but both the soul and the memories are his, so there should be no sense of familiarity. It's inexplicable. Wang Yuyang stepped out of the pastry shop, didn't go far before stopping and looking back, spotting a figure in cyan by the second-floor window. Xiao Yi, if there's no surprise, this Su Mo knows the original host. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi didn't turn around to investigate. You're annoyed that the only people tied to the original host so far are He Changjin and Xiao Qiu, which makes it hard to find information. Now with one more person, isn't that great? Yes, it's great, now we have leads. Wang Yuyang coughed and asked, why do you think he pretended not to know me? Zhou Yi gave no response. Wang Yuyang nudged his arm, uncle is talking to you. Zhou Yi replied with 3 words, I don't know. Wang Yuyang patted his back, guess, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi stiffened slightly before saying, last time we went to the shop, he was obviously getting close to you, and this time even more clearly. Wang Yuyang sighed meaningfully, that's true. While walking, Zhou Yi continued, since he can make you feel something without any memories from the original host, it shows they had deep ties, even after years apart, he shouldn't completely forget. But you treating him as a stranger seemed to be expected by him, he wasn't surprised but acted like a stranger instead. Yeah, it's weird. Strolling through the old street, Wang Yuyang nonchalantly glanced at each storefront, then what do you think the relationship between the original host and him could be? Zhou Yi simply said, anything is possible. Wang Yuyang shot him a glance, rubbish. It's the truth, Zhou Yi replied. Wang Yuyang mused, when interacting with him, you feel a sense of peace. Regardless of their relationship, it must have been good. The death of the original host might have nothing to do with him. At this, Zhou Yi suddenly paused, his jaw tightening, and you trust someone whose origins are unclear. Wang Yuyang patted his back again, it's just the influence of the original host. This point is also surprising for uncle. If you interact more with Su Mo, you might recover some memories of the original host. Zhou Yi remained silent for a while before speaking seriously, until we uncover his background, don't meet him alone. Alright, Wang Yuyang grinned, I'll listen to Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi didn't respond. Revealing the hair pinned down by the fever patch, Wang Yuyang said, coffee. Colds aren't suitable for coffee, Zhou Yi stated expressionlessly. A laugh escaped Wang Yuyang's nose, then why did you buy it? Zhou Yi maintained a stoic face. Just buy it when I ask, Wang Yuyang shook his head, sometimes you're obedient, sometimes you're not. As he said this, he reached for the coffee in the youth's hand. Zhou Yi lifted the bag higher, looking down. With a darkened expression, Wang Yuyang's tone didn't change much, okay, I know you're tall, but give the coffee to your uncle. Zhou Yi looked down on him condescendingly. Wang Yuyang smiled, Xiao Yi, unless you want to see your uncle jump up to snatch it from you. Without realizing it, Zhou Yi imagined the scene, causing his ears to redden inexplicably. By the time he calmed down, a cup of coffee was already missing from the bag. Taking a sip of coffee, Wang Yuyang asked, what's going on with Sun Qingzhou? Zhou Yi started drinking another cup, nothing much. Wang Yuyang continued, Sun Qingzhou values that researcher highly, letting them live and hiding elsewhere, which indicates he hasn't yet connected with the mastermind or gang behind that experiment. Either it's an entity even he fears, or the researcher couldn't provide accurate locations, so he doesn't know where to look, hence can't find or contact them. The latter seems more likely. Walking while lost in thought, they unconsciously arrived at the roadside, not paying attention to passing vehicles. Zhou Yi pulled him from the back, grabbing his waistband along with the bottom of the sports jacket, watch the road. Turning back, Wang Yuyang remarked, my pants might fall, help your uncle pull them up. Are you ever embarrassed? Zhou Yi scowled. Embarrassed? Wang Yuyang feigned serious consideration, let me think. He sighed regretfully, not really. Zhou Yi. Coughing a few times, Wang Yuyang asked, what about Sun Qingzhou's daughter? Zhou Yi helped adjust the man's pants, his palm unintentionally brushing against his waist, she's at school. Isn't she Chen Zixu's senior? Wang Yuyang turned his head, instantly causing Zhou Yi to withdraw his hand and shove it into his pocket, yes, yes. What? Xiao Yi, you. Before Wang Yuyang could finish his sentence, his phone rang, it was Chen Zixu calling. While answering, he fully took in the young man's cute yet irritated expression. Brat, shouldn't you be in class? Why are you calling me? Boring, can't be bothered. Chen Zixu lay under the tree shade, uncle, let me tell you something. Want to see what golden esteem looks like? Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, what's up with that? If you want to, follow me this Friday night. Chen Zixu laughed proudly, I'll take you there. Friday, huh? Wang Yuyang glanced at the young man beside him, his eyes asking for advice. Zhou Yi's expression was strange, this person actually asked for his opinion, had he been confused by fever? The next moment, he heard the other person say, sure, when you finish school on Friday, come back and find me. So why ask him? Just teasing him. Wang Yuyang chatted a bit more with Chen Zixu, and after hanging up, he suddenly remembered something, why didn't Xiao Ming show up today? Zhou Yi replied indifferently, Lin Xiaonan gave him the task to keep an eye on you, and without any progress, he couldn't return. Wang Yuyang showed no change in expression, if you fight him, who wins? Zhou Yi caught sight of something, then covered the man's face with his hand, holding his mouth and nose so he couldn't speak. Wang Yuyang pushed off the large palm covering his face, restored his breathing, and followed the youth's gaze. On the opposite side of the street, Zheng Yuan was half kneeling, carefully selecting a small lamb doll, focused and gentle. A shop assistant came over to say something. Zheng Yuan responded politely with a smile, buying all the small lamb dolls from that row, carrying them away in big and small packages, and then entered another shop, exuding happiness all over. Wang Yuyang withdrew his eyes. He's in a great mood. Zhou Yi murmured softly, let's go home. You hold the coffee. Wang Yuyang freed one hand to check the calendar on his phone, calculating that it had been exactly a month since Lu Feng's death. Around 10 o'clock that night, Zhou Yi was doing push-ups in the attic when Wang Yuyang called him down to cook noodles for him. Add some carrot cubes and vegetable leaves. Is there tofu in the fridge? Wang Yuyang said, your fried version is pretty good, also add some tomato juice. Zhou Yi threw the pot into the sink. You do it. Wang Yuyang leaned against the glass door, lazily smiling. Who made you not pick anyone else but an ancestor? Wait outside. Zhou Yi lit the fire. Wang Yuyang didn't leave, squinting as he scrutinized the young man in front of the stove, tall and muscular at 190 centimeters, with an extremely aggressive face, sweat-soaked black tank top clinging to his body, revealing explosive muscle lines, emitting an intense masculine aura. This ferocious appearance is truly a heaven and earth difference from the little white rabbit. Sigh, headache. As soon as Zhou Yi finished cooking the noodles, Xiong Bai's shouts echoed from inside the room. Boss. Zhou Yi immediately went in. Xiong Bai hurriedly said, just now, the surveillance at the tutoring center was turned off. Zhou Yi frowned. Xiong Bai rapidly typed on the keyboard, Zheng Yuan ranked first among the lecturers at the institute, with the best treatment, and he has a private lounge. He didn't go back tonight. Before the surveillance was turned off, he was the only one left at the institution. Now it's unclear who might have gone in. His situation seems perilous. Let me try to find out if. Before Xiong Bai could finish speaking, Zhou Yi had already removed his apron and left, telling the man at the table, stay home, don't go out. Wang Yuyang didn't ask anything, just making a soft sound. Zhou Yi coldly reiterated, and don't open the door for anyone, no matter who comes. Wang Yuyang helplessly consoled, don't worry, everything's fine. Zhou Yi, satisfied with his response, grabbed the car keys and walked out the door. 4th floor, training center. In the night classroom, the lights were off, with only a few candle flames flickering. The classroom desks were pushed together, covered with a red and gold-edged tablecloth, resembling an elegant European dining table. Golden candlesticks, luxurious and extravagant, various gold and silver utensils neatly arranged, reflecting golden light in the candlelight. 3 different wine glasses held red wine, white wine, and champagne respectively. At the center of the table stood a perfect white porcelain plate, though covered by gold cutlery. The aroma of roasted meat had already escaped, making one salivate. It was an exquisite European banquet, held right here in the classroom where lectures took place during the day. There were 6 chairs around the table, 5 of which were empty. The quiet classroom was completely silent. Zheng Yuan sat on the chair designated for the master of the house, lightly swaying the wine glass in his hand. The sound of the wine sloshing echoed through the still room. A minute or two later, Zheng Yuan suddenly leaned towards the empty seat opposite him with a slight bow, speaking gracefully, Manager Lu, I am deeply honored by your presence today. He was the only one in the classroom. Who was he talking to? No one answered him. After a moment of silence, Zheng Yuan shook his shoulders and laughed, Manager Lu is still so amusing. What happened back then was indeed my mistake. I beg for your forgiveness for my dereliction of duty. Zheng Yuan bent down deeply in a bow. It seemed like he was apologizing to someone, his tone respectful yet humble, but his bowed body remained low for a long time. A cold night wind crept through the cracks in the window, making a wailing sound as if someone was weeping softly. No one answered him, and no one forgave him. After a long period of silence. Finally, Zheng Yuan slowly straightened up, respect fading rapidly from his eyes as he roared in fury, his face contorted with rage. Lu Feng, just because I didn't call you manager when I opened the door for you, you fired me. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have lost my job at Shin's company, lost my girlfriend, and my child, everything. My life was completely ruined because of you. With force, he hurled the wine glass across the table, consumed instantly by retaliatory anger as he laughed hysterically. Ha! How does it feel now, being a frog? Ha! Who would have thought that the arrogant manager Lu in public was actually a frog who loves eating insects? Ha ha ha. I'm dying laughing. Ha ha ha. Clutching his stomach, Zheng Yuan nearly passed out from laughter, his voice echoing into the corridor outside, sounding eerily unnatural. Knock knock knock. The classroom door sounded, there was someone outside. Zheng Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped, his face revealing a hint of panic. Who is it? The training center had dismissed early today, students and colleagues should have left long ago. At this hour, who could possibly still be around? Knock knock knock. The knocking came again, light and rhythmic, as if the person were very polite. Zheng Yuan cautiously opened the door after hesitating, recognizing the visitor who greeted him with a formal yet stiff smile. Good evening, Teacher Zheng. Chapter 44. When Zhou Yi entered the building, it was deathly silent. He ascended to the 4th floor, where his field of vision was greeted by only a faint glimmer of light, seeping out from the crack of a classroom door. The classroom door was shut tight and there wasn't a sound coming from within. Zhou put on his black gloves, gripped the doorknob, and gave it a gentle turn. The door opened. A smell of roasted meat mixed with cooled seasonings hit his nose, mingling with a rich aroma of alcohol. Inside the classroom, candlelight flickered quietly, without a soul in sight. There was no smell of blood in the air, no trace of struggle or combat, and no signs of death either. Zheng Yuan's whereabouts and whether he was alive or dead were unknown. If that man had been here, he should have been able to pick up on more sense. Zhou wanted to search the vicinity, but an inexplicable feeling of unease crept into his heart, pulling at his reason and forcing him to retreat from the classroom and step into the hallway to call that man. No one answered. He called Xiaobai too, but got the same result. At that moment, his feelings of unease swelled to their peak. Zhou ran down the stairs, his face cold. Elsewhere, the residential area was in chaos. One of the buildings had suddenly caught fire, sending black smoke billowing into the sky as the residents screamed and ran out of the building. Some cried, others shouted, while still others complained, total disarray. The building on fire was precisely the one where Wang Yuyang lived, and he had been pulled down by Xiongbai. Without a flashlight or a phone, having also bumped and scraped several parts of his legs and arms, every gust of wind brought sharp pain. His knee wound was bleeding, and his leg felt a bit itchy. When the incident occurred, everyone was rushing downstairs, colliding haphazardly, and he, being a night-blind individual caught amidst the evacuation crowd, managed not to get bloodied all over his face, which was already commendable. Xiongbai hung his head guiltily. Uncle, if I were as strong as the boss, I could have carried you down during that situation earlier. Wang Yuyang. Achoo. Xiongbai sneezed due to the smoke. Why did the fire break out like this? He noticed something and immediately widened his startled eyes. My God. Uncle, your leg is bleeding. Wang Yuyang stepped back twice, stopping Xiongbai from rolling up his pant legs. It's nothing serious, just a bit of skin broke. But Xiongbai didn't feel relieved in the slightest. Wobbling slightly, he squatted down, covering his head with his hands and muttering non-stop. The boss asked me to take care of Uncle, but when I pulled him down, I forgot about his bad eyesight. He can't see well when it's even slightly dark, so I didn't notice that he got injured. It's terrible. The boss will definitely go berserk. That's right, the phone. Let me call the boss and confess my mistake actively. When Xiongbai patted his pocket, his face instantly fell, he realized his phone was charging at the bedside. Uncle, let me borrow someone else's phone to report our safety to the boss and ask about the fire situation. Just stay here. Once the firefighters put out the fire and the smoke dissipates, we'll go back. That's fine, go ahead. Wang Yuyang stood under a street lamp beside a shrubbery patch, the acrid smell of burnt smoke at his nose tip, along with the water vapor sprayed by the firefighting team. Rubbing his swollen hand, inflicted by someone unknown stepping on it, and smoothing his slightly disheveled hair, his head spun a little. On the road, Zhou received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. He answered it, hearing the usual voice of Xiaobai, and the string of tension loosened a little. What happened? Xiongbai said, our building caught on fire, and when I came down with Uncle, I forgot to bring my phone. Zhou parked his car at the side of the road. Where is he? Xiongbai scratched a mosquito bite on his face. Under the street lamp up ahead. Again, Zhou Yi's taut nerve tightened. You're not with him. I'm borrowing the phone. Before Xiongbai finished, he was interrupted once again. This time, it was the sharp and agitated voice of his boss saying, go to him now. Boss, Uncle has night blindness and didn't bring his phone or flashlight. He wouldn't be able to move anywhere. He must be exactly where he was before. Xiongbai heard the heavy breathing of his boss through the phone, making his scalp go numb. He quickly explained to the phone owner for a few sentences and then walked towards the uncle holding the phone. Just before arriving there, Xiongbai gasped sharply. Zhou perceptively asked, is he not there? Xiongbai hesitantly responded, he was here before. Let me look around. Boss, don't worry. Uncle should just be resting somewhere nearby. He can't see and his leg is hurt, so he wouldn't have gone far. Then the call was cut off. Xiongbai sighed in misery, thinking he would be in real trouble now. The old residential area at night was in disorder. All the residents' attention was drawn to the fire, clustering together to discuss, sigh, express relief, and watch the commotion. No one noticed who had passed over the bridge among the dense bamboo groves beneath the lush trees. Wang Yuyang was walking in the opposite direction of the commotion, as if he had received some kind of signal connecting him to a certain place. He didn't need to use his eyes to see, that line was in his brain, and even with his eyes closed, he could walk along it. Brother Wang. A sudden panicked shout came from the small road on the left side. The signal seemed to have abruptly shut off, and the line in his brain snapped as well. Wang Yuyang's world was pitch black. He stopped where he was, sniffing at the various drifting scents around him, grabbing onto a whiff of fishy smell. Changjin. It's me, he Changjin panted as he ran over. Brother Wang, aren't you night blind? Why are you wandering alone here? And what about your younger brother and that kid? Wang Yuyang reached out to touch his arm and shoulder. He was trembling, just as expected. Xiao Yi isn't home. Xiao Bai has gone to borrow a phone to check the situation. I thought I heard a child crying, so I came to take a look. Wang Yuyang spoke half-truthfully. What's there to see, Brother Wang, you can't even see anyway. He Changjin pushed up his black-framed glasses that were hanging on his nose. His thin, dark face was drenched in cold sweat. If you ask me, your eyesight used to be good. But ever since the night blindness appeared, it hasn't been right. You should be more careful. So late at night, if you wander around blindly, you might fall into water or hit your head on rocks. That would be disastrous. Wang Yuyang patted his shoulder and chuckled, yeah, I'll be more careful from now on. Tonight was truly terrifying. He Changjin took a deep breath, still shaken, saying, I was wearing headphones playing games when I saw chat messages alerting about a fire in our neighborhood, specifically in your building. Thankfully, nothing happened to you. He turned on the flashlight on his phone. Brother Wang, can you see this? An additional beam of light entered Wang Yuyang's vision, dissolving the strange uncomfortable sensation. Is there a number for Xiao Yi saved on your phone? Nope, He Changjin replied, don't you remember, Brother Wang? Wang Yuyang took the phone and tried dialing a string of numbers. A rough voice answered on the other end, hello? Who is this? Sorry, wrong number. Wang Yuyang hung up and dialed another number. This time, I won't make a mistake. The moment he finished speaking, a robotic voice responded on the other end, the number you dialed is invalid. Please check and try again. He Changjin's face was full of awkwardness. Brother Wang, how about we give up? Wang Yuyang rubbed his temples. He Changjin scanned his surroundings through his lenses, swallowing nervously. Brother Wang, let me help you find that kid first. Wang Yuyang set the camera mode to guide their path. Alright. I'll support you. He Changjin quickly grabbed his arm and led them back. The fire hasn't been completely extinguished yet, and the smoke is quite choking. Fortunately, only a few people got injured. Wang Yuyang mused idly, yes. Oh right, He Changjin stopped for a moment. Brother Wang, where is the peace talisman I sought for you? Wang Yuyang said, it's on the bedside table. Shit. He Changjin shouted loudly, you should hang it around your neck. It needs to be carried on you all the time, ensuring protection. If you don't wear it, how will it protect you? A flicker crossed Wang Yuyang's lips, around the neck. He Changjin nodded solemnly, exactly, it needs to be hanging. Fine, I'll hang it. Wang Yuyang patted his arm gently. Changjin, thank you. He Changjin rolled his eyes, just for a single charm, you've thanked me twice already. Pretty decent. Wang Yuyang smiled faintly. During the day, you mentioned your relatives looking for you. Is there anything I can assist with? There's a step here, be slow. He Changjin chattered on while warning about his red-streaked trousers. Who knows how deep those scratches are? Go put some medicine on it later. With a chuckle, it's something trivial but very annoying. Wang Yuyang held the phone higher to get a slightly clearer view of his face. If you need my help, let me know. He Changjin grinned sheepishly. Sure, why wouldn't I rely on you? He babbled incessantly. Brother Wang, come closer to me, closer, be careful not to get hooked by branches. I'm baffled. When I supported you just now, even with a lit phone in hand, you couldn't manage well, yet before, in total darkness, you navigated fine on your own. Wang Yuyang chuckled, even I am not sure myself. Like having a blackout episode. And how are things between you and Xiao Qiu? He Changjin stayed silent. Did you quarrel? Wang Yuyang asked. He Changjin scratched his head, maybe we're better suited as friends. She deserves someone much better than me. Wang Yuyang said, I think she really has feelings for you. It's not enough to just have meaning, He Changjin said bitterly, two people together need to plan for the future. If she follows me, there is no future. Wang Yuyang turned his head, you're only 22. Other people's 22 means dreams haven't set sail yet, or they are setting sail. He Changjin sighed deeply, my 22 has already sunk into the sea. Wang Yuyang stopped in his tracks, so melancholy. He Changjin grinned, just showing off. Listening to He Changjin's chatter, Wang Yuyang unknowingly returned to where he lived. Hey, He Changjin exclaimed, Brother Wang, isn't that your younger brother over there? Wang Yuyang waved his phone, where? Right by you, never mind, you can't see it anyway. I'll take you over. He Changjin guided him in a direction, shouting loudly, Elder Brother Yi. In the distance, Zhou Yi's body twitched. Watching the approaching figure, his sweat-soaked chest rose and fell heavily. The coldness frozen on his face shattered in an instant, dissolving quickly. Xiong Bai was almost crying out of excitement, it's uncle. Elder brother, it's uncle, his arms and legs are all intact. Zhou Yi sat down heavily on the steps at the edge of the lawn, holding a cigarette pack and a lighter in his lowered head. Brother, you. As Xiong Bai tried to step closer, he heard a low bark, don't come near. That scared him enough to immediately draw back his foot. Zhou Yi closed his eyes partially while lighting a cigarette, but his hand was shaking so much that he couldn't open the lighter. A delicate hand reached out and took the lighter from him, producing a sound of snap followed by an orange flame that appeared right before his eyes. And then there was a pale and handsome face with signs of illness, staring at him with eyes filled with something indistinct but always tempting one to try understanding them better. Zhou Yi's throat felt incredibly tight. With the cigarette between his lips, he gazed blankly at the man opposite, blood rushing to his eyes. Wang Yuyang touched the top of this big dog's head in front of him. All right, nothing bad happened anymore. Chapter 45. Zhou Yi leaned closer, and the cigarette ignited with a hiss, the firelight flickering in his eyes as if spreading warmth throughout his body. His heart and blood were gradually returning to normal. Why did you run around recklessly? We'll talk about it when we get back. Wang Yuyang sat down on the step next to him. Give me a cigarette, uncle. Zhou Yi tossed a cigarette from the pack, watching him take it, then glanced at his bruised arm and broken leg, choking slightly. It was my carelessness. Wang Yuyang lit the cigarette. Was it a feint tonight? Zhou Yi responded in a deep voice. It should be acting according to the situation. What's your fault then? Wang Yuyang said, you're not a god, you can't be in two places at once or predict the future. Don't burden yourself with such responsibility. The cigarette on Zhou Yi's lips quivered slightly, and he turned his face, his dark pupils fixed on the man. Are you comforting me? Isn't it obvious? Wang Yuyang rubbed his forehead with one hand. When I patted your head, wasn't I comforting you? Zhou Yi froze, looking a bit foolish. Wang Yuyang chuckled, resting his forehead in his hand. Zhou Yi immediately tensed up, his gaze unconsciously landing on the man's lips that contained a cigarette, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Xiao Bai doesn't know your true identity. It was in the neighborhood, late at night, with many people around. Firefighters, paramedics, and police were all present. A mentally sound adult man, knowing he couldn't see clearly, would only stay under the streetlights and wouldn't wander around. So, he left you alone and went off to borrow a phone to inquire about the situation. Yes, Wang Yuyang looked at the blurred, small figure standing together with Yi Changjin, likely still confused, unaware how he, a person with night blindness, wandered so far. Did you scare Xiao Bai? Zhou Yi remained silent. You need to give that kid an explanation. Wang Yuyang took a light puff of the cigarette, otherwise, he won't understand what happened and might fall into depression easily. He added, make the explanation reasonable, don't make me sound like I'm possessed. Zhou Yi. Besides possession, could there be other possibilities? Wang Yuyang said, think about it. In Zhou Yi's vision, the man tilted his head back, revealing a smooth neck in a long arc. A wisp of smoke escaped his slightly parted lips, making him feel dry-mouthed. I can't think of anything. Wang Yuyang turned his head, think again. Zhou Yi immediately withdrew his gaze and looked down at the cigarette between his fingers. I'll talk to him later. As midnight approached, the neighborhood finally quieted down. The smell of tobacco lingered in the air, unable to dissipate quickly. Some residents went home and began cleaning up. Others who survived the ordeal, sleepless and aimless, scrolled through their phones, chatted, drank water, and ate snacks, using various actions to process the unexpected events of the night. This night seemed particularly long. Wang Yuyang was treating his bruises in the living room. Zhou Yi leaned against the wall, ash piling up long on the cigarette by his mouth. People in their line of work were accustomed to blood and death, a minor injury like this really didn't matter much. Yet, now looking at the wounds on the man's knees, Zhou Yi felt restless inside. It was very quiet in the living room. Xiong Bai sat silently in a chair, hugging his legs, his chin resting on his knees. Wang Yuyang unscrewed the cap of iodine. Xiao Bai, go to sleep if you're tired. I'm not tired. Xiong Bai had just finished speaking when he couldn't help but yawn. Physically, Xiong Bai was sleepy, but psychologically, he didn't want to sleep. There were many questions tangled in his mind. For instance, was the extent of the leader's concern for Uncle a bit excessive? Would someone try to harm Uncle? What would be their motive? Surely it couldn't merely be due to last time at the Sun family banquet, where some comments made him seem like that big boss, thus being targeted by someone who kept a 24-hour watch on the neighborhood without rest, trying to abduct him by any means necessary. Also, Xiong Bai frowned. Despite agreeing with Uncle to wait under the lamppost, why did he leave himself? Where did he go, how did he get there, and why did he go? Recalling earlier noticing someone nearby monitoring, Xiong Bai instinctively narrowed his large eyes and looked toward Uncle. Does the leader have something he's hiding from him? Ah well, never mind, let it go, he wouldn't think about it anymore. Even if the leader did hide something from him, he shouldn't ask. If the leader didn't say, it must be something he shouldn't tell. Once it could be told, he would definitely be informed. This wasn't blind trust, but a pure admiration for formidable strength. Xiong Bai took a deep breath, feeling relaxed both mentally and physically, just as he was about to say something, when he noticed the boss by the wall extinguishing his cigarette and tossing it into the trash can. The man then strode over to the sofa, crouched down, and began inspecting Wang Yuyang's wounds. Xiong Bai immediately closed his mouth, quiet as a chicken. The skin of Wang Yuyang's body appeared unnaturally pale and unhealthy, with even the slightest bruise or blood trace standing out conspicuously. It looked terrible. Zhou Yi grabbed hold of the man's left ankle, lifting his leg slightly to examine the wound on his knee, frowning and saying, it hasn't been cleaned properly. Is that so? Wang Yuyang bent down, I rinsed it several times already. Zhou Yi stood up, come with me to the bathroom. Wang Yuyang said, just disinfecting it will be fine. Zhou Yi looked down at him, his tone level, if the wound isn't cleaned properly, it will get infected and abscessed. The pus would ooze out and stick to your pants. Wang Yuyang felt queasy upon hearing this. Alright, let's go to the bathroom then. Completely ignored, Xiongbai watched the two enter the bathroom, then quietly leaped off the chair and hid around the corner, still observing silently like a chicken. Wang Yuyang sat on a small plastic stool, letting the young man clean his wounds for him. There's a strong smell of burnt things in the house. We'll clean tomorrow. The clothes on the balcony, the bed sheets, all have that smell, they're unpleasant. We'll wash them tomorrow. Zhou Yi noticed a bruise on the man's hand and furrowed his brows, murmuring hoarsely, how did you hurt your hand? Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow, I fell when going downstairs, and someone stepped on it. Zhou Yi forcefully tossed the hydrogen peroxide aside, looking up grimly, and you could endure this? Wang Yuyang replied lazily, it was chaotic in the stairwell at the time, the smoke was suffocating, I didn't have time to think about this. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, poured some iodine onto a cotton ball, and pressed it against his knee wound. Wang Yuyang gasped, be gentler, Xiao Yi. Can a grown man not handle such minor pain? Zhou Yi sounded cold but handled his actions more gently. Wang Yuyang truly couldn't take it. When he was younger, he disregarded his life, but now that he's older, he values himself more and doesn't want to exert too much effort. This is also why. Wang Yuyang glanced at the large dog squatting before him, sighing inwardly. Hiding at the corner, Xiongbai widened his eyes in disbelief. The boss was squatting there cleaning the uncle's wounds, with an expression that was focused, caring, gentle, and careful. These weren't traits typically associated with the boss. It felt as though something heavy had struck Xiongbay's head, making a buzzing sound. Suddenly, the problem that had been bothering him for the past few days became crystal clear. Why had the boss undergone such a drastic change? It was because of love. Oh my god, he really wanted to fall in love, and the person he had set his eyes on was none other than the uncle. Xiongbai wasn't sure whether to focus on the revelation that the boss was gay or worry about the rocky romantic path ahead of the boss and feel sympathy for his own eyes that were getting damaged at such a young age. Or perhaps marvel at how this was the legendary, famed, love. Suddenly, an intense glare flew from the bathroom, incredibly lethal. Shaken like a rabbit, Xiongbai trembled slightly. He clamped his mouth shut and awkwardly scurried into the room, waiting obediently for the boss to come find him. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly, Xiao Yi, you scared Xiaobai away. Zhou Yi finished bandaging his wound, you finished the rest yourself. No need to deal with the other abrasions. Wang Yuyang smoothed his hair, propping his head up, what happened tonight, cannot be explained. Zhou Yi lifted his eyelids slightly, can't be explained. Yes, Wang Yuyang sighed, from under the streetlight to the bamboo grove, uncle has no memory of the entire process, only regaining consciousness after He Changjin appeared, and then followed him back. Zhou Yi frowned. You see, Wang Yuyang's expression turned peculiar, if He Changjin hadn't appeared, what do you think would have happened? Zhou Yi remained silent. He Changjin's appearance temporarily invalidated that assumption. If we encounter similar situations in the future, we will know the outcome. Zhou Yi looked extremely irritated, his voice icy cold, what outcome? Collecting your remains. Wang Yuyang smiled at him. Zhou Yi's face twitched slightly, what are you looking at? Wang Yuyang didn't respond but instead said, if tonight's target was the original host, then the person behind this is very likely the one who killed him previously, aiming to eliminate him. If once didn't work, they'd try twice. But if it wasn't the original host? He didn't finish speaking, but the meaning was clear. If it wasn't targeting the original host, then it was directed at him. That would complicate things, involving too many elements and uncertainties. Wang Yuyang hoped it was the former, he didn't want his rebirth to be related to this. Zhou Yi stood up and said calmly, as long as it's man-made, no matter how tight the plot is, there will be loopholes. Once we find them, that's all there is to it. Since Xiao Yi can be so confident, uncle feels reassured. Wang Yuyang changed the subject, however, one must still be prepared mentally. He looked up at the young man with a smile, if one day uncle wakes up in the underworld, don't grieve for me. Zhou Yi took a sharp intake of breath, then stormed out with an icy face. Wang Yuyang shook his head. Thinking about what happened tonight, a shadow of gloom appeared in his eyes, which soon turned into deep contemplation. He Changjin had helped him tonight. There was something that frightened him greatly, when he showed up, his whole body was trembling. It was a big risk for him to appear. He needed to quickly find out what happened on December 19, 2021. Wang Yuyang felt a headache coming on. Whatever He Changjin wanted to tell him, was it related to the original host's death or to his rebirth? A flash of brilliance shot through Wang Yuyang's mind, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that he had overlooked a possibility? What if the original host's death and his own weren't unrelated events on two separate timelines but rather part of the same line, the same elaborate plan? The next moment, Wang Yuyang flung open the bathroom door and rushed out, crashing straight into the young man standing by the door. Zhou Yi's muscles were stiff, stunned. Instinctively, he raised both hands. Opportunity couldn't be missed. Might as well hold first and think later. Chapter 46. The atmosphere at the bathroom door was incredibly delicate. Wang Yuyang, in his previous life of several decades, had no one daring to be unrestrained in front of him. Only a Nan received a little leniency from him occasionally, perhaps a childlike affectionate embrace. And that's all. With 2 lifetimes combined, this was still the first time someone had hugged him so forcefully, awkwardly without technique, yet purely. But this strange, unfamiliar feeling of being clung to like a fledgling bird wasn't too pleasant. Wang Yuyang's body was nearly 180 centimeters tall, and the young man hugging him was over 190 centimeters tall. The difference in their build and strength far exceeded their height disparity. Not mentioning anything else, just this untamed hug left him completely overwhelmed. Little E, are you done hugging? Zhou Yi let go without expression. Why run? Can't you walk properly? Wang Yuyang cast a glance, barely visible, at his crimson earlobes and said with a smile, it's your uncle's fault for not paying attention. Fortunately, Little E caught me in time. Zhou Yi pulled the man to the side, took big steps into the bathroom, and closed the door. He leaned against the wall, bending down, his hand on his forehead, covering his eyebrows and eyes. His heart was pounding furiously, his breathing heavy and rough. If he were to hold on for much longer, the reaction of his body would become uncontrollable. That was a close call. Zhou Yi smoked in the bathroom until he had hidden his emotions and desires within. He stepped out to see the man outside the door, pausing in his tracks. The tip of his tongue brushed the cigarette stub biting his lip as his gaze turned immeasurably deep. Wang Yuyang turned around, heading back towards the room, waving his hand and saying, follow uncle inside, there's something to discuss. Zhou Yi followed behind, eyes fixed on the slim back of the man, unable to help but recall the sensation of embracing him. His throat went dry. Inside the room, Wang Yuyang revealed his speculations. Throughout the whole time, Zhou Yi was distracted by other thoughts. Wang Yuyang frowned as he peeled open a chocolate bar, acting absent-mindedly, his tone light, Little E, uncle is going to get angry. Zhou Yi instantly regained focus, flicked open the cigarette, exhaled, I have been listening. Oh. Wang Yuyang took a bite of chocolate, then tell me what it's about. Zhou Yi gazed at the cool night scenery outside the window, I've already suspected things for a while. I didn't mention it because there's no clear lead yet, it wouldn't make any difference if I did or didn't say. That's true. Wang Yuyang savored the rich chocolate, finding no relief from his irritable mood. Although both he and the original host lived in S-City, due to differences in background, they never overlapped in social circles. What if they were really part of the same scheme? Wang Yuyang noticed the youth's stare and turned to meet it. Their eyes locked, they connected without words. Their thoughts were mostly similar, though neither spoke. Wang Yuyang felt repulsed while Zhou Yi harbored worry. The previously discovered Lu Feng, along with the boy from Sun Qingzhou's basement, had been modified, imbued with varying degrees of animal characteristics which manifested clearly in their behavior. This man's situation was different. He merely had an overly acute sense of smell, and very weak vision at night, with no abnormalities in behavior or diet. Besides, he had, reborn after death. Zhou Yi was not a scientific researcher, so he did not understand matters related to experiments. Previously, such things did not concern him. But now, they irritated him to no end. Suddenly, the vibration of a phone interrupted their trains of thought. Wang Yuyang answered the call. Chen Zisu anxiously asked, Uncle, I heard from Jiangyang that a fire broke out at Lotus Court. Are you alright? Is everything okay? Wang Yuyang reassured him that he was fine. Chen Zisu sighed in relief, that's good, that's good. Listening to his genuine concern, Wang Yuyang casually asked, are you not sleeping yet? To everyone's surprise, Chen Zisu replied, I'm doing my homework. Wang Yuyang looked incredulous, doing homework. Seated at his desk with a pen spinning in his hands, the roguelike Chen Zisu laughed, Uncle, do you misunderstand me? Success in a field isn't achieved through empty boasts. Sitting on the bed, Wang Yuyang responded, then continue doing your homework, young flower of the nation. Chen Zisu. Uncle, is there someone beside you? Wang Yuyang glanced at the young man standing a few steps away from him, yes. Shit. Chen Zisu swore, cursing animatedly, is it that brother of yours? Are you two sleeping together? Wang Yuyang again looked at the unresponsive youth, extending his foot to nudge his leg. Zhou Yi lifted his downward cast gaze. Wang Yuyang gestured with his eyes for him to wash up and go to sleep. Zhou Yi remained motionless. Wang Yuyang waved, go ahead. Zhou Yi took a deep drag of his cigarette and turned coldly, bending over with a forlorn figure like a dog being sent away by its master. After leaving the room, Zhou Yi wiped his face at the door, calming down before going to find Xiao Bai. Xiong Bai finished off the few fries in the bag in just a couple of bites, then looked energetically yet meaningfully at the boss. Zhou Yi leaned against the door smoking, thinking about how to explain the actions of the man from tonight. Xiong Bai thought that the boss was shy and hesitant, probably due to it being his first love. He sighed deeply and meaningfully, boss, you don't need to say it, I understand completely. Zhou Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, understand what? Yep. Xiong Bai nodded seriously, I understand, truly understand. Zhou Yi remained expressionless, tell me what you understand. Xiong Bai's beautiful big eyes blinked. This wasn't work-related stuff, so there was no need to be too straightforward, right? It was hard to express. The boss was a rookie in romance, as was he, and he didn't know anything or how to help. Should they consult Ben? Xiong Bai watched as the boss frowned while smoking, recalling the uncle's usual behaviors. With 99% certainty, it was all just an empty dream that ended in nothing but bachelorhood again when he woke up. He wanted to pat the boss on the shoulder, but he couldn't reach, so he stood on a chair instead and patted him on the shoulder, hesitating but stopping himself. Boss, you've really had it tough. Zhou Yi's forehead twitched. I've made up my mind. Xiong Bai said seriously, pinching his lips, since you've decided, brother, I will absolutely support you, no matter what. Zhou Yi's face turned dark. What nonsense is this? Boss, it's late, go to sleep. Believe me, tomorrow will be a brand new day. Because I'll be helping you out now. Xiong Bai jumped off the chair and pushed the boss towards the door with all his might. Good night. Zhou Yi turned around, and Xiong Bai wore a motherly smile. Xiong Bai reached for the milk, reflexively dragging it across the table. He suddenly realized, did the boss come back just now to tell him about the uncle situation tonight? Never mind, it's not important now, we'll find out eventually. The current mission was. He bit into the milk and started tapping on the keyboard, searching online about how to be a good wingman. After washing up, Zhou Yi stood by the entrance of the master bedroom for a moment without hearing any noise inside, assuming the man must have already fallen asleep. Only then did he turn to the kitchen, take 2 cans of ice beer upstairs, lie down on the single bed drinking alcohol, while reviewing the events and all speculations of the night. Wasn't Xiao Ming supposed to secretly monitor that man? Wasn't he present at the time? At that moment, in Changlan Yuan, located in the western suburbs, the lights were blazing bright. In the elegantly decorated, orchid-fragrant room, Lin Xiaonan sat under the lamp, his white jade-like slender fingers curved as he lightly tapped the armrest of the wooden chair. Where were you when the fire broke out in the neighborhood? Xiao Ming took out a small notebook and pen, writing down a sentence on it. I had some personal matters to attend to. Personal matters? A smirk played on Lin Xiaonan's lips as he threw the teacup over. Xiao Ming didn't dodge, blood flowing profusely from his forehead. Lin Xiaonan's eyelids slightly lowered, his thick lashes casting a shadow. I won't ask what your personal matters are, this time it's forgiven. Don't let it happen again. Blood flowed down Xiao Ming's forehead, dripping onto the broken pieces of the teacup. Lin Xiaonan raised his hand slightly. Xiao Ming backed out, but suddenly a clear, cold voice sounded behind him, were you found out? He stopped momentarily, shaking his head. A thin face of exhaustion showed on Lin Xiaonan's visage. Keep monitoring him. Wherever he is, you should be there too. Make sure he stays intact. Xiao Ming stepped out of the hall. Lin Xiaonan ordered his subordinates to clean up the shards and bloodstains on the ground, and then went alone to the orchid garden, staring at the orchids, envisioning the carefully chosen memories they represented. The torn wounds in his heart slowly healed, restoring to its habitual tranquility. With a polite tone, Lin Qing said, young master, it's getting late. Lin Xiaonan bent down to touch a flower branch, his expression soft and devout. His movements were light, as if touching something supreme and sacred. Scissors. Lin Qing returned and handed them to him. Lin Xiaonan carefully cut down a few branches of orchids, took them upstairs and entered the room opposite his own. Lin Qing sighed standing in the corridor, even though second master wasn't here anymore, young master still kept this room preserved. No one was allowed to enter or leave, not even Miss or Master and Mrs. could step inside. The cleanliness was maintained personally by young master himself, and the orchids were also replaced personally by him, doing everything himself, keeping it exactly the same. It's as if second master could still come back. In the room, Lin Xiaonan placed the orchids in a vase, sat on the opposite chair, and rested his hands, fingers intertwined, on his abdomen. He quietly gazed through the orchids at someone specific, while obsessive emotions slowly seeped from his eyes. After a while, Lin Xiaonan made a call, how's the progress? The other side responded respectfully, it's going smoothly. Lin Xiaonan looked out of the window at the midnight scenery, how much longer until it's finished? There was a moment of hesitation before the voice replied, about 3 to 5 months. Lin Xiaonan said, by the end of the year. Alright, I'll dispatch more manpower to speed up the work, ensuring everything matches the blueprint you gave exactly. Lin Xiaonan threw his phone onto the table, lay down on the bed, pulled the quilt over his whole body, and softly muttered, good night. The next morning, Wang Yuyang was awakened by some noise. Rarely uttering an expletive, he cursed, shit. He then flipped over, holding the pillow to continue sleeping. Mixed in with thud, bang, clatter, sounds were footsteps, making constant noise. Wang Yuyang was about to flare up when suddenly a whiff of fragrance drifted in from outside the door, wrapping around his nostrils. The fine creases between his eyebrows immediately smoothed out, following the smell all the way out of the room and straight into the kitchen. On the stove sat a steamer, steam and aroma swirling around, with droplets covering the lid. Wang Yuyang shouted toward the living room, Xiao Yi, did you make the buns yourself? Not really, Zhou Yi replied casually while sweeping the floor, they grew in the steamer. Wang Yuyang. Are the buns ready? Can we eat them now? Before Wang Yuyang could touch the pot cover, there came a series of quick footsteps rushing in, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, followed by a low growl, "Stand aside." He stepped aside and watched the young man turn off the heat, lift the lid, and use chopsticks to pick 2 fluffy white buns into a plate, pushing it in front of him. "There's millet porridge in the pot. Reheat the cold dishes yourself." Wang Yuyang chuckled and pinched his cheek. Xiao Yi is truly capable. Zhou Yi froze. Out of nowhere, Xiong Bai peeked out from behind the wall and secretly took photos with his mobile phone. This foolish large side of the boss was too rare, must capture it, such black history. Zhou Yi suddenly glanced over. Xiong Bai instantly faced the mobile phone, cutely gesturing soft and innocent signs, "Yeah, heart." Zhou Yi's face remained impassive. Xiong Bai couldn't keep it up any longer and let his head hang down. "Boss, I'm sorry." Zhou Yi approached. "Which one?" Xiong Bai showed him the photo. "This one." Zhou Yi glanced at it. In the picture, he was looking dumbfounded at the man, very silly. His lips were tightly pressed together, and his expression was unreadable, as if he was lost in thought. Xiong Bai nervously coughed lightly, whispering, "Boss, don't be angry, I'll." Zhou Yi interrupted him, "Give me your phone." Xiong Bai obediently handed it over. Zhou Yi sent the photo to his own phone, then deleted it from Xiong Bai's phone, along with the upload record. Throughout the process, his face didn't flush or falter even for a second. The weather forecast was spot on, they had predicted rain today, and it started drizzling in the morning. The air was humid, the smoke smell permeated the furniture and daily items. Wang Yuyang threw orange peels everywhere. Zhou Yi irritably said, "What are you wandering around for?" Wang Yuyang threw the orange peel towards the corner of the TV cabinet. "Huh." Zhou Yi's peripheral vision flicked over his legs. "Go curl up somewhere, don't sway in front of my eyes, it's annoying." Wang Yuyang slouched into the sofa. "It'll rain these few days, so after washing the duvet covers and blankets, there will be no way to dry them." Zhou Yi wiped the chairs and tables. "You don't need to worry about those." Wang Yuyang brushed his hair a few times and dozed off. "All right, then uncle won't bother with them." After a while, Zhou Yi stood up straight. "Hey." The man on the couch had his eyes closed, without any response. Zhou Yi frowned. Has he fallen asleep? He put down the cloth and walked to the edge of the sofa, bending his back, and leaning closer. The person with his eyes shut suddenly spoke, with a hint of laughter, "Xiao Yi, your breath keeps hitting uncle's face." Zhou Yi felt a fleeting moment of panic, but then steeled his face and said, "Get up, I'm removing the sofa cover." Wang Yuyang stretched lazily. "Around 10:30 last night, where did you rush off to?" "The surveillance at the facility was turned off," Zhou Yi said. "At that time, only Zheng Yuan was there." Wang Yuyang's expression changed slightly. "Then what happened later?" "While removing the sofa cover," Zhou Yi said, "when I went in, only one classroom had light. Inside, desks were joined together to form a long table, draped with golden-edged tablecloths and set with golden candles, silver and gold cutlery, champagne, red wine, and roasted meat. A glass of wine sat at the host's position while the other 5 chairs were empty, resembling a European-style banquet. Zheng Yuan wasn't there. Wang Yuyang raised an interested eyebrow. He made it so grand and ceremonial. Who was he hosting? "I'm not sure." Zhou Yi replied. "I checked then, there was no smell of blood or death, nor any traces of struggle or fighting left in the room." Wang Yuyang asked, "Did you search the facility?" "Not really," Zhou Yi unconsciously frowned, "but I felt like." His voice trailed off for a moment before continuing expressionlessly, "Felt that you and Xiao Bai were in danger, so I came back." Wang Yuyang looked at him twice. Go on." Zhou Yi pulled down the sofa cover calmly. "Although I didn't search, I think I can confirm one thing, Zheng Yuan was already out of the institute at that time." Wang Yuyang squinted his eyes. "Then what about today?" "Vanished without a trace," Zhou Yi replied. Wang Yuyang reached for a kiwi from the fruit plate, peeling it slowly. "It seems whoever turned off the surveillance knows the facility well, and also knows Zheng Yuan pretty thoroughly." Zhou Yi said. Xiao Bai checked the nearby cameras but didn't find much unusual activity during the day. "There aren't many cameras there and lots of blind spots," Wang Yuyang questioned. "Was there a class by Zheng Yuan today?" Zhou Yi shook his head. "Tomorrow." Wang Yuyang mulled over this while biting into the kiwi, instantly wrinkling his brows. "So sour." With that, he got up to get water from the room. Zhou Yi glanced at the kiwi bitten into on the coffee table, seemingly unaffected as he took the sofa cover to the balcony, and then casually returned, eating the kiwi. The rain continued from morning until night. Wang Yuyang was lively for only 2 or 3 hours all day and fell asleep for the rest of the time. Zhou Yi squatted by his door smoking a cigarette. Xiong Bai crouched beside him like a little rabbit. "Boss, is uncle sick?" Zhou Yi's face was stern. "Mind your own business. All my work is done, and I've been to the police station already." Xiong Bai mumbled. "Last time, Mei concealed the drug matter from higher-ups but was found out. The transfer of the drugs ended without further consequences, and she's quarreling with her superior now." Zhou Yi remained silent. The man had originally asked him to deliver the drugs to the police to observe their response. Now the result was clear. At least they still kept a vial. For future use, they wouldn't be completely at a loss. The police had removed their informants from the institution earlier. Xiongbai snorted. If they hadn't, maybe those people assigned to watch around the clock would have discovered something this time. Zhou Yi gave him a sideways glance. Is talking about this now useful? Just saying. Xiongbai became serious. Boss, I won't take any more missions before the new year. I'll help investigate your benefactor's case, which will let you focus on your love life. Zhou Yi seemed distracted. Rooting out the other traders and finding out everything clearly would mean his utility would diminish when everything settles. Would that man still keep him around? Xiongbai sensed the boss's mood change and quickly consoled. Don't worry, boss, once we know the truth, your benefactor can rest in peace. Zhou Yi coughed on a puff of smoke. Rest in peace, my ass. At 7 or 8 o'clock, a classroom in the institute was having a lesson. Please turn to page 32 of your books. Today, we're discussing the third topic. Manners should reflect inner integrity, good qualities must come naturally from within, and one should never pretend or act fake. Even if someone pretends well, eventually they will be caught. Teacher Wei stood respectfully at the lectern, teaching the students politely, though his smile appeared formal and somewhat uncomfortable. Even though the class was long, there was a lot to teach. Teacher Wei taught meticulously, worried that some complex details might confuse the students, so after explaining them, he reiterated. The students listened carefully, taking notes diligently. In the quiet classroom, the only sound was the rustling of pens writing. During this ordinary time, a sudden angry scream from downstairs startled everyone. Peeping. Someone's peeping, catch him quickly. Then sounds of commotion echoed through the hallway as some people rushed downstairs to see what happened. The students couldn't remain disciplined either, whispering amongst themselves. Teacher Wei cleared his throat dryly. Alright, class dismissed for 5 minutes. If you want to see, go ahead, but remember not to exceed the time. Everyone rushed downstairs with their phones in hand, and at this moment, the crowd downstairs was already packed with onlookers. It turned out that there was a ladies-only bathroom on the 3rd floor, which belonged to a gym. There was a small hidden window on the west wall of the bathroom used for ventilation. At this moment, outside the window, a person was crouching there, his face pressed against the glass, peeping into the bathroom recklessly. This person had been well hidden, the entire body concealed within the shadow of a large tree, and since it was night, no one could detect him from the outside. And due to the foggy windows inside the bathroom, it was also difficult to see outside, so no one noticed him. But today coincidentally, a girl inside had wiped the window and then saw a man's face staring right back at her through the glass, his eyes fixed intensely on her. Terrified, she screamed and collapsed on the spot, which immediately drew everyone's attention. The onlookers began chattering amongst themselves. This pervert has some nerve. Sneaking all the way up to the 3rd floor window to peep, probably doesn't come around here often. Yeah, judging by his silhouette, he looks middle-aged. This time we've got him cornered, and now he can't even dare come down. Seriously, how animalistic. How deranged. Now people were gathered both upstairs and downstairs, while the pervert remained trapped at the 3rd floor window, unable to go up or down. The situation thus reached an impasse. Fortunately, the police arrived quickly, pulling up in a patrol car beside the curb, its siren blaring. Please cooperate and come down yourself. The policeman warned through a megaphone from below, but the pervert didn't cooperate and stayed stuck where he was. Having no other choice, the police brought over a ladder, climbed up to the 3rd floor, and personally arrested the pervert. But just as the officer grabbed the man, he suddenly froze before hastily climbing back down. What's going on? Why don't they arrest him? Whispers spread through the crowd as people failed to understand what the authorities were doing. Regardless, others continued snapping photos and sharing them on social media without hesitation. After descending, the police swiftly approached the captain and whispered something to him. Moments later, the captain darted into his vehicle in apparent urgency, seemingly speaking on the phone. Soon afterward, another police car arrived, followed closely by a medical van. The scene was swiftly cordoned off with a barricade line, and more policemen climbed up again. Strangely, they did not arrest the pervert, but instead kept taking numerous photos of him. In the dark, the flashlights were particularly glaring. Just as everyone was puzzled, an astonishing message rippled through the crowd. The pervert was dead, his body stiffened. Chapter 47. The pervert was none other than Jing Yuan, the most famous lecturer at the training institute. Mei Yu led the team to investigate. Due to the tube of medicine being forcibly transferred by higher-ups, her mood was terrible, and now Jing Yuan was dead, making it even worse. The subordinates were hesitant to confront her during this time, except for Li Li, who dared to stick around. Mei Yu walked around the bathroom and then went to the deceased's office. Li Li followed her in, scratching his scalp irritably. If only I had continued for a few more days, this murder wouldn't have happened. Don't waste your breath on post-mortem reasoning, Mei Yu replied as she donned gloves and flipped through the documents on the desk. Besides, that would have just delayed the crime by a little while, giving the murderer more time. Li Li was speechless. That was true, with insufficient manpower, cases without progress got shelved. They couldn't afford to keep focusing on one forever. Even though the deceased, Jing Yuan, had connections to an earlier strange case with motives and opportunities for murder, they lacked concrete evidence. They couldn't keep waiting indefinitely, it was impractical. Once the undercover agents withdrew, the perpetrator keeping tabs on the victim would still seize the opportunity to act. Have you collected all the statements from the people at the institute? Asked Meiyu. The recordings are ongoing, said Li Li as he squatted down to inspect the trash bin. The boss, the receptionist, the janitor, the security guard, the students, lecturers, whether they're on duty or not, and neighbors upstairs and downstairs. There are quite a number of people, so it will take some time to finish all the interviews. The deceased lived alone and didn't have classes today, so no one noticed his disappearance. He likely met with harm sometime after yesterday's class. Meiyu stood by the window and looked outside. The rain had lessened. Boss, there is a noticeable dark purple mark around the deceased Jing Yuan's neck. Preliminary examination suggests the murder weapon was a common wire. The method of committing the crime here is quite ordinary. Based on Li Li's assessment, it should have no connection to Lu Feng's murder case. Meiyu didn't look too pleased. She hoped there would be a link between the two murders, but so far, one case seemed straightforward while the other felt bizarre, with entirely different natures. By evening, all the testimonies had been sent to Meiyu. Several common points emerged. 1. The deceased was popular at the institute, polite and well-mannered, and never had conflicts with anyone. 2. Whether with colleagues or students, the deceased respected women, was kind, kept appropriate distances, and did not exhibit any improper behavior. 3. Yesterday, the deceased had a class, which he stayed over at the institute instead of returning home. This was something he often did. 4. Last night, the classroom where he usually taught held a European-style dinner party. According to the on-duty security guard, last night, he had severe diarrhea and went to the hospital for intravenous treatment. He returned to the institute at around 3:30 in the morning and found the surveillance cameras turned off. The last recorded video footage showed the time as 10:40 p.m. Nothing was captured during the next 5 hours. After reading through the testimonies and the scene investigation report, Meiyu leaned back against her neatly cropped short hair, her eyebrows furrowed anxiously. Boss, the lab has the results. Li Li rushed in and slapped the report onto the table. The fatal wound on the victim was on his neck. Cause of death, mechanical asphyxiation. Time of death, between midnight and 1:30 a.m. today. Focus on Wei Hao, a lecturer at the institute. Meiyu picked up the autopsy report, flipped through it, and then stood up, saying, conduct a suspect interrogation. Inside the interrogation room, Li Li's rough voice echoed, along with a calm response. Name. Wei Hao. Age. 28. Where were you between 10 p.m. last night and 2 a.m. this morning? At home. Any witnesses? I live alone. Li Li sat casually. Teacher Wei, when did you first meet the deceased? Last year, Wei Hao responded with a reflective expression. When I joined the institute, Teacher Zheng was already there. Li Li propped his legs up on the table, but when Meiyu shot him a cold glance, he quickly lowered them, cleared his throat, and pointed to the evidence bag on the table. On the deceased, we discovered 152 intact fiber substances and 2 hairs, all identified as yours. Wei Hao paused. So what? We're colleagues. When I talk to him, I'd tap his shoulder occasionally. We've had physical contact. Yesterday, the deceased had a class, but you didn't, right? People at the institute can prove you didn't show up yesterday. Li Li tapped twice on the testimony next to him. You claimed the last time you saw the deceased was the afternoon before yesterday, so why were your fibers and hair found on the clothes he wore yesterday? Wei Hao fell silent. Li Li leaned forward, his hands crossed under his chin. Teacher Wei, talk. Wei Hao slouched against the chair back, bending his waist. There's nothing to say. In that case, I'll say it. Li Li stared at him. The institute conducts a lecturer performance review every 3 months. The deceased always came in first, you second, and you could never surpass him. He was the boss's favorite. He had the most classes each month. Many people attended just for him. You couldn't beat him in either bonus or reputation. You thought your academic degree was higher than his, and that you were younger yet constantly overshadowed by him, so you envied him. It wasn't enough for him to lose his good reputation. Even after his death, you wanted him to be disgraced and despised. Wei Hao stared at his fingers, the calm on his face slowly crumbling into something twisted and grotesque as he muttered neurotically. Always pretending both in and out of class, acting like some kind of god, everyone orbiting around him, everything about him is great and right, all of them are idiots. At this moment, Meiyu's phone rang. She gestured for Li Li to hurry up with the interrogation, then exited the room with her phone. This case wasn't one of high intellectual crime, the suspect's methods and mentality were ordinary. Li Li effortlessly coaxed him into talking. Li Li found Meiyu in the archive room. Boss, it's done. Meiyu was looking for records within the last 20 years regarding human experiments. What did he say? It's what we expected. After Li Li finished speaking, he noticed Meiyu's complexion immediately turning sour. He playfully draped an arm around her neck. Seriously, boss? Although there are many cases towards year-end that pile up easily, if we can solve one, why wouldn't you feel happy? What do you know? An air of irritation creased Meiyu's sharp brows. They had earlier investigated Lu Feng's case, and the suspect within the circle was Jing Yuan. Now Jing Yuan had been killed, dying due to ordinary professional competition among peers, unrelated to Lu Feng's bizarre case, severing the lead. She also suspected that Ye's case was linked to Lu Feng's, which was now impossible to further investigate. With Zheng Yuan dead, the progress halted. If things went on like this, those 2 cases would become cold cases collecting dust in the archive room. The archive room was quiet. Lily rested his head on Mei Yu's shoulder. "Boss, aren't you going home tonight?" Mei Yu hummed in agreement. "At our age, we should find a man and live a normal life instead of roughing it alone." Lily sighed like an old father, suddenly remembering something. Oh, the suspect had been stalking the victim, trying to gather evidence showing he was a hypocrite. He revealed that the deceased went to a club every month for half a year, but stopped after that. Mei Yu immediately turned her head. What kind of club? Seeing that their noses were almost touching, Lily blushed and coughed awkwardly. Not quite clear. The suspect never entered, only saying it was mysterious, like a cult organization. Its address is 331, Qingyi Road. Should we contact the nearby branch office? If it truly is a cult group, we must wipe them out completely. Mei Yu said, first, conduct a covert investigation and don't let the information leak. Lily couldn't help but twitch his lips. Not long ago, the mood was overcast, now it was bright and sunny. Boss, you don't think this club has anything to do with Lu Feng's frog case before, do you? Even if the deceased Lu Feng had grudges with Zheng Yuan, receiving a text message before his death and visiting the institution, Zheng Yuan was only suspected of participating in his murder without any real evidence. That club may just be a hobby. Mei Yu said, keep investigating. I'm worried you're being too radical. Lily massaged his nape. Your state hasn't been stable recently. After that big shot died, the bureau considered you might have known him personally and didn't want you involved, but you insisted, getting tangled up like walking into a fog, finding nothing. Then came the company employee's fraud case and the vicious experimental drugs. You argued fiercely with Director Lu. When she heard him mention the last event, Mei Yu's expression darkened. Boss, don't you see how much older you look when you look in the mirror? Lily looked at her and sighed, we're just ordinary people. We don't have supernatural vision. Without clues, we can't determine the direction of investigation, we can only rely on deduction. Cases take time to solve, and there will always be cold ones. Don't push yourself too hard. Mei Yu pushed his arm away. Alright, stop rambling. Let's go, I'll buy you some late-night snacks. Touched, Lily wiped his eyes, no wonder you're such a great boss. The truth of the pervert case came to light the next day, implicating 2 lecturers at the institute, resulting in temporary suspension of classes. I've been keeping an eye on this Wei Hao. During class, he's just as formal as Zheng Yuan, but once class is over, he becomes quite casual. Xiongbai sighed after reading the news. 2 weeks ago, I saw him inviting Zheng Yuan for a meal in the corridor, but Zheng Yuan refused him on the spot. From his tone, it wasn't the first time he'd been rejected. He must have been upset for a while, but he didn't show it. Wei Hao probably thought that Zheng Yuan was arrogant and not giving him any respect, which accumulated negative feelings, then. He made a boom mouth shape, exploded. Zhou Yi mused for a moment, is the police hiding anything? Yes, a club. Xiongbai rummaged through the messy table and found half a piece of paper, torn unevenly, looking like it had been gnawed by a dog. Here, I wrote it down. Zhou Yi glanced at the address on the paper. Xiongbai got dressed to go out. Boss, I'm going to relax with my money boy. Won't be back for lunch. See you tonight. Zhou Yi glanced at him, didn't you just see him last week? Xiongbai, while fixing his hoodie, turned his head and said, does sleeping have a schedule? Zhou Yi was speechless. Boss, once you experience it, you'll know how. Xiongbai thought for a word, enchanting. To die from pleasure. Anyway, it feels great. Zhou Yi. Xiongbai smiled and blinked, it really feels great. An erotic film started playing uncontrollably in Zhou Yi's mind, and he turned red in the face as he walked out. Wang Yuyang, hearing the commotion in the kitchen, peeked out. Xiao Yi, why are your ears red? Zhou Yi stiffened, I scratched them. Wang Yuyang held a bowl of cherries, why scratch them if there's nothing wrong? And reached out his hand, let uncle take a look. Zhou Yi felt guilty and panicky, instinctively swatting his hand away, mind your own business. As soon as the words were out, his breathing hitched and his throat moved up and down dryly, fearing that the person in front of him would be angry with him. The living room fell silent and somewhat oppressive. Wang Yuyang held the bowl, his eyelashes half lowered, showing no emotional fluctuations on his pale face, making him hard to read. A cold sweat dripped down Zhou Yi's back. He couldn't control this man, never could. All his martial arts were useless, and he was unfamiliar with emotional matters. Any slightly rigid situation would leave him at a loss. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Yuyang sighed, so bossy, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi put the paper in his hand onto the dining table, clearly changing the subject. Wang Yuyang indulged him by taking a look at the paper, a club. Investigate how to apply and what conditions are needed. Zhou Yi frowned, are you going? It's autumn now, the weather won't be so humid. We can find something to pass the time. Seeing the youth about to speak, Wang Yuyang stuffed a cherry into his mouth. He became immediately obedient. On Friday evening, Chen Ziwei booked a room at Jinzuan and announced that he would let Wang Yuyang broaden his horizons. Wang Yuyang brought the 2 little ones at home, looking like a family of 3. After a rain shower, everything was wet. Zhou Yi was about to go to the basement to fetch the car when Xiongbai ran off to open his small jeep. Wang Yuyang didn't care about this. As soon as the car came, he opened the rear door and sat inside. Zhou Yi wanted to sit in the front. Xiongbai wouldn't let him in. Boss, you go to the back, I need to put some stuff in the front. In fact, all he put in was a small wallet. Not long after leaving the complex, Wang Yuyang received a call from Chen Ziwei. Kid, you've been calling non-stop. We're already on the way. So slow. Chen Ziwei, impatient, just say I offered to pick you up, and you didn't accept. Wang Yuyang lazily crossed his legs. Hang up. Chen Ziwei chuckled. Uncle, do you really think you're here for fun? You don't seem nervous at all. Nervous about what? Wang Yuyang said. Isn't it just like a bar? Chen Ziwei scared. If that big shot hears you comment on his harem like that, he'll give you 2 bullets. Wang Yuyang's face twitched. Was his temper in the previous life that bad? No problem, don't worry, that big shot has gone underground, he won't hear. Chen Ziwei laughed, but uncle, once you arrive, make sure to stay by my side. Jinzuan isn't a bar. There are many intricacies inside, easy to fall into traps. Wang Yuyang's expression relaxed. Alright kid, we'll talk about it when we get there. As soon as the call ended, the car fell silent. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes to rest, while Zhou Yi beside him looked out the window. Xiongbai glanced at the rearview mirror, genuinely worried about the boss. They were sitting together and not even chatting. When the car turned, he didn't take the chance to put his arm around or lean on him. Could he possibly get a wife like this? In his dreams. Xiongbai then looked back at uncle, who had the looks of a 0 and the demeanor of a 1, and was lazy in the only knows how to enjoy it kind of way that made one so alluring. It was quite fascinating and attractive indeed. The boss was just a novice, and it seemed both difficult for him to open up uncle's heart and also his body. His romantic journey would be long and bumpy. He had to show filial piety. No, it wasn't filial piety, it was gratitude, as a way to thank the boss for taking care of him overseas. After more than half an hour, the car pulled into the Jinzuan parking lot. Xiongbai opened the notes app on his phone. There were 36 strategies that he'd carefully collected to help them along. The first strategy, pretend to fall. Xiongbai excitedly started rubbing his hands together looking for an opportunity. Where could it be? Where was the chance? Uncle Wang Yuyang got out of the back seat, followed closely by Zhou Yi from the other side, who circled around in front of him, took out his hand that had been stuffed in his pocket during the ride, and handed over something that had been tightly held in his palm. Put it on. Wang Yuyang saw it was a black bracelet. What is this? A tracker. Zhou Yi, as if fearing Wang Yuyang might misunderstand, immediately added with a serious expression, for your safety. Wang Yuyang accepted it and fastened it around his wrist. It's a bit big, can it be adjusted? Zhou Yi bent down, silent as he adjusted its size for him. The skin color of Wang Yuyang's new body was similar to his original one, very white, while the bracelet was black, contrasting sharply between black and white. Will it seem weird to wear it? Zhou Yi said, no. Wang Yuyang still couldn't quite accept it. Can it go somewhere else? Do you want to wear it somewhere else? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Your neck. Feet? Wang Yuyang said, still my hand. Boss, what are you two doing? Curious, Xiongbai approached from behind, staggered with a ouch, and fell towards Wang Yuyang. That force caused Wang Yuyang to crash into Zhou Yi's arms. Zhou Yi was still maintaining a bent-over posture, his height almost level with Wang Yuyang. Their foreheads instantly collided passionately with a loud bang. Xiongbai covered his eyes, dead, totally dead. Chapter 48. Wang Yuyang's head made a loud ringing sound after being hit, and for a moment it felt like an explosion of pain. In contrast, Zhou Yi stood there as if nothing had happened. Zhou Yi saw that the man had a big red mark on his forehead and immediately wore an icy expression. Xiongbai, can you even fall while walking on flat ground? Xiongbai gave him a meaningful wink. Boss, it's all for you, buddy. Zhou Yi didn't receive his brainwaves and glared fiercely. Xiongbai rolled his eyes secretly, with a crooked smile, and said in a soft tone, my cerebellum doesn't develop well. Zhou Yi was about to be angry when Xiongbai suddenly hid behind Wang Yuyang. Uncle, save me. Wang Yuyang massaged his forehead. Alright Xiao Yi, it's not him who bumped into me. The corners of Zhou Yi's face twitched subtly. Is it my fault? Wang Yuyang frowned in confusion. Why are you so hard? Zhou Yi was speechless. Wang Yuyang sighed. Headache. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. Go to the hospital. Wang Yuyang waved his hand, looked at him, then scanned his strong and robust figure up and down, sighing again. Zhou Yi was bewildered by Wang Yuyang's two sighs. Xiongbai blinked mischievously. I have to pee, I'll go to the toilet first, wait for me. And then he ran off. Wang Yuyang looked at his forehead in the side rear-view mirror. Zhou Yi watched him. Hey, Wang Yuyang smoothed his bangs. Xiao Yi, uncle can't handle your condition right now. Instinctively bending over and getting closer, Zhou Yi asked, what? Wang Yuyang turned around. Face to face with Zhou Yi, they stared eye to eye. His breathing was filled with his scent, like a life-saving medicine or maltose in a hot pot, instinctively making him move closer. Wang Yuyang suddenly noticed something. He slightly leaned forward, closed his eyes lightly, and moved his nose gently. Zhou Yi stood frozen expressionlessly, completely tense from head to toe. Before leaving, he accidentally saw this person changing clothes in the room, exposing a stretch of waistline, very white and beautiful, and he couldn't suppress himself at that time, rushing to the bathroom. Did he detect it? Zhou Yi thought anxiously, his ears turning red while frowning. From now on, he would change his upper body as well. Wang Yuyang opened his eyes, raising the eyelids. Xiao Yi, the smell of your sweat is getting stronger. Are you nervous? Zhou Yi imperceptibly took a breath. If this could be detected, then what about the secretion when his back was injured and this man changed his dressing? When covering his body with a blanket. Zhou Yi's temples throbbed violently, his head tilted to one side, and his lips were tightly pressed together. The temperature of his whole body surged uncontrollably. We've known each other for 5 years, and we're living together now, meeting every day. How come you still sweat nervously? Wang Yuyang helplessly rubbed his eyebrows. Uncle believes he treats you well. Zhou Yi's throat moved, considering his limited patience and tolerance towards this man. It was indeed good, he knew, but far from enough. Hiding in the corner like a cat, Xiongbai saw the two people standing closely together, though he couldn't hear clearly, but noticing his leader's very red ears, he showed a mother-like contented smile. Not bad, not bad. It's considered as assistant success. Golden Respect Building, 27th floor. When the elevator door opened, a young attendant standing in the corridor bent down to welcome them, saying brightly, 3 gentlemen, please follow me. Xiongbay's eyes lit up. Wow, the attendants here are so handsome. Wang Yuyang put his hands in his pockets. The service staff here are selected money boys. If you see anyone you fancy, you can choose them. Oh. Xiongbai responded slowly. Uncle, how do you know? Wang Yuyang replied, online. Xiongbai couldn't believe it and whistled. So good-looking ones still get rejected. So those who got selected must look like celestial beings. Zhou Yi looked down at him. Xiongbai immediately became unhappy. What's wrong with your gaze? Golden Respect isn't only full of feminine males, but also masculine ones. There's absolutely no problem with my consumption. Zhou Yi was indifferent. Is that so? Xiongbai shook his head meaningfully. Do you even understand the world out there? Zhou Yi. With a glance at the man beside him, Zhou Yi thought, this is my place, why should anything else be necessary? Isn't it because there's been no one around these days, leading to dullness, so he established a rabbit nest intending to pick one and take it away? Zhou Yi's expression turned cold. He would make sure to keep a close watch on him tonight. Wang Yuyang shivered unexpectedly, as fragrances, decorations, carpets, wall paintings, chandeliers, paint, leather. All sorts of miscellaneous smells rushed toward his nostrils. He used to be unable to detect them, but now they caused headaches. The attendant stopped in front of an antique black wooden door. Please go in, gentlemen. Wang Yuyang pushed the door open, and what came into sight was a row of tall youths. Xiongbai craned his neck to take a look and muttered, Boss, are they from the same mold as me? Zhou Yi stared at the back of the man's head. Xiongbai felt a little sorry for his boss. He secretly made up his mind that tonight he would sacrifice his own happiness and keep a close eye on Uncle. And he wouldn't miss any chance to assist. Uncle. Chen Zisu sat with a suave air on a brown leather sofa. You've come. Wang Yuyang asked, isn't your cousin here? Pfft, why should he be? Chen Zisu put down his phone and enthusiastically patted the space beside him. Come sit. Wang Yuyang sat on a nearby single sofa. Zhou Yi sat opposite him. Xiongbai ran to the short-striped sofa by the bookcase and settled down. No one sat with Chen Zisu. He moved his lips and shifted closer to the man, propping his head up and smiling. Uncle, these are the top 10 of Golden Respect's latest whitelist. How about them? Wang Yuyang glanced over. The boys all wore white shirts and black pants, neatly tied with bow ties. Their faces had a line between youthfulness and maturity, without any makeup. Their hair wasn't slicked with wax but naturally hung down. They had no scent of perfume, only the smell of soap and sunlight. It was because he liked clean kids. Over time it became a feature of Golden Respect. Even though their current boss wasn't around anymore, the style remained unchanged. Wang Yuyang picked up the teapot on the table in front of him, found a teacup, poured some tea into it, the aroma of pu'er tea swirling towards the nose. Zhou Yi's gaze fixed on him, surprised when Wang Yuyang pushed the cup over to him. From Wang Yuyang's nose came a sound, Zhou Yi said, I'm not thirsty. That's good then, I am. Chen Zisu had just finished speaking when a hand reached out and took the cup away. Zhou Yi drank tea indifferently, as if it wasn't himself who had said he wasn't thirsty just moments before. Xiongbai was astonished. Even his boss couldn't escape the truth law it seemed, and judging by the looks of it, he had already become calm about it. Hey, the one with purple hair. Chen Zisu was just annoyed. Hearing him call out like that caused him to flash a mouthful of teeth menacingly and ask sinisterly, what did you say? Handsome guy, super handsome guy. Xiongbai smiled sweetly and cutely. Can you tell me how the whitelist works? According to what is it ranked? Chen Zisu gave him a caring look reserved for mental patients. Of course, it's performance. Xiongbai pouted, then why is it called the white list instead of the black list? I want to know this too. Chen Zisu cast a side glance. How about you go ask the person under the ground? Tisk. Xiongbai looked around. I like this room. Spacious and bright, ancient bookshelves, wall cabinets, coffee tables, old-style loudspeakers, all furniture decorations exuded the flavor of the late Qing dynasty and early Republic period. Being here would make one feel enjoyed and relaxed. Chen Zisu rested his hand on the back of the sofa. Rooms like this, Golden Respect has many, mainly divided into 3 categories: ancient, modern, future. There are studies, dessert shops, various ballrooms, dreamlands, etc., used to satisfy customers' bad tastes. Xiongbai smacked his lips. Truly, what a way to enjoy life. Which was nothing like them, earning money but never having the time to live comfortably. Wang Yuyang sensed the icy stare from across. He met it and smiled. Zhou Yi raised a hand to support his forehead, suddenly feeling a gentle illusion. Wasn't it that there was poison in the tea? There were still 10 beautiful youths standing in the room, each unique in their own ways. Beautiful as they were, but in this place, if no one appreciated or touched them, they lost their value, like paintings rather than living beings. Chen Zisu urged Wang Yuyang to choose one. Under the stares of those eyes, Wang Yuyang felt a cold current approaching. He teased with a smirk, lazily saying, anybody will do. You heard that, my uncle wants anybody. Chen Zisu irreverently crossed his legs. Is there anyone among you named anybody? The youths lowered their eyes, all shaking their heads lightly. Chen Zisu spread his hands out helplessly. What can we do, uncle? It seems there isn't anyone named anybody. Wang Yuyang leaned forward, gazing at a bunch of orchids in the vase, showing no intention to respond. Chen Zisu irritably took a sip of wine. All right then, play rock paper scissors. Everyone here working knew how to accommodate various guest demands, their acceptance always refreshing. Upon hearing this, the 10 youths calmly paired off 2 by 2, quickly determining the winner. Chen Zisu laughed wickedly. Losers stay. For this result, those who lost did not show a joyful reaction, and the 5 who won didn't reveal any trace of loss either. They just followed the rules, some left while others stayed. Bear Xiong, who had sat next to Chen Zisu at some point, stuffed a grape into his mouth and mumbled, their professional ethics are pretty high. Chen Zisu snorted with laughter. Wouldn't they be worth the cost here if they weren't? Xiongbai asked curiously, how much do you charge? Hourly billing. Chen Zisu extended 3 fingers, this number per hour. 300. Xiongbai asked. Chen Zisu's handsome face twitched, add a 0. As Xiongbai kept popping grapes into his mouth, he asked, still that price even if you don't do anything? Standard pricing. Chen Zisu glanced at the 5 beauties left behind. How many people come here and do nothing? Xiongbai blinked his large wet eyes. What about bulk purchase then? You think you can keep your voice down? The country bumpkin in me is rubbing off on me. Chen Zisu immediately covered his mouth upon seeing him about to shout again. There's no such option. Bully claws ah. Xiongbai shook off his hand and spat twice, wiping with a napkin. Isn't it gonna cost tens of thousands for a whole night? The young man over there said something about how stupid I am, uncle, isn't it? He doesn't want to. Chen Zisu turned his eyes sharply. Damn. Uncle, are you interested? Wang Yuyang was looking at a black-haired youth, openly and without reservation. Xiongbai cautiously glanced at his boss, so calm, surely he wouldn't hit anyone, right? He consoled himself, it's alright, the uncle just takes a look, not doing anything. Before he could finish comforting himself, his uncle had already called the youth over and held his hand. Holy shit. Xiongbai didn't dare to look at his leader's expression now. Zhou Yi silently sipped tea, eyes closed, as if completely indifferent and unconcerned. Yet the veins of the hand holding the teacup were bulging up, it seemed like he might throw it away at any moment. Chen Zisu couldn't bear it anymore, he stood up suddenly, squeezed into the single sofa, whispering close to the man's ear, Dad, stop making fun. Can you still have fun? Wang Yuyang ignored him and caressed the youth's hand back. What's your name? The youth's features were delicate and compliant. 19. Wang Yuyang stroked a few more times, then released the hand, saying, I'll go use the restroom. Zhou Yi followed silently behind. Xiongbai, seeing Chen Zisu ready to go, quickly hugged his arm. Handsome man, let's chat some more. I still have a lot of questions. Talking my ass. Chen Zisu yelled with fiery temper, let go of my arm. Xiongbai grinned, no. Chen Zisu's head started smoking. Despite being only chest height with thin arms and legs, this little fellow was impossible to shake off. It's really cursed, damn it. Xiongbai pulled Chen Zisu around, scanning his eyes over the several beautiful youths, all zeros. So they could only chat, team up, play some games. Chen Zisu muttered, you're small, also tender-looking, but you're the simplest and crudest one. Never judge a book by its cover. Xiongbai. I'm talking about your attitude towards desire. Chen Zisu teased, lie flat when you like. Xiongbai remembered he specialized in psychology and instantly looked like he stepped on poop, he had to stay far from him. As soon as they entered the restroom, Wang Yuyang spoke up immediately, obviously showing signs of fear of survival, as if he was scared of being pounced on and eaten alive by the fierce dog behind him. There's something wrong with that kid. The fury in Zhou Yi's heart coagulated. What do you mean? Wang Yuyang said, his hands aren't right. Zhou Yi's rage began to surge again. How familiar must you be to know just by touch? That kid joined Golden Respect 2 months ago, after some training Jiang Yang sent him to Qingyun Villa. Wang Yuyang said, he has a pair of hands suited for playing the piano, his face matched just now, but not the hands or the joints. Zhou Yi coldly said, Qingyun Villa is yours. Wang Yuyang was amused by the point extracted by him, yeah. Zhou Yi stepped back 2 steps, leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. That means, before you died, he accompanied you in your villa. Wang Yuyang scratched his eyebrows. He was the last person before I died, so I remember him. Zhou Yi bent over smoking, his face hidden in the smoke, dark and unclear under the flames of jealousy. What do you want me to investigate? Wang Yuyang pondered and said, on the night of the banquet, Golden Respect sent some kids over. Check if 19 was among them and get his information. Does he have a twin brother? The real 19 must have run into trouble, maybe it's related to your death, uncle. Zhou Yi turned around with the cigarette in his mouth, his voice betraying no fluctuation, I'm leaving. Wang Yuyang furrowed his brows, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi indifferently replied without turning back, I'll look into it. Wang Yuyang was about to say something when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took a few strides forward, blocked the door as he answered the call, eyes on the young man who was smoking. Kid, why are you calling me? Chen Zisu said in the phone, Uncle, Jiang Yang and young Master Lin came over. They're driving me crazy. Get back here quick. If you dare to leave, I'll throw the little shrimp out from the 27th floor. Chapter 49. Wang Yuyang hung up the phone, glanced at the young man sitting there frowning and smoking a cigarette, and sighed while pinching his nose bridge. Tisk. The next second he grabbed the collar of the young man's shirt and bent him over. You. The cigarette dangling from Zhou Yi's lips trembled as he only managed to let out a sound before the man suddenly leaned in close, enveloping him with an intoxicating aura. Zhou Yi froze stiff, forgetting even to breathe. Wang Yuyang's eyes were half open, his forehead resting on the young man's shoulder. Don't move, Yi, let Uncle lean for a moment. Zhou Yi stood there stunned, his heart in his chest pounding hard and clearly. Thump, thump, thump. After a long while, Wang Yuyang straightened up, lifting his hand to rub the short buzz cut that was slightly rough to touch. That's it, let's go out. Zhou Yi's brain hadn't processed yet, but his body automatically followed along. As if all the anger, jealousy, confusion, pain, every emotion had been smoothed away when he wasn't aware. All that remained was compliance. Out of the restroom, Zhou Yi caught hold of the man's arm and whispered lowly, you don't sit near Lin Xiaonan later. Wang Yuyang turned around. Don't misunderstand, I'm just afraid you'll give yourself away. Zhou Yi's voice was cold, he has known you for too long and is familiar with you. Probably the person most knowledgeable about you in the world, Zhou Yi muttered quietly in his heart. With mockery, Wang Yuyang threw out one sentence, misunderstand what? Zhou Yi inhaled sharply. Wang Yuyang smiled faintly, all right, no worries, your uncle knows his limits. Little Yi, don't cause trouble tonight, be good. Zhou Yi's face alternated between pale and dark red. Boss, uncle. Xiongbai ran over from the other end of the corridor, that purple-haired guy kept pestering me to find you too, really annoying. Wang Yuyang saw crumbs on his little round face, and also on his mouth, together with a tuft of hair sticking up on his head, making him look stupid and adorable. He couldn't help but chuckle, how can you be so much like a little glutton? Xiongbai was just about to speak when suddenly he caught sight of boss's icy expression. Immediately, cold sweat broke out all over him. Hee, this isn't my fault, boss, I was born cute. Zhou Yi exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke and walked ahead silently. Wang Yuyang shook his head lightly. Xiongbai played nervously with his fingers. Uncle, do you know how good you are at seducing people? Said Wang Yuyang, your uncle never seduces. Before Xiongbai could counter, a voice tinged with amusement came from above him, I merely tease. His face went red, do you tease everyone? Wang Yuyang looked toward the tall broad figure not far ahead, half closing his jet black eyes lazily, and smiled, only little cuties. Now he also teased big cuties. Xiongbai tilted his head and gazed at the side of uncle's smiling face. Speaking of looks, he could only be described as pretty and upright, not a super-universal beauty like Granduncle Shen, there was some gap. Besides, his ability for self-care was abysmal, as if he'd been a Lord Emperor in another life or something. Still, there was a kind of inexplicable charm radiating from him, which grew more apparent the more you interacted with him. Even he, who had always been cool as ice by the riverbank and never slipped, felt somewhat unable to resist. Poor boss, a pure-hearted little virgin would have no chance against such seductive powers, easily made blood boil in seconds. Xiongbai touched his chin and thought, speaking of it, after the incident of that night fire combined with their recent interactions, he was certain that uncle was no ordinary street vendor, carrying secrets beyond measure. But he wouldn't dare conduct any private investigation, lest it irritate boss. Xiongbai snapped back to reality and quickly caught up with uncle, calling boss to stay close. The family must stay complete and tidy. All the youths left. Now, only Chen Zixu, Jiang Yang, and Lin Xiaonan were in the room, creating an indescribably odd atmosphere. When Wang Yuyang entered with his two youngsters, the atmosphere became even stranger. Among these 6 people, there was one common link, which was Wang Yuyang. Like 5 invisible arrows shooting out from him, indicating the relationship he shared with each corresponding person. He picked up his glass, gently swirled it, sipped some white wine, and habitually wiped the rim with his fingertips. With those few kids sent off, what are we going to do now? Talk about what we ate for dinner and what we'll eat tomorrow. Chen Zixu gritted his teeth. Uncle, you're eager to play. Wang Yuyang lazily replied, first time coming to this legendary member-exclusive, golden respect, not playing would feel like I've failed myself. Then play something else, Chen Zixu smirked, what about a king's game? I just played it with classmates yesterday, it's quite interesting. Jiang Yang shrugged, though it sounds a bit idiotic, I don't care. Actually, he was very excited. Life was boring and he loved drama the most. He tilted his head. Lin Xiaonan, what do you think? Lin Xiaonan sat with downcast eyes, his gaze fixed on his hands as if lost in thought. Jiang Yang called out twice with an amused expression, who is Lin Xiaonan thinking of? Leaning back against the sofa and crossing his long legs, Lin Xiaonan replied, you guys play. If Lin Xiaonan isn't playing, then Mr. Wang, you and your brother. Jiang Yang glanced at the most common type of little white rabbit produced by golden respect, and this kid, are you all going to play? Zhou Yi's face remained cold and he showed no intention of speaking, while Xiongbai quietly ate his pastries, following the lead of the adults. King's game, huh? I've never played it before. Wang Yuyang smiled and said, Xiao Yi, Xiao Bai, let's all play together. More people make it livelier. Zhou Yi glanced at him and remained silent. After 2 more bites, Xiongbai finished the remaining pastry. Great. Great. Let's play the king's game. Before Jiang Yang could say anything, Chen Zixu couldn't contain himself and stood up, Uncle, so we 5 will go play behind the table. At that moment, Lin Xiaonan put down his crossed legs and curved his lips into a slight smile, sorry, everyone, I suddenly got interested. Moments later, the 6 surrounded the round table at the back, each harboring their own thoughts. Chen Zixu had been introduced to the game by classmates yesterday, and today, he would be the one introducing others to it, explaining the rules in a formal manner. It was simple. With 6 people, there were 7 cards, 1 for each person and 1 left as the king's card, which no one would know the number of. Whoever drew the king could command any 2 numbers to do anything, without resistance, even if they were setting traps for themselves. The king's commands were limited within the room and couldn't extend outside. During the first round, the king was Jiang Yang. His excitement spread from deep within his soul to beneath his eyes, licking his lips seductively as he pondered, let me think. No one took it seriously, feeling absolutely no tension. On Wang Yuyang's left side were Xiongbai and Chen Zixu, and on his right side were Zhou Yi, Lin Xiaonan, and Jiang Yang. Now, Lin Xiaonan stood up, crossed over Zhou Yi, bent over close to Wang Yuyang, whispering in his ear, Mr. Wang, we've been talking about eating together, but never found the time. Is tomorrow okay? Tomorrow might be busy, Wang Yuyang laughed, let's reschedule. Sniffing the scent of his hair beside his ear, Lin Xiaonan continued, then let's reschedule. Wang Yuyang sipped his wine as he heard a faint voice nearby, why is this bruised? Oh, Wang Yuyang followed his gaze to his own hand back, a few days ago, there was a fire in the building where I live. When I went downstairs, I wasn't paying attention and fell. Lin Xiaonan's eyelashes obscured something in his eyes. Wang Yuyang turned his head, teasingly saying, Lin Xiaonan, why aren't you sitting back? What are you doing standing here? Not trying to peek at my cards, are you? Lin Xiaonan lowered his eyes and smiled, sorry, I zoned out. An oppressive aura emanated from Zhou Yi's body, making anyone nearby uneasy. Damn it, why hasn't he gone yet? Meanwhile, Xiongbai started sweating on his forehead due to nervousness, continuously giving signals with his eyes. My god, boss, there's the inheritor of the Lin family here. Tone it down a bit. If you get caught and expose yourself, you're bound to drag me along too. Then we'll both be kings of spades, kaboom ourselves. This time, Zhou Yi picked up the ashtray and placed it in front of him, tapping cigarette ash inside while barely holding back the surging emotions. The surrounding air currents quickly returned to normal. 5 minutes passed, and King Jiang Yang was still pondering. Chen Zixu withdrew his gaze from the opposite 3 people, tossing away the lighter in his hand, Jiang Yang, I'm not playing with you anymore. Screw off. What's your rush? Jiang Yang seemed a little gloomy, overly excited with his mind blank. He blurted out, alright, 2 should call 6 dad. Chen Zixu's face showed complete disdain, after all that thinking, this is all you came up with. Jiang Yang chose to ignore him, who is number 2, and who is number 6? Xiongbai blinked, I'm 2. Lin Xiaonan flipped the card in front of him, showing the red 6. Xiongbai didn't need any mental preparation. Opening his mouth, he blurted out, Dad. This obedient behavior made people want to gift him a red envelope immediately. Volunteering enthusiastically, Xiongbai took on the task of shuffling the cards. Chen Zixu mocked impatiently, are you incompetent or something? There are only 7 cards, yet you're shuffling them so slowly. Shouldn't we go have hot pot and come back? Xiongbai grinned stupidly. Ah fool, you don't know a thing. In the second round, the king was Xiongbai. I want. Xiongbai put on a thoughtful expression, number 3 and number 5 to kiss. He smiled innocently, for 3 minutes. Then he added, not just pecking, but a French hot kiss kind of thing. There was a heavy silence at the table. Wang Yuyang picked up the card beneath his eyelids, lazily tossed it down, curling his lips in a light smile. Number 3 is me. Everyone looked at his 3 of diamonds, showing various expressions. Chen Zixu's face turned green. No way. Xiongbay's beautiful eyes glanced at him. The game rule you set doesn't allow opposition to the king's command. Chen Zixu looked aggrieved, furiously saying, anyway, it's not happening. Change the command. I'm the king. Xiongbai lifted his chin, shouting louder than Chen Zixu, no changes. Chen Zixu glared fiercely, wanting to bite him. The 2 kids were squabbling like roosters. Jiang Yang chuckled, revealing 2 dimples. Zixu, the emperor isn't anxious while the eunuch is. Look at Mr. Wang, how calm he is, unmoved by the collapsing mountain in front of him. Chen Zixu muttered childishly, uncle. Don't be coquettish. Wang Yuyang lazily propped his head up. There are only so many people here besides me. Number 5 is among you. Let's see who my partner is. Chen Zixu looked pitiful, pulling a long face. It's not me. I've checked my card. It's not me either. Xiongbai peeled off a piece of chocolate and handed it to his uncle. Wang Yuyang took it into his hand, biting into it. Naughty. Xiongbai didn't hear him until Chen Zixu interrupted. So it's one of those 3. Chen Zixu's gaze swept over Jiang Yang, Lin Xiaonan, and Zhou Yi. Nonsense. Jiang Yang straightened his pink shirt cuff, swearing his inappropriate little cousin. The rules of the game have been clear from the start. We're all adults here. If you play, you must take responsibility. Besides, kissing won't get you pregnant. Chen Zixu clenched his jaw, grinding his back teeth. Are you fucking number 5? Jiang Yang's eyes flickered upward sensually, very appealing. I would actually want to kiss Mr. Wang and deepen our feelings, but alas, when I checked the card earlier, I wasn't that lucky. Chen Zixu turned his attention diagonally opposite. Lin Xiao, is it you? Lin Xiaonan's handsome face remained composed. He made no sound, appearing inscrutable and somewhat dark with his head hung low. Beside him, Zhou Yi flipped open the card. Me. Chapter 50. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xiongbai held back his laughter, glad that in his ignorant youth he had listened to the old shoemaker at the street corner and embraced the idea of learning as many skills as possible. Abroad, he had learned a bunch of tricks from his war comrades. Big brother, the talking part isn't something I can handle. It's all up to you now. Bang. Chen Zixu kicked the leg of the table. This round doesn't count, let's do it again. So just because you say it doesn't count, it doesn't count. You're more immature than 19-year-old children, Xiongbai teased, making a face when Chen Zixu glared daggers at him. Chen Zixu's veins were popping out. Damn shorty. Jiang Yang touched his lips. Actually, we don't necessarily have to kiss. Before Chen Zixu could process that his cousin had suddenly teamed up with him, he heard, we could go for a full blast instead. Chen Zixu grabbed the lighter and threw it at him, shouting, you fucking troublemaker. That's enough, my ears hurt. Wang Yuyang interrupted and turned his head, grabbing the chin of the young man, turning him towards himself, and asked in an elder's tone, is this okay? Zhou Yi's jawline was tense. He didn't say yes, nor no, but his eyes revealed a deep shade of blackness. Wang Yuyang slowly leaned closer, smiling helplessly. Little E, your lips are pressed too tightly. This way, we can't have a French kiss. Zhou Yi's tightened lips did not loosen, and his face showed no emotion, giving no insight into what he might be thinking. Wang Yuyang caressed his chin, gently moving it side to side as if searching for the most comfortable angle to kiss him. It seemed both passionate yet carefree. Chen Zixu was shocked, his eyes nearly falling out of their sockets, looking like a complete idiot. Xiongbai blushed and covered his nose, finding the current uncle very one. Jiang Yang watched Lin Xiaonan throughout this spectacle, someone who'd been silent and known for many years. With some understanding, Jiang Yang thought if Lin Xiaonan's eyelids were to lift, they would be very red. But Lin Xiaonan wouldn't look up, Jiang Yang confirmed at this moment, and that made it quite interesting. Previously, Jiang Yang had mentioned Wang Yuyang in front of this guy, encouraging him to bring the person close out of mere curiosity, almost reaching satisfaction, but he still played the old tactics, not going straight. Even though it seemed alike, that wasn't second master. After all, the dead are dead. And as for hiding and being so cautious, Jiang Yang couldn't figure it out. Looking at Lin Xiaonan, his face showed pity, sympathy, and some wariness, and there was also a hint of peculiarity left behind. Afterward, he shifted his gaze to the 2 main characters, waiting to see what would happen next. Wang Yuyang's nose touched the young man's, teasingly rubbing against it like with a small animal. Zhou Yi suddenly tensed up his breath, his back stiffened to the extreme, his heartbeat skipped a beat, and he remained motionless with slightly lowered eyes, letting the faint warm breath surround him. That ticklish sensation quickly spread through his entire body, stirring a trembling sensation deep within his soul, making him uncontrollably restless inside. Jiang Yang glanced at Lin Xiaonan beside him, seeing him lost in thought while staring at the grain on the desk, appearing completely detached and indifferent. However, the hand resting on his leg trembled neurotically, which made Jiang Yang sigh admiringly, showing inappropriate reminiscence. Being able to personally pick someone to send to second master's bed and even watch others serve him, all to play the role of a good younger brother perfectly, holding on to the bit of indulgence and special treatment he had received, trying to be the person who stayed by second master's side the longest. Such emotions must have distorted beyond recognition. Lin Xiaonan would instinctively endure facing a counterfeit, tightening the mask on his face, not daring to let it break a single inch, revealing the real self underneath. Jiang Yang sighed. Perhaps it was better that second master had passed away, otherwise, things wouldn't have ended well either. Love was a strange thing, making you turn others into lunatics or making others turn you into one. Fortunately, he had long since discarded that. Jiang Yang's mouth curled upwards, his eyes numb. A strange silence was spreading across the table, subtle and unbreakable. Each observer was in their own state. The barrier surrounding the two protagonists was unknown when it went up, as if placing them in their little world. Little Yi, Wang Yuyang's voice was barely audible, close your eyes. Following an inexplicable allure, Zhou Yi closed his eyes together, feeling warmth land on his lips, and in his chest, it was like a drum continuously pounding. Just as the drumbeat reached its most intense moment, a sigh sounded in his ear, sorry, but I still can't bring myself to kiss you. As if someone had grabbed his neck and shoved him into crushed ice, the flow of heat coursing through Zhou Yi's body froze instantly. His limbs went numb with cold, and he opened his eyes to see the man's troubled expression. The drumming sound in his chest vanished, leaving an almost eerie silence. Wang Yuyang massaged his temple, I'm the oldest here, right? Playing a game and not following the rules feels like bullying you guys, doesn't it? Before he could finish speaking, the young man beside him got up and left. A strange silence had cracked open, shattering in an instant. Lin Xiaonan's hand stopped trembling neurotically, and he elegantly picked up his teacup, drinking 2 sips of tea while lowering his eyes, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yang leaned back and sighed quietly in regret. The second master didn't ask much from the children around him, only that they were obedient and well-behaved. When he was in a good mood, he'd sometimes hug a child, ruffle their hair or give them a peck on the cheek, but he wouldn't kiss on the lips, let alone French kiss. No one dared to act recklessly in front of him. Even if it were just watching a fake kiss someone, at least it would have given him some satisfaction. This truly was disappointing. Chen Zishu took the cards away, alright. If we're not going to follow the rules, then this stupid game is over. Uncle, I'll take you to eat on the 32nd floor. Wang Yuyang pushed aside Chen Zishu's hand on his shoulder, turning his head to say, Xiao Bai, you. I'll go check on big brother. That was what Xiong Bai said, but once he ran out, he crouched down in the corner like a deflated balloon, pouting slightly. Did he mess things up? As a complete amateur in romance, even assisting turned out to be impossible. Oh my, why did it have to be so complicated? If only he could implant a program into people's hearts. After 4 people had successively left the room, only 2 remained. Jiang Yang teased, I thought Lin Xiaonan would stop it. After all, Wang Yuyang is the person I've seen who resembles second master the most, not in appearance but in essence. It's quite incredible. Watching him getting intimate with someone felt a little odd. There was a desire to avoid it, yet there was also a hint of curiosity. Lin Xiaonan touched the teacup. Seeing that Lin Xiaonan didn't speak, Jiang Yang continued on his own, but come to think of it, even when second master got intimate with someone, Lin Xiaonan didn't care much, let alone someone who's a fake. Lin Xiaonan lightly pressed his lips together, Manager Jiang, since second master has passed away, please don't keep bringing him up. Let him rest in peace. Jiang Yang sighed, I miss second master. Lin Xiaonan looked calm, restrain your sorrow. Jiang Yang leaned in closer, whispering near his ear, do you know what my first reaction was when second master passed away? I thought you would go with him because, to me, without him, you wouldn't be able to survive. You stayed behind, and sometimes I get the illusion that second master never left. Lin Xiaonan drank a sip of tea while lowering his eyelids. Last time, I was very straightforward about it, why bother pretending in front of me? And besides, second master isn't here anymore, he will never know your true feelings, so there's no need to cover them up, fearing he would discover and reject you. Jiang Yang sat straight again and tooted, to be honest, in my 27 or so years of living, I've admired only 2 people, one is second master, the other is you. How on earth have you managed to? Lin Xiaonan put down his teacup and left. Jiang Yang sneered slightly, how this guy had kept his gaze downward from start to finish, hiding whatever thoughts he had inside. There was something peculiar about this situation. Yet, second master really had passed away. He saw it with his own eyes. Tonight hadn't revealed anything interesting, it had wasted his time. Disappointed, Jiang Yang went off to play with the kids. Bear Xiong, crouching in the corner, was tying himself in knots, one after another, unable to untangle his thoughts. With drooping spirits, he headed to the restroom. He couldn't find anyone. An image of Big Brother wiping away tears flashed across Xiong Bai's mind, sending chills through his spine as goosebumps covered his skin. He quickly pulled out his phone and called, Big Brother, where are you? Zhou Yi's voice sounded slightly hoarse, outside. Xiong Bai nimbly took the elevator down, slipping to the flower bed. He inhaled a puff of stale secondhand smoke before he could say a word when he suddenly heard a sharp inquiry above him. When did you figure it out? Xiongbai was dazed for a few seconds, realizing his slip-up, mumbling apologetically, well, it wasn't too early. Zhou Yi didn't press further or say more, simply instructing, don't act on your own from now on. Xiongbai complied verbally while muttering under his breath, Big brother, you're amazing at martial arts, but hopeless at chasing girls. Without assistance, your first love will stay buried deep in your heart, neither rooting nor sprouting. Zhou Yi suddenly spoke up, if we do it too many times, he'll find out. Xiongbai was dazed and uttered a puzzled, ah. Zhou Yi stared at the glowing tip of his cigarette, I don't want him to hate me. Without hesitation, Xiongbai replied, Uncle is actually very nice to you. Zhou Yi pulled the pale lips into a bitter smile, he's good to you too. Xiongbai was momentarily speechless. Zhou Yi flicked the ash off the cigarette, what about him? Xiongbai said, Zimao took him to eat on the 32nd floor. Zhou Yi crushed the cigarette under his shoe heel and turned to go back to Golden Prestige, but paused just before the entrance, asking without turning around. Xiaobai, is it obvious? This question was abrupt, yet Xiongabai's reaction time shortened inexplicably, understanding instantly. I've never been in love, nor have I genuinely liked anyone. It's just that comfortable kind of care in the nest. Xiongabai's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of naivety, so I don't understand romance. Boss, I didn't know your feelings for Uncle initially, but then I noticed how you take care of his life and how much you value him. Later, when you asked me if I wanted a family or if I liked someone, the questions were strange, as was your expression, so I began to suspect. And then after the fire when Uncle got hurt, and how anxious you were, it wasn't like the boss I know anymore. After a pause, Xiongbai continued, it was only when you were applying medicine to Uncle that I became certain. I gradually realized it step by step, I'm not sure if others see boss as being obvious or not. He hesitated, uncertain, maybe, probably, not obvious. Zhou Yi said nothing more. Boss, maybe Uncle didn't kiss you because he felt embarrassed. Xiongbai himself wasn't convinced, Uncle didn't seem like someone who would get embarrassed. Zhou Yi's silhouette remained silent. On the 32nd floor, Wang Yuyang was eating fruit salad. Chen Zishu stared at him straightly, Uncle, you said before that you played around when I wasn't even born yet. At first, I didn't believe it, but after spending some time together, I think you really did live that kind of life. So why didn't you carry through with the game just now? Wang Yuyang smiled helplessly, at my age, I don't want to be made a fool of. Chen Zishu was taken aback. Chapter 51. The chefs employed by Jinzuan are all top talents from all over the country. Before Wang Yuyang died, he had tasted the fruit salad here, and it was okay. But after eating the one made by that kid and then trying this one, it just seemed very ordinary. Upon closer inspection, the materials were actually not much different. Chen Zishu still hadn't let go of what had just happened, so he kept harping on it, I thought Uncle wouldn't be able to eat it. It seems like you just didn't want to be watched. He pulled a corner of his mouth as if he were upset, then when we all left, would you have shared a 3-minute passionate kiss with that guy? Wang Yuyang looked for pear pieces, kid, aren't you studying psychology? Can't you figure it out yourself? I can. Chen Zishu stretched his long legs casually under the table, accidentally bumping into the man's foot, and he shamelessly pressed closer, but I can't fully understand everyone. The height, thickness, and area of each person's inner defense wall are different. There was unrestrained fervor in his eyes, Uncle, I can't figure you out. Maybe it should be put this way, every time I think I've understood you, I discover another layer beneath. Uncle is the most challenging person I know. After finding the pear pieces, Wang Yuyang pushed the salad aside, you won't give up until you fully understand me, will you? Chen Zishu flashed a row of white teeth, smiling innocently, most people are like this, the more they don't understand, the more they want to. Curiosity makes a person braver despite repeated failures. Uncle, why don't you let me study you deeply? You're young, you shouldn't have any obsession, otherwise your mental health might suffer. Wang Yuyang kicked the leg by his feet, kid, behave. Chen Zishu felt extremely wronged, Uncle, I think I've treated you well. Why do you treat me with such indifference, so distant? You're being too heartless to me. The first part of the sentence sounded familiar, Wang Yuyang composed himself, my head hurts, stop talking. Chen Zishu moved closer, resting one hand on the back of the man's chair and propping his head with the other, leaning in close as if hugging him in his arms. Uncle, I won't hurt you. A flicker passed through Wang Yuyang's eyes, and he smiled, if you really want to have sex with me, how can you say that? Chen Zishu's eyes were filled with ambiguity, how could that be hurting? It's clearly love. My precious first time is still waiting to be given to you, Uncle. Wang Yuyang joked, you'd better give it to someone else. Uncle, you really make me angry. Chen Zishu stared at the man's profile, leaned back a little, stared at his silhouette, then at the back of his head. He wasn't sure what was hidden in his eyes, but he suddenly said, Lin Xiaonan has come. Wang Yuyang looked at the door and met Lin Xiaonan's eyes. Another person I can't fully understand. Chen Zishu snorted, teasingly pulling the man's short ponytail, I don't like him. There are too many obstacles today, we didn't play enough. Let's come here again next time. I'll call you later. And with that, he left decisively, showing no trace of the stickiness from before. Chen Zixu saw Zhou Yi in the corridor on the first floor, paused his steps, and shot him an ambiguous expression. Zhou Yi didn't react. Xiong Bai glared at him like an old hen protecting her chicks, her big eyes wide open as if she had invisible wings flapping. Poof. Chen Zixu laughed out loud, slowly spelling out 2 words with his lips, stupid bastard. Xiong Bai clucked and clenched her fists, that purple-haired guy is so despicable, big brother, stop me or I can't control the primal force inside me anymore. Zhou Yi said, then let it out. Xiong Bai looked dumbfounded, what? Release what? Zhou Yi said, the primal force. Xiong Bai was startled and retreated 2 meters away, landing gracefully, big brother, you wouldn't be joking with me, would you? Zhou Yi sternly commanded, be more careful outside. No problem, that purple-haired guy is gone already, this is a blind spot for surveillance cameras. Xiong Bai muttered, by the way, I can't get into his computer or phone. I need some time to crack them. His protective system is somewhat similar to the carnivorous plant I encountered last time at Sun Qingzhou's house. They're probably designed by the same person. Zhou Yi frowned, don't mess things up. 100% assurance. Xiong Bai pressed the elevator button, big brother, let's go upstairs. Zhou Yi took a step back and leaned against the wall, you go ahead. Suddenly changing his mind, completely unaware that he was revealing signs of restlessness and evasion. Xiong Bai couldn't help but smirk uncontrollably, whenever big brother touched on matters concerning uncle, he lost all his wits. It's better to be like him, having needs met by a good-looking money boy who satisfies him. The whole process only involves 2 things, money and the body. When Xiong Bai reached the 32nd floor, Wang Yuyang and Lin Xiaonan were just coming out of the restaurant. As they walked and talked, the atmosphere was inexplicably harmonious. Xiong Bai immediately slipped between them and hugged Wang Yuyang's arm, uncle, are we going home now? Wang Yuyang hummed in agreement. Then let's go home. Xiong Bai emphasized as she tightened her grip on his arm and defiantly raised her chin at Lin Xiaonan. This was the straightforward and simple behavior of a 19-year-old kid, with no deep scheming or ulterior motives. Likes and dislikes were clearly displayed. Lin Xiaonan seemed unbothered by the childish antics, his calm face showed no ripples. He handed over the white bag he was carrying. Before Wang Yuyang could react, Xiong Bai asked, uncle, what is this? Wang Yuyang said, apple pie. Xiong Bai's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but take the bag, is it for me? Wang Yuyang smiled, yes. Xiong Bai's beautiful soft eyebrows curved slightly, thank you. Wang Yuyang gently patted her head. Thinking about what the boss had said, he treats you well, a sense of guilt surged in Xiong Bai. It was as if she had secretly betrayed someone and was now a heartless scoundrel. Wang Yuyang noticed the child's change in mood and looked at her questioningly. Xiong Bai wanted to say something, but with others present, she swallowed her words back down, uncle, the elevator's here. Wang Yuyang looked at the person in front of him. Unbeknownst to Wen, Lin Xiaonan had lowered his gaze. In an ordinary tone, he said, Mr. Wang, I'm going to the top floor, so I'll see you off here. The top floor. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang slightly lifted his brows. The top floor was always his private residence. Wasn't going to sleep there. Lin Xiaonan seemed to have guessed his thoughts and lightly smiled, I occasionally spend the night here. Wang Yuyang didn't reveal any abnormal expressions and lazily said, alright then, don't bother Lin Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Xiong Bai quickly pulled him into the elevator without delay. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the smile at Lin Xiaonan's lips gradually faded, and his lip line instantly turned sharp and thin from its previous gentleness. He took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, peeled it open, and placed it in his mouth. He slowly sucked on it with his tongue, his eyes growing increasingly profound, revealing an unfathomable darkness. On the way home, Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi sat one in the back seat and the other in the passenger seat, the entire journey silent. Xiong Bai was an orphan, without family or parents, and pondered that being caught between bickering parents must feel somewhat akin to her current state of mind, panicked and extremely helpless. This feeling, if experienced multiple times, might make one calmer. Xiong Bai bit her lip, thinking that for the sake of family harmony, such experiences should be avoided as much as possible. When nearing the residential area, Wang Yuyang broke the silence from the back seat, Xiao Bai, go buy some food at the supermarket in the neighborhood center. Xiong Bai almost eagerly replied, okay. My goodness, finally someone spoke. As soon as the car stopped, Xiong Bai jumped out, enthusiastically opening the rear door. Wang Yuyang carried a flashlight with him. He shone it on the ground to see clearly before stepping down. Zhou Yi ahead of them fished out a pack of cigarettes, flicked one out, then remembering something, pushed it back inside, pursing his thin lips as he stepped out of the car, slamming the door behind him with a bang, standing by the side of the car. Wang Yuyang walked slowly toward the escalator with the flashlight in hand. Xiong Bai glanced at the boss and quietly said, won't you help Uncle walk? Zhou Yi replied, he has the flashlight. But even that can't compare with us, right? They say that people with night blindness enter another dimension in darker places, where everything is pitch black. Xiongbai kicked a small stone fragment at her feet. I heard from He Changjin that uncle developed night blindness later in life. He used to love wandering around night markets. Zhou Yi remained silent. Boss, I think, regardless of the type of illness, late-onset conditions are more difficult than congenital ones because everything was fine before, and suddenly one day it isn't, leading to immense mental pressure and psychological fear that's hard to overcome. Even the strongest people become vulnerable, and uncle has been bearing it all alone. Xiongbai scratched her face. He must be scared too, but he doesn't say anything. Zhou Yi stared unwaveringly at the cautious figure walking ahead, his throat dry. Xiongbai said, there are several times more people at the neighborhood center in the evening than during the day. It's noisy and boisterous. I don't know what kind of constitution uncle has, but his wounds heal very slowly. The bruises and cuts from the fire that night haven't healed much yet. If he gets a bump somewhere. Before she finished her sentence, someone collided with uncle. Xiongbai didn't react quickly enough, but an imposing figure had already flashed past, running hurriedly and unable to conceal their tension. Big brother ran off, so she couldn't rush up immediately. She had to find a spot to dawdle a little and give them some time to talk privately. Wang Yuyang was just bumped on the shoulder, and he didn't fall. Zhou Yi's hand paused mid-air and then retracted casually, sliding into his pocket. Be more careful. Wang Yuyang turned back. Xiao Yi, why are you here alone? Where's Xiao Bai? Zhou Yi shouted coldly toward the back. Xiao Bai. Bear Bai's whole body trembled where she stood by a stall. The hairs on her spine were all standing on end as if she were going to be shot down by Big Brother. Inside the supermarket, Xiongbai tried to make herself less noticeable but still caught a whiff of sourness in the air. Glancing at uncle near the snack section, she asked Big Brother in confusion, what's wrong? Zhou Yi tossed out a nonchalant remark, he doesn't eat snacks. Oh right, uncle doesn't eat junk food. Xiongbai blurted out, then why? Her voice cut off abruptly, and she closed her mouth without saying another word. The sense of guilt became even heavier. How could this be? Wang Yuyang didn't take anything, only a few bags of nuts. Xiongbai blinked twice. She loved all kinds of snacks except for nuts, they hurt her teeth. This wasn't bought for her. When Wang Yuyang put the nuts in the cart, he said to the young man beside him, eat these when you want to smoke. Zhou Yi froze. Xiongbai instinctively looked up towards Big Brother's head, as if seeing a heavy rain that lasted the whole journey suddenly stop, with the dark clouds dissipating and the rainbow appearing after the storm. An indescribable feeling overwhelmed her. It's over. Big Brother is completely gone, utterly destroyed. An 8-year age difference. That would mean that when uncle was in elementary school, Big Brother had just been born. They were like an old husband and a young one, right? If Big Brother manages to get uncle, wouldn't he have to call the other sister-in-law, eventually? Will Big Brother go back to France after the marriage? What will Mr. Nadivi and others think when they find out about this matter? Xiongbai shook her head. Stop. First, help Big Brother accomplish that stroke in his destiny. The shopping cart was passed from Xiongbay's hands to Zhou Yi's. He followed the man step by step, agreeing to everything without dissent or further comments. Anything was fine. Wang Yuyang looked around everywhere, I can't seem to find any chewing gum. Zhou Yi replied, it's at the checkout area. Is that so? Wang Yuyang smiled, I didn't know. Make sure you pick up 2 bottles later, adding, sugar-free ones. Understood. Zhou Yi didn't mention a single word about that round of the king's game. Wang Yuyang sent Xiao Bai to buy oranges and apples, then stood in front of the shelf rubbing his forehead. With an exasperated sigh, he said something random, back there in Golden Honor, when uncle didn't kiss you, it wasn't because he couldn't continue in such an environment. A French passionate kiss isn't just lightly brushing lips together. It's a wet kiss, involving tongues. Zhou Yi had just picked up the noodles but dropped them on hearing this sentence. His hand trembled, letting the noodles fall to the floor. Wang Yuyang teased while looking at the youth's hair swirl, why are you crouching down there? Do you need uncle to pull you up? Zhou Yi picked up the noodles with pursed lips, threw them into the cart irritably, and patted his pocket. Feeling the cigarette pack halfway out, he shoved it back inside again. Would changing the environment help him accept it? Should he treat it as a game or something else entirely? Was he starting to show a bit of interest in types beyond bunnies? Just as Zhou Yi couldn't suppress himself and wanted to ask the question aloud, a wave of warm breath brushed against his neck. The man leaned close to his ear and whispered, Xiao Yi, why didn't you dodge when uncle was about to kiss you? His face tensed as he answered, because of the game rules. So obedient, Wang Yuyang laughed, then what if uncle hadn't refused and continued the kiss? Would you have opened your mouth and let uncle slide his tongue inside? Zhou Yi interrupted tightly, I already said, it's the game rule. Wang Yuyang lazily propped himself against the cart with both arms. If player 3 had been someone else wanting to engage in a 3-minute passionate kiss, would you still have complied? Taking an almost imperceptible breath, Zhou Yi replied curtly and coldly, is this hypothesis meaningful? It really isn't, Wang Yuyang continued aimlessly, Xiao Yi, sleep together tonight. Zhou Yi's heart rate sped up, but his face remained expressionless, making him look somewhat foolish. Wang Yuyang said, let's talk about something. Zhou Yi snapped back to reality, and a fleeting sense of unnoticed disappointment passed by. Oh. As if afraid of being misunderstood as unwilling, he seriously added a word the next second, all right. Wang Yuyang smiled faintly, let's go. Zhou Yi pushed the cart and followed behind him. Going down from the second floor, Wang Yuyang went to a supermarket on a street in the west to buy chocolate, purchasing 5 boxes at once. Xiongbai curiously asked, Uncle, do you only eat this brand of chocolate? Wang Yuyang replied, mostly this one. Okay. Xiongbai tiptoed and whispered to the boss, make a note on your phone, you can buy this for Uncle on Valentine's Day. Zhou Yi's expression turned cold. Xiongbai was puzzled for a moment, then used her phone to search for the chocolate brand, only to find it associated with Lin Xiaonan. Well, the boss is getting jealous again. In the evening, after taking a shower, Zhou Yi went upstairs to get bedding and set up a sleeping spot on the floor in the main bedroom. Familiar routine by now. Wang Yuyang glanced at the blanket on the floor and said, Xiao Yi, do you read books usually? Zhou Yi shook his head, no, I don't. Wang Yuyang. Will we not be going out tonight? He changed the topic. Zhou Yi, Sitting at the desk flipping through some books, Wang Yuyang said, go to sleep first, Uncle will read for a while. Zhou Yi looked at him sideways, wasn't it supposed to be about discussing something? Wang Yuyang pressed the desk lamp lower, when you lived abroad, how did you communicate language-wise? Zhou Yi leaned against the edge of the bed, I know French and English. Wang Yuyang turned his head, so, still reading books? Zhou Yi gave him a strange look, unable to understand what was so contentious about this question. Fine, let it slide. I used to read, but I don't anymore. Wang Yuyang purely wanted to try finding a topic to discuss with this kid, which turned out harder than expected. Not talking about serious matters left them clueless on what else to discuss. The boy liked fitness, guns, and martial arts, none of which Wang Yuyang was into. And Wang Yuyang's interests in indulgence and health preservation wouldn't interest this kid either. Peeling an orange, Wang Yuyang sighed, ah. Zhou Yi looked at the man sitting with his back to him at the desk, why are you sighing? Wang Yuyang said, worried. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, what are you worried about? It's hard to explain right away, Wang Yuyang broke off a piece of orange and put it in his mouth, his voice muffled, sleep now. Zhou Yi lay down, his thoughts clear. His craving for nicotine hit him, so he flipped over facing the bed, staring blankly at the dark space beneath. Even though he was living with this man, he still felt so far away. Far enough like they were from different worlds. Zhou Yi thought he'd wait until the man fell asleep before doing the same, but unexpectedly drifted off without realizing it. He had a dream where he returned to Benghazi 5 years ago. 19-year-old Zhou Yi was lying beside a smelly sewer ditch, clutching the dirty ground desperately trying to stand up. But because of long-term dehydration, starvation, and infected wounds, he couldn't muster the strength. He could only struggle weakly, gasping like a rat that had fallen into water, nearly lifeless. Just when Zhou Yi had given up struggling and was waiting to die, a pair of brown leather shoes appeared in his blurry vision. Next came a bottle of water and a beautifully wrapped chocolate. Somehow Zhou Yi found the strength to grab the pant leg in front of him, forcing himself to look up. For several seconds, he thought he must have died and reached heaven, seeing an angel. After a few seconds, he remembered he had been drowned in violence and darkness, meaning he would never reach heaven after death, so what he saw wasn't an angel. That person, godlike, looked down at him from high above, strikingly beautiful. Zhou Yi struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and the silhouette of a tall figure imprinted in his pupils. The person squatted down, using a handkerchief to pry open the hand grabbing onto their pants. They pinched Zhou Yi's chin full of blood stains, inspecting him for a while before laughing regretfully. Little thing, if you were cuter and more naive, I might have taken you, but alas. Zhou Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and it was already daylight. He rubbed his face and sat up, abruptly pausing when he noticed there was no one on the bed. Ordinarily, at this time, that person would still be asleep. Wouldn't wake up until noon. Thinking of the strange incident a few nights ago when the man almost disappeared mysteriously, Zhou Yi's expression changed immediately, and he rushed out of the room barefoot. Uncle, flowers mostly die from overwatering. Look at this money tree, its roots must be completely rotten. Xiongbai muttered on the balcony, hearing some noise and shifting her gaze towards the living room, boss, you're awake. Zhou Yi was breathing heavily, his palms cold, his legs a little weak. He covered his face with both hands and took deep breaths, trying to calm the panic in his heart. What are you doing? Xiongbai said, watering flowers. The money tree is about to die, and uncle still waters it. I told him the roots were rotting, but he didn't believe me. Wang Yuyang, wearing his pajamas, stood by the flower pot holding a watering can, looking like an elderly man nearing retirement. Xiao Yi, come over here and pull this tree out to take a look. Zhou Yi gave him a quick up and down glance. How come you woke up so early? Wang Yuyang said, I couldn't sleep. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression became serious. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? There were shadows under Wang Yuyang's eyelids. I'm a little nauseous. Beside them, Xiongbai blurted out, is there something? The whole world seemed momentarily quiet. Xiongbai yawned, oh, I'm so sleepy, I'll go back to bed. After a short silence on the balcony, Zhou Yi looked down at the man's flat stomach. Xiao Yi, what are you staring at? Wang Yuyan lightly tapped the young man's head with his empty hand. Are you having brain cramps? Zhou Yi's face twitched. I'm just worried about possible problems with your intestines and stomach. I haven't eaten much since we came back last night. Wang Yuyan handed him the watering can listlessly and said, forget it, mentioning it makes me annoyed. Zhou Yi glanced at the money tree in the flower pot, its leaves had turned yellow and drooped. Are we still going to pull it out? Wang Yuyan washed his hands at the sink in the corner. Yes. Zhou Yi gently touched the strands of hair sticking to the back of the man's neck. What do you want for breakfast? Porridge or noodles? Wang Yuyan, washing his hands, replied, I want Xiao Yi's dumplings. Without even raising his eyebrows, Zhou Yi said, all right, let's have dumplings then. In the morning, Zhou Yi investigated what Wang Yuyan had asked him to check out last night, finishing about 60 to 70% of it. On the night you were killed, the group that Jinzuan sent to your villa included 19. Zhou Yi said, and he was part of the first batch sent over. Wang Yuyan sniffed the scent on him, there wasn't much cigarette smoke, but the mint aroma was quite strong. Who was 19 accompanying that night? He didn't have any specific clients. That day, he had a cold and fever and wasn't very active at the banquet. Zhou Yi continued, he has an identical twin brother studying in the second year at S University. Last month, he dropped out and returned to his hometown. Wang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, as he had guessed, the twins swapped places, meaning the one from last night was the younger brother. Did you find out why he dropped out? Zhou Yi replied, seemed he went dumb. Can a person suddenly become dumb out of nowhere? They said it was due to a fall. Wang Yuyan picked up a few pine nuts and put them back on the coffee table. The real 19 who followed him must have gone dumb because of something related to the assignment. The younger brother likely chose to replace him so Jinzuan wouldn't discover the truth. The penalty for breaching their contract with Jinzuan was beyond their means. Thus, they decided to play things by ear, taking it one step at a time. The inexperienced younger brother probably didn't come up with any other solutions. Wang Yuyan narrowed his eyes. Xiao Yi, on which exact day last month did 19's younger brother drop out? Zhou Yi answered, he disappeared from school the day after your death. Wang Yuyan rubbed his fingertips. Where is 19's hometown? Did you get the address? Zhou Yi nodded. Wang Yuyan pondered for a moment. Then let's visit today. It'll take 3 to 4 hours. Zhou Yi said, I'll tell Xiong by some things to look after while you prepare. We'll leave soon. After the youth left, Wang Yuyan thought for a while, then paused his gaze at the coffee table. Those pine nuts had somehow already been shelled. Chapter 52. Wang Yuyan didn't sleep much last night, and as soon as he got in the car, he lay down on the back seat, sleeping soundly. Zhou Yi easily lost sight of Xiao Ming and got on the highway, his mood gradually becoming calm. Even the wind that blew through the window felt warm. He wanted to drive with the man in the back seat, just keep driving down the road forever. Suddenly, the phone on the back seat started vibrating, breaking the tranquility in the car. Wang Yuyan groggily reached for the phone, his voice hoarse and nasal, hello. He Changjin said on the phone, Brother Wang, I'm at your place. Xiao Bai said you went out. Wang Yuyan smoothed his hair on his forehead, aha. He Changjin quickly asked, where did you go? Did your brother follow you? When are you coming back? Wang Yuyan answered the last question, we'll see. If we can make it back tonight, we will. Otherwise, it's tomorrow. There was a glance from the front, and Wang Yuyan caught the gaze of the youth in the rearview mirror, smiling slightly. Zhou Yi casually turned away, keeping his eyes straight ahead without showing any emotion. Wang Yuyan sat up, leaning against the backrest, still carrying traces of sleepiness. He listened as He Changjin said, I brought you a little puppy. He doubted he'd heard correctly, little puppy. An actual little puppy, a real dog. He Changjin laughed, what are you thinking about, Brother Wang? What am I thinking about? Wang Yuyan yawned, where is it from? Just bought it by the roadside. It cost less than 100 yuan, super cheap, looks cute, so I. His Changjin's voice was drowned out by Xiong Bai's excited cries, it pooped. It pooped. The volume was as if the puppy had pooped gold. Wang Yuyan put the phone on speaker next to him, Changjin, take the dog back with you. If I keep it, Xiao Bai won't stop fussing. Xiong Bai's voice came over the phone, Uncle, who do you mean won't stop fussing? I heard that, Wang Yuyan teased, since you heard it, there's no need for me to repeat myself. We can't keep the puppy, let Changjin take it back. No uncle. Xiong Bai cooed in a soft, whining tone, I fell in love with the puppy at first sight, I like it. Let's keep it, no, I'll keep it. In the future, I'll be its mother, fully responsible for all its needs. Alright? Please, uncle. Zhou Yi glanced at the rearview mirror while driving and noticed a faint smile playing at the corners of the man's eyes, it seemed he really liked tender and adorable kids. He placed a cigarette between his lips, lit it, took a deep puff, and his eyes darkened. Wang Yuyan sensed a change in the atmosphere inside the car. He raised his eyes to look into the rearview mirror, where the young man continued driving expressionlessly, impossible to read. It's troublesome to raise a puppy. If you want fun, try something else. Don't want to change, it's this one, Xiongbai said anxiously. Uncle, you trust me, I'll definitely take care of my little pup, and I'll handle all sanitation duties personally. Wang Yuyang couldn't help but laugh at the idea of such a tiny kid rushing to become a mom. Alright, keep it. The voice on the phone changed to He Changjin. Big brother Wang, the dog doesn't have a name yet. Wang Yuyang said, you think of one. So, it's settled that it stays with you. He Changjin adjusted his glasses. When you get back, let me know, and we'll go out for a meal together. Wang Yuyang exchanged a few more words and hung up, then nestled back into his seat trying to sleep again. But the sleepy feeling had vanished, didn't know where it went. Unable to fall asleep, Wang Yuyang shifted position lying down, his eyes slightly closed. Xiaoyi, play some songs. Zhou Yi responded with a single word, noisy. Wang Yuyang sighed. After a dozen seconds, a gentle, lively melody played softly in the car. Wang Yuyang's eyelids flickered as he listened to the music, slowly getting a little sleepy again. How much longer till we arrive? Over an hour, Zhou Yi replied, flicking the ash of his cigarette out the car window. That's fast enough. Wang Yuyang received a set of 9 grid photos, all of the little puppy, with white fur, carefully cradled in Xiongbay's hands, curled into a fluffy ball, so small. The dog was cute, and so was the boy holding it, rubbing his face against it with affection. Xiongbai sent a voice message, Uncle, we couldn't come up with a good name. We thought of many, but they all seem lacking in some way. Could you and the boss help us think of one? Wang Yuyang replied, just call it Little Dog. Xiongbai. By the time Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi exited the highway, the little puppy finally had a name, Milk. Xiongbai, in her newly crowned role as mom, went on a shopping spree online, sending various screenshots to Wang Yuyang, completely ecstatic. Xiaoyi, is there anything wrong with this dog? Wang Yuyang rephrased, there's a problem with He Changjin, but the dog should be fine, right? Zhou Yi glanced at the road ahead, we'll know if there's a problem once we raise it. As a car passed by, a faint burnt smell seeped through the half-open car window and entered Wang Yuyang's nostrils. Stop that Volkswagen, its engine is burning. Zhou Yi looked at him for a moment, sped up to catch up with the car, gave a reminder, and then drove away. Wang Yuyang watched through the rearview mirror as the family of 4 inside the car quickly got out and moved away. The whole car burst into flames shortly after. Zhou Yi exhaled a white smoke ring, you've changed your body, and your heart has changed too. In the past, when you encountered situations like this just now, you wouldn't care about others' lives. Is that what I've heard? Wang Yuyang couldn't help but laugh, who was the one who meddled 5 years ago and saved you? Zhou Yi observed the man's facial expression, that was just a whim of yours. Wang Yuyang didn't deny this point, he sighed helplessly with a light smile, Xiaoyi, you can't be like this. We're talking about the result now, aren't we? Zhou Yi. These are all causes and effects of blessings. Wang Yuyang shook his head in an indescribable manner, sighing, saving your life back then made today's path possible, otherwise with such a bizarre development, Uncle really wouldn't have found a trustworthy person to use. Zhou Yi's grip on the steering wheel paused for a moment, 2 lives. Wang Yuyang said, you repaid me once. Zhou Yi lowered his voice solemnly, it doesn't count. Well, then make it 2 lives, Wang Yuyang joked, be good to Uncle, okay? Zhou Yi thought to himself, I want to treat you even better, to give you everything I have. But since you've been at the top for over a decade, enjoying all the glories and riches, I don't know if anything I offer could ever satisfy you. The car arrived at the town of Huangshe and stopped near a courtyard. Wang Yuyang looked out from the car, here. Zhou Yi said, that 19-year-old used to come from a decent family background, learned piano since childhood, he was a musical prodigy. In March this year, his family's company went bankrupt, his father committed suicide, and his mother died of illness. This year, he's done many jobs, and eventually, he went to Jinzuan to sell his body because he couldn't bear the pressure anymore. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, Jinzuan would check everyone very carefully, including information about their family members. But he never asked questions and did not know the name of the child by his side, only calling him little guy. What's his real name? Zhou Yi's tone suddenly became cold and hard, I don't know. Wang Yuyang stopped his motion to open the car door, didn't you already check? Zhou Yi said stiffly, I forgot. Wang Yuyang wanted to speak, but then a youth appeared within sight, with distinct and beautiful features, soft facial lines, and a slender figure like green bamboo. The gray pants wrapped around his legs were straight and uniform, and his entire presence was filled with a touching innocence and warmth. The youth held several large pomegranates in his arms, wearing a somewhat foolish smile on his face. Wang Yuyang squinted at him through the car glass, flipping through the memories of how he brought him back to the villa afterward, finding that his impression was completely different from this, cleaner, more innocent, like a 3 or 5-year-old child. Bang! Without realizing, Zhou Yi had gotten out of the car, and the sound of him slamming the door was quite loud. The youth trembled uncontrollably, afraid to pick up the pomegranates that had fallen from his hands. Wang Yuyang massaged his forehead and got out of the car, picking up the pomegranates one by one and handing them to the youth, whose eyes were wet. Take them. The youth cautiously extended his hand and only took 1 pomegranate. Wang Yuyang smiled encouragingly, there are still 3 left. The youth gulped, wanting to take them but dared not, his big black eyes staring at those 3 pomegranates. "They're all yours," Wang Yuyang handed the pomegranates to him, "hold on tight." The youth looked at the red pomegranates in his arms and then at the person in front of him, and he broke out into a silly smile. Zhou Yi stood on the side, furrowing his brows, emitting a heavy chill around him. Wang Yuyang whispered to him, "Is he really dumb or pretending?" "Really dumb." Zhou Yi showed no expression. This kid went to Jinzuan to sell himself to protect his younger brother. He signed a 3-year contract with a huge penalty for breach of contract. It's impossible that he doesn't know the severity, unless he's stupid enough to let his younger brother do that kind of work instead. So he really is dumb. Wang Yuyang lifted the youth's slightly long bangs, forcing him to raise his head a bit. He noticed an ugly scar on his temple which immediately ruined the beauty of his face. "Little guy, can you talk?" The youth blankly opened his mouth, seemingly unable to struggle. Zhou Yi's veins on his forehead were jumping. "What did you see in him at the beginning?" "The hands." Wang Yuyang looked down at the teenager's fingers hugging the pomegranates, like white jade. Zhou Yi looked down at his own hands, which had scars and calluses, looking coarse and hard. The veins on his forehead jumped even more violently. "Alright, Xiaoyi, this trip shouldn't be wasted. Think about how to get something out of it." Wang Yuyang smoothed the bangs of the youth. If he still had his original face, perhaps it would have been possible to give this child some kind of stimulus. But now this face was useless. Zhou Yi ignored him. Wang Yuyang said, "Xiaoyi, don't throw a tantrum right now." Zhou Yi twisted his face and bent over. Before he could say anything, the youth retreated with the pomegranates in his arms, his complexion turning pale. He straightened up. "This kid is afraid of me." "Of course." Wang Yuyang pinched his nose bridge, saying matter-of-factly, "You've got such a stiff face that even uncle is scared." "Only a fool would believe that." Zhou Yi stared at the youth, testing him by saying, "Grandpa is here." The youth didn't react at all. Wang Yuyang said, "This won't work, Xiaoyi. Let's try again." Zhou Yi switched to another sentence, deliberately lowering his voice extremely slow, almost enunciating each word. "Grandpa is dead." The already large eyes of the youth widened even more, his throat emitting a vague, strange scream. Chapter 53. After that strange cry, the teenager didn't change a bit, like a stone sinking into the sea, without a ripple after just 1 second. No matter how Zhou Yi tried, the boy had no reaction, he just stood there foolishly hugging the pomegranate. Wang Yuyang saw the teenager running towards the courtyard in front and pulled Zhou Yi to ask, "Who's at his home?" Zhou Yi said, "His grandmother." Wang Yuyang wiped the dust off with a tissue while picking up the pomegranate. "Shall we visit?" Zhou Yi frowned. "It's not appropriate." "Then let's go have dinner first, then come back later." Wang Yuyang was looking for a place to throw the tissue away. Seeing him standing there motionless, Wang raised an eyebrow. "Let's go, Xiao Yi." Zhou Yi looked down at him and reminded him, "There's only takeout. Makeshift, right?" Wang Yuyang walked lazily. Soon enough, Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi sat in a small noodle shop. Each of them had a steaming bowl of plain noodles in front of them. Wang Yuyang lost his appetite just by seeing the oil on top. He forced himself to eat a bit of the noodles and then put down the chopsticks. Zhou Yi glanced at him. "Is this what you mean by makeshift?" Wang Yuyang smelled the heavy odor, frowned slightly. "Eat yours." Zhou Yi split the disposable chopsticks. "When I mentioned your death, that kid reacted." Wang Yuyang asked him for a gum, put one piece in his mouth, and the cool taste instantly filled his nose and mouth. Zhou Yi ate a forkful of noodles. "Did he get scared when he saw you killed?" "Impossible." Wang Yuyang chewed the gum casually. "The study isn't a garden where anyone can approach." Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment. "That night, you didn't let him serve by your side?" Wang Yuyang lifted his eyelids. "Serve what?" Zhou Yi fell silent again. "The words my uncle once said. I wonder how much you actually listened." Wang Yuyang chuckled wryly. "Normally, the kid just plays the piano at the villa." Zhou Yi paused his action of eating and looked at the man for a second, lowering his eyes and continuing eating. Actually, he remembered this man saying recently that as his mentality has aged, he began to focus on health preservation and would carry an obedient child around to ease boredom, and he wouldn't touch any more. But he didn't know exactly what "not touching" meant. Wang Yuyang felt hungry. Chewing gum couldn't fill him up, so he thought about going to the car to eat that piece of bread. Zhou Yi quickly finished a bowl of noodles. Wang Yuyang kept thinking about his bread. "Let's go." Zhou Yi remained sitting on the plastic stool and looked at the man's bowl of noodles from the corner of his eye. "I'm not full yet." Wang Yuyang said, "Then order another bowl." Zhou Yi moved the man's bowl in front of him and started eating indifferently. Wang Yuyang leaned his head, with a smile on the edge of his lips. After Zhou Yi finished a bowl of noodles, his ears and neck were flushed red. The ferocity of the autumn tiger was astonishing. The sunlight pouring down from the azure sky at noon was somewhat scorching. Inside the car, Wang Yuyang lazily leaned against the leather seat, dozing off. Zhou Yi called Xiao Bai before getting in the car, and shouted a voice at the man. "If that kid wasn't scared out of his mind because of seeing you get killed, it could be that he unintentionally overheard someone plotting to kill you, carrying a shocking secret and worrying about being silenced. Maybe he scared himself into self-protection as a fool. Possible. Wang Yuyang said, a 19-year-old kid, limited psychological resilience and ability to deal with emergencies. Zhou Yi saw the man's eyelids droop, looking lazy like a precious cat, twitching slightly at the corner of his forehead. Wang Yuyang's eyelids were shrouded in light and shadow. If he doesn't come out, should we wait here? Spend a night in town tonight. Zhou Yi noticed the man looking over and his expression was solemn and severe. I will investigate inside tonight. Wang Yuyang withdrew his gaze, or, we could take the person out and ask. Fools don't understand human language, we can't follow the normal routine. We can only rely on luck. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, Wang Yuyang soon fell asleep. By the time Wang Yuyang woke up, dusk was approaching, and Shizhou hadn't come out of the house. He followed Zhou Yi to the hotel and continued sleeping. Zhou Yi frowned deeply. Why is he so able to sleep today? He bent over to check the man's breathing, arteries, and temperature. Then he took out his phone to confirm the positioning of the wristband was intact. Only then did he sit down by the bed and exhale a long breath. Zhou Yi was playing with the cigarette box. Many things after returning to the country made him feel powerless. Despite being a mercenary for so long, he realized how little he could actually contribute. He held the hand of the person lying on the bed, resting it on his abdomen and gently caressing it with his rough palm. The man had fallen into a deep sleep and would not sense anything. Zhou Yi stared at the sleeping man's face, which was pale to the point of translucency. His lips were very light in color, and the sickly pallor that clung to his features showed no sign of abating. It had been 1.5 months since the day he died. Until they unraveled each event from this period, neither of them could feel at ease. Human experiments. Zhou Yi's grip on the man's hand tightened even further. That night, after being repeatedly cautioned by Zhou Yi, he left the hotel room. Wang Yuyang watched TV for a little while, but then felt an ache as if needles were piercing his brain. He turned off the TV and leaned back against the headboard drinking water. Wang Yuyang suddenly glanced toward the window on the left side, where there was only silence. Abruptly, he recalled something Xiao Qiu had mentioned earlier. Xiao Qiu said she heard noises coming from the original tenant's room as if someone was rummaging through things. Thinking it might be a burglar, she rushed into the room without hesitation, only to see a shadow jumping out the window. The original tenant's apartment was on the 6th floor. Xiao Qiu believed that even if someone survived such a fall, they must have sustained injuries and couldn't have walked away unscathed, yet no one had reported falling from the building that night in the neighborhood. Thinking it was just a mistake in hearing or seeing things incorrectly. Still, she admitted she didn't immediately check by peering out the window herself. This room was on the 5th floor. For a moment, Wang Yuyang had the sensation of something outside the window. 2 seconds later, Wang Yuyang got up, closed the window, and locked it. Standing next to the window, he looked down, but it was pitch black like an abyss. Wang Yuyang quickly grabbed the M1911 pistol given to him by the boy and calmly sat on the chair, his eyelids slightly drooping. The room was eerily quiet, and Wang Yuyang could hear the steady rhythm of his own breathing. After a long while, he slowly closed his eyes. An illusion? Knock knock. The sound of knocking startled him abruptly. Wang Yuyang's eyelids twitched rapidly as he turned his body towards the door and faced it. A low voice came from outside the door, saying, "Me." Wang Yuyang kept his gun ready and walked to the door, placing his hand on the lock without moving any further. There was silence outside for a moment before the same low, deeper voice repeated itself, "It's me." Wang Yuyang unlocked the door and opened it a crack. The familiar scent flooded in, and he completely opened the door, walking back into the room. Zhou Yi entered, carrying the coolness of the autumn night. Seeing the man standing barefoot on the floor, his brows furrowed. "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" "I forgot," Wang Yuyang replied nonchalantly and asked, "Did you find anything?" Zhou Yi closed the door behind him and shook his head. "No." After the heightened alertness wore off, Wang Yuyang felt drained but also somewhat reassured by the presence of the boy. He soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Yi sat at the foot of the bed holding a cigarette, bending forward with his hands resting on his legs, gazing at the pale wall opposite him. He had lied not long ago. Although nothing valuable was found during their search of the courtyard, he had made some progress by testing that teenager. When he mentioned Lin Xiaonan, the boy had lost control so much that he wet his pants. Even worse, the boy curled up in the corner hugging his head, muttering nonsense like, "I don't want to die," before eventually fainting. Unconsciously, Zhou Yi left a set of bite marks on the cigarette butt. Shen Er from City S, who propped up the entire Shen family during his youth and swiftly accumulated power at an alarming rate. In adulthood, his ambitions expanded continuously, and by his 30s, he reigned supreme in the gray area between the legal and illegal worlds. Even legendary figures cannot escape worldly concerns. Zhou Yi placed his feet on the bed, walked to the head of it, and squatted down. Leaning over, he looked at the serene face beneath the man's eyelids. Too many people wanted to crowd close to this man, out of respect, fear, flattery, and desire to please, but Lin Xiaonan stood out as slightly different. Now there was one more person added, himself. He relied on his cooking skills and the opportunities granted by fate. If there had been no murder, no death, and no so-called rebirth, he would never have become this man's choice, not even temporarily. Lin Xiaonan's foundation was something he wasn't quite clear about, but he understood that humans are greedy creatures. Take himself for example, despite knowing full well how privileged he was based on this man's status and history, already surpassing expectations and breaking principles, he still felt it wasn't enough. So did Lin Xiaonan. Once tasting a little sweetness, they wanted more. Lin Xiaonan's depth of character surpassed what Zhou Yi had anticipated. If it were him, there was no way he could tolerate watching this man lavish affection on someone else, let alone personally selecting someone to send to them. Just hearing about it made him uncomfortable. Zhou Yi's brow bones jutted sharply as Lin Xiaonan used over 10 years of careful pretense and patience to numb the man's vigilance. The more obedient and trustworthy one is, the more vicious they become when they betray. Zhou Yi avoided looking at the man's face, puffing a mouthful of smoke into the void. Their current lead was that Lin Xiaonan had somehow gotten involved in this murder case. Judging from how he sent Xiao Ming to monitor the man and also approached him personally, it seemed likely he knew about the secret of rebirth. For some reason, though, he had yet to make any major moves. There must be something beyond his control, thus, he was merely observing the situation. That meant Lin Xiaonan wasn't the mastermind behind all of this. At best, he was one of several co-conspirators collaborating for their own benefit. Murder, rebirth, experiments. Zhou Yi vaguely sensed something ominous but hesitated to act. The ash on his cigarette accumulated to half an inch long, its flame-like glow flickering as if darting into his eyes before extinguishing and falling back into quiet darkness. When the ash fell onto the bed, Zhou Yi carefully brushed it away and lay down beside the man. Lin Xiaonan had grown up under Zhou Yi's watchful eye. No one else, not even anyone from the Shen family, could compare with the length of time Zhou Yi had spent with Lin. To accept Lin as a traitor, Zhou Yi would need solid evidence. Until that moment came, Zhou Yi decided to keep silent. Turning his body sideways, Zhou Yi almost compulsively reached out to touch the man's lips, his thumb unconsciously pressing and stroking repeatedly. Before he realized what he was doing, the man's lips were already red, which made Zhou Yi withdraw his hand like a mischievous child caught in wrongdoing. His muscles stiffened, his breathing deep and tense. At his side, the man rolled over, draping one arm and then one leg across Zhou Yi. Staying completely still, Zhou Yi allowed himself to be held as if he were nothing more than a pillow. Breathing heavily, staring blankly at the ceiling, Zhou Yi felt death wasn't far off. He wanted to push the man away because otherwise, he'd suffer unbearably, but when his hands touched the man's lean shoulders, instead of pushing him away, he instinctively pulled the man closer into an embrace. Lowering his head cautiously, he touched the black hair nestled against his shoulder, then closed his eyes, gradually drifting off to sleep in indescribable pain and fulfillment. A few days later, Xiongbai retrieved a file folder from the police. Inside were dozens of photos of a metallic sphere similar to a badge taken from various angles and distances. Alongside the photos was a document detailing the information about the metallic ball. Z3019 deceased Zheng Yuan's possession, black surface resembling soot after exposure to fire, color unremovable by cleaning, material unidentified. Wang Yuyang looked at the metal ball on his phone. Didn't the Zheng Yuan case get solved? Why are the police still investigating? It's Mei Yu, said Zhou Yi, she hasn't given up on your case or Lu Feng's. Currently, only this line of investigation remains viable. Wang Yuyang enlarged the photo on his phone. Isn't Lu Feng's case also closed? It's just closed publicly. Zhou Yi looked at him. There have been no developments regarding the medicine, but Mei Yu hasn't let go either. Her superiors have given her 2 weeks. If she finds anything substantial, approval for forming a special investigation team will follow. Sounds good. Wang Yuyang laughed. That's her style. Hearing the howling in the living room, Zhou Yi called out, Xiaobai, take care of the dog. On it, on it. Xiongbai squatted by the balcony patting the doghouse with a maternal glow, arms wide open. Little treasure, come here, mama will hold you. Wincing, Zhou Yi closed the door. The actual item is at the police station. We only managed to get these pictures. Wang Yuyang set down his phone and rubbed his eyes. Zhou Yi's tone remained flat. If you want to see the real thing, I'll go get it tonight. No need. Wang Yuyang shook his head. Don't take the risk. It's fine. Wang Yuyang turned around, locking eyes with Zhou Yi. I'll start cooking. Hold on. Wang Yuyang asked, tell me about the club. How's the investigation going? Zhou Yi said, just some senior citizen street dance group. Wang Yuyang chuckled, don't joke with me, young man. You're always the one joking with me, Zhou Yi blurted out without thinking, pausing momentarily to compose himself. All we found out is that much. Do you still want to join? Wang Yuyang sighed, go back to cooking. After Zhou Yi left, Wang Yuyang examined the photos again. It seemed familiar, though he couldn't recall where. This feeling had occurred twice since gaining a new life. Once when Su Mo smiled, another was this mysterious object. Wang Yuyang stared at the photo for a long time until his eyes grew sore and slightly red. He paused for a moment, stepped out, smelled the cooking oil, and impulsively announced his desire to stir-fry a dish. Zhou Yi took a while to snap back, his expression unreadable. Are you sure? Without responding, Wang Yuyang got straight to work, grabbing the spatula and shoveling in the wok. Zhou Yi's throat tightened, finding the scene difficult to comprehend. What do you plan to cook? Wang Yuyang grinned, anything really. Zhou Yi, it won't be anything decent, right? Wang Yuyang noticed his sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, revealing a strong forearm with several long thin scars from cutting into chemicals recently. On closer inspection, some older scars could be seen as well. Zhou Yi seemed worried he might be repulsed, and pulled his hand back. You do the stir-frying. With that, he left the kitchen. What am I supposed to cook? Wang Yuyang glanced around, spotting some shredded carrots on the counter. They were already cut up, so all he needed to do was toss them into the wok. In the living room, Xiongbai cradled a small puppy in a chair, its fluffy head lowered gently, patiently waiting for food. This is the first time I've seen Uncle cook since I got here. I'm pretty excited. I'll eat 2 more bowls at lunch today. Zhou Yi silently kept a close eye on the figure in the kitchen, then frowned after a short while and rose from the table. Boss, where are you going? This is a big moment, we need to witness it together. To get the fire extinguisher ready. Chapter 54. Wang Yu, after 2 lifetimes combined into one, attempted cooking for the first time, concluding with a dish that was burnt black and foul-smelling, impossible to identify as anything. Xiongbai truly lacked the courage to take even a bite. He glanced at his uncle, who looked rather disheartened with his head hanging low, and said through pursed lips, I can't even cook carrots either, they either end up burnt or tasteless. It's normal not to be good at it, right, big brother? Without receiving a response, Xiongbai continued to signal wildly to the older brother. Wasn't this a perfect moment for some affectionate gestures? Miss this chance, and there won't be another. Zhou Yi finally spoke, it's fine. At least he didn't have to use a fire extinguisher, it was much better than expected. Xiongbai couldn't help rolling his eyes, love makes people blind, and big brother has become blind. Wang Yu suddenly sighed while keeping his gaze lowered and speaking, showing great confusion, why did it burn so quickly before I even finished stir-frying it a few times? Zhou Yi put it succinctly, the heat was too high. Wang Yu looked up at him, High heat dries out the moisture in the carrots very quickly, Zhou Yi explained more clearly, you should lower the heat. Wang Yu arched an eyebrow, can it be adjusted? Zhou Yi. Xiongbai. Upon hearing these words, he could almost picture the scene several decades later when Big Brother would hunch over and unsteadily wield the spatula while cooking. To have chosen someone like Uncle Wang means serving him for life. But there's nothing to be done about that, it was a willing decision. Wang Yu laughed with a sense of novelty, I see, the flame can indeed be adjusted. Looking around with excitement, he asked, Little E, is there anything else to fry? Should these mushrooms be sliced? Seeing him pick up the knife, Zhou Yi instinctively twitched both eyes. Put it down, let me do it. Alright, Wang Yu set down the knife and mushrooms, washed his hands, then moved to study the gas stove. He ignited the fire and fiddled with adjusting the heat higher and lower. Zhou Yi grabbed onto the back of his shirt to prevent him from stumbling forward if he lost balance. Neglected, Xiongbai suffered a 10,000-point hit, swaying as he walked out of the kitchen with his little puppy. The long days of eating dog food had begun. The atmosphere in the kitchen was tranquil. After studying for a while, Wang Yu sighed, Little E, cooking is really hard. Zhou Yi remained silent. He never found it difficult before. He used to cook casually based on mood and time, but now he spent every day carefully preparing meals. Missing even one meal caused him unease. How about? Wang Yu turned around, you teach your uncle a bit. The instant Zhou Yi heard this, his face darkened severely, absolutely not. Before thinking, those hurried words came tumbling out, only realizing later that his reaction was unreasonable. As if Wang Yu hadn't noticed, he combed through his slightly longer hair, I'm not trying to reach any particular level. It's just so I don't starve when you're not at home. The dishes Xiaobai cooks are both greasy and spicy, like takeout, it doesn't suit my taste. You could teach me what I enjoy eating. Zhou Yi cut him off, his tone cold and firm, this is non-negotiable. Wang Yu wore a faint smirk. Zhou Yi gulped audibly, his back muscles tightening somewhat. It seemed he was increasingly able to see through Lin Xiaonan's intentions, to make this man depend on him. There must be nothing, absolutely nothing except him. Preferably, this man shouldn't be able to survive without him. Although Zhou Yi maintained a blank expression on his face, his inner emotions churned like stormy seas. How could such twisted thoughts creep out of his heart? His temples throbbed, his breathing subtly becoming uneven. Taking a glance at the young man, Wang Yu's voice was soft, if you don't want to teach, then don't. Even if you taught, I probably wouldn't learn much anyway. Cooking isn't exactly my strong suit. Afterwards, he sighed, shaking his head with a laugh, Little E really knows how to please his uncle's stomach. Zhou Yi moved his hand hanging by his side, his voice slightly hoarse, leave. Wang Yu responded, what about those mushrooms? A vague, guttural growl escaped Zhou Yi's throat, leave. Wang Yu suppressed his smile, the warmth fading from his eyes, Little E, why are you angry? It's my fault. Zhou Yi wiped his face, I'm going to cook now, don't stay here. Wang Yu left without saying anything. After turning off the range hood, Zhou Yi stood irritably in the kitchen, smoking. To control someone completely, you could strip them of everything, leaving them with nothing, then become their only choice. Or you could lock them away directly. Neither of these paths seemed appropriate for the leader of the Shen family. Lin Xiaonan might have chosen the third option, modifying the previous two and combining them into one. If only he could change his body and no longer be the leader of the Shen family, everything would be simple. But if that were to happen, wouldn't it be necessary to confine that body by his side? There should be no memory left, only cleansing or altering. A replacement would then occur. But now, though a different life had begun, all the memories were still intact, seemingly unaltered. Perhaps something went wrong in the process. Had Lin Xiaonan been tricked and caught off guard? Zhou Yi replayed the video of the previous funeral, remembering how Lin Xiaonan had held the memorial portrait, with genuine grief and exhaustion in his eyes. This strengthened Zhou Yi's assumption further. Lost in thought, Zhou Yi performed slightly off while preparing several dishes. Xiongbai didn't notice, loudly eating as Wang Yu was very particular about food and immediately detected the discrepancy. He lightly furrowed his brow, and Zhou Yi got up to boil dumplings. With his mouth full of food, Xiongbai mumbled something indistinct. Wang Yu leaned back on the chair, placing his crossed hands on his abdomen. His right thumb tapped against the left, deep in thought. When Xiongbay's mouth was free for a moment, he called toward the kitchen, "Big brother, what are you doing? Not enough food?" Zhou Yi remained silent. Confused, Xiongbai noticed that his uncle hadn't touched the chopsticks. Reflecting a bit, his expression turned subtle. "Uncle, why aren't you eating?" Wang Yu half lowered his eyelids. "I'll eat later." Xiongbai inwardly snorted. "You're waiting for Big Brother's dumplings, aren't you?" Still, this dish of water bamboo was pretty good, and so were the others. Just a bit bland, some chili might have been better. He scooted closer and whispered, "Uncle, what do you think of my big brother?" Wang Yu looked at him. He has 8-pack abs, handsome pecs, a perfect waistline, is tall, handsome, manly, can fight well, and get things done. For every quality Xiongbai mentioned, he bent one finger. Even after using both hands, he wasn't finished, with his deer-like eyes glowing brightly, full of admiration. There are too many advantages. I can't even count them all. Wang Yu made a small sound from his nose, carrying a faint smirk. Staring intently, Xiongbai blinked his curly long lashes. "Uncle, sometimes I feel like you have a dominant aura, like right now." Wang Yu said, "Let's just eat." Okay. Xiongbai stole glances at the man, wondering when Big Brother would tell him the secrets hidden about Uncle. Would he even tell? Petting the puppy on his lap, Xiongbai decided not to privately investigate anymore. Curiosity couldn't go unchecked. Come to think of it, out of 36 ways to play matchmaker, only one has been used. The remaining 35 must be utilized. Once Big Brother tastes sweetness, he won't blame him for acting on his own. Wang Yu usually tied his hair into a little ponytail. Xiongbai and Chen Zixu enjoyed pulling it. Perhaps it was the shared amusement of people their age. Wang Yu didn't take it seriously, there were very few things that could make him concerned, and most were trivial. It was different for Zhou Yi. Though showing no emotion on his face, he radiated chilling vibes throughout. Xiongbai couldn't withstand the frosty atmosphere, retreating with his dog, quickly heading into the room to battle the carnivorous flower. Is Big Brother fermented vinegar personified? Acidic enough to make one's teeth hurt, it's unbearable. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Yi scrolled through his phone while looking down. Facing the trash bin, Wang Yu peeled an orange and brought up a matter, "Little E, check over the next couple days if you can transfer the stall." Zhou Yi immediately pocketed his phone. Why transfer it? Initially, I thought since the former owner already rented the stall for a year, living expenses would increase, and having you help run it would reduce suspicion outwardly. Now, after more than a month, we've had time to settle, so it's unnecessary. Wang Yu added, and once transferred, you can sleep in a bit longer in the morning. Watching Wang Yu peel the orange slowly with his slender fingers, Zhou Yi replied, I'm used to waking up early. Wang Yu moved at a deliberate pace. Do as you wish. Just say if you don't want to work the stall. Lately, I played with stocks using the former owner's savings and managed to earn over 100,000 yuan. The card is on the desk in the room. Take it and use it first. Startled, Zhou Yi asked, don't you dislike playing with stocks? I do dislike it, but I've grown tired of it. It makes money fast, though, doesn't it? Wang Yu smiled, didn't you say that the Range Rover you bought with your task fee no longer exists? Zhou Yi seemed to blink, appearing somewhat dazed. Xiao Bai mentioned that you two won't be taking any more tasks before the new year. That's fine. It'll let you focus less on work and concentrate on other things. In a relaxed tone, Wang Yu added, you don't need to worry about money. If it's insufficient, tell your uncle. Zhou Yi still stood there stunned, silent. Wang Yu turned his pale face towards him, what are you spacing out about, little E? Zhou Yi lowered his eyes to hide the turmoil of emotions, casually bringing up a topic, you've managed Shen Corporation for years. Where did you stash all the money you made? Wang Yu tore off the last piece of orange peel, in Scandinavia. Zhou Yi thought he wouldn't answer and after a pause asked, does Lin Xiaonan know? Probably a bit, Wang Yu wasn't sure. That batch of funds couldn't be risked being touched yet, nor was it necessary as it wasn't needed. Zhou Yi was silent for a long time before laughing bitterly, his tone like swallowing a shard of ice, you really trust him that much? Wang Yu ate a slice of orange, his expression lethargic, it's not completely without defense measures. But we've known each other for 20 years. We see each other often, there will always be moments when guard is dropped. Zhou Yi's gaze darkened instantly upon learning it had been over a decade since the first checks were made. He hadn't anticipated it would stretch so long. 20 years. Including their initial meeting in Banjiashi, Zhou Yi had only known this man for 5 years and 4 months, just a quarter of that time. Zhou Yi's face turned ashen as he muttered a low curse under his breath, finding himself immaturely making comparisons lately, torturing himself each time. Shit. Little E, Wang Yu said, were you just swearing silently in your head? Zhou Yi's eye twitched slightly as he maintained an unfazed expression, no cursing. Wang Yu's gaze gleamed mischievously, lie. The next moment, he offered the uneaten orange in his hand, teasing with a voice akin to talking to a puppy, want some? Zhou Yi's jawline tensed as he was about to lie by saying, no, but suddenly heard a soft chuckle, think it through before answering. His thin lips pressed together in silence. Then, without speaking, he reached out and accepted it. That afternoon, Wang Yu went to visit He Changjin. He Changjin suggested dragging him along for shopping, which Wang Yu rejected, claiming, the wind outside was too strong. Wang bro, come on. He Changjin complained loudly, how is the wind related to going shopping? Wang Yu replied, it causes a headache. He Changjin. You've got so many issues now. He Changjin removed his glasses, pretending to look profound while pinching the bridge of his nose. I think you're suffering from single dog syndrome. Find someone, get sweet, and I guarantee you'll eat heartily and feel comfortable all over. Wang Yu's mouth corner twitched, hearing the same old talk repeated in various ways. He Changjin had nagged a few times already, clearly hoping that Wang could settle down and have a peaceful, ordinary life soon. Or rather, the original owner of Wang Yu's body. Bro Wang, want some pomelo? As He Changjin said this, he started peeling one. Wang Yu was thinking about that notebook. The date December 19, 2021 flashed in his mind, prompting him to start a conversation about 7 years ago. Not sure if Wang Yu hadn't paid close attention, but the fishy smell emanating from He Changjin seemed stronger now. Previously, he assumed He Changjin picked it up somewhere, stuck to his clothes, but now, it smelled as if it was coming from inside his body. Chapter 55. In front of the coffee table, a grapefruit fragrance was spreading, yet Wang Yuyang could still catch the scent of fish. He was sure it wasn't because he hadn't smelled carefully enough, but rather that the smell coming from He Changjin had actually grown stronger. Wang Yuyang did not have the original host's memories and thus didn't know whether He Changjin used to have the fishy smell before he came into this body. But since he had taken over this body, he could always sense it every time they met. The smell seemed to have shifted, no longer faint on clothes, it now wafted out of his very skin. This familiar yet strange change was like some sort of signal, giving rise to countless pieces of information in its wake. For example, the human experiments caused by several intertwined minor storylines recently. Worsening. Mutation. And also. Wang Yuyang stared at the slim, refined youth in front of him, who was 2 years younger than the big dog at his place, only 22. Changjin, which year did you come to S City? He Changjin paused momentarily while peeling the grapefruit before continuing, 2021, I've told Brother Wang this before. Don't you remember? I do feel like you've mentioned it, but I'm not quite clear. Wang Yuyang said, 2021, so isn't that 7 years ago? He Changjin tore off a thick piece of grapefruit peel, that's right, 7 years ago. He smacked his lips, slightly thicker, I met Brother Wang the second year after I arrived. It's been several years already. Time really flies like hell. Wang Yuyang remembered that the original host's record stated that he came to S City in 2022 and soon after met He Changjin. Back then, weren't you only 15? He Changjin sighed deeply with an old air about him, stupid youth days. Wang Yuyang picked up the cup and drank some water. Have you ever thought about what would have happened if you hadn't dropped out of junior high school? Yeah, I have. Countless times, but to no avail. Life can't be relived, one can only regret. He Changjin slapped his thighs excitedly, if I could go back to being 15 with my current memories, no one could stop me from studying. Even if I die of exhaustion, I will definitely study well, make progress every day, and not run around aimlessly. Wang Yuyang remarked, longing for a big city. He Changjin chuckled cynically, it was just a dream back then. I just wanted to make a lot of money in a big city, live in a big house, and eat instant noodles and sausage until I was full. Wang Yuyang curled his mouth, instant noodles and sausage. He Changjin laughed, I loved those two things back then, and I still do. Wang Yuyang slouched bonelessly into the sofa, big cities offer more opportunities and money, but also more fierce competition. They are heaven for the upper class, yet cruel arenas for those at the bottom. He didn't know anything back then, thinking that having a dream meant pursuing it wherever it took him, even across the ends of the earth or until the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. How stupid. He Changjin patted away the white thread on his legs and sighed heavily, my hometown compared to S City is like a small grove versus a grand forest. All I could think about was how vast and beautiful the forest was. When I left home, it was as though the emperor was far away and the sky wide, meaning no one could manage me anymore. I could do whatever I pleased, forgetting completely that forests contained wolves and tigers that devour people. Wang Yuyang's gaze casually swept over him, did you encounter traffickers? Traffickers? He Changjin shook his shoulders and burst into laughter, no way. I'm too cunning, even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't take me away. The main issue was that I was only 15, underage, and had a hard time finding work. Moreover, I thought I was something great, but the little money I had quickly ran out. So life got tough after that. The problem was that I was all about righteousness back then, treating everyone as brothers, forming sworn brotherhoods, excessive loyalty making me drift through everything arrogantly. Never mind, let's not bring up the foolishness of those middle school days. Changjin placed the peeled grapefruit on the coffee table. Brother Wang, here you go. I'll wash my hands. Wang Yuyang glanced at the lumpy grapefruit and twitched the corner of his eye. There was nothing unusual found about the 19th of December 7 years ago in S City. It seemed as though someone had quietly erased it without anyone noticing. However, taking the words Changjin had just spoken and connecting them to the recent news about human experiments along with the growing fishy odor emanating from his body, one could speculate about a rough sequence of events. He must have been betrayed by the friends he had made back then. Very likely, at 15, he had become an experiment subject, specifically on December 19th. Once Changjin mentioned the experiment, the matter became both complicated and simple. Wang Yuyang couldn't help but suspect that he had known all along that he was not the original owner. Each reminder seemed a disguised effort to help him perfect the original owner's character and lifestyle. Subtly revealing the date, December 19, 2021, indicated a wish for him to continue investigating. Wang Yuyang rubbed his cool fingertips absently, lost in thought. From the moment he had awakened in this body, he had felt like he was under surveillance. This feeling persisted continuously, never fading, making him often feel as if he were hanging on by a thread. If the last breath was cut off, one would descend to the netherworld. By the time Wang Yuyang came back to his senses, Changjin still hadn't returned. The splashing sound of water by the sink had long since ceased, and there was no telling when he'd entered the room or how long he'd stayed inside. Wang Yuyang stood up and walked to the door. Changjin. There was no response from within. Just as Wang Yuyang was about to raise his hand to knock, the door opened from inside, revealing Changjin standing silently, gazing at him. Seeing the abnormal demeanor of the youth, Wang Yuyang's heart stirred. It seemed something significant had happened while he was in the room. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Wang Yuyang chuckled nonchalantly. Why didn't you respond just now when I called? In an instant, a flicker of something crossed Changjin's eyes behind his glasses. His eyelids drooped, and a grin appeared on his face. I was chatting with a friend and didn't hear. He glanced toward the living room. Brother Wang, didn't you eat the grapefruit? Wang Yuyang casually tossed out an excuse. It was hard to peel. It's easy. Let me do it for you. Changjin went to the kitchen, carrying out the kettle and filling the cup on the coffee table with water. Wang Yuyang noticed his movements were somewhat unnatural and subtly glanced at the cup in front of him. A few seconds later, Wang Yuyang extended his hand, picking up the glass and slowly bringing it to his lips. Suddenly, Changjin shouted, Brother Wang. Confusion showed on Wang Yuyang's face. Pushing up his glasses, Changjin's breathing wasn't steady. I just remembered that the water was boiled ages ago. It must be cold by now. Since your stomach doesn't handle cold water well, don't drink it. Let me reboil another pot. Wang Yuyang smiled. All right. Changjin took both the cup and the kettle away. Wang Yuyang pinched his eyebrows twice, temporarily relieving the tension in his nerves. Something was wrong with the water. In those 2 or 3 seconds, Changjin had gone through a transformation from having no choice, helplessness, guilt, struggle, and finally resignation. This was the second time he helped. Wang Yuyang thought that the original host must have done Changjin a great favor, and their relationship was indeed very close. However, he did not know what consequences Changjin might face for failing to complete whatever tasks he was assigned. Wang Yuyang sent a message to the man at home. Changjin is a test subject. Zhou-yi, are you sure? Wang Yuyang, he always has a fishy smell. At first, I thought it was because he often went to some place where seafood was stored, but this time I found the smell stronger. It's not coming from his clothes, it's emanating from inside his body. Zhou-yi furrowed his brow. He had previously heard this man say that Changjin smelled fishy, but he hadn't noticed it himself since his sense of smell wasn't that acute. Zhou-yi, Changjin's case differs from the test subjects involved with Lu Feng and Sun Qingzhou. Wang Yuyang, right, he only has a fish-like odor, otherwise, he seems normal. Zhou-yi, another version of the experiment. Wang Yuyang suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. So far, 3 experimental subjects had been discovered, meaning 3 different versions, but he didn't know how many more there were. The researchers behind it were clearly making continuous adjustments, improvements, and refinements. The boy in Sun Qingzhou's basement represented the earliest version, while whether Lu Feng and Changjin participated in earlier or later versions, he couldn't be certain. Wang Yuyang, there's a bug near Changjin. Zhou-yi checked the small red dot on his phone to ensure the man's bracelet positioning hadn't been interfered with before going to find Xiao Bai, asking him to investigate. Xiong Bai quickly came up with results. There was none. Zhou-yi's expression grew grave. Xiong Bai munched on seaweed snacks, saying, judging from past experience, if I can't detect it, it must be one of those crazy scientists' ghost contraptions. Zhou-yi remained silent. Curious, Xiong Bai asked, Boss, what's wrong with Changjin? Zhou Yi said, he's also an experimental subject. Shit. Xiong Bai's eyes bulged, shaking his head repeatedly. Is the apocalypse finally here? After being slapped on the back of his head, he looked pitifully hurt. Why did you hit me? Zhou Yi turned to walk outside. Xiong Bai chewed angrily on a piece of seaweed. I detest human experiments the most. A bunch of lunatics, devils. Boss, I've decided that until I help find the truth for your benefactor, eliminate the mole, and dig up that lab, I'm not taking any more missions. Zhou Yi didn't speak, and then he heard him mutter sorrowfully, when my account money runs out, borrow from you. Oops, I forgot, you're a guy with a future wife, saving money to live on. Never mind, I'll tighten my belt and eat less. Wang Yuyang slipped his phone into his pocket and called out toward the kitchen. Just as Changjin was about to respond, his face suddenly contorted. He quickly turned on the tap and spat out a glob of mucus into the sink. Looking at the mucus, Changjin's pupils shrank tightly, then slowly returned to normal. After rinsing several times, he removed his glasses, splashed a handful of water onto his face, and rubbed it before exiting. He wiped the water off his face with a paper towel. Wang Yuyang listened to the sound of boiling water coming from the kitchen while watching the young man dry his face. Without his glasses, there was not an ounce of youthful exuberance fitting for someone of his age, but rather a look of fatigue and grey defeat. It seemed Changjin had high myopia. Without his glasses, his eyes were squinted. Brother Wang, he said, I want to ask you for a favor. Wang Yuyang smiled, what is it? Changjin threw the damp tissue into the trash can and remained silent. Changjin, we've known each other for a few years now. I've always thought of you as a younger brother. I mentioned not long ago that if there's anything you need help with, you can tell me, and I'll assist you. Wang Yuyang's tone was concerned, gentle, and encouraging. Tell me, what kind of help do you need? Changjin's face twitched slightly. He put his glasses back on, pushed them up, and grinned. I'm buying insurance for my parents, could you give me some advice? Wang Yuyang's lips curled slightly, is that all? Changjin scratched his head with a sigh, yeah, I've saved enough money, but I don't know how to choose. After doing some research online, I found it useless, there are so many types that it makes my head hurt. Wang Yuyang looked at him, is that all? Changjin scratched his scalp for a moment, then looked up with a forced grin, why do you ask like that? You and I know each other well. If there's something I need, I'd definitely tell you. Walking over to the couch, he plopped down and grabbed the pomelo to peel it. I just feel indebted to my parents. When I left home in the past, things didn't go well, and I avoided going home for 2 years during the New Year celebrations. Now thinking about it, it's really shameful. Buying this insurance is like giving my parents a guarantee. I'll recommend one to you later. Wang Yuyang accepted the offered piece of grapefruit, peeled off the outer layer of skin, and placed a small piece into his mouth, it's sour. You're wrong, Changjin replied while taking a bite himself. This one is expensive, it costs 6 or 7 yuan per pound. I didn't even buy the cheaper ones. His face twisted as he tasted the tartness. Ah. Too sour, I've been scammed. Let's skip the grapefruit and have sunflower seeds instead. Changjin pulled out half a bag of caramel-flavored sunflower seeds from the coffee table drawer, unclipped the blue mini-clip sealing the bag, and poured some onto the coffee table. Wang Yuyang couldn't crack open the sunflower seeds like Changjin did using his front teeth. He also wasn't adept at the effortless tongue twirl maneuver, so he simply cracked them manually, unhurriedly. Changjin spoke randomly, Brother Wang, your brother seems to treat you very well. Wang Yuyang flicked away the shell, yes. He doesn't have any blood relation to you, yet you brought him home to live and gave him the business. Changjin tilted his head, I used to worry that he might take advantage of you, but recently, I've realized that since you're good to him, he knows how to return the favor. It's quite commendable. Wang Yuyang chuckled, although that kid tends to be deceptive, he's still pretty cute. Changjin disagreed, cute fits Xiao Bai more appropriately. Your brother is both fierce and scary, where's the cuteness? Wang Yuyang reflected, it's hard to describe precisely, but anyway, he's cute. Changjin crunched away at the sunflower seeds, his mouth chattering non-stop. Brother Wang, what does your ideal life look like? Wang Yuyang replied, I haven't thought about it. Changjin gulped down a few sips of water noisily, made a few exaggerated swallowing motions, and leaned closer to say, then think about it now. As he leaned closer, a strong fishy smell wafted towards Wang Yuyang, accompanied by a trace of peculiar odor, causing him a brief bout of suffocation. He suppressed the urge to stand up and leave, tell me yours. My idea? Changjin took his time, a wife, kids, and a warm hearth. Wang Yuyang reached for a tissue to wipe off the black dust from the sunflower seeds on his hands. You're so young and already dreaming of having your own family. Changjin grinned bashfully, ordinary days are truly special. Alright then, Brother Wang, it's your turn. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, standing high and seeing far, he realized there wasn't much worth seeing, so he lived in a very laid-back manner without much concern. That kind of life had ended with his death. In this lifetime, still caught up in the machinations of fate, at the very least, he intended to break free from them, stabilize his existence in this body, and only then consider other things. An ideal life. Wang Yuyang elongated his words as he contemplated, good health and constant joy. He Changjin stared wide-eyed, that's it. Wang Yuyang tapped his fingers on his thigh, and a figure came into his mind. He curved his lips, and I'll raise a well-behaved big dog. Chapter 56. He Changjin was as nagging as usual, talking a lot, spittle flying, and gabbling on endlessly. Wang Yuyang chatted with him until the sun set, until it was dark, and stayed to watch a movie. It was a comedy with high reviews. He Changjin laughed, haha, throughout the entire movie, laughing back and forth on the sofa like a little kid. Wang Yuyang's eyelids were growing heavy. Suddenly, an ear-splitting voice rang out, Brother Wang. He was startled. He Changjin rubbed his face and said plaintively, in the past, when we watched movies together, you always discussed them with me. But now, you don't say a word. Before Wang Yuyang could respond, He Changjin grinned, his eyes behind his glasses narrowing into slits. Later, I'll find the latest blockbuster. I'll go downstairs to buy some food first. Do you want me to bring anything for you? Wang Yuyang replied, I'll go with you. No, you have night blindness and stumble when you walk. He Changjin shook his hand to refuse. If you get hurt somewhere, your younger brother will definitely blame me. With those muscles and strength of his, one punch could knock half my life away. Wang Yuyang didn't banter with him. All right then, just buy whatever you want. When He Changjin reached the entrance hall, he stopped, turned around, and went into the bathroom. After a while, instead of leaving, he entered the bedroom. Wang Yuyang touched the bracelet on his wrist and turned at the sound of the door opening. He saw He Changjin hanging his head, a few strands of hair in front of his forehead covering his glasses, making it impossible to see clearly. He Changjin walked toward the entrance hall. Wang Yuyang asked his retreating figure, aren't you bringing your phone? That thing makes me want to play with it when I carry it, extremely unsafe. For the sake of my own safety, I'd better leave it at home. He Changjin paused by the door, turned around, grinned, raised one hand, and waved widely from side to side, Brother Wang, I'm leaving. This action, paired with the smile on his face, had a youthful and energetic vibe that made the look of desolation between his brows vanish completely. There was no light in the entrance hall, the light was a bit dim. From this angle, Wang Yuyang's field of vision was very murky, and he could only see a blurry, thin silhouette. Before he could walk over, He Changjin had already closed the door. About 2 minutes later, Wang Yuyang received a call from Zhou Yi. The background on the other end was somewhat noisy. Zhou Yi's deep voice came through the line, saying, He Changjin is dead. Wang Yuyang's eyelid suddenly twitched. Zhou Yi had been monitoring nearby since learning in the afternoon that He Changjin was also an experimental subject. He followed He Changjin after he went downstairs. Not long after He Changjin left, a parked car beside him suddenly exploded. Everything happened without warning. Zhou Yi didn't have time to rescue him and could only watch helplessly as He Changjin was caught in the explosion. He Changjin died in an accident, his body torn apart. The neighborhood erupted again in chaos. It was the end of the year, with fires and explosions, causing great panic among the people. The remains of the body had already been cleared by the police. The remnants of the car were scattered everywhere, reminding the residents of how horrifying the incident was. Wang Yuyang sat on a bench in the community smoking. His nose was filled with the unpleasant smell of burnt odors, faintly mixed with subtle scents of roasted meat. His sense of smell was too sensitive for him to ignore. Zhou Yi sat silently next to him, both men enveloped in clouds of smoke. Wang Yuyang, with pale lips, held a cigarette, exhaling a wisp of smoke from his nose. Did the community surveillance reveal anything? Zhou Yi responded, nothing. Wang Yuyang's tone was firm, this accident was man-made. Zhou Yi didn't deny it. Even though they knew it was man-made, the lack of evidence on site meant it wouldn't be of much help. The car and the person were both blown up and burned. When Wang Yuyang smelled the fishy odor intensify and realized it came from inside He Changjin's body, he had a bad feeling. Discussing those topics with him strengthened the premonition, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was the first time he experienced such a feeling. Zhou Yi noticed the shadow of gloom hovering around the man. His Adam's apple moved. Did He Changjin disclose anything about the experiment? Wang Yuyang shook his head. If he could have disclosed it, why would he hide it? Pausing for a moment, he remembered something. During our chat in the afternoon, He Changjin mentioned the changes in S-City over these years. He said that 7 years ago, the Fall Street was several times more chaotic than it is now, with many more beggars. More beggars? Zhou Yi frowned. He asked Xiao Bai to check the missing population registry for December 19, 2021, and the entire year in S-City, but found no leads. If it were beggars disappearing or dying, with no one reporting it, the police wouldn't have any records. Zhou Yi sent a message to Xiao Bai at home, asking him to investigate the beggars, hooligans, and homeless children in S-City from 7 or 8 years ago. If there were no results, he should broaden the scope to cover the entire city and other cities within the country. A hoarse male voice suddenly rang out nearby. Is it really him? Did I see wrong? Zhou Yi responded with an Wang Yuyang's crimson lips flickered slightly with cigarette fire as he bent over, lowering his black head while two pale hands supported his forehead. He felt that He Changjin's death was so unreal. Wang Yuyang lit another cigarette between his fingers. Xiao Yi, this uncle's body has a fragile heart. Zhou Yi looked at him anxiously. Wang Yuyang sighed. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Yi paused for a moment, placing his broad, dry palm on the man's arched back, awkwardly patting it gently. The news of He Changjin's death swept like a gust of wind into Shanglan Garden, brought by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming stood with his hands hanging loosely by his sides. Lin Xiaonan sat elegantly, one long leg crossed over the other. A piece of paper lay on the table beside him, on which was written in strong, forceful strokes. He Changjin is dead. Lin Xiaonan tapped lightly on the desk. How did he die? Approaching, Xiao Ming added 3 words to the paper. Car explosion. Lin Xiaonan murmured deeply, was there a bomb in the car? Xiao Ming shook his head. It didn't seem right. The range was small, the power almost indescribably alive, nothing like any bomb model he had encountered before. With such bizarre things appearing in the city, he needed to contact the captain. For a moment, Lin Xiaonan remained calm, but then something crossed his mind. His previously cool and handsome features darkened sharply, twisted by intense rage. Get out. Xiao Ming turned on his heel and left as the sound of porcelain and teacup smashing followed behind him. In anger, Lin Xiaonan smashed everything in the room except the orchid on the long table. Then, he called Lin Cheng inside. Investigate He Changjin's data. Lin Cheng soon delivered the information. Lin Xiaonan threw the files at Lin Cheng. What you've given me can be found randomly anywhere, what good is this compared to scrap paper? Lin Cheng froze, cold sweat breaking out across his back. As Lin Xiaonan touched the orchids, his lips curved slightly in a soft murmur. Just now, I almost couldn't resist smashing the flowers too. Cold sweat poured down Lin Cheng's back even more. He breathed cautiously, hoping that if Second Master were still around, things would have been better. When Second Master was present, Young Master would be much more cheerful. Lin Xiaonan sniffed the scent of the orchids, reminiscent of someone else's aura, gradually calming the fierceness in his eyes. Keep investigating, he ordered. Lin Cheng nodded quickly in agreement. Clean up the house and return everything to its original place, Lin Xiaonan said, retreating to that person's room. There were no surveillance cameras where He Changjin's accident happened. The carbonized remains retrieved from the blast site made it impossible for the police to confirm his identity immediately, it would take some time for identification. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi visited He Changjin's rented apartment. As soon as they walked in, Wang Yuyang was nauseated by a pungent smell. Zhou Yi smelled it too, but it didn't affect him as strongly. The odor wafted from the bathroom, both fishy and foul, as if the entire house had been soaked in dead fish. Wang Yuyang remembered that He Changjin had gone to the bathroom just before he left, so he instructed Zhou Yi to go inside and check it out. Upon opening the bathroom door, the stench hit Wang Yuyang hard, forcing him to run to the sink and vomit uncontrollably. Between the time He Changjin left the apartment and when they received the news of his death, Wang Yuyang had stayed in the living room, never catching a whiff of this unbearable smell. It had only appeared after He Changjin left. Seeing Zhou Yi coming over, Wang Yuyang stopped in mid-stride and slurred vaguely while still vomiting, check what you need to. Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment, then entered the bathroom silently. The area was small, with few belongings visible at first glance, showing no abnormalities. Following the source of the smell, Zhou Yi's gaze fixed on the trash bin. Chapter 57. On the shelf in the bathroom hung a towel, and next to it was a cracked and peeling plastic hanger. Zhou Yi reached for the hanger and used it to pick out a paper ball from the trash can, dropping it on the floor. As the paper ball unfolded, the pungent stench became even more unbearable. Even with an ordinary sense of smell, Zhou Yi wrinkled his nose in discomfort. He'd been in small spaces with decaying bodies, and none of them were this disgusting. Ugh. The sound of nausea came from someone vomiting, prompting Zhou Yi to crouch quickly, holding his breath as he examined the thing on the paper ball. It was a small lump of mucus. Using the hanger, Zhou Yi scooped up some of it and pulled out a strand of transparent filament. He raised the hanger curiously, stretching the strand longer and longer, revealing its surprising strength. The retching sounds from outside grew more anguished, and Zhou Yi tightened his jaw as he stepped out of the bathroom and shut the door before briskly walking toward the sink. Wang Yuyang had already emptied his stomach, leaving a burning pain from his stomach to his throat. Leaning over the sink, he rinsed his mouth. Zhou Yi patted the man's back, his movements smoother now than when they first did this, less awkward. This fluency caused a crack in his rationality and restraint, letting the hidden yearning in his heart seep out. Without realizing it, his patting turned into a gentle stroking motion. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yuyang coughed several times and rasped, what's going on? Seeing no resistance from him, Zhou Yi continued his motions, feeling the body beneath his palm rise and fall with rapid breathing. The smell comes from the paper in the trash can. Wang Yuyang turned his head while leaning on the counter. What is it? Zhou Yi looked at him and paused. The man's eyes glistened from tears caused by vomiting, red-rimmed, with long and slightly curled eyelashes trembling softly. Within his pupils reflected Zhou Yi's own face frozen in surprise. A lump rose in Zhou Yi's throat, his breath becoming slightly heavy. Frowning, Wang Yuyang spoke without reprimand but laced with a hint of helplessness, Xiao Yi, don't zone out now. Zhou Yi's ears heated uncomfortably. Mucus. Startled, Wang Yuyang flicked open his half-lowered eyelids. What? The kind that can form strands. Zhou Yi's expression was strange. It should be something he Changjin vomited in the toilet, and then he threw the wiping paper casually into the trash. We can't rule out that he left it on purpose. While pondering the latter possibility, Wang Yuyang quickly went to He Changjin's room, remembering that after using the bathroom, he had entered that place. Zhou Yi followed him inside. The door was open, revealing a roughly 16 square meter room where a wardrobe and bed occupied most of the space. Perhaps because He Changjin had lived here for years, his presence lingered everywhere, giving the entire room an aged and worn-out atmosphere. Leaning against the wall, catching his breath, Wang Yuyang said, "See if you can find anything." Zhou Yi fetched gloves made of cling film from the kitchen, put them on both hands, and closed the door, attempting to block some of the rancid smell leaking in from the bathroom before beginning to search through things in the room. Already physically weak, and having thrown up excessively, Wang Yuyang felt limp all over with an aching stomach, wanting somewhere to lie down. He crouched from standing, grabbing his wet hair in front of his forehead with his nails, lightly scraping his scalp, using this to keep himself alert. Regarding the notebook I mentioned last time. Interrupting himself mid-sentence, Wang Yuyang noticed something in Zhou Yi's hand. It was a metal sphere similar to a badge, black and sooty as if scorched by fire, identical to the one found by the police on Jingyuan. Wang Yuyang had Zhou Yi bring the metal sphere closer, sniffing near it. There was a fishy smell, as well as scents of detergent, washing powder, soap, and bleach. He Changjin had washed it many times. Zhou Yi was about to speak when the man's slender, cool hand rested on his wrist, gripping firmly and lifting the metal ball high towards the fluorescent light overhead. "Xiao Yi, don't look at uncle," Wang Yuyang said, "look at the ball." Unconsciously shifting his gaze from the man's face to the metal ball, the fluorescent light illuminated it, dark and gleaming. Squinting, Wang Yuyang scrutinized it closely but couldn't identify anything unusual. "Did you see anything?" After looking at it for quite a while, Zhou Yi replied, "There are traces of brushing with a brush, very faint." Surprised, Wang Yuyang turned his head sharply. "Lightly brushed?" "Opposite." Zhou Yi felt the metal ball through the cling film gloves. It was brushed forcefully and repeatedly, but only left very faint marks. His sharp eyes glittered. And there was evident panic during the process. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang's mind quickly flashed through a lot of things. He didn't have time to grasp all of them but managed to see some fuzzy fragments. The metal sphere was originally not this color, it turned black later. He Changjin went through great pains to scrub and wash it off but found it impossible. Zhou Yi lifted his head, probably. As he said this, he peeled off the cling film from one hand and placed the metal ball inside it. Sitting on the floor, lost in deep thought, Wang Yuyang watched as Zhou Yi continued searching He Changjin's room. They'd looked everywhere possible, but couldn't find the notebook. He Changjin didn't own a computer, eliminating another item that could have held private information. Zhou Yi checked for activity downstairs. The cleaning operation at the explosion site was nearly finished. Tapping the foot of the man leaning against the wall, he said, "We should head back." Wang Yuyang paused suddenly while getting up. Right, the mobile phone. He Changjin didn't bring it when he went out. Zhou Yi located the phone on the living room sofa, it was black-screened. Looking gloomy, Wang Yuyang massaged his temples. This phone was left behind deliberately. It won't turn on now. Probably the mastermind triggered some program and destroyed it. No hurry, Zhou Yi placed the phone into the cling film bag as well. We'll take it back and let Xiao Bai examine it. Zhou Yi opened all the windows in the house, allowing the foul smell to gradually disperse. Let's go. Wang Yuyang glanced around the living room. The TV screen remained stuck on the main page of a comedy movie. On the coffee table was a kettle, 2 cups, sunflower seeds, nuts, and a dish with a few leftover cherry tomatoes. The young man who used to wear black-rimmed glasses, had a slim figure, and whose smile would often extend toward his earlobes, was gone. Taking a breath, Wang Yuyang said, "Xiao Yi, close the windows." Zhou Yi's expression turned cold immediately. "What are you going to do?" "Don't ask questions you already know the answers to." With a tired demeanor, Wang Yuyang continued, "The police need some progress in the human experiment investigations to establish a special task force." The tone of Zhou Yi's voice grew icy. "You're the person most closely related to He Changjin socially. Once the police discover any suspicious aspects of his death, they will definitely investigate you. You'll expose yourself." Wang Yuyang replied, "It's only a possibility." Zhou Yi tightly pressed his thin lips together as he looked at him, and after a long pause, sneered, "Once a dead person resurrects and is discovered, there's only one path, be locked in a lab as a research subject. If you can't imagine it, I can give you some materials to enlighten you." Patting the young man's head, Wang Yuyang said, "All right, Xiao Yi, let's stop talking about it, okay?" Fury surged within Zhou Yi's eyes. "Do you really have to take such a reckless risk? Mei Yu is a detective. She's sharp in all areas. She won't ignore any possible lead or source of clues." Wang Yuyang consoled, "It's not as severe as you think. Although uncle has come back to life after death, there aren't currently any obvious abnormalities. Suppressing something with a deep breath, Zhou Yi retorted, isn't your heightened sense of smell an abnormality? Wang Yuyang scratched his eyebrow. Relatively speaking, it's not much. And only you know about it. He preemptively added, Xiao Yi, since He Changjin's death is currently being treated as an accidental fatality and won't reach Meiyu, we must find a way to make her aware. Zhou Yi didn't respond. Sighing, Wang Yuyang lamented, we're very passive. If we don't break this situation, He Changjin's death will be in vain, and uncle will eventually. Interrupting, almost shouting, Zhou Yi snapped, she will know. The air seemed to freeze. Seeing the crimson eyes, the cold and severe expression of the young man filled with barely concealed agitation, Wang Yuyang furrowed his brow, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi closed his eyes briefly. Go back first. Then in the next moment, he refused to allow objections, saying, wait for me at the entrance. With that, he began clearing away any traces they shouldn't leave behind. That night, while Meiyu was browsing the web, a sudden news alert popped up. A parked car exploded, resulting in immediate death, and the residents emitted a pungent stench of dead fish, spreading throughout the entire staircase. These pieces of information instantly caught Meiyu's attention. Without even noticing if anything about the news was off, she immediately rushed to the morgue. Around 8:40 a.m. the next morning, Wang Yuyang sat in the interrogation room. Across from him sat Meiyu. Neither had slept all night, each sporting their own distinct dark circles. There used to be a confidant near the previous leader of the Shen family, it was Meiyu's father, a former special forces soldier. Even when captured during an attack, he resolutely refused to betray them, dying so gruesomely that he was unrecognizable afterward. Later, Meiyu was taken care of by the Shen family for 2 years under the Shen Foundation's support, which helped her grow up. Not long after Wang Yuyang assumed the role of clan leader, Meiyu entered the police academy. Over the years, their interactions were minimal but never completely cut off. He called her Yuer just like her father used to, while she addressed him as second young master, like everyone else. Wang Yuyang's thoughts were interrupted by the scent of tobacco. He remained seated, the green hue under his eyelids paired with his pale complexion revealing a heavy sense of illness. Meiyu was slow to ask any questions, merely observing the person across from her through rising cigarette smoke. Lily had never seen her so intently staring at a man and couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. Captain. Meiyu gestured for him to proceed. After clearing his throat a few times, Lily began asking questions. Name. Wang Yuyang. Just as Lily was about to continue, his captain unexpectedly repeated, name. Wang Yuyang. Li. Meiyu's gaze on the man revealed no trace of jesting. Lily refused to continue, pressing his pen into the paper in frustration as he sulked, Captain, you ask. Noticing that his captain didn't even glance away from the deceased's friend, Lily grew increasingly disgruntled. He wasn't exactly handsome enough to cause such an intense reaction, why was she staring so intently? It was odd. Ignoring her subordinate's astonished expression, Meiyu pressed again, name. Wang Yuyang's lips slightly curved downwards. The child was right, this decision of his was risky. Yuer would notice him because of an inexplicable familiarity. But there was no choice, the mastermind behind all this hid deep within, leaving not a single trace in the experimental base. It seemed to be located in another dimension, making it incredibly hard to dig out. They needed an elite investigative task force to get involved. Under the scrutiny of 2 sets of eyes, Wang Yuyang calmly repeated his name. A subtle glimmer appeared in Meiyu's sharp features. Her expression grew complex as she took a puff of her cigarette, temporarily ignoring the strange sensation of familiarity and proceeding to ask a few more questions. Did the deceased exhibit any abnormal behavior recently? Wang Yuyang shook his head. Meiyu continued, did you ever smell anything unusual on him? Wang Yuyang slightly lowered his eyelids. The faint fishy smell emanating from He Changjin lately had been too light for Zhou Yi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qiu to detect. If he mentioned it, he'd be lumping himself in with the outliers. I didn't smell anything until yesterday afternoon when I went to see him. Meiyu pressed further, what did you smell? It's hard to describe. Wang Yuyang made a thoughtful expression. There was a hint of fishiness. Meiyu's gaze sharpened, only a hint. Wang Yuyang affirmed with a hum. Meiyu scrutinized his emotional fluctuations but found nothing. Didn't you ask him about it? At the time, it didn't occur to me. Wang Yuyang feigned suspicion. Detectives, was it really an accident for Changjin? Meiyu remained silent. Just past 9:30, Wang Yuyang emerged from the police station with dragging, weary steps. To the young man smoking at the crossroads, he said, it's fine, go back. Zhou Yi watched him silently, trying to discern something from his face to judge if things were truly alright. Wang Yuyang rubbed his forehead, Xiao Yi, uncle's stomach isn't feeling well. Zhou Yi immediately stubbed out his cigarette and drove him home. As they entered the house, Wang Yuyang heard a woof woof. A chubby little white figure joyfully ran over from the living room, circling around his feet while wagging its tail. Wang Yuyang squatted down to look at the puppy. Nai. The puppy licked his hand resting on his knee. Chapter 58. Wang Yuyang patted the little dog's fluffy head, and the puppy whined as it rubbed against him. Xiong Bai had an expression like a wronged housewife, milk. Milk. Who cleans up your poop every morning? Who counts each pellet of dog food carefully to prepare your meals? And who was so worried about you missing your mom that they specially bought formula and fed you with a little milk nipple? Huh. You ungrateful little thing. The puppy's eyes were slightly closed as it affectionately rubbed against Wang Yuyang's palm, behaving obediently and adorably. Wang Yuyang had very limited patience and tolerance. He disliked cats and dogs because they were troublesome. After the puppy came to live at his house, he mostly ignored it and let Xiao Bai take care of it all along. Now He Chang-jin was dead, and it seemed as if this little dog had become his son left in this world. Wang Yuyang sighed, awkwardly picking up the puppy. Zhou Yi watched as the man held the dog and walked into the living room, his expression becoming increasingly somber. Xiong Bai said smugly, "Big brother, aren't you thinking that even a dog is better than a person?" Zhou Yi glanced at him. Xiong Bai shivered as though someone had thrown a handful of ice chips down his neck, then stubbornly pouted, "Can't I speak the truth?" A voice came from the living room, "Xiao Bai, do we have any boiled water?" Xiong Bai said, "I don't know." Zhou Yi went to the kitchen to check, only to find the kettle empty. When Xiao Bai entered, Zhou Yi said, "In the future, when there's no water left in the kettle, remember to boil some." Hearing the tone of accusation from Big Brother, Xiong Bai pouted, "All right." Favoritism. After boiling the water, Zhou Yi started cooking porridge and then went to Xiao Bai's room. What did the police detect from the sticky substance in He Chang-jin's bathroom? Xiong Bai, lying amidst a pair of stuffed dolls on the bed, said, "Fish jeans, cells." He grabbed a rabbit doll with a bow tie and held it in his arms, resting his chin on it, and a kind of drug. Zhou Yi looked up, "Drug?" "Yeah," Xiong Bai said, "the police haven't yet released their analysis report, but I think it might be something like a suppressant. He Chang-jin probably survived relying on that medication. Last time, that executive from Shen Group, Lu, what was his name?" Zhou Yi said, "Lu Feng." "That's right, Lu Feng," Xiong Bai yawned, "without the medicine, He Chang-jin would likely undergo lifestyle changes just like Lu Feng, might even grow fish scales and secrete mucus all over. But He Chang-jin's situation is different from Lu Feng's, far more severe. In Lu Feng's body, only lethal parasites were detected. There was no DNA of frogs, and his cellular genetic structure hadn't been damaged, so he was still human. That's why the police started associating it with hypnosis. He Chang-jin, well. Xiong Bai Shada, you know what I mean, look. Zhou Yi frowned, indicating that according to this reasoning, the order of the 3 test subjects could now be established. Sun Qingzhou's test subject was the earliest, followed by He Chang-jin and Lu Feng. Every time Zhou Yi tried to speculate the ultimate direction of the experiment, he thought of the man in the living room. This feeling of anger mixed with fear had grown stronger recently. Xiong Bai hadn't noticed his leader's unusual mood and kept talking to himself, "It's a pity He Chang-jin died in the explosion. The remains retrieved by the police have lost their identification value." He paused for a moment and added unhappily, "Big brother, I can't figure out the phone." Zhou Yi said succinctly, "Keep trying. I really hate having to match wits with crazy scientists. My brain cells just aren't enough, and I'm already 19 years old, researching anti-hair loss shampoos. Damn." After Xiong Bai complained bitterly, he rolled around on the bed hugging the rabbit, "But since I promised yesterday to dig out the experimental base, I will see it through." Zhou Yi said, "Don't stay up too late." Xiong Bai teared up, "Big brother, you still love me." Zhou Yi showed obvious disgust. Xiong Bai grumbled, "Big brother, uncles need company during this time, it's your chance." Zhou Yi didn't feel anything. Xiong Bai, looking like an overly concerned mother-in-law, muttered nonsensically, "This won't work, big brother, you mustn't act this way, it truly won't work." Zhou Yi's face darkened further. Xiong Bai's eyes flickered, "Why don't we put on a show? Let uncle get jealous." Zhou Yi's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, "Do I have a grudge against you?" Xiong Bai raised his eyelids toward the ceiling, "Do you not want to see if uncle cares about you?" Zhou Yi said, "No need to try." "Then don't you want to know if uncle has any desire?" Xiong Bai winked suggestively, "To hug you, kiss you, and..." He blinked again, "Seems like it can't happen." Zhou Yi twitched his temple. Xiong Bai moved to the edge of the bed, leaning forward to ask, "How tall is uncle again?" Zhou Yi said, "Less than 1.8 meters. "Less than 1.8 meters, Xiong Bai mumbled, "Boss, you're 198, right?" Zhou Yi said, 195. Xiong Bai ground his teeth with envy, he was just a fraction under 1.7 meters. "I hate it." He tilted his head and said, "The height and physique difference is obvious. Uncle's sense of crisis is too strong, even if he had some interest in Boss, it'd be hard for him to build up the psychological strength. An unbroken lion, who the hell wouldn't be scared? Besides, Boss is genuinely big." Xiong Bai licked the corner of his mouth, not sure whether Uncle had ever been to the bathroom together with Boss. "I want to see Uncle's expression so badly." After a long pause, Zhou Yi finally opened his mouth expressionlessly, "What are you thinking about?" Xiong Bai laughed haughtily, "Nothing." Hearing the dog bark from the living room, Xiong Bai changed the subject as if struck by inspiration, "Actually, I liked He Chang-jin quite a lot. The test subject suffered so much, it's no wonder he was so thin. Death might have been a kind of relief for him. Go to sleep." Zhou Yi got up and left, opening the door outside. He saw the man sprawled out on the couch, with the puppy lying across him, their heads turned in the same direction. When little Chiu arrived, Wang Yuyang was drinking congee made from potato and rice grains, thickened with honey. It was sticky, fragrant, and sweet, helping ease the pain in his stomach. Brother Wang. Little Chiu's eyes were swollen like walnuts, her hair somewhat messy, looking utterly haggard. She seemed dazed, as if still wearing yesterday's clothes. Wang Yuyang placed his spoon back into the bowl and let her sit down to talk. Sitting next to him, little Chiu's eyes were red and swollen. Brother Wang, I'm leaving. Wang Yuyang had expected this and understood. Where will you go? I haven't decided yet. Little Chiu lowered her head. First back home, I can't stand being here anymore. At that, she began to sob lightly. Wang Yuyang glanced at the tall youth washing his clothes on the balcony before shifting his gaze back to the young girl beside him. Then go back. You'll feel better after some time. It all happened too suddenly. Little Chiu's shoulders trembled lightly. We were still exchanging messages yesterday. Everything was fine. How could it have happened so suddenly? Wang Yuyang replied, it was an accident. Immersed in sorrow, little Chiu's lips quivered as she spoke. Last month, I confessed to him, but he rejected me. I've always known how he felt about me, but he never said anything. I worked up my courage to say it first, and never would have thought he'd react like that. He asked me what's the most basic thing when two people live together. I said feelings, understanding, tolerance. I said many things, and he told me they were all wrong. What he said was a healthy body. Tears flowed down little Chiu's cheeks as she continued speaking. I didn't think much about it then, I was just upset. Last night, I couldn't sleep and kept reflecting on everything. Brother Wang, do you think he was sick with something? But his health has always been fine, he rarely caught colds or fevers. The more I think about it, the more I feel there's something off. Just half a month ago, he said some strange things to me. Now that I look back, they all sound like last words. Half a month ago. Wang Yuyang remained silent in deep thought. That fire hadn't even happened back then. It seems He Changjin knew he wouldn't last much longer. Or rather, he didn't want to live any longer. That body was enduring unspeakable pain unknown to others. That cheerful, jolly young man always exuded a weary and demeanor, wishing for a plain, ordinary life, wanting a place to call his own. He also hoped that the original owner of that life could have the same. Wang Yuyang poured little Chiu a glass of water, asking her to calm down. Little Chiu clutched the cup tightly. Brother Wang, there's another thing I came here for. Leaning back against the chair, Wang Yuyang gestured for her to continue. Can I have milk? Little Chiu sniffed, I want to keep it around me. Before Wang Yuyang could respond, Xiongbai emerged from the room holding the puppy. Sister, we can't give you milk. Little Chiu opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. I can send you photos every day, even videos. Bear with me, sister, Xiongbai bent slightly. I really like it, and these days, it's gotten used to living here. Looking at the white puppy cradled in his arms, little Chiu's voice quavered with sobs. Maybe I'm being too selfish. Xiongbai wanted to reply, but then she said, if you could take more pictures and show them to me later. He nodded solemnly, okay, definitely. After little Chiu left, Wang Yuyang returned to his room without much appetite. On the table lay He Changjin's accidental insurance policy documents, a card, and a note that contained only one sentence. Brother Wang, thank you. Wang Yuyang opened the drawer to take out some chocolate. That child must have known he wouldn't come back when he left the house. The lighting in the vestibule was a bit dim at the time, so he couldn't see clearly. The voice bidding farewell sounded very relaxed. How exhausting it must have been to be alive. A liquid droplet splashed onto the table with a plop, catching Wang Yuyang off guard as he glanced over instinctively. His expression changed, he touched his eyes and face, finding them wet with warm liquid. Wang Yuyang's astonishment grew, disbelief flooded his eyes. It had been years since he last cried, the last time was during his childhood kidnapping. Before his death, Wang Yuyang didn't even know He Changjin personally, their total interaction lasting less than 2 months. Despite He Changjin's twice saving him for the original owner's sake, Wang Yuyang benefited from those actions, feeling deeply grateful. He would fulfill his last wish, using the money from his card to help purchase proper insurance for his parents and ensuring that his accidental compensation affairs were well monitored. Still, there was no deep connection or emotional bond between them. Looking at the tears on his hand, Wang Yuyang realized this was the influence of the original owner, the remaining feelings toward He Changjin. A wave of dull pain struck his heart as Wang Yuyang threw away the chocolate and closed his eyes, exhaling and inhaling sharply. His complexion turned ghostly pale. Now, as these lingering emotions emerged from the original owner, would the missing memories return? Knocks echoed from outside the door followed by Zhou Yi's voice. He Changjin's parents are here. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Wang Yuyang stood up shakily, but unable to support himself, sank back down. Xiao Yi, come in and help uncle. The final word hadn't even finished before the door opened. Zhou Yi closed the door behind him, striding over anxiously. What's wrong with you? Clutching onto the young man's arm weakly, Wang Yuyang breathed faintly, his lips pale. Help uncle lie down on the bed for a while. Zhou Yi lifted him into his arms instead. Wang Yuyang's frown deepened, issuing an order. Put me down. Zhou Yi only tightened his hold. Chapter 59. The living room was filled with a near-deathly silence. Xiongbai didn't know what to say in front of the grieving elderly couple who had just lost their only son and were now burying a black-haired one before a white-haired one. He felt that words like, accept your loss, or, the dead cannot be brought back to life, would all sound too hollow. Xiongbai sat quietly like a mute, his fingers fidgeting under the table. He then got up, washed 2 bright red apples, and gave one to each of the elderly. After a while, Xiongbai fetched bananas, oranges, kiwis, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Soon, the table was covered with snacks. Realizing this, Xiongbay's face turned crimson with embarrassment. His hands didn't know where to go, he simply wanted to do something. But Xiongbai looked at the food, then glanced secretly at the elderly whose expressions were inscrutable. Ah, how embarrassing. Uncle, auntie, I'll go call. Before Xiongbai could finish his stammered sentence, the door to the master bedroom opened from the inside. Seeing the 2 people coming out, he felt as if they were lifelines. The next moment, however, he sensed something was off. Uncle walked in front, the eldest followed behind, head bowed, lips pressed together, looking somewhat aggrieved, like a dog that had been scolded by its owner. He almost couldn't help but tell the little treasure in his arms, look, there goes your dog, uncle. Did they have an argument? Xiongbai observed cautiously. Wang Yuyang greeted the elderly couple. The couple immediately got up from their seats nervously. Mr. Wang. Wang Yuyang said gently, you can call me Xiao Wang. Mother and father hesitated for a moment, carefully responding with an eh. Xiao Wang, we received a call from the police station this morning. They said that while Changjin was walking, a nearby car exploded. Mother stopped halfway, wiping her tears. He left suddenly, my husband and I rushed over from home. We don't know what to do. Changjin said if anything happens, we should come find you. Wang Yuyang's brows moved slightly. Hearing what the elderly couple had said, it seemed the police planned to treat it as an accidental death, not intending to disclose the truth publicly. Just like the previous Lu Feng case. The reasons for doing so were understandable, to avoid causing public panic and potential riots. Wang Yuyang pondered thoughtfully. Yesterday, he had asked Zhou Yi to try to make the police department pay attention to the news about Changjin, though he didn't specify how. There was no trace of news from outside yet. Zhou Yi guessed what the man was thinking. Without waiting for him to ask, he bent down proactively, his thin lips brushing against the man's ear. I had Xiaobai create a small software. We fabricated the news, planted it directly into Mei Yu's phone. There was a hint of flattery, as if his tail would wag if he had one. Wang Yuyang didn't give any response. Zhou Yi met a nose full of frost, his lips pressing tightly, radiating a cold and stern atmosphere. Xiongbai captured this scene and felt his eyelids twitching. Sure enough, they had argued. Taking a closer look, Uncle's eyes were red, as if he had cried. Xiongbai was shocked by his own thoughts, looking dumbfounded. It wasn't that his imagination was lacking, it was just that the parties involved were far from resembling tearful newlyweds. He couldn't guess what had happened in the room. Xiongbai stole a glance at the elder brother watching Uncle and sighed old man style in his heart, feeling the burden on his shoulders growing heavier. Occasional sobs filled the living room, coagulating into a somber atmosphere. Mother stuttered continuously, rambling without structure, speaking wherever her thoughts led her, and often repeating herself. Father spoke little, occasionally lifting his rough hand to wipe his eyes. In his 40s, he appeared much older than his actual age. Influenced by his upbringing, Wang Yuyang hadn't consoled anyone much. Looking at the weathered and grief-stricken faces across from him, he did his best to say some consoling words. This is fate, Mother repeatedly muttered those few words, as if convincing herself, it's all fate. It would have been better if we hadn't forced him to study back then. Lost in thought, Mother continued, if he hadn't run away from home, he wouldn't be here now, and thus wouldn't die so disfigured. Father's voice sounded dry and cracked, what use is saying these things? Mother broke into tears again. Wang Yuyang consoled them once more, Uncle, Auntie, did Changjin mention anything to you? He put it tactfully, anything he wanted to do, or any place he wanted to go. Mother and father shook their heads. As Wang Yuyang tried to hide his disappointment, he unexpectedly heard Mother say, City. He came back several times this year, always mentioning that place. He said he wanted to take us there for a trip. Mother wiped her nose and tears, sadly saying, it's our fault we didn't pay attention, if only we had known, if only we had known. Mother couldn't continue. People can't predict the future, no one knows what will happen next. Wang Yuyang silently noted down City, informed the couple about the compensation from accident insurance, the life insurance payout, and timing, and asked for their opinions. The elderly couple trusted him completely. This trust was both unexpected and within expectations. It was clear that over the years, Changjin had instilled these thoughts intentionally, making thorough preparations for his posthumous affairs. After seeing off the 2 elders, Wang Yuyang returned to the room, closing the door behind him. Zhou Yi sat in the chair Wang had just vacated and lit up a cigarette. Xiongbai, curious about the gossip, asked with concern, what's wrong? Zhou Yi remained silent. Xiongbai scratched his slightly small nose tip. Did you have an argument? Zhou Yi continued without uttering a word. Boss, are you really not going to tell me? Xiongbai leaned on the table and stared at him. More people means more power, you know. Zhou Yi stayed silent for a while before saying, I hugged him. Hugged. Xiongbai was shocked, nearly losing his composure. Zhou Yi exhaled smoke without lifting his eyelids. Xiongbai widened his eyes. Wait, did you prepare lubricant? Did you get a condom? Zhou Yi didn't reply, nor did he turn his head. Xiongbai took that as confirmation, trembling fingers pointing. Boss, you actually went for it. Zhou Yi turned his head then, kicking him. It was just a hug. Xiongbai winced, holding his leg in pain. A hug in this circle usually means a one-night stand, right? Zhou Yi's cold glare silenced him instantly, leaving Xiongbai still like a chicken. Xiongbai closed his mouth for a bit but couldn't resist asking, how did you hug him? Zhou Yi replied, horizontally. Xiongbai froze for a moment. Oh my god. You gave him a bridal carry? A few seconds later, he exclaimed, holy crap, after carrying him bridal style, why didn't you throw him onto the bed and do other things? Just at that moment, the door opened, revealing Wang Yuyang standing in the doorway. In a flash, Xiongbai hurried back into his room. Zhou Yi went out to the balcony to wash clothes with a cigarette hanging from his lips, taking large strides as if trying to escape. Wang Yuyang leisurely spoke, come inside. Zhou Yi hesitated briefly, unable to control himself and following behind the man into the room. Chapter 60. It was an overcast day, and the cool wind gently blew onto the gauze window, seeping through into the room in thin wisps. Wang Yuyang's head ached a little. He closed the glass window and leaned back on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. He hadn't slept the previous night and had been called to the police station early in the morning to give a statement. His stomach pain made it unbearable, so upon returning home, he only ate a few spoonfuls of congee before rushing to console Xiao Qiu and then the parents of Yi Changjin. In the process, influenced by the emotional residue of the original host, he shed some tears. And then came the first time he'd ever been princess carried, which led to an uncontrollable outburst of anger. One thing after another, with no pause for rest. Wang Yuyang glanced at the man standing by the bed who was smoking. Deep-set features, single-lidded eyes with a sharp shape, a high nose bridge, thin lips, his entire face was stern and unyielding. Tall and robust, with long limbs, full of explosive energy. There wasn't a hint of softness or gentleness from any angle. Zhou Yi smoked with lowered brows when he suddenly heard the man ask, are you sulking? He slightly closed his eyelids but didn't respond. Come closer, Wang Yuyang beckoned him. Zhou Yi looked at him for a few seconds before walking over. Wang Yuyang pointed to the side of the bed. Sit down. Before Zhou Yi's brain had time to think, his body obeyed the command. Shoulders slouched, he silently puffed away on his cigarette. Wang Yuyang looked at the youth before him, all the ferocity now gone, leaving behind a clumsy and adorable demeanor like a big dog. Uncle doesn't like being treated that way. Striking you was already the maximum level of tolerance. If it were someone else, they wouldn't get off with just one slap. What about Lin Xiaonan? Zhou Yi twitched his lips. Same treatment, said Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi abruptly turned his head. Wang Yuyang met the young man's stunned gaze and couldn't help but chuckle, you still don't understand. Zhou Yi was like a child waiting for candy, carefully hiding his eagerness and expectation, fearing that if he upset the adult, the candy wouldn't be given. Wang Yuyang tapped his forehead. Idiot. In the next moment, he leaned in and kissed him lightly on the nose. Zhou Yi's cigarette fell from his lips. Wang Yuyang had just leaned back against the headboard when he felt a strong arm encircle his waist, pulling him forcefully into a firm chest. A hot and rough kiss landed on his brow and eyelids. A soft laugh escaped Wang Yuyang's throat. Xiaoyi, do you know how to kiss? The moment the words left his mouth, a warm touch slid down his brow and eyes, reverently and excitedly pressing into his lips. The temperature in the air around the bedside steadily climbed. The cigarette on the bedsheet was extinguished, leaving behind a black mark. Something in the air seemed to be sizzling, emitting a tempting scent. Zhou Yi clutched the man tightly in his arms, his kisses growing increasingly fierce. The thread of reason quivered uncertainly, making its last stand before snapping. Wang Yuyang tilted his head back in discomfort. That's enough, Xiaoyi. His head was forcibly pulled back down, enduring another storm of plundering kisses. His lips throbbed painfully, a sweet, coppery taste spreading in his breath. Frowning, Wang Yuyang bit the youth gently before taking advantage of his momentary pause to push him away. That's enough. Zhou Yi buried his head in the man's neck, one hand gripping his lower back tightly, the other diving into his slightly long hair, the knuckles clearly defined as they grabbed strands of hair. Heavy panting echoed from him, like a wild beast teetering on the edge of losing control. His eyes even turned red. The young man's desire surged fiercely, an unbearable itch once awakened. Not knowing what to do, yet excruciatingly uncomfortable. Wang Yuyang licked the blood bead off his lip. Just then, the youth had acted so much like a starving stray dog that finally got its meat, wanting to crush and swallow every bone. It made Wang Yuyang's scalp prickle. His body was locked in a terrifying grip as Wang Yuyang drew in a breath. Xiaoyi, don't hold so tightly. The broad back hugging him tensed abruptly, realizing something before he hastily lifted his head. You just... Zhou Yi's hoarse voice paused, not finishing as he stared fixedly at the wound on the man's lips. An intense heat surged wildly within him, veins threatening to burst. Wang Yuyang cupped the flushed cheeks of the youth, rubbing along his sharp features. You're so obvious all the time, yet refuse to say anything. Do you really think I can't see what's going on in your heart? Zhou Yi grasped the man's wrist, his face betraying no emotion, remaining silent. Even at this point, you're still playing games. Wang Yuyang found it somewhat amusing, though that amusement didn't reach his eyes. Let go. Zhou Yi's heart leaped with panic, 2 words escaping involuntarily. I like you. Wang Yuyang raised a brow. What did you say? I like you. Zhou Yi tightly grabbed the man's wrist, staring at him word by word, I like you. Wang Yuyang curled his lips slightly, with a light tone, isn't it good to say it out? Zhou Yi couldn't grasp the man's intentions and held onto him without loosening even a bit. It seemed like doing this could make him believe that he wasn't dreaming, that everything was real. The wrist of Wang Yuyang had turned red. Gently. Zhou Yi didn't respond. Xiaoyi. The tone in Wang Yuyang's voice carried a reprimand, Uncle told you to be gentle, did you hear that? Zhou Yi snapped back to his senses, croaking out, why did you kiss me? Wang Yuyang's eyes were full of encouragement, gently leading him, say what you're thinking. Zhou Yi's throat moved dryly twice, you like me? Wang Yuyang smiled, that's right. He spoke casually, probably more than you thought. Zhou Yi's heart stopped for a second and then began speeding up from the second tick, its rhythm becoming wild and disordered. Wang Yuyang sighed as he rubbed his temples, there are so many things going on now, nothing is certain. I originally planned to wait until everything settles down before saying anything, but you're just not compliant, making a fuss. The following words were cut off by a rough kiss. Wang Yuyang's scalp tingled again, feeling a chill below his tailbone. He pinched the back of the youth's neck, that's enough. Zhou Yi hugged the man tightly, continuously kissing his hair while letting out pitiful pants from his throat. Wang Yuyang had no intention of lying down, young and fiery with boundless energy, during their first real encounter, nothing prepared, he would die. Uncle has a stomachache and needs to sleep. We can talk later. You should leave. Zhou Yi wouldn't let go. With the short hair the young man kept, Wang Yuyang couldn't grab his hair, so he forcibly pulled him away, licking his lip corner, leave. Zhou Yi rose in a daze, leaving the room with clumsy steps. Xiongbai was holding a vanilla-flavored lollipop in his mouth, using scissors at the table to open the newly bought dog food. Seeing the boss come out of Uncle's room, his eyes widened instantly. Zhou Yi leaned against the door, foolishly pressing his lips to gather every last bit of the man's scent. Xiongbai almost popped his eyeballs out. My goodness, does the pink bubble around the boss really exist? Xiongbai quickly discarded the scissors and dog food and ran over, boss, you. The 3 words, confession, nearly rolled off his tongue, but were shocked off by what he saw. The boss' lips were broken. Xiongbai spit out the lollipop, dumbfounded. Zhou Yi finally noticed Xiongbai's presence, sweeping away all emotions in his eyes while retaining the heat behind his ears. Xiongbai asked a stupid question, did you kiss Uncle? Zhou Yi walked toward the living room. Xiongbai jumped after him, sucking on the lollipop, so, have you started dating now? Zhou Yi froze for a moment. Xiongbai almost collided into him. Moving to the front, he carefully observed the boss' complexion and said, since you've kissed already, and Uncle even bit you, he must truly care about you. Formalities don't matter. Zhou Yi didn't reply. Seeing that the boss was lost in thought, Xiongbay's lips twitched immediately. Boss, the supermarket upstairs from the neighborhood center sells TTs. You should go buy some. I'll order lubricants online for you. There's a package deal that works well, if you place an order today, it'll arrive tomorrow. Zhou Yi wiped his face, his mind feeling numb, what for? Xiongbai almost said uncle. He refrained slightly but still said, preparation. Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched. Boss, Xiongbai became more excited, I have tons of video resources. Both domestic and foreign, all treasured collections. Do you want them? Zhou Yi coldly replied, no need. Xiongbai asked himself, now or later? Zhou Yi blurted out, now. Xiongbai glanced at the boss meaningfully. Is it tasty? Zhou Yi showed no expression on his face. Huh, Xiongbai admiringly raised his thumb. Xiongbai bit off a piece of the lollipop and chewed it crunchily, speaking unclearly, boss, I really think you should prepare early. There's an old saying, which goes. A bark came from the balcony, woof. Xiongbai continued, which says don't fight unprepared battles, so if everything is ready. Another bark sounded, as if they were hungry, woof woof. Without hesitation, Xiongbai shouted at the balcony, milk, stop causing trouble. Drink some water first to fill your stomach. I'm talking with uncle. After shouting, Xiongbai deflated. Zhou Yi squinted and smiled, who's the boss? My boss, my boss. Xiongbai flattered with blinking eyes, big brother, I'll place your order right away. After saying that, he slipped off to the balcony like grease on his feet. Zhou Yi sat on the sofa and took out a lighter, clicking it open with a snap, closing it, then opening it again. The suppressed joy slowly rose up, covering his face, creeping into his eyes. He smiled foolishly without realizing it. Wang Yuyang slept until noon, lying weakly in bed. Even when he woke up, he didn't feel like getting up. He stretched for the metal ball on the nightstand and placed it in front of his nose. The smell of detergent and fishiness had faded slightly. A strange scent seemed to emerge. Wang Yuyang uncertainly brought the metal ball closer. The scent was faint, almost non-existent. There was a knock at the door accompanied by Xiong Bai's soft voice. "Uncle, are you awake yet?" Wang Yuyang responded lazily, waiting for him to come in and ask, "Xiao Bai, did you find anything about the emblem on this ball?" "Not yet." Xiong Bai noticed the cuts on Uncle's lips were deeper than the boss, and they had scabbed over. Just looking at them made it hurt. He gulped. The boss had really gone all out, too brutal. "So far, I've only located a foreign website, but I haven't successfully hacked into it yet. It's a bit tricky. I'll keep working on it." Xiong Bai remembered something, scratching his cheek as he said, "Oh yeah, I found 2 code traces besides my little rabbit program, gnawing at the protective net. I spent some time searching for them. One is from an expert hired by the police, and the other is the man-eating flower I've recently dealt with." Wang Yuyang's eyes flashed with surprise. Did Sun Qingzhou also have this kind of metal ball? Or was it someone who investigated the emblem through another channel? Xiong Bai randomly muttered, "Uncle, it's past 11 now, and the pot is still cold." Wang Yuyang raised his head. "What do you mean?" "It's the boss." Xiong Bai pouted. "He just sat on the couch laughing stupidly for a long time, and hasn't even started cooking. Can you manage him, please?" Wang Yuyang. Chapter 61. Xiong Bai dragged his uncle out of the room and left. Before leaving, he said meaningfully that he wouldn't be back in the afternoon and emphasized that he wouldn't return tonight either. Not only that, Xiong Bai secretly gave the leader a "come on" gesture before leaving with high spirits and humming a tune. The feeling of assisting was amazing. In the living room, there were 2 people and a dog, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Wang Yuyang nestled on the sofa, picked up the nearby squeaky chicken, and squeezed it. The puppy darted backward instantly. Every time the squeaky chicken screeched, the puppy would retreat once more. Wang Yuyang laughed out loud while shaking his shoulders. Zhou Yi saw the man laughing and unconsciously followed suit. Wang Yuyang turned his head. Zhou Yi instantly tightened his face and said, "I'm going to cook." Wang Yuyang relaxed his eyebrows and eyes and replied, "Good." In the kitchen, water splashed noisily, occasionally accompanied by heated glances emanating from within. After not long, Wang Yuyang helplessly threw the squeaky chicken onto the floor for the puppy to play with. He then got up, moved his hands and feet, and lazily walked into the kitchen. Zhou Yi was washing broccoli. His voice, muffled by the water, sounded almost tender as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Leaning against the cabinet, Wang Yuyang smiled leisurely, "For you to see." Startled, Zhou Yi's hand trembled, causing the broccoli to fall into the sink. Pretending as if nothing happened, he picked up the broccoli and continued to rinse it under the faucet. Though expressionless, his ears were flushed red. Finding the young man so adorable, Wang Yuyang approached, extending his hand, pinching his ear between his thumb and forefinger, and lightly twisting it. Stiffening his entire body, Zhou Yi felt a rush of blood flowing ceaselessly through his limbs. Without looking at the man but at the sink, he warned breathlessly, "Don't tease me." Making a nasal sound, Wang Yuyang responded, Zhou Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in his heart. "Can you leave?" With mockery in his tone, Wang Yuyang said, "Will you be able to cook properly then?" Silently, Zhou Yi cut the broccoli. Turning around, Wang Yuyang took 2 steps when an arm circled his waist and pulled him forcefully backward. His back tightly pressed against a broad and sturdy chest. On the pale nape of the man's neck, Zhou Yi bit down hard, making the mark crimson, and muttered hoarsely, "I'll call you when dinner's ready." Wang Yuyang's temples twitched. Had his legs gone weak? Detecting the man's low mood, Zhou Yi didn't know why, whether it was something he'd done wrong. Feeling frustrated all afternoon, Zhou Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows and ask. Eating chocolate, Wang Yuyang nonchalantly replied to the prime culprit, "It has nothing to do with you." Frowning, Zhou Yi wanted to throw away the chocolate. Then who does it concern? Lin Xiaonan. Seeing the young man getting jealous, the shadow in Wang Yuyang's eyes gradually dissipated, and he shook his head, sighing, "Why do you always associate everything with him?" Sealing his lips, Zhou Yi thought silently, "It is because before me, you treated him very specially. You had your 20 years together." A telephone interrupted the silence in the room. Too lazy to answer it himself, Wang Yuyang simply hit the speaker button. Chen Zi's voice came through, "Uncle, why didn't you tell me about He Changjin?" Wang Yuyang took a sip of water from his cup. "What's the point of telling you?" Chen Zishu seriously said, "I can offer my shoulder for you to lean on." Wang Yuyang glanced at the big dog beside him and instead of answering, he asked Chen Zishu, "Are you doing well in school?" "Not really, uncle. You don't call me unless I call you first." Same with texts, not even once. Chen Zi complained pitifully, "And I told you before, yet you remained as cold-hearted." He added sullenly, "You don't even care about my affairs." Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, "What's up?" Restoring to his usual arrogant self, Chen Zixu summarized a dramatic story in a few words without any personal concerns involved. Recently, the three families of Lin, Sun, and Zhou in S City have been at odds over their respective young misses. Early this morning, Sun Mingzhu was in a car accident on her way home from the bar. The cause is unknown. Sun Qingzhou held the Zhou and Lin families accountable for this. Sun Mingzhu was severely injured, and Sun Qingzhou took her abroad this morning for surgery. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang looked at the young man. Zhou Yi was also looking at him. This could be an opportunity to go to Maisan and check if Sun Qingzhou hid the researcher there. On the other end, Chen Zixu yelled suddenly, "Uncle, are you listening to me?" Wang Yuyang murmured, "Yeah, I'm listening." Infuriated, Chen Zixu retorted, "This has nothing to do with me, yet my dad froze my card and limited my allowance. Don't you think it's unfair?" Wang Yuyang said, "Aren't the three young ladies fighting for you? For me? They're just competing over vanity," Chen Zixu snorted. "Even before I returned from abroad, they were already at each other's throats, jostling for their ranking in public perception. You get it." Wang Yuyang didn't joke with him this time. Instead he asked, "Isn't one of these girls from the Zhou or Lin family behind all this?" "They don't have the guts." Chen Zixu, always eager to fan the flames, continued, "Once the second master of Shen's household left, everything changed. Some people are just sitting on the sidelines waiting to fish in troubled waters, not impossible that someone from another faction took advantage of this opportunity. And we can't rule out someone else from the Zhou and Lin families. Things are chaotic right now and will likely become more so. Unless someone emerges with capabilities as formidable as those of that Shen's second master, to reign in this madness." This reminded Wang Yuyang of Sun Qingzhou's basement experiments, and of the boy closely associated with the eldest son of the Zhou family. He wondered how the boy was doing now. If something had happened to the boy, then Sun Qingzhou's daughter's car accident might be more than coincidental. "Our family has been involved in politics generation after generation, never in business. My father doesn't want to get tangled up in these murky waters. He wants me to settle down with a proper partner soon, to remove any ideas Zhou Xiaoxiao or Lin Lin might have about me. In my agitation, I told him I liked men." Chen Zixu smirked. He obviously didn't believe me and insisted that I bring him in front of him. "Wang Yuyang, so I mentioned your name." Chen Zixu paused for breath, his expression mischievous as he added, "Which is clearly impossible." But Wang Yuyang knew there was more to come. Sure enough, the young man casually threw in, "Although I didn't say anything, my dad has already found out about the apartment I rented in Lotus District. He might try to grill Jiang Yang for information. Just so you know." The call ended. Wang Yuyang massaged his temples. "Xiaoyi, find out about the boy taken away by the eldest son of the Zhou family." When he received no response, Wang Yuyang turned his head to see the young man staring blankly, immobile as a wooden stake. "Don't overthink it. The boy was probably interested in the original owner of this body, just attracted by its face." Loosening his small ponytail, Wang Yuyang combed through his disheveled hair. His persistence in delving deeper into research probably revolves around psychology. Zhou Yi's gaze lingered momentarily in astonishment. "Are you explaining yourself to me?" Wang Yuyang smiled. "Isn't it obvious?" Zhou Yi fell silent. Just as Wang Yuyang was about to speak again, a clear shadow fell upon his head, dimming his eyes, and moments later, two strong arms wrapped tightly around him. A black head leaned on his shoulder. "Xiaoyi," Wang Yuyang teased lightly. "You're acting spoiled, aren't you?" Zhou Yi replied firmly. "No." While his mouth said no, his head pressed closer to the man's neck, ears, cheeks, and neck all flushing red. Wang Yuyang realized the young man was innocent and easily embarrassed. He hadn't expected such clinginess. After going through ruthless mercenary life and displaying a mature and reserved exterior, Zhou Yi was still only in his early 20s, a child with occasional childishness. "This evening, don't go to Mount Mai. Let's wait until tomorrow night." Zhou Yi nodded. "Okay." Wang Yuyang smelled the thick tobacco lingering on his body. "Quit smoking." Again, Zhou Yi responded simply. "Okay." After realizing what he'd said, he awkwardly confessed, "My nicotine addiction is quite heavy, it's hard to quit." Wang Yuyang wasn't upset. "Then let's take it slowly." Zhou Yi, whose tense jawline relaxed instantly, admitted, "I've been eating nuts and sugar-free gum." Realizing afterward how childishly he sounded, like a child hoping for parental praise, his eyes started twitching involuntarily. How stupid could I get? As the man remained silent for a long while, Zhou Yi's lips tightened, sinking into growing disappointment. Then suddenly, a puff of warm air swept past his ear accompanied by a light chuckle, "Very good." Hearing these simple words of praise, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile despite himself. "Really, how could I be this silly?" Wang Yuyang stepped into the room after taking a shower, drying his hair just when Zhou Yi entered with a pillow. "I want to sleep with you." Looking at the solid upper body swathed in a black tank top, and then at his lean waist and long legs, Wang Yuyang's head began to ache. "No." Zhou Yi stood silently by the bed. The room was suffocatingly quiet when suddenly, the puppy scampered inside, scratching at the bed, clearly indicating it wanted to climb onto the bed. Wang Yuyang refused. "You can't either." The puppy whimpered pathetically as it flopped onto the floor. Wang Yuyang glanced at both dogs, big and small, and asked the larger one, "Does Little White usually let Milk sleep on the bed?" Zhou Yi didn't respond. Wang Yuyang kicked his leg. "I'm asking you." Zhou Yi caught the man's foot, rubbing his pale ankle, Wang Yuyang kicked him with the other foot, "Then you take it upstairs." Zhou Yi cast a cold glance at the puppy. The puppy sensed danger, and in fear clamped its tail tightly, hiding its head under its paws, emitting a low whimper. Wang Yuyang's headache worsened. "Go inside, lie down nicely, be a good boy." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Wang Yuyang said, "Both of you." Zhou Yi ignored him completely, picked up the puppy and placed it at the end of the bed before lying down beside the man. The puppy soon fell asleep with its head on a pillow. The light didn't bother it much. Wang Yuyang had taken a nap during the day, so he was only lightly sleepy now. He reached for the book at the bedside and continued reading from where he left off. Zhou Yi couldn't fall asleep at all. He lay flat on his back, his eyes closed but his eyelids twitched incessantly, feeling restless inside. When he wanted to lie next to the man in the attic, now he wanted to hold him in his arms. His yearning heart wouldn't calm down. Suddenly, Zhou Yi got up and went to the bathroom, returning more than half an hour later with a strong tobacco smell. Wang Yuyang teased, "Xiao Yi, stop smoking next time, that smell can't be hidden." Zhou Yi. "Why are you so calm?" Wang Yuyang smiled lazily, "Because I'm your uncle." Zhou Yi's face turned black as he moved closer, placing his long arm around the man's waist. Wang Yuyang's neck felt slightly itchy, his sense of impending danger grew exponentially. "All right, dear, go to sleep." In response, he received wet, warm kisses spreading from his earlobe down towards his neck. Listening to the deep breathing near his ear, Wang Yuyang couldn't help but smile and sigh simultaneously. After sealing their deal this morning with a kiss, the child started touching and fondling. He was indeed an energetic young man, full of vitality. It just took one little candy chip to push him over the edge, craving more sweets. Zhou Yi lifted his head from the man's neck, his eyebrows furrowed with restrained frustration. "When I kiss you, you're distracted." Wang Yuyang stroked his short, stiff hair. "I wasn't distracted, I was thinking about you." Zhou Yi's mind seemed to explode with emotion, raining wild kisses like a storm sweeping across him. Wang Yuyang leaned back, his hand resting on the youth's shoulder, responding to his ardor with partial engagement and partial nonchalance. All these years, desire had always been within Wang Yuyang's control, occupying a small space, optional. Not because of his high rank or many considerations, but because he treated it merely as a means to relieve tension. It never involved feelings. But now indulging the boy repeatedly, losing control became inevitable. Feelings crept in, unprecedented. At his age, he experienced his first spring stirrings. This movement might shape what comes next. Wang Yuyang suddenly shivered in his waist, immediately grabbing the hand that touched the base of his spine, slightly frowning. Zhou Yi rolled his Adam's apple a few times, lips pressed tight as he stared at him. Wang Yuyang spoke breathlessly, "You're not even half as obedient as Milk." Zhou Yi's gaze darkened. "It has a lover nearby, yet still misbehaves constantly." Wang Yuyang's face twitched. "If you have endless energy, go do some pull-ups upstairs, lift dumbbells, or if that doesn't work, run downstairs." Wang Yuyang pushed the young man away. "Uncle wants to sleep." Zhou Yi's voice deepened as he spoke hoarsely, "You've already." Wang Yuyang suppressed the lust aroused by the young man and stayed calm. "Nothing serious, it'll be fine soon." Zhou Yi took a while to speak. "What about me?" Wang Yuyang glanced at the young man once before closing his eyes again. "Go play by yourself, be a good boy." Zhou Yi's face alternated between blackness and redness. Next second he heard the man say, "Let's plan later, try to be thorough. Uncle fears suffering." His body trembled violently, dazedly murmuring, "I originally just thought we could help each other out, not planning for it to go all the way." Wang Yuyang chuckled. "If you could control your eyes a bit better, I might believe those words." Afraid the man would change his mind, Zhou Yi decided to stop talking plans and quickly headed to the bathroom. Not long after, Zhou Yi emerged from the bathroom looking irritable, finding one of the man's clothes to wash tomorrow, grabbing it and bringing it inside. After finishing, Zhou Yi didn't return to the room right away, instead standing on the balcony to blow cool air, attempting to cool the heat retained inside. That man inside the room was his kryptonite when it came to self-control, collapsing as soon as they touched. Completely defenseless. The body's response was governed by desire. The man liked him and wanted him, yet he could hold back. Zhou Yi popped a piece of gum into his mouth, suppressing the urge to smoke. The phone on the living room sofa rang. Zhou Yi picked it up and saw that Xiongbai had sent him a website along with an account and password, saying it was a resource site. Zhou Yi opened the link and entered the credentials. It was in English, high definition and censored content. He clicked on a random video but shut it off after less than 5 seconds with a darkened face. Xiongbai messaged, "How's it going?" Zhou Yi, "Terrible." Xiongbai, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yi, "No white rabbits." Xiongbai, "And what's wrong with white rabbits?" Zhou Yi, "I hate white rabbits." Xiongbai, "Boss, what are you talking about? What did the white rabbit do to you?" Hands on hips. Zhou Yi didn't reply. Xiongbai, alright, I'll find you some burly men instead. Boss, what do you and uncle play at home? Zhou Yi ignored him. Xiongbai, TSK, don't be so stingy. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Boss, what did you two do for half a day and one night? You couldn't have just cooked a few meals, right? Zhou Yi. Xiongbai, not to say this, boss, with your strength, you can pin down uncle with one hand. He won't even be able to turn over. Why not force him first, then conquer him with your abs and waist power? Zhou Yi, didn't the money boy satisfy you? Xiongbai, who was in a hotel room, rolled his eyes. Satisfy my balls. That guy suddenly said something strange like wanting to fall in love with him, which completely scared him stiff. What kind of love is slept into? He wouldn't believe it for sure, absolutely not. Nor did he want a relationship with anyone. Xiongbai rolled around on the king-sized bed and dialed a number after rolling a few times. Hey, good evening. A deep voice answered on the other end of the line. Buddy, it's morning here. Oh right. Xiongbai chuckled, then good morning. Ben got out of bed. What's up? Nothing, just a casual call. Xiongbai changed tone. Ben, how's it going with your bed partner? Ben walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window with long strides. Same old. Xiongbai's fingernails traced lazily on the white blanket. Has he mentioned anything about taking it outside the bedroom? Ben let out an exclamation. Little bear, does your partner want romance? Xiongbai blushed red. No, never. Impossible. Ben chuckled mockingly. Xiongbai pouted. Alright, maybe it's like you guessed. Ben pulled open the curtains, grabbing his golden curls with his large hands and tossing them casually a few times. Are you calling me to get some advice? No. Xiongbai shook his head wildly while lying on the bed. I'm just chatting because I have nothing to do. After a second he asked, do you have any suggestions anyway? Ben. Xiongbai waited for a while and heard one sentence. Follow your heart, God will bless you. What a load of pretentious nonsense, no different from saying nothing. Ben asked on the phone, how about you two? Pretty good. Xiongbai lay flat on his back. Big brother. He paused. Everything's good. How? Ben laughed as he asked, did Big Brother find a partner? Xiongbai said, not yet. Ben took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet, listening to the soft voice of the youth from the other side of the phone. Big Brother has fallen in love. He almost dropped the wine bottle. That truly is. Xiongbai, huh? Ben placed the bottle firmly on the table. A smirk appeared on his handsome face. Good news. Xiongbai didn't notice anything unusual. Ben sat down and asked softly, Dear little bear, which city in China are you in? Xiongbai said, City S. Ben elegantly fetched a glass and poured himself a drink. Where in City S? Xiongbai caught himself at the last moment. This guy practiced hypnosis tricks, easily getting carried away if not careful. What for? Ben smiled. Just give me Big Brother's contact info. Xiongbai wrinkled his nose. I need to ask Big Brother. Ben sipped some wine. Okay. Xiongbai asked the boss, only sent the contact info to Ben after receiving approval. After receiving a message from an overseas subordinate, Zhou Yi returned to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cut carrot cubes. It was late, but he was still cooking because the man inside said he wanted noodles. Wang Yuyang listened to the sounds from the kitchen, unable to stay inside any longer. He stepped out, leaning against the wall watching the tall figure busy ahead of him. That time at the construction site, he thought this kid didn't suit his taste. He had absolutely no interest. Later, after getting to know each other a bit more, he found him kind of cute, really cute, extremely cute, utterly cute, the cutest ever. Sigh. When Zhou Yi turned around, he saw the man standing in the living room and furrowed his brow. It'll be ready soon. Wang Yuyang smiled. Aha. Of that bowl of noodles, Wang Yuyang only took a few bites, the rest all went into Zhou Yi's stomach. Wang Yuyang wanted to hug a pillow while sleeping, so when he fell into deep sleep, Zhou Yi slowly pulled the pillow away and inserted his own arm, letting Wang Yuyang hold onto it. Carefully completing this action, Zhou Yi then turned on his side and stared at Wang Yuyang's sleeping face. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Gradually, dawn broke. Zhou Yi, excited and sleepless through the night, kissed the man's eyelids under the first ray of morning light, then got up to make breakfast. Shanlan Garden. Lin Xiaonan was watering a large patch of orchids. Xiao Ming was brought over by Lin Cheng. He took out his notebook, wrote some words, and turned towards Lin Xiaonan to report the latest situation. Wang Yuyang is with Zhou Yi now. Lin Xiaonan scanned from the first word to the last, maintaining his usual composure on his handsome face. There were plenty of people coming and going around that man, but none of them was treated as an actual person in his eyes. They were all just little pets for passing the time. He wouldn't even glance at any of them, let alone put anyone in his heart. This so-called together was nothing more than mere exploitation. Is this trivial matter worth your trip back? Lin Xiaonan asked Lin Cheng to roll up the sleeves of his shirt. Anything else? Xiao Ming didn't move. Lin Xiaonan stroked the flower branch beside him. Are you deaf? The scarred corner of Xiao Ming's eye twitched lightly. He took out his phone and showed the pictures taken to this person. The background of the photo was the living room, with the man curled up on the sofa and the young man squatting in front of him, leaning forward to kiss him. Lin Xiaonan lowered his head, standing quietly, with long eyelashes covering what lay in his eyes. His lips seemed like they wanted to form a curve, but couldn't manage it, showing a hard-to-describe state. The atmosphere was indescribably strange. Lin Cheng was curious about what was on the smartphone screen but dared not raise his head to take a look. He had checked and double-checked that information about He Changjin, yet still failed to satisfy the young master. He didn't want to invite trouble upon himself right now. Ho! A soft laugh escaped from Lin Xiaonan's mouth, shaking with laughter as if he had discovered something immensely amusing, laughing until he doubled over uncontrollably. Having been by the young master's side for years, Lin Cheng had never seen him like this before, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Xiao Ming, a hard-nosed tough guy, felt his scalp tingling too. While he might not understand everything else, one thing was clear, this guy had gone crazy. Lin Xiaonan laughed for a long time, laughing until his eyes bled red. Taking a deep breath, he elegantly patted non-existent dust off his clothes and left the garden calmly, continuing to laugh as he entered a room. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from inside the room, followed by another, startling the servants so much that they held their breaths, too frightened to say a word. Within less than a minute, all those carefully tended top-grade orchids were completely smashed into pieces. Lin Xiaonan stood amidst the chaos, with messy bangs falling over his forehead, revealing a shadow of dark malice between his brows. Chapter 62. Zhou Yi noticed that Lin Xiaonan had removed Xiao Ming. That seemed to be an omen, foretelling that something was about to happen. A wave of irritability passed through Zhou Yi's heart, and his nicotine craving surged again. He had finished chewing gum without buying more, so he resorted to eating mint hard candies. Wang Yuyang accompanied Mr. and Mrs. He Changjin to the insurance company, with Zhou Yi present the whole time, never stopping eating candy. After the business was done, Wang Yuyang watched as the elderly couple left by car before turning to look at the young man. Smelling the strong mint scent on his breath, Wang Yuyang asked, "Xiao Yi, how many candies have you eaten?" "Not much." As Zhou Yi spoke, he pulled a small tin from his pocket, took out the last piece of candy, and crushed it between his teeth with a crunch. Wang Yuyang asked, "Why are you eating so much sugar?" Zhou Yi spat out one word, irritating. Wang Yuyang inquired what was bothering him. Zhou Yi didn't respond, just quickly swallowed the broken candy pieces and grabbed the man's hand, holding it tightly, almost terrifyingly so, as if afraid that he might disappear. Amidst the bustling crowd, two men holding hands became quite a spectacle, drawing whispers and pointing from passers-by. Wang Yuyang didn't pull his hand away. He paid no attention to others' attitudes or opinions, what he cared about was the reason behind this abnormal behavior. "What's wrong?" In silence, Zhou Yi pulled him back into the car. Wang Yuyang rubbed his sore hand and said, "You've been off since this morning. Is something wrong?" Zhou Yi gravely opened his mouth and said, "For the time being, we shouldn't separate." Wang Yuyang turned his face toward Zhou Yi. "We're going to split up soon." Zhou Yi's complexion changed instantly. "No, not split." He felt annoyed, fumbling for words as he explained, "I mean, our relationship during this period." Wang Yuyang gently patted his head, not teasing him further, all right, uncle understands what you mean." Zhou Yi wiped his face hard and seriously stated, "The truth is getting closer now, which means it's becoming increasingly dangerous. You must stay with me all the time. I don't want anything to happen to you." Looking down at his fingers, his words were simple yet sincere, imbued with a fervent loyalty. "No matter what happens, don't believe or trust what others say or do. Just watch me and listen to me. I will never betray you. I swear to you." Startled, Wang Yuyang squinted, "Xiao Yi, are you confessing your feelings?" Tensing his jawline uncomfortably, Zhou Yi replied, "No." Drawing out the sound, Wang Yuyang sighed in disappointment, then I overestimated the situation." Zhou Yi's expression immediately flustered. Chuckling wryly, Wang Yuyang lightly kissed his pursed lips, so adorable. Zhou Yi pulled the man into his arms, hugging him tightly, "Say you like me." Wang Yuyang laughed, With his chin resting against the top of the man's head, Zhou Yi gently rubbed, "Then are we starting to date now?" Wang Yuyang raised a corner of his lips, "If you say so, then it is." Frowning, Zhou Yi cupped the man's face, his voice cold, "What? Don't be playful." Wang Yuyang coughed twice, "Uncle hasn't dated either, Xiao Yi." After a stunned moment, Zhou Yi pressed the man into his chest again, cherishing him within his arms, tightening his hold even more. Xiongbai returned in the afternoon. The pink bubbles he saw when he left yesterday had, after 2 half-days and 1 night, connected into a moving wall enclosing the two protagonists. The floating romantic sentiment was so thick it nearly hurt his eyes, and even his milk-loving cat preferred to stay in its little nest on the balcony rather than approach the source of the smell, the sofa. "Uncle, big brother, I'm back." Xiongbai grinned as he called out, but neither of the two on the sofa reacted. One was checking the magazine of a pistol, the other peeling an orange. "It should not be like this." Pouting like a kid coming home from school without receiving parental care, Xiongbai frowned and exclaimed, "I'm back." Wang Yuyang lazily responded with an as he popped a piece of orange into his mouth. Just like his echo, Joey lifted his head and nodded at Xiongbai. Disconsolately, Xiongbai sulked towards the kitchen, taking a coconut juice from the fridge. Uncle, how did Changjin's insurance matter go? Wang Yuyang replied, smoothly. Then, spotting a rose on the cabinet, Xiongbai sprayed coconut juice, pointing and asking, who bought that? I did, Zhou Yi said indifferently. Beautiful. Xiongbai immediately leaned in to inspect, lavishing praise with his life on the line. Wow, I didn't know this flower is a lamp that lights up when you press the switch. The craftsmanship is so exquisite. This kind of glowing rose is the first one I've ever seen. It's dreamy, really impressive. Straight up masculine romance, anything less wouldn't cut it. Zhou Yi slid the magazine back into the pistol and tossed it onto the sofa, then got up and glanced at his subordinate before walking straight toward his own room. Xiongbai followed hesitantly behind, glancing back every few steps, unable to believe the boss had bought such a small trinket. Love really was magical. Zhou Yi mentioned in Xiongbay's room that they were planning to head over to my mountain at night, hoping for some results. Sun Qingzhou's daughter was hit pretty severely, her life hanging by a thread. Xiongbai clicked his tongue, he's been doing too many immoral things, now the retribution has landed on his daughter. Zhou Yi rubbed the thick callus on his tiger's mouth. How about the test subject from last time? You mean that little puppy? Xiongbai blinked slowly. When I took the previous mission, I happened to check out some information on our employer, Zhou family's eldest son, and I slipped a small program into his computer along the way. I haven't checked it since then. Let me look. With that, he started pounding away at the keyboard furiously. As soon as the clicking stopped, Xiongbai leaned forward over the computer and said, he's buying cemetery plots. Graves? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Xiongbai mumbled, puzzled. There hasn't been anyone who died recently in the Zhou family. Whose plot is this? For the little puppy test subject. Is it dead? A shadow crossed Zhou Yi's brow. Xiongbai sighed, being a test subject is truly tragic. Under the control of mad scientists, they're tormented until they're barely human. Even if they manage to escape the mad scientists' control, they'll still suffer pain and torment. Either way, it's grim. Once something unnatural gets inserted into their bodies, they're already monsters. They only have two paths, living in constant suffering or dying early to reach enlightenment. Xiongbai noticed how eerily silent his boss had become. A subtle thought bubbled up in his mind. It seemed like the boss wasn't just repulsed or even disgusted by human experiments, he also felt anxious. Had someone the boss knew gotten caught up in all of this? Something flickered through Xiongbay's mind but vanished before he could catch it. Boss, how did you know Sun Qingzhou owns a house on my mountain? Xiongbai grabbed a cushion and placed it behind his sore back. I've been tailing him for so long and never discovered this. Investigated. Zhou Yi said, operation begins after 10 p.m. Xiongbai rested his chin in his hand, after 10. By that time uncle will be asleep. Don't worry, boss, this time I'll definitely make sure the windows and doors are shut tight, keep extra vigilant. When you come back, I'll guarantee he'll be intact. Zhou Yi touched the black circle around his wrist. He's following me. Xiongbay's facial expression suddenly lost control as he jumped up in shock. What? You're taking uncle along while handling business? Why? Do you really need to do that? Don't you find him burdensome? Zhou Yi shot him a cold stare. The hair on the back of Xiongbay's neck stood up instantly. This creepy level of tension from the boss, it was worse than during the fire last time. Anyone would think uncle was a priceless treasure. Well, maybe to a lovesick boss, he really was. Xiongbai slumped back into the chair and worriedly said, this is too troublesome, really too much trouble. Boss, shouldn't you reconsider? Zhou Yi massaged his temples. This tiny bit of bother paled compared to the unease and restlessness caused by not seeing the man. He could only feel at peace when that man was within his sights. Chapter 63. When Zhou Yi came out, he found the man had fallen asleep in the sofa, with a small half-eaten tangerine still in his hand. He walked over and slowly took the tangerine, peeled it, and ate it piece by piece. Then he gently lifted the man into his arms. A voice came from behind, uncle is asleep, huh? Zhou Yi replied, MHM. Xiongbai came closer, craning her neck to take a look. She felt that uncle, being hugged like a baby by Big Brother, looked extremely comfortable. I like this pose, Xiongbai said enviously, pouting. I want such a hug too. Zhou Yi was easily holding the man, brushing his thin lips against the fine soft hair on the side of his face, not willing to tear his gaze away for even a second. What? He asked absent-mindedly. Xiongbai shook her head, her little plans clicking away in her mind. Next time, she'd have to try with someone else, if possible, unlocking new poses. That person had a rarely seen skin tone, looking frail as if sickly often, but surprisingly enduring and very capable. Then she thought about it again, her corners of mouth drooping unhappily. She probably wouldn't see that person again in the future, so she should switch to sleep with a handsome guy instead. Xiongbai watched the uncle nestled in the big brother's arms. It didn't seem that he was dependent, but trust was clearly evident. Uncle doesn't seem to have any midlife crisis at all, she said. Zhou Yi, lost in observing the man, didn't hear clearly. What kind of crisis? Midlife crisis, big brother. Xiongbai blinked her big eyes. Uncle is already 32 years old, gliding toward 40 with no confusion. She made a shoo sound when she mentioned gliding. Zhou Yi remained silent. When one reaches middle age, crises arise in physical health, psychology, career, family, etc. But uncle seems pretty spontaneous. Xiongbai mumbled to herself, seeing uncle sleeping deeply and docile. Suddenly, she felt like pinching his cheeks. Zhou Yi turned around while holding the man, casting a cold glare. Xiongbai fell silent. I'll go find my cute little milk instead. All our dogs, we suffer together. Zhou Yi put the man down onto the bed, staring at him for a long moment. Then, reverently, he kissed his eyebrows, nose tip, ventured into the slightly parted lips, lingering there for a long while before reluctantly pulling away. Wang Yuyang didn't sleep for long. When he woke up, his mouth and tongue were a bit numb. He tried to get out of bed but got dizzy, falling back seated, needing to catch his breath before getting up again. Could it be anemia? Wang Yuyang thought, putting on his coat while shouting outside, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi soon entered. Wang Yuyang asked casually, what do you eat for anemia? Zhou Yi frowned, pork liver. Wang Yuyang also frowned, showing a strong repulsion on his face, forget it then. Zhou Yi glanced at him, eat it tonight. Wang Yuyang stole a kiss from uncle. Wang Yuyang changed the topic. Seeing the youth behind remain silent for a long time, he turned his head, Zhou Yi kept his expressionless face, his ear tips burning red, As soon as the words left his lips, they softened. Accompanied by the man's lazy laughter came the remark, good, this time there was no denial. Zhou Yi wanted to say something when Wang Yuyang suddenly hissed, pointing to a place on his neck, Xiao Yi, help uncle check this area. What's wrong? Zhou Yi stepped forward 2 steps, his palm lightly massaging and kneading the area, did you sleep on it badly? It doesn't feel right, Wang Yuyang said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's face darkened a bit. He closely inspected the man's neck inch by inch, long, pale, delicate, without any signs of injury, not even a needlepoint-sized scar. Wang Yuyang felt pain for a moment, then it ceased, so he waved off the concern, all right, nothing's wrong. But Zhou Yi didn't relax at all, I want to check other places on your body. Wang Yuyang paused his action of straightening his jacket collar. Realizing something, Zhou Yi's flushed face became hot and bothered, Wang Yuyang smiled, sure. Zhou Yi first went to the bathroom to have a good talk with himself. After calming down, ensuring that everything would be fine in the short term, he returned to the bedroom. But just as Wang Yuyang stripped off his shirt, blood started dripping from Zhou Yi's nose, looking utterly pitiful. Thus the inspection work was interrupted. After taking a cold shower, Zhou Yi returned to continue the investigation. The process was arduous and challenging, yet no suspicious things were found. Hopefully, it was merely due to his paranoia and overthinking. Xiongbai was washing her underwear at the sink on the balcony, the same color as her hair, silver. Wang Yuyang smelled a faintly pungent sandalwood scent. Xiaobai, did you pack these panties back? Xiongbai had a chocolate cookie in her mouth and mumbled unclearly, aha. Wang Yuyang knew about his consumption views. A pair of dirty underwear, with an obvious smell, shouldn't be brought back from the hotel on purpose. Was it a gift from someone else? Without hesitation, Xiongbai nodded, then realized it and hurried to explain, I just don't want to lose the diamonds. She fished out the wet underwear from the basin, pointing at the diamond on the waistband, see? Real diamonds. Whoever throws these away is stupid. Lazily, Wang Yuyang said, why not take the diamond off and throw the underwear away? Xiongbai was speechless. Her fair and delicate little face turned red and then green repeatedly. The excuse she gave held no water, and she couldn't think of anything plausible. It wasn't the diamond she didn't want to part with, but rather the person who gave her the underwear. How annoying. Under the teasing gaze of uncle, meant to amuse a child, Xiongbai instantly blushed from her face down to her neck, shouting angrily, leader, aren't you going to do something about uncle? The glass door of the kitchen slid open, and before Xiongbai even saw the leader, she instinctively shrank her neck, showing signs of cowardice. Not long after, Wang Yuyang was enjoying fresh fruit salad as he watched the youth pouting his little butt while hanging the underwear on the balcony rail for drying. Zhou Yi asked coldly, what are you looking at? Instinctively, Wang Yuyang replied, little white. There wasn't any visible emotion on Zhou Yi's face as he asked, is it nice to look at? Eating a piece of pitaya, Wang Yuyang chuckled, not bad. Zhou Yi slightly narrowed his eyes. Xiongbai suddenly felt a chill running up her spine for no apparent reason. Feeling so cold, she shivered and quickly finished drying the underwear before slipping away. Silently, Zhou Yi sat down, lowering his gaze to fish out a pack of cigarettes. Wang Yuyang casually remarked, Xiao Yi, your whole body is too solid, even your butt is hard. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang laughed with a sigh, filled with admiration, but your lips are soft, kissing feels really good. The frozen atmosphere around the sofa instantly melted. Zhou Yi played with the cigarette box for a bit then shoved it back into his pocket, leaning back on the sofa as he started chewing sugar-free gum. Have you kissed many people? Leisurely picking fruits, Wang Yuyang responded, yes, many. The tension in Zhou Yi's voice was evident, so many that you can't remember. Indeed, Wang Yuyang sighed, too many to remember. Zhou Yi's temples twitched with anger. Unable to hold back his laughter, Wang Yuyang said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Uncle has only kissed you. Zhou Yi froze. While searching for pear slices in the fruit bowl, Wang Yuyang continued, Xiao Yi, buy me a dumbbell. Regaining his composure, Zhou Yi suppressed the emotions swirling inside, it wouldn't be useful. Not entirely, Wang Yuyang disagreed. No, Zhou Yi bluntly rejected him, you wouldn't exercise anyway. Wang Yuyang snickered, how can you be so sure? Instead of answering, Zhou Yi threw a counter-question, do you want to bet? Wang Yuyang showed some interest, on what? A glint appeared in Zhou Yi's eyes, I'll buy you a dumbbell suitable for your weight. If you can stick to exercising for 10 days, you win. Raising his eyebrows, Wang Yuyang asked, just 10 days? Yes, 10 days. Zhou Yi stared at the man intently, his voice low and hoarse, brimming with anticipation, if you lose, go on a date with me. A date. Wang Yuyang savored the words, tasting their freshness and unfamiliarity. Propping his head up, his eyes twinkling with amusement, he looked at the young man, what if you lose? Zhou Yi's tone was resolute, I won't lose. Wang Yuyang. In the end, they agreed on this bet, which would begin next week. After finishing the salad, Wang Yuyang returned to his room to read books. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi cleaned up the house, and Xiongbai ran around playing with the puppy. At such a warm moment, a visitor suddenly arrived, it was a highly distinguished one, Chen Zishiu's father, Chen Guorui. When Wang Yuyang was still the head of the Shen family, he had interacted somewhat with Chen Guorui in public settings, but never privately, they were neither enemies nor friends. For generations, the Chen family had been involved in politics, being one of the most low-key families in S City. However, the number of offspring in the Chen family was decreasing. By the time of Chen Guorui, there was only one son, who was arrogant and impulsive, a complete mismatch to the traditional Chen family style. Nevertheless, the son remained a standout individual. It was obvious why Chen Guorui had come this time. Originally, Wang Yuyang was only a few years younger than Chen Guorui. This current body was just a little younger, but not enough to significantly bridge the age gap. The two sat facing each other like old friends meeting again. Chen Guorui was about to get straight to the point, but his rhythm was disrupted by a tall youth who looked stern and authoritative. Zhou Yi ignored him and poured honey into his cup of water. Wang Yuyang involuntarily revealed a childish side, don't put too much, Xiao Yi, it'll be too sweet. Zhou Yi stopped pouring the honey and stirred the tea with a spoon, it's fine. Wang Yuyang took a sip of the honey tea, finding the sweetness perfect. He smiled at Chen Guorui who looked rather baffled, Mr. Chen, this is my young boyfriend. Zhou Yi accidentally hit the corner of the table with his waist and groaned in pain, yet his lips curled into a smile, looking somewhat silly. Wang Yuyang frowned, why are you so clumsy? Still dazed, Zhou Yi stood there motionless without speaking. He resembled a child suddenly given a bag of candy, holding on to excitement and joy helplessly, which made one feel pity contrasting sharply with his usual tough exterior. Wang Yuyang sighed, helplessly massaging the injured waist of the youth. Chen Guorui put down the untouched teacup and returned his gaze. So, their conversation had ended before it even started. After Chen Guorui left, Wang Yuyang continued drinking his honey tea. Zhou Yi calmed down, gazing at the man for a long time before asking softly, why did you say that? Wang Yuyang slightly raised an eyebrow, I just said it. Zhou Yi silently watched him drink tea. Lower your head, Wang Yuyang's eyes softened, let uncle kiss you. Caught off guard, Zhou Yi's body reacted before his mind could catch up, he bent over and leaned close. Wang Yuyang first kissed him like he would a child, then treated him like a lover by gently sucking on his lips with a casual tenderness. Don't tease me, Zhou Yi furrowed his brows, enduring the urge, his voice hoarse, young people can't take teasing. Wang Yuyang lazily lifted his eyes, Zhou Yi pressed his hands against Wang Yuyang's shoulders to push himself away, taking a few deep breaths. His words were aimed at the boy hiding behind the door, are you done watching? The spying Xiongbai poked the puppy in her arms, muttering as if scolding, I'm talking to you, have you seen enough? I told you not to watch, but you insisted. Now look, you've been caught on the spot. Aren't you embarrassed? Huh? Aren't you? Yes, you should be. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang. Living so many years, Chen Guorui had never bothered to use his resources for his son's romantic affairs until now. He prepared a draft all the way here, but didn't use a single word when confronting Wang Yuyang directly. He thought of using threats or inducements, but turns out it was a one-sided enthusiasm from his son. Chen Guorui was thankful that the youth disrupted his planned flow, developing some appreciation for Wang Yuyang's straightforwardness. Otherwise, at his age, the situation would have become quite awkward, leaving him unsure how to exit gracefully. Getting into his car, Chen Guorui didn't call his son but sent a location share instead. Seeing where his father was, Chen Zisu exploded, anxiously calling back, what are you doing? Chen Guorui gestured for the driver to start driving, I'm out walking after feeling full. Chen Zisu scoffed sarcastically, walking halfway around S City to Lotus neighborhood. Chen Guorui leaned back against the seat. My son came back from abroad and rented a house in that neighborhood within days. How can I, as a father, not be curious? Chen Zisu winced. Dad, please, leave it alone, go home. Don't scare them. We'll talk about things when I return. Chen Guorui leisurely shot a jab at his son. Already met him. What the hell? Not only did I meet him, Chen Guorui threw another jab, but also his young boyfriend. Chen Zisu was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend even Mandarin. What's going on? If you don't understand, why bother meddling? Just sniffing around for nothing, Chen Guorui scolded. I don't care whether you like men or women, but if you cause trouble, go back overseas and weigh your actions yourself. Chen Zisu angrily threw his phone down, ominous storm clouds gathering. Jiang Yang picked up the phone from the billiard table and checked it, finding no issues. It was very durable. Your uncle's boyfriend is that Zhou Yi, right? Chen Zisu glared at him with a sullen face. Jiang Yang shrugged. Even a blind person can see the chemistry between them. Chen Zisu puffed heavily. Damn it, when did this happen? Why didn't you mention it during last night's call? Because he doesn't consider you important enough to tell, Jiang Yang remarked. You're neither his parents nor does he need to inform you every time he starts a relationship. Jiang Yang rubbed his chin. Zisu, objectively speaking, you're not as tall as Zhou Yi, not as handsome, not as strong, not as mature and steady, not as fierce, not as manly. The most important point is, you don't like that person as much as he does. Chen Zisu's anger flared in his eyes for a moment before dissipating. You know nothing. Jiang Yang tut-tutted. I may know nothing, but I certainly know what kind of wind you're stirring up. Chen Zisu's thoughts flickered momentarily without showing any change on his face. Then he grinned humorlessly. What do you know? Jiang Yang shrugged lazily. Passing the buck isn't fun anymore. Chen Zisu waved his hand as if shooing away flies, unwilling to even look at him. Get lost. Brat, who exactly do you think you're ordering around? Jiang Yang wore an expression of feigned sorrow. Your mom is my aunt. I'm your cousin. Hell with it, even if you were my real brother. Step aside. Chen Zisu grabbed the cue stick and threw it over. Can't figure you out sometimes. Jiang Yang dodged to the side. It's obvious ever since that King's game night last time, right? Chen Zisu's face changed upon realizing something. Jiang Yang revealed two dimples in his cheeks, smiling sweetly with a gleam of interest in his eyes. So, you knew back then, huh? I thought maybe there was something missing in your brain and you hadn't noticed anything. Chen Zisu decided against acknowledging him. Jiang Yang leaned against the pool table. Another round? Screw off. Chen Zisu paused abruptly mid-step while heading toward the exit, slightly turning his head to open his mouth expressionlessly. Ask you something. Jiang Yang perked up instantly like someone on drugs. Ask away. Chen Zisu regretted starting the conversation when he saw the despicable demeanor that relished in causing trouble. Forget it, never mind. Jiang Yang smiled with his eyes crinkling, leaning stylishly against the table. Don't be like that little cousin. If you don't ask me now, I won't sleep or eat properly for days. Chen Zisu snorted. Dying early might get you reincarnated quicker. Jiang Yang. Chen Zisu ruffled his hair. Let's say hypothetically, you forgot about an event and one day someone mentions it to you. Would you have no memory of it and simply treat it as a story? He added, assume this incident happened several years ago. Jiang Yang looked completely confused. Chen Zisu rolled his eyes repeatedly. Am I stupid or something? Why would I tell you such nonsense? As Jiang Yang watched his cousin leave, his bewildered expression gradually faded into a deep contemplation, revealing a glint of manic excitement. Life had become so monotonous and dull, stagnant as dead water without pursuit or goals. Living felt quite meaningless. It was as if he turned into a zombie, utterly rotten and foul-smelling. Finding truly amusing things to engage in wasn't easy. Jiang Yang leaned against the pool table, swinging his slender legs, thinking about how the mysterious man resembling the second uncle was still being latched onto by that ferocious dog. That dog was obedient and loyal but also fierce, with strong possessiveness, quiet and less provoked. Once it bit, it was ruthless. Not someone you wanted to tangle with. He wondered what Lin Xiaonan would make of this situation. The genuine item was already dead, and they didn't manage to get their hands on the best imitation either. What use was a perfect mask after all? Jiang Yang longed to know what Lin Xiaonan was really like beneath his carefully maintained disguise. This had been the sole motivation that kept him hooked on watching the drama unfold for all these years. He vividly remembered the night when the second uncle made him wait on Lin Xiaonan. It was then that he unintentionally stumbled upon Lin Xiaonan's secret. And it was bad luck, just pure misfortune for him to come across it. Lin Xiaonan must have sensed it. Not long after that evening, he was sent off to Sun Qingzhou, where he lived as livestock in a basement for a period of time. Jiang Yang narrowly escaped death thanks to his good fortune when Sun Qingzhou grew bored. He clung to life and returned to Jinzun. Lin Xiaonan either conveniently forgot the matter, thought Jiang Yang wasn't worth further effort, or deemed the warning sufficient. And so, matters fizzled out. Later, through his own efforts, he managed to get the second uncle to recognize his value. Thus, he became the manager of Jinzun, elevating himself into the circle of big shots and gaining more opportunities to converse with the second uncle. Wherever the second uncle was, Lin Xiaonan usually appeared too. Naturally, over time, they became somewhat familiar. Everyone knows how to put on appearances. Especially in recent years, everything seemed perfectly authentic. Jiang Yang's train of thought came to an end. Lin Xiaonan was far too inscrutable. Behind the composed, elegant exterior lay extreme aloofness. No one could tell how many schemes or intentions lurked within. Jiang Yang anticipated witnessing what culmination the fruits of Lin Xiaonan's years of diligent plotting would bear. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaonan hadn't shown up at Jinzun today. Jiang Yang dialed Lin Xiaonan's private mobile number, only to be prompted that it was switched off. He then called the landline at Shanglan Yuan, but no one answered. He smacked his pale pink lips. Big trouble, a storm is coming. Sun Qingzhou's property in my mountain had been deliberately concealed. Satellites couldn't detect it, and it was surrounded by an extremely strong interference net, like a cave of spider silk, made by carnivorous flowers. And these were upgraded versions of the carnivorous flowers, specifically targeting little white rabbits like Xiongbai. Xiongbai was chewed up within less than a minute of attempting to breach the defense system. He decided to go all out before the new year to find this carnivorous flower, figure out its origin, and destroy it once he saw what it was. For now, the priority was making sure the boss could retreat unharmed tonight. Xiongbai was somewhat worried. In the dozens of seconds he managed to get inside, he only retrieved the locations of the surveillance cameras, not any other situation details. What's more, the boss wasn't going alone, he would take the uncle along. The risk factor multiplied. After much consideration, Xiongbai tossed a small piece of software into each of their phones. It could both track their positions and intercept communication data. He informed the boss beforehand, there was nothing sneaky about it. Zhou Yi said, leave it for one night, delete it tomorrow. Xiongbai didn't have any other intentions, nor dared to play around. He obediently replied, all right. Zhou Yi suddenly uttered two words, thank you. Xiongbai was startled to the point where he almost bit his tongue as he leaped against the wall, boss, please don't do that, I'm scared. Zhou Yi's face twitched. Xiongbai knew why he had expressed gratitude, yet he was curious about the part concerning the uncle that the boss had kept hidden. But he never probed. As a top hacker living together day and night with such close relations, opportunities were abundant, countless occasions when he could have investigated without prevention. If he wanted, he surely would have discovered something. But he chose not to, out of consideration for the boss's position. Whenever you're ready, boss, let me know, Xiongbai chuckled, anyway, I'll follow you wherever. Zhou Yi patted his head. Xiongbai asked uneasily, boss, did you remember all the camera locations? Zhou Yi said, more or less. Xiongbai breathed a sigh of relief, safety first. No matter how explosive the discoveries are, safety comes above all. Zhou Yi understood well. It was almost 11 when Wang Yuyang arrived with Zhou Yi at the destination, near a house on the slope halfway up my mountain. The autumn wind howled in the deep night. Occasionally, the rustling sound of leaves echoed through the forest, casting a bone-chilling sense of desolation. Wang Yuyang pulled up his mask and pointed to a direction, it smells terrible. Zhou Yi didn't catch the scent. He held the man's hand and walked slowly toward that side, discovering a not-so-deep pit behind some trees. There were animal furs stained with blood soaked in rotten flesh and bones. Wang Yuyang couldn't see anything, but the smell made him nauseous. He swallowed hard, what is it? Zhou Yi whispered lowly, discarded lab samples. Wang Yuyang frowned deeply, then it seems the person we're looking for is here. Zhou Yi led him back the way they came. Wang Yuyang shuffled his feet cautiously in the pitch-black world. After the last banquet, Sun Qingzhou had set a trap, and he hadn't allowed Zhou Yi to come here. Based on his understanding of Sun Qingzhou, if prey took too long to appear, the hunter might lower his guard or even lose interest in hunting. Now was the right moment to come. Zhou Yi succinctly proposed, I'll carry you. Wang Yuyang turned his sight toward the sound of Zhou Yi's breathing, is it really necessary? Without answering, Zhou Yi swiftly hoisted the man onto his back. The embrace tightened around his neck, a warm breath brushed over his ear, causing his heart to skip a beat and accelerate. Zhou Yi didn't trust Xiao Bai's ability enough to leave Wang Yuyang unattended. On that fire night, someone with severe nyctalopia managed to walk from under the streetlight to the bridge behind the neighborhood without using a flashlight and with absolutely no memory of doing so. Such unexpected incidents needed constant vigilance, requiring supervision at all times. Xiao Bai had her own tasks and couldn't keep watch. So carrying him was better. With steady steps, Zhou Yi moved forward. Besides, he had a hunch, bringing the person on his back might bring unexpected rewards. Unable to see, the other senses became acute. The sturdy young man's back muscles provided immense security. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes and lay still contentedly. When he felt light touch his eyelids, Wang Yuyang opened his eyes. They had already entered a brightly lit, eerie corridor. As Zhou Yi moved forward, Wang Yuyang caught whiffs of more and more scents rushing to him. Turn left, it's the lab. Zhou Yi set him down and picked up the newly purchased communicator. It was Xiong excited voice on the other end, boss, I've looped an hour-old recording on the surveillance cameras, it'll last 5 minutes. Hurry up. After that, he cut off the line, all business during serious tasks. Wang Yuyang looked around at the walls in the corridor and spotted a camera, though they weren't in its range, no bodyguards along this way. Zhou Yi shook his head. Wang Yuyang pinched the back of his neck where goosebumps had emerged. It feels just like a tomb. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately tensed, the expression behind his mask turning cold as he said, "Don't speak such ominous words." Wang Yuyang understood, tombs were associated with death, indeed ominous. He scanned the youth. Xiao Yi has become so superstitious, hasn't he? Zhou Yi didn't respond. With someone he cared about now, he just wanted everything to be good. The laboratory was almost completely silent. Experimental equipment was haphazardly scattered around, bottles labeled and unlabeled tossed everywhere. Dead white mice lay in their cages, 2 more in the trash can, no sign of any living person. The stench of decay, blood, various pharmaceuticals, and dirt mixed chaotically in the cold, windowless space. Wang Yuyang's sense of smell was suffering. This place felt less like a lab and more like a dump. He tugged the brim of his black baseball cap backwards, suddenly catching the young man's gaze darting toward a beaker. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "That one is highly corrosive, don't touch it." As soon as the last syllable left his mouth, Wang Yuyang's eyelids started twitching violently. Zhou Yi's gaze under his hat brim locked onto him. "You're nearly 40 years old in your original age but still remember the experimental chemicals from your school days." Uncle hated experiments, all of them. Wang Yuyang let out a breath. This memory belongs to the previous host. He must have spent a long time in similar environments. Zhou Yi said seriously, "Then take another look." Wang Yuyang walked slowly, examining the lab equipment while Zhou Yi, not wanting to disturb his thoughts, stood quietly by the door with the tranquilizer gun, making not a sound. When Zhou Yi turned his head, his breathing paused. "What are you doing?" Wang Yuyang, as if waking from sleepwalking, still had traces of haze in his eyes. Following the youth's gaze to himself, he felt an intense chill run down his spine. Without realizing it, he had put on the white coat lying on the table. It didn't fit, too short and too loose, emitting a heavy oily body odor, but oddly familiar. Wang Yuyang pulled at the white coat. Xiao Yi, originally uncle suspected the original host might have been a doctor, but now it seems he's more likely, a researcher. Zhou Yi's expression was stern, deep in thought. At that moment, a faint sound came from inside the lab. The left wall suddenly slid open, revealing a hidden room. A short, fat middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by a nauseating smell so pungent it could suffocate someone. The man's hair was a mess, his beard scruffy, his clothes wrinkled and dirty. His face was sallow and emaciated, bloodshot eyes indicating he hadn't bathed or changed clothes in who knows how long. It seemed he hadn't eaten much either, his frail body swaying as if ready to collapse at any moment. "Why still can't make it work? Why does it turn out like that? The data was stolen by me, no mistake there, why still won't it work?" The middle-aged man mumbled something incomprehensible, acting like a madman. His voice abruptly ceased when he noticed a tall, thin figure in white standing there. Looking at that face, confusion clouded his murky eyes for a moment, then gradually something seemed to overflow, quickly converging. Wang Yuyang held his breath, unmoving, waiting for what he sought. The atmosphere was incredibly strange. Zhou Yi's fingers tightened slightly on the tranquilizer gun, and he had taken off his mask, his face exposed. This researcher needed to be taken away as soon as possible, he couldn't stay in S-City. Just as Zhou Yi was about to act, he noticed the researcher staring fixedly at the man by the table. All signs of confusion disappeared, replaced by an expression full of shock, disbelief, fear, reverence, a mix of strange emotions, distorting the dead gray face to the extreme. You. The middle-aged man trembled violently, pupils constricting sharply. You are Mr. Wang. Get down." Zhou Yi suddenly sensed something, his face changing drastically as he shouted coldly at the researcher. Then his body shot toward a different spot. Before Wang Yuyang could react, he was tackled to the ground, an explosive roar reverberating by his ear. Chapter 64. When Wang Yuyang woke up, he found himself lying on his bed at home, staring straight at the glaring white walls. He remembered feeling the young man's tense body shielding him before he lost consciousness, along with a pained groan above him. His expression changed repeatedly as he instinctively tried to get up. However, just as he pulled his back off the quilt, he collapsed back onto the bed. Wang Yuyang was about to call out when footsteps came from outside the door. Xiong Bai entered with a deflated expression, locking eyes with Wang Yuyang lying in the bed. "Uncle." Xiong Bai snapped back to reality and rushed over with a delighted cry, gripping Wang Yuyang's hand tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. "You're finally awake. That's so good, holy crap, damn it, it's really so good." Wang Yuyang glanced toward the door. "Where is he?" Xiong Bai's eyes shifted, a detail not missed by Wang Yuyang, whose frown deepened instantly. He asked again. "At the hospital," Xiong Bai said softly. Wang Yuyang's breath hitched. Xiong Bai thought his uncle looked quite eerie now, so he quickly added, "Uncle, don't worry, my boss has passed the critical period. His constitution is stronger than an ordinary person's, and he will recover quickly. He'll be discharged in a few days." There was a pause, then he lowered his head. "But..." Wang Yuyang's heart leapt. "But what?" Xiong Bai scowled. "Boss got a head injury and had his hair shaved." Wang Yuyang's heart sank back down. "It's that serious?" Upon seeing his reaction, Xiongbai mistakenly assumed he was dissatisfied, even disdainful. Instantly, like a hen protecting her chicks, he shouted indignantly, even with a bald head, "My boss is still extremely handsome, given his face, charisma, and physique." Wang Yuyang couldn't help but laugh. "Am I such a superficial person?" Xiongbai blinked. "Aren't you?" Ignoring the boy's soft, tender hands like jade, Wang Yuyang sighed painfully, unwilling to continue the conversation. Yet Xiongbai still had much more to say. He randomly started speaking. "Uncle, do you know how many days you've been asleep?" 4 days. Exactly 4. While talking, he extended 4 fingers in front of Wang Yuyang's eyes, wagging them around. Wang Yuyang listened, inhaling sharply. "So long. Initially, you were also in the hospital. The doctor examined and found nothing wrong with you, but there was no clear reason why you wouldn't wake up. I didn't know what to do, worried, and kept running up and down the stairs." Xiongbai was talking without a proper sequence, thinking aloud. "Both you and the boss lived separately, one upstairs and one downstairs. When the boss woke up, he immediately asked where you were. I told him you were in the hospital. Uncle, you weren't there to see the scene. Upon hearing you were unconscious downstairs, he forcibly ripped out the needle from his own vein, stood up, and began walking. Blood oozed from his wounds, splitting open step by step, until he collapsed halfway through. By the time he regained consciousness, his first sentence was telling me to bring you back home. I argued with him. I said if you can't wake up, you should stay in the hospital. In case of any emergencies, you could receive timely treatment." The state of the boss was horrifying at that point. His crimson eyes glared at me like they wanted to devour me alive, ordering me to immediately arrange your discharge from the hospital. Afraid to ask further questions, I brought you back. Yesterday we brought you back. And today, here you are, awake. Wang Yuyang ignored Xiongbay's gaze, as if looking at a new species. He stretched his body, feeling limp and powerless, as if all his bones had been sucked away, leaving no sensation of pain. "I have no injuries." "No." Xiongbai confirmed this statement. "Uncle, when the incident happened, didn't my boss fully protect you inside his arms?" Wang Yuyang, Indeed, the protection had been tight, done with every ounce of strength. This image replayed in his mind. It lasted only a couple seconds. But the youth's motion towards him had been decisive and resolute, without hesitation. "I knew it." Xiongbai muttered, "All his injuries are on his back. It's evident he acted as a meat shield." Wang Yuyang fell into silence. Neither did Xiongbai speak. He merely clutched a piece of the bedsheet, playing with it. For a moment, the room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. "Uncle, all of us in our field are orphans, abandoned babies, unwanted ones, willing to risk our lives, using life for money, not fearing death. If you die, often without anyone left to claim your body." Xiongbai tightened his grip, wrinkling the bedsheet. "My boss became captain because he treated himself harsher than others, putting his life on the line continuously, making him the strongest. Every mission he undertook never failed, regardless of how dangerous they were. Everyone admired him. One time, he suffered severe injuries and was in extreme pain. I offered him marijuana to relieve it, but he refused, enduring the pain until he recovered." Wang Yuyang paused slightly while smoothing his broken hair near his ear. "That time we went to Sun Qingzhou's basement for the mission target, I comforted you by saying my boss would be fine. You criticized me for blindly trusting him, and I even argued against it. I always regarded him as a god until he asked if I ever wanted a family, or someone I liked, which made me realize he was just a human after all, capable of falling into such elementary emotional traps." Xiongbai wrinkled his well-defined nose and said solemnly, "What is love? Love is the act of smiling while receiving a thorny flower from your beloved, enduring the bloody pricks on your hands." As he spoke, his eyes reddened. "Uncle, my boss is a first lover type, pure-hearted, and very fragile. If one day you decide to leave him, please choose a gentler method, or he won't be able to handle it." Wang Yuyang finally spoke after a long pause. "If someone no longer wants you, how can they still be gentle?" Xiongbai was momentarily speechless. Wang Yuyang then said, "Xiao Bai, help me up." Xiongbai quickly rushed over to assist. From getting off the bed to putting on shoes, Wang Yuyang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his face turned pale, his lips colorless, and his limbs icy cold. Xiongbai worriedly suggested, "Uncle, maybe you should lie down." Wang Yuyang shook his head. "To the hospital." Xiongbai was momentarily startled, realizing these 3 simple words conveyed far more than any lengthy discourse, representing Uncle's most direct and forceful response to his feelings for the boss. At the hospital, Zhou Yi had just changed medications and was dozing off when he immediately became alert upon seeing who walked in. His injuries didn't seem to hurt as much anymore, and his energy appeared excellent with exceptionally bright eyes that showed signs of resurgence. Wang Yuyang saw him about to get up and scolded, "Stay lying down." Without uttering a word, Zhou Yi obeyed and lay back down. Xiongbai let out a small chuckle as he helped Uncle sit on the chair before briskly closing the door and slipping away. Xiongbai didn't wander too far. He stayed nearby watching out, occasionally moving closer then further away, waging an internal battle until deciding to close off the gossipy spirit within himself. He chose instead to lean against the opposite wall. The private room was equipped with all necessary devices, permeated with a strong disinfectant smell. Wang Yuyang's hypersensitive olfactory receptors picked up various odors, medicines, leftover food scraps in the trash bin, dampness from the bathroom, penicillin, blood. It all felt suffocating. He took several deep breaths and leaned against the chair back, looking at the young man. Zhou Yi felt uneasy under his gaze. Are you awake now? Wang Yuyang retorted, if not, whose presence are you experiencing right now? Zhou Yi fell silent. Wang Yuyang sighed, why did you have to do that? Zhou Yi remained silent. Wang Yuyang looked at the bandage on his head, the shaved hair, his emaciated form. Which parts of you were injured? Zhou Yi simply said there wasn't much. Frustrated, Wang Yuyang remarked, you're 24 but acting like a 4-year-old, so immature. Zhou Yi kept a poker face. Wang Yuyang rubbed his pale face, saying, little Yi, today I'll teach you a lesson. A person must learn to love oneself before they can truly love others. Zhou Yi moved his cracked lips slightly, asking, what do you mean? Still buried in his hands, Wang Yuyang responded without revealing his face, don't do such things again. Zhou Yi's chest under his hospital gown rose and fell rapidly due to unsteady breathing. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly, wondering what reaction this boy was showing. Was he upset? He thought, if it weren't for the emotions stirred within him, then you'd have continued doing as you pleased. However, since those emotions arose, I cannot allow you to take the hit again, nor would I use you. Uncle's body, Wang Yuyang reflected a moment on how to phrase it before opting for a vague explanation, has issues. Using your young and healthy body to protect my odd body doesn't make sense. Next time, prioritize self-preservation first, okay? Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse, and his tone harder than ever, it's none of your business. Wang Yuyang couldn't help laughing despite her anger, spoiled brat. Zhou Yi turned his head away. Wang Yuyang sat in the chair for a bit, regaining some strength before moving it closer to the bedside. Xiao Bai left too quickly, forgot to ask him to bring the chair. Seeing his labored breathing, Zhou Yi's temples twitched. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Everywhere. Wang Yuyang sighed. My little Yi isn't obedient, worrying me endlessly. Zhou Yi fell silent again. Wang Yuyang glanced at the youth in the bed, having asked Xiao Bai about his injuries on the way, yet still wanting to hear his account firsthand. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi remained as stubborn as ever. Tonight, uncle won't go home, I'll stay here with you. Zhou Yi abruptly raised his head. Wang Yuyang smiled tenderly at him, will you allow that? Hypnotized, Zhou Yi stared blankly at him, his Adam's apple moving, yes. Wang Yuyang brought up the incident following his unconscious state. Zhou Yi's eyes never leaving the man before him, recounted, after carrying you out, the entire house collapsed to rubble. At the time, he was injured and only managed not to collapse by sheer willpower. He could only take one person out at a time and couldn't leave this man behind for any clues, saving the researcher had to come first, there was no need to deliberate. Wang Yuyang heard something close to what he'd guessed, the researcher was found but was already dead. However, significant new progress had been made, very major progress that clarified many aspects of the situation. The researcher knew the original owner, and the various emotions in his eyes were telling enough. 1. The original owner habitually worked in the lab conducting research. 2. The research items that researcher handled previously matched Lu Feng's and He Changjin's styles, as if he saw the original owner as a leader figure. 3. The original owner also participated in certain research projects before. 4. Some incident happened to him, which made the researcher believe he was dead, otherwise he wouldn't have shown such an expression of shock upon seeing a ghost. Wang Yuyang had a premonition that they were unraveling the knotted mess but still lacked that final clue. Was it a bomb? Doesn't seem like it, Zhou Yi responded, asking back, did you smell anything at the time? Wang Yuyang tried to recall and shook his head, it all happened too fast amidst great confusion. Zhou Yi said somberly, the explosion that night was identical to the accident He Changjin experienced. It was powerful, I suspect triggered by some sort of gas. Wang Yuyang mulled over it for a moment, killing to cover up traces. It's probable. Zhou Yi gazed at him, saying, when we took care of the researcher, we were probably also being warned. Wang Yuyang picked up a tangerine from the cabinet and began peeling it, keep talking. Zhou Yi watched him peel the tangerine, that researcher probably fled after participating in an experiment earlier on, taking a certain medication with him. Wang Yuyang peeled off the skin, looking for a trash can but gave up since it was too far away, crumpling it and putting it atop the cabinet casually. The stolen medication is likely an initial version of the experiment. Zhou Yi nodded approvingly. Cross-referencing previous clues, this deduction became fairly apparent. Wang Yuyang asked, is this about those 2 vials you pulled out before? Approximately, replied Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi explained, that guy hid for a long time in Sun Qingzhou's basement then transferred to Mount Mai. He didn't show his face anywhere else in City S, he was solely focused on experiments and stayed hidden well, so whoever killed him couldn't find him. This time, our actions likely led them to discover his location. Wang Yuyang tugged at a string attached to the tangerine, you said no surveillance devices were detected at home. There weren't any. Zhou Yi slightly squinted his eyes, glancing meaningfully at Wang Yuyang. After eating 2 segments of tangerine, Wang Yuyang fed one to the young man. Seeing his closed lips, he teased, won't eat. Zhou Yi quickly opened his mouth and ate it. There's a matter, Zhou Yi mentioned, subtly observing him, the hospital conducted examinations while you were unconscious. The report is in the drawer to your left, check it out. Wang Yuyang reached out and took it, flipping through it. Zhou Yi quietly observed him, do you see anything interesting? Wang Yuyang flipped through it again, Xiao Yi, just tell me directly. Uncle is getting older, my thinking isn't as sharp as yours anymore. Zhou Yi's facial expression twitched slightly. The blood type recorded in the original owner's data is type A, but this time your test shows type O. Blood type changed. Wang Yuyang suddenly remembered, he indeed had type O blood. Upon seeing his reaction, Zhou Yi realized Wang Yuyang had grasped the main point, the original owner's blood type has become yours. Wang Yuyang set the report down, massaging his forehead with one hand. Zhou Yi remained silent for a long while before gripping Wang Yuyang's hand resting on his leg, tightening his fingers once he noticed the lack of resistance. This simple yet clumsy gesture conveyed quiet reassurance, don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Yuyang returned the grip, remaining quiet for 2 or 3 minutes. Xiao Yi, your bald head looks uglier than what uncle imagined. Zhou Yi's half-face darkened. Wang Yuyang smiled, you usually keep a buzz cut with short hair, so I thought going bald would look similar, turns out there's a difference when there's no hair at all. Zhou Yi's other half-face darkened too. Wang Yuyang patted his bald head, your hair needs to grow faster. In the next instant, soft and cool touches landed on Zhou Yi's head, making him involuntarily pull the man closer to his chest. Wang Yuyang reminded him, behave, your body is full of injuries. If you move recklessly, you'll be the one in pain. Without uttering a word, Zhou Yi pulled him into his embrace and encircled him tightly with his injured arm, enduring the pain willingly. Half an hour passed during their conversation inside the ward. When Zhou Yi mentioned needing to use the restroom, Wang Yuyang helped him get inside. Zhou Yi's legs weren't broken, but he had numerous wounds, 2 of which were deep to the bone. He was used to enduring pain, so it didn't seem like much to him. Now, however, he feigned weakness, leaning on the man and seeking his care. Wang Yuyang supported the young man as they stood in front of the toilet. He glanced casually, yet felt a sensation akin to being electrocuted, making his whole body numb, almost unbearable. Zhou Yi hid his shy feelings, what's wrong? Wang Yuyang waved his hand, momentarily not wanting to talk to him at all. After taking a few steps, Wang Yuyang couldn't help but blurt out a mix of envy, frustration, and even fear, speaking in a muffled tone. Xiao Yi, how did you end up growing this way? Zhou Yi paused, startled by the almost lover-like murmur, what do you mean, how did I grow? Wang Yuyang gestured suggestively, that. Zhou Yi realized what he meant, tensing his jawline immediately as a flush climbed irresistibly to his earlobes. Just, that way. Chapter 65. Wang Yuyang regretted his decision. He should have helped that kid into the restroom and left, even turning his back would have been fine, he shouldn't have taken a glance. After just one glance, the psychological preparation he had made collapsed instantly. Zhou Yi could sense the man's emotional changes and felt somewhat at a loss. In the army, he would casually shower, change clothes, or use the restroom with his subordinates, who always joked around, said dirty things, and looked at him freely. He didn't care about any of it back then. Now, for the first time, he began to seriously consider whether he had frightened the other person. But his subordinates clearly wanted to be close to him. Zhou Yi, feeling irritated, bit his thin lips hard. When he saw the man get up, he nervously growled, where are you going? Wang Yuyang looked puzzled, I'm going to open the window wider. The tense muscles in Zhou Yi's body relaxed. When Wang Yuyang came back after opening the window, he leaned on the edge of the bed and looked at the young man for a few seconds before smiling and saying, Xiao Yi, can you move a little? Uncle wants to lie down for a while. Zhou Yi unconsciously moved aside. Wang Yuyang took off his shoes and lay down on the side of the bed fully dressed, falling asleep soon. When Xiongbai pushed the door open, he happened to see the boss pulling the uncle's head toward his arm. His eyes nearly bulged out. Boss, are you crazy? You're wound on your arm. Zhou Yi gestured to him to be quiet. Xiongbai closed the door behind him, looking at how the boss gently allowed the uncle to lean against his shoulder, treating him like a treasure, completely ignoring the pain as if he'd lost sensation. He shook his head, love was truly terrifying. In this lifetime, I will never touch it, absolutely not, he secretly vowed. Boss, I heard the way the uncle referred to himself in front of you. As Xiongbai spoke, he carefully observed the boss's expression, we've lived together for such a long time, and I haven't noticed anything normally. Sometimes I am really quite slow-witted. Zhou Yi didn't respond. So the uncle is not your adopted brother, he is also your uncle, huh? Xiongbai mumbled. Zhou Yi said indifferently, it's not important. Xiongbai was stunned for a moment. That's true. Titles, ages, and names don't matter, what matters is the person. If the person is right, everything is good. The ward was very quiet. Zhou Yi lowered his head slightly, his jaw resting on the man's hair, his eyelids slightly closed. Xiongbai rubbed his fingers together, boss, after the uncle woke up, I talked to him a bit. Zhou Yi turned his face, what did you say? Well, Xiongbai sneaked a look at the boss and the words he prepared scattered, nothing much. Just that the uncle really cares about you, he's seriously in a relationship with you. Zhou Yi turned his face again and pulled the man closer to his chest. I know. Xiong Bai. Okay, I'll eat this bowl of dog food. Boss, now that the uncle is here with you, I'll go back home. Xiong Bai nagged like an old worried wife. In these few days when you were injured and the uncle was in a coma, the milk went bad somehow, causing some diarrhea, and the spirit was rather low. I thought of taking it to the hospital for a checkup. Zhou Yi agreed, calling out to the youth, be careful. Xiong Bai dismissed it lightly, I'm still a child, I look non-threatening, no one would suspect me. Zhou Yi said, don't let anyone touch you. No problem, every 3 days I switch hiding spots, even top-level peers can't track me down, and the police department's computer experts won't find me either. Don't worry. Xiong Bai suddenly thought of the man eating flour. He gritted his teeth, determined to uncover it. That evening, Wang Yuyang ate a few bites of food in the ward and stopped. He stood by the window looking at the blurred night colors. Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi swallowed a mouthful of food and looked up. Facing his back, Wang Yuyang asked, is there anything you want? Zhou Yi's hand holding the chopsticks froze, so. If I say it, you will give it to me? Wang Yuyang hummed softly, tell me. Zhou Yi put down his chopsticks, anything. Wang Yuyang turned around and smiled at him, a child cannot be so greedy. Zhou Yi. Silence lingered for a moment, and then Zhou Yi heard his own voice say, when everything settles down, I want you to marry me. Wang Yuyang looked completely shocked. Zhou Yi watched the man's expression and his chest immediately filled with a mix of anger, unease, and many other complex emotions, which quickly spread throughout his body chaotically. Coldly, he opened his mouth and asked, have you never thought about it? Wang Yuyang furrowed his brow lightly. At this point, if it were any other child, he might have merely consoled them with a few sentences at most. In the past, he would rather drive people away when annoyed, using the whip if necessary. After turning 35, his temper was hard to flare up, and once it did, it was harder to calm down. But this one now is different from any in the past, not a little pet but his young friend. Wang Yuyang thought again, none of the children who had been with him dared to speak to him like this, it seemed absurd. Marriage. Perhaps because of the emotions that he'd begun to accept, Wang Yuyang carefully savored the word, unable to describe its taste, yet it wasn't bad. Xiao Yi. Looking at the youth on the bed, he showed unique patience and indulgence, you're only 24. Zhou Yi stared at him fiercely, 2 years over the legal age. Wang Yuyang was slightly surprised by the burning passion in the young man's eyes. He turned away without saying a word, his clear and pale face showing no thoughts, difficult to fathom. Zhou Yi remained silent, terrifyingly so. His hands gripped tightly onto the small table in front of him, his knuckles turning white, veins on the back of his hand protruding. The ward was suddenly enveloped in a heavy and stiff atmosphere. Wang Yuyang continued to remain silent. Zhou Yi felt lost and bitter, lowering his head. This man had been born into wealth, holding high power for many years, no one dared to speak to him with a commanding tone, he must be angry now, or even repulsed. It was probably because I've eaten a few candies lately, becoming overly confident. Zhou Yi felt a strong pain, unsure where it came from, just as he was about to run out of breath, the room echoed with the man's faint voice, Uncle thought you would take the opportunity to ask for something else you want. I don't want anything else, Zhou Yi opened his raspy voice. Wang Yuyang couldn't follow this child's line of thought, do you know what you're saying? Yes, I just want you, Zhou Yi looked at him with red eyes, I don't want anything else. Wang Yuyang didn't want him to cry, so he massaged his brow center, alright then. Confused by the man's concession, Zhou Yi found it hard to suppress and blurted out his wish, then let's get married. Wang Yuyang could neither laugh nor cry, why do you fixate on this? Homosexual relationships won't be recognized here, it's just a piece of paper. Just a piece of paper, Zhou Yi tensely moved the corner of his mouth, so will you give it to me? Wang Yuyang sighed, world affairs are unpredictable, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi said no more. Wang Yuyang found himself increasingly losing principles in front of this child, watching him silently bite his lips made him feel pity in his heart. This was definitely not a good sign. Still, Wang Yuyang went over, touched his bald head, and coaxed him. Let's make this deal, at that time, if Uncle is still alive, limbs intact, able to walk and move, and if you still enjoy throwing little tantrums with Uncle, we will settle down in Northern Europe, alright? Zhou Yi froze. You can't treat your uncle as someone who knows nothing just because this is his first love. Wang Yuyang's hand moved down, touching the firm and handsome facial lines of the youth, not every relationship ends in marriage, they're two separate things, Xiao Yi. Asking questions and getting answers won't solve the problems, we need to proceed slowly. Zhou Yi murmured softly, sorry, I'm thinking too far ahead. Wang Yuyang laughed gently, for your young age, why are you so anxious? There's still much in this world left to see, you'll meet many people. Uncle isn't all that good, nor have I treated you well. Zhou Yi's Adam's apple rolled up and down, piously kissing his palm. Wang Yuyang suddenly said, He Changjin told Xiao Qiu, 2 people living together require basically good health. What he said is right. Without good health, nothing stands firmly. Zhou Yi hugged the man's waist, burying his face in, no matter what, I will be with you. That ordinary tone made it sound like going shopping or having afternoon tea instead of between heaven and earth. Wang Yuyang was stunned for a while, curving his lips and saying, "All right then, be with me." On the day Zhou Yi was discharged from the hospital, it was windy and rainy, and very cold. Compared to the previous day, the temperature drop was exaggerated, worse than a lover who called you sweetheart on the bed one moment and told you to leave the next. Wang Yuyang added Zhou Yi's long coat over his own, wrapped up warmly. Xiongbai drove his jeep to pick them up, tossing a towel to each of them as soon as they got in. The rain is slanting and changing angles, truly annoying. Wang Yuyang didn't get wet, Zhou Yi protected him and got a big part of his shoulder and back wet. He just wiped casually and tossed the towel aside, adjusting the thermal cup for him. Xiongbai driving up front noticed it, nothing but 2 words came to his mind, considerate. The boss truly doted on the uncle, treating him as a treasure. Xiongbai remembered something. "Boss, the police are staking out in our neighborhood, we can't move for a while." Zhou Yi frowned, "Did you leave something behind that night at my mountain?" "No, I was really careful when I came to pick you guys up." Xiongbai looked at the road conditions. "It's Mei Yu. She doesn't know what got into her. She's sending people to dig up uncle's information again, already dug it all up before, and now she started again, even posting guards." Wang Yuyang said lazily, "Then let's get ready for the new year." Zhou Yi. New Year? Xiongbai became excited and howled happily. "Are we celebrating the new year? It's really winter already. We didn't celebrate abroad, we didn't have that concept. What should we prepare? Firecrackers or hot pot? Are there red envelopes? I'll write the Spring Festival couplets, I've created my own bear-style calligraphy, unparalleled in the world." Wang Yuyang felt a headache. Zhou Yi ordered, "Xiaobai, drive." I'm driving. Xiongbai shouted 3 times. "Uncle, uncle. Uncle." Wang Yuyang responded with a drawn-out sound. "Give me a red envelope during the new year, I've never received one. I want it." Xiongbai chuckled, "Not via mobile transfer, that's boring. I want a real red envelope. I plan to place it under my pillow. The boss hasn't received one either." Wang Yuyang glanced at the youth beside him and smiled, "All right." Zhou Yi's slightly curled lips lifted slightly. Isn't that Lin Xiaonan's car over there?" Xiongbai pointed at the Cayenne ahead. Not 2 seconds after he spoke, the Cayenne rear-ended another car. Wang Yuyang was about to get out of the car, but Zhou Yi held onto his wrist tightly. "Xiaobai, go check it out." "There's no need. Who would dare offend the Lin family?" Xiongbai parked by the roadside, leaning on the steering wheel, looking through the windshield as the wipers moved back and forth. A blonde man stepped out of the Cayenne, followed by 2 young men, and lastly a girl, Lin Xiaonan's sister, Lin Lin. Apparently, Lin Lin handled the situation within a few words. "That group seems like they're going somewhere to play." Xiongbai started the car again. He gave his car to his sister, it shows how much he spoils her. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. Nan wouldn't give the car to Xiao Lin unless he was busy with something else and couldn't attend to it. After pondering for a few moments, Wang Yuyang whispered into the youth's ear, "What is he busy with recently?" Zhou Yi replied without any emotion, "In Shanglan Yuan." Wang Yuyang asked, "And other times?" Zhou Yi answered, "Always there." Wang Yuyang pinched the bridge of his nose. There was only a garden of orchids in Shanglan Yuan. What exactly was Nan thinking? A sudden pain in his hand brought Wang Yuyang back to reality. "Xiao Yi, easier." Zhou Yi showed no response. Wang Yuyang's arm was already numb. "Xiao Yi." This statement already carried emotion. Zhou Yi seemed to come out of some kind of fixation. He released the hand he had been gripping and silently looked out the window. Rainwater kept flowing down the glass, leaving thin streaks of water, blurring the street views so nothing was clear anymore. Sensing the off mood in the back seat, Xiongbai quietly drove without saying another word. The 3 had just arrived home when Chen Zixu came over from the opposite side. Xiongbai thought that Chen Zixu's arrival was perfectly timed. Once the house began to feel oppressive, he felt like being asked, "If your parents divorce, which one will you choose?" It was terrifying. 3 steps after they arrived home, Chen Zixu was already crossing over to visit them. Chapter 66. Xiongbai quickly became disappointed. Usually, when Chen Zixu saw his uncle, he would approach like a puppy smelling meat, impossible to drive away. Today, he actually looked all cool and aloof. Wang Yuyang sat on the sofa, Zhou Yi moved closer, Xiongbai was on one side with Chen Zixu on the other. It seemed like a family of 4, the situation changing from, "Your parents are getting divorced, who will you choose?" to, "Who will you choose?" What the heck? Xiongbai rolled his eyes at the ceiling, not knowing what to do, so he grabbed the remote control and turned on the TV. The noisy sound started up, and 3 sets of eyes neatly aligned to glance at Xiongbai, who quietly turned off the TV. "I'm not playing with you guys, I'm going to find my little milk, humph." Wang Yuyang leaned back in the sofa, "Hey kid, don't you have class?" "No." Chen Zixu was unusually deep, flipping through the magazine underneath the coffee table before tossing it back, turning to look at Zhou Yi, "Dude, can I talk to your uncle alone for a bit?" Zhou Yi glanced sideways, a bit. Chen Zishu's face looked like he had swallowed a fly. Zhou Yi held the man's hand and squeezed it lightly. I'll take a nap in the room. Saying that, he got up and went into the master bedroom, taking off his baseball cap, revealing the bandages and bald head. He vigorously rubbed his temples and lay down on the man's bed, covering his head with the blanket. Wang Yuyang listened to the rain leaning against the back of the sofa in the living room. The original owner used to do research. There were English original editions of medical books on the bookshelf, almost read to pieces. The little devil nearby showed great interest. These few points combined allowed Wang Yuyang to confirm that the person mentioned by the kid last time, the one feeding pigeons while crying, was indeed the original owner. There was also mention of dropped medical books and words spoken back then, which was an act of testing him. The result was obvious, his reaction didn't fit, exposing him. He studied psychology after all, showing no abnormality, still joking around without any seriousness. Wang Yuyang was somewhat lost in thought. The meeting near the gay bar on Ruin Street might be coincidental, but after recognizing him, the kid began investigating, finally reaching Lotus neighborhood. From suspecting that he wasn't the original owner to confirming it, the kid must have done some serious work. But there was no solid proof, hence the intention to delve deeper, a psychological, spiritual investigation of souls and ideas. No matter how hard he tried, Wang Yuyang's strong vigilance made it difficult for the boy to find a chance to act. Being about 18 or 19 years old, full of energy, curiosity isn't easily quelled. The more incomprehensible it is, the more you want to figure it out. Moreover, to the kid, the original owner was a special presence in life, wanting to understand was completely reasonable. In any case, the possibility that the kid was related to the experiment has now been ruled out. Uncle, what are you thinking about? The words in his ears brought Wang Yuyang's thoughts back. He lazily looked at the lively expression of the youth, thinking about tomorrow's weather. Chen Zishu's gaze was unrestrained. Why? Any plans? Wang Yuyang joked, the quilt is damp, uncomfortable to use, so I want to bask in the sun. Chen Zishu. Pa. Chen Zishu lit a cigarette and put it between his lips, rubbing the back of his neck with both hands. Uncle, my dad has told me everything. Wang Yuyang, Chen Zishu said gloomily, where am I inferior to Zhou Yi? Wang Yuyang dragged out the sound, how should I say this well? Chen Zishu thought the man was considerate of his self-esteem and didn't know how to express himself, only to hear a sentence, you're inferior everywhere. Shit. Enraged, Chen Zishu jumped up, the cigarette at the edge of his mouth trembling as he gritted his teeth and growled, am I damn useless? It's not about being useful or not, Wang Yuyang beckoned, sit down. Chen Zishu kicked the sofa and sat back down furiously, arrogantly asking, then what is it? Wang Yuyang slightly raised his eyebrows, no issue really, it's just that he happens to be the one I fell for. Chen Zishu choked on the smoke. Wang Yuyang leaned forward, planning to grab a piece of chocolate from the plate to eat, suddenly hearing the teenager ask, Uncle, have you guys, this Wang Yuyang managed to reach the chocolate, slowly peeling the wrapper. Chen Zishu squinted his eyes, not yet, right? Wang Yuyang smiled without replying. Chen Zishu scratched his purple hair, you guys won't make it, unless you let him talk, but you wouldn't. Wang Yuyang remained silent. Chen Zishu glanced down and sucked on his cigarette, casually flicking the ash onto the floor. Uncle, why couldn't I reach you these past few days? Wang Yuyang was eating chocolate. Little E had a car accident, I was in the hospital. I wasn't feeling well either, so I stayed there. Just got discharged today. That was the part the kid could find out. Chen Zishu responded with an, oh, after hearing it, not sure what he was thinking about. After a long pause, he said, I broke up with my boyfriend. Uncle, I broke up, he emphasized again, turning his head with quite a resentful look. You were the first man I liked. I was looking forward to sleeping with you, but it turned cold like this. Wang Yuyang replied, that's truly regrettable. Chen Zishu's lips couldn't help but twitch, how fucking dismissive. Uncle, I really liked you, whether you believe me or not, that's just how it is. Chen Zishu said this before leaving. His eyes were a bit red, like a wounded little wolf pup. I won't give up just because you found a partner, don't think you can get rid of me. Wang Yuyang found it laughable and sad at the same time. You won't stop until you figure it out. The problem was, I truly couldn't let you figure it out. The Wang Yuyang you know and want to connect with doesn't exist anymore. This body now belongs to your second uncle. Wang Yuyang entered the room and tapped the young man on the bed. Little E, take your head out, it's not good for breathing if you keep it covered. Zhou Yi pulled the blanket aside and sat up as if nothing happened. He's gone. Deliberately asking when you already know. Wang Yuyang teased. The door slamming so loud, you weren't asleep, how could you not hear it? Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang lay down beside the young man, using one hand as a pillow behind his head. Come closer. Zhou Yi's heartbeat quickened as he moved nearer. Wang Yuyang, half-lidded his eyes, quietly kissed him. In no time, Zhou Yi's breathing became heavier. Without knowing when, his hand reached the man's neck, pulling at the back of his head, kissing him more intensely. Wang Yuyang stepped back, unable to bear it. His breath came in disorderly gasps. Why are you biting again? Zhou Yi pressed his thumb on the wound on the man's lips, swiping away the blood that trickled out, speaking in a hoarse voice. I couldn't help myself. Wang Yuyang sighed, the passion and boldness of youth surged like waves, wave after wave. He wasn't young enough to handle it. But heavens deliberately gave him such a startlingly shocking young boyfriend. Wang Yuyang suddenly asked, Little Yi, do you know what to pay attention to when having sex with a man? Zhou Yi stared blankly at him, seemingly not understanding right away. Wang Yuyang, eyes closed, his voice tinged with aroused desires. Do some research, look at materials, have everything prepared. Zhou Yi's gaze burned hotly. Then, try it out. Wang Yuyang, hearing the almost beast-like excited, coarse breaths close by his ear, felt numbness below his tailbone, yet also cold. Uncle doesn't like suffering. I understand, Zhou Yi took a deep breath in excitement, like a student eagerly seeking teacher approval, seriously and solemnly declaring, I will prepare well. Wang Yuyang smiled in his eyes. Good boy. Zhou Yi's face flushed red. Xiongbai didn't know what wind blew through the leader's mind. As soon as it got dark, the boss unexpectedly rushed into his room, without a word, just staring at him, indescribable expression that scared him stiff, hugging tightly the puppy in his arms. Zhou Yi locked the door behind him, making Xiongbay's hairs stand on end. How, what's going on? Zhou Yi lowered his voice on purpose. Last time you said you'd help me order lubricant online. Xiongbai looked at him. Zhou Yi kept silent, gazing intently at him. Xiongbai jumped to his senses. I'll order it immediately. No need, Zhou Yi showed no gratitude. Tell me which store. The next second, Zhou Yi coughed lightly, saying calmly, I remember you mentioned a package being very useful. Xiongbai. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Xiongbai made a series of overlapping sounds. Yes, there is indeed a package, I started using it overseas, super awesome. Zhou Yi shot him a look saying, then what are you waiting for? Xiongbai smirked and put the puppy on the ground, sending the address and package information directly to his phone. Zhou Yi took the phone and turned to leave. Xiongbai laughed merrily behind him. Boss, it's within sight. Zhou Yi. The package arrived the next day. At that time, Zhou Yi was cooking in the kitchen, Xiongbai playing computer games in the room, while only Wang Yuyang heard the knocking and accepted the delivery. Wang Yuyang tossed it casually onto the shoe cabinet and mentioned it nonchalantly during dinner. Phew. Xiongbai spat out the food in his mouth. At a crucial moment, he twisted his neck, otherwise, it wouldn't be the floor but Wang Yuyang's face that would have been splattered. Zhou Yi coldly said, Xiaobai, clean up the floor. Xiongbai pouted and slowly left the table. Wang Yuyang turned his head and asked, what did you buy? Zhou Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. For your use. Wang Yuyang, Zhou Yi took a chicken wing with his spoon and put it into Wang Yuyang's bowl, KY. Wang Yuyang couldn't bring himself to eat the chicken wing. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Yi worried he might regret and retreat, pursing his thin lips lightly. The package was introduced by Xiaobai, and has good reviews. Wang Yuyang was amused by the earnestness in the youth's words. There was no hint of flirtation or intimacy, it was as if they were discussing some PowerPoint presentation. Let's eat. Relieved, Zhou Yi continued serving him more dishes. All things considered, Zhou Yi wasn't in a rush to take action, he was covered in injuries. Although these didn't affect his stamina, they'd look awful exposed. Most importantly, he feared that once the man felt pain and began to struggle, Zhou Yi might end up reopening his wounds, turning their bedroom into a crime scene. Zhou Yi didn't care much about himself, but he was afraid that Wang Yuyang would develop psychological trauma and lose interest in him. It rained intermittently for several days before finally clearing up. 2 rows of clothes hung on the balcony, with blankets spread across the extended drying rack, held firmly in place by colorful plastic large clips. The floor was also utilized, with shoes scattered all over. Outside, the sunshine was brilliant. Wang Yuyang stood by the wall, tidying the bookshelf. How many times had he already done this? And today, he decided again. Zhou Yi entered with a mop to clean the floor. Wang Yuyang patted his leg and stood up. Little Yi, are you obsessed with cleanliness? Zhou Yi said, no. Wang Yuyang stroked his hair and turned his face sideways. Then why are you being so diligent despite your injuries? Zhou Yi raised his eyes. I'm afraid you might think I'm dirty. Wang Yuyang blinked after a pause and smiled. Seeing his smile, Zhou Yi's heart itched like being scratched by a cat, tightening his throat as he swallowed a sigh, accepting his fate to be seduced, stepping closer, and rubbing against his hairline. I've looked everywhere in the room, but uncle still feels something is missing, Wang Yuyang said. Why don't you look again? Furrowing his brows, Zhou Yi asked, is it the memories of the original owner? Who else could it be? A frown creased Wang Yuyang's forehead, always sensing there was something crucial that needed to be found but just couldn't be pinpointed. Pushing back a strand of hair near Wang Yuyang's ear, Zhou Yi asked, any other instructions? Wang Yuyang shook his head and continued organizing the bookshelf. While mopping the floor, Zhou Yi suddenly brought up an old topic. Do you remember before when you asked me if I didn't find who I was looking for at Sun Qingzhou's, and I said, in a few days? Do you remember that? Wang Yuyang didn't expect him to share this privacy, pausing for a moment before putting down the book and turning around. It's not that I changed my mind and decided not to tell you, Zhou Yi didn't raise his head, it's just that later there were too many things and I forgot. The person I'm looking for is my mother. Wang Yuyang's eyebrows twitched. Decadent Street, the shabby building, the small house, the massage parlor, the woman called Sister Man, the half-dried cigar. These pieces of information flashed in front of Wang Yuyang's eyes, he had actually suspected this long ago. Zhou Yi admitted straightforwardly, I have no memory or feeling for her, but I want to investigate until the end since I started, beginning and finishing well, without wanting to look back on this matter in the future. Wang Yuyang asked, and now? Zhou Yi showed no emotion on his face, the clues led to Sun Qingzhou via the cigar, but then the trail went cold. Wang Yuyang said, your mother collected cigars smoked by him. Zhou Yi responded with a nod, informing him of what he found out, she used to be Sun Qingzhou's mistress when she was young. Later, she was replaced and went to work at the massage parlor. She disappeared somewhere in June or July this year, and her life or death remains unknown. A suspicious expression appeared on Wang Yuyang's face, Sun Qingzhou couldn't possibly be your. Coldly cutting him off, Zhou Yi said, not him. Wang Yuyang glanced sideways at the youth, asking about the part he didn't understand, how come you suddenly remembered to look for your mother? Based on his several investigations in the past 5 years, this kid wasn't one who had that kind of leisure thoughts. I received an anonymous email earlier this year. Lifting the chair aside and pushing the mop under the table, Zhou Yi continued, that email contained a picture of a pendant identical to the one I've worn around my neck since childhood. Wang Yuyang touched his nose, the pendant was one of a pair, the other belonged to him, which he accidentally obtained. It turned out this was what the child had been looking for all along. He had known it for quite some time, intending to reveal his tracks at the right moment, teasing the kid as if fishing. Perhaps it was a midlife evil curiosity. Xiao Bai couldn't trace the sender's location, which suggested there was a problem. I wanted to look into it when I had time, but at the end of June, Xiao Bai and the others pulled me along to see an old woman for a tarot card reading. Zhou Yi paused slightly, the old woman said that my love, career, and life would all undergo a transformation within 2 or 3 months. Whether I accepted the change depended on whether I returned to China or not. If I missed this chance, it would be a lifetime regret. I'm not a superstitious person, but those days, I couldn't concentrate on anything. I thought it might be a good opportunity to investigate the email regarding my mother back in China. In July, I had a talk with Mr. Nadway, then left the military unit to return home. Wang Yuyang reflected silently, in August he had died and had been found by Zhou Yi on a construction site. Was that email deliberately luring you back to China? Zhou Yi showed no reaction, as he wasn't particularly concerned about the cause but more about the outcome. Before your death, out of a whim, you asked someone to check up on me. That's how I learned that you were working on a construction site in China. Otherwise, after your passing, it would have been difficult to determine your whereabouts, let alone finding you. If we hadn't met then, none of the subsequent events would have happened. Wang Yuyang marveled at the strange twists of fate, every single event linked together perfectly. If even one thing had gone differently, they wouldn't be where they were now. Zhou Yi silently chewed a piece of gum to suppress his nicotine craving and grunted in agreement. Wang Yuyang suggested, why don't you capture Sun Qingzhou and force him to tell you what happened to your mother? Zhou Yi replied, her disappearance has nothing to do with him. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow in surprise, is that so? No matter how you look at it, your return to China is a good thing for Uncle. Wang Yuyang mused deeply, in fact, Uncle owes a debt of gratitude to whoever sent you that email. Zhou Yi gently rubbed the man's neck in a familiar gesture. Xiong Bai knew nothing of this conversation. All he noticed was that after spending an afternoon together, the relationship between the leader and Uncle seemed to have grown closer, almost squeezing him out. If it weren't for the fact that Uncle walked normally and no unusual sounds came from the room, Xiong Bai might have thought they already knew each other inside out. Although Xiong Bai didn't understand the exact reason behind their connection, it was undoubtedly a positive development. He was almost ready to put up a banner celebrating the leader's good fortune. While Zhou Yi was peeling the skin off a radish over the trash can, Xiong Bai came over and said, Leader, can you give me half? There are some in the fridge, take them yourself. Xiong Bai pouted unhappily and muttered under his breath before begrudgingly opening the refrigerator door. Has the police presence around the neighborhood been withdrawn? Zhou Yi answered, it's still there. So now Mei Yu is blindly investigating without any leads, hoping for blind luck like a dead rat being accidentally caught by a wandering cat. He's treating He Changjin as an experimental subject, but that doesn't necessarily mean Uncle has anything to do with it. The special task force and the hacker known as Cannibal Flower are both attacking that foreign website, trying to identify what the emblem on the metal ball really means. With me included. Xiong Bai pulled a radish out of the bag, the 3 of us are attacking from 3 different directions. It's been a week, and we still haven't broken through. Damn frustrating. Zhou Yi stood up straight, the stricter the defense, the more valuable what's hidden inside. Xiong Bai rinsed the radish briefly, took a bite, and mumbled, that makes sense. I'll stay up all night. As he chewed on a piece of radish, his cheeks bulging with every crunch, he thought, if he managed to figure out the program's path before Cannibal Flower, wouldn't that mean he'd win against him? With that in mind, Xiong Bai's eyes gleamed brightly, full of enthusiasm, and he bounced back to his room, determined to approach the problem from a new angle. In the middle of the night, Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi heard a sudden excited shout. Xiongbai had successfully cracked it. Shit. Xiongbai murmured while slouched over the computer, what kind of genius created this website? Within 3 seconds, it initiated its self-destruction program. Luckily, I got away fast. I wonder if Cannibal Flower did the same. Hopefully not. God bless him for not fleeing so he'd get stuck with the self-destruction program and uncover the hidden address. And if that happens, I could scoop up the leftovers. Wow, just thinking about it makes me feel as good as having an orgasm. Zhou Yi pushed the door open, where is it? Xiongbai grinned with a lollipop in his mouth, of course, I grabbed it. Chapter 67. The website was similar to an organization, funded by a secret overseas financial group, membership-based. The membership emblem was the white metal sphere badge. To become a member, a chosen individual had to complete a task assigned by the organization, after which they would receive the badge. Afterward, members worked for the website, receiving corresponding rewards for completing tasks. It all depended on what you wanted. But if the assigned task failed, the metal sphere would turn black, and the owner of the badge would die in an accidental incident. The entire organization was playing with people's minds, their humanity, desires, and lives. It was akin to a cult. There was a branch in the country led by a woman named Zhang Sufeng. This Zhang Sufeng used to be an entrepreneur but later went bankrupt. To escape her debts, she disappeared, only to return suddenly a year ago and start a real estate business, becoming very wealthy. She now lived in the villa area on Huangqiao Road. All of this information had been gleaned by Xiongbai from the extracted code. Zhou Yi scanned through it all and lit a cigarette, taking a puff before asking, is there anything about that person? Xiongbay's response came after some delay, who do you mean? Zhou Yi tapped his teeth with the tip of his tongue and slowly exhaled a name, Shen Baiyu. Realizing whom he meant, Xiongbai nodded, oh. Your benefactor. Not yet, give me more time to dig further. Zhou Yi smoked as he gazed downward, let me know at the first sign of any findings and make sure neither the police nor Cannibal Flower discover it. Xiongbai wore a puzzled expression. It made sense not to alert Cannibal Flower, but why the police too? The more information the police had, the quicker they could solve the case, right? Xiongbai sat cross-legged, scratching his head. In fact, he suspected the benefactor of the boss was somehow involved in human experiments since Lu Feng died after being silenced. But if someone's dead, why does it matter if the police find out? So confusing. Later, Xiongbai organized some additional fragmented data, which included member lists as well as information on Zhang Sufeng's assistant, Wu Jian. By the time Zhou Yi finished discussing with him, dawn had already broken. Xiongbai went out for a pee after rubbing his tired face all night long, startling slightly when passing through the living room. Boss, uncle fell asleep on the couch. Zhou Yi quickly came over and carried him back to the bedroom. Pouting, Xiongbai shook his head with another sigh. It turned out the boss had found himself a lover. At around 9, Wang Yuyang woke up. Last night, feeling it wasn't convenient to join them inside, he stayed seated on the sofa, falling asleep unintentionally. He'd slept soundly and woke with a throbbing headache. Lacking energy, Wang Yuyang stood up just to change his pajamas when the door opened. Recognizing the smell as his young boyfriend's, he didn't pay much attention. Seeing the man standing on the bed unbuttoning his pajamas, Zhou Yi's eyelids twitched. You've come just in time. Can you help uncle rub my back? Wang Yuyang took off his pajamas and put them aside, then sat down facing backward on the bed, pointing behind him, right here. Zhou Yi placed a glass of warm water on the bedside table and bent down to massage his shoulders. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes, leaning his head back and emitting a relaxed sigh. Zhou Yi's breathing deepened and his hand lost control momentarily. Wang Yuyang almost lost his balance due to the sudden pain, clutching the edge of the bed and drawing in sharp breaths. Cold sweat broke out across his body. Little E. Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched, you shouldn't have asked recklessly. How unreasonable, Wang Yuyang said between laughter and tears, what exactly did I call recklessly? Silent, Zhou Yi pressed closer to his back. Wang Yuyang froze instantly, breaking into even more cold sweat. Uncle's fault, be gentle, my good lad. Realizing the man was trembling, Zhou Yi frowned, watching the thin white back under his eyelids, feeling vexed. Are you this afraid? Wang Yuyang chuckled helplessly, little E, believe me. You look that way, anyone would fear you. Speechless, Zhou Yi looked away. Wang Yuyang calmed down slightly and dressed hastily in a light sweater. That's enough. Subconsciously, Zhou Yi revealed a childlike disappointed expression, but when kissed on the lips, he raised his gaze, fixing the man in front of him with longing, letting out a dissatisfied moan. Before Wang Yuyang let the kiss deepen, he pulled away, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Staring intently at him with burning eyes, Zhou Yi murmured huskily, I like you anyway. Wang Yuyang smoothed his slightly disheveled hair and smiled lazily, uncle doesn't reciprocate your feelings. Zhou Yi's face darkened. Wang Yuyang picked up the coat draped over the chair and slipped into it while walking out, saying, take care of yourself without aggravating your injuries. Let's talk after breakfast. Looking at himself in thought, Zhou Yi gave a wry smile and rubbed his forehead before heading to the bathroom. Wang Yuyang had learned what he wanted to know and paused in silence for about as long as it takes to eat a chocolate bar. The sphere changes color through remote control. No, Zhou Yi replied, not remotely, but manually. It turns black upon contact with a special gas. The creases on Wang Yuyang's forehead eased as his expression softened. If that was true, things weren't as sinister as originally feared. It seems they were merely trying to appear supernatural. He Changjin's death was partly because he wanted relief, and partly to avoid harming the original host. Even knowing he'd changed, he wouldn't allow harm to come to this body. Wang Yuyang asked, then what about Jing Yuan? His badge turned black. What did he fail to accomplish? I'm not sure. Zhou Yi shared his thoughts. The task Jing Yuan had as a member was probably to indirectly kill Lu Feng, and he managed it in his own way. It was also his wish. His death wasn't due to being silenced by the organization, instead, it was caused by a normal dispute with colleagues. Wang Yuyang fell into deep thought. All these tangled lines were converging toward one point. Wang Yuyang wasn't unwilling to face reality, he just felt somewhat gloomy. If both his death and life really had something to do with that human experiment, then at the end of the investigation, it would still be a dead end. How long can the test subject survive? And in what condition? Moreover, if the police discovered his secret, he would have to live the rest of his life in a lab. And the police would definitely know. Wang Yuyang, thinking along these lines, heard the young man say, I've handed over the website's information to the police via Xiao Bai. Let them investigate Zhang Sufeng and Wu Jian while we stay low for now. Alright, we have no other choice but to do that. Wang Yuyang peeled another piece of chocolate to eat. Now they could only take it step by step, planning one move after another. Zhou Yi understood what the man was thinking, so without a word, he held his pale hand, lowering his head to kiss his cool fingertips, tasting the rich aroma of chocolate. To dig out the deeply hidden experimental base buried in the dark required necessary support from police resources. This was an indispensable link. Once the case was cracked and the part related to the experiment exposed, they would only need to deal with the police. It was better than having to deal with two sides right now. At that time, there would be a way out. Zhou Yi's eyes grew cold. If there wasn't, he would go all out, resorting to any means necessary to find it. Police station. The atmosphere in the meeting room was subtle. May you placed her hand on the table. You mean to say, the materials you brought out were delivered to you as a package? To be exact, the young man with thick glasses turned his laptop, showing the screen to the other members of the special investigation team. It was him. Everyone shifted their gaze over and saw a dynamic image, a white rabbit eating carrots with great appetite, making people feel like having one too. To be honest, I was deeply hit after taking this case. The young man removed his glasses, pressing the corners of his eyes with a defeated and weary expression. Last night, I didn't even manage to withdraw in time and got caught up in the website's self-destruction system. It was a mess. And this white rabbit eating carrots, together with another unclear program route attacking the website, they're both powerful. There goes my title of computer genius. With that, he slapped his cheeks. Embarrassing, isn't it? So it seems that this white rabbit is our ally. From which side, though? Unknown patriotic individuals. The criminal investigation expert Xiao Qing stroked his chin. Wang Jing, does any familiar name match? No. Wang Jing leaned back against his chair. There are two technical fields. One is called White Hat, which openly utilizes the skills to find and repair system vulnerabilities and so on. The other is called Black Hat, also known as hackers, who attack firewalls, cause destruction, release viruses, never show their faces, and keep their masks well hidden. It could be someone around you, but you'd absolutely never suspect them. Not long after, each team leader and team member lit a cigarette, quickly turning the meeting room into a smoky haze. Mei Yu raised her hand, and the lighter between her fingers flew out, rolling down onto the middle of the table. Then let's get moving. She instructed, Wang Jing, try to find the white rabbit and see if there's any more clues on the website. Xiao Cheng, lead some people to investigate Zhang Sufeng. I'll focus on Wu Jian. Afterward, she turned to the forensic expert specially invited by the bureau, Chang Lao. We need your help with the research on drugs. Having said that, she rose and left on her own accord, her fine straight legs stirring a brisk wind. Chang Lao also left. Having devoted his whole life to research, now faced with this hard case, he had to find a way to break through it. Wang Jing blinked stupidly. So, none of you guys are going to offer me some comfort. Xiao Qing bit his cigarette and stretched lazily. We'll console you after the case is cracked. Just wait. On the west side of Nanning Road, behind the Dafa supermarket street, Mei Yu and Li Li sat in the car eating boxed meals. Randomly bought on the road, one portion cost 15 yuan. The greens were almost unrecognizable, yellow and rotting, tasteless and utterly dull. Mei Yu scooped large mouthfuls of hard rice and cold dishes into her mouth. Wu Jian often goes to the little shop directly opposite. Li Li nodded. Mei Yu glanced through the car window. Hardware store. Li Li ate hurriedly and choked, gulping down a few mouthfuls of mineral water. He wiped his mouth and panted, saying, it's not entirely hardware, it's mixed with daily necessities too. Mei Yu asked, did you check the surveillance? We checked the surroundings but found nothing valuable, Li Li said. There was no surveillance in that little shop. Our luck's bad. Mei Yu recalled the investigation report. The shopkeeper's husband died, right? He's dead, Lily muttered. He got into a car accident. His intestines came out, he died instantly. The hit-and-run driver is still at large. That accident happened during Zhang Sufeng's bankruptcy period. Mei Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Is Wu Jian attracted to that woman? Lily ate while speaking. Even from a homosexual's perspective, if it's not liking, there's still some sort of attraction. Mei Yu's words were sharp. He works for the organization, he would be cautious. He wouldn't fail to know visiting the same store regularly is abnormal behavior. This equals digging a hole for himself. Maybe. Lily thought for a moment. He can't help it. Mei Yu pondered for a few seconds, quickly emptied her food box. Let's go, browse around the store. Lily finished eating in 3 bites. Captain, should we disguise ourselves? Mei Yu said, same as usual, siblings. Lily almost choked on blood. Captain, change please. It's so boring doing it the same way every time. Mei Yu ignored his mournful eyes and stepped out of the car. Follow me. Lily's face was long. No one was shopping in the store, just a plain-looking woman sitting by the door knitting a sweater, looking about 30 years old. Mei Yu took a quick glance. The sweater was for men. She walked into the store, turned around the shelves, picked up an extension cord, and asked, how much is this? The woman turned and said, 25 yuan. There's a price tag on it. Mei Yu smiled at the person beside her. Dear, what do you think? Lily's soul seemed to escape. Good, good. Very good, everything is good. Mei Yu's smile nearly faded. She decided they'd better stick to being siblings in the future. Just then, a man wearing a jacket walked into the store, a square face and tall figure, Wu Jian himself. The woman immediately put down her half-knitted sweater and stood up. Her attitude was completely different from before. Wu Jian walked toward another direction, and the woman asked him what he wanted to buy. Her tone was relaxed and gentle. Mei Yu exchanged glances with Li, and they moved closer, catching fragments of their conversation. How's the business today? It's fine. The weather isn't great. Yeah, it only cleared up once this week. If you want to buy a rice cooker, I suggest you get this brand. I've used it, it's pretty good. Alright, I'll take this one. I'll get a new one for you. Just wait a second. No rush. Bring it back if there's any problem, I'll exchange it for you. Mei Yu's scrutinizing gaze scanned the room. The conversation seemed normal, but the look Wu Jian gave the woman stirred a strange feeling in her. To avoid raising suspicion, Mei Yu didn't linger long and pulled Li away. Back in the car, Mei Yu asked Li, any findings? Li's spirit seemed lost somewhere far away. Huh? What? What did you say? Mei Yu. She slapped him across the head. Drive. Li started the car with trembling lips. That woman has a naturally intimate attitude towards Wu Jian. Mei Yu scratched her short hair, pondering aloud, if they both like each other, why aren't they together? Yeah, Li's hands on the steering wheel twitched as he murmured acidly, why aren't they together? There must be a reason. Just liking each other doesn't seem enough. Mei Yu didn't hear clearly, she was contemplating Wu Jian's look at that woman. She couldn't figure it out all the way home until she saw a couple. At the time, Li parked at a crossroads. Mei Yu lowered the window to flick the ash off her cigarette and got distracted by a scene. The wife was standing under a tree making a call, chattering about life's trivialities to someone close, or maybe a friend, while the husband next to her held their child and looked at her tenderly. The look was exactly the same as Wu Jian's gaze at the shopkeeper. It was then Mei Yu suddenly realized the truth. Upon hearing Mei Yu's deduction, Li laughed till he doubled over, leaning on the steering wheel. Captain, this is hilarious. Wu Jian and that woman's husband are totally unrelated. One has a square face, the other looks scholarly. How could they possibly be the same person? Mei Yu showed no expression. Is it funny? Li's smile turned serious in a second. If it's not funny, then it's really creepy. Previously, all the experiments we found were between humans and animals. Mei Yu said solemnly, human to human isn't impossible, it might be the ultimate direction of the research. Li rolled up his sleeves and extended his dark, muscular arm to the woman in the passenger seat. Captain, look, my goosebumps are already showing. Mei Yu didn't have the energy to deal with him. Li rubbed his face forcefully. What do we do now? Mei Yu said, the woman's husband worked in architectural design before he passed away. Check along this line and see how many similarities there are between Wu Jian and her husband. Her husband's death anniversary is coming up, follow Wu Jian that day. And another thing, if we assume both of them are the same person, that means her husband died, and was reborn with Wu Jian's identity and body. The car accident could very well be related to Zhang Sufeng because they had the closest social connection. Contact Xiao Cheng and let him investigate. All these cases are connected, the correlations are extremely strong. After a brief silence, Li swore under his breath, damn, what's going on here? Mei Yu leaned her head back against the chair, her mood unusually good. Finally, the irritability from recent days began to dissipate slightly. It was fortunate she hadn't given up on the case of Uncle Air and Lu Feng, allowing it to become an unsolved mystery. Instead, she persisted by focusing on Jing Yuan, who was associated with Lu Feng, otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered the metal ball badge. That hidden website would never have come up. They should also thank Xiao Baitu for the gift package, which gave them a breakthrough. Xiao Baitu was part of the group that delivered the vial of medicine late at night to Mei Yu earlier. Mei Yu thought to herself that she needed to inform old Zhang about this new hypothesis regarding experiments conducted on people. Only insiders in the research community know such details most clearly. A hint of cigarette smoke filled the car. Li Li was organizing his thoughts. Captain, if your hypothesis holds true, then it's not just A regenerating in B's body and life. Rather, it's A after dying regenerating in B's form, and whether B has also died. Let's set this aside for a moment. Mei Yu suddenly grabbed him hard by the shoulder, pulling him forcefully towards her. What did you just say? Li Li was momentarily bewildered by her fierce reaction. Whether B was dead or not, let's put that aside for now. Mei Yu pressed sharply, the sentence before that. Li Li said, the deceased A regenerates. Mei Yu's expression changed rapidly. Li Li couldn't make sense of it, Captain. Seeing no response from the woman, he tried to get closer, but a sharp voice interrupted. Let Xiao Lu from Lotus neighborhood return from his stakeout. Li Li started sweating nervously. All right, Captain, I've been saying Wang Yuyang is innocent for a while. Mei Yu didn't add anything more. She asked Li Li to drop her off halfway, then continued walking along the street, digesting the turbulent and complex emotions inside her. The last time in the interrogation room, she had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the strange man named Wang Yuyang. She couldn't shake the feeling after that and kept reminiscing about it. The shopkeeper naturally wanted to get close to Wu Jian, and she felt the same way toward that person. Was it Uncle Air? Mei Yu considered, the more she thought about it, the more fitting it seemed, only. Who dared to scheme against him, and actually succeeded? Mei Yu thought of Lu Feng. On his own, he was far from sufficient. The number of people involved was uncertain, but it definitely wasn't few. And their roles were substantial. Her steps slowed down unconsciously as she started eliminating suspects around Uncle Air using the method of elimination. Old steward Shenren was always responsible for handling Uncle Air's daily necessities. He had plenty of opportunities to carry out something. The current patriarch of the family is his nephew Shen Yanji, giving him a motive. Before she could finish walking down the street, Mei Yu faintly saw a shadow in front of her. At that exact moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket, snapping her out of her thoughts. Mei Yu glanced at the caller ID, suppressing her emotions before answering. Hello, Anan, is there something? Lin Xiaonan's voice remained calm as always. Any progress on Uncle Air's case? Mei Yu looked at the vehicles passing on the street. No. There was silence on the other end. On the other side, at Shangluan Garden, Lin Xiaonan hung up the phone, leaning his elbow against the table, covering his eyes with his palm, hiding the storm of gloom within. Mei Yu was lying. She should have already guessed through the clues in her possession. Lin Xiaonan regretted. He wasn't regretting being audacious enough to nurture an exclusive desire for that person, but regretting that his preparations weren't thorough enough. Having disguised himself for so many years, waiting for such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, adjusting plans repeatedly, refining strategies over and over again, and yet still missing a crucial step, and it was the most fatal one. One moment of carelessness, and every step thereafter deviated from the track, otherwise, they wouldn't have been led by the nose, eventually reaching today's state of losing control. He should have been more cautious back then. Now, there was no choice left. They couldn't wait any longer. A look of extreme madness crept into Lin Xiaonan's eyes, filled with the distortion of risking everything on one throw. Once a direction and target were set, the special task force would work very efficiently. Before the husband of the shopkeeper reached his anniversary date, the special task force had already mostly confirmed that he was now Wu Jian. This was unexplainable in any way except that a wine seller suddenly became interested in architecture design. There were many such examples, coincidences that reached an eerie level. A dead person living inside another person's body, this ghostly event could only be explained as a result of human experimentation, which absolutely must not be leaked out. Human experiments were too cruel, their impact would panic and unsettle the populace, leading to riots and deaths. On the police side, scientific researchers were still secretly studying the drug. The higher-ups invested unlimited manpower and resources into this unprecedented case. Mei Yu and her team were covertly monitoring Zhang Sufeng and Wu Jian, trying to fish for bigger targets. That night, Wang Yuyang already knew about the part concerning Wu Jian. Up to here, everything became clear. He was also an experiment subject. Xiao Yi, can anyone be chosen as an experimental subject? Wang Yuyang asked calmly. Zhou Yi remained calm as well, having anticipated this outcome, but beneath his calm lay resolve and murderous intent. Judging from all the signs, humans combined with animals are possible, while human to human isn't. So you mean, my late brother-in-law possessed something that met their requirements and was thus selected? Wang Yuyang pinched his left pinky finger with his right hand. Something doesn't add up, Xiao Yi. The original owner was a highly ranked researcher. How could he become an experiment subject? Stopping for a second, he remembered the words Chen Zishu had revealed. Back then, the original owner fed pigeons while crying, saying nonsense like, what angels are all demons, and, I won't play with you anymore. That should be when the original owner discovered his disagreement with his colleagues' values, couldn't accept it midway, and forcibly quit the experiment. Later, he got manipulated. Wang Yuyang thought of another thing. Between two experimental subjects, there might need to be some compatibility to complete the experiment. The higher the compatibility, the less bodily damage caused by the experiment. Conversely, the lower the compatibility, the greater the injury. Zhou Yi pulled the man into his arms. Wang Yuyang avoided the wounds on his back, patted him lightly, soothing him like an elder. All right, we've figured it out, haven't we? No worries. Zhou Yi buried his face in the man's neck, rubbing his thin lips against his carotid artery. Wang Yuyang moved back. Xiao Yi, your uncle died by bleeding from his neck cut open. This leaves scars. You doing this? I'm scared. Just as he finished speaking, a moist sensation grazed over his artery. Wang Yuyang exhaled sharply, holding the youth's head and lifting it to press his lips down on him. Zhou Yi immediately wrapped around like a famished wild wolf. Wang Yuyang wanted to pull away quickly, but a hand grabbed the back of his skull, stopping him. Moments later, Wang Yuyang truly couldn't endure it anymore. He leaned his forehead against the youth's, breathing unevenly. Your uncle wants to eat the noodles you cooked. Zhou Yi's temple twitched. Do you feel like eating now? Wang Yuyang laughed. Yes, I do. Sighing helplessly, Zhou Yi went to the kitchen, turning a few steps before abruptly looking back. Come to the kitchen and watch me cook. Wang Yuyang slightly startled. Without saying another word, Zhou Yi dragged the man up. Wang Yuyang let the youth sign his hand while walking out, a faint smile playing at his eyes and mouth. As soon as the stove ignited, life seemed to stabilize at that very moment. While Zhou Yi peeled the tomato skins, Wang Yuyang watched, unable to assist. Good job, Xiao Yi. Listening to this praise, the corner of Zhou Yi's lips curled involuntarily. Not bad. Watching Zhou Yi slice a piece of tomato into the bowl, Wang Yuyang used chopsticks to grab and eat it. The old saying goes, to capture a man's heart, first capture his stomach. Laughing, Wang Yuyang said, Xiao Yi is so great, already achieved that. Close to cutting himself, Zhou Yi feigned calmness and, dead once. Wang Yuyang fed him a piece of tomato. The two enjoyed the warmth of the kitchen together, temporarily forgetting about all those messy issues. Not long after, Xiongbai rushed out from the room, laughing loudly. Boss, uncle, I've caught the tail of the man-eating flower. Both Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi spoke simultaneously. Who? Xiongbay's eyes sparkled. Now we only know the rough address, but the range is small. I'll take my laptop and do a close search. He will definitely be done for. Zhou Yi furrowed his brows. Are you going alone? Xiongbai grinned. During this period, I've dealt with him so many times that I already figured out everything. That flower follows the typical moves of an ordinary hacker, not like me at all. I used to be a mercenary and underwent all sorts of inhuman training, while he's just some pale shut-in with blindingly white fat rolls, completely useless. Zhou Yi didn't agree with his overly confident attitude and spoke sternly. Don't underestimate your opponent. Xiongbai shrugged. Then I'll bring a gun. Alright, I'm leaving. I need to hurry there. If I'm late, he'll definitely hide again. Zhou Yi said, if anything happens, contact me. Oh, boss, relax. I can handle myself. Though I may not match your skills, knocking down an average person is easy for me. And I've got a gun. Xiongbai nimbly ran back to the room to get his laptop and gun. He was ready to meet the man-eating flower and see who exactly it was. Chapter 67. Xiongbay's first time visiting the countryside of S-City brought a feeling of emptiness and coolness throughout the journey. The car stopped by the river. Xiongbai held his laptop searching for positioning. A few minutes later, he peeled a lollipop and put it in his mouth, tucked his gun in his pocket, got out of the car, and headed straight to his destination. Uniform black tiles and white walls lined up along the river, outlining a crescent-shaped curve that exuded a tranquil beauty under the night sky. Like a masterpiece from a master's hand. Xiongbai breathed in the cool air of late autumn, looking around as he walked. There were streetlights, but they were far apart. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright and clear tonight. The countryside was different from the city. At this hour, there were hardly any people moving about. They were either sleeping soundly at home or watching TV, playing on their computers, or using their phones. Xiongbai didn't encounter a single person on the road. He crossed the small bridge and stopped in front of a house that was halfway engulfed by ivy. What should I do now? Xiongbai looked at a window on the second floor where the lights were on. The man-eating flower was inside. Perhaps, he could climb onto the balcony to spy. The second floor wasn't high, and there was a tree nearby that would make it easy to climb. Xiongbai thought again. I came here just to see whether the man-eating flower is male or female and what they look like. Is carrying a gun and climbing upstairs making too much of this? Just knock on the door and pretend to be a passerby borrowing the restroom. Xiongbai smirked slightly. This could work. Meow. A sudden sound came from behind, startling Xiongbai so much that his whole body trembled. He crouched down and found the culprit in the bushes, a chubby orange cat. He glared at it with a killing intent. What are you doing, little buddy? You almost scared me to death. Who's outside? A pleasant male bass voice accompanied the sound of the door opening. The orange cat shot off like a bolt, while Xiongbai remained crouching in place, maintaining his posture as he looked up and met eyes with the handsome young man at the door. Am I blind? How am I seeing my money boy here at the man-eating flower's place? Or am I seeing double? Xiongbai rubbed his eyes hard, but the person was still the same person, unchanged and not disappearing. He froze, shakily pointing a trembling finger and saying, "Nine, why you're the man-eating flower." Upon hearing this, Hisu instantly snapped out of his dazed state, taking large steps toward him. Against the light, his facial expression was unclear, but his uneven breathing revealed his excitement. Xiongbai ran, only to be grabbed after a few steps by an arm from behind. A hot chest pressed against his back, and his pale earlobes were surrounded by a warm sensation. Familiar sense enveloped his entire body, making his legs go weak. He forgot to struggle or fight back. Hisu took the lollipop from the corner of the youth's mouth, put it into his own, and closed his eyes to inhale the milky fragrance from Xiongbay's body. "My little sugar daddy, if you've already come to my door, why are you running?" Ashamed and angry, Xiongbai struggled to get out of Hisu's embrace and quickly leapt away. With water-filled eyes glaring fiercely, he yelled, "Asshole! You tricked me!" Hisu took note of the agile jumping ability of the young man without showing any unusual reaction. He calmly asked, "What did I lie to you about?" Xiongbai was so angry that his eyes turned red. "You're not the money boy." Biting the lollipop, Hisu's gaze was deep like the sea. "Darling, that day at the bar, your very first question was how much I cost per night." Xiongbay's expression froze as if remembering, yeah, that seemed to be true. Without the computer, he was sometimes rather slow-witted. Now that he knew the truth and reflected backward, he realized this guy had so many holes in his story that it was full of them like a beehive. Damn it! Xiongbai gritted his teeth. Then why didn't you explain? Hisu approached his little sugar daddy step by step. "In the past, I've been hit on like that before, so I assumed the same for you. But you were cute, especially your eyes, so sparkling. One glance from you and I hardened. If you wanted me to go with you, I had no reason to refuse, and that night left me very satisfied. So when you looked for me later, I came out to meet you. Afterward, when you gave me money, asking how many customers I had and telling me not to see others because you wanted to keep me, I realized you really mistook me for someone selling themselves." Xiongbay's face flushed red. "At first, I went to the bar to relax. Meeting you was an unexpected surprise. We had great physical compatibility." Hisu scanned the young man up and down with a tangible look in his eyes. "I've developed a taste for you. If being someone who can be hired makes it easier for you, I don't mind." He wore a half-smile. "Besides, every time we met, I was busy catering to you, my sugar daddy, and had no chance to chat about anything else. The only time we really talked was last time when I said I wanted to try dating you, but you told me, bye-bye. Xiongbay's focus had strayed 10,000 miles away. What he thought about was that this guy first met his visual preferences, then had an excellent physique, pectorals, abs, that perfect waist, long legs, all present and accounted for. Then there was the great technique. It was exactly this last one that undid him. Good technique meant extensive experience, which also implied frequent conquests of lovers. Originally, Xiongbai thought of him as just a money boy, considering it a job. Life was full of challenges for everyone, living wasn't easy, all for survival. Professions were not inherently higher or lower in status. But now that he realized the truth, his original thoughts didn't hold water anymore. Although he wasn't a pure innocent either and was quite casual abroad, the idea of Hisu having slept with countless others still left a lump like cotton stuffed in his chest, making him feel gloomy. There was some sort of jealousy involved. Xiongbai shook his head hard to clear it. What gloominess? Impossible, jealousy even more so. It wasn't any of his business. Now he knew who the man-eating flower was and what he looked like. No point playing around anymore, it wasn't interesting. Xiongbai lowered his long eyelashes. Hisu stopped in front of him, pinching his delicate little face. "Are you going to cry?" "Who's crying?" "Go ahead and cry yourself." Xiongbai slapped the big hand off his face, his soft voice lacking any authority. "Get lost." "Ho ho ho, oh right, I forgot, this is your turf. I'll go, forget I was here, bye-bye," Hisu said mockingly again. Hisu then pinched his face once more, forcing him to look up. "Let go." Xiongbai felt real pain from his face being squeezed, but he didn't retaliate, simply stating plainly, "You can't beat me." Hisu didn't test him further. The single leap earlier had already allowed him to evaluate Xiongbay's abilities. That's enough to get the job done. "Xiongbai." Hisu stuffed the lollipop back into the youth's mouth and bit down on his soft, tender lips. "You've deceived me too." Xiongbai chewed the candy stick and spat out the plastic handle, firmly refusing to admit, balderdash. "I haven't." Hisu stroked his silver hair gently, though the desire-filled storm churned fiercely in his eyes. "Come inside." "No way." Xiongbai turned and walked away. "Not going isn't an option." Hisu chuckled darkly and directly lifted him over his shoulder and carried him inside. When Zhou called, Xiongbai was groaning pitifully while lying prone on a messy bed, his eyes red and swollen, and his lips both puffed up and cracked, not to mention the rest of his body was in bad shape too. Looking pitiful like a toy doll that had been thoroughly roughed up, he clutched the phone and slowly crawled back under the covers to answer the call. "Boss, are you still awake?" Hearing the hoarse tone of his voice, Zhou frowned immediately. "Where are you?" "At the man-eating flower's place," Xiongbai moaned weakly, sighing heavily. "Long story short, I'll tell you when I get back." Zhou Yi furrowed his brows even deeper. What's going on? Xiongbai sighed deeply. Turns out he's that money boy I hired after I returned home. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang, who heard the voice on the other end of the phone, also rolled his eyes at how awkward the situation was. How ironic. But, for them, this could turn out to be beneficial and might yield some unexpected benefits. Foolish child, no, foolish karmic connection, I'll explain later. Boss, sleep tight. Before hanging up, Xiongbai added, I'll figure out a way to pull that guy over to our side. If it doesn't work, it won't fail. Gotta go. The cold blanket was suddenly pulled aside. Xiongbai hastily cut off the call, glaring irritably. What is it? Were you eavesdropping? Hisu threw a gun onto the youth. Xiongbai flinched, shivering, cold. He tossed the gun aside and rewrapped himself snugly in the blanket, tugging at his sore and achy waist as he let out intermittent gasps of air. Hisu looked down on the youth from above. What, weren't you planning to shoot me? Xiongbai glanced at him sideways, his pale white upper torso bare, black pants loosely hanging on his hips without the belt fastened, slightly revealing his sensual V-line below the waistline. Further upward showcased his defined abdominal muscles, his handsome chest and shoulders blending seamlessly with a broad back. Xiongbai swallowed hard. Hisu patted his bottom through the blankets. Still want more? Xiongbai emitted a string of soft cries. Pain, pain, pain. Hisu pinched him twice. Every time you say this, you enjoy it the most. Unable to control himself, several whimpering sounds escaped Xiongbai, pain mingled with pleasure, as this guy had completely penetrated him and knew him inside out. Damn, infuriating. He attempted to reclaim the dignity of a benefactor. Mind your own business, just take good care of me. I'm your boss, and you're my servant. We are in a master-servant relationship. A vein popped up on Hisu's forehead. There was once when the youth had leaned back half-naked on the seat, his legs straddling both sides, displaying an entirely unrestrained pose while inviting him with a beaming smile, hurry up and serve your master. That scene stimulated all his senses. He lost control. After that, the youth started playing around, and Hisu went along with it. Master and servant, they were going to play it this way, quite an interesting twist. Xiongbao's expression involuntarily became complicated. Don't you want to admit it? Hisu tossed out a nonchalant line. Didn't you say goodbye to me long ago? Xiongbai blurted out, it was because you wanted to date me, so I said goodbye to you. The room fell silent. Xiongbai sneakily glanced at the person by the bed, finding no emotion on the face that had enchanted him. He felt shocked, scared, and even regretful, a jumble of emotions making him feel wronged. This guy used to make sure he was satisfied first before taking care of himself. But tonight, he just kept coming up with new ways to torment him, like a crazy person who had taken drugs, overly excited and intense. His disguise got stripped off, revealing someone completely different. He used to send him diamond-encrusted underwear and 101 roses. Xiongbao's nose tingled with sadness. Go away. Hisu didn't budge. Xiongbai pushed his long legs, stealing a secret touch while saying, go away, go away. Hisu couldn't help but laugh with anger. Seeing him rest his head and chuckle, Xiongbai involuntarily shivered. You have mental issues. Hisu laughed heartily as he shook his chest, leisurely unbuttoning his pants at the same time. Xiongbai was fished out from the blanket, his earlobe bitten gently and kissed. He surrendered right then and there was no way he could raise his hand against him. The cries in the room lasted for over an hour, eventually turning into sobs. Xiongbai snuffled as he lay prone, not wanting to move or speak, every bone in his body protesting in exhaustion. I didn't expect the white rabbit to be you. Hisu leaned against the bed, holding a cigarette between his fingers while touching the youth's shoulder and neck. My dear, you always surprise me. Xiongbai wrinkled his nose. In their line of work, compared to the real world, they liked the digital network more. It was free and secret, with the top technicians hiding extremely deep. Aside from self-disclosure, there was only one chance in a million for a mistake. Like this time with Hisu. When the website self-destructed, he was cleaning out the ashtray, didn't get away in time, and let Xiongbai successfully catch him off guard. Xiongbai had been challenging him over these days, even monitoring him 24 hours, to grab his tail the moment he slipped up. Your man-eating flower is so powerful, surely it already knew about me. Xiongbai said with a hoarse voice after crying. Even though I am pretty capable, I genuinely didn't know you. Hisu stroked the sweat-drenched hair of the youth. I had just locked onto Lotus neighborhood when you already came searching. Xiongbai proudly declared, still, I'm better than you. Hisu grimaced, true. Xiongbai put his hand on Hisu's waist, grabbing and twisting a piece of his flesh tightly. Why do you work for Sun Qingzhou, that perverted old bastard? Hisu winced with a hiss but didn't shake off the youth's hand. He found me and offered a handsome reward, so I agreed. Xiongbai twisted even harder. You're helping a tyrant, losing all morality. Hisu pinched out the cigarette and threw it on the ground, pulling the youth up and pressing him against his chest with complete calmness. I merely made some protective nets for Sun Qingzhou. Is that all? Xiongbai scratched and bit. You even attacked me. Hisu gave a warning squeeze on his waist. Behave. I attacked you not because of Sun Qingzhou, it's because you disrupted my program with white rabbit candy, triggering my competitive instincts. Xiongbai pouted, anyway, your values are twisted. Hisu sneered, are yours any better? Xiongbai felt guilty. As a mercenary, they've always done jobs for money, recognized money rather than people, and when it comes to 3 views. Hisu's tone was flat, you've investigated Sun Qingzhou, Zhou family's eldest son, Lin family heir, that foreign website, frequented police safety networks, and also probed Captain Mei Yu of the criminal investigation team. Xiongbai wasn't surprised that this guy was well informed about his activities in the network. It wasn't scary being peers, what was terrifying was when their technical levels were extremely close, almost equal, with the possibility of getting outdone at any moment. An adversarial relationship would become very bothersome. Xiongbai was lost in thought when a voice rang out above him, investigating things related to human experiments, wasn't it for the money? He rolled his eyes, of course not. Hisu lingered by the youth's ear, what was it for? I was for. Xiongbai paused abruptly, why should I tell you? Hisu didn't get an answer, nor did he show any disappointment, it seemed like a casual topic he picked. Xiongbay's eyelids were feeling heavy, what's your real name? Hisu countered, before asking this question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first as a sign of sincerity? Xiongbai leaned on his chest and tilted his head, snorting, don't think I can't find out if you don't tell me. Now that you're with me, there's no hiding, you'll be exposed from your ancestors down in minutes. Hisu shot back 2 words, same here. Xiongbai glared furiously, but Hisu covered his wet eyes, keep staring tonight, and you won't sleep. The two had delved into their pasts, one being 19, the other 23, with a somewhat large psychological age gap. They shared 2 similarities, 1, they were both geniuses in the computer field. 2, both their names had 2 characters. There were many things Xiongbai wanted to ask, thinking of whatever came to mind. Why do you call yourself man-eating flower? Is there a story behind it? Hisu's voice was soft and low, do you want to hear? Xiongbai immediately perked up, yup. Hisu gave a charming smile, I won't tell you. Xiongbai wanted to hit someone, but couldn't bring himself to do so, this face was just too handsome. Just as Xiongbai was about to fall asleep, Hisu woke him up, offering bait willingly, if you stay with me, I'll unilaterally cancel my cooperation with Sun Qingzhou and help you. Xiongbai snorted, do I need your help? Hisu calmly teased him, think it through before answering. Xiongbai narrowed his eyes. This guy had something, definitely, anything related to human experiments he couldn't let go of, it was important. Pouting slightly, he fluttered his lashes pitifully. Dear brother Su, do we really need to bargain? Hisu remained unmoved, yes, we do. You have no heart or lungs, not to mention self-discipline. If I don't work on you, who knows when you'll go chasing after another man. Xiongbay's tactic failed within the next second, and he quickly changed gears, get out. I quit. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 68. Hisu likes very few things, computers, coffee, money, and his young benefactor. The current employer, Sun Qingzhou, offers generous remuneration but conflicts with the young benefactor. He doesn't hesitate to choose the latter. Business opportunities can be lost and found again, he isn't short of money, but the young benefactor is precious to him, once lost, it would be hard to find someone so satisfying from head to toe, inside and out. For the first time ever, Hisu genuinely put his heart into it, something even he didn't expect, and yet the young benefactor only wanted to be casual friends with him, favoring a purely physical relationship without emotional involvement. Otherwise, it's goodbye. If you want someone to stay by your side obediently, you must invest some effort. There's giving in order to gain. Aftering until dawn, Hisu touched the damp face of his young benefactor. Move in and live with me. Okay. Xiongbai was half dead, not even knowing what he was saying. Hisu stopped messing with him. Xiongbai woke up from hunger, his stomach churning with acid and burning sensation. He pitifully slapped the edge of the bed. Hey! Somebody! Save me! I'm going to starve to death. What are you yelling for? Hisu walked in, immaculately dressed. Xiong extended his hand towards him, utterly weak. Food. I need food. I'm hungry. Hisu stood still. What about the parts below your waist? Amputated? Xiongbai shot him an irritated glare. What kind of nonsense is that? At a time like this, and you're flirting with me? Hisu hands in pockets replied, I'm talking about your legs. Xiongbai. Shit. Blushing with humiliation and anger, he pounded on the bed. Then why don't you just directly mention legs? Why bring up the vague, below the waist? Hisu smirked. Because I enjoy it. Xiongbai felt like vomiting blood, gnashing his teeth with fury. You talk big about wanting a romantic relationship with me, it's all bullshit. You're not interested in me, you lust after my butt, admit it. Admit it. Hisu looked at him as though regarding a mischievous child. Is the butt not yours? Damn, I can't even refute that. Xiongbai glared resentfully at him. This guy used to spout all sorts of seductive words, making him dizzy and unable to stand. Now, after taking off his mask, he taunts him constantly. And yet, Xiong can't bear to hit him, words also seem ineffective against him. How annoying. After lying there for a while, Xiongbai rubbed his tilted head against the sheet. So, do you really only like my butt? Hisu gazed at the handsome shoulders and neck exposed by the blanket. There were deep marks all over, barely any clean space left. His eyes darkened. It depends on how you hope it to be. Xiongbai paused, mumbling softly and limply, I don't understand what you're saying. Hisu ignored the boy's evasion. No matter who else you've taken on before, I must be your last one. Xiongbai became excited and tried to get up but let out a groan and collapsed back onto the bed. He grabbed a nearby pillow and threw it at him. Why should I? I have lots of money and can afford whoever I want. Hisu approached the bedside. As Xiongbai necked nervously, a voice rang above his head, let's forget about the past. In the future, I will satisfy you. Only you. Xiongbai blinked her long eyelashes. Hisu tweaked his ear. We've reached this point with our conversation, why are you still acting shy? Xiongbai hummed, none of your business. Hisu sneered, looks like I've been too nice to you. I should tie you up, whip you, and lock you away. Every day, you'll either be having sex with me or waiting to have sex with me. That's the way you'll learn to behave properly. Xiongbai widened his eyes, are you playing captivity games? Though obviously thrilled, there wasn't a hint of fear in his reaction. Hisu's face turned ashen gray, how did I end up falling for this bratty little thing who needs a lesson? In the afternoon, Xiongbai intended to go back, but Hisu wouldn't let him. Don't know if it's due to professional jealousy, but after I learned that you are a man-eating flower, I started to dislike you a bit. Xiongbai appeared quite melancholic. Hisu took a sip of coffee, ignoring him. Xiongbai massaged his sore waist. Open the door, I really have to go back. Hisu didn't raise his eyebrows. There are several computers upstairs, take one and use it as you please. Do your own thing, I won't bother you. Xiongbai replied, I can't focus here, I don't feel safe around you. The atmosphere grew suffocating. Xiongbai sneakily glanced at the man drinking coffee, scratched his nose, and sighed. Just stop working with Sun Qingzhou. Before, he locked up a boy in the basement, about my age. That boy was unfortunate. Sun Qingzhou found a researcher and subjected him to human experiments. The boy lost all basic abilities and language skills, his behavior completely transformed into canine-like actions. He forgot that he was a human. Also, Sun Qingzhou is a psycho, a sadist, Hisu coldly interrupted, none of this has anything to do with me. Xiongbai was annoyed by his indifference, you don't know how sick that experiment was, do you? Don't think it's none of your business. Who knows when you'll be grabbed as an experimental subject? Hisu remained unmoved. Xiongbai grew even angrier at his lack of reaction, gritting his teeth and saying with exasperation, even if you don't get captured, the experiment will become more mature and successful. Soon, people could be replaced easily, like implanting chips at the back of the neck or in the brain, the process being extremely simple. Rich people will contact the lab before they die to choose a new body for themselves, and the poor might start revolting against society, this could lead to chaos. How can you stay out of it? I'm not scaring you for no reason, one day, you won't even be able to buy instant noodles. Why not use our skills to help the police? We're not risking our lives or spilling blood, we're just doing what we enjoy best in our familiar field, while also pushing ourselves further. What's wrong with that? And besides, it would be good karma. Especially for you, one day when you lie awake at midnight. Xiongbai rambled on for half an hour until his throat went dry, then snatched the coffee cup from Hisu and took a sip. It was bitter, and his face wrinkled up. Hisu chuckled at the boy's cute expression, and his casual demeanor suddenly turned gentle, are you done talking? Xiongbai flopped onto the table in front of him and rested his feet on his legs. Hisu grabbed one of his feet and tickled the sole through his socks. As Xiongbai tried to laugh and flip the coffee over, Hisu said, I already contacted Sun Qingzhou this morning. Xiongbai froze, huh? I lost a big sum of money, Hisu continued, pinching his calf and speaking in a deep, pleasant voice, baby, you need to compensate me. Xiongbai struggled hard not to be seduced by Hisu's charm, how much? Just tell me, and I'll see if I can afford it. If not, I'll sell myself. Little Zero here is a veteran in the circle and still very popular. No sooner had he finished than his leg was pinched hard, and pain made his eyes water. Holy crap. Last night, I was standing by the wall, lifting my legs high, it still hurts. Can't you go easier on me? Go die in a hole, okay? Hisu massaged his leg muscles to distract him, pretending to be nonchalant as he said, when the website self-destructed, I didn't leave in time and got caught. You found me under the guise of a little rabbit, and everything that happened afterward made me happy. My one mistake led to more than just happiness, the technique used for the self-destruction program was familiar to me. Xiongbai immediately stopped whining, he knew this guy had something. Hisu casually added, I spent some time researching it and simulated the same technique, obtaining a black box. Actually, it had taken him 2 days and 1 sleepless night. Damn it, except for taking food deliveries and going to the bathroom, he'd been glued to his computer. The prolonged focus and lack of sleep had driven him into a frenzy, causing him to smash a keyboard and a ceramic cup. He wouldn't admit this though, too proud to show weakness. Xiongbai slid from the table into Hisu's arms. What's in that black box? Hisu petted his thin back like a cat. So far, I've only deciphered a list of names. I'm not interested. But you. Xiongbai hurriedly replied, I am interested. Very interested. Hisu knowingly asked, do you want it? Xiongbai nodded furiously. Hisu pinched a chunk of flesh on his nape, and what about sincerity? Xiongbai paused, then wrapped his arms around Hisu's neck and pouted, oh come on, big brother Su, my person belongs to you, my butt does too, what more do you want? Why are you so fixated on my heart that I can't even control myself? Hisu grinned sardonically. Xiongbay's eye twitched, let me think about it. Hisu leaned slightly backward against the chair's backrest, his strikingly handsome face lit up with a smirk, fine, take your time. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Xiongbay's lips sagged, he was the one who was anxious. This was a crucial moment, the faster he got the list, the better. Agreeing to this guy's demands might allow them to crack the black box together and access the organization's highest secrets. Xiongbai winced as his lips were pinched, letting out a sticky hum from his nose, by the way, you're not selling yourself, so shouldn't you refund my fee? Hisu. Xiongbai asserted confidently, what? One session costs 8,800. Accumulated together, that equals a car. Hisu nibbled on his earlobe, one session. Xiongbai melted into a pile of goo in his arms, just once, the rest are in the parenthesis. You bastard. Fuck, you're killing me. Hisu dropped Xiongbai off at the Lianhua residential complex, parking underneath his building with an unspoken implication. Xiongbai unbuckled his seatbelt, only to have the back of his head grabbed as a fiery kiss pressed down on him. The wound in his mouth reopened and bled, but was thoroughly cleaned. He heard a humid whisper in his ear, come down earlier, and I'll take you somewhere delicious to eat. Eat my ass. Xiongbai got out of the car, leaning into the driver's side window to glare at Hisu. Damn, he was so handsome. Hisu, have you thought this through? Do you really want to start a relationship with me? Isn't life good as it is? Why give yourself unnecessary trouble? Hisu lit a cigarette, the sparks between his fingers flickering. If you say another word, I'll take you right here. Xiongbai climbed up to the 6th floor, his legs nearly split apart. In his heart, he cursed that guy downstairs until he was dog-tired. He had completely forgotten how reckless he always got. Xiongbai opened the door, waving the keys at the boss who came out from the master bedroom. I'm back. Zhou Yi scrutinized him from top to bottom. Don't look at me like that, boss. I feel embarrassed. Xiongbai threw the keys onto the shoe cabinet, swapping into slippers as he said, where's uncle? Zhou Yi said, he's sleeping. Xiongbai exclaimed, how can he be asleep at this time? Will he be able to sleep tonight? Zhou Yi didn't say anything. For once, Xiongbai became sensitive, sensing the boss's inner anxiety. He could tell that Zhou Yi was repressing something, there was no other possibility but that it was related to uncle. How mighty their boss usually was, yet now it was clear that he too had a weakness that could make him vulnerable. Too sad, this was the heavy price of falling in love. Xiongbai sighed inwardly. Of course, he would help fully. Back when they were in the mercenary group, the boss always protected him. Who knew how many times he'd been shielded? And next year, he wanted to continue receiving missions with the boss to earn big money. But besides programming, what else was he good at? His shooting skills were average, his physical abilities were average, and all he could offer was intelligence gathering. That, boss, I've settled things with Hisu. Xiongbai grinned as he reported the good news. You know, my money boy, the man eating flour. Zhou Yi asked solemnly, how did you settle things? Well, Xiongbai blinked, it's a long story, but to summarize, one verb. Zhou Yi didn't quite catch on for a moment. Xiongbai smacked his lips. The boss truly was innocent, a national treasure, definitely a national treasure. After Zhou Yi realized what he meant, he asked, what conditions did that person set? He wants me to live with him, to, fall in love basically. Xiongbai shuffled into his room in his slippers, saying lazily, I like his looks and figure. It's also comfortable sleeping with him, otherwise, I wouldn't keep seeking him out. Don't worry, boss, I'm not being forced. I should be back pretty soon. Originally, we just hook up whenever we met. He doesn't understand me well and mistook the novelty for liking me. Once we live together and get to know each other, he'll probably grow tired of me. Zhou Yi pondered for a while, certain he had picked up on the gloom hidden in Xiongbay's words. Do you like him? There's no way. Xiongbai kicked the bed frame hard, pain coursing through him as he drew breath sharply. Impossible, impossible. I won't fall in love with anyone, I don't want romance. Zhou Yi pointed out a flaw, if you don't like him, why would you seek him out? That's different. I like sleeping with him, but it doesn't mean I want to share a life with him, it's two separate things. Xiongbai gave a logical answer, sounding old beyond his years. Boss, when it comes to feelings, you're inexperienced too, relying on web searches. Why make life difficult for each other as men? Let's not talk about it anymore. Zhou Yi's face darkened slightly. Xiongbai felt disrespected, but absolutely not in that way, he definitely wasn't. Staring at the starting display screen, compared to the fear of being swayed by someone's emotions, he feared even more falling into it only for the other party to walk away. Wouldn't that be utterly miserable? After all, every relationship has its beginning and end, and that end isn't necessarily a good one. Coming back to reality, Xiongbai rolled his eyes at the ceiling. What am I thinking such melancholic thoughts for? I'm only 19, still a kid. Why am I ruminating over these depressing matters? Nope, no more thinking about it. Love will go wherever it goes, let's see where this journey leads. After chatting with the boss about the list and the black box, Xiongbai left. When he went, he inexplicably felt like a daughter leaving for marriage. Next time he came back, it would be returning to his parents' house. What kind of weird notion was that? Xiongbai only took his computer, nothing else. He planned to let Hisu buy him one. Zhou Yi stood on the balcony with a similar feeling of marrying off a daughter as he watched Xiongbai leave in the car. He stubbed out his cigarette and returned to the bedroom. The man on the bed had his eyes open but didn't move. Zhou Yi's breath and heartbeat suddenly paused. Wang Yuyang moved his eyeballs slightly, Xiaoyi. Zhou Yi came back to life, drenched in cold sweat as he walked to the bedside. Wang Yuyang caught the scent of sweat, tobacco, and an extremely faint strawberry and milk fragrance from the young man. Did Xiaobai come back? Zhou Yi briefly mentioned his dealings with Hisu. Wang Yuyang arched an eyebrow. It was better for Xiaobai not to live with them now, avoiding a total disaster if they were all targeted together. Xiaoyi, you've been watching over Uncle every day, Wang Yuyang sighed. It feels like Uncle might not make it much longer. Zhou Yi remained expressionless. Wang Yuyang shook his head, a comical look on his pale face. Uncle has become the weak point. The development of fate is truly interesting. Zhou Yi still didn't give any reaction. Wang Yuyang waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's dead silence-like eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. Wang Yuyang sat up leaning against the headboard, spontaneously saying, let's watch a movie. Zhou Yi looked at him in surprise. What kind? Wang Yuyang lazily combed his hair. Forget movies, let's watch cartoons instead. Zhou Yi's temple twitched slightly, not changing channels. Yeah, no need to change. Wang Yuyang laughed. Uncle never had a childhood, neither did you. We can just experience it through old cartoons. Zhou Yi silently found the remote control to turn on the TV, then slowly muttered, we're not from the same era. Wang Yuyang. Chapter 69. Zhou Yi glanced at the man, looking like a wimp who's scared of being kicked out of bed by his wife. He emphasized as he continued, but it doesn't matter. Wang Yuyang lifted his half-closed eyelids. What? I mean, even though we're not from the same era, that's fine. Zhou Yi coughed and said seriously, I'll find an animated show at the intersection of two eras. Wang Yuyang smiled, thanks for your trouble. Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched. After finding a suitable cartoon, Zhou Yi got into bed, leaned against the man, and pulled him into his arms. Wang Yuyang hadn't watched TV before he died, but after death, living in this body, he started to come into contact with television. Cartoons are just 3 simple words, but it was the first time filling memories into them. Xiao Yi, the picture isn't HD. Can we change it? Your era and mine differ too much. Seeing the man looking at him, Zhou Yi couldn't help but switch topics. Alright, let's change it. Wang Yuyang heard a scratching sound at the door, accompanied by pitiful whimpers. Did Xiaobai forget to take the milk? Seems so. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, Xiongbai sent him a message. Boss, I'll come tomorrow to pick up the milk. After sending the message, Xiongbai still called, worried about everything. Wang Yuyang answered. Boss, you know where the dog food is, right? You only need to feed it once. It pooped in the morning, and it will again in the evening. Xiongbai reminded like a mother-in-law, oh yeah, soak the dog food with a little water, not too much, lukewarm water. Boss, if you and Uncle drink porridge tonight, you can make some and mix it into the dog food. Wang Yuyang waited until the boy stopped talking incessantly and then said, Xiaobai, why don't you send the information via text again? Too many things to remember. Xiongbai shifted his focus onto matchmaking, remembering his professional responsibility as a wingman. Wow, uncle, the boss lets you touch his phone. Wang Yuyang could hear the shock in the young man's voice, and found it amusing. It was such a small thing, yes. Uncle, let me tell you, when 2 people are together and one allows the other to see their phone, do you know what that means? Xiongbai asked and answered himself, extremely excited. It means there's no hidden agenda, loyalty, honesty, absolute love. Just as he was saying this, the phone was snatched and hung up. Xiongbai glared at the culprit angrily. What are you trying to do? He turned the steering wheel, the light reflecting off his sharp features, making him appear half bright and half dark. Trying to fuck you. Xiongbai's face grew warm as he cursed softly, beast. He chuckled lightly. Why are you getting all worked up over someone else's business? Xiongbai wanted to retort, but before he could say anything, continued, isn't it clear that we haven't talked about this stuff? Where did those ideas come from? Humph, Xiongbai gave him a contemptuous glance. Even if I haven't eaten pork, haven't I seen pigs running around? That's how it is anyway. He was sharp-tongued. That's nonsense. What's the point of seeing someone's phone? Isn't it just prying into privacy and crossing boundaries? Xiongbai struggled to respond, muttering sulkily after a while, you don't know anything, so I'm not telling you. He Chao sniffed disdainfully, sounds like you have nothing to say. Xiongbai cried out indignantly as if someone stepped on his tail, yeah, what you said is all correct. But if you're curious about the other person's phone and they don't let you look, even setting a password, how does the other party feel? Wouldn't they overthink it? Before he finished speaking, something came flying from the left. Xiongbai instinctively reached out and grabbed it, it was none other than He Chao's phone. Xiongbai held it like a scalding yam and immediately threw it back to He Chao, I wouldn't even think of looking. He Chao barely resisted the urge to pull over to the side of the road and give him an educational lecture filled with crying and yelling, honey, shall we eat first or go shopping? Xiongbai thought for a moment, I'm not hungry now, let's go shopping first. I'll take you to buy daily necessities. I also need to buy, so casually speaking, I'm going to throw away all my old ones when I get home, and we'll use the couple set. Xiongbai was stunned, no way. Half an hour later, in the supermarket, Xiongbai pointed at a cup on the shelf with a rabbit pattern, let's get this one, pink and blue. He deliberately paused for a second and joked with a laugh, you use the pink one. He Chao put both the pink and blue ones into the cart without any signs of anger or resistance, let's go buy others. Xiongbai made a face at his tall figure. On the other side, Zhou Yi found a cartoon with clear enough picture quality. Wang Yuyang occasionally glanced at it while fiddling with his phone. Xiao Yi, why do you use an uncle's ID number as the startup password? Zhou Yi replied, using my own isn't safe. Wang Yuyang was momentarily speechless, isn't this just to show off? Zhou Yi tilted his head, confused, show what? Wang Yuyang. Forget it, one can't expect too much from someone who knows how to buy rose lanterns. The cartoon hadn't been watched for half an hour when Wang Yuyang began browsing the news. A familiar old acquaintance popped up. Sun Qingzhou's daughter had passed away in a foreign hospital and wasn't able to be treated back home. Wang Yuyang skimmed through related news updates. After finishing his daughter's posthumous affairs, Sun Qingzhou entered a temple in M City. Rumors spread that he was overwhelmed by grief over losing his beloved daughter and might withdraw from business circles for the rest of his life, living on plain tea and coarse food, illuminated by a green oil lamp and accompanied by ancient Buddhas. M City. Wang Yuyang thoughtfully said, Xiao Yi, didn't he Changjin's parents mention this place last time? Zhou Yi, Wang Yuyang said, should we visit? No. Zhou Yi held the man's hand and looked down at his bloodless fingertips, we haven't been to M City. It's unfamiliar territory, prone to unexpected situations. Wang Yuyang brought up his own budding suspicion, could the experimental base be there? Zhou Yi gently stroked his hand, don't think about it. Let the police contact the local public security bureau and collaborate on the investigation. It'll be more convenient. Alright, let's not think about it then. Wang Yuyang clicked his tongue, Sun Qingzhou loved his daughter so much, he won't just give up. Zhou Yi said, the car accident should be the eldest son of the Zhou family's retaliation. Wang Yuyang turned around, make him lose what he values most. Zhou Yi hummed in agreement. Wang Yuyang joked wistfully, it seems that the major forces in S City are about to become unstable again. Zhou Yi cast him a sidelong glance, alluding to something deeper, your nephew is together with Lin Xiaonan, who has the backing of the Lin family. Trees support each other, so they won't fall. Wang Yuyang lazily curved his lips, whether they fall or not doesn't matter anymore. Your uncle is already dead, no need to worry so much. Let things take their natural course. Xiao Yi, go put the milk in, Wang Yuyang suggested. Its crying is quite annoying. When Zhou Yi opened the door, a small white shadow quickly darted into the room, its little short legs pounding straight to the bedside. Its plump paws stretched out, and its snow-white body lay on the floor. It tilted its head and squinted its eyes, obviously preparing for sleep. The whole sequence was very smooth. Wang Yuyang lay on the youth's leg, stretching a hand under the bed to touch the small tuft of fur on the puppy's head, it's grown a bit bigger. Zhou Yi, eyes on the cartoon, his mind wandering elsewhere, Xiaobai spends the most time with this little thing and naturally should be closest to it, Wang Yuyang said, yet for no apparent reason, this little thing keeps coming closer to me. As he spoke, he tried to sit up and return to his previous position but inadvertently bumped something. In front of him, the long legs trembled suddenly, and right above his head came a painful muffled groan. Wang Yuyang sat up helplessly, Xiao Yi, are you alright? Zhou Yi's face went pale as he gritted his teeth, what do you think? You don't like it, but it can't be helped. Zhou Yi took a breath, the veins on his neck bulging due to the pain. Wang Yuyang smiled tenderly and coaxed him, how could I not like it? Your uncle likes it. Zhou Yi paused his breathing, his Adam's apple moving up and down, then you. Wang Yuyang laughed, somewhat helpless and teasing, you're just a bit mean-looking. He used the double meaning of the word long here. Zhou Yi's ear roots burned red. Alright. Wang Yuyang touched his head where some stubble had appeared, even if the uncle is mean, he accepts it. Zhou Yi suddenly interjected, completely unperturbed, my wounds will almost be healed. Wang Yuyang pointed at his own eyes, Xiao Yi, your uncle isn't blind. Zhou Yi turned red in the face. After watching a few episodes of cartoons, Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi did not feel nostalgic for their childhood. The two of them spent their time doing many other things. Kissing, playing with paper airplanes, kissing, finally, sleeping. The bed was 1.8 meters wide, and it was late autumn. A soft cotton quilt was spread out. Two adult males slept at one end, a small milk dog at the other, creating a rather serene atmosphere. Although Zhou Yi was covered in injuries, he couldn't find a slightly less painful posture to sleep and instead chose to serve as a human pillow. Wang Yuyang yawned, leaning into his shoulder hollow. Taking irregular naps during the day made him drowsy at night. You need to recover recently, and you don't feel at ease when your uncle goes out alone. We might as well move everything out of this room tomorrow. We've searched so many times before without much gain, let's see what happens when we clear it out. Zhou Yi listened to the man and responded softly, all right, I'll do as you say. Wang Yuyang unconsciously wiped the tears secreted from his eyes on the man's chest, his consciousness sinking, then suddenly remembered something. Has the stall been sublet? It has. Zhou Yi kissed the man's eyes. Go to sleep. Wang Yuyang's breathing gradually became steady and long. Zhou Yi turned off the light in the room and switched to a slightly dimmer bedside lamp. At around 3 in the morning, the desk suddenly buzzed with vibration sounds. Wang Yuyang turned over. Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi patted his back to let him sleep, then got out of bed and checked his phone, which showed an incoming call from Nan. Sleepiness vanished like an ebbing tide. Zhou Yi looked at the constantly vibrating phone with a cold expression. Wang Yuyang frowned impatiently. Xiao Yi, why don't you answer it? Zhou Yi closed his eyelids briefly, his voice emotionless. It's your phone. Wang Yuyang peeked out from under the covers, his eyes still closed. Who called? Zhou Yi said, Lin Xiaonan. Wang Yuyang opened his eyes. Pass it over. Chapter 70. Zhou Yi threw his phone silently to the man's bedside. Wang Yuyang lay on the bed, turned on the speaker and said, Young Master Lin, what is the matter in the middle of the night? On the other end of the line came a heavy breathing sound, uneven and not very smooth. Wang Yuyang lightly raised his eyebrows. It seemed that young Master Lin had been drinking and quite a lot. Young Master Lin. Lin Xiaonan gasped for breath as if awakening from a dream. After several deep breaths trying to suppress something, hiding something, his trembling voice was barely audible, low like a whisper. Mr. Wang, I am sorry for disturbing you at such a late hour. It was a wrong number. Wang Yuyang said, that's fine. Zhou Yi standing by the bed snorted silently. A wrong number? Nonsense. Wang Yuyang gave a look, indicating Zhou Yi should get on the bed instead of standing so stiffly. Zhou Yi blocked the light. Zhou Yi got onto the bed and deliberately made a lot of noise. Wang Yuyang shook his head helplessly but indulgently. What a childish person. There was almost silence in the phone call. Just as Wang Yuyang was about to hang up, he heard a soft voice saying, I remember Mr. Wang still owes me a meal. Did Mr. Wang forget? Lin Xiaonan laughed softly. Wang Yuyang tapped his fingers on the quilt. How could I have forgotten, it's just that I've been busy recently. Then. Lin Xiaonan managed only one word before he started retching painfully. The sound of the water glass falling and breaking followed. Snap. The phone call ended. This unexpected call, lasting less than 5 minutes, stirred an unpredictable wind during this night. Wang Yuyang slid into the covers. He is usually a very self-disciplined person. He just tries everything a little bit. Same with alcohol, he has never thrown up after drinking. Zhou Yi listened silently. He thought, my self-control has always been good, and I've never made any mistakes in the past, but in front of you, I act like a mentally ill person, often unable to control myself. After saying this, Wang Yuyang closed his eyes and didn't say anything more. Under the pale light, his face revealed no emotions. Zhou Yi held him in his arms, waiting until he fell asleep, then sent Lin Xiaonan's phone number to Xiaobai, asking him to find out where he was. An unknown amount of time passed, and Xiaobai sent a message back. City L. Hua Changjin mentioned City M to his parents before he died. It couldn't just be a casual mention. Sun Qingzhou is currently there, and the police also secretly went there. Did Lin Xiaonan not go? Or is there something else for him that outweighs the research base? Does he have another purpose? Zhou Yi lit a cigarette, leaning against the headboard puffing clouds of smoke. His hand unconsciously tightened on the man's shoulder. Wang Yuyang woke up feeling sore all over due to being squeezed all night. He felt weak and powerless. When brushing teeth, Zhou Yi came over and combed his hair. His movements were no longer clumsy. Lazily looking through the mirror, he did not indulge in any thoughts of stopping time, but still felt extremely comfortable. Zhou Yi suddenly said, we're like an old married couple. Wang Yuyang smiled, yes. He squeezed toothpaste. Alright, Xiao Yi, stop blushing and focus on combing your uncle's hair. Zhou Yi snapped back, carefully tying his ponytail. The black rubber band was originally found for you when I was on a construction site. Wang Yuyang brushed his teeth, the voice muffled, Xiao Yi, buy your uncle a new one. We can keep this one. Zhou Yi was puzzled, why keep it? Wang Yuyang smiled, for memories. Zhou Yi hesitated. Wang Yuyang's neck hurt, almost biting his tongue. Xiao Yi, why are you always so rough? Zhou Yi hugged him from behind, licking the wound that bled slightly, his hoarse voice tinged with. If I were rough, I would have already done it with you. Wang Yuyang replied, that's not called roughness, that's called inviting death. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang spat out the mouthful of toothpaste foam and noticed the youth's absent-mindedness. What's wrong? Zhou Yi asked a strange question, if someone feels possessive of you, would you like them to show it obviously, or hide it completely? Wang Yuyang looked up, Zhou Yi averted his gaze. Wang Yuyang smirked, it depends on who it is. If it's you, I don't care either way. If it's not you, I don't care anyway. Zhou Yi froze for a moment, coughed lowly, I'll go fetch your porridge. Before he finished speaking, he had already left, his ears and neck red. Wang Yuyang chuckled amusingly. Clean the bedroom in the morning. All the heavy and big tasks were left to Zhou Yi, who was a patient full of injuries, yet his strength remained beyond Wang Yuyang's comparison. Wang Yuyang squatted in front of the bookshelf, starting from the bottommost layer, organizing the books one by one into the cardboard boxes. Both were busy, their momentum greater than the thorough cleaning before the spring festival. Wang Yuyang picked up an original English medical book, flipping through it casually. During this period, he had checked many times back and forth but found nothing. Achoo. Wang Yuyang rubbed his nose, telling the young man looking at him, I'm not catching a cold, it's just the dust irritating me. Zhou Yi sighed with relief, you go outside, and I will tidy up the rest. No need, Wang Yuyang found a mask and put it on, this is fine. In the next moment, he took off the mask again, still can't wear it, otherwise, my sense of smell will be affected, unable to accurately detect any strange odors. Zhou Yi said, we live in this house every day, what kind of strange odor could there be? Dead rats? Wang Yuyang looked up in surprise from the photo album, are there rats in a residential area? Before Zhou Yi could answer, Wang Yuyang waved to stop him, his voice muffled inside the mask sounding childish and sulky, don't say it, Xiao Yi, uncle doesn't want to know. Zhou Yi bit his lips, trying not to laugh as he moved the desk out. On the way, he accidentally bumped into the bookshelf, causing something to fall onto Wang Yuyang's head. Seeing it was a small bookmark with a red carp design, he was about to pick it up when it got stepped on by his shoe. Xiao Yi, you stepped on the bookmark. Zhou Yi lifted his foot, let's throw this thing away, keeping it is useless. Wang Yuyang reached for the little bookmark, but this was given by Su Mo. Zhou Yi frowned, that's why you should throw it away. Xiao Yi is jealous. Wang Yuyang paused, leaning closer to examine the bookmark. A few moments later, he closed the book that lay on his legs and pointed at a spot on the cover, look here. Zhou Yi set aside the desk, crouching down to follow where the man's finger was pointing. On the light blue book cover's top left corner was a string of slender characters, pale gold in color. Wang Yuyang also asked him to look at the bottom of the bookmark, is it the same? Zhou Yi scanned it quickly, noticing they were indeed characters, carefully comparing several times, yes. Wang Yuyang rubbed his temple, previously when he played with the small bookmark, all his attention was on the red carp, neglecting the background. Even if you didn't overlook it, you would have just thought it was part of the bookmark's design and wouldn't have discovered anything. Zhou Yi read the man's thoughts and tapped the book cover twice with his finger, it's only because you happened to pick up this book, and you were also looking at the bookmark, that you noticed the similar characters. Wang Yuyang froze mid-motion while pulling down the mask, that's true. Then what do you think Su Mo's intention is? After pondering silently for half a moment, Zhou Yi murmured in a low voice, to test. Wang Yuyang recalled the situation during their first meeting at the pastry shop. He smiled slightly at the time, feeling in a flash like he'd seen that smile somewhere before. It turned out he really did recognize her. Wang Yuyang leaned back slightly, his back resting against the bookshelf, what does Su Mo want to test? Is the current Wang Yuyang truly forgetting everything related to the research? If not forgotten, still having memory, one would surely notice the characters on the bookmark and show corresponding unusual emotions. The result Su Mo wanted was clearly another kind, and events progressed according to his wishes. Now, Wang Yuyang knows nothing about the research. Hadn't it been for the accidental discovery earlier, he wouldn't even have noticed this string of characters. It shouldn't just be things related to the research, Zhou Yi remarked leisurely, but also the past few decades. He fell silent for a while, Su Mo hopes the current Wang Yuyang has forgotten everything. Wang Yuyang glanced down at the book and bookmark in his hand, shifting his gaze back to the book, that means this book is very important to the original owner and Su Mo, holding special significance. Zhou Yi hummed in agreement. Wang Yuyang placed the bookmark inside the book and flicked the book cover, was Su Mo one of the researchers in that human experiment? Zhou Yi replied, there's more than a 60% possibility. Wang Yuyang scratched his eyebrows, for her to test this way, isn't there a risk of exposure? Even if the probability is low, it's not zero. Zhou Yi retorted, next time we face off with him, ask him then. Human beings are contradictory creatures, full of inconsistencies. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi continued to clean up the bedroom. As noon approached, items were examined one by one and moved out, leaving the entire bedroom with just 4 walls. Monitoring detection instruments hung quietly on the wall, never considered. Zhou Yi put the rice in the pot, washed an apple and handed it to the man. He returned to the bedroom, inch by inch investigating the floor and walls, tapping here and feeling there. Wang Yuyang leaned against the door eating the apple. When he had eaten more than half of it, his purpose suddenly focused. Xiao Yi, stop checking. Zhou Yi didn't turn around. Are you hungry? With a sigh, Wang Yuyang said, haven't your wound split? Can't you feel it? Zhou Yi was completely unconcerned. It's fine, I'll finish checking first. Wang Yuyang saw that part of the back waist area of Zhou Yi's shirt was stained with blood, and his eyelid twitched. Aren't you listening to your uncle anymore? Zhou Yi turned to look at him, his hands still feeling around on the floor where the bed used to be. His brow furrowed abruptly. Screwdriver. Wang Yuyang turned around, went to the living room, found the toolbox, and carried it over to him. Zhou Yi took out a small screwdriver, aligned it with the seam between two wooden planks, and exerted force. The plank next to his foot was pried open. Wang Yuyang held his breath. Zhou Yi pulled out a file from the small compartment under the board, pouring out an old photograph and a document. The photo was yellowed, bearing the heavy traces of time. Taken from a self-timer angle, two teenagers stood in a field of rapeseed flowers, arms draped over each other's shoulders, one head tilted towards the other. Their youthful faces were filled with brilliance and simplicity. The boy on the left had delicate features, bright and lively eyes, and a mole between his eyebrows, the original owner. Beside him was Su Mo, looking much the same as she had a few weeks ago when they met. However, Su Mo wasn't just smiling lightly, she was laughing joyfully. Wang Yuyang asked, were the two of them raised together? Seated on the ground, Zhou Yi responded, looks like it. Wang Yuyang flipped the photo over, noticing a line of blue writing on the back. If only life were as simple as our first meeting. By the time Wang Yuyang finished reading the last word, tears had already come down. Last time it was due to He Changjin's death, this time, 7 words brought the flood of memories. All from the remnants of the original owner's emotions. At the mention of He Changjin's death, this body's heart ached, but with Su Mo, it felt unbearable, painful to breathe. Wang Yuyang tried to savor the bitter regret. He believed it to be disappointment. Zhou Yi subconsciously reached out to wipe away the man's tears but was avoided. Instead, a teasing laugh echoed in his ear. Your hands are covered in dust. Your uncle doesn't want to become a gray-faced cat. His face twitched slightly as he wiped the man's face with the back of his hand. The pain in Wang Yuyang's chest remained, and he sighed. Xiao Yi, give your uncle a hug. Before the sentence ended, a strong pair of arms had already embraced him, pulling him into a warm embrace. The familiar scent made Wang Yuyang relax. Resting his head on the young man's shoulder for a moment, he mused, judging by what we've seen so far, the original owner and Su Mo were close during their youth, but later became colleagues in the same field. They had differences in research paths, parted ways, and eventually became strangers. Based on the available clues, Wang Yuyang deduced, in the end, did Su Mo plot against the original owner for the sake of her experimental results? Zhou Yi remained silent. Silence equaled confirmation. Wang Yuyang gestured for him to look at the documents on the floor. What's this? Zhou Yi glanced at it. It seems to be a project report. Wang Yuyang picked it up and began to read through it. There were around 10 pages, all handwritten, with elegant and neat handwriting identical to the note on the photo's back. Besides academic terminology within the report, there were formula notations, making it seem both sophisticated and rigorous, difficult for a layperson to understand. Wang Yuyang considered deeply, the figure Xiao Qiu had mentioned seeing passing by the window of the original owner's room might very well have been Su Mo searching for this report. Seeing the man not speaking or moving, Zhou Yi's heart tightened immediately. Do you feel unwell? Wang Yuyang shook his head. Xiao Yi, you said that these photos and reports, why can uncle just shed a few tears and recall nothing else? Concerned about his condition, Zhou Yi said, if you cannot remember, then let it be forgotten. Wang Yuyang reflected. Somehow, the memory of the original owner had been erased as if cleansed, leaving behind only those targeted emotional residues. Take care of the report. Standing up, Wang Yuyang nudged the youth with his foot. Let's go out. Uncle will rebandage your wound. Zhou Yi supported himself on the ground as he stood. Earlier you said you always feel that something you need to find is missing, is it these 2 items? Yeah. Walking out, Wang Yuyang commented, this must be the only intentional hint given by the original owner. Behind him came a stifled groan, and Wang Yuyang turned around. Now you feel the pain, don't you? Zhou Yi looked at him with tightly pursed lips. To Wang Yuyang, this expression was a form of sulking. He teasingly stretched out a hand as if petting a large dog. Zhou Yi grasped his arms with both hands and pulled him close in an embrace, suddenly feeling incredibly weak. Wang Yuyang struggled to walk. Xiao Yi, that's enough. Zhou Yi chose to ignore him, being willfully mischievous. After Wang Yuyang changed the youth's bandage, he dialed Su Mo's number stored on his phone, but it was a disconnected line. He tossed the phone onto the couch, inadvertently glancing towards the balcony and freezing there. Xiao Yi, could the milk not be from the original owner? Zhou Yi was rendered speechless by his absurd logic. Wang Yuyang continued speculating, given Su Mo's relationship with the original owner, she wouldn't have let him vanish completely. She must have left some kind of mark. As if calling out, he shouted, "Milk." The puppy immediately wagged its tail and ran toward him, its paws clawing at the sofa to climb up. Wang Yuyang extended his leg, and the puppy quickly darted up, clinging to his leg until it reached his lap, curling up into a furry white ball on its own. Zhou Yi stared at the puppy and said indifferently, "If the puppy is the original owner, why didn't it give us any hints? Tap on the keyboard with its paws, or use its mouth to fetch something." Wang Yuyang mulled over this possibility. Perhaps its memory has been erased. Zhou Yi pointed out a contradiction. Without the body or the memory, how can it still be the original owner? For a moment, Wang Yuyang was speechless. DNA. This time Zhou Yi had no response. People who do research think differently from us. Smelling the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, Wang Yuyang said, "Let's not talk about this now. We'll discuss after we eat." Zhou Yi washed his hands, came back, peeled an orange for him, and then went to cook. In the afternoon, Xiongbai came to pick up the puppy, stumbling as though his strength had been sapped, looking utterly pathetic. Wang Yuyang asked, "Did you come back alone?" "No," Xiongbai gulped down a large sip of juice. "That guy is downstairs, showing up empty-handed without anything, so I didn't let him come up." Wang Yuyang teased, "Are you treating this like returning home to meet your father-in-law?" Xiongbai choked on the juice, coughed several times, and muttered under his breath, "But I really do feel that way." A second later, he grinned and asked teasingly, "Uncle, so which one of you is my father-in-law?" Wang Yuyang threw the question back to the boy drying clothes on the balcony. "Xiao Yi, what do you think?" Zhou Yi responded simply, "You are." Before Wang Yuyang could say anything, Xiongbai burst out laughing uncontrollably. Then, "Leader, does that make you the mother-in-law?" Zhou Yi calmly replied, "I am the man of the father-in-law." Wang Yuyang. Xiongbai. My goodness. How pure our leader was, yet already possessing such deep strategies. It was hard to believe. Xiongbai packed all the puppy's living necessities and spent half an hour ranting about his roommate, Hisu. It was agreed beforehand, once he moved in, he'd get the list, but when it actually happened, things changed. He claimed he'd wait to see Xiongbay's behavior next. He dragged him up early in the morning, making him perform skills with his voice while wearing a tiny apron in the studio all morning. Damn, truly a devil incarnate. Spittle flew everywhere as Xiongbai ranted, but every time his phone rang twice, he ignored it. Then the phone rang again, buzzing persistently like a death knell. With great annoyance, Xiongbai barked into the phone, "I'm coming down." Fuming, he hung up the call, turning his face toward the puppy with a grin. "Milk, let's go." The puppy crawled underneath the sofa. Xiongbai wore an expression of utter defeat, eyes wide with disbelief. "What's going on? What is this situation? Leader? Uncle? My son doesn't want me anymore. Last night when I came over, it still let me kiss it." He wailed, unable to accept the rejection. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi exchanged silent glances. "Last night, you didn't mention taking it away." Xiongbay's fussing and the puppy's barking created quite a racket, making Wang Yuyang's temples ache. He patted the puppy's head, saying, "Milk, you should go with Xiao Bai. We temporarily cannot take care of you." The puppy whimpered and nudged his hand. Zhou Yi remained expressionless. Xiongbai, however, looked stunned, having always known Milk was full of spirit, but now it seemed even stronger. Xiongbai took Milk to the car where Hisu greeted them with a gloomy face. "You don't like it, which means you don't like me." Xiongbai hugged the little dog tightly, "Then we will leave, far away, and you'll never." Hisu swore loudly, "Damn it, shut up." Xiongbai jumped, his whole body trembling, his face pale. "Why are you doing that? Scaring who exactly? Trying to shout louder than everyone else or something?" Hisu took a deep breath, "Go home." Xiongbai pouted, staying silent. After a while, Hisu calmed down as if nothing happened. "I won't take care of the dog, I'll only take care of you." Xiongbai stared at the quickly retreating night scenery outside the window without responding, appearing profoundly deep in thought. Hisu pinched him, "Are you looking for a beating? Go away, go away." Xiongbay's lips pouted high, "Just drive the car properly, you're annoying." Hisu exhaled through his nose, his voice low and magnetic, full of dangerous warning, "Say that again." Xiongbai rolled his eyes, "I love you, to death." Hisu, indeed looking for a beating. After settling Milk, Xiongbai hurriedly checked what the leader had asked him to do. The dessert shop on the old street was still operating normally, however, Su Mo hadn't been seen in the store since last weekend. Su Mo had vanished. She must have returned to the experimental base. Xiongbai sat in front of the computer, pulling his hair until his silver hair was all messed up. When the lock turned, he quickly exited the program domain, "Come in without knocking." Hisu entered with a glass of milk, "Can't you lock the door yourself?" Xiongbai froze for a few seconds, so angry that his eyes became red. You. Hisu felt sorry for his little cuteness and softened his tone, cooing, "Baby, another day when I'm working, you can watch beside me." Xiongbai took the opportunity to act cute, "Don't wait for another day, now. You haven't fully decrypted that black box yet, right? Let me help." Hisu placed the milk on the table, "Drink it." Xiong Bai jumped up, loudly slamming the table. I'm talking to you. He Su didn't waste words with the youth and directly placed his hand on the metallic buckle of his belt. Afraid of losing himself, Xiong Bai feigned calmness and turned his head, determined not to look at his handsome face. I'll drink, just go out, go out, go out. He Su licked his earlobe, too late. The police hadn't targeted Su Mo yet, instead, they were watching Zhang Sufeng and Wu Jian. There were people sent to stake out nearby. The two stayed in the villa for 1 day and 2 nights, with no one seen coming out. Li led his team into the villa and discovered a secret passage in the basement as well as a female corpse. It was Zhang Sufeng. Wu Jian's whereabouts were unknown, whether alive or dead uncertain. When this news reached Mei Yu's hands, it was evening. She was at Shanlan Garden, just picking up her cup of tea but didn't take a sip before putting it down. Lin Qing bent slightly. Director Mei, please walk slowly. Mei Yu stopped after walking a few steps, turning back and saying, tell him if he comes back that I want to talk about something with him. Lin Qing replied, okay. As Mei Yu walked out of the hall, she looked at a direction, noticing something, then took large strides toward that direction. After confirming, her pupils involuntarily shrank. The once colorfully blooming orchid garden was now bare, without a single orchid remaining. How desolate it was. Mei Yu drove to the villa on Huangqiao Road. The special case team led by Qiao Cheng had already gone to M City to track the experimental base. She sent Wang Jing to follow. Besides her as the team leader, there was only old Zhang left in the group. He lived and ate in the laboratory, having devoted all his time there, unable to assist with other matters. All Mei Yu could rely on were the brothers from her team, and she arrived at her destination while planning the whole way. The forensic pathologist carried the body bag out from the villa. Li was saying something to Zhang Qi, his cigarette trembling a little, looking weary and serious. Mei Yu slammed the car door shut and went over. What's the situation? Zhang Qi took off his gloves and said, preliminary identification shows the victim's time of death is between 1 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. today. Mei Yu asked, cause of death. Zhang Qi pushed his glasses up, head injury. Mei Yu looked at her subordinate. Li took a drag of his cigarette, moving his chapped and peeling lips, her head was smashed. Behind these 3 words extended an indescribable violence and cruelty. Mei Yu pulled the body bag open a bit, a strong, thick smell of blood rushed out. Her sharp gaze scanned the bloody face inside. This old woman died with wide open eyes, her eyelids were covered by me, Li reported from the side, her few boyfriends showed no abnormalities these days. Also, her funds had no changes. Wu Jian last went to the small shop to find his old. Noticing Zhang Qi was present, Li paused his words for half a second and changed the statement, to find the boss lady was on Wednesday, like usual, he bought something and left. Mei Yu zipped up the body bag, chatting a bit with Zhang Qi, then turned around to ask her subordinate, where does the secret passage lead to? Li said, back mountain. Mei Yu asked, have you searched it? We are searching, Li's tongue flicked across the corner of his mouth, the police dogs are still on the way, once they arrive, the search will be smoother. Mei Yu looked around, the sunset dyed half the sky red. How many routes are there from the villa to the shop? Li flicked his cigarette but to the ground, grinding it with his shoe sole. There are 2 routes from the villa to the shop. One is via the overpass bridge, and the other directly goes through the central ring avenue. Mei Yu said, we should adjust the surveillance along the way. Got it, Li swept his hand across his temple, making a mock salute gesture. Mei Yu went to the basement, slipped on disposable shoe covers, and started walking around. Li pointed to a direction on the left side, Captain, the secret passage is over there. Mei Yu's gaze locked onto the opposite wall. A large bloodstain stood out strikingly against the wall, it wasn't in spray patterns but seemed smeared as if certain parts of a body had collided against the wall. From its color, it was from today, and there were chunks resembling pieces of flesh stuck to the wall. In the corner, 2 thick iron chains were nailed to the wall, connected to a pair of locked shackles, with a fingerprint lock. Li lifted the chain with his gloved hand and gave it a pull, and a sharp jangling sound reverberated, sending chills down the spine. Zhang Qi's team has already extracted the material, we'll know what happened once the test results come back. Mei Yu asked, what other discoveries? Drugs. Li rubbed his chin, a massive amount of medical supplies for external injuries, including bandages, alcohol, antiseptic medicine, etc. Some were opened and not fully used, some still sealed. The medicines are in a small room to your 2 o'clock direction, piled up like in a pharmacy warehouse. I've assigned Xiao Lu to take photos and investigate further. Mei Yu didn't go into the small room but moved toward where the secret passage was. There's blood all over inside. Are you really going? Wait for me. Li rushed up after her in just a few strides. Mei Yu stayed at the villa until about 8 or 9 in the evening before returning to the bureau. She ate a quick boxed meal, and then autopsy reports and investigation reports were delivered to her desk one after another. Zhang Sufeng was killed by severe head trauma, with her scalp damage being quite extensive. Her fingerprints, hair, blood traces, and small skin fragments under her nails matched Wu Jian's. The identification results clearly revealed the scene of the incident. Zhang Sufeng was grabbed by her hair and had her head slammed against the wall. From the skull fractures, it was evident that Wu Jian had lost his sanity, acting frenziedly. Upon forensic inspection, apart from her grotesque head wounds, Zhang Sufeng also had several bruises on her body but no old wounds, nor any drug residue detected in her system. Since there were no old wounds, the medications weren't intended for her use but likely belonged to Wu Jian. The iron chains in the corner were used by Wu Jian. The dried blood stains on the wall behind them were both his and Zhang Sufeng's. However, all the blood inside the secret passage belonged solely to Wu Jian, indicating he was heavily injured when leaving. With such blood loss, his survival chances without immediate medical care would be slim. All city hospitals had been checked, yet no trace of him had surfaced. They needed to act faster or they'd lose their lead. While corpses can speak, living evidence holds much greater value. Mei Yu's train of thought was interrupted by Lily coming in. Her expression stiffened. What is it? Just relax, Captain. Lily held up the bok choy and lean meat porridge in his hands. I've just come to bring this to you. Mei Yu flipped through the reports in front of her. I'm not hungry. You have to eat even if you're not hungry. Lily took away the reports so she couldn't keep reading. Think about your stomach. Mei Yu hastily ate her boxed meal without focusing on it. Now reminded by him, her stomach began to ache slightly. Seeing this, Lily frowned slightly. Captain, you're really not doing well like this. You're in your 30s or 40s now, even if you can't live finely, you shouldn't neglect yourself so much that us older men fall short in comparison. You talk too much. Mei Yu opened the transparent lid, scooped a spoonful of porridge with the plastic spoon, blew on it twice, and swallowed it. I haven't finished reading the report. Look through it, then summarize it for me. As the old saying goes, you shouldn't think while eating, it causes indigestion. When an icy glare shot his way, Lily immediately shut up, giving her a money-attracting cat smile. All right, I'll check it. Spoon by spoon, Mei Yu sipped the porridge, feeling warmth spread through her stomach, which alleviated her discomfort. She asked Lily, who was reviewing the report, so. Lily replied, Zhang Sufeng also had a badge, that metallic ball. Mei Yu showed no signs of surprise. What color? Lily inserted his large fingers into his hair, scratching his scalp vigorously. Black. Mei Yu wasn't surprised either. Lily smacked his lips. It seems Zhang Sufeng received the organization's task to settle accounts with Wu Jian but ended up being murdered instead. Mei Yu continued drinking the porridge. Lily read further in the report, that batch of drugs for external injuries wasn't produced in the same batch. The earliest ones were from last September, and the latest from last month. Just as they were speaking, a knock came from the door. An officer reported outside that Wu Jian had been found. Wu Jian was by the roadside near his residential area. The driver's seat was covered in blood, and he lay motionless over the steering wheel, drenched as if pulled out of a pool of blood water. He still had a breath left. Unconscious, Wu Jian's head was tilted toward the building where his home was located. When life draws to an end, the light of life flickers and may illuminate something or someone, his final obsession. The rain poured heavily. Mei Yu stood under it, clad in a black raincoat with water dripping from her hat brim. Her eyes peered into the distant night through droplets, lost in thought. Lily supervised the medical staff lifting Wu Jian from the car into an ambulance, shouting towards her tall figure far away, Captain, shall we return to the bureau? Mei Yu retorted sharply, send him to the general hospital. With the rain coming down fiercely, Lily didn't hear clearly. What? Mei Yu repeated slowly, summon a few more surgeons. Try to keep Wu Jian alive. Before Lily could respond, she called the chief, then Zhang Lao, saying, Zhang Lao, you'll need to go to the general hospital tonight. You'd better start now. I'll explain later. After hanging up, Mei Yu waved her hand. The ambulance led the way with police cars trailing behind in somber tension, heading directly for the general hospital. Until tonight, Wu Jian being an experimental subject was merely Mei Yu's guess. Evidence would emerge this night. Upon arrival at the general hospital, Wu Jian went straight into the operating room. Mei Yu explained carefully to Zhang Lao who rushed there, showing respect. A person capable of immense power, if not morally upright, can cause tremendous harm. One must be resolute to maintain their original intent and not lose their true heart. Zhang Lao is a highly authoritative figure in the scientific community, and Mei Yu trusts him. Mei Yu recalled how Zhang Qi privately experimented with drugs during their confrontation. The intense, almost frenzied glint in his eyes still made her uneasy today. If just integrating animal characteristics into a human causes someone like Zhang Qi to deviate so easily, imagine what he would do knowing humans could fuse with one another and live again after death. There would certainly be actions taken. Research like that holds an allure for the medical and scientific fields that outsiders cannot comprehend. Mei Yu lowered her voice, Zhang Lao, your team needs to keep silent absolutely, not letting out even the slightest detail. If anyone shows any anomaly, please inform me immediately. Rest assured, Zhang Lao's elderly voice conveyed reassurance and pride, they are all apprentices I trust. Mei Yu smiled faintly, better to be careful. Mistakes can't happen again. Wu Jian wasn't out of the operating room until midnight and was still in danger. Mei Yu asked the doctor and learned his body bore both old and new wounds, mostly claw marks on his limbs. There wasn't a single patch of intact skin. Forensics also revealed something, Wu Jian's blood contained large amounts of hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drug components. He had treated his own wounds hastily before leaving. Their previous speculations were validated. Wu Jian's injuries were self-inflicted. He showed signs of violent tendencies and engaged in self-harm behaviors. Zhang Sufeng must have been aware and knew how severe it was, otherwise, she wouldn't have crafted iron chains for him in the basement. Wu Jian probably suffered regularly and locked himself when it happened. Forcing alterations to the human body structure, experimenting recklessly without regard for consequences, resulted in unimaginable damage. This differed from complications caused by illness. Once one becomes an experiment subject, life and death are no longer in their control. After discussing with her subordinates for over an hour, they determined that if Wu Jian survived, someone would come to silence him. They planned a trap to catch whoever would fall into it willingly. It wouldn't be tonight or tomorrow, too much time gives rise to uncertainties. The other side couldn't wait. Mei Yu sent her subordinates to their respective tasks. She rubbed her tired eyes and went alone to the restroom to splash cold water on her face. The sting pierced through her skin and into her bones. Both reincarnated in others' bodies, living others' lives, while Wu Jian harmed himself. What about the other person? Wiping the water from her face, Mei Yu thought, she would have to find time to meet him. Having already met in her role as a detective, she considered changing and meeting him as a junior. Thunder roared over S-City, startling people awake, only for them to mumble complaints and turn back to sleep. But Wang Yuyang, once awakened, couldn't fall back asleep. A bolt of lightning flashed past the window unexpectedly, lighting up the rainwater streaming down the window pane in his vision briefly before returning to darkness. A warm body pressed against his back. Wang Yuyang patted the hand around his waist. Be good. Go back to sleep. Zhou Yi held him tightly in his arms. Can't you sleep? Wang Yuyang yawned, but there was no sign of sleep in his eyes. Uncle needs a bit more time. The bed behind him made some noise, and a piece of the blanket was lifted, cool air trying to get in but quickly blocked. Wang Yuyang turned his head and asked, what are you doing? Get you some water. Zhou Yi got off the bed, shuffling in slippers to the desk to grab the kettle. Wang Yuyang combed a few strands of hair back, lazily curling his lips. Actually, he could take it or leave it. If someone handed it to him, he'd drink a sip. This boy didn't ask, just took action, clearly having figured out his temperament. That little devil Chen Zishu thought he was inscrutable, but that wasn't right. Though people's hearts can hide deep things, truly understanding and gaining insight brings results. If thoughts are impure, then no. Who are you thinking about? The deep voice by the bed brought Wang Yuyang's thoughts back, his words cut off before they could come out. Don't say it's me. Zhou Yi stared at the man. It wasn't earlier. Wang Yuyang chuckled knowingly, and how do you know? Zhou Yi's expression remained stern. I do. Wang Yuyang grabbed the young man's wrist, making him bring the cup closer so he could drink a mouthful of warm water. I was thinking about that little devil. He's been unusually quiet recently. Zhou Yi looked like someone who had already known that Wang Yuyang wasn't thinking about him. Wang Yuyang stayed silent for a while. You've learned how to play tricks on me, haven't you? Zhou Yi said. Chen Zishu is abroad. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. He went to find his psychology professor. Zhou Yi smoothed out the soft long hair resting on the man's neck. Don't worry about him. What we need to guard against is Su Mo and all the personnel involved in the entire experiment. Compared to Su Mo, Lin Xiaonan's obsession seemed less challenging. Because with everything related to human experiments, he felt completely powerless. That feeling was so maddening. Wang Yuyang drank half a glass of water and gave the young man a wet and passionate kiss, lightly panting as he laughed. Xiao Yi, uncle will strive to turn the situation around so I can enjoy your cooking every day and tease you daily. It won't be a dead end, don't worry. Zhou Yi's face immediately darkened. Worry less. How? Century-old cold joke. Wang Yuyang narrowed his eyes. Are you silently complaining? Zhou Yi shook his head. I'm not. Wang Yuyang laughed softly. Zhou Yi was stunned by the sound, throat bobbing up and down. Stop laughing, let's sleep. Suddenly, there was a vibration from the table. It wasn't Wang Yuyang's phone ringing, it was Zhou Yi's. The call was from Xiao Bai. Zhou Yi knew he must have found something big, otherwise, he wouldn't call at this hour. As soon as the phone was answered, Xiong Bai's excited voice came through, trembling with excitement. Boss, Hisu and I cracked the black box, discovered the top secret. Just seconds ago, overwhelmed with excitement, Xiong Bai hugged Hisu and bit him hard. The top secret was the rebirth plan. The list Hisu had previously uncovered was also obtained by Xiong Bai. On the list were countless testers. Corresponding were the testers' names, times of participation in experiments, batch numbers, whether successful or not. In the first row of the list was a special classification, beside which was a bright red capital letter Y, followed by a line of small text. Shen Baiyu, February 6, 2027, Y05, Success. Chapter 71. Wang Yuyang remembered that he was killed on a Saturday night and woke up in this body on Sunday afternoon. He originally thought that the dozen or so hours in between were the time he was used for experimentation. However, the date recorded on the list for his participation in the experiment was February 6, 2027. This meant that he had died in August this year, but as early as February last year, he had already become an experimental subject without realizing it. Thunderstorms raged outside while the atmosphere inside the room was heavy. Zhou Yi closed the curtains, returned to the bed, and scooped the man into his arms. He gently rubbed the man's cold hands and face. A dark shadow hung over Wang Yuyang's brows. During this year-plus period, there had been no abnormality in his body. Unless the research facility had merely obtained his blood and conducted studies using his gene cells and DNA, going through a cautious and prolonged process. As for the original host, it might be that when the group was selecting another subject for the experiment, they conducted a large-scale screening worldwide and found that various aspects of the original host's body highly matched with his own. To ensure the success of the experiment, they had to sacrifice the original host. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, the central figure in this setup was the original host. The group was looking for experimental subjects for the original host and eventually locked onto him, the leader of the Shen family, thus starting their secret plot and reaching agreements with people around him. They orchestrated this scenario together to achieve mutual benefits. Wang Yuyang pressed his fingertips hard against his eyebrows. The latter possibility seemed more likely. After all, compared to the brains of a great family's helmsman, the mind of the original host, a senior researcher, would naturally be more appealing to them. Wang Yuyang took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and asked, "Xiao Yi, what day was February 6th last year?" Zhou Yi replied, "It was New Year's Day." New Year's Day, Wang Yuyang retraced his memory back to the corresponding segment. He remembered that day, he was riding a horse at the stable behind the mountain, and for the first time in his life, he fell off. Looking back now, the horse had almost appeared restless the moment he mounted it. At that time, he skinned his knee, it was just a superficial wound, so he didn't call the doctor. It was the housekeeper who treated him. Wang Yuyang suddenly chuckled. Could it be? That old man also had a role in this? Zhou Yi looked down at the man's laughter, feeling a little uneasy. "What are you laughing about?" Wang Yuyang laughed until his shoulders trembled. "It's funny." Zhou Yi frowned slightly. After a bit of laughter, Wang Yuyang asked, "How many names are on the list?" "There are more than 500, but not everyone is listed." Zhou Yi said, "The experiments include both domestic and foreign individuals. Judging by the timeline, the experiments must have occurred within the past 10 years. He held the slender white fingers of the man. "Among all the experimental subjects, you're the only successful one. The rest failed." Wang Yuyang hummed softly. Following this sound came a suffocating silence. The term success was relative. By their standards, which were defined by those conducting the study, it was considered successful. Wang Yuyang did not want to dwell too much on his artificial rebirth after death, fearing it would create mental knots. He worried that if he got depressed, he'd end up suffering himself. No one wants to live happily, only to be suddenly killed and then wake up as someone entirely different, someone far removed from his social circle, and deal with serious night blindness and an overly sensitive sense of smell as additional changes. Even if life was dull, he didn't want to gamble with his life like this. The worst part was that the pieces in the game were all from his own circle. What kind of situation was this? Zhou Yi bent forward slightly, his thin lips brushing against the man's cheek. Concerned, he whispered into his ear, "What are you thinking about?" Instead of answering, Wang Yuyang asked, "Have you found He Changjin?" "I found him. His position is relatively towards the end, among the earlier batches of experiments, labeled E02. Zhou Yi said, "The record shows that the date was October 19th, 7 years ago." Wang Yuyang lightly pursed his lips. It was the same series of numbers noted in He Changjin's notebook. Although he had already predicted it, when it was confirmed, he still felt a heaviness in his chest. Back then, He Changjin was only 15 years old. At 15, life should be full of infinite possibilities. Everything hadn't even begun, yet it ended just like that. He Changjin's batch of experiments was relatively early. With such immature research, the damage to the experimental subject's body must have been substantial. Living for 7 years, emitting only a fishy odor without any other detectable abnormalities, not only was it sustained by drugs, but the original host must have helped him significantly. Great kindness deserves great recompense. Wang Yuyang sighed and asked, "And Lu Feng?" Zhou Yi, who wasn't paying attention before, flipped through the list and said, "He was recorded last July 15th. Although his participation in the experiment was after yours, his batch number R04 was before yours." Wang Yuyang shook his head. He was in February, and Lu Feng was in July. Only 5 months had passed before the group found one of their collaborators. Lu Feng was probably suitable for being infused with genes from frogs. This way, they could both eliminate him and conduct research, achieving 2 goals at once. This experiment started with animals and animals, then humans and animals, and later humans and humans. Each time the data is adjusted, a new batch number appears, each corresponding to 5 test subjects. It's done step by step, Zhou Yi explained. The research direction focuses on bringing dead people back to life. Looks like even now the experiments are still very complicated, requiring extensive development. The treatment can only be administered when the conditions are right, or perhaps via other methods. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. It's good that it's complicated. If it were simple, the world would descend into chaos. As a non-researcher, Wang Yuyang couldn't comprehend how the complex neural networks and consciousness were studied as if in a labyrinth. Legal or ethical concerns didn't matter much to him at the moment. What he found strange was why they chose him as the experimental subject. If they wanted him to die, why did they specifically cut his neck and splatter blood all over the walls and floor? It was such a brutal death. That kind of deep hatred, it surely wasn't just because of some researcher's twisted sense of amusement, right? Wang Yuyang remembered something. That boy in Sun Qingzhou's basement. There's no record of him, Zhou Yi said. He was the researcher subject, not produced by the experimental base, so he wouldn't be documented. Since there are no A-starting experimental products on the list, it suggests the drugs developed in the early stages weren't used. Wang Yuyang thought, this truly matched his previous speculation. The boy's condition was the worst among all the subjects. He seemed to have received the roughest version, probably A01. Xiao Yi, do you think this rebirth plan? Wang Yuyang threw out 4 questions in quick succession. He just couldn't comprehend, who came up with this? How did they think of it? Was it because of watching too many sci-fi movies? Could it possibly be Su Mo? Zhou Yi gave a simple, 4-fold answer, it's possible. You're quite handy at cutting corners. Wang Yuyang lay back on the bed, is it dawn yet? Zhou Yi shook his head, not yet. Wang Yuyang patted the space beside him, lie down, let uncle kiss you for a bit. Zhou Yi laid down next to the man, slightly lowering his eyelids as he let his lips meet the man's. His breath was warm and filled with comfort. Wang Yuyang kissed for several minutes, his tongue lightly grazing the young man's sharp lip corners. Xiao Yi, uncle's tired. So Zhou Yi took control, one hand resting on the man's slender waist, the other holding his head, gently kissing him. There was no desire, only inexplicable warmth and affection. Everything has 2 sides. Without this scheme, this experiment, Zhou Yi would never have caught the attention of the man in his arms or been needed, recognized, relied on, or even liked. But he wouldn't thank the researchers or anyone involved in the experiment. He hoped this man remained healthy and safe, rather than becoming a test subject as he was now. The first rays of dawn appeared just as the rain stopped. City was soaked, with strong winds blowing, making it cold and gloomy. The airflow around the general hospital had been tense all night, continuing well after sunrise. Mei Yu returned after eating breakfast and heard that Wu Jian had awakened. Not long after, his danger had already passed. This unexpected turn prompted many opinions from the hospital staff, summed up in 2 words, miracle. Seemingly to confirm those 2 words, Wu Jian's vitality began recovering in the morning. Yet there was no unusual activity reported within the hospital. As time went on, Mei Yu's heart sank deeper and deeper. By afternoon, it had hit rock bottom. Wu Jian had awakened. The fact that there had been no action taken against him pointed to only one explanation. Wu Jian held no value, his life or death didn't pose any threat to them. There was also the possibility that he had some value but not enough to risk breaking through heavy security to silence him. If this conclusion turned out to be true, Mei Yu questioned Wu Jian once his awareness was fully restored about the practical base. But Wu Jian had no idea, none at all. He wasn't lying, he genuinely didn't know anything. The hospital room was full of the smell of disinfectant mixed with the chill of the coming winter. Wu Jian, although weak in spirit, was no longer on the ventilator. He could think and speak normally, and with this progress, in a few days, he would be able to get out of bed. As Mei Yu was about to ask the patient on the bed some questions, she heard him say, I knew you were police officers the last time in the small shop. She showed no emotion, oh. Wu Jian's gaze fell on the blue striped quilt, my sense of smell is special. I identified it that way. Mei Yu didn't feel surprised. After taking on a case involving human experiments, her understanding of things had been repeatedly challenged, making decades of her life seem like they had been wasted, everything felt surreal, and even if the end of the world came the next second, she wouldn't find it strange. So you didn't report to your superior Zhang Sufeng? Wu Jian said nothing. Mei Yu waited for a while, just as she was about to give up, a faint voice sounded from the bedside, I'm tired. Tired, so he was waiting for the police to push him over the edge, granting him relief. A suffocating wave of sorrow suddenly enveloped the room, prompting Mei Yu to rise and walk to the window, gazing outside through the closed glass. How long does it take for you to experience such situations? Wu Jian replied, 3 months. Mei Yu's expressive eyebrows moved slightly, for times a year was indeed exhausting. If it were her, she would have given up long ago. No matter how bright the lighthouse inside one's heart might be, it couldn't sustain this forever. My body heals quickly, but my mental state is bad. Wu Jian's voice dropped significantly, nearly resembling the murmur of an elderly person nearing their end, I'm getting worse and worse. Mei Yu fully understood. After a brief silence, Mei Yu asked, how did you feel when you acted that way? Wu Jian gave a surprising response, I felt nothing. Mei Yu spun around abruptly, what? You felt nothing? Yeah, Wu Jian's tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather or his lunch, at those times, I had no consciousness. Though I lacked consciousness, I never harmed my head, always avoided it and only damaged other parts of my body, as if I had received some kind of instruction. Mei Yu took a breath, reaching for half a pack of cigarettes but then remembering that smoking wasn't allowed in hospitals, so she just held them between her fingers. Keep talking. There's nothing else to say, Captain Mei. Whatever you want to know, I don't know. I'm sorry I can't provide any help. On Wu Jian's pale face, there was no ripple of emotion. From death to life, this period is blank, with nothing in my mind. When I woke up, I became Wu Jian, Zhang Sufeng's assistant, involved in real estate matters. Beyond that, I know nothing. Mei pulled out a metal ball insignia. Do you have this thing? Wu Jian weakly raised his eyelids and shook his head. Zhang Sufeng has it. I saw it in her safe. She guarded against me very strongly, but I still installed a listening device on her. I wanted to understand the secrets in my body and find a way to live, but I found nothing I was looking for. By the end, his tone carried a hint of despair-filled sobbing. Mei seemed to be pondering something. Zhang Sufeng likely also had no idea, as a local department manager who could not access core figures or events. Why did Zhang Sufeng act against you? Wu Jian responded, it was higher-up's decision. She's very arrogant and doesn't take me seriously. If she had, I'd already be dead this time. Mei put away the metal ball and casually asked, do you have any memories of the original Wu Jian? Yes, Wu Jian stared at emptiness, his eyes scattered and full of confusion. Sometimes I can't tell who I am. Mei paused. You rest well. Wu Jian made no sound. Mei closed the door to the ward, rubbing her temple as she exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Lily greeted several SWAT team members before coming over to ask, Captain, did you learn anything? No. Mei walked toward the elevator. Have we contacted the psychology expert? Lily said yes, he's on the way. Mei wiped the fatigue from her face after not having slept all night. Let's go get a drink to perk up. Lily's slightly lowered eyelid immediately opened wide. Alcohol. Mei said, bubble tea. Lily. The psychology expert stayed in the ward for several minutes and came out saying the man wasn't sick. Mei frowned. What do you mean? There was a lingering strange look in the expert's eyes. Neither his violent behavior nor self-harm comes from psychological causes, it's physical. Mei ignored his probing. All right, I understand. The expert was curious. Captain Mei, the man inside is all wrapped in bandages, looks severely injured. What level of criminal is he, that he warrants you personally monitoring him? Mei patted his shoulder. Thanks for coming all this way, I'll treat you to a meal someday. The expert looked around the corridor on both sides. I've never encountered such a case before. If possible, I'd like to delve deeper into this. No. Mei immediately refused. See you. Unsatisfied, the expert left but soon came back, asking, are you and your subordinate still not together? Mei waved her hand, bye-bye. The expert rolled his eyes. As Mei watched him turn the corner, she took a call from the chief. After talking for a few moments, she hung up, and then Uncle Zhang called in with the same matter, how to arrange for Wu Jian. Mei didn't agree right away to Uncle Zhang's suggestion. Instead, she said she needed to first hear the opinion of the person involved. Uncle Zhang thought it was reasonable to ask. In that case, I'll call you later. Mei slipped her phone into her pocket as she entered the ward. The Science Research Institute wants to transfer you once your injuries stabilize so they can record various data points during your episodes. What do you think about that? Wu Jian opened his mouth. It wasn't clear if he didn't know how to respond or if he was surprised that she would actually ask for his opinion. Mei began recounting the August case, starting with the head of the Shen family, then mentioning Lu Feng, Jin Yuan, He Changjin, and eventually getting to Wu Jian himself. All these are tied to the experiment. The public currently knows nothing about it. If we don't get rid of that group, the human experimentation will inevitably be revealed sooner or later. The police aren't all powerful, our capabilities are limited. The Science Research Institute has been working on countermeasures, but drug development hasn't gone smoothly. Uncle Zhang assured me that, if you're willing to cooperate, they'll take care of you as much as possible. Wu Jian still made no sound. Actually, Mei was quite resolute in nature and rarely played the emotional card, whether in life or work. She wasn't very patient. She could explode at any moment, but the man in front of her was dangling on the edge of a cliff, ready to fall at any time. She had to proceed carefully. The cards were played, yet there seemed to be no effect. Mei moved the chair next to the bed, preparing for a long haul when she heard Wu Jian say, "Can I see my wife one more time?" She paused. "Yes, you can." Upon hearing this, Wu Jian revealed his first smile after waking up. "In that case, I'm willing to cooperate with you." Mei noticed how the man instantly changed from his previous gloomy state. It was as if a desert traveler had finally spotted an oasis. He came alive again. Suppressing her inner sigh, she said, "Having hope is a good start. I'm not sure if the Institute will ultimately help you the experiment, but they should be able to develop a drug to suppress it." A glimmer of light appeared in Wu Jian's eyes but quickly faded. He didn't dare to think too far ahead. That night, Mei transferred Wu Jian to the Science Research Institute. On the way, they passed by his house, stopping for a while before leaving. Sitting in the car smoking, images of Wu Jian gazing at his home flickered through Mei's mind. Love could destroy a person's everything, but it could also give someone the strength to live. Lily opened the car door and got in. "Captain, I'll send you home. You shouldn't stay up all night anymore. At your age, you can't push yourself so recklessly." Suddenly Mei asked, "How old are you?" Lily, taken aback, blurted out, "What?" Staring under the haze of smoke, his face unconsciously heated up, showing a bit of shyness as he scratched his pants. "I'm 29. Mei said, "Only 29. Lily became serious. What do you mean, only? In a few months, I'll be 30. By then, Captain and I will both be in the 30 club. Mayu abruptly asked another unrelated question. How many girlfriends have you dated? Lily was no longer confused by this point, it was a feeling he knew well. A few times a year, always in different places with different girls, arranged meetings. Different was, his eyes shining, his breathing fast, his heart racing, displaying the blush of a maiden bride about to marry. None. Mayu puffed out a smoke ring. Seeing that she didn't reply, Lily felt uneasy. Scratching his oily hair, his handsome face grew serious. Captain, don't you believe me? I'm a conservative man, I'd only hold hands if we were to get married. Mayu. How often do you wash your hair? Lily's lips twitched, this was one of the standard questions asked during blind dates. This time, he straightened his hair, cleared his throat, and said, it depends, usually together with showering. As Mayu smoked puff after puff, it wasn't clear what she was planning. Lily was unsure and even anxious, thinking silently that if she wanted to flirt with him, he could wash his hair 800 times a day without issue. Mayu's phone rang, it was Xiao Qing calling. She gestured for Lily to wait. Turning to the car window, Lily tried to hide his overflowing emotions. Whether to go back alone for the new year or bring someone along depends on tonight. Mayu steadied herself before answering the call, any situation. Xiao Qing said, the protection net of Sun Qingzhou's phone that Wang Jing couldn't break might be because the hacker he contacted backed out temporarily. It's changed now, and Wang Jing says the current one isn't as strong as the previous one. He has already infiltrated. Sun Qingzhou seems to be fasting and praying in a temple on the surface, but is actually waiting to reap the benefits. In recent days, he only dialed one number. I checked it, it belongs to a mercenary leader. The group consists of 20 or 30 people, the top-tier mercenaries domestically, they're formidable. Sun Qingzhou wants not just the drugs, but also the original researchers. Mayu paused for a moment, let him act first. Let's see what cards he holds. Have we locked down the experimental base location yet? Xiao Qing said, almost. Mayu cautioned, be careful. These people have superhuman abilities as well as brutal nature. They could involve the entire L city if things go wrong. Xiao Qing asked, what kind of power funds them? Mayu replied, the group is in France, hard to handle. I'm still communicating with the director. After hanging up, Mayu glanced at the time and saw the date, suddenly remembering something. In a few hours, it would be that person's 38th birthday. If he were alive, it would definitely be another grand event for the Shen family. She'd probably be invited to eat a bit and make some polite conversation. But everything had changed now. Wang Yuyang wasn't good at remembering dates, so when he saw a cake in the fridge in the morning, he didn't realize anything. Xiao Yi, it's your birthday. Zhou Yi was serving porridge, his hand shook, and a spoonful of steaming porridge spilled from the bowl onto the floor. Wang Yuyang quickly took the bowl away from the young man and pulled him over to the sink. What's gotten into you? Don't you feel the pain? Zhou Yi didn't care about the burn on his hand, he only noticed how worried the man was about him. He pressed his thin lips together and said, today's your birthday. So what if it's my birthday, there's nothing special about it. Wang Yuyang stopped speaking and tilted his head slightly, huh? Zhou Yi turned off the faucet and went to fetch a cloth to clean up the spilled porridge. Wang Yuyang squatted in front of the youth, Xiao Yi, uncle never eats cake. Zhou Yi didn't look up, I know. Wang Yuyang laughed, then why did you buy it? Zhou Yi continued wiping the floor, his voice extremely low, somewhat awkward and stiff, I thought, if I bought it, you take a bite. Wang Yuyang fixed his gaze on the youth's red ears. Zhou Yi shook the grains of rice from the cloth into the trash can, make do with it this year. Next year, I'll make one for you. Wang Yuyang propped his elbow against his leg and smiled, can Xiao Yi make cakes? Zhou Yi replied, no. Before Wang Yuyang could respond, Zhou Yi added, if it's something you want to eat, I'll learn to make it. Zhou Yi's composure was all an act, his ears had already betrayed him. And he hadn't looked directly at the person next to him the entire time. Wang Yuyang sighed, we don't need to eat porridge this morning. Zhou Yi instinctively turned his head, not eating. Yeah, Wang Yuyang winked at him with a smile, uncles had enough of Xiao Yi's sweet words. Zhou Yi's neck turned red, and he frowned, saying, just go eat breakfast. Wang Yuyang ruffled the youth's newly grown hair stubble and kissed the bandage on the back of his head. When Xiongbai arrived, Zhou Yi was doing pull-ups in a corner of the living room while Wang Yuyang was required to sit aside and count for him. For a moment, Xiongbai felt like a child coming home to find her parents deeply immersed in their little world while she became the unwanted third wheel. There were roses in the living room, not a lamp, but real flowers, a large bundle of bright red ones in an exquisite vase. Xiongbai stared blankly for a second, big brother, did you buy these? Zhou Yi hung on the bar, his back muscles tightening and relaxing repeatedly, no. Xiongbai was about to ask where they came from when Zhou Yi said, they grew from the vase. An idea flashed through Xiongbay's mind, and she quickly searched online. The personal information of the former patriarch of the Shen family appeared immediately. It was his birthday today, no wonder. Xiongbai calmly closed the page after leaving the computer. Although slow to react, she wasn't stupid. Combining various suspicions from the past period with the list from the other night, she was 100% sure of Uncle's identity. However, she didn't intend to say it outright. If he really exposes everything, he wouldn't feel at ease calling him Uncle anymore. It would make him uncomfortable. It's better to keep things as they are. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, the uncle is his sister-in-law, a fact set in stone. The eldest brother is truly capable. Wang Yuyang noticed the child sneaking glances at him. Xiao Bai, will you eat lunch here? Sure, sure. Xiong Bai kicked off her slippers and jumped onto the sofa, crossing her legs. What's such a big occasion today? Wang Yuyang said, it's my birthday. Xiong Bai feigned surprise. Wow. It's Uncle's birthday. How could you not tell me about something so important, elder brother? If I hadn't come over by chance today, I would have missed it. Wang Yuyang glanced at Zhou Yi, the exaggeration. Xiong Bai, feeling pleased with herself for her spontaneous performance, smiled sweetly. Happy birthday, uncle. Wang Yuyang patted her head. Zhou Yi's face immediately darkened. Xiong Bai shook her head and smacked her lips. Elder brother really should stop getting jealous of me. I'm still a kid, aren't I? I actually wanted to come over yesterday, but Hisu wouldn't let me. Today, I almost talked myself hoarse before he finally allowed me out. I have no freedom at all right now. Though she spoke this way, her eyes and eyebrows were sparkling with vitality. She wouldn't be like that if she were having a hard time. Wang Yuyang said, we'll have dinner together when we get the chance. Xiong Bai pouted, he doesn't treat me well, so I don't want to introduce him to you guys. Wang Yuyang took the water cup handed to him by their dog and drank a few sips before asking, how hasn't he been good to you? Xiong Bai huffed, he always bullies me. Wang Yuyang pointed to the begonia flower on the balcony blooming beautifully and said, Little Bai, the way you just spoke reminded me of it. Xiong Bai wrinkled her slightly upturned nose tip, Uncle, stop teasing me. If I managed to get the elder brother connected with Hisu, the elder brother could learn all kinds of weird things from him, then, hee. Wang Yuyang felt an inexplicable shiver run through his scalp. Not long after, Xiong Bai was hurriedly called back by Mr. He. She bit into a green radish fiercely, looking quite determined. I won't go back. You won't? Hisu chuckled deeply and sensually, then I'll throw your clown dog into the ditch. Xiong Bai snapped fiercely like a mother hen protecting her chicks, you're the ugly one. Hisu said teasingly, so the person drooling at my face isn't blind? Xiong Bai's face turned bright red instantly as she stiffened her neck and shouted, and what if I am blind? Can't I be blind? A coarse breathing sound came from the other end of the phone. Xiong Bai's bottom started to hurt, so she sighed submissively, her voice soft and sticky, today is Uncle's birthday, something really important. I'll go back after eating. Hisu softened his tone, which meal? Upon hearing his softer tone, Xiong Bai's legs went limp too. Damn it, she wasn't holding up well, lunch. Hisu said, come back after lunch. Xiong Bai fired back, are you still sucking on a bottle, little Bao? Hisu calmly retaliated, do you have milk? Xiong Bai was struck down, KO. After having a full lunch, Xiong Bai returned home. When she left, she even brought Hisu a piece of cake. The clouds parted and let a ray of sunshine escape. Wang Yuyang stood on the balcony, basking himself while refreshing news on his phone. This phone belonged to the previous owner. There was a trending topic in the news section, which would update real-time notifications every time he refreshed it. He didn't bother deleting it and occasionally scrolled through it to kill time. The first batch of news quickly ended, Wang Yuyang refreshed the page, and a new set of push notifications appeared. A sudden report caught his attention. At around 1:26 p.m., a chain collision occurred on Jixiang Road in Xining District. Wang Yuyang opened each photo one by one and zoomed in. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, in the last picture appeared the familiar GP Nu. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Xiao Yi. Wang Yuyang rushed toward the bedroom, something happened. He showed the phone screen to the young man, something happened to Xiao Bai. Zhou Yi looked at the news, and his expression changed instantly. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi went to Xining District. The scene was congested, their car couldn't pass, so they parked and ran over. The site was in total chaos. Emergency vehicles, traffic police, and firefighters were all actively working on rescue operations. On the side of the road lay several bodies, covered with fabric. The surrounding ground was strewn with messy clothes and belongings or various limbs, shattered flesh and organs, a horrifying sight. Instead of sorrow, what overwhelmed people was sheer terror. Zhou Yi wanted to check the bodies, but Wang Yuyang held him back, don't bother, she's not among them. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi proceeded towards the accident scene. Xiao Bai has the scent of cream. Although the smell here is complicated and the stench of blood is strong, Uncle can still confirm that none of these bodies have that smell. Zhou Yi relaxed his tensed body a bit, closed his eyes, and started looking for the car nearby. On their way, they saw some lucky escapees among the crowd, wounded people, family members, journalists, rescue teams, all mingling in great chaos. Not long after, Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi found the jeep. It was almost unrecognizable. 2/3 of the front of the car was crushed, the windshield completely shattered, glass shards scattered inside and outside the vehicle. Xiongbai was stuck in the driver's seat. Her delicate little face was deathly pale with cuts under her eyes, on her forehead, and under her chin, all bleeding. When she saw them, her eyes widened. "Uncle, big brother, how did you guys come? Is it because I got on the news?" She tried to smile but couldn't move her purpled lips, and the pain made her gasp, cold sweat continuously trickling down her forehead, mixing with the blood from her wounds. Zhou Yi growled lowly, "Don't talk anymore." Xiongbai took a breath, then started talking again. "I wanted to call, but my hands were shaking too much. My phone fell near my feet and I couldn't bend down to grab it, so I was." Her words were cut short by the intense glare from her older brother, silencing her immediately. Zhou Yi stood beside the car, bent his head to light a cigarette, silently smoking as he relaxed his furrowed brows from their locked position throughout the journey. Wang Yuyang also let out a sigh of relief, noticing the kid's condition was better than they had imagined. The survivors of this accident were truly lucky. "Move aside, please, give us some space." Firefighters approached and asked, "Who are the two of you?" Zhou Yi tossed away his cigarette, answering, "Her brother." "Then stand over there, we'll find a way to get her out." The firefighter sighed. The young man was very strong and extraordinary. Earlier he even consoled us, saying he wasn't in a hurry, urging us to help others first. Zhou Yi glanced at the boy who looked proud, then told the firefighter, "My younger sister is in your hands now." There was no more delay. The firefighters waited for their colleagues cutting tools. With Zhou Yi's assistance, they managed to lift Xiongbai out of the car and place her on the stretcher. As soon as Xiongbai entered the ambulance, she started chatting again. "Holy crap, I was driving just fine when I suddenly got hit. Chain collision, such bad luck. Big brother, uncle, do you know what happened? When the steel bars from the truck flew over, I acted instinctively fast and tilted my neck just in time, letting the bar fly past my hair, otherwise, it would have been off with my head. Anyway, my tilting of the neck was purely unconscious, so close a call. Big brother, can you call Hisu for me? He'll be heartbroken. If he cries, remember to record it. Don't forget to do that. I'm going to laugh at him forever with this video." The cake? Damn, the cake's gone. Forget about Hisu now. Ow, I hurt, I can't take it. Let me sleep for a while. Xiongbai stopped chattering, lying still. Her face and body were covered in blood. If it weren't for the rise and fall of her chest, she wouldn't look like a living person at all. The wall she had been forcing herself to hold up collapsed, revealing the severe weakness behind. Zhou Yi wiped the blood stains from his fingers. Her legs were severely injured, almost unusable. Wang Yuyang glanced at the blood-soaked legs of the youth and sighed deeply. Zhou Yi, with blood still on his hands, firmly grabbed the hand of his nephew. At the hospital, Xiongbai was urgently pushed into the operating room. Zhou Yi used his phone to call Hisu, informing him of the car accident and the hospital's address. On the other end, the sounds of barking dogs and falling chairs overlapped. After finishing the call, Zhou Yi intended to catch his breath, but the hospital announced that the AB blood type supply was critical, and the patient couldn't proceed with surgery without it. Wang Yuyang asked, "Can the operation be postponed?" "No postponement," the doctor replied gravely, "the patient's situation is extremely dangerous. Surgery must be performed as soon as possible. If delayed any longer, amputation might be necessary." Wang Yuyang's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Zhou Yi spoke deeply, "I'm AB type. Use mine. You need to go for a health checkup immediately." The doctor quickly returned to the operating room. Wang Yuyang was O-type, and his blood wasn't safe for transfusion, so he couldn't assist, thus he said to the youth, "You go, uncle will stay here." Zhou Yi frowned, "You go with me." Wang Yuyang understood his concern and didn't argue further. Zhou Yi gave a low order, "There are many people in the hospital now. Stay within my sight. Wherever I am, you must be too. Don't go anywhere I can't see." Wang Yuyang paused to look at him. Zhou Yi met his gaze, both an order and a gentle plea, "Did you hear me?" Wang Yuyang sighed silently, "All right." The blood station took emergency measures, and various social media platforms helped publish notices. Many citizens with the required blood type were rushing to the blood station. Chaos erupted at the hospital. The floating bloody smell, disinfectant odor, heart-rending cries from upstairs and downstairs, and helpless shouts all coalesced into a stormy oppression before the arrival of a heavy downpour. Zhou Yi had his blood pressure checked, forms filled out, tests conducted. After completing the entire process, he followed the nurse to donate blood. Wang Yuyang had never donated blood nor seen anyone else do so. It was the first time, and when he saw the nurse bring out the needle, his eyebrows furrowed. "How is the needle tip so thick?" Zhou Yi reassured him, "It's always like this, a number 16 gauge needle. I donate blood every year abroad, no problem." Wang Yuyang watched as the nurse inserted the needle into his vein, the blood flowing through the plastic tube and dropping into the blood bag placed beside them. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Zhou Yi allowed the man to examine the injury on his head. The nurse handed over a ball, her voice emerging from behind the mask, "Squeeze this, relax a little." Zhou Yi took it in his hand. At that moment, faint footsteps could be heard from the corridor, hurried and accompanied by vague voices. "What's going on? AB blood type isn't usually in such short supply." There was an accident involving a tour bus, everyone on it was AB type, part of a club organized for mountain climbing today. Is there really a club based on blood types? Not only that, but it just happened to coincide, otherwise how would AB type have become so urgently needed? Zhou Yi's pupils shrank sharply, and in an instant, he yanked the needle out of his flesh violently. A spray of blood splashed onto the nurse's white coat. Before she could react, Zhou Yi grabbed her neck, snapped it with a crack, and threw her to the floor unconscious. Wang Yuyang's expression stiffened, but before he could say anything, Zhou Yi dragged him towards the door in large strides. The door was pushed open from outside, two people entered, their faces stern and both wearing black bracelets around their wrists. They were assassins. Zhou Yi suddenly exerted force, kicking one of them hard against the wall. From the black bracelet, a sharp blade slid out and directly slashed towards the other's neck artery. That person couldn't evade in time and used his arm to block, resulting in a chunk of flesh being sliced off. He screamed in agony, stepped back 2 paces, and blood flowed onto his sleeves and the ground. The indoor airflow froze, forming ice. That exchange had happened in an instant. The man by the wall spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up and standing together with his companion who had a blood-soaked arm, both were on high alert. Zhou Yi dragged the man's hand, his expression emotionless as he stared at them, radiating an extremely terrifying killing intent. Wang Yuyang quickly realized something was wrong with the young man, his wrist was about to snap from the increasing force. He was completely preoccupied with the pain and tried to squeeze all his strength into his grip. When Wang Yuyang turned his head, he saw the veins bulging on the youth's neck, his face turning a dark blue color. He took a breath, Xiao Yi, you. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yi wavered and then fell straight to his knees. His eyes were filled with a deep red hue, his gaze becoming hazy, while his throat emitted a low growl akin to an enraged wild beast. The two killers exchanged glances. The stronger the target, the faster the drug takes effect. In less than a minute, the drug in the youth's body had fully taken effect. Both startled and relieved, they now deemed him less of a threat. Wang Yuyang flicked his eyelids slightly, his eyes dimming. The approaching steps of the two killers stopped as they inhaled simultaneously. Their target this time was just an ordinary person, no combat skills, no strength, yet radiated the authority of a superior being. This puzzled and alarmed them. Better to be cautious. Wang Yuyang's wrist ached sharply, the young man had clawed several bloodstains, clearly losing consciousness. His breathing became incredibly labored, as if his entire chest had been severely damaged. Listening to his distress, Wang Yuyang kissed the youth's ear softly, saying gently, Xiao Yi, uncle will be fine, don't be afraid. Zhou Yi lost all senses, unable to hear. The potency of the drug reached its peak in the boiling blood within him. His grip on the man's wrist loosened, his blood-red eyes closed reluctantly, and he collapsed. Chapter 72. Xiongbai woke up at night. His eyelids had just moved, when the hand that was resting by the bed was grabbed and tightly held. He wanted to speak but only managed a weak and indistinct gasp. Without opening his eyes, Xiongbai fainted again. When Xiongbai woke up again, it was already midnight. As his eyelids opened, he saw the wall painted a ghastly white. Instinctively, he turned his head slightly to the left and met a pair of bloodshot eyes. She suppressed the impulse to cuddle him in his arms and extended his free hand, hoarsely asking, how many fingers am I holding up? Xiongbay's lips moved slightly. 5. She pointed at himself. Who am I? Xiongbai paused. Seeing the youth's beautiful big eyes staring without replying for a long while, Hishi's dark eyebrows knitted together, his breathing deepened, as he coaxed with 7 or 8 parts of gentleness, sweetheart, who am I? Xiongbai flicked his eyeball and the word, he, disappeared from the tip of his tongue like the wind, I don't know you. As soon as the words were out, the bed was struck hard, startling Xiongbai into trembling all over. Hishi's eyes were red as if about to bleed. Who am I? Xiongbai dared not look at him, male, boyfriend. Hishi looked like he wanted to strangle him. Ungrateful brat. Xiongbai squeezed out tears, who's the ungrateful one here? I had a terrible car accident, almost stepped into the gates of hell, suffered severe psychological trauma, and now that I've just woken up, instead of hugging me and kissing me, you scold me. Hishi felt both angry and amused, if you hadn't woken up, I would have been resurrected as a zombie. Xiongbai immediately stopped crying and could only glare at him with red eyes. This guy wasn't bluffing, he really would do it, insane devil. Looking at the tear-streaked eyes of the youth, Hishi's heart instantly softened, but hardened again as his gaze swept over the scabbed wounds on his temples, forehead, and chin. Actually, Xiongbai regretted that little inappropriate teasing from before and felt quite guilty. After coughing twice to clear his throat, he affectionately pouted, you won't wipe my tears. Hishi gave him a chilling glance and reached out his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. Xiongbay's damp eyelashes quivered, and just as he was about to act cute again, he suddenly remembered something and anxiously checked his legs which were covered by the blanket. He couldn't tell what condition they were in, but since he neither felt pain nor numbness, his mind went blank, why can't I feel my legs at all? Hishi stayed silent. With a face like death, Xiongbai stared lifelessly at the ceiling. At that time, things were chaotic, I was trapped in the car unable to escape, and my legs were heavily injured. The firefighter brothers couldn't get me out right away, they had to come up with a plan. So I let them save others first because those people weren't stuck like me. Time is precious during rescues, and I thought if they saved one more person. She leaned back a bit against the chair. But still, losing my legs makes me so sad. Xiongbai pursed his lips, his voice small and light, heavy with nasal tones. I haven't even celebrated my 20th birthday yet. She raised an eyelid. His little benefactor, truly grieving, didn't cry or make a fuss. He remained very quiet. It made him ache strangely. Your legs are still there. Xiongbai was stunned. She said, it's just that the anesthesia hasn't worn off. Xiongbai blinked his eyes once, then again, and after a long while realized it, enraged enough to yell loudly, she. You bastard. You couldn't handle such a little scare. She grabbed his fingers, lowering his head for a peck before biting down gently the next second, pressing and rubbing softly. Yesterday morning, you were full of energy when you went out, and in the afternoon, I rushed to the hospital upon receiving the call. What did you show me? Xiongbai countered half-heartedly, it's not like I intended to end up this way. She bit the young man's index finger until it broke, his tongue grazing over the blood oozing from the wound tenderly. Though warm on the lips, his eyes were extremely cold. You were fine staying with me, why insist on running outside? Xiongbai smirked, running outside. No, I was going home, okay. She chuckled lightly, going home, huh? Then how did you end up in trouble? Trouble? Xiongbai didn't understand. What trouble? Suddenly, it was as if someone hit him hard on the brain. Random thoughts flooded in, where's my boss? Where's my uncle? Have they run into any problems? She was playing with his fingers, his overly handsome and angular face showing no emotion fluctuation, completely indifferent. Xiongbai got anxious. Please tell me quickly. I beg you. Su raised his eyebrows in amusement. This is the first time you're begging me while wearing pants. Xiongbai glared angrily. At a time like this, can you be serious? Su glanced up with a nonchalant expression. Xiongbai needed to ask for help and couldn't act tough. He softened, pouting as he said, I really worry about them. Yesterday, I followed the location of your phone to find the blood donation room. Your boss was on the floor unconscious, and as for your uncle, 2 men took him away. Su recounted matter-of-factly, when I got there, they were just going down the hallway stairs. Xiongbai seethed at Su's casual attitude. Did you catch up to them? Su replied, leave you alone at the hospital. Xiongbai snapped his eyes wide open. I won't be here in the hospital forever. Or what? Su's lips curled with a hint of cold smile. Had I come late, you would have lost both your legs already. Xiongbai knew it was a trap but still didn't understand its implication right now. Su added lightly, besides, could I have fought off whoever I chased? Xiongbai was speechless. Then did you call the police? Su gave a deep and meaningful counter-question. Can you report it? Xiongbai was once again silenced. There were so many secrets surrounding his uncle, involving many things, it wasn't up to him to decide whether to involve the police. Xiongbai didn't know how much Su had figured out, and after all these unexpected events happened, too many troublesome thoughts filled his mind. There was simply no room for other considerations. How's my boss doing? He's been unconscious, Su answered briefly. Xiongbai hastily questioned, is he also in this hospital? Not, Su shook his head. I've sent him to a friend of mine who's a genius in medicine. He can handle the situation. Before Xiongbai could inquire further, Su cut him off. I'm not a doctor, we'll have to wait for my friend's feedback for specific conditions. Su continued indifferently, the only thing I can tell you is that my friend is reliable. Silent for a few seconds, Xiongbai murmured, thanks. Su idly caressed the bite marks on his hands. After a brief silence, Xiongbai said, Su, tell me about this chain trap. Su ignored him. Xiongbai scratched his palm, come on, tell me, when the anesthesia wears off, I probably won't want to talk anymore. Su wore an ambiguous smile, since it's already happened, what's there left to ask? There is. Xiongbai looked seriously at him, if I don't figure this out, it will be a knot in my heart, making even breathing hard. Su responded with a mere, oh. Xiongbai was left speechless again, damn you. Su stood up and bent down to brush some strands of hair from the youth's forehead. In the future, if you always follow my advice, I will answer all your questions, okay? Xiongbai retorted, not happening. Su nodded, seemingly understanding, straightened up, and took a step toward the door, only 3 steps before a slightly irritated voice came from behind, come back, I'll listen, I'll do whatever you say. A triumphant grin surfaced in his eyes as Su turned around and went back. From Su's explanation, Xiongbai learned how exactly the chain trap worked. Anger surged into his temples until his molars nearly shattered. That AB club was just established last week, all prepared ahead of time to be used when necessary, their purpose being nothing but to create an urgent shortage of AB-type blood supplies at the blood bank. Once it was time for his boss to draw blood for him, they would make their move. Dozens of lives involved in the club were merely played with. And then the other drivers, passengers, families caught up in the chain accidents, how many households had been ruined? It was pure madness. Xiongbay's face was filled with grief and rage, yet his blood type matched his boss, leading to yesterday's utterly ruthless disaster, all because someone else manipulated the situation, taking advantage of him. Hisu reassured him, those lives aren't your responsibility. You are also a victim. But Shionbai thought, yet, I can't completely disengage either, I can't stay out of this whole ordeal. Hisu licked the dry cracked lips of the youth, don't talk anymore. Just lie down. There will be enough for you soon. Shionbai opened his mouth, letting Hisu take what he wanted, his breathing turning erratic, where's the milk? Hisu sucked on his tongue and lips, it's with my mom. Shionbai widened his eyes in surprise, you have a mom. Hisu was annoyed, did I spring from the rocks? Shionbai's tone became soft and sticky, I've never heard you mention her. Hisu continued kissing him while his fingers gently massaged the boy's little earlobes. In such an emergency, they had no choice but to seek Ms. Yan's assistance for surgical resources, all provided by her under the condition of agreeing to a blind date. This little one shouldn't find out, or else trouble will surely arise. Hisu paused, though, what if it doesn't cause trouble? That fucking hurts. Shionbai was a mercenary, but he worked in technical support, behind the scenes. He was the youngest and had always been looked after by his thick-skinned, battle-hardened comrades, not to mention protected like a pet project by the boss, so he hadn't endured much hardship. This car accident had severely injured him. Besides some superficial wounds, both of his thighs were shattered fractures, with incisions over 30 centimeters long. Once the anesthesia wore off, it felt as though someone was slicing at the flesh on his legs continuously without stopping. Even after receiving painkillers, he tossed and turned in agony, never once drying his tears. All Shionbai could say through his agony was, chop my legs off, I don't want them. It wasn't until the fourth day that the excruciating pain started to ease slightly. As Shionbai began to recover somewhat, he became aware of Hisu, which shocked him when he saw him. In his memory, this guy was always suave, very charming, otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to sleep with him at first sight back at the bar. But now, his eyes were swollen, his stubble thick, his hair messy, and his clothes rumpled, he looked very unkempt, extremely exhausted, and years older than before. Have you gone days without changing your clothes? Hisu took an apple and began peeling it over the trash can, choosing not to answer. Shionbai furrowed his brows in disdain, you're dirty. The next moment, however, he babbled, I believe you really do like me. Hisu's motion of peeling the apple paused briefly, original. Shionbai, looking at the heavy dark circles under his eyes, restrained himself from snapping back, once my legs get better, I'll date you properly. At this statement, Hisu's hands trembled slightly, causing the perfectly peeled apple skin to snap. Shionbai continued unperturbed, I know you must think I'm heartless, but I'm not, truly not. I'm an orphan, I've experienced a lot in life, seen much, and my worldview is rather simple, whoever treats me well, I'll treat well in return. During my hospital stay, every time I woke up, you were there by my side, and that feeling, how should I put it? He glanced out the window, it's reassuring, as if no matter what happens afterward, there's still someone who will be around for me, sigh, I can't describe it clearly, but just listen carefully. This rare honest display of shyness could be considered a confession, yet he received no response for quite some time. Stealing a glance at the man by the table, their gazes accidentally met, and Shionbai detected something that made his scalp tingle, raw desire, along with arousal. You're shameless. Hisu stared at the youth's beet-red face, eye-fucking him while leaning his upper body backward, spreading his long legs encased in slacks provocatively. His posture was arrogant, unrestrained, and sensual all at once. And then Shionbai also became aroused. Fuck. Turning away quickly, breathing heavily, Shionbai mumbled, why haven't you gone to the bathroom yet? Continuing to peel the apple, Hisu said nonchalantly, it went down. Unbelieving, Shionbai tried to turn back to confirm, are you serious? How did you even manage that? That's unscientific. Normally, it takes you forever with me to even get started. Hisu remained calm, I told it that everything it owes now, soon your little treasure will make up for double. Shionbai. His tone was steady, bordering on ascetic, but what he said? Exasperating. Feeling restless, Shionbai zoned out for a bit. Hisu, I need to pee. Hisu replied, let me finish peeling the apple first. Groaning softly, Shionbai whined, I can't hold it anymore. Setting down the apple and knife, Hisu retrieved the bedpan from beneath the bed and proceeded smoothly, deftly lifting and adjusting with his long fingers supporting gently underneath. Relieved, Shionbai blurted out, when I broke my leg before, the caregivers treated me just like this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted them and rushed to clarify, I didn't mean to compare you with caregivers. Caregivers do it as a job, but you do it out of affection. There's chemistry between us, unlike between caregivers and patients. My heartbeat just raced so fast, boom boom boom. If you don't believe me, you can feel it right now. After Hisu helped him settle, Shionbai asked curiously, how much savings do you have? Taken aback, Shionbai responded, more than 10 million yuan, probably. Not enough? Hisu asked lightly. Confused, Shionbai replied, it's enough. I don't invest in anything extravagant. With a deep, magnetic voice and tender gaze, Hisu said softly, then stop doing dangerous things in the future. Charmed, Shionbai simply nodded, all right. No, he had a sudden start. I look for things to do not because of the lack of money, but to live a bit more meaningfully. There aren't many things I really know, you are like that too, right? In this line of work, we're nothing without our computers. Hisu gave him an exasperated look, only you. Xiongbai felt as if he spat blood. Hisu's phone rang, and after answering it, his gaze swept toward the teenager lying in bed. Instantly, Xiongbai received the signal, is it my boss waking up? After listening to a few words from the other side, Hisu hung up and nodded at the boy. Xiongbay's excitement reached its peak almost instantly, yet just before he was about to release it, he caught sight of Hisu's peculiar expression. His emotions plummeted immediately. Something's not right, why are you looking like this? Hisu said, my friend mentioned that he shouldn't have woken up so fast. Too fast. Where's the speed? Xiongbai, irritated, scratched his hair. 4 days have already passed. Washing his hands and coming back, Hisu picked up the half-peeled apple. Based on his condition, whether or not he wakes up is problematic. Xiongbai was shocked. His face went deathly pale and his voice trembled. You lied to me and said he was just unconscious, you didn't say anything else. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Unchanging in his demeanor, Hisu retorted, now you're unable to take care of yourself. Even if I told you, what could you do? I may be useless. Xiongbai reddened his eyes, you should still tell me, Xiao Su brother. Is dating about sincerity or not? Sincerity. Hisu chuckled, what I've given you far outweighs what you've given me, little white brother. How dare you use those 2 words to accuse me? Xiongbai couldn't utter a word due to anger. Hisu peeled off the last piece of skin and handed the apple over, eat. Xiongbai hung his head, no. With a darkened expression, Hisu questioned, then do you still want to hear about your boss's follow-up information? Xiongbai glared at him, biting into the apple in his hand quickly and finishing it, indicating he could talk now. Hisu ignored him. Xiongbai took another bite, glanced at Hisu, but still there was no response. Grumbling angrily, he continued eating. It wasn't until Xiongbai had eaten up the whole apple that Hisu spoke, the fact that he woke up, belief and perseverance and such, all these were built upon a good physical foundation. The body functions of mercenaries differ from normal people, having gone through inhuman training. And he probably underwent some modifications too. Xiongbay's mind spun with several thoughts in an instant. Hisu touched the young man's emaciated face, baby, I just investigated your experience abroad, nothing more. Moreover, even if I wanted to investigate further, I wouldn't necessarily be able to find everything out. You need to have confidence in your own technical skills. Xiongbai grabbed one of his little fingers, occasionally pinching it lightly. Other aspects didn't matter much to him, only his uncle's situation did. The fewer people who knew, the better. Even he had pretended not to fully understand things, to preserve the pleasant atmosphere between himself and his boss uncle. Hisu forcefully pinched the youth's face, still thinking about what? Do you trust me so little? Fool. Xiongbai winced from the pain as he pried his fingers apart, you're the fool. I am indeed stupid. Hisu smirked, pulling away his hand and stepping away from the bedside. Xiongbai massaged his reddened cheek, so, about the follow-up regarding my boss. Hisu opened and closed the door, leaving a cold figure behind. Xiongbai speechlessly thought, the guy was only 23, but why did it feel like he'd already entered menopause? What exactly did he say wrong? Suddenly giving him a sour look, acting as if he'd been wronged somehow. Muttering under his breath in the spacious hospital room, Xiongbai sighed longingly, what modification? It sounds so serious, but it's really just about injecting drugs and taking medication to ensure smoother mission execution. All sorts of substances that suppress human nature. After all, humans are impulsive creatures. During missions, unnecessary emotions should not exist. Mercenaries operate as a team, coordinating with each other. One mistake from someone can affect the entire squad. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiongbai let out a long sigh. Lying here in the same position every day was tormenting, but he couldn't help it. When the guy comes back later, he'll ask if he can bring his laptop to the hospital. Uncle doesn't know where he is, how he is, whether he has food or water, whether he suffered. As for the mastermind behind the chain setup, he had ideas, but there was no one appropriate to discuss it with. Xiongbai was extremely weak and fell asleep soon enough. He was awakened by a nightmare, staring wide-eyed at the person who'd returned to the ward at some point. He licked his dry lips. I dreamed about you. Hisu glanced at his phone, saying, in the dream, I first raped you and then killed you. Xiongbai pouted, no, in my dream, you said I could get pregnant and asked me to give you a baby. You tied me to the bed, working on me early and late, while touching my stomach the whole time. As he recounted this, goosebumps appeared on his arms and legs. Unable to stand it, he shivered slightly, it was too. Hisu muttered 3 words, interesting. Xiongbai stared at him, speechless. Hisu put down his phone, what you dream about is based on what you think about during the day. So, you want to have my baby? Xiongbay's face turned red with embarrassment, am I crazy? Hisu's gaze held a teasing glint. Frustrated, Xiongbai gritted his teeth, let's not talk about that dream. Let's talk about before. I know if it weren't for you this time, both my thighs below the root would have been cut off, and our boss leader might have encountered who knows what after being unconscious. I'll never forget your great kindness, and I will definitely repay it someday, like how an animal repays its benefactor. I don't like hearing such exaggerated expressions of gratitude. Hisu tapped some non-existent dust off his leg. If you're grateful, show me some real actions instead of just talking. Xiongbai couldn't stop the twitching of his lips, those words had even moved himself. But this guy didn't seem to appreciate them at all. Didn't I say I want to seriously date you? Whenever I take things seriously, you don't. The feelings built on fire are easily destroyed by one rain. Hisu narrowed his eyes. So, you're afraid that I'll lose interest in you quickly and leave you? Who's afraid? Xiongba's mouth was sealed shut by a bite, causing him to tremble from the pain. Footsteps approached from the corridor outside the door. He anxiously pushed Hisu away. A nurse was coming. Hisu pulled his hand out from under the boy's hospital gown, tidied up his blanket, and acted like a good older brother. The entering nurse saw this scene and assumed the same thing. Young man, your brother is really nice to you. Hey, why are your lips broken? Xiongbai wiped his mouth. I bit myself. The nurse walked to the bedside. You really bit hard. Before she bent over, Hisu stretched his hand out, smoothing the teenager's bangs, covering her behavior. Nothing serious, kids just love snacks. The nurse sensed his intent. These last few days she'd already seen similar situations many times and no longer found them strange. These two brothers looked so handsome, like celebrities. The younger one survived the chain accident a few days ago, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The elder brother showed strong possession over the younger, refused nursing staff, and personally handled everything. On the first day, he was clumsy and impatient with all kinds of issues, but by the second day, he was doing well. Xiongbai used every possible means, but Hisu still wouldn't agree to bring his home laptop over, only giving him a phone. He searched online for information about his injuries and learned that his legs would take half a year to gradually recover. As negative emotions flooded him, Xiongbai consoled himself. At least his legs were saved, and his life was spared. What else was there to complain about? He was already very lucky. From when Xiongbai knew that the leader had awakened until he appeared in the ward, less than a day passed. Xiongbai wasn't surprised at all. When the uncle disappeared, the leader definitely tried hard to wake up and recover as soon as possible. What shocked Xiongbai was that each time something happened to the uncle, the leader always reacted like a reckless youth, losing control completely, but this time, when the situation was most severe, he showed no panic or dishevelment at all, remaining calm as usual. This state made Xiongbai feel uneasy, thinking it resembled the eerie calm before a tsunami. For some reason, Xiongbai suddenly thought of a fixed storyline. There must be a ferocious beast guarding any treasure. The beast stays with the treasure, never leaving. Once the treasure is taken, nothing matters anymore. Uncle and the leader fit that pattern. With Zhou Yi's arrival, the warmth and harmony in the room were torn apart, disappearing completely. Xiongbai didn't know if lying around had caused depression, but looking at the leader made him want to cry, unable to console him. Hisu handed calcium pills to him and left after making sure he swallowed them. Still dazed, Xiongbai watched the closed door dumbly. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang in his ears. Xiao Bai, sorry, it's my fault that you got involved. Why do you say that? Tears immediately flowed down Xiongba's cheeks as he wiped his eyes. Leader, what kind of relationship do we have? We're ready to die together. Your words make me uncomfortable. Zhou Yi said, fortunately, your legs are saved. Xiongbai sobbed for a moment and sniffed. What are you holding in your hand? Zhou Yi placed the bag on the cabinet. An apple pie I bought for you. Xiongba's eyes watered again. Zhou Yi sat down on the chair, flipping a silver metal lighter between his fingers with distinct joints. Xiongbai noticed that the leader was wearing the clothes bought by uncle, not the ones he wore on the day of the car accident. Leader, have you been home? Zhou Yi replied with a simple, Xiongbai also realized that beneath the baseball cap, there was a white circle where the head wound hadn't yet had its stitches removed, and it was unclear how the other wounds were healing. Had it not been for the recent trip to my mountain searching for researchers when the lab exploded, and the leader protecting the uncle at the cost of getting injured all over, given his skill set, even if he didn't perform extraordinarily, just at normal levels, even if tricked, he could have taken out those two assassins before the drug effect set in. If more time had passed between these incidents, by the time the leader's injuries healed, things wouldn't be as they are today. Xiongbai pursed his lips. It was clear that the person behind it all simply couldn't, or wouldn't, wait. Leader, do you think who orchestrated the series of traps? Zhou Yi flicked open the lighter cover with his thumb. With a crisp ding, 3 words slipped in, Lin Xiaonan. Xiongbai touched his nose tip, which matched what he suspected. Once uncle's real identity was determined, among those related to this experiment, only 3 forces had the capability to plot such an event. The Human Experimentation Organization, Lin Xiaonan, and Sun Qingzhou. The Shen family was impossible. It'd be foolish to kill a top-tier helmsman. Among those 3 forces, the organization acted rudely and directly. Their style clearly didn't match this incident. Sun Qingzhou's entire electronic protection system was once maintained by Hisu, who even taught him all the program coding to win him over. Xiongbai closely monitored Sun Qingzhou before anything happened, so there was no chance for him to pull off any tricks. By elimination, it could only be Lin Xiaonan. Xiongbai didn't dare promise the leader he could gather definitive evidence. He lacked the confidence. If it were Sun Qingzhou or someone else, their plans would probably have some loopholes. But with Lin Xiaonan, since he had meticulously plotted for such a long time, finding those loopholes seemed extremely unlikely. They'd only managed to trace Lin Xiaonan's appearance in L City a few months ago, and it wasn't clear whether he was still there now. Even if he was, L City was vast and scattered. If someone prepared beforehand to hide, how could one possibly find them? In Xiongbay's mind, Lin Xiaonan's image from several months ago at the funeral popped up, Lin Xiaonan sobbing heart-wrenchingly while holding the portrait, like a child grieving for his lost father, helpless and pitiable. A touch of melancholy stirred within Xiongbai. Lin Xiaonan was likely the most rational madman in the world. Born into wealth as an heir of a powerful family, graduating from a prestigious university, handsome, elegant, composed, polite and respectful, Lin Xiaonan epitomized a gifted youth, without flaws. Such an excellent hand of cards, but how did it end up this way? Xiongbai rubbed his aching eyes. Leader, what are your plans? Zhou Yi half closed his eyes. His fingers moved, a flame sprang out of the lighter, then he closed it with a snap, and again flicked it open, ding, repeating the motion ceaselessly. The intense oppressive atmosphere around made Xiongbai almost unable to breathe. Carefully, he changed the topic. Did uncle say anything? Zhou Yi continued to repeat the action silently. Xiongbay's heart raced anxiously. The more panic there was, the more one must stay calm. Only with clarity can one sort out thoughts and discover a glimmer of hope. It's something everyone knows theoretically but practically none can achieve. Machines can do it, not humans filled with emotions and desires. As Zhou Yi finally closed the lighter lid tightly, got up and said, "Little Bai, focus on recovering." Xiongbai was stunned. Was he leaving after just a few minutes? He hesitated. Leader, we've gathered much during our investigation recently. There has been significant progress on the human experimentation front. However, Lin Xiaonan hit his tracks too well. We need another method. Zhou Yi showed no expression. I have a plan. Xiongbai shouted again. 2 months later, I will be able to walk with crutches. This won't affect New Year's. Let's celebrate together, as promised with uncle. By then, I'll also write spring festival couplets. All right. Zhou Yi paused at the door. Take care recuperating. I'll bring him back and we'll celebrate New Year together. On the left side of the ward, Hisu leaned against the wall playing a game on his phone. As Zhou Yi passed by, he lightly said, thanks. I own nothing, I gained what I wanted. Hisu played the game without raising his eyelids. Friend, introduce me to some people. Zhou Yi said, the bodyguards you hired aren't bad. But I'm still not reassured. Hisu tapped matching fruits, introduce me to 2 people similar to you. Zhou Yi replied, there's none. Hisu. The game ended, with half of the fruits still remaining. Hisu calmly restarted it, then introduce me to some of the top people you know. Once Little Bai's condition improves, I'll take him abroad for recovery. Zhou Yi massaged his aching temples. It's up to Little Bai. Hisu lost the game again. I'll make him follow me willingly. Zhou Yi said that would be best. Before the situation is resolved, it would be safer for Xiao Bai to go abroad than to stay in the country. That night, the 2 old butlers from the Shen and Lin families were both dumped in the woods. The outskirts were desolate. Shen Zhong woke up first. He saw Lin Cheng lying unconscious nearby and was trying to think of a way to deal with the situation when he heard rustling not far away. Bathed in weak moonlight, Shen Zhong looked towards the sound and saw someone digging a hole with a shovel. With feet on the spade, scooping soil and flinging it aside, each motion was neither fast nor slow as if it was an elegant person nurturing flowers or grass. In his 50s or 60s, Shen Zhong had spent most of his life at the Shen residence. He'd seen storms come and go countless times, but at this very place and moment, his scalp still tingled upon witnessing this scene. The figure's back was facing them, tall with a strong physique, exuding an extremely stern impression. Shen Zhong stared for a while, then one name suddenly popped into his head. He called out. Zhou Yi. There was no response, only the rustle of shoveling continued. The hole got deeper and deeper until it could bury a person. The shovel was thrown onto the ground, its thud reverberating eerily through the forest. Lin Cheng remained unconscious. Shen Zhong shifted closer to the tree. Just as he was about to take another action, the man turned around. Seeing the face clearly, Shen Zhong instantly held his breath. It's one thing to speculate, but quite another to see it with your own eyes. Without saying a word, Zhou Yi walked under the tree, dragged Shen Zhong all the way to the edge of the pit, threw him inside, and squatted down to lock eyes with him. Chapter 73. The forest was eerily silent, as if there were no living things. The pit had been dug to a depth where Shen Zhong would only have his head above the ground when standing inside. Lin Cheng was still unconscious, and Shen Zhong now understood that the other party wouldn't wake up until the problem was resolved. The young man squatting by the edge of the pit intended to deal with them one by one. Although an aura of impending collapse radiated from the depths of his soul, he displayed remarkable patience. When such extremes coexist in a single person, madness is almost inevitable. Paddock. A metallic sound rang sharply beside Shinjong's ear. He looked up, meeting the young man's eyes illuminated by flickering crimson flames, like a ghostly apparition. A chill ran down Shinjong's spine. Time ticked away silently, but Shinjong did not offer any explanation for how he knew the name of someone he'd never encountered before. Zhou Yi stood quietly, without asking any questions. After about a minute, or perhaps less than a minute, Zhou Yi stood up with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He kicked his foot out, hooked the shovel lying on the ground, and used it to shovel soil into the pit. Then he shoveled another scoop. Zhou Yi filled the pit at the same steady pace as when he had dug it, neither fast nor slow. Throughout, he remained silent, a silence that chilled Shinjong to his very core. Dirt covered Shinjong's face and body. Soon, his legs began to feel as if they were tightly bound by adhesive tape. As more dirt continued to be thrown into the pit, this feeling grew stronger. The discomfort brought by impaired blood circulation started spreading upwards toward his torso. Shinjong's old face trembled. This youth was using actions to make him understand. A late-night stunt like this suggested that the other party already knew something and wanted detailed, full information. But he wouldn't ask directly and didn't want idle talk. He expected Shinjong to confess voluntarily, and if he refused to cooperate, then he would be buried alive. And he wouldn't give much time to consider. In no time, the dirt completely covered Shinjong's lower half, followed by his hands tied behind his back, waist, and abdomen. Breathing deeply became laborious, he couldn't draw breath. As the dirt rose past his chest, Shinjong could barely breathe, and his face convulsed with pain. Second young master. The sandy sound of the filling stopped suddenly. Zhou Yi plunged the shovel into the ground, took a puff of the cigarette hanging at his lips, and gazed condescendingly downward. He asked me how many times over these 5 years. Everything I've learned has been through sending people to investigate you. Shinjong began coughing, blood-tainted saliva rising in his throat. So, I know about you. This explained why Shinjong had recognized him a few minutes earlier. Afterwards, Shinjong merely coughed and panted, revealing no further information. Zhou Yi resumed filling the hole. The dirt climbed bit by bit up Shinjong's shoulders and neck. His face began turning purple. Your return to the country was planned secretly by me without telling second young master. At that moment, the surrounding air currents shifted slightly but violently. Zhou Yi set down the shovel, his eyes shadowed and unreadable. That email was created by someone I hired. Shinjong struggled to breathe, veins protruded from the exposed portion of his neck, contrasting starkly with wrinkled skin evoking images of advanced age and desolation. I used your origins to guide you to come back to investigate. Shinjong wheezed with great difficulty. Your mother lives in the countryside of Sea City. Except for her gambling habit, she is fine. Smoke swirled from Zhou Yi's mouth and nose, dispersing near the pit's edge. A puff of ash fell into the pit, but there was no emotional fluctuation on his face. Shinjong's bloodshot eyes were full of wrinkles. Around July, one day second young master returned from a dinner party and mentioned you. I seized the opportunity to suggest he look into your whereabouts, thus casually conveying the news of your return and address to him. Zhou Yi squatted down. I knew that second young master would run into trouble, but I didn't know what exactly he would encounter or when it would happen. In the first half of this year, I started feeling uneasy and impulsively devised a plan to get you back. Shinjong paused in his breathing, and in the next moment, his breathing turned erratic. What I originally thought was, should anything happen to second young master that prevents him from using Shin family resources or worse yet, leaves him without anyone around to use, then he needs a capable individual outside any faction, and surely, he would choose you. But I didn't anticipate that he met his misfortune in August, so quickly, and terror, regret, guilt, all flitted across his elderly face. Ultimately, deep sorrow lingered. You value emotions deeply. Second young master is your benefactor, so it's only a matter of time before you dig into his death and find my connection. Shinjong spoke somewhat incoherently, suddenly bathed in a sudden bright light which made him hastily close his eyes. Young man, I've said everything I needed to say. The light stayed, unmoving. As if trying to pierce through his sagging facial skin to explore his old bones. Language is fascinating. Sometimes, the silent language can be more intimidating than the spoken, striking out the little demons hidden in one's heart. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Shinjong's forehead, mixing the dirt on his face into muddy water. He looked like a trapped animal nearing death, opening and closing his bruised lips as he confessed about stealing blood last year. February once, August once, twice in total, with 6 months in between. It seemed Shinjong was merely following someone's request, compelled by some reason to agree. As for what the blood was used for, he didn't know, perhaps had suspicions but lacked clarity. He wasn't aware about human experimentation or the master's secret of regeneration. That person held an extremely special place in Shinjong's life. This figure made him betray his loyalty, turning him from a devoted old servant into a traitor, a sinner, and even now, at this critical juncture of life and death, he had no intention of exposing that person. Zhou Yi turned off the flashlight, kicked some soil near his feet into the pit, and started filling it with the shovel. Blood gushed out of Shinjong's mouth, soaking his chin and collar. It's me, cough. I'm sorry, second young master. After finishing his words, he closed his bulging eyes, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. This was his choice, he abandoned any attempt at self-rescue. Zhou Yi flicked away the cigarette butt, grabbed Shinzhong from the pit, and threw him onto the ground where he convulsed and fainted. The forest fell silent again. The wind picked up, rustling through the branches and leaves, creating a chilling sound. Zhou Yi stood there, his chest rising and falling more dramatically each second. His expression was frenzied as he let out a low growl, bending over and squatting to the ground. He clutched his head, burying his face between his knees, rubbing his neck forcefully, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Anger, fear, worry, anxiety, helplessness, collapse. These negative emotions broke through his restraint, voraciously devouring his willpower. Zhou Yi abruptly stood up, kicked Lin Cheng, the old butler of the Lin family, awake, and tossed him into the pit. Lin Cheng saw Shinzhong lying motionless on the ground, covered in dirt, and combined with the scent of blood around him and the formidable killing aura emanating from the young stranger, snapped out of his confusion. Crouching inside the pit, he trembled incessantly. Suddenly, a vibration interrupted Zhou Yi's thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, he walked to a distance before answering, speaking roughly and hoarsely, "Speak." Xiong Bai, hearing this, felt like their boss's voice was being abraded by sandpaper, raw and bleeding, making him shiver involuntarily. "The police just came to the hospital, that criminal investigation captain, Mei Yu, she wants to see you." Zhou Yi's bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly. Xiong Bai continued relaying, "She said she is going to Lotus neighborhood now, wanting to chat with you, and insists it's a personal matter, not official business." The breathing sounds over the phone were heavy, without other words. Xiong Bai asked cautiously, "Leader, are you alright?" Realizing only after speaking that he'd said something trivial, of course, he wasn't alright. Xiong Bai tried to sound optimistic and encouraging, "I'm hanging up, leader. Take care, don't push yourself too hard. Uncle is really good at adapting to situations. He has the demeanor of a great general who remains calm even when faced with imminent disaster. We must believe in him and not panic. By the way, I've already arranged with Hisu to bring the computer to the hospital tomorrow. I'll do my best and also appropriately delegate tasks to him." After finishing, he hung up. Zhou Yi returned to the edge of the pit, resuming unfinished matters. The winter night was chilly. Mei Yu sat on a bench opposite Building 27 of Lotus neighborhood, smoking while gazing at the night sky. The stars were everywhere, extraordinarily beautiful. She couldn't remember the last time she had appreciated the moonlight. The more she lived, the more confused and rushed she became. Sighing, Mei Yu thought about her line of work. It was always busy, especially this year's second half. She felt her stress tolerance was far worse than before. Should she consider cultivating a successor next year? Not yet 40, how could her fighting spirit wane so quickly, making her think of stepping back? Unaware of how much time passed, a series of footsteps approached from the left side and stopped beside the bench. Mei Yu finished the last 2 puffs of tonight's 6th cigarette, turning her head and tilting it upward to look at the young man. Without showing any hint of surprise, she expected him to keep the appointment. Zhou Yi sat down at the other end of the bench. Under the lamplight, Mei Yu openly observed him, unsure exactly how he managed it, but he indeed still clung to the last shred of his rationality. "To be honest, I've wanted to talk with you for quite a long time." Mei Yu reached for her 7th cigarette but finally remembered Li Li's advice for her to smoke less. A touch of gentleness passed through her strong features as she tapped the cigarette on the pack and put it back. "I also wanted to talk with him, it should happen soon." Unfortunately, things change too often and unpredictably. It seemed Mei Yu didn't expect a response. She created an atmosphere akin to casual chat between friends. "Ever since I entered this line of work, I've been dealing with abrupt, accidental life and death scenarios, much like doctors, yet quite different. In the blink of an eye, it's been over a decade, and all this time, I've been increasingly coming to grips with one fact: humans are rather insignificant. Yet at the same time, human potential is incredibly powerful. The things uncovered this half year have fully illustrated that point. When someone excels in a certain field, reaching a level of mastery, they're called a genius. Research personnel are scarce for the nation, and the state has always respected and valued this group. Every kind of equipment they need, from the smallest to the most sophisticated, will be provided. But when someone uses their knowledge with evil intent, it's a loss for the country and a calamity for ordinary citizens. I looked up books and asked some authoritative professors in the academic community. They all believed medical advancement can't proceed without human experimentation. It's something inevitable in its development history. However, they also unanimously agreed that experiments must follow proper protocols. A participant's rights must be protected, it must be legal and ethical. When you don't understand another person's profession entirely, it feels insurmountable. I'm not familiar with experiments, nor did I imagine such matters would ever touch someone I know. Since it's happened already, the only thing left is to think about what comes next." Mei Yu spoke at length. Toward the end, she had a fleeting sense that she was venting to her younger brother. "During the investigation into He Changjin's death, I started suspecting the moment I first saw him in the police station. His unfamiliar face brought a strange sense of recognition, an odd, hard-to-describe feeling." Zhou Yi's hands were tucked in the pockets of his black coat as he tilted his head back, gazing at the 6th floor. The image that came to mind was of that man appearing in the worker dormitory back then. After researching Wu Jian, I was basically certain of my own suspicion. Meiyu pressed on her brow bridge. I should have sought him out earlier. Maybe if we'd had a decent conversation, the situation might have turned out differently. A hint of a wry smile crossed Zhou Yi's lips, a dry and arduous twitch. He had known long ago. After several months of analysis, investigation, and searching, everything still felt futile, as though this was the predestined path fate had drawn for them. And now here they were, unable to resist walking down this exact route. Wherever this path would lead to next, Zhou Yi couldn't see. All he desperately wanted was to seize that person firmly in his grasp. The reason Zhou Yi hadn't lost his mind completely was due to the words spoken by that person at the end, the words whispered right beside his ear, which left a deep impression on his heart. Whenever there was even the faintest sign of losing control or despair, those words pulled him back. That night, it was you, wasn't it? Meiyu said, you silently delivered that vial of medicine to my room. You're the first person who dared do that, and got away unscathed. Zhou Yi remained fixated on the 6th floor, his thoughts drifting far. Mercenary, Meiyu scratched her neatly cropped short hair casually, her tone very nonchalant. I know just a bit about the ones in the country but practically nothing about the foreign mercenaries. She followed the young man's gaze to where the balcony lay dark. The original tenant had passed away, the current one was missing, there could be no light illuminating that space. Regardless, whether based on my initial suspicions or what I've confirmed now, all these findings only represent information I personally hold. The police are currently putting full effort into tackling the experimental base, she added briefly and succinctly, and will address the aftermath once the dust settles. I'll figure out a compromise, and I believe the situation won't worsen further. Her direct statement carried a certain weight coming from a criminal captain. Zhou Yi slightly eased his furrowed brows. After a well-timed silence, Meiyu spoke again. We clarified last week's multiple car pile-up incident, it was staged. Regrettably, the planner behind the club remains missing. The authorities are secretly issuing a nationwide warrant, but chances are high that if found, it'll just be their corpse. The club's trail has been cut off. We did manage to extract some footage from the hospital surveillance. She glanced subtly at the black band around the youth's wrist, but the two killers were both wearing masks and hats, so tracking them. Suddenly, Zhou Yi interrupted, speaking in an emotionless tone, Lin Xiaonan. Meiyu lowered and then recrossed her legs, uncrossing them again after hearing that name, the only reaction she showed. Is there more? Zhou Yi withdrew his right hand from his pocket, lowering his head to caress the mobile phone in his fingers. Meiyu raised her hand to cover her face, scrubbing vigorously before letting it fall. Her appearance appeared less weary, and her expression more solemn. I hope you can trust me. Zhou Yi swiped his thumb across the screen, pulling up a photo, Su Mo, a researcher involved in the experiment, possibly even the founder of the study. She was originally Wang Yuyang's colleague, friend, or perhaps, a pause implied something closer. Meiyu took a snap of the photo and walked a short distance away to make several calls before returning. Regarding the individual you mentioned, I've already tasked colleagues to check into it. With such a large workload, whether we get results tonight is really up to luck. When Meiyu mentioned another person, her tone noticeably changed. The Lin family hasn't made any unusual moves. As the next inheritor, the prime minister position in the Lin Corporation is merely nominal for him, he doesn't involve himself in its operations. All industries under his name are running as usual. I've already checked on him before, his last known whereabouts were in L City, and after that, it was as if he vanished from the face of the earth. L City could very well be a decoy. Zhou Yi stood up from the bench. Meiyu spoke to his back. In solving cases, when there are no direct clues available, I rely on experience, intuition, and speculation to decide the direction of investigation. My accuracy rate exceeds 70%. Zhou Yi paused in his steps for half a moment. My intuition tells me to investigate Su Mo, Meiyu said. Starting with Su Mo will help us find the key to locating Lin Xiaonan's hiding place faster than investigating him directly. Without uttering a word, Zhou Yi turned around, his gaze cold and sharp like a blade, as if capable of peeling flesh off bone. Meiyu furrowed her brows. This young man over a decade younger than herself gave her a sense of pressure, yet she calmly faced his scrutiny and evaluation. I need your assistance, we need to cooperate. In another city, in the basement. Wang Yuyang lay on the bed, neither his hands nor feet were bound, but he couldn't escape, not even leave the room. Because there was no light. Wang Yuyang could only feel that somewhere on one of the walls there was a candle flame, he had no way of feeling his way toward it. His severe nyctalopia left him immobilized, and he was too lazy to attempt anything meaningless, lest he end up suffering unnecessarily. On that day in the hospital underground garage, after getting into a car, Wang Yuyang was immediately administered anesthesia. Later, his consciousness felt like being on a boat, bobbing up and down. Wang Yuyang was in a semi-conscious state, unsure of where he was or how long he'd been there. He only knew that someone kept talking to him in his ear, repeating over and over again. That person's tone was deliberate, intentionally slowed and softened. The voice belonged to a hypnotist trying to hypnotize him and alter his memory, but without success. Even though his mind was foggy, Wang Yuyang could never be hypnotized. Just 5 minutes ago, Wang Yuyang fully regained consciousness. In his sightless world, all was pitch black. He couldn't make sense of his situation in a short time. He was probably imprisoned. Wang Yuyang sighed inwardly, wondering how his son was doing now, if he was crying. He guessed the boy must have been scared, so once everything settled down, he'd have to comfort him properly. This game was almost over, everything would eventually come to light, whether wanted or not. As Wang Yuyang was lost in thought, the door opened from the outside, and the familiar presence returned. Carrying the smell of curry. This time, Wang Yuyang was awake. He adjusted his strategy and decided to pretend he was still unconscious and hypnotized. Whenever Wang Yuyang repeated every word and sentence exactly as the hypnotist dictated, the smell of curry grew slightly stronger from its faintness. Wang Yuyang acted oblivious to the fact that the hypnotist was leaning closer, submitting to no less than 20 tests before finally finding himself alone in the room. The curry smell lingered in the air, mixed with the odor from the burning candle. Wang Yuyang started growing impatient, something gnawing at his nerves. He stopped thinking and calmly waited for what came next. Not long after, the door opened again. Wang Yuyang smelled the scent of orchids, mingled with a trace of chocolate aroma. In an instant, all the emotions within Wang Yuyang froze, only to thaw and surge in disappointment just moments later. Chapter 74. Lin Xiaonan only took 2 steps inside before abruptly stopping. Something was wrong. The person inside wasn't hypnotized, just pretending to be, in order to lure out the person behind it all. He had fallen for the trick. A fleeting look of panic crossed Lin Xiaonan's handsome face, but he quickly composed himself. That person currently suffered from severe night blindness and couldn't see who was standing there now. Just as Lin Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief, a voice came from inside the room. The first time I met you was when you were 9, at Qingyun Villa, accompanying your father. Your father asked you to call me second uncle, but you stubbornly refused, closing your little mouth tightly with red eyes full of grievance. I thought you were quite cute, so I said then just call me brother. Lin Xiaonan's face instantly turned pale. The voice continued unhurriedly, carrying an air of a senior speaking to a junior who made a mistake, gentle yet oppressive, suffocating under its weight. After you grew up, you gradually understood the responsibilities of being the heir to the Lin family. You knew that sometimes you had to do things for appearances, respectfully calling me second uncle in public. Privately, however, you still called me brother, and I never corrected you, letting you have your way. For 20 years, from 9 years old until 29, I watched you go through childhood, adolescence, youth, nearing your 30th year. I gave you indulgence and patience that others didn't get. You are my younger brother, the closest person to me. None of the younger generations related to me by blood from the Shen family could compare to you. And what did I end up seeing from you? Lin Xiaonan's hands, hanging at his sides, began to tremble uncontrollably. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. The pain suppressed the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. Before he had a chance to gather himself, he heard laughter from that person, void of sarcasm or anger, filled only with pity. I taught you how to grow up, how to dominate in business, and this is your repayment, a stab in the back. Then came a sigh. Anan, you've disappointed me too much. Lin Xiaonan numbly clenched his broken and bloody tongue, yet the darkness inside him couldn't be contained. It roared silently, swallowing his reason and emotions. When he realized it, he was already standing by the bed, his hand tightening around the neck of the person lying on it. Wang Yuyang didn't struggle, a laugh escaped his throat. It felt like Lin Xiaonan had been struck over the head with a stick, dizzy, pale, releasing his grip slowly. A vague sound escaped his lips, something akin to a choked sob, unsure and lost. Wang Yuyang reached out in the dark, touching Lin Xiaonan's sleeve, grabbing his arm with force borrowed from his strength to sit up on the bed. Lin Xiaonan's long eyelashes blinked once. Wang Yuyang tried to get off the bed, but his whole body was limp, powerless. He gasped for breath a few times and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm thirsty and hungry, bring me some food and drink. Lin Xiaonan didn't move. Wang Yuyang said, no matter how meticulous a plan may be, there's always a chance of failure. I wasn't hypnotized, the situation not going according to your expectations is a fact that you need to learn to accept. Lin Xiaonan's blood froze instantly, his facial muscles slightly distorted. Wang Yuyang, seemingly unaware, said, turn on the light. Lin Xiaonan hesitated for a moment before responding, there's no light. Wang Yuyang's tone commanded, then help me out, take me somewhere else with a light. Lin Xiaonan's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he obeyed unconsciously. Moments later, Wang Yuyang's world emerged from the darkness, revealing unfamiliar furnishings and an unfamiliar room. Everywhere reeked of dampness, mixed with the heavy stench of dirt and stone, making it unclear which level underground they were. Lin Xiaonan entered with food and saw the man examining the bruises and needle marks on his hand. His body paused momentarily. Wang Yuyang drank his congee. It tasted similar to what the old chef from the Shen family would make, about 7/10 alike. Tell me, how many things have you hidden from me? Lin Xiaonan sat down opposite, resting his head in his hands, covering his face. After finishing half a bowl of congee, Wang Yuyang heard his reply, you stood too high. With those first words spoken, Lin Xiaonan seemed to relax completely, repeating them. After a brief pause, he continued, when I was very young, I noticed everyone around me, including my father, looked at you with reverence. They feared you, and eventually, I absorbed the same idea. I remember clearly what happened when I was 9. On the way to Qingyun Villa, my father kept reminding me not to make any mistakes, but once I saw you, all those warnings went out of my mind. I only had one thought, I wanted to stay by your side. Lin Xiaonan laughed softly, and I got my wish. You allowed me to call you brother, held me on your lap and told me stories, let me live in the villa, gave me chocolates that you liked, taught me about the different varieties of orchids. He drifted into reminiscence, his smile becoming more childlike, all those special treatments that no one else ever received, I got them. At first, I took pride in owning privileges and longed to grow up faster because of others' envy around me. But then one day, I dreamt about you, and in the dream Lin Xiaonan's eyelids drooped slightly, everything changed from that moment onward. Wang Yuyang set down his spoon. After that dream, I soon found out about Jinzuan, your harem as they called it. When I saw with my own eyes you holding a boy on your lap, I wanted to kill him. Lin Xiaonan caressed the armrest of his chair, you gave me the unique place of a younger brother, but what I wanted was a position by your side. Wang Yuyang couldn't help but laugh wryly. I thought if I worked hard enough, climbed high enough, I would catch up to you and stand by your side. Lin Xiaonan's face remained calm. Later, I realized no matter how hard I tried, you always stayed impossibly far out of reach. Sometimes I wondered, if you weren't Shen Baiyu, the renowned second master Shen of S City, but just an ordinary person, would you have noticed me for offering everything I've owned since birth and worked so hard for? Would you have valued me instead of treating it like a piece of children's homework, something trivial? Wang Yuyang continued drinking his porridge, it had grown cold and now upset his stomach slightly. Lin Xiaonan sighed lightly, but you're not an ordinary person. You're the patriarch of the Shen family. Every action has a chain reaction. You can't allow anyone near you to have feelings, finding such emotions difficult to control and even harder to deal with. So whenever you detected even a hint of this, you cast them away. I could only hide mine. I thought there would be no hope for me in this lifetime, but fate led me to meet Su Mo by accident. Wang Yuyang chuckled at this point, so you sent someone to cut my throat? Lin Xiaonan paused, startled, no. How could I do such a thing? He bent over slowly, bringing his head closer, pressing his forehead humbly against the man's hand. Master Wang, I wouldn't do that. Wang Yuyang pulled his hand away. Lin Xiaonan stiffened, unsure whether to cry or laugh. His chaotic expression looked pitiful. I wanted you to lose your memory, start a brand new life, where you would be close to me. I wanted you to depend on me, but hypnosis couldn't achieve that. He said, because heirs of great families receive training, they are immune to hypnosis, just like you and me. Thinking this body might lack such training, it could easily be hypnotized, but it turned out not to be the case. Wang Yuyang drank the last few sips of porridge and picked up his water cup for a drink. Lin Xiaonan looked at him, the agreement between Su Mo and me was merely to swap your memories. Upon finishing, the atmosphere grew suddenly icy cold. I didn't expect to be deceived by him. From the beginning, he was targeting you, merely using my feelings for you. Wang Yuyang couldn't figure it out. How did Su Mo have grudges against him when they were strangers without any prior interactions? Lin Xiaonan exhaled sharply, pulling a medicine bottle out of his pocket, and swallowed several pills. His grotesque expression eased a little. It was my carelessness. If I had been more cautious and spent more time investigating Su Mo and the experiment base, none of these events would have occurred. Wang Yuyang glanced at the medicine bottle pinched tightly in his hand. That night, I arranged for people to take you away. Lin Xiaonan returned the bottle to his pocket, gripping it tightly inside, his eyes turning bloodshot, his voice taut and trembling, but before any action could be taken, you were already harmed. As if recalling something terrifying, his body shuddered, and he closed his eyes in pain. Had Jiang Yang not deliberately mentioned you a few times in front of me, and had I not seen you soon after at Sun Qingzhou's house, arousing my suspicion due to familiarity, and confirming in the restroom, I wouldn't exist right now. Wang Yuyang leaned back slightly against the chair, his gaze falling upon the child he watched grow up. For a moment, he felt disoriented. Lin Xiaonan loosened his grip on the medicine bottle in his pocket and took a deep breath. One night, Su Mo came to me and said you were the first successful human experiment. He told me that there was no turning back and promised to alter your memories as he had initially promised. Wang Yuyang's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Even if a successful experiment isn't a normal human being, I wasn't sure what issues might arise with your body. I had no choice but to reluctantly cooperate with Su Mo, agreeing to his terms to let him return to his dessert shop while secretly monitoring his movements. Lin Xiaonan continued, a few days later, I learned he returned to the shop to get closer to the present-day you. His connection or intentions toward the original Wang Yuyang were unclear. I thought, regardless of your memories, your body, or anything in the future, we could eventually figure out a way to deal with it, just as long as you remained in this world. But then you fell for Zhou Yi. Lin Xiaonan spoke calmly, yet beneath his eyes turned a warped jealousy. You didn't treat him like one of your past little pets. You allowed him to touch you, even began a relationship, and became lovers. You gave him something I believed you wouldn't ever give anyone else. Wang Yuyang had nothing to say. There were some things even the parties involved couldn't have foreseen. He had never imagined himself falling into romance so uncontrollably. Lin Xiaonan noticed the change in the man's emotions, and a savage look crossed his eyes. He lowered his lashes, gazing intently at his fingertips as if lost in thought before sighing regretfully. Things kept slipping further from my control, not going according to my wishes. When you started to develop feelings, I had to take the risk and expedite my plan. I couldn't wait any longer. With each step forward, neither of us can go back now, Uncle Wang. We must move forward together. Wang Yuyang relaxed his hand, dropping the spoon into the bowl, clinking against the rim with a loud metallic clang. He chuckled humorlessly, shaking his head, "You're really..." In the next instant, he grabbed the bowl and hurled it across the room. Bang! The bowl crashed against Lin Xiaonan's forehead, shattering to pieces that scattered all around his feet. Blood trickled down his forehead, dripping from his eyelashes, but Lin Xiaonan stared up through the crimson haze, fixatedly looking at the man seated in the chair with a fanatical devotion. Chapter 75. Wang Yuyang leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as his chest heaved. For so many years, regardless of how people evaluated the person before him, no matter what titles they added or how outstanding they were, in Wang Yuyang's heart, this person was still just a child who liked to listen to his stories. It was precisely this child that had become a crucial chess piece in this situation, thoroughly disrupting his life. Wang Yuyang unconsciously touched his left wrist with his right hand, finding it empty. The positioning bracelet had disappeared when he woke up, yet he would still occasionally touch it. Once a habit is formed, it's very hard to break. You originally intended to remove me, erase my memory, and now I'm dead, using someone else's body. You're still thinking about manipulating my memories. An abnormal sense of smell made Wang Yuyang unable to ignore the increasingly strong bloodstains. He pressed his temple hard, where it was pounding. The body is already gone. If the memory is erased too, then who would I be? Lin Xiaonan wiped the blood dripping into his eyes. I don't understand the experiment part. After knowing you became a subject, I looked up some information and even consulted old scholars abroad engaged in scientific research. Any experiment has uncertainties, altering one value can trigger unimaginable effects. The effects on human experimentation are more intense, more bizarre, like Uncle Air. A trace of a smile appeared on Lin Xiaonan's blood-streaked face. This body's blood type has become yours, it's your genes. Who knows, perhaps even the bone structure will change over time. Memory erased or not, it will still be you. Wang Yuyang supported his head with both hands. Leave. Lin Xiaonan stood rooted to the spot, looking at him dumbfoundedly. Wang Yuyang gave him a cold glance. Lin Xiaonan pursed his lips, a touch off in his expression. Lowering his eyes, blood trickled down from his forehead onto his face. I'll come see you again soon. With Lin Xiaonan's departure, the room grew quiet, but the smell of blood continued to spread. Wang Yuyang looked around, his gaze pausing for a second or two on the only cipher door, gliding over the wall-mounted surveillance cameras, and finally landing on a pot of orchids in the corner. After gazing at them for a while, Wang Yuyang got up, went over, and crouched down to take in the scent of the pure white lotus-like flowers, greeted by a faint fragrance. In the adjacent room, Lin Xiaonan simply bandaged the wound on his forehead, placing his hands by his lips as his eyes fixated unblinkingly on the monitor. That pot of orchids was the favorite variety of that person, so he nurtured it with great care, putting a lot of thought into it. But, given the current situation, that person seemed to have the leisure to appreciate the flowers. This move was somewhat unexpected, yet within expectations. He couldn't figure it out. For all these years, he had never truly touched the heart of that person even for a moment. Lin Xiaonan subconsciously bit his index finger, his inner panic and unease growing stronger. The harder he bit, the more neurotic his expression became. Having lured him close, all he needed to do was to alter the memories. Lin Xiaonan let out a breath mixed with a tinge of sweetness, closing his eyes forcefully and forcing a faint smile to comfort himself. Wang Yuyang woke up from deep sleep, discovering he was lying on a bed, and all he could smell was the orchid fragrance. This is my room. A voice came from the left, explaining something. Wang Yuyang struggled to sit up, leaning against the headrest and absently wanting to pull a rubber band from his wrist to tie his hair into a ponytail. When he realized he didn't have the elastic anymore, Lin Xiaonan bent slightly forward, his hands combing through the long strands of hair flowing from the man's shoulder in slow motions. Uncle Air, your hair has grown longer since the last time I saw you. By next year, it will grow back to its original length. Wang Yuyang always felt extremely exhausted every time he emerged from deep sleep. This time was no exception, his breathing shallow, and his complexion pale bluish-green. In order to bring me here, you designed a chain reaction car crash, affecting innocent people. How did you even think of such a thing? Lin Xiaonan's handsome but emaciated face showed a hint of innocence. It was you who taught me that in life, there are too many trivial things. When you encounter something significant, you should do whatever it takes to obtain it. Wang Yuyang quirked his lips. Was it me? Before Lin Xiaonan could answer, his hand was caught and swung aside. I also taught you to have principles. Why haven't you remembered that? Principles? Lin Xiaonan laughed softly. Uncle Air, I thought that was just a joke you told me. For so many years that I've known you, I've never seen you have principles. Perhaps I haven't seen enough. Maybe Uncle Air hasn't given me the chance. Wang Yuyang smiled bitterly due to his anger. Lin Xiaonan's scalp tingled as he saw his smile. He muttered to himself, you said you're disappointed in me, but I think this is the most successful thing I've ever done. Although there were hitches and mistakes in the process, I'm quite satisfied with today's outcome. As he spoke, Lin Xiaonan sat down by the bed, his gaze gentle yet unrestrained, as if trying to see through the person before him. In the past, I didn't dare disappoint you, so I did everything perfectly. You only thought of me as an excellent kid who always scored full marks in exams, nothing more. He sighed, now that I've disappointed you, I've obtained what I wanted. Isn't that strange? Wang Yuyang didn't respond. Leaning forward, Lin Xiaonan breathed in Wang Yuyang's scent. Uncle Heir, you've already had my company for 20 years. Give me a few more decades. Were you serious about your body phobia? Wang Yuyang asked. Lin Xiaonan fell silent. Wang Yuyang pinched his face, demanding an answer. Lin Xiaonan's eyelids twitched slightly. Yes, it was real. Wang Yuyang withdrew his hand and stopped questioning. Lin Xiaonan lowered his eyelids with a bitter smile. Does Uncle Heir not believe me? I do, Wang Yuyang replied. Lin Xiaonan suddenly looked up, staring at him dumbfoundedly, his eyes bright like stars in the dark night. Wang Yuyang smiled. If all of yours were false, then I, as the head of the Shen family, have failed too miserably. The light disappeared from Lin Xiaonan's eyes. Wang Yuyang lay there for a while, recovering some strength. Not so exhausted now, he still stayed in bed. The door code is your birthday. Lin Xiaonan gazed at the man's unmoving pale profile. If you get tired of staying inside, you can go out whenever you want. But, he paused briefly, the corridor outside is long and lacks lighting. There aren't many candles lit either, so you won't be able to see anything clearly. It's best to let me know and I'll accompany you, don't wander around alone or you'll fall. Wang Yuyang massaged his brow lightly. Anan, stay away from me. The term of endearment was as familiar as before, yet his tone carried evident annoyance. A flash of savagery crossed Lin Xiaonan's eyes, disappearing quickly. He moved back a bit, lowering his eyes and playing with his fingers. Uncle Heir, that guy isn't even in your world. Why did you choose him? Is it because he knows how to cook and manage the house? Wang Yuyang found it amusing. Then why don't I just like the chef and servants at the Shen household? Lin Xiaonan tightened his hand, the bones protruding white. Why him? Wang Yuyang lazily countered, why not him? The air froze momentarily. Lin Xiaonan relaxed his grip, eyeing the red marks on his palm. Uncle Heir, I'd rather you were the same as before, when no one could capture your attention. That's right, Wang Yuyang confirmed. Without all this, I would indeed remain the same. Lin Xiaonan refused to accept the reality of self-inflicted pain. His fingertips trembled, his voice icy cold. Sumo's target was you. Whether or not I got involved, this conclusion would have been inevitable, sooner or later. Wang Yuyang didn't deny it. Faced with human experiments, he was merely an ordinary person, injected with various drugs, and it was almost over. To put it plainly, for researchers, his current body was either alive and providing data samples, or dead, dissected for incalculable value by prying open his skull and cutting apart his limbs and internal organs. You're right, Wang Yuyang admitted, but if you hadn't joined in, you would still be the younger brother I cared about. He turned his head, instead of now being considered one of my biggest regrets. Lin Xiaonan's pale lips tightened instantly. Checking his wristwatch, a faint smirk surfaced, and he abruptly said, Uncle Heir, it's time. Moments later, Wang Yuyang had another needle mark on his hand. Throwing the empty syringe into the trash bin, Lin Xiaonan explained, I know you're accustomed to luxury and lack any combat skills. Now, due to the experiment's side effects, you have night blindness, and you might even fall into deep sleep without warning. Despite all that, I can't help but take precautions. Wang Yuyang's breathing slowed down. With a soft voice, Lin Xiaonan reassured, don't worry, it's just something to make you rest quietly. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes lazily, unwilling to look at him. Greedy eyes fixed on the person lying in bed. After a few seconds, Lin Xiaonan held his breath and gradually leaned closer. Wang Yuyang abruptly opened his eyes. Lin Xiaonan's pupils contracted, his imminent kiss freezing cold instantly. Wang Yuyang stared at him with unfamiliar yet compassionate eyes. A crack appeared in Lin Xiaonan's calm mask. His rigid smile carried a trace of pleading, Uncle Heir, don't look at me. Wang Yuyang continued to stare at him. Lin Xiaonan's expression began to twist, the mask shattering instantly, revealing the hostility hidden underneath. He trembled all over and roared in madness, I told you not to look at me. The person who was yelled at didn't react, while the one yelling ended up crying out in pain and helplessness instead. Tears plopped down continuously like those from a child. The mighty god had finally been pulled off his pedestal by Lin Xiaonan, yet the engraved dignity remained, still beyond desecration. Dare not offend. After that day, Lin Xiaonan acted as if nothing happened, spending most of his time in the basement, either in front of the monitors or personally watching over Wang Yuyang, as though it wasn't him who had broken down and fled in tears before. Wang Yuyang almost completely ignored his existence, reading books or trimming orchids whenever he had the energy, showing no signs of being a captive. One time, he stepped out of his room, standing by the door unable to move forward due to an indeterminate direction. Just as Wang Yuyang intended to feel his way along the wall to see how far he could get, he caught a whiff of tobacco smoke. Being particularly sensitive to scents, he quickly remembered where he'd smelled it before, identifying the target. Xiao Ming. The man standing against the wall looked perplexed, apparently unclear how someone with night blindness could identify him in such conditions. Wang Yuyang couldn't reveal the secret of his heightened sense of smell, so in the darkness, he said, I guessed. Xiao Ming's gaze held an analytical look. Wang Yuyang could detect some light source. Raising his head and squinting, he focused on a spot where there was a little dim light in his vision. Young fellow, your presence here is not because of your master's trust, nor does it have much to do with compensation. It's because your weak point has been discovered. Xiao Ming's scar above his left eye twitched slightly. You've been seen through. Wang Yuyang calmly stated, only then would your master use you in this state of high alert, using you as a knife he thrusts towards your throat. Xiao Ming diverted his gaze, lowering his eyebrows, his face hardened. It's quite common for former special forces soldiers to become bodyguards after retirement, but breaking laws isn't. With skills in combat, knowledge of strategy, and proficient anti-surveillance abilities, only insiders can personally handle the situation. Wang Yuyang added, one day, the person capturing you might be the captain you once admired, comrades in arms you've gone through life and death situations with, and the scene will be brutal. Xiao Ming stayed silent, solid as stone. Wang Yuyang heard a series of footsteps, and he laughed, saying, your master has come so soon. Lin Xiaonan walked over, speaking softly, Uncle Heir, how did you get out? Wang Yuyang replied, boredom. A faint curve formed at the corner of Lin Xiaonan's lips, then I'll accompany you for a walk. Never mind, Wang Yuyang lazily declined, next time. Lin Xiaonan escorted the man back to his room, then turned around and called Xiao Ming to enter the study at the other end of the corridor, pointing at the paper and pen on the desk, write down everything he said to you. A rough sound emitted from Xiao Ming's throat, as if releasing a surge of emotion, and he quickly wrote down, putting down the pen and stepping back into place. Didn't say anything until you came. The gloomy shadow on Lin Xiaonan's brows disappeared. He stared thoughtfully at the orchids on the desk. The person who could bring Shen family to the top of all clans, wielding influence in business circles, crucially depended on the control of hearts. Only when everything about Shen Baiyu was removed could he feel at ease. It seemed snow was coming, the humidity in the basement increased significantly. Wang Yuyang felt his body getting heavier, as if filled with water, growing mold from the inside out. At the same time, the concept of time became increasingly vague. Not knowing what hour it was one night, Wang Yuyang sat on the couch beside the bookshelf reading a book. Suddenly, the door opened, and Lin Xiaonan entered carrying 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine, taking elegant steps, looking unusually delighted. He was just like a handsome nobleman, entirely devoid of any earlier traces of darkness. Seeing Lin Xiaonan's manner, Wang Yuyang's forehead subtly twitched. Lin Xiaonan sat down at the desk, placing the wine glasses and the red wine bottle onto it. An hour ago, the experimental base exploded. Wang Yuyang raised his eyes from the book. Lin Xiaonan continued, this time, the police operation was led by Meiyu, assisted by the SWAT team. 26 of them went in, none came out. The mission failed, total annihilation, truly devastating. Wang Yuyang shifted his gaze back to the book, is that so? Lin Xiaonan took out his mobile phone, swiping the screen to turn it towards Wang Yuyang, take a look. Wang Yuyang involuntarily flickered his eyelids and caught sight of the photo on the screen. It was taken at night, so it wasn't clear. Vaguely, it showed Meiyu at the entrance of the M City police station, with a young man in a baseball cap beside her. Dressed all in black, he was very tall, but his face couldn't be seen, even though he was bent over slightly, his figure still stood out remarkably. Lin Xiaonan stared at the person on the couch, Uncle Heir, unfortunately, your little lover is also among them. Wang Yuyang's heart felt as if it were being gripped by a hand, and he furrowed his brow uncomfortably. Lin Xiaonan paid attention to his emotional changes, the information comes from inside the police station, Uncle Heir knows whether it's reliable or not. Wang Yuyang propped his forehead with one hand, looking as if he'd been enveloped in a layer of grayness. I had already received the message, Lin Xiaonan said, I waited an hour before coming to tell you just to confirm the search and rescue situation, but unfortunately, the life detection equipment didn't detect any signs of life. He added, not even a rat. Wang Yuyang remained motionless. Mission failure is quite normal. I checked the location of that base long ago and sent people to investigate, but there was no further development. Lin Xiaonan leisurely opened the wine bottle, if things go as planned, they've all become lab mice now. The police, compared to them, are still more profitable after all. They have already destroyed those drugs, so they've completed their mission. But it's a pity about the researchers, their brains are priceless treasures. Only Lin Xiaonan's voice could be heard in the room, casually stating his speculations. At first, human experiments probably didn't choose specific subjects, randomly selecting participants. Once the research reached a certain level, they began matching individual targets one-on-one to complete the experiment. You were chosen because of the original host of this body, whose various factors matched you. Now, because of you and that person, this experiment has succeeded, and the drug has been developed. The beneficiaries are a small circle of top-level people. Whether it costs 1 billion or 10 billion, it's worth it for the chance to regain new life. Although there are limitations to experimental targets, requiring specific matches, there are so many people in the world. If they collaborate with the laboratory side early enough and spend a few years, they will surely find suitable bodies. I'm not interested in artificially prolonging infinite life. I just want to be with you. Since the base has been destroyed, don't worry. I have preparations for research personnel and equipment, and there won't be any problems with funding. I will establish an experimental team for your future safety. Lin Xiaonan poured wine into the glass. Actually, I thank the police this time. That group made trouble midway by making you an experiment subject, killing you, and bringing things to this current situation. I don't plan on letting them off easily. Not only that, I prefer the way this person used to be. In the future, if possible, he wanted this person to restore himself based on the photos. By the way, Sun Qingzhou, that old dog, also died. Lin Xiaonan spoke as if waiting for praise. Does Uncle Air feel a bit better? Wang Yuyang maintained his posture of propping his head up. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Where is Xiao Bai? Lin Xiaonan was startled at first, then there was a trace of caution in his eyes. Are you really asking about someone else now? Wang Yuyang removed the hand propping his forehead, turned his face upwards, and revealed a pair of blood-red eyes. This person's disposition wasn't cruel or violent, rather, he was gentle and good to those around him who followed him, yet this did not diminish his commanding presence. Because beneath that goodness was ice, cold, unyielding, and it reinforced the awareness of hierarchy. In Lin Xiaonan's memory, this person seemed to always have everything, and never exhibited signs of frustration or sadness. Even just red eyes without tears was already enough to shock him speechless. After all, this indicated true feelings. Something like panic, collapse, or weeping would seem absurd and false if it occurred in this person. But now, those red-rimmed eyes and a face full of sorrow, were to him, an incredible kind of truth. Jealousy burned briefly, then was extinguished completely. Lin Xiaonan's guard and doubts dissipated. He's in the hospital. Wang Yuyang felt the grip on his heart loosen, his heartbeat gradually recovering. He blinked his eyes and couldn't help but find it both heartbreaking and amusing. For the first time in his life, he experienced this feeling of being unable to breathe. Xiao Bai and that child shared deep feelings, these days certainly trying hard to monitor. If something truly happened, it would be impossible for him to stay in the hospital. As for his other half, they would stop him verbally, but accompany him to M City regardless. Moreover, although the child behaves like a dog in front of him, at heart he is a wolf, forged on the battlefield, most skilled at escaping death. And then, those who have deep obsessions won't give up easily. That child is still waiting to find him. After analyzing all this, Wang Yuyang concluded that it was a ruse, hoping the child wouldn't be severely injured tonight. Ever since the kid had been found in the workshop, he kept getting hurt, almost always for Wang Yuyang's sake. Sigh. The room was oppressive. Wang Yuyang returned to his previous posture of propping his head with his hand. Lin Xiaonan swirled his wine glass, sipping some red wine. Second master, once dead, one cannot come back to life. Be comforted. Wang Yuyang looked very exhausted. Lin Xiaonan poured wine into another cup. Have a drink. A toast to those who sacrificed themselves for world security. Wang Yuyang's voice carried an air of desolation. I am tired. Lin Xiaonan drank both cups of wine and carelessly straightened the cuffs of his shirt. Then second master, rest well. Wang Yuyang hadn't even composed his facial expression when Lin Xiaonan abruptly came back, restless and uneasy, a complete change from before. After a brief analysis, Wang Yuyang guessed it must be related to Su Mo, most likely not dead. As expected, Lin Xiaonan said, Su Mo contacted me. Lin Xiaonan's complexion turned unpleasant. He's not even at the base. Wang Yuyang remained silent, now understanding why there was always this nagging feeling of something left undone. It was because the original self was waiting for Su Mo. Lin Xiaonan's expression became almost grotesque. I don't know how he figured out your exact location. He might have installed something inside you. Now he's asking me to take you to meet him, and mentioned your frequent lapses into unconsciousness. Wang Yuyang shot him a glance. He also mentioned being able to alter my memories. Lin Xiaonan immediately fell silent. Wang Yuyang suddenly felt aged. He decided after the spring festival he would settle in a small town in northern Europe and never return. 20 years of time, only produced. Wang Yuyang couldn't even begin to describe it. Lin Xiaonan squatted down in front of Wang Yuyang, his tall frame making a humble gesture despite his height. His pious look resembled the obedient young boy from before. Master Heir, even though everything has already been settled tonight, I do not wish to take you to this appointment. I am worried about you, but I feel compelled to agree with Su Mo's request. The drugs were researched by him. He understands your body better than anyone else. This is also why I didn't retaliate against him despite knowing I've been played by him. Wang Yuyang said, Anan has taken great care. Lin Xiaonan's facial muscles contorted uncomfortably for a moment before returning to normal. I've checked. Su Mo mentioned a simple island with nice scenery, perfect for taking a walk after finishing business. The rapeseed flowers there are quite beautiful. Unfortunately, it's not March or April now, otherwise we could go and admire them. Wang Yuyang recalled the photo he found in the room, where Su Mo stood behind the original host amidst a vast field of rapeseed flowers. Chapter 76. Before going to sleep, Wang Yuyang was in the basement. When he woke up, he was already on the boat. As expected, there was a new needle mark on his wrist. That large bruise made Wang Yuyang feel a little nauseous, and he dry-heaved a few times. His stomach felt like it was on fire, and his throat hurt from dryness. Wang Yuyang lay in the cabin for an indeterminate amount of time, until he felt less weak and laboriously climbed out with a pale face. The oncoming light made him squint. It seemed like the last time he saw the sky was from another lifetime. The day broke. Wang Yuyang watched as the red sun slowly rose from the east side of the sea, its glow casting radiance and turning the seawater red. In his bloodshot eyes, that beautiful sight gradually became clear. A pungent salty sea breeze blew in, ruffling his clothes and hair wildly. He stood amidst the bright orange-red glow, his thin and sickly body emanating an aloof air of arrogance. As if he were still the clan leader of the Shen family from days gone by. Lin Xiaonan approached without knowing when. He stared at the man for a while before calling softly, "Second master." Wang Yuyang stood facing away, looking at the sunrise, not turning around. Lin Xiaonan moved behind the man, bending over, resting his forehead against his back. An intimate and natural gesture filled with boundless affection. Wang Yuyang merely wore a single layer of clothing. The wet heat on his back quickly registered, prompting him to ask humorlessly, "Why are you crying?" Lin Xiaonan said nothing, only leaning into him. Suddenly, Wang Yuyang turned around, grabbing the collar of his shirt and lifting him up, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Veins bulged prominently on his pale hand. I asked, "Why are you crying?" Lin Xiaonan hung his head in silence, eyelids slightly drooping, his eyes crimson red. His appearance was both pitiful and helpless. Wang Yuyang's gaze swept over him, meeting Xiao Ming's across the cabin door. Releasing him, he turned his head back and continued to look at the sea. A coat was draped over his shoulders followed by a pair of hands wrapping around his waist, gradually tightening as if a drowning person had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood. The sunrise over the sea was beautiful, but no one had the pure-hearted mood to appreciate it. What a pity. The waves were fierce, causing the ship to rock violently. Wang Yuyang had previously traveled by sea without seasickness, but this time, he was very seasick, even medication showing no effect. Xiao Ming took the vomit bag from his hand, threw it away, and then returned to his original position. Wang Yuyang drank a few sips of warm water, exhaled deeply, the corners of his eyes, red from physiological tears, lightly blushed, he can't turn back. Xiao Ming did not respond. Wang Yuyang took another sip of water, you shouldn't let him lead you around by the nose now. Think of ways, perhaps there's still a chance to find him a way out. Xiao Ming remained the same. Wang Yuyang closed the lid of the cup, undid the top button of his shirt under the coat, loosened the collar slightly, revealing a long neck. Near the arteries, there was a terrifying bite mark surrounded by deep brown bloodstains, torn flesh. Xiao Ming's rough palms, which hung loosely at his sides, trembled slightly, though his expression remained neutral. Wang Yuyang said, "You make your own decision." Xiao Ming's muscles tightened throughout his body, then relaxed slowly. From his pocket, he pulled out a small notebook and a pen, writing a line in it. "Please stop trying to build me up psychologically." Wang Yuyang laughed lightly, "Don't bother looking for a way out, go with him." The next moment, he continued on his own, an entire busload of club members, dozens of people, plus those in other vehicles. There were heavy casualties. That chain reaction car accident destroyed many families. The youngest victim was in his mother's womb, due to be born in just a few days. Xiao Ming's scar near his left eye twitched hard. Wang Yuyang glanced over, "Do you regret not stopping him? Or did you participate too?" Without waiting for Xiao Ming's response, he went on, "One must not lose their moral bottom line. Once it's lost, it's all over. One will destroy oneself." The cabin atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. Wang Yuyang felt another bout of nausea coming on. He gathered the long hair on his shoulder backward, "Can you get something to tie my hair?" On that stern face of Xiao Ming's was an utter lack of expression. But on closer inspection, one could detect signs of weariness. Wang Yuyang shook his head, "With the level of loyalty you have, only my little boyfriend can compare to you." Suddenly, a wisp of orchid fragrance drifted into his nostrils. He turned his head toward nothingness. "Life is unpredictable, my little boyfriend has passed away. The last time we met was in the hospital, rushed and hurried. Now that I think about it, I should have kissed him then. He was such a good boy." Wang Yuyang closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, affection is such a matter of fate. If it's not yours, no matter how hard you try, it will never belong to you. This was said for both of them to hear. Xiao Ming's reaction was like a stone sinking into the sea, any ripples disappeared instantly, certainly not causing great waves. As for outside the cabin, Lin Xiaonan stood with his head hanging, his handsome face uncertain. Not long after, Wang Yuyang was taken up to the second-level deck. The sun had risen, the sky blue, the sea clear. Lin Xiaonan pointed to a distant island, whose outline could already be seen. "We'll arrive soon. That place should be where Su Mo and the original Wang Yuyang lived." He fastened the top button on the man's shirt. "Su Mo really is interesting. She treats people as test subjects, yet at this stage, she still wants to reminisce about the past." Wang Yuyang chuckled, "You're interesting too." Lin Xiaonan, as if he hadn't heard, slowly caressed his collar. "Second master, once this matter is over and everything is completely calm, I'll take you to our home. I've prepared it for a long time, Mediterranean style as you like, with orchards, lakes, and your favorite orchids. It's twice as large as the Shanlan garden. Wang Yuyang watched seagulls flying over the sea surface, lost in thought. The weather today is very nice, the first sunny day since winter began. Lin Xiaonan softly spoke, a smile curving at the corner of his lips. His mood was very pleasant, there was no shadow of gloom on his brow or eyelashes. He exuded a bright and gentle aura, as if he had returned to his late teens, holding a heart that likes the person beside him, full of expectation for the future and life. It seemed that everything would become beautiful, dreamlike. Such a scene did not last long before being broken by a phone call. Seeing it was Su Mo, Lin Xiaonan frowned with distaste, instructing Xiao Ming to keep watch, then returned to the cabin with low spirits. Not long after, the ship docked at the pier. Wang Yuyang disembarked, his peripheral vision scanning the surroundings. A few fishing boats lay quietly anchored. Then he redirected his gaze toward the sea. Occasionally, a gust of wind brushed by, stirring slight ripples on the water's surface, warm and soft-looking, quite sentimental. Looking further, everything blurred out of sight. Such a scene appeared mysterious and dangerous, as if something were lurking beneath. Lin Xiaonan draped a scarf around his neck. "Second master, what are you waiting for?" Wang Yuyang choked from the wind, pressing his hand against his mouth to cough, his thin back trembling continuously, frail and weak-looking, giving no sense of alertness. Lin Xiaonan whispered softly, "Waiting for your lover to crawl out of hell and take you away." Wang Yuyang slipped his hands into his coat pocket. The wind disheveled his bangs, shadows hiding his eyes. "Yes. That won't do, second master, you can only come with me." Lin Xiaonan's gaunt facial features softened, speaking as one would murmur to a lover. "Let's move forward together. I've paved the way for you long ago, you're already on the path." Wang Yuyang merely smiled. The car arrived, the driver a middle-aged man, small in stature, possessing something familiar to Wang Yuyang, a killer. Lin Xiaonan opened the rear car door, his eyes meeting the man's. Wang Yuyang didn't move. Neither Xiao Ming nor the middle-aged man revealed any change in emotion regarding their master opening the car door. The surrounding air currents felt frozen. At this moment, Wang Yuyang bent down and got inside. The dark shadow in Lin Xiaonan's eyes vanished, and he released his grip on the car door handle, then sat in the back seat. The car traveled along the Ring Island Road, offering a view of the entire island. Wang Yuyang faced the window, gazing at the scenery. Lin Xiaonan peeled off a piece of chocolate and placed it in his mouth, his jet-black lashes closed, his even-boned fingers slightly curved, tapping rhythmically on his thigh every now and then, a faint smile on his lips, appearing dignified and elegant, just like a young master. The confined space was filled with the rich aroma of chocolate. The driver operated the vehicle ahead, while Xiao Ming sat in the passenger seat, pulling out the gun from his waistband, unloading the magazine for inspection. The sound of the metallic latch was especially distinct, carrying an air of slaughter. Unknowingly, the car stopped. Wang Yuyang looked through the window at a house, its size not large, the roof resembling other tile-roofed houses they had seen, covered with some stones. The wind on the island was strong, sand, soil, and plant debris were scattered everywhere, mingled with a light scent of cooking smoke. At this time, the residents were busy preparing breakfast, tranquil and real. Wang Yuyang stepped out of the car, lifting his pale face slightly, looking at the clear sky, when his arm was suddenly held, prompting him to turn and look. Lin Xiaonan's eyes reflected a concerned expression as he gripped Wang Yuyang's fingertips tightly. His pale lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Guilt? Regret? Pain? Panic? All these emotions Lin Xiaonan had experienced and was still experiencing, yet combined, they still fell far short of the anticipation for the future, and the pathological obsession for the person before him that seeped into his very bones. Wang Yuyang caught his shifting emotions in an instant. "Is there a lab here?" "There should be." Lin Xiaonan replied, "The earliest experiments were likely conducted here." Wang Yuyang scrutinized the house before them. Lin Xiaonan pursed his lips gently, his gaze submissive beneath his lashes as he softly said, "Second master, you've undergone mental fortification training. I feared you'd suffer terribly, so Su Mo has given you something to help replace your memories with sleep." A hand landed on top of his head, causing Lin Xiaonan's tall frame to tremble violently. He stared dumbfounded at the man below. Wang Yuyang touched his hair tenderly, like a failed parent looking at a child who had wandered down a wrong path. "Have you considered the effects these daily injections might have on my body, along with the medicine that person feeding me has been researching?" Lin Xiaonan averted his gaze from the man, then returned it stubbornly, "I've been careful about the dosage, and I'll restore you later." There was evident whining in his tone, reminiscent of the past, yearning for just a bit of indulgence from the man. It was unclear how much fear or affection was tangled within, making everything impure. Wang Yuyang dropped his hand and stepped past him, "Let's go inside." There was no sound behind him. A sound escaped Wang Yuyang's nose, meaningless, indicating the deal was done. As Wang Yuyang pushed open the door, ready to step over the threshold, his hand was suddenly grabbed. The hand holding onto his was cold, trembling at the tips. Lin Xiaonan's deep eye sockets gazed at him intently, his black pupils exuding an indescribable obstinacy. Now, his eyes were red-rimmed, brimming with an unsettling tenderness. He murmured lightly, "Second master, I love you." Wang Yuyang entered. The courtyard was spacious, with a sandbox located near the corner on the west side. Wang Yuyang saw Su Mo playing with sand, dressed in light blue workwear. His long hair had been cut at some point, now sporting a neatly trimmed short style. This was the first time Wang Yuyang saw him wearing attire resembling modern life. In their previous encounters, Su Mo always wore ancient-styled robes. This present appearance made him seem unfamiliar even by his silhouette alone. Su Mo squatted by the sandbox, using plastic molds to build a wall, enjoying himself with childish joy. "Lord Shen, at this point, I won't address you as Wang Yuyang anymore." As Su Mo spoke, his hands did not stop, creating another section of the wall. This meeting was within Wang Yuyang's expectations, one he had waited for a long time. Stepping into the sandbox, he pulled his hands out of his coat pockets and picked up a shell mold beside him. "Fill the sand, press it, then remove it." Wang Yuyang followed the steps. However, he didn't press the sand properly, and the sandy shell collapsed immediately after being removed, quickly disintegrating. "Lord Shen, did you never play with sand as a child?" Wang Yuyang replied, "No." Su Mo seemed intensely curious, "Then what did you play with?" "I didn't play with anything." Wang Yuyang tried to make another shell, this time pressing it too hard and unable to release it. "Humph, even young lords from wealthy families lead tragic lives." Unbeknownst to Wen, Su Mo had turned around, watching Wang Yuyang struggle with the model faintly smiling. "Lord Shen sure knows how to entertain yourself. Even at this moment, instead of questioning or observing, you're calmly playing with sand like nothing is amiss." With a new hairstyle and clothing, sitting in a dirty sandbox where wind stung his eyes shut, Su Mo remained striking, an elegance impossible to conceal. On his third attempt, Wang Yuyang barely succeeded, staring at the sandy shell before him. 2 seconds later, he reached out to crush it. Su Mo's gaze shifted to the bruises and needle marks on Wang Yuyang's hand back. "Your control over emotions and understanding of human nature impresses me, Lord Shen. I thought you'd lose your temper at your younger brother upon discovering the truth, leaving things to break irreparably, becoming the final straw to drive him mad. But now, seeing how you remain largely unscathed when brought here today, it seems the initiative is still in your hands. All he's done is inject drugs to control your spirit and body, and he hasn't dared touch you." Wang Yuyang's eyelids drooped lazily, offering no reply. Su Mo shook his head, after waiting for years and then plotting with all his might, putting everything on the line. He finally got what he wanted, yet somehow he still hasn't truly gotten you. No wonder he insisted on erasing your memories and replacing them with a new set. Even if you were to become Master Shen, he'd never get past that mental barrier. You are his god. Wang Yuyang chuckled upon hearing this. "It's just an illusion, I'm just an ordinary person." Su Mo smiled gently, "Master Shen, please don't be so humble. I've regarded you as a god too." Wang Yuyang twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. "Can a god become an experiment subject?" "That's because Master Shen doesn't blindly trust people," Su Mo said, "but once you do, there's no room for doubt." Su Mo continued, "Even gods aren't omnipotent. Without mentioning anything else, consider 2 examples, a longtime family butler who has taken care of you for decades, and a well-behaved younger brother who has been part of your life for 20 years. Not being wary of them is somewhat reasonable." Wang Yuyang threw away the shell model in his hand, causing a section of the sandcastle wall to collapse instantly. "I was prepared for all the walls to be destroyed." Su Mo clapped the sand off his hands. "Master Shen truly is a gentle person." Su Mo added, raising his head with a smile as fresh as spring breeze, "Let's have a chat, Master Shen." Standing up, Wang Yuyang said from a higher vantage point, "All right, let's chat." Su Mo suddenly fell silent, looking up at him with an intriguing gaze, as though peering through him at someone else. Wang Yuyang seemed to understand. Does this angle resemble him? Or? He prolonged his tone meaningfully. Was it the tone of that sentence earlier? Or the look in my eyes? Su Mo responded faintly, "You've discovered the secret of the string of symbols on the bookmark." Wang Yuyang revealed his cards, flipping them over, showing the backside, and more than that. Su Mo stared steadily at him. "What else?" Wang Yuyang didn't answer. Su Mo stood up slowly, sand falling off his trouser legs and shoes all the way. "No rush, we can take our time." When Wang Yuyang sat down with Su Mo had already changed into the red outfit he wore during their first meeting at the dessert shop, except his long hair was now gone, which slightly diminished the effect. Wang Yuyang asked Su Mo for a hairband, tying his hair into a small ponytail. Initially, he had only asked casually, not expecting the other party to actually provide a hairband. Wang Yuyang openly scrutinized the surroundings: wooden tables and chairs, a chipped piggy bank, an old calendar hanging askew, fishing nets, straw hats, a damaged sailboat model, tin frogs, yellowing sneakers, a sandglass with blurred marks, and an aroma of dust, jasmine, and rust. All these items intertwined to produce a heavy nostalgic scent. Wang Yuyang's memory remained intact, only evoking strong emotional reactions, causing his nose to sting, his chest to feel heavy, and his breathing to grow difficult, at any moment risking an outpouring of even more emotions. The experiment erased the original owner's memories but failed to remove his emotions. Some deep-seated remnants remained. Wang Yuyang knew Su Mo was observing him but wasn't sure what kind of reaction was expected. Was it hoped that by recalling the objects in the room, something, or some event, or some person would come to mind, or perhaps nothing should be remembered? Steadfast indeed, worthy of being the head of the Shen family. Su Mo picked up his teacup and blew on the steaming jasmine tea. Since Master Shen isn't asking questions, I'll just talk about whatever comes to mind. Leaning against the chair back, Wang Yuyang crossed his long legs. Su Mo took a sip of tea. Do you know who the investor behind the rebirth plan is? There was a flicker in Wang Yuyang's eyes. The source of the funding hadn't been found yet. Su Mo put his teacup back on the table. It's a Frenchman named Nadwi. Nadwi? Wang Yuyang furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat familiar, as if he'd heard the name somewhere. Su Mo continued, he has a mercenary corps. Wang Yuyang's eyelids suddenly fluttered open, his brain flashing with something, and his expression darkened. It's exactly what you're thinking. Su Mo propped her head up. Back when I first approached Mr. Nadwi and talked about cooperation, he was in his early 60s, old, and Master Shen can understand, right? Who wouldn't want a young body and infinite life? In the early days, the experiments didn't require much funding, and Mr. Nadwi could manage it. Later, as funding became insufficient, at a particularly challenging time for us, your boyfriend joined his mercenary corps. Some people are naturally born for battle, like your boyfriend. After he joined, he was undefeated in every battle. With him, our experiments could continue. Su Mo paused for a moment, her eyes slanting upward. So, the entire operation of this experiment now depends on the money your young boyfriend earns with his life on the battlefield. Mercenaries are expensive, especially a captain at his level. His commission is astronomically high. I've always wanted to thank him in person. Without him, there wouldn't have been subsequent research, and Master Shen wouldn't be sitting here now. Wang Yuyang unbuttoned his overcoat as if it would help dissipate some of the anger rising within him. He had never expected things to turn out this way. That boy, once he found out. Wang Yuyang couldn't even begin to imagine how furious he'd be. Su Mo picked up the tin frog from the cabinet. Life sometimes moves in circles, strange ones. Until you've walked the full circle, you really don't know what you'll bump into. Click click. The rusted spring mechanism was forcibly twisted by him. Master Shen, don't get so angry. Everything has two sides. If it weren't for our behind-the-scenes arrangements, how would you have crossed paths with your young boyfriend? After a while, Wang Yuyang asked, what did you aim to achieve when you met me at the dessert shop? Su Mo stopped fiddling with the spring. I just wanted to see. Wang Yuyang asked, see what? Whether an old friend who became an experimental subject would still recognize you upon seeing you. Once wasn't enough, so you came twice, thrice. The room grew eerily silent. A little while later, Su Mo continued toying with the spring. I needed to understand how much impact the drugs had on your body. How were you after 5 days? 10 days. If not for He Changjin's interference, all your values would have been updated several times already. Wang Yuyang thought of the lean, dark-skinned youth and was momentarily speechless. I even wanted to take a look inside your head, to examine the changes that occurred in your brain cells, Su Mo went on. But currently, you're the only successful specimen. You're precious, and I can't risk such an action. Su Mo placed the tin frog back on the table, watching it jump a couple of times before stopping. In an almost childish manner, she poked it with her finger. When another successful case appears, I'll study thoroughly, she chuckled with a chilling expression. But it ended up turning out like this. The frog toppled over when she prodded it, and Su Mo stared at her fingers, laughing in an eerie tone, decades of research, and I've invested so much heart and soul. Wang Yuyang wasn't sure if it was residual emotions from the original host or the fear inherent in an experimental subject towards researchers that made him uncomfortable all over. He switched topics abruptly. Was the original Wang Yuyang my brother? Su Mo seemed to come out of a disordered, cold realm. No. Wang Yuyang's lips relaxed slightly. It was fine if it wasn't him. Given the compatibility required for experiments, he had once suspected that the other party might be his older brother who died in a car accident. Thankfully, it wasn't. This could save his elder brother from suffering. Although their brotherly relationship wasn't good, that didn't mean they could treat experiments lightly. You two just have a karmic connection. Su Mo's words carried deep emotion. We've studied siblings, father-son pairs, sisters, all relatives. None of those experiments succeeded, yet somehow, despite the lack of blood ties between you two, you succeeded. Wang Yuyang asked, what's the definition of success? Master Shen, do you think your deep sleep condition and night blindness are serious side effects? Su Mo said casually, compared to self-mutilation, paralysis, dementia, organ failure, mental collapse leading to suicide, muscle atrophy, and limbs slowly drying up until death, what about those? Wang Yuyang's temples throbbed violently. Su Mo smiled, human experimentation. It's rarely ever perfect. Silence descended in the room again. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, casting warm light across the floor. Su Mo remained silent, staring at the person opposite, at his pale but handsome face with features so familiar it was unbearable. Her thoughts were unreadable. Wang Yuyang recalled something and asked suddenly, who initiated this experiment? Su Mo's expression turned strange. Wang Yuyang's nerves involuntarily tightened as he heard a voice by his ear saying, the founder of that research is you. No, to be accurate, it's the previous owner of this body of yours. Su Mo gave him a gentle smile, her tone slow and rising, my elder brother. Chapter 77. Wang Yuyang's nerve endings had been stretched too tight, and now hearing Su Mo's words, they suddenly relaxed again. The rebounding force made his head ache to the extreme, buzzing loudly. This fucking, it really is. Wang Yuyang's voice stopped, he couldn't continue, and ran out of words. Su Mo leaned forward onto the table and commented, Mr. Shen must be a gentleman, rarely swearing. Those few words you just said were very unnatural, and also not quite like you. He spoke in a casual tone, completely unaware that he had just dropped a bombshell. Speaking of which, my master appreciates you very much and has mentioned you many times in front of me. He reads your financial reports, and I am also very curious about you. Unfortunately, fate has other plans, so we could only meet this way. Wang Yuyang pressed hard on his eyebrows, looking quite unwell. Su Mo took so much effort to see him, surely he would explain everything from beginning to end. As for an audience, who better than him pretending to be Su Mo's master? Wang Yuyang was tired of trying to organize his thoughts anymore, all he had to do now was listen to the story, saving himself from wasting brainpower deducing things only to have them overturned later. Su Mo rested his chin on the back of his hand, looking as innocent as a top student asking questions to the teacher, your young boyfriend sacrificed his life for you, and there's a top hacker by your side. You should know a lot of things. Regarding the identity of the original owner of your body, don't you have some certainty? Yes, Wang Yuyang took a deep breath, I assume it's one of the high-level personnel in the lab. It is indeed a high-level personnel, Su Mo smiled warmly, my master had a very high reputation in the lab when he was there. He was the director. Wang Yuyang had nothing to say after that. Mr. Shen, I'm very sorry, this is an incredible truth. Su Mo got up from the chair, placed the tin frog back exactly where it was before, even making sure the direction of its head and legs remained perfectly aligned without any deviation, the story is long, let's go somewhere first. Wang Yuyang didn't move, gazing at the gate through the wooden window. Su Mo read his thoughts and smiled faintly, we're not leaving through the front door. Just as he finished speaking, a subtle whine came from a puppy, carrying a hint of helpless vulnerability. A guess formed involuntarily in Wang Yuyang's heart. When Su Mo returned holding a white puppy, his guess was confirmed. The puppy nestled in Su Mo's arms, its fluffy little head resting on his arm, its eyes scattered and vacant, looking foolish. Wang Yuyang was never a soft-hearted person, but somehow, seeing the puppy like this, he felt a pang of sorrow, along with some other emotion. He called out, milk. The puppy remained vacant, with no reaction. Wang Yuyang took a few steps closer and repeated the call. After about 10 seconds, the puppy's drooping tail lightly wagged, and its eyes gradually regained some vitality. After another minute or two, it began barking at Wang Yuyang, scratching Su Mo's hand, trying to break free and jump down. The bark was short and shrill, as if having received a great shock, filled with panic seeking protection. Instinctively, Wang Yuyang reached out his hand, but before he could touch the puppy, Su Mo moved it aside, so excited to see your parents, huh? Parents? Wang Yuyang's eyelids twitched sharply as he looked at the puppy, your master. That's right. Su Mo's tone was light, as master and apprentice together since childhood, we shared deep bonds. I couldn't let him leave this world. Wang Yuyang felt as if he swallowed a fly, so you found a newborn puppy. No choice. My master always loved dogs, especially white ones. He once raised one, but it drowned, and he was heartbroken for years, Su Mo said, I thought if he became the kind of white puppy he liked, he'd be very happy. He didn't know what happened, but in the next moment, the puppy that was struggling became still again, reverting to a vacant state. Wang Yuyang looked at the puppy again, guessing that 8 out of 10 chances were it lost its memory, retaining only residual emotions, which might be more or different than his own. The puppy's trust and dependence on him were because of his current body. It was originally his own. As for Su Mo arranging the dog to be with him via the hands of He Changjin, it was to study the changes between him and the dog when they were together. To Su Mo, experiments, data, and results were important things. He was a researcher, and everything served the purpose of research. This was the information Wang Yuyang received, and it was obvious that Su Mo wasn't holding anything back. Su Mo gently stroked the puppy, Mr. Shen, let's go. Wang Yuyang gripped the collar of his shirt, taking a few breaths to suppress the anger and pain brought on by the previous owner of his body. At the courtyard gate, Lin Xiaonan sat in a car peeling his third chocolate since arriving. Ever since the man went inside, he had been incredibly restless, hoping for things to settle soon. Lin Xiaonan closed his eyes, leaning his head against the leather seat, silently affirming he would be good to him in the future, promising to compensate for all the suffering endured over these 20 years. In the time ahead, they would only have each other. Lin Xiaonan took a bite of chocolate as he waited for the man to come out. The sound of glass being tapped made its way into Lin Xiaonan's ears. He immediately opened his eyes and lowered the car window, anxiously asking, what's wrong? Xiao Ming shook his head and handed him a bottle of water. Lin Xiaonan swatted the water away, his eyes filled with an impending storm, unless it's about him, don't bother me with anything else. With those words, the car window ascended. Xiao Ming picked up the dropped mineral water bottle and wiped off some dirt. A short middle-aged man gave him a cigarette, and the two smoked together side by side outside the door. After smoking half a cigarette, the middle-aged man asked, "Young brother, do you have a significant other?" In the rising smoke, Xiao Ming shook his head. "I do." The middle-aged man sucked on his cigarette, scratching his scarred and calloused hand against his head, smiling happily. "My partner gave birth to a chubby baby boy." Xiao Ming opened his mouth but said nothing. The middle-aged man waited for what he thought would be a congratulatory response for a long time, then realizing this younger brother was mute, didn't say another word about it. "The child has just been born, looking like a perfect copy of me. The eyes, the nose, the mouth, everything is so similar. So soft, I don't even know how to hold him." The middle-aged man couldn't stop talking, excitement all over his face as a first-time father. "After this job, I'll prepare a full moon feast for my son." Xiao Ming exhaled a puff of smoke and gazed into the distance. "Younger brother, you and the employer." Misinterpreting Xiao Ming's glance towards the direction of the car, the middle-aged man hesitated and stopped, patting his shoulder finally saying, "9 out of 10 things in life are unsatisfactory, so don't think about what you shouldn't. Let go and move on." Xiao Ming continued smoking with his head down. Before he realized it, the cigarette was finished. Xiao Ming asked the middle-aged man for another one. The middle-aged man pulled out a cigarette for him and threw the empty box on the ground, stepping on it while shaking off the ash from his leather jacket and gazing at the sky. "It doesn't make sense that this month, with this weather, it should not be so oppressive." The middle-aged man took out his gun while speaking, gripping it tightly, looking alert. "No, younger brother, I'll take a walk around. You be careful." Xiao Ming nodded, still smoking. The moment the middle-aged man left, Xiao Ming was called to the car. Lin Xiaonan had finished eating the chocolate, temporarily suppressing his negative emotions, making his presence less violent. Xiao Ming took out a small notebook and wrote something. "Do you want water?" "No." Lin Xiaonan replied, "If you have a phone, why don't you type directly?" Xiao Ming wrote, "Habit." His handwriting was neat, square and sharp, much like his appearance. The car fell silent for a while before Lin Xiaonan softly sighed. "What do you plan to do after this matter is resolved?" Xiao Ming didn't write anything, instead, he flipped through the small notebook. Almost every page contained his responses to this man's questions. The notebook was almost full. Lin Xiaonan leaned over and asked, "What do you want?" Xiao Ming looked up at him. Lin Xiaonan spoke, "Right." Xiao Ming continued staring at him, devoid of any emotion in his eyes, but nonetheless, causing a heavy feeling in the air. Lin Xiaonan handed him a blank check. "Fill in the amount yourself." Xiao Ming glanced at the check on his lap. Lin Xiaonan added, "After today, I hope you won't appear in front of me again." Xiao Ming remained still. When Lin Xiaonan thought their conversation could end, he saw the person beside him quickly writing something and showing the notebook. "Why? Do I need to remind you?" Lin Xiaonan's lips curved slightly upward. "Xiao Ming, I am the employer, the rules are set by me. You only have 2 tasks, execute and obey." Xiao Ming put the notebook down. "Tonight I will take him to another place. After that, it will be a fresh start." Lin Xiaonan said lightly, "I don't want anything related to him to appear again." Xiao Ming wrote in the notebook, "Then you should erase yourself first." This sentence, however, he did not show to Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan abruptly said, "Jiang Yang has inquired about you. He seems to have an interest in you." Xiao Ming put the cap back on his pen. Lin Xiaonan tapped on the car window. "I've known that man for many years and understand him well. His air of worldliness is just a facade. In reality, his character is far from being frivolous and extroverted. He's not bad at all." This time, Xiao Ming even packed away his little notebook. Lin Xiaonan's face was calm. "We have worked together. I hope we part amicably." Xiao Ming stood there like a wooden log. After quite some time, he spread out the notebook again, pulling off the pen cap to write. "If you want to go back, I can find a way for you." Lin Xiaonan's expression turned ugly almost instantly. "So you really took that person's words to heart?" Xiao Ming wrote, "No." "Then what do you mean by going back? Where to?" There was a cold gleam in Lin Xiaonan's eyes, yet his tone remained as elegant as ever. "Let me tell you, I'm someone who only moves forward, and I will certainly keep going ahead." Xiao Ming's jaw muscles were tense, his pen tip puncturing through the paper. Throughout this period, he didn't raise his head. Lin Xiaonan was tired. "Get out." As Xiao Ming opened the car door, he heard a voice behind him saying, "We are on the same boat. If the boat sinks, I have plenty of ways to get ashore, but I promise you'll surely sink. So today there must be no accidents. You'd better be careful." Lin Xiaonan rubbed his temples, "And one more thing, watch your step." The hand on the car door hesitated, and then Xiao Ming, in the posture of getting out, turned his head, slightly lifting his eyelids to give Lin Xiaonan a glance. His sharp lips moved slightly, murmuring something faintly. Lin Xiaonan wasn't paying attention, having been distracted. Then came a snap, as the car door shut. Su Mo led Wang Yuyang through the underground passage, which was damp and dim with a heavy earthy smell. Wang Yuyang followed behind, his vision blurred, his hand touching the cold rough stone wall, his steps slow and cautious. One reason was that he was afraid of falling and hurting himself. The other reason was that he wanted to take in more smells. Su Mo cradled the puppy, walking leisurely at a steady pace. Mr. Shen, how are you holding up? Wang Yuyang ignored him, slowly moving forward with him, while medicinal scents continuously wafted into his nose. Close by, there was a laboratory, permeated with a sense of antiquity. Chapter 78. Wang Yuyang thought that the place Su Mo was taking him to was the laboratory. But as the various medicinal smells grew fainter and farther from his nose, he realized their destination wasn't there. This made him sigh in relief. The more time it could be dragged out, the better. Wang Yuyang walked intermittently, while the figure of Su Mo ahead didn't wait for him deliberately. She was walking leisurely with a dog in her arms. Suddenly, Wang Yuyang heard Su Mo's voice in the darkness asking, "Mr. Shen, are you afraid?" Wang Yuyang replied, "I am." Su Mo laughed lightly, "I couldn't tell." A few seconds later, he asked curiously, "What are you afraid of?" "Losing your memory." Wang Yuyang moved slowly, lifting his eyebrows unconcernedly. "Is there anyone who wouldn't be afraid?" From a certain perspective, memories cannot be replaced. They are merely emotional positioning given by people at one or several stages. Change to a new set of memories, continue producing along the same trajectory. It will not affect mental or physical health, nor will it affect living. Su Mo's tone was gentle, almost consoling something. Who knows, replacing your memories and becoming another self might lead to a different life, one that's easier to live, where one could experience joy previously unimaginable. Wang Yuyang caught a whiff of a faint jasmine fragrance, knowing Su Mo was standing still, and he was moving closer. The sole significance of hypothesis is to diverge from reality. This remark struck somewhere within Su Mo, and Wang Yuyang distinctly noticed her breathing quickened a little, after which both of them ceased any communication. Not knowing how long they had been feeling their way through the stone walls in the passage, when Wang Yuyang saw daylight again, his entire arm was already numb, and his palms were sweaty, covered with red scratches and small cuts from the stones. Su Mo looked at his hand, a flicker of bewilderment and confusion passing over her eyes before she apologized seriously, "Mr. Shen, sorry to make you suffer." After speaking, Su Mo walked straight towards a direction, picking up a small shell and stuffing it into the puppy's arms. In Wang Yuyang's line of sight, it was a beach full of rocks, and underfoot was an irregular-shaped rock. He didn't look far out to the sea but observed the surroundings subtly instead, retracting his gaze after 2 or 3 seconds, following behind Su Mo. On the way, they occasionally saw some small sea anemones growing freely in the water pools. The sound of the waves came wave after wave. The original natural scenery was beautiful. Su Mo hummed a little tune, some kind of folk song that Wang Yuyang hadn't heard but felt oddly familiar with. After a while, Su Mo stopped, and Wang Yuyang followed his line of sight to see a small stone cave filled with desolate traces forgotten by time. Su Mo embraced the dog in one hand and moved away the stones at the cave entrance with the other, patient and full of childlike fun. His excitement was barely concealed. "This is the secret base I have with my master brother." Wang Yuyang guessed this. He said nothing, focusing all his attention around him. Soon, Su Mo entered the stone cave, and Wang Yuyang did not go inside but stood on a higher piece of land, making himself as conspicuous as possible. The sea breeze was strong, blowing his head hurting, his eyes also hurting. He wiped the dried bloodstains on his hands on his pants, buried his face in his hands, rubbing his ice-cold skin vigorously, making himself calmer. This plot was coming to an end. Wang Yuyang thought it was about time to prepare for welcoming the new year. Suddenly, there was a surprised shout from inside the cave, "I've found it." Wang Yuyang returned to his original spot, watching Su Mo come out of the stone cave with a wooden box in his hand. Su Mo sat on the stone, opened the wooden box, and a sense of profound reflection spread across his face. "They're very well preserved, everything's here." He smiled while pulling out a bottle of wine and removing the cork. "This is grape wine, Mr. Shen, taste it." Wang Yuyang looked down from above. "I don't drink grape wine." Su Mo ignored his comment, placing the puppy on his leg and pouring wine into the glass with a freed hand. "My master brother's grapes, my winemaking, try it." The story was about to begin. Wang Yuyang, as the only listener present, needed to show some sincerity, so he squatted down, took the glass, and took a shallow sip of the wine. "In the past, we agreed that today we would return here together to drink wine." Su Mo clinked glasses with him, her eyes full of relaxed laughter. "Quite sincere, I haven't forgotten, I've come to keep the appointment." Wang Yuyang knew these words were meant for him to hear and also for the puppy to hear. In Su Mo's view, this body combined with genes can be considered as the master brother himself being present. It was less about fulfilling a promise and more about completing an unfinished project, dragging it out for many years. Now, finally completed, no longer needing to waste energy remembering it going forward. This so-called reminiscing was highly ceremonial. It was Su Mo's way of liberating herself, putting everything on the table without pretense. She didn't even want to put up a facade for peace. Wang Yuyang stared at Su Mo and keenly sensed a tinge of hatred. "We grew up on the island, orphans living with the old man. We caught live mice, threw away dead ones, washed clothes, cooked meals, and cleaned the lab, doing all sorts of things." Su Mo gazed into the glass of red wine. Engaging in experiments was purely accidental. The old man sometimes taught us things, especially when he was drinking. After he passed away, the laboratory became our home. Those days dragged on endlessly. Waking up in the morning, we had no idea what to do. It was both boring and nerve-wracking. All the old man left us was the lab, so we learned to pass the time by conducting experiments on mice as he used to. Wang Yuyang could tell that Su Mo was very relaxed, unguarded. Her arms were riddled with needle marks, indicating she'd injected herself before coming here, leaving her walking weakly and breaking out in cold sweats, completely devoid of any hostility. With her memory soon to be erased, there was no need for caution. Children have strong memories and learning abilities. We conducted many fascinating experiments and found joy in them. A faint smile crossed Su Mo's face. Mr. Shen might not believe this, but I'm an introvert with mild social anxiety. I disliked interacting with outsiders and preferred staying in the lab. I never thought about the future because my master brother was there, and I didn't need to think ahead. I just followed him. He always took care of everything. Seeing Su Mo turn her head, Wang Yuyang met her gaze directly. Looking at him, Su Mo narrowed her slightly arched eyes and recalled, one afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, the dog died. Wang Yuyang hesitated for a moment, then remembered the drowned puppy the original host had kept. My master brother buried the dog under the osmanthus tree in the yard. He sat there for the whole night, grief-stricken. When dawn broke, he locked himself in his room. I was utterly lost, anxiously squatting outside his door, not knowing what was going on. Her thick eyelashes flickered lightly. After sitting for too long, I eventually lay down on the ground. Feeling too exhausted later, I fell asleep unknowingly. My master brother woke me up when it was already the middle of the night. I still remember how excited he looked back then. His hands trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot, yet his expression was brighter than ever before. I asked him what happened, and he said he'd written a research report, proposing an experiment he wanted me to help with. Of course, I agreed. I supported whatever he did. In my heart, he could accomplish anything. He was the most outstanding person I knew. At this point, Su Mo lowered her head and smiled softly. When she raised her eyes again, they carried a deeper meaning. The research report he wrote was the rebirth plan. Wang Yuyang distinctly felt his blood flowing faster, his heart beating quicker. The residual emotions of the original host were trying to influence him once more. The plan was quickly put into action, starting with the mice. Su Mo paused briefly, taking a small sip of red wine. A faint bitterness lingered on her lips. After mice came cats, grouper fish, jellyfish, and dogs, all dead creatures we hoped to bring back to life. There were times when we sold drugs developed during the experiments, accumulating some money along the way. However, progress remained insignificant. My master brother said the lab was outdated and needed new equipment, so we decided to leave the island. I said yes, let's leave. It was always about following him wherever he went. I imagine Mr. Shen wouldn't understand such feelings. Wang Yuyang didn't understand indeed. He had always been the one leading from the front, the one standing above others. After leaving the island, after traveling through various cities, considering numerous factors, we ultimately chose M City. Su Mo paused again, this time for a little longer, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. In the first year in M City, we devoted all our attention to the experiments, but still saw no results. My master brother revised the report multiple times, constantly adjusting versions until, after several months, we finally succeeded in bringing a dead dog back to life. It emitted cat-like sounds and adopted feline behavioral patterns. Afterward, the subjects of our experiments kept changing. Our success rate rose significantly, but I started losing interest. Su Mo stretched out the word deliberately, rebirth, what an incredible experiment. It only truly matters when applied to humans, don't you agree, Mr. Shen? Wang Yuyang replied, when your master brother heard your idea, he opposed it. That was our very first heated argument in history. He even mentioned stopping the experiment. It seemed that the emotional trauma left by that scene was too much. Su Mo tightened her lips and said, I begged him not to stop the experiment, it was our life's work. He agreed with me, and I agreed with him that I would no longer mention human experimentation. More than a year of calm passed before others joined the lab. The drugs we researched were all sold, and regular collaborators were established. Life became peaceful yet boring. One time, I inadvertently brought up that particular experiment. We all saw eye to eye on this matter. In a moment of blindness, I concealed from my master brother and conducted an experiment on a vagrant, attempting to regenerate a dead mouse within his body. The failure in the preliminary stage of human experiments was inevitable. Most likely, they would keep failing. Achieving success is not merely about constantly adjusting and modifying data, it also relies on luck. So when the vagrant died, I wasn't surprised. But what I hadn't expected was being caught by my master brother while dealing with the body. He said I was terrifying. While speaking, she pulled up the sleeve of her left arm, revealing a ghastly scar. This is from when he pushed me during our argument. When we were young, he cared deeply for me. If I fell or cut myself, he would go on about it for days. But at that time, he turned away without a thought for my bleeding wound. Wang Yuyang tilted his head, stunned. The puppy was crying silently, tears filling its eyes, but emitting no sound, as if unaware that it was crying. He couldn't explain how he felt, so Wang Yuyang gestured for Su Mo to take a look. When Su Mo looked over, she paused too. Human emotions are truly strange things, yet they still respond to me now. She covered the puppy's tear-filled eyes, looking towards the man beside her, but Mr. Shen doesn't show any reaction. Wang Yuyang emphasized, no reaction. Su Mo didn't appear disheartened as she continued from earlier, my master brother stopped coming to the lab, touching those devices, even discarded his white coat. He went abroad for more than a week and returned, then left again. When he left, he took some books, including the first English medical textbook he bought, which I had purchased together with him, one I treasured greatly. Wang Yuyang remembered going through that very book many times, the corner of its cover bearing a rune identical to the one on the bookmark. Why did you reach out to him later? Su Mo spoke straightforwardly, the experiment hit a bottleneck. Not only did he take the books, but also the report. I had planned to secretly take it, but he hid it securely, so I never found it, and asking directly would be impossible. Wang Yuyang interjected, so you experimented on him. Su Mo bent down and rubbed the puppy's head, sighing, my master brother is the founder of that experiment. His relevant knowledge and experience are invaluable, I needed the information inside his mind. Wang Yuyang felt a sudden wave sweep through every part of his body, fierce and overwhelming, almost dropping the glass of wine in his hand. The feeling surged towards his chest, thick and heavy. It was unclear whether it was disappointment or anger. If you wanted a breakthrough in the experiment, why not just take away his memories related to the experiment? I initially intended to do just that. Su Mo wore an expression filled with irony. During the preparation phase, I made a mistake and accidentally fed his data into the S-City matching database, unexpectedly discovering a very high compatibility between Mr. Shen's data and yours. After such a long period of experiments yielding no successful results, heaven has given us an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Seeing Wang Yuyang lower his back slightly and hug the puppy tightly, looking extremely sad, though in fact, he wasn't crying. Sure enough, when Su Mo raised her head, her eyeliner was dry, and there was no regret on her face. It was him who led me onto this path, but he abandoned me midway, leaving me alone, and refusing to care for me anymore. If he hadn't left, we'd still be in the lab conducting our cherished research, reading our beloved books, sharing each other's accomplishments. It's simply destiny playing tricks on us. Wang Yuyang thought about the boys still waiting outside the courtyard gates, a perfect hand turned to rubble. As for Su Mo, it was turning an awful hand around, and ruining it all again in an instant. Why did you send people to slit my neck? Su Mo's handsome face suddenly contorted. There are countless ways to kill me if you really wanted me dead. Given the field you're involved in, wouldn't injecting me with something or getting someone close to me to slip a drug be far easier? Wang Yuyang resisted nausea while drinking the red wine, almost retching. You're fooling yourself. Su Mo's face twisted even further. You think your master brother dying was all because of me? Wang Yuyang put down the wineglass and leaned closer, saying, if I hadn't been so highly compatible with him, this experiment wouldn't have existed. Su Mo half opened her eyes, silent. The hand resting on the wineglass was very pale, with visible bluish veins. Wang Yuyang curled his lips. It's obvious that you conducted experiments on him for the sake of successful results and research findings, yet now you're pretending to be reluctantly forced into it, claiming you killed me to avenge him. You've turned from murderer to relative in no time and act as if everything is justified. After finishing, he furrowed his brows tightly. He had always been careful, maintaining a certain level of restraint, but these words were purely influenced by the emotions of the original host, disrupting his carefully planned strategy to delay time. He sincerely hoped nothing would go wrong. Since the wine has been drunk and the story told, then. Su Mo smiled in a way that sent shivers down the spine. Let's go, Mr. Shen. Your younger brother can't wait to see a brand new you. When Wang Yuyang returned, his mind was restless. He noticed Su Mo hadn't taken the underground passage, but instead chose the stone path, indicating she planned to enter from the front door. While walking, he was deep in thought and didn't notice when he tripped, cutting his forehead. Seeing Lin Xiaonan rushing toward him from the courtyard gate, the injured spot throbbed painfully. What happened? Lin Xiaonan's lips trembled slightly, and his gaze towards Su Mo carried menace. It has nothing to do with me, Su Mo shrugged innocently. Before Lin Xiaonan could say more, a voice rang out, that's enough. I tripped myself. Wang Yuyang felt his headache worsening. Lin Xiaonan lowered his head, brushing aside Wang Yuyang's hair at his forehead, holding his breath as he examined the wound. His words were directed at Su Mo. Mr. Su, could you explain why you two came back from outside? Su Mo replied indifferently, we went for a stroll. Lin Xiaonan's lips tensed until they were white. After a moment, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the man's wound. Wang Yuyang let out a sharp hiss. Lin Xiaonan's breathing hitched, and he applied even gentler force with his hands. Beside them, Su Mo pinched the soft neck of the puppy. Since young Master Lin cares so much, perhaps we should postpone the memory modification until next time. Lin Xiaonan paused his movements. Su Mo's face twisted with ridicule. Lin Xiaonan refrained from retaliating, taking a deep breath as he looked down at the man, softly saying, Second sir, please bear with it for now, once you're out, I'll take care of it for you. Wang Yuyang glanced up. Lin Xiaonan avoided direct eye contact, his lips curling into an arc filled with helplessness. Wang Yuyang deliberately glanced at Xiao Ming's position, where Xiao Ming kept his eyes on the ground. The heaviness in Wang Yuyang's heart only grew stronger. Over the past few days, his patience and self-control were almost at their limit. He didn't want to consider anything anymore, all he wished was to sleep hugging his big dog tonight. The lab was even older than what Wang Yuyang had imagined based on its smell alone. The air was heavily laden with dust. Lying reclined in the chair, the drug his younger brother had injected into him before leaving was gradually taking effect, growing stronger with each dose. Now at its peak strength, Wang Yuyang couldn't even get off the platform. He wasn't sure what material the chair was made of, but it was freezing, that icy touch seeping through his clothes and chilling his skin. It felt like his blood flow was frozen. Flashes of his past 30 or 40 years crossed his mind, leaving behind just one sigh. Time slipped away silently amid the murky odors. Just as Wang Yuyang's scalp started to go numb from the cold, he smelled a thick, acrid tobacco scent, very faint. Wang Yuyang's heart gave a violent jolt, then calmed again. At this moment, Su Mo approached wearing blue gloves, picking up a glass bottle containing some unknown liquid and shaking it. Younger brother Shen said your willpower is too strong, and dealing with your mental abilities is troublesome. For our mutual benefit, I'll need to give you a shot of this. Wang Yuyang casually fidgeted with his hair, covering the wound on his forehead. What does it do? Some kind of anesthesia. A bit like that, improved version. With just a little bit, it will make you fall asleep into a deep slumber. When you open your eyes, you'll be in your younger brother's room, unaware of everything that transpired during that period. All you'll know is, well. Su Mo glanced at the computer screen. You'll become Zhou Wenran. You'll have an ordinary name, an ordinary life, but an extraordinary lover. Aren't you excited? As Su Mo picked up an empty syringe, Wang Yuyang's mind raced, suddenly seizing upon an idea. I found that report in your master brother's room. Su Mo didn't seem fazed. Oh. By now, he had extracted enough data from this successful experiment, making the report unnecessary. Wang Yuyang caught sight of a pile of bottles, jars, chaotic equipment, tubes, and cables from the corner of his eye, putting on an appropriately terrified expression to distract Su Mo further. And there was also an old photo. Su Mo didn't stop pulling the liquid into the syringe. Once finished, he walked closer with the same composed demeanor. Really? Wang Yuyang said, there were two teenagers in the photo, with a vast field of rape flowers as the background. Su Mo raised her eyelids. Wang Yuyang continued, there was a line of words written on the back. Upon hearing this, Su Mo responded without hesitation, what did it say? That line reads. Wang Yuyang's tone was extremely slow and gentle, with a deliberately heightened sense of sorrow and nostalgia, if only life could be as beautiful as our first meeting. After uttering these words, his breathing became more comfortable, and the heaviness in his heart dissipated. Something had slipped away in that instant. A simple probe by Wang Yuyang revealed that it was the lingering feelings the original host had for his junior apprentice. It seemed Su Mo hadn't heard clearly, tilting her head to ask, what? Wang Yuyang opened his lips, if only life could be as beautiful as. Bang! The syringe was forcefully thrown onto the distant lab bench. Su Mo gripped the chair's backrest, her eye twitching uncontrollably. A chill crept from the back of her neck, splitting into two streams, one rushing to the top of her head, the other coursing to the soles of her feet, causing pain wherever it went. It was as if someone was slowly rubbing ice over her skin. Wang Yuyang licked his dry lips, you and the experiment are the two things your senior apprentice cared about most in his life. Even though he let them go, deep down, he still regarded you as his junior apprentice, hoping to return to the past, to the time that gave him beautiful memories. Su Mo's veins on her hand began to bulge. Wang Yuyang said, in the photo, you had your hand on your senior apprentice's shoulder, leaning against him, amidst the flourishing rape flowers, both laughing joyfully. As Su Mo listened to this description, she unconsciously sank into reminiscence, instinctively turning away from the chair, walking to the lab bench, and pulling out a pipette, absent-mindedly rubbing it between her fingers. The pipette was very old. Su Mo's nerves began to gradually grow numb and sluggish. By the time she realized it, a cold gun barrel was already pressed against the back of her head. Zhou Yi emerged from the shadows, gun in hand. His eyes were calm and composed, yet filled with bloodshot veins. Chapter 79. That day was all chaos. Su Mo was under control, and gunshots could be heard everywhere outside. One police officer died, several were injured, and the hired killer employed by Lin Xiaonan was shot in the head and died on the spot. Xiao Ming desperately protected Lin Xiaonan, taking a bullet in the shoulder. At the last moment, he drove and broke through the encirclement with him while the police cars screamed in pursuit behind them. That night, Wang Yuyang returned to the Lotus neighborhood, took a hot water bath, and his soul gradually returned. Zhou Yi was wiping his hair while recounting what had happened after his disappearance. Mei Yu and the others had discovered another test subject in those few days, who had met a terrible end. The higher-ups issued a death order, the experimental base must be eliminated at all costs. That evening, the police received precious intelligence beforehand, learning that there was an ambush at the base and the researchers were there. However, their leader Su Mo was not present. In the end, the police decided to proceed according to the original plan, which was akin to certain death. The members of the task force all voluntarily signed the highest level of confidentiality agreements and life and death agreements, prepared to make sacrifices. It was their bodies and flesh that made the plan realistic, thus giving Su Mo a chance to let her guard down. Otherwise, without death or bloodshed, even if it seemed real, it would still be fake. Su Mo wouldn't fall for it, nor would she expose her whereabouts. The goal of the plan was not only Su Mo but also Lin Xiaonan. After hearing this from Wang Yuyang, he lifted Zhou Yi's shirt and examined the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. The man's warm breath sprayed over, faintly making Zhou Yi feel itchy, so Zhou Yi slightly tilted his head. Wang Yuyang noticed his small movements. A few days haven't seen you, already acting shy. Zhou Yi stared fixedly at him. No. If not, why do you keep dodging? Wang Yuyang reached out, touching the scars around the bandages and other wounds on his body. His injuries were countless and crisscrossed. Zhou Yi's muscles tightened all over his body. Wang Yuyang sighed. If you hadn't met uncle, you wouldn't have gone through such hardships during this period. Zhou Yi's heavy breath suddenly paused. He bent down to look into the man's eyes, urgently seeking something to comfort himself. Well, it's just talking. Wang Yuyang smoothed his collar and patted the hand back on his own shoulder. At this point, uncle won't let you go. Zhou Yi looked straight at him, strong and beseeching. You have to hold on to me. Wang Yuyang smiled. All right, I'll hold tight. Zhou Yi, having received his promise, relaxed his once stern jawline. He stood up, picked up the hairdryer on the table and turned it on, letting his empty hand slowly comb through the man's wet long hair against the air outlet. The atmosphere inside the room was very cozy. Suddenly, Wang Yuyang remembered something. What about the milk? Zhou Yi replied, it's dead. Wang Yuyang was stunned. How did it die? Zhou Yi blew some hair beside his ear, mishot by a bullet, found lying in a small room, couldn't save it. Wang Yuyang fell silent. Zhou Yi, seeing past the howling hot wind, gazed at the man. I had a police officer bury it on the island. Wang Yuyang softly sighed. Better dead, alive it might surely have been dissected and studied, causing suffering. Such geniuses falling to such ends is heartrending. Including him, everyone's fate involved in this scheme has changed dramatically, some dead, some alive. After drying the man's hair, Zhou Yi poured a glass of warm water and brought it to the bedside. Wang Yuyang drank a few sips of water, feeling his stomach settle. How will the police sentence Su Mo? Hearing that name, Zhou Yi's expression instantly darkened. Wang Yuyang sensed it and pressed his lips, pale and downturned. Let's not talk about it anymore. Zhou Yi sat down at the bedside, holding the hand resting on the blanket, slowly rubbing it. His bowed head filled one with sorrow and panic. Wang Yuyang somewhat regretted saying too much. All right, stop thinking about useless matters. Zhou Yi pressed his thin lips. Wang Yuyang placed the cup on the bedside table. Go to sleep quickly. Zhou Yi said, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. Although he said that, he didn't move. His dry throat rolled, looking at the man like looking at a child wanting candy. Could you kiss me? Wang Yuyang lazily raised his eyelids. Come closer. Zhou Yi leaned in closer, supporting himself on the edge of the bed. Wang Yuyang kissed him, and he responded, not passionately wild, but with warmth and luck after surviving a disaster. Both were deeply moved by this kiss. Despite the inevitable ups and downs of life, the biggest storm had passed. What once was earth-shaking, now led to a hard-won tranquility. Wang Yuyang stepped back slightly. Go ahead. Zhou Yi still didn't move. He looked at the man intently, whose face had grown thin and weathered, his lines sharp and cold, but his eyes soft in an unbelievable way. In Wang Yuyang's returning gaze, there was evident indulgence as if he would agree to anything. What else do you want? Zhou Yi's voice rasped out hoarsely. I want you to stand beside me, watching over me. The moment the words were spoken, shame washed over him, and he averted his eyes, glancing elsewhere and refusing to meet the man's eyes. Wang Yuyang teased, Heat flared in Zhou Yi's ears. He lost the courage to repeat it and instead said stubbornly, nothing. Wang Yuyang smiled encouragingly. Little E, try saying it again. Without any thought, Zhou Yi instinctively obeyed. Wang Yuyang frowned with feigned difficulty. Uncle is unwell, I have no strength left, I'm so tired. Zhou Yi immediately panicked, almost at a loss when looking at the pale and sickly face of the man. Then you. The words, lying down, hadn't even left his lips before the man spoke up. Carry uncle to the bed. Wang Yuyang extended his arms toward the youth. What are you waiting for, little E? Carry me. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and gently lifted the man as if he were carrying a treasure. On the first night after the turmoil ended, all they did was sleep together in each other's embrace. Later that night, Zhou Yi suddenly woke up. Instinctively reaching under the pillow for his gun, his pupils contracted sharply, his expression terrifying, and his mind disoriented to the brink of collapse until a foot tugged lightly at his leg, pulling him back to reality. Zhou Yi stared with bloodshot eyes. The person next to him slept deeply, warm to the touch, their chest rising and falling with every breath. After what felt like an eternity, he blinked confusedly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down, followed by many more, soaking his face and neck, dripping into his pajama collar. Gradually, the pain in his heart lessened. Zhou Yi put the gun back, leaning against the headboard and hunching his back, burying his sweaty face in his palms. After several deep breaths, the coldness in his limbs began to warm up slowly. The foot slipped away, and the man turned over, facing the wall. Zhou Yi touched the man's hair, curling a strand between his fingers absent-mindedly, then letting go only to curl it again. A profound sense of relief filled his chest. Zhou Yi couldn't help but move closer, embracing the man from behind. His strong arms wrapped tightly around the sleeping figure, his thin lips brushing against the skin on the man's neck, nibbling gently. Wang Yuyang mumbled groggily, "Little Yi, aren't you sleeping?" Zhou Yi tightened his grip, his throat producing suppressed breathing mixed with emotion. "I want to bite you." Wang Yuyang fluttered his eyelids and emitted a lazy laugh through his nose. "Bite away." No sooner were the words uttered than a stinging sensation rippled across his neck. Wang Yuyang tensed instinctively, then relaxed completely, indulging the lover beside him by softly patting the arm gripping his waist, soothing both as a partner and elder. "It's all right, everything's fine." Zhou Yi let go, sucking up the tiny blood trail and giving a choked A dim light from the wall lamp illuminated the room. Outside the window, the winter sky held a crescent moon, marking an ordinary yet new beginning. Chapter 80. The next day, Xiongbai sent a video call invitation. His face was almost up against the screen, his big deer-like eyes full of joy and excitement. "Uncle. Uncle. Uncle." Wang Yuyang didn't mind the noise, "Yeah." Xiongbai let out another string of syllables, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I knew you'd be fine. I knew it." Wang Yuyang lounged on the sofa, his eyes on the video, and took a bite of orange that Zhou Yi handed over. "Is that so?" Xiongbai nodded vigorously, Wang Yuyang was amused by the cute child. "How's your leg recovering?" "It's recovering well." Xiongbai blinked, "I don't hurt at all now." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the video, "In your dreams. Don't you talk." Xiongbai scolded sharply before smiling brightly at the video. "Uncle, I have something to tell you. I'll be able to walk with crutches in 2 weeks. Heezy bought them for me, they're super cool." "Heezy, where are my crutches? Hurry up and give them to me." The video rotated, showing only white for a moment as the phone was placed facing upwards. Soon after, Wang Yuyang saw the child's face again along with a segment of the crutch handle. Xiongbai looked smugly pleased. "Aren't they cool?" There was a large red gemstone just below the left side of the handle, shining brightly. It showed how much he liked them. Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly and made an approving sound. "Cool." Xiongbay's face turned slightly red out of shyness. "Where is the boss? Let me see the boss." Zhou Yi picked up the phone resting on the coffee table, holding it close to the man's face while moving his head closer as well, resting his chin on the man's shoulder. This overly affectionate scene shocked Xiongbai. Wang Yuyang pushed the head resting on his shoulder away slightly. "Sit properly." Zhou Yi showed no expression on his face. "This way is fine." Wang Yuyang sighed helplessly. "Don't rest your feet on my legs. Move them a bit." Not only did Zhou Yi not move his feet, but he also grabbed the man's hand brazenly. The Xiongbai on the other end swallowed hard, feeling sorrowful like an old father worrying about his son. "Oh, our poor boss, must have been through some great trauma to lack such security." Zhou Yi indeed lacked security. He felt extremely uneasy and had become very clingy. These psychological reactions triggered physical actions that were not easy to fade. Throughout the video chat with Xiao Bai, he stuck closely by his side. To be exact, it started since they returned yesterday, staying always nearby like an animal who finally recovered its treasure, wishing nothing more than to chew it and swallow it into his belly. The video chat ended after about 10 minutes because Xiongbai had to take medicine. After a while, the phone rang, answered by Zhou Yi, asking him exactly how he was doing. Xiongbai told the truth, saying that his leg recovery was average. Hearing this, Zhou Yi frowned deeply. "I'm worried about you both, sleeping poorly and eating poorly, and refusing to rest properly." Xiongbai smiled reassuringly. "Now there's no problem, I can focus on recuperating. I will recover my leg completely, even wanting to run an amateur marathon." He paused briefly, reminiscing on past events. "Really, boss, it's good that you and uncle are fine. Those days I kept having nightmares, nearly scared to death. I never experienced anything like this back in the mercenary team either. Indeed, emotions cause complications. I said we shouldn't have gotten involved in such affairs. Once entangled, it makes one fragile." "Ah, what are you doing hitting me, Heezy?" Amidst the ensuing chaos came a polished magnetic voice. "I'm about to discipline my little one, nothing serious." Zhou Yi asked, "When will you set off?" Heezy responded, "Next Monday." Zhou Yi didn't say much, just added, "Have you agreed on it?" Heezy replied, "We'll discuss tonight." They didn't need much catching up or pleasantries, so they hung up shortly after exchanging a few words. Zhou Yi massaged the corners of his forehead while looking down, telling the man beside him. Heezy mentioned taking Xiao Bai abroad when he improved slightly. Wang Yuyang looked over. "My plan was that before matters were settled, Xiao Bai would be safer overseas," Zhou Yi continued softly, "but now things are resolved, yet he's still within the country." Wang Yuyang's expression slightly changed. "Xiao Bai's condition isn't good. The recovery hasn't achieved the expected effect." Zhou Yi played with his small ponytail. "Heezy will take him away next Monday." Wang Yuyang suggested, "We should go see him off then." Zhou Yi agreed, "Sure." A few moments of silence followed, then Zhou Yi spoke. "Xiao Bai doesn't know about the milk matter yet. Heezy will inform him. It's rare for kids to raise a little animal, and they put their heart into it. They'll be sad if it's gone all of a sudden." Knowing the real situation, they'll gradually come to terms with it. Wang Yuyang was suddenly pressed down on the sofa, a young head with stubble arching into his neck, scratching painfully. He leaned back. Xiao Yi, don't bite so hard. Zhou Yi pushed him towards his chest, bowing his waist, with lips wandering non-stop. Wang Yuyang lay at home for 3 days, and his complexion started to improve gradually. Zhou Yi's clingy state lessened a bit, just by a tiny bit. The first snowfall of the year shyly arrived at this moment, falling gently like willow catkins swirling in the sky. Wang Yuyang sat in a lounge chair upstairs, watching the snow through the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a grey cat paw hand warmer, stuffing his hands inside, and even breaking out in a little sweat in his warm palms. Zhou Yi scrolled through his phone looking for suitable places to settle in Northern Europe. Wang Yuyang suddenly called out, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi looked down at the webpage. Wang Yuyang said, how about eating hot pot tonight? Zhou Yi looked up, hot pot. Wang Yuyang teased him under the chin, yeah, I want to eat. Without another word, Zhou Yi closed the webpage and shoved his phone into his pocket, taking him to the supermarket to buy ingredients. On the way, the willow catkins had turned into goose feathers. Wang Yuyang leaned against the backrest, dozing off, while Zhou Yi kept looking at him whenever he parked. Not sure if it was psychological or not, Zhou Yi thought that his appearance had changed a bit, but when pinpointed where, there was nothing specific, it was just a feeling. Wang Yuyang didn't open his eyes, drive properly. Zhou Yi pursed his lips, got it. His eyes didn't move away. Wang Yuyang asked without any prelude, Xiao Yi, when did you start liking uncle? Zhou Yi almost drove into the landscaping strip, you tell me to drive properly and then ask me such questions. Alright, it's uncle's fault. Wang Yuyang lazily smiled and coaxed, I won't ask anymore, you drive. After a short pause, a low and muffled voice echoed in the car, hoarse and slightly annoyed, I don't know, very early, maybe love at first sight. Seemed unsure, a bit shy, and a bit angry, anyway, earlier than you. Wang Yuyang pulled away from the backrest and gave him a kiss on the face. Zhou Yi instantly stopped talking altogether. When they reached the supermarket, Wang Yuyang rubbed his face to bring some redness before getting out of the car. 2 young girls were also waiting for the elevator, and Wang Yuyang noticed them frequently sneaking glances at his young boyfriend, causing a frown between his eyebrows. Zhou Yi walked over to the side to take a call, and one of the girls came over, encouraged by her companion, asking softly, Uncle, your brother is so tall and handsome. Wang Yuyang's lips curved slightly, yeah. That girl giggled bashfully, does he have a girlfriend? Wang Yuyang glanced at the young man who had finished his call and returned quickly, Xiao Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Yi replied, no girlfriend. Before the 2 girls could exchange knowing looks, they heard him say, a boyfriend. Chapter 81. Wang Yuyang entered the supermarket still smiling, remembering how interesting those 2 young girls' reactions were. How great it was to be young. Zhou Yi said, follow me to get a shopping cart. Wang Yuyang teased him, do we have to do this together? Zhou Yi directly dragged him towards the elevator. They had been together for some time now, but this was the first time they actually went grocery shopping together. So many things had happened in between, and only now did they have the chance to focus on their lives. The Spring Festival was less than a month away, and the festive atmosphere was strong in the supermarket. Various dried goods and New Year decorations were displayed for sale. In the past, Wang Yuyang would just eat at the old house during the holiday, with no other changes. This year, however, he found it refreshing to see families and couples selecting their New Year goods. There were so many people, yet Zhou Yi walked calmly beside him the whole time, asking, is there anything you want to buy? If not, let's head to the vegetable and fresh produce section. Wang Yuyang counter-asked, is there anything you want? No sooner had he finished his question when a couple nearby asked their child if they wanted anything, almost exactly like his own query. Zhou Yi's facial muscles twitched. Wang Yuyang smiled teasingly, let's go, little Yi. Zhou Yi suddenly said, I'll be 25 after the new year. Wang Yuyang looked around absent-mindedly, huh? Zhou Yi said, I'm about to turn 30. Wang Yuyang stopped walking, turned around, and teased him, are you really doing that rounding off thing? Zhou Yi slightly pressed his lips together and quietly said, I'm afraid you'll think I'm too young. Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow, are you too young? His gaze flickered downward briefly, you're not exactly young either. Zhou Yi fell silent. Wang Yuyang didn't continue messing with him, saying instead, alright, little Yi, don't overthink it. Age doesn't matter to uncle. Even if you were as young as Xiao Bai, uncle would still like you. Zhou Yi's ears turned red. Let's go. Wang Yuyang smiled and shook his head, sighing inwardly, it was still his pure-hearted boy. After buying some hot pot ingredients, Wang Yuyang headed to buy longan fruit. He stood aside watching Zhou Yi put the longans into a bag. Little Yi, are any of these bad? Wang Yuyang noticed others were carefully picking through each one, pressing and feeling meticulously, or should we just grab pre-packed ones? Zhou Yi paused mid-action and looked up at him. Wang Yuyang stared back, unsure why, what was wrong? Zhou Yi lowered his eyelids, his emotions churning within. Rarely did this man bring up anything so down-to-earth, making him feel as if they'd gotten closer. From looking up to becoming equals. Zhou Yi placed a bag of longans into the cart and grabbed another bag to buy mangosteens. Wang Yuyang followed him, showing no impatience even while squeezing through the crowded aisles. Little E, later, uncle wants to buy a few boxes of chocolates, Wang Yuyang mentioned casually. Zhou Yi suddenly emitted a harsh edge in his voice that was completely unlike before, snapping sharply, can we stop eating chocolate in the future? Wang Yuyang's slightly bent lips straightened, his amusement fading. Multiple sets of eyes turned their way, all mistakenly assuming the brothers had fallen out. What drew attention wasn't just their quarrel but also because the younger brother had a striking appearance, resembling someone from an iron-blooded profession, standing out starkly among commoners. As for the elder, his imposing presence clashed with his delicate and somewhat sickly look. Wang Yuyang pinched the bridge of his nose lightly. He was nearly 40 but now nearing late 30s after 2 lifetimes. Why get angry like a child? He walked towards the opposite shelf. Zhou Yi silently pushed the cart behind. Away from the crowded throngs, Wang Yuyang turned around and said softly, if you don't want chocolate, then that's fine. Zhou Yi startled. If we're not eating chocolate, uncle will just have to find something else, Wang Yuyang continued, something is needed to manage my emotions, like your smoking. Speaking of which, your nicotine addiction has worsened quite a bit, little E. The smell is so strong, even uncle can barely stand it anymore. Zhou Yi swallowed audibly. It seemed the smoking reference was merely offhand, and Wang Yuyang didn't pursue it further. Instead, he slowly brought up something else, and orchids, surely you don't want uncle to like them anymore either. Passing by them would probably upset you too. Zhou Yi remained quiet. PTSD. Wang Yuyang suddenly muttered a few letters, confirming as Zhou Yi's head shot up, this is what it's called, right, little E. Zhou Yi's throat went dry. I don't have it. Wang Yuyang carried on unperturbed, like you mercenaries coming down from the battlefield, psychological counseling should always follow. If it's severe, treatment can take a long time. It's a mental illness that requires patience. Zhou Yi's hoarse voice broke in, please, stop. Wang Yuyang massaged his fingers gently, those days when uncle went missing. You. Zhou Yi growled and interrupted harshly, stop it. Wang Yuyang's expression was inscrutable, why are you so upset? Zhou Yi panted coarsely, his chest heaving dramatically, with a reddish tinge around the corners of his eyes. He looked extremely terrifying. Wang Yuyang subtly furrowed his eyebrows, Xiao Yi. Zhou Yi's eyelids trembled violently as the bloodthirsty look faded from his eyes, I don't want you to worry about me. He hastily added in the next moment, I'm fine. Wang Yuyang calmly looked at him, his eyes full of tolerance. Zhou Yi tightened the lines of his jaw, pulling his thin lips into a rigid arc. After a long while, he deeply inhaled, relaxing the tensed muscles all over his body, I'll see a doctor. With some emphasis and reassurance, he repeated, I will go see one. Let's buy some mangosteens, Wang Yuyang turned around, if they're not fresh, we won't buy them. We can get small oranges instead, the ones we ate yesterday were pretty sweet. The words flowed casually, as if the little incident just now never happened. Zhou Yi's back was soaked with cold sweat. He wiped his face hard in place and strode forward to catch up with the man. Just after they bought the fruits, they received a call and rushed to pay before heading to the airport. Hisu had changed his flight reservation, bringing Xiongbai to Switzerland a day earlier because his mother had fallen ill. Xiongbay's eyes were swollen, his spirit low. It wasn't clear if it was due to this parting or the milk matter. He sat listlessly on his wheelchair until Hisu said someone had arrived, prompting him to lift his head. Among the crowd, he spotted 2 figures coming his way, and tears immediately streamed down his face. Hisu wiped his tears with a handkerchief, sweetheart, am I a child trafficker? Xiongbai sniffed, it has nothing to do with you, my resilience has gotten worse. I've been unreasonably sentimental recently. Hisu pinched his ear disdainfully, don't curse. I didn't. Xiongbai tried to defend himself, waving his hand widely, uncle, big brother. Wang Yuyang ruffled his soft silver hair. Xiongbai puckered his mouth, uncle, things have changed this year, and I have to go abroad. Let's absolutely celebrate together next year. I'll write spring festival couplets, it's a promise. He'd been talking about this for a long time, almost turning it into an obsession. Wang Yuyang nodded in agreement under the boy's anticipation. Xiongbai was completely immersed in sorrowful emotions, looking pathetically pitiful, big brother, I'm leaving. Zhou Yi asked, will there be no signal overseas? Xiongbai. Hearing this annoyed comment for several days, he soon nonchalantly retorted, overseas, there might not even be computers or phones. It's like being cut off from the world. Xiongbai glared at him angrily, you're such a bother. Seeing his red eyes, Hisu decided not to fuss further and stepped aside to call a doctor abroad, ensuring smooth leg treatment would be arranged when they arrived. Although Xiongbai had lived in Europe for many years, shuttling between multiple countries, it seemed like his first time going abroad. Worried about what food might not be available, overly concerned, his talkative little mouth wouldn't stop chirping away. Actually, it wasn't that he feared going abroad, it was meeting Hisu's mom. Initially, he merely sought a money boy, but later, unexpectedly agreeing to try dating led to him having to meet her. How awkward was that? Xiongbai kept babbling aimlessly for half a day, drying his mouth but unable to stop. Wang Yuyang remarked, this is really annoying. Zhou Yi replied, yeah. Xiongbai rolled his eyes, I heard that. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi exchanged smiles. Even with his melancholy, Xiongbai couldn't help but laugh, exuding a sunny, clean charm. As a mercenary and top hacker, who'd seen countless killings and darkness yet could still maintain such innocence, was truly commendable. Wang Yuyang genuinely liked this kid. Little White, take care of yourself. We'll visit when we have free time. And if you miss us, come see us too. Safe journey. Thinking of how Shen'er, a famous person, actually talked to him like this, so gentle and kind, it made Xiongbai extremely excited from head to toe. His excitement caused his brain to freeze, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Uncle, why don't you adopt me as your godson?" Zhou Yi was speechless. Too slow to react, Xiongbai didn't notice the wrong expression on the big brother's face, mumbling discontentedly, "There seems to be a bit of a problem though. The big brother is only 5 years older than me. If I call you dad, then he..." Zhou Yi broke in to stop it. "You should board the plane now." Hisu quickly came over and pushed the wheelchair. "Uncle, big brother, I'm leaving." Xiongbai twisted his neck repeatedly backward and shouted loudly, "I'm leaving ah." Wang Yuyang stood for a moment, then shoved his hands into his coat pockets. "Xiao Yi, let's go home." Zhou Yi was startled. "All right." When Wang Yuyang saw Mei Yu at the door, his eyelid twitched. He sighed that today's events were happening one after another, piling up. Not only did Mei Yu come, but also old Zhang from the Academy of Sciences. They had probably been there for a while. The corridor was cold, and the old man was rubbing his hands and stamping his feet to keep warm. There wasn't any air of authority befitting the dean. Instead, he was dressed plainly, like an elderly man in the neighborhood who enjoyed strolling and playing chess. The atmosphere was tense. Zhou Yi had the keys in his pocket but showed no sign of opening the door. His face was expressionless, with dark, heavy eyes like a string on a bow, ready to snap at any moment. "I anticipated you would come, but not so quickly." Wang Yuyang chuckled lightly and sighed, appearing very relaxed. "I've only been back for 4 days. Old Zhang was misled by appearances and thought it would be easy to talk." Just as he was about to hurriedly state his purpose, Mei Yu stopped him with a glance and gestured for him to notice the tall young man holding several shopping bags. After being reminded, old Zhang took a closer look and became alarmed. Restlessness, violence, panic, bloodiness, and murderous intent, all these things were continuously emanating from the young man's body. Silently, old Zhang shuffled 2 steps toward Mei Yu and hid behind her. Mei Yu's lips quirked slightly. "Old Zhang, this guy crawled out of a pile of corpses. His line of work is different from mine. If we were to fight, I wouldn't stand a chance. What good does hiding behind me do?" Wang Yuyang looked at Mei Yu. "Lin Xiaonan hasn't been caught yet. Every extra day he spends outside increases the possibility of unforeseen changes." Mei Yu said gravely, "We need new intelligence." Wang Yuyang smelled the scent of flowers, chrysanthemums, on both Mei Yu and old Zhang, realizing they had visited a cemetery before coming here. And they had stayed there for quite some time. Thinking of the officers who sacrificed themselves at the base, Wang Yuyang fell silent for a few moments before reaching into the young man's coat pocket and whispering softly in his ear, "Xiao Yi, problems have to be solved one by one. Don't worry, your uncle is here." Zhou Yi closed his eyes briefly, but the rage still surged within him. Wang Yuyang took out the keys and opened the door. "Come in." Chapter 82. Mei Yu followed Wang Yuyang into the room. Wang Yuyang sat in the chair, one leg casually crossed over the other. His hands were interlocked and rested on his abdomen, eyes slightly closed, exuding a lazy yet noble demeanor. However, his complexion was pale, dark circles under his eyes indicating several sleepless nights, which made him look haggard. Mei Yu leaned against the wall, took out a cigarette, lit it skillfully, and glanced through the rising smoke at the person sitting by the table. This was their first meeting since Mei Yu had learned the truth about his real identity. Mei Yu took a deep puff of the cigarette, feeling a bit nostalgic. This person had changed, there was no doubt in her mind, the change was indeed real. There were many reasons for it, all complex. Perhaps he had come to grips with emotions and learned how to love, filling himself with feelings, or perhaps being used as an experiment subject, mingling someone else's temperament within him. Or maybe the experience of dying and being reborn. In some sense, it could be said that he lived 2 lifetimes. It made sense that there would be some changes. No matter what, this person now had the taste of life. And seemed more like an ordinary person. Second young master. Mei Yu called out this strange yet familiar title while holding her cigarette. "I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. With all the changes in life, our discussion has been postponed until today." She gathered her short hair that fell due to looking down. "The person in your family is very unstable emotionally, probably won't last much longer. I'll just tell you a few important things. Uncle Shen committed suicide." After Mei Yu finished speaking, the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. It lasted nearly 2 minutes before Wang Yuyang opened his eyes. "Did he leave any message?" Mei Yu smoked with a sharp gaze but then sighed. "He left no instructions, but I found out the reason from Su Mo." She paused and looked at the person on the chair. Uncle Shen's grandson was kept alive by medicine provided by Su Mo. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyang didn't show much reaction. "Then we must agree. The medicine's composition, Su Mo refuses to disclose, and nobody else can replicate it. Mei Yu said, now that he's been arrested, Uncle Shen's grandson won't last much longer. The old man probably felt guilty towards you and couldn't bear to see his grandson suffer, so he chose to commit suicide. Wang Yuyang's thumb lightly squeezed the base of his left hand twice. Tell me the second thing. Mei Yu said solemnly, we locked down the entire island, but still couldn't find Lin Xiaonan or his bodyguard. Wang Yuyang looked up. Was there no fishing boat leaving? Mei Yu shook her head. No. After increasing manpower twice, the supervision on the island is solid, and they wouldn't let a single boat leave the island. Wang Yuyang loosened his intertwined hands, resting one on the table, tapping his fingers on it slowly, seeming quite absent-minded. Mei Yu waited patiently. Whether in the past or present, she believed that the only person in the world who truly understood Lin Xiaonan was second young master. Even if the truth came out and Lin Xiaonan's entire deception revolved around him, all to eradicate him and then obtain him, she still believed it. That's why she came. Wang Yuyang remained silent for a long time. Mei Yu smoked a little too hurriedly, causing her to cough. She took a few breaths and said seriously, the bodyguard comes from a special forces background, with strong counter-surveillance capabilities. He knows exactly how to avoid us. If it weren't for him, Lin Xiaonan would have been captured long ago, and the situation wouldn't be this passive. Mei Yu continued smoking. The research facility had been raided, its leader Su Mo was already imprisoned, and the task force had also been dissolved, yet she couldn't rest. Unless Lin Xiaonan was behind bars as well, for her, the case wasn't over. Mei Yu knew Lin Xiaonan for many years, whether as siblings or friends. Those higher up did not wish for her interference, it was her determination to handle it personally. Wang Yuyang suddenly asked, 4 days already, right? Mei Yu nodded. Yes. 4 days already. Wang Yuyang repeated, while tapping on the table. Let's wait 2 more days. On the day of the shooting incident, the island was in chaos, the islanders were all in panic. By the next morning, with nothing happening, people resumed doing whatever they wanted. Some wanted to fish, others planned to go out to sea for supplies. Mei Yu exhaled smoke from her nose and mouth. We hoped for cooperation, so we clearly stated that there was a fugitive hiding on the island, armed with a gun and highly dangerous. We prohibited fishermen from going out to sea, conducted house-to-house searches, and instituted 24-hour patrols to ensure their personal safety. Despite this, their complaints grow louder each day. There's even been unrest. If we wait 2 more days, those islanders. Wang Yuyang closed his eyes, that was his limit. Mei Yu understood the meaning behind his words, and her hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, letting a bit of ash fall. After his failure, there will be a period of self-hypnosis, and if he finds no trace of hope, he will choose to end it himself, leaving with dignity. Wang Yuyang's hands returned to the position where his fingers interlaced. There is absolutely no way he would let you capture him, confine him in an interrogation room, question him over and over, then throw him together with other prisoners to wait for the final judgment in fear and despair. Mei Yu fell silent for a moment, then where would he hide? The hiding place should be decided by Xiao Ming. You investigators are half experts in his field, knowing more about this kind of situation than me. Suddenly annoyed, Wang Yuyang furrowed his brows. Let's talk about something else. Mei Yu abruptly asked, second young master, do you hate him? Wang Yuyang brushed the hair beside his ear and gave a faint smile, there's nothing to hate. Mei Yu instinctively stared at him. After less than 10 seconds, his smile disappeared, his pale lips flattened, emanating a sense of gloom from within. Don't try to pry into my thoughts. An intimidating pressure spread through the room, chilling anyone present. Mei Yu almost couldn't suppress her instinct to draw her gun against him due to the threat to her life. After a long while, the pressure gradually dissipated, and Wang Yuyang called her with a smile, Yue, come here. Hearing this intimate call, Mei Yu was momentarily startled. Looking at his smiling face reminded her of a strange yet familiar feeling, making her think of an old event, the scene when she first met this person. Not in this form, not this age, around 11 or 12 years old, wearing a white suit, coming down the stairs like a prince. By the time Mei Yu snapped back to reality, she was already standing beside the chair. Wang Yuyang's next question surprised her even more, how many cigarettes do you smoke in a day? Mei Yu guessed something, and her expression became odd, at least a pack. Wang Yuyang said, what do you feel smoking so much? Mei Yu crushed the cigarette butt, sore throat. Wang Yuyang mused and spoke, that Li got injured during this mission and can't stay on the front line anymore, he can only organize files in the background. Mei Yu casually added, this is good too, someone needs to take care of the family, otherwise there won't be time amidst all the busyness. Just at that moment, a sharp sound came from the living room. Wang Yuyang reacted before Mei Yu did. He quickly got up but moved a bit hastily, causing a slight dizziness. Seeing him stagger, Mei Yu hurriedly reached out to support him. Wang Yuyang waved her off, go check it out. The moment the door opened, Zhou Yi forcefully shoved Mei Yu aside and clung to Wang Yuyang like a lifeline, his muscles tense and shaking, eyes red as if bleeding. Wang Yuyang patted his violently rising back and whispered close to his ear, ignoring others' presence, it's okay now. Mei Yu knew that second young master had started a relationship with Zhou Yi, yet witnessing this scene still left her stunned speechless. She didn't expect second young master to spoil someone like this. Gathering her composure, Mei Yu walked to the living room, looking at the shattered teacup on the ground and Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's old face was full of innocence, looking like a mischievous child who had done wrong. With little noise inside the room, he wanted to peek in, only to meet the youth standing at the doorway, with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. This sight scared him, causing him to drop the teacup he was holding. Bang! The door slammed shut immediately, and both Mei Yu and Elder Zhang remained silent in tacit agreement. It wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Yuyang reappeared in the living room, sitting on the sofa, his long fingers buried in his long hair, tidying up the slightly messy strands. You two have yet to mention the most important matter of your trip, say it now. Mei Yu and Elder Zhang exchanged glances, carefully choosing their words. We want you to go to the research institute. Elder Zhang continued, for 1 year. Mei Yu said, being there, any health problems you may encounter can be promptly dealt with. She added a second later, family members can accompany you. However, the family member offered no response. Wang Yuyang had bitten his tongue and tasted the metallic scent in his mouth, requesting water from the young man. Zhou Yi didn't move. Wang Yuyang kicked his calf lightly, go. Zhou Yi refused to leave, eat an orange first, I'll pour water afterward. Wang Yuyang. Feeling 2 pairs of eyes on him, Zhou Yi coldly flicked his eyelids. His eyes were still red, though not fragile, evoking a rather daunting impression instead. Elder Zhang, a researcher who spent most of his life in the lab, could hardly withstand such an oppressive atmosphere. He silently blamed Captain Mei Yu with his eyes, regretting not bringing more people. Mei Yu sighed inwardly, they couldn't resort to force. The scent of orange filled the living room as Wang Yuyang offered oranges to Mei Yu and Elder Zhang if they were hungry. Mei Yu picked one and started peeling it. Elder Zhang had no appetite. Instead, he sincerely said, we only need you to have a checkup once a month, just taking a sample of blood, nothing else. But he was cut off by a chilling glare that made him sweat profusely. Annoyed, the elderly man turned serious and clamped his lips shut. With Elder Zhang refusing to speak further, the task fell to Mei Yu. After eating 2 slices of orange, she adopted a conversational tone, second young master, we're here representing the research institute and the police. We've already held a meeting before coming, and both parties have reached an agreement. Your personal information will be treated as top secret. Be it your internal health status or any necessary related tests, they'll all be conducted solely by Elder Zhang. No one else will be involved. This was already the biggest compromise they could offer, and the attitude was quite amicable. Wang Yuyang had anticipated this from the start, and so did Zhou Yi. However, when it came down to reality, neither found it easy to accept. Especially Zhou Yi, whose fear and unease far exceeded Wang Yuyang's. Wang Yuyang grasped his tightened hand and told Mei Yu and Elder Zhang, I'll think about it. Upon hearing this, Mei Yu stood up. In that case, we'll leave first. She promptly pulled Elder Zhang away, wasting no time dragging her feet. That evening, Wang Yuyang contacted Mei Yu and agreed to relocate near the research institute. After hanging up the phone, Mei Yu didn't wait long before calling back. Second young master, I've communicated with Elder Zhang. It is hoped that you can move there as soon as possible. Your body needs to undergo a checkup as soon as possible. Alright. Wang Yuyang had been considering his health and future, but the key factor was how that elderly man looked at him, not like a specimen or a bunch of experimental data, but rather as a human being. Such respect was perfectly maintained. Wang Yuyang placed his phone on the table, then turned to caress the young man's face, consoling him gently, you've heard everything right, haven't you, little E? Everything has been settled, the matter is decided. We'll pack our stuff this week. For now, we won't disclose the previous host's report, we'll decide based on circumstances later. Zhou Yi pulled down his hand and pressed his nose against it. I won't let anything happen to you again. Wang Yuyang sighed. Little E, you're too tense, relax. Consider it as our last home within the country. However, Zhou Yi didn't ease up. His mental trauma was severe, beyond his imagination. He was doing his utmost to hide and suppress these feelings while trying to maintain some semblance of peace. After having finally achieved a sense of stability, he didn't want to make things worse again. The assets your uncle placed in Northern Europe are available now. We can hire more people from various fields, and you'll be the one to select them. Wang Yuyang continued comforting him, expressing all possible words of tenderness. As for what may happen to your uncle's body in the future, thinking about it doesn't help. So stop pondering and instead let's focus on each day. Whatever you desire, your uncle will give it to you. At some point, Zhou Yi stood straighter, lowering his head while locking a burning gaze onto the man. Have you ever been this patient with anyone else? Wang Yuyang replied, no. Zhou Yi slowly exhaled, his facial features softening bit by bit. Then suddenly he blurted out something unrelated, I want to do it tonight. This wasn't a question but a statement reflecting his true thoughts, prepared to take action. Zhou Yi's, I want, equated to, I will. It was rare to see such assertiveness mixed with a touch of commandment. Wang Yuyang didn't catch on immediately, Zhou Yi swallowed hard, his voice dropping significantly lower, earlier, you said whatever I wanted, you'd give it to me. Wang Yuyang pinched his nose, did I say that? Zhou Yi remained silent, his pitch-black eyes fixated intently, like a child reminding his guardian, promised candy cannot be revoked without keeping one's word. Affected by the youth's pure gaze, Wang Yuyang felt heat spreading across his body, a strange feeling of loss of control tingling on his back. Alright then, go take a shower. He moved his eyebrows, changing his mind, forget it, let's shower together. Just grab those. Before he could finish, Zhou Yi had already rushed over to open the drawer, his movements swift. Chapter 83. 2 years later, Norway. Brother. The little boy stumbled through the snow, dashing off like a little rocket in one direction. Lele, slow down. The young single mother chased after him, watching as the child threw himself into the arms of a man. She panted softly, smoothed her messy hair, and greeted him with a red face and racing heart, Mr. Wang. Wang Yuyang hummed in acknowledgement, brushing the snow off the child's woolen hat. Are you guys going back to China? We've booked tickets for tomorrow. The young mother carried a few snacks she had purchased from the supermarket and said regretfully, we've been here for more than 10 days but haven't found the northern lights yet. It seems we don't have that luck this time, we'll have to come back again next time. She gently scolded, Lele, your coat outside is wet. Don't climb onto Uncle, come down quickly. It's not Uncle, it's brother. The little boy shouted loudly, Mummy, you always get it wrong, so silly. The young mother, embarrassed, looked up and caught the man smiling at her child, his beauty outshining the auroras in pictures, making her lose her voice instantly. Wang Yuyang flicked the kid's nose. Lele, I'm over 30 years old. I'm not your brother. That's brother. The little boy took off his gloves, using his soft, warm little hand to hold his big hand. Brother, I really like you. Wang Yuyang pulled a mint candy from the side pocket of his overcoat and handed it to him. The little boy looked at his mother first, then reached out to take the candy upon her approval, hopping joyfully. Thank you, brother. The young mother saw this scene and sighed sorrowfully, seemingly remembering something. Wang Yuyang pointed toward a specific direction. Look there tonight after 10 o'clock, perhaps you can see the aurora. Just as the young mother was about to speak, she noticed that the man was looking somewhere, his eyes suddenly gleaming as if stars were embedded within. Following his gaze, she saw a tall, handsome young man. A cold glance came their way, making the young mother feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body, wrapped in a long down jacket, trembled slightly, and her face went pale. She quickly pulled her child away from the man and stood in front of herself. Mr. Wang, no, sorry for disturbing you. Wang Yuyang left after saying hello. The little boy mumbled, Mummy, if only the brother were my daddy. The young mother immediately covered his mouth, panic evident on her face, fearing that the dangerous young man, who was like a possessive dog guarding its food, would hear. The possession and reliance one person felt for another seeped into every look, revealing a love that was indescribable. As soon as Wang Yuyang walked into the house, he shrugged off his coat. Why are you sulking? Zhou Yi naturally took the coat and hung it up. You like that kid? Wang Yuyang drank water. I like all kids. Zhou Yi silently walked into the bedroom. Wang Yuyang sat on the chair, closed his eyes lightly, and let out a long breath. He drank half the glass of water before standing up and walking to the bedroom to comfort his lover. As soon as Wang Yuyang pushed the door open, he saw his lover squatting by the bed, hunched over, head lowered, his figure exuding a somber air. Upon closer inspection, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. How did you pull it out again? Zhou Yi silently stroked the small notebook in his hands. Wang Yuyang shook his head with a laugh. This notebook was issued last summer, and by the end of the year, the cover text was almost rubbed off from the constant handling of a child frequently crouching nearby. Shall we? Wang Yuyang squatted in front of the young man. Look up. Zhou Yi unconsciously obeyed, staring at a face close by. He appeared healthy and youthful, much younger than his actual age, and the gentleness in his expression could make anyone drown. I want to lock you at home. After Zhou Yi spoke, he stared at the man, repeating himself, a hint of obsession flashing in his eyes. Wang Yuyang ruffled his hair. Just think about it. If I really do that, Uncle will be mad. Zhou Yi. Wang Yuyang moved his hand lower, caressing his face, stroking the familiar rugged lines. Is there anything else you want to say? Say it all now. Zhou Yi grabbed the man's hand, bending his head to bite his index finger. Wang Yuyang didn't even flinch at being bitten. Instead, the youth frowned, his broad shoulders drooping, looking and pitiful, like a large dog afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Zhou Yi remained silent for a while. Do you want a child? Wang Yuyang didn't catch it clearly the first time. A child. Zhou Yi kept his gaze firmly on him, his breathing very controlled. Do you want one? Wang Yuyang slapped his cheek playfully. Isn't there already? A vein on Zhou Yi's forehead twitched. I don't know what you're thinking, Wang Yuyang said helplessly. Back when Uncle was still with the Shen family, he managed the entire Shen corporation without a proper heir under him, and there were no plans to have a child to raise. How could things change now? Zhou Yi responded, your mindset has changed these past 2 years. Yes, it has changed, Wang Yuyang raised an eyebrow. But I still wouldn't want a kid. Zhou pursed his thin lips. You like being around kids. You smile at them, and even hold them. This remark carried jealousy and annoyance, old straight oozing out. Wang Yuyang couldn't help but chuckle at the young man's jealous tone. Children are cute. Zhou immediately frowned. Wang Yuyang said, you're cute too. Zhou remained serious. Wang Yuyang laughed as his shoulders lightly trembled. Alright, you're the cutest. Zhou grabbed the man's soft hair strands and pressed him to his chest, grinding onto his slightly open lips, sucking and nibbling repeatedly. Wang Yuyang murmured indistinctly, gentler, Xiao Yi. Zhou gave a coarse response from deep in his throat, his actions becoming increasingly rough. After a moment, Wang Yuyang couldn't bear it anymore and pushed the youth away, his back trembling slightly due to rapid breathing. His eyes were moist and red, with visible marks of struggle on his lips. Zhou pulled the man into his arms again for another kiss, then placed him on his lap the next second. A young man in his mid-20s, both steady and full of vitality, surged with desire, passionate and fierce, like crashing waves. Wang Yuyang soon couldn't resist and got swept up by the storm, floating up and down, ultimately exhausting all his strength and falling asleep. When Wang Yuyang woke up, it was already dark. The youth leaned against the bedhead looking at his phone, his black shirt loosely fastened with just a few buttons, revealing a large portion of his well-toned chest covered in dark bruises. Wang Yuyang smelled only mint instead of tobacco, very strong and refreshing. How many candies did you eat? His voice hurt as he spoke, hoarse. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately put down his phone and bent down to nuzzle the man resting against his waist. A bag. Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi's hand rested on the man's waist, gently massaging. Xiao Bai is in S City, coming to see us next Tuesday. He asked if you want anything brought along. Wang Yuyang, feeling utterly drained, lazily replied, nothing. You should think of 1 or 2 items. Zhou said, otherwise, he'll keep asking over and over again. Wang Yuyang's eyes flickered, then. Lee Garden and pancakes. Zhou lay down, stretched out his arms to embrace the man, and deeply inhaled the scent on his neck. Are you remembering the days I used to work my food stall? Yeah, Wang Yuyang sighed, time really does fly. There was a warm sensation wandering between his ear and neck, making Wang Yuyang's scalp tingle. Xiao that's enough. Zhou took a deep breath and retreated a bit, pulling away from the man. After calming down, he hugged him again and continued the previous topic. Xiao Bai went back to Lotus Community, where they're repairing roads and building a mall. Zhou casually talked while Wang Yuyang idly listened, the room temperature pleasantly warm, giving a sense of tranquil time. They wouldn't mention some people and events from the past, it was as though everything had quietly returned to dust. Comfortably settled in their corner, they wouldn't rouse the floating dust and bring them back up again. It had passed, and so be it. More than half an hour later, Zhou got out of bed, picked up scattered t-shirts off the floor and tossed them into the trash can before putting on long pants. As he buttoned his shirt, he said, I'll prepare dinner, rest a while longer. Wang Yuyang moved deeper into the blanket, only exposing a patch of his black hair top. Zhou walked a few steps, then turned back to the bed and pulled the blanket down a little, bending down to get a kiss from the man. Wang Yuyang pecked the corner of the youth's lips, go ahead. Kiss me more, Zhou brushed noses with him, a hot kiss chasing after him, reluctant to leave. Wang Yuyang groaned under pressure, struggling for breath, Xiao you've become clingier. Zhou ignored it and kept kissing for a while longer before finally leaving. In the evening, Zhou precisely timed his actions, skillfully taking several medicines out. He followed the dosages carefully, dumping them into bottle caps, and served them to the man. One kind of medicine needed to be taken twice a day, 15 pills at a time, which wouldn't even fit in a cap. Wang Yuyang had been taking this medicine for 2 years, but today something suddenly made him angry, and he refused to take it. Zhou wouldn't force him, nor use his own worry to pressure him. He just sat by the side. Wang Yuyang leaned his head on his palm, his entire body giving off an extremely unstable aura as if he were at the center of a storm, and even the air currents around him felt sharp. Zhou stared intently at the man's profile, slightly entranced as if transported back 7 or 8 years to Benghazi, or to their days in the Lotus community. Everyone keeps moving forward, always going ahead, and they are no exception. Wang Yuyang managed to suppress the violent negative emotions inside, took part of the medicine in the bottle cap with warm water, then the rest, and after swallowing them all, he put the cap on the table and started taking other medications. Upon seeing that the man had taken all the necessary medicines, Zhou lowered his gaze and began putting away the bottles. This is the kind of life one gets as a successful test subject. Sitting in the chair, Wang Yuyang pinched his nose bridge, where's the candy? Before he could finish speaking, a mint was already unwrapped and placed near his lips. He opened his mouth and swallowed it, his tongue wrapping around as he closed his eyes. Gradually, within the dissolving minty aroma, he returned to his usual relaxed state. Hard candies could be found everywhere in the house, one reason being to help quit smoking, the other to control emotions. Wang Yuyang asked while sitting there, what time is it? Zhou finished tidying up and glanced at his wristwatch, 9:40. Wang Yuyang stretched lazily, let's go for a walk. Zhou gave him a sidelong glance, can you even walk? My lower back feels a bit sore. Wang Yuyang pressed against the table to stand up. My legs are also strained. Frowning, Zhou Yi said, then let's sleep early. Wang Yuyang shook his head. I've slept enough, I'm not tired. Zhou Yi watched the man's tall silhouette, feeling dryness in his throat. After the research institute adjusted his condition, he no longer fell into deep unconscious slumbers without reason. However, his sleep quality was poor, prone to waking suddenly. So many types of scented oils have been used at home. Grandpa Zhang said the drugs hadn't been absorbed properly, but they may improve later. A voice came from the doorway. Are you leaving, Xiaoyi? Zhou Yi snapped back to reality, and in a few large strides, caught up with the man, grabbed the overcoat hanging beside the storage rack, and helped him put it on, making sure the buttons were fastened tightly. The knight's village was quiet like a moon reflected in water, painted onto paper, sandwiched between large, rolling white mountain mists, incredibly surreal. Wang Yuyang still held the old military flashlight, its beam bright enough to illuminate the path underfoot as he walked slowly and steadily. Xiaoyi, you're not even 30 yet, and here you are coming to retire in this place, such a slow pace of life, won't you feel bored? Zhou Yi rubbed the man's hands, placing them near his lips and exhaling some warmth. I won't feel bored, as long as I'm by your side. Wang Yuyang said, when you went out with your gun to practice your marksmanship, I thought you were bored. Zhou Yi pulled the man's hand into his coat pocket. I just didn't want to get rusty with my skills. Wang Yuyang stopped walking. Zhou Yi also stopped and explained to him, if I don't handle a gun for a long period, my touch becomes worse. Wang Yuyang said, you don't fight anymore, nor do you take missions, what does it matter if your skills degrade? It matters. Zhou Yi's tone was low. I need to protect you well. The world instantly fell silent. Holding the flashlight, Wang Yuyang coughed twice and said, let's keep walking, further ahead. Zhou Yi glanced at his ears, then glanced again, confirmed they really turned red, and couldn't help but curve the corner of his pressed lips upward. There were tracks left by sleds dragging on the ground, deeply stretching far out, leading to places unknown. The village only had a few hundred people, the air clean, with stunning scenery in both summer and winter. Living here was exceptionally pleasant. As Wang Yuyang walked, he spoke, you actually don't need to be so tense. This isn't S City, we aren't the us from 2 years ago, everything has already settled down. These things have settled down, but new worries keep appearing. Zhou Yi's expression darkened, there will always be people who want something from you. Wang Yuyang. Zhou Yi coldly said, if I looked weaker, someone would have come to challenge me long ago. Wang Yuyang pinched his brow, you. Zhou Yi asked a question, if someone pursued me, wanting to be with me, how would you feel? Wang Yuyang smiled and said, you look good, many are interested in you, but none dare to pursue you because you carry the bloody smell and killing aura from the battlefield. They don't have that much courage. Zhou Yi persisted, but what if someone did? In that case, Wang Yuyang raised his eyebrows, uncle will declare ownership. Upon getting the answer he wanted, Zhou Yi's creased brows immediately smoothed out, and a childish smile appeared on his face, filled with pure joy. Wang Yuyang actually didn't often see him smile, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Zhou Yi suddenly looked south, Aurora. Wang Yuyang raised his flashlight and looked over. In the sight was a large curtain of red-green light, dreamily dancing in the sky. In that direction, there were sounds of children's excited laughter, mixed with adults' thrilled shouts. The tourists finally fulfilled their dreams that night. Wang Yuyang and Zhou Yi did not stay too long. For them, the Aurora's attraction paled in comparison to having a few words with the person beside them and walking a bit together. End of the story.